the yellowed ceiling, the noisy chirping of cicadas. Sully opened his eyes, got up from the floor, and brushed the dust off his down jacket, unconsciously licking his cracked and bleeding lips. He was very thirsty, extremely thirsty, so thirsty that he could drink a whole barrel of water. This was the only thought Sully had at that moment, but he still forced himself to hold back. Because before he opened his eyes, a mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, had appeared in his mind. Welcome to the world of rule-based horror stories. Please maintain a good mental state and look for a way to clear the game, or you will lose not only yourself, but also your country. Sully felt somewhat helpless in his heart. After this parallel world was eerily invaded, every 7 days, one lucky person would be selected from each country. From the moment they entered the rule-based horror story world, all their actions would be streamed live to global viewers. Sully had watched many people's streams before, but never expected that he, who was currently undergoing a checkup in the hospital, would be selected for this round's quest. Well, since it's happening, he might as well accept it. Sully adjusted his mindset and processed the sudden influx of memories in his mind. Besides the vast amount of high school knowledge, the only information he had was that he ranked in the top 3 in his first year of high school. Did I turn into a high school student? After a simple sorting, Sully began checking his body. There was a glowing electronic watch on his left wrist, displaying the time as 9:40 p.m. The season should be winter, as he could feel the cold air, and the black down jacket he wore confirmed this judgment. He searched through his clothes but found nothing unusual, all the pockets were empty, and there was a school badge pinned to his chest with the words, First Year, Class 7, Sully. He wasn't surprised that his name in the quest was also Sully. Perhaps it was a tactic in this bizarre world to increase immersion. Every chosen one entering the quest would have the same name as their real self, which Sully had learned from watching other streams before. He forced down a bit of saliva, easing the discomfort in his throat caused by the lack of water. Sully then began to move around slightly, adjusting to his newly returned high school body, while surveying the room he was in. It was a typical high school dormitory, with a bunk bed and desk layout, the bedding on the 4 beds arranged neatly, and the floor, except for some dust, was nearly free of trash. On the left side of the room, there was a poster of Wang Lufei on the wall above the bed. On the right side, there was another poster of an anime girl holding a long sword, with spiky hair and blue and white armor. On the wall in front of him, there was an inspirational poster with the slogan, Life is rare and precious, if not now, when? The bed closest to the dormitory door, however, had nothing posted, it was clean and empty. It seemed that there were 4 people in this dorm, each with their own distinct personality. Sully then walked to the back balcony of the dorm, which was also very clean, with no trash, looking as if someone cleaned it every day. But strangely, Sully only saw a dustpan, and there were no brooms or mops. Oh, they even installed metal railings. Sully tried it, and it was solid. With his current strength, he couldn't force it open. Looking through the gap, he saw a river below, and from the height, it seemed to be around the 5th or 6th floor. After checking the balcony, Sully returned to the dormitory room. What is he doing? Why is he walking around everywhere? He's definitely trying to understand the situation, it's his first time in the quest. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died. Don't do that, look at his lips, they're cracked and bleeding. I still think the most urgent thing is to find water to drink first. Agreed. This time our chosen one doesn't seem very smart. Bullshit, this is clearly called being cautious, do you even understand? Look, he found something. The viewers who were arguing in the live stream all held their breath and looked at the screen. They saw Sully stop exploring and stand behind the dormitory door, staring at an A4 sheet of paper on it. Gujiang High School is a prestigious school with a long history. Over the years, it has nurtured countless outstanding talents. We hope students will strictly discipline themselves and become another source of pride for Gujiang High School. Welcome to Gujiang High School. The dormitory is our home, and safety and hygiene depend on everyone. 1. Each dormitory has 4 beds. Without permission, you cannot sleep in someone else's bed. 2. Students should help each other, treat others kindly, and do not directly reject someone else's goodwill. 3. The water in the hot water room has been disinfected at high temperature and can be used for washing or drinking. In addition, the study room also provides purified water. If you need to drink it, you must bring your own container. 4. It is forbidden for anyone to keep pets in the dormitory. If any animal shows signs of attacking you, immediately enter the room. Do not try to fight it. 5. After lights out, the dormitory door will be locked. Without a key, it cannot be opened. 6. Please pay attention to maintaining the cleanliness of the dormitory and personal hygiene. 7. The sanitation of the dormitory is the responsibility of the person on duty that day. Garbage must be placed in the large bin in the hallway before lights out. 8. After lights out, you are not allowed to wander around the dormitory building. Sully silently finished reading all the content on the paper, and a strange uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart. At the very beginning, the phrase nurtured countless outstanding talents made him involuntarily imagine the scene of human heads planted like potted plants. And although most of the following rules seemed fine at first glance, Sully knew that in the world of rule-based horror games, there existed something known as it. It would tamper with the rules given in the copy, mislead the chosen ones, and create traps. Originally, if you followed the real rules without doing anything stupid, you could clear the level. But once tampered, it became extremely difficult. Because among many true rules, you had to distinguish which one had been altered and was a false rule, and figure out how to correct it. Only then could you find the path to the end and clear the level. Otherwise, you would be polluted and mutated, and in serious cases, you could even die. Sully seriously looked at the A4 paper in front of him. Rule number 6, pay attention to dormitory and personal hygiene. He had already checked himself when he woke up. His clothes were clean and neat, and the dormitory didn't look dirty either. Which meant this rule was most likely real and needed to be followed. But rule number 4 made Sully feel a little creepy. It clearly stated that keeping animals was forbidden, so no animals should exist in the dormitory. But the second half mentioned how to deal with an animal attack. If this rule was real, then there was a clear contradiction. That animal was not originally from the dormitory but came in from outside, or maybe, someone was secretly keeping it in the dormitory. Was it someone from this room, or someone else entirely? Sully frowned, just about to think more deeply about the other rules, when his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stepped back. Because the dormitory door was being pushed open from the outside. Chapter 2, Dry Weather, Drink More Hot Water. Sully? A young student stood at the door and looked surprised when he saw Sully in the room. I was wondering why you ran off right after class. So you came back to the dormitory. The student seemed to think of something, and smiled playfully. Did you sneak back to do something good behind our backs? In Sully's memory, there was no relationship information with the person in front of him, so he didn't respond, just smiled faintly. But then he noticed that the person was also wearing a school badge on their chest, grade 10, class 7, High. It seemed they were in the same class, and appearing here at this time meant they were probably roommates. He didn't know which bed they slept in though. High saw that Sully didn't respond and didn't mind, limping past Sully's side. He picked up a thermos from the floor, poured a glass of water into a cup with a cartoon girl printed on it, and then drank it all in one gulp. It's so refreshing, damn. How long has it been since you drank water? Your mouth is so dry. After drinking the water, High noticed Sully's face was a bit pale, and his lips, dry from lack of water, were cracked, even showing slight bloodstains oozing out. He paused for a moment, then quickly grabbed the same cup again, poured another glass of water, and handed it to Sully. Water. Sully had already noticed several thermoses placed by the dormitory door, but since he wasn't sure whether the water inside was drinkable, he didn't act. Now that High had drunk a cup, it seemed fine, but Sully still felt something was off when looking at the steaming cup of water. High didn't know what Sully was thinking and saw that Sully was just looking at the water, not reaching for it. He awkwardly scratched his head. I know you're a clean freak, but you left your cup in the study room when you were explaining problems to Wu Shan yesterday. Just use mine for now. It's so dry in the winter, you need to drink more hot water. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream began to discuss. Is this water clean? Can it be drunk? Why can't it be drunk? Didn't you see that the student just drank a cup? Sully, you should drink it quickly, if you don't, I feel like you're going to faint here. I still think we should be cautious. Although the rules say it's drinkable, what if it's a fake rule? The experts from the Daxia Kingdom's analysis team stared at the livestream with great seriousness. This was the first choice Sully faced after entering the instance. It was related to Sully's life and the fate of the entire Daxia Kingdom, so they had to be careful. I think this water shouldn't be drunk, at least not now. Even though High has drunk it, no one can guarantee that there won't be a problem later. I agree, the water in the thermos should be taken from the hot water room. The rules say it's drinkable, but we don't know if it's a fake rule. But did you notice rule 2? You can't refuse someone's good intentions. If Sully chooses not to drink the water, I feel like something bad might happen. And Sully's current condition is very bad. A person can face life-threatening danger if they don't drink water for 3 to 7 days. From the signs, Sully probably hasn't had water for at least 3 or 4 days. It's already very dangerous. The members of the expert group came from various fields, and they all had their own opinions on Sully's condition. But the situation couldn't allow them to continue discussing like this, they needed to make a decision quickly. All the experts couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the head of the expert group. There's too little information. Let's take a look at the situation of the chosen ones from other countries first. The head of the group looked sharply at the still silent Sully in the livestream. 1 minute after Sully entered the instance world, information about him had already been placed on the desk. Suli was a corporate slave in Daxia Kingdom, without a house, car, or savings. He was introverted, didn't like to talk to people, and was ordinary in the company. He followed the rules, never participating in any social activities. He even avoided company dinners whenever he could, and he probably had some kind of illness. Right before being chosen, he was still in the hospital doing tests. After reading everything, he didn't have much hope for Suli at first. All the information showed that this person was just an ordinary man, so ordinary it couldn't be any more ordinary. But after entering the copy, Suli's performance surprised the team leader. He not only forced himself to hold back his thirst for water, but also checked all the information in the dorm room in a very short time, and even found the rules posted on the back of the dorm door. And now, even though that student named High handed him water right in front of his extremely thirsty self, he still didn't take it, choosing silence instead. This kind of adaptability and endurance is something many people just don't have. Because of this, the team leader didn't choose to use their chance to give a hint. Events in the rules strange talk world are too weird, and can't be judged with normal thinking. They are even so strange that the world of strange talks gave them a special right. Every time their country's chosen one enters a copy, the expert team gets a chance to give a hint. They can pass their information and analysis to the chosen one at any time they think is right. After giving the hint, the information will go straight into the chosen one's mind in real time. But even with this, less than 1 out of 100 chosen ones can clear a copy of the strange talk world. Because their chances to give hints are not unlimited. They only have 3 chances. That's why, their hints shouldn't be just a small help, but must be something that saves a life in a desperate moment. And now, the only thing the expert team had to do was to wait and see what the chosen ones from other countries would do, and watch who gave in first, then observe their actions and what happened after. After lacking water for 3 or 4 days, how would a person react when water is placed right in front of them? Even though Suli held back, that didn't mean others could do the same. After all, chosen ones were picked at random. Not everyone was a trained soldier. At the same time, in the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, Sakamoto Wa was already struggling with extreme discomfort. Since entering the copy, even though he didn't carefully check the dorm room, he still noticed the rules behind the door and the hot water bottle at the door. He originally wanted to pour water to drink, but was afraid the water might have problems. After all, he had seen other chosen ones' live streams. But now High had already come back and drank a full glass of water in front of him. He looked just like a normal student, and even joked around with him. This strong feeling of real everyday life completely broke Sakamoto's last bit of self-control. He didn't even have time to say thank you. He suddenly grabbed the cup and gulped down a big mouthful. A rush of pleasure exploded from his mouth all the way up to the top of his head, making him finish the entire big glass of water in one breath. Putting down the glass, Sakamoto Wa immediately felt that more than half of his discomfort was gone. He happily wiped his mouth, feeling that in his whole life, there had never been a moment where water, this plain thing, tasted so good. After waiting a little while, Sakamoto Wa didn't notice any strange changes in his body, so he poured another glass and drank it. Looks like the third rule is true. This copy is nothing special. Sakamoto Wa secretly laughed to himself. He had felt while watching others' live streams that some copies were ridiculously easy. Now that he was experiencing it himself, it was even easier than he thought. But he didn't notice that, as he was drinking, the muscles on High's face, standing beside him, suddenly twitched very quickly before returning to the same smile it had before. Chapter 3, Foreseeing Death. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of the beautiful country, Terry Cook stared at the cup in High's hand, his body yearning for water, yet his mind was resisting. The feeling of dehydration was unpleasant, but now, all he had to do was take the cup from his roommate, and this problem would be solved. It was too simple. There must be something wrong. Could the third rule be wrong? Wasn't it forbidden to drink from the kettle? But High had clearly drunk from it in front of him. What's wrong? Aren't you thirsty? Why not drink? High extended the cup forward again. Cook's gaze landed on the cup through the rising steam. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and his body kept retreating. Don't worry, it's not hot. High smiled and took a sip, but this action made Cook's expression even uglier. Even in this foggy winter day, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No, I won't drink it. Cook instinctively waved his hand in refusal, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his heart skipped a beat. He was about to open his mouth to try to save face, but found that High, who had been getting closer, had actually stopped and turned to place the cup back on the table. Oh, thank God. Cook relaxed, lowering his head to brace his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Finally, he had passed one hurdle that was too close. He felt something blowing through his hair. He instinctively looked up, only to find that High's face was almost pressed against his. The live broadcast room of beautiful country went black. Did I just see it wrong? The cherry blossom country person drank the water, and Hi's expression seemed to change for a moment. I saw it too. It looked like he was possessed. In the live broadcast room of Daxia country, the viewers who had been watching both the cherry blossom country and beautiful country broadcasts felt a chill in their hearts. Drinking the water doesn't kill you immediately, but it doesn't seem like a good thing either. But didn't the beautiful country person refuse? The screen went black. You can't drink, but you also can't refuse. Thank God I wasn't chosen, or I would have been dead within 5 minutes of the show starting. The barrage of comments discussing intensely suddenly paused for a moment, because they saw Suli move and take the cup of water. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but that he had no choice. It seemed that because of Suli's prolonged silence, Hi's smile had faded, his breathing had grown heavier, and his expression gradually turned sinister. Only when Suli took the cup did Hi return to normal. Drink, I drank it earlier, it's not hot. Hi's considerate voice entered Suli's ears, but it sounded like a death sentence. Suli dared not drink. A faint white film floated on the surface of the water in the cup. Earlier, from a distance, he hadn't been able to see clearly and thought it was just scale left by boiling water, but now, he could see what it really was. It wasn't scale at all, but a small white insect, one after another. Some of them even swam around on the surface. Alive. No, this water can't be drunk. But if he doesn't drink, it would violate the rules. No, there must be something he missed. Suli frowned, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed Hi's expression turning strange again, so he adjusted his own expression and showed a relatively friendly look. Sorry, Oh no, don't. Big brother, you can't refuse. We're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed. The Great Xia is finished. At the Great Xia Country Expert Group's side, the team leader's face changed slightly, and he quickly spoke with urgency. Use the first hint opportunity. We must not let Suli refuse to drink this cup of water. Suli had no idea what was being said in the barrage. He didn't know that the expert team was about to give him a hint. But the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue never came out, because at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System activated, talent awakened. Talent, foreseeing death. You can see the image of your death just before it happens. During the vision of your death, time in the instance world will temporarily stop. This ability can be activated 3 times per instance. As the voice faded away, Suli felt his heart suddenly stop beating, everything fell into silence. Everything in front of him disappeared, replaced by an image like a movie screen. In the image, he refused to drink the glass of water, and the next second, someone grabbed his mouth and forcefully tore it open. Even though he tried to resist, the person was unexpectedly strong. In an instant, darkness fell before Suli's eyes. Whoosh! The image vanished, and everything around him returned to reality. Suli's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though he hadn't experienced death firsthand, the overwhelming sense of immersion still gave his mind a heavy shock. But perhaps because of this impact, just as Suli returned to reality, the scattered pieces of information before him quickly formed a clear overall picture in his mind. Looking at the approaching Hi, Suli took a deep breath, then continued the words he hadn't finished earlier. Sorry, I left my cup in the study room. I'll go get it now, otherwise, the lights will be turned off soon. After saying that, Suli turned around and walked out the door. While Hi stood still wearing the same expression, not stopping Suli. And only after hearing Suli's footsteps fade away did he seem to snap back to his senses, raising his cup and drinking it in one go. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, unable to understand why Coke died, while Suli didn't drink but nothing happened to him. The head of the expert group took the scanned copy of the dormitory rules again and carefully read through them once more. And soon, a smile appeared on the leader's face. He found the key to the situation. The second rule, do not directly refuse someone's goodwill. The third rule, the water from the hot water room is safe to drink. This incident involved both of these rules. It was necessary to quickly determine whether both were true, but under the strange pressure they felt at the time, it was hard to make that judgment. In this incident, they overlooked 2 crucial points. First, Rule 2 didn't say don't refuse, it said don't directly refuse. Secondly, due to Suli's thirst and Hi's active offering of water, they were misled into focusing their attention on the first half of Rule 3, wondering whether the hot water from the room was safe to drink. Which led them to overlook the second half of Rule 3, if you need to drink, you must bring your own container. And the cup that Hi handed over was not Suli's, but Hi's. Suli, clearly, noticed this. Chapter 4, The Study Room on the Second Floor. Coke's death in the beautiful country was caused by Hi's request being directly refused. While in the Sakura country, although it seemed fine now, the fleeting strange expression on Hi's face also hinted that something bad could happen later. Currently, it's uncertain whether Hi's abnormality was due to Sakamoto drinking the hot water from the hot water room, or using Hi's cup. But based on the above information, there is only one way to solve this incident and minimize the possibility of contamination. That is, to politely refuse High and use his own cup or another container to drink the water. And just now, Suli did exactly that. Even the last rule was applied: no wandering in the dormitory after the lights go out. This served as the best excuse for him not to drink water right away but to go grab his cup first. As for why Suli knew his cup had been left in the study room, the team leader gently stroked his beard. It was something High had once said. I know you're a bit of a clean freak, but your cup was left in the study room when you were explaining problems to Wu Shan yesterday, so just make do with mine for now. If Suli hadn't mentioned it, he might have even forgotten about it himself. Brilliant! Aside from this, what caught his attention the most was another matter. Their hint message was sent out precisely on time, and in the live broadcast, from the moment Suli took a deep breath to when he spoke his next words, it was only a brief pause. How long could that have been? 3 seconds? 5 seconds? Or 10 seconds? In such a short time, to make such a correct deduction, there were only two possibilities. Either he had already thought of this reasoning from the start, or he had the ability to analyze and make judgments in a very short time. Whichever it was, it meant the same thing. The person selected from Daxia country to enter the strange world this time was very likely not one of those lucky ones who die before leaving the newbie village, but a true chosen one who can clear the game with one life. Brilliant! The team leader couldn't help but praise aloud. At this moment, the observers from other countries, scattered across various live broadcast rooms, were reporting every detail of Suli's actions to their expert analysis teams, which were then urgently passed to the chosen ones who were facing tough decisions, allowing them to mimic Suli's actions and survive this crisis. At the same time, in Daxia country's live room, the viewers, seeing Suli standing motionless in the hallway on the screen, started wondering if the broadcast had frozen. But soon, they saw Suli start walking downstairs. Moments ago, Suli had walked out of his dorm without turning back. Although his face seemed relaxed, his mind was highly focused, constantly alert to whether High would chase him out of the dorm. It wasn't until he reached the stairway corner that he relaxed his mind. It seemed his deduction was correct. But then he realized one problem. He said he was going to the study room to grab his cup, but he didn't even know where the study room was. What if it wasn't in the dorm building? Wouldn't that mean he'd have to go outside to get it? Wait. High just said. The cup was left in the study room last night. If it was in the teaching building, it shouldn't be called a study room, but a classroom. That means the study room is in this dorm building. If the layout of this building is similar to that of Daxia country's high school, its location usually wouldn't be on the upper floors of the dorm, but around the first or second floors. And just now, he observed that his dorm room was on the 5th floor, and there was only one floor above it, which means this dorm building had 6 floors in total, and to get to the study room, he would have to go downstairs. He stepped forward, his footsteps echoing in the dorm building shrouded in the night, giving an eerie feeling of silence. Soon, Suli stood at the corner of the 2nd floor. In front of the door, a red sign was posted, "Study Room." The location was just as he had guessed, but a faint unease rose in his heart. Every floor of this dorm building had 10 dorm rooms, which meant there were about 60 rooms in total, but he hadn't seen a single person since he walked from the 5th floor. Where did they all go? Or, how many real living people were still in this dorm building? His throat once again felt discomfort due to thirst. Suli shook his head, temporarily stopping his thoughts. He pushed open the door to the self-study room. It was a room about the same size as a dormitory, with 6 desks placed inside, and it had windows, though no balcony. By the door, there was a water dispenser with purified water, and next to it, a separate table with cups that students used to drink from. But Suli felt a bit troubled. On the table in front of him were 7 or 8 cups of various kinds, and he had no idea which one was his. Because of Rule 3, Suli didn't dare to drink from someone else's cup, so he could only try to see if he could find any clues. At that moment, a clear male voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "You're here so early today?" Suli instinctively turned around and saw a tall, slender boy in a black and white down jacket walking in from outside. The boy was holding a few books under his arm. When he saw Suli looking at him, he smiled slightly, then walked over to a self-study desk near the door. He wiped the desk and chair with a tissue, then placed the books down. Then he returned to the water dispenser, picked up a steaming white cup with small flowers printed on it, and took a sip before looking at Suli, his eyes filled with some curiosity. "What kind of look is that? You wouldn't have forgotten me, right?" The live stream viewers were all startled. What should they do? This person seemed to know Suli, but Suli was meeting him for the first time and didn't recognize him at all. "Of course not, I would never forget you, Senior Zhu Feiyu. After all, you're such a good student and so hard-working, you're my role model." The viewers looked at Suli with some confusion, watching him speak fluently, even smiling warmly. Could it be a guess? If it was an amazingly accurate guess. Clearly, Suli hadn't been guessing. The reason he knew who the boy was because when he first saw him, he noticed that the boy had a school badge on his chest. It read, Class 1 of Senior 3, Zhu Feiyu. In Daxia country, while other classes may have top students or elite classes, class 1 was always filled with the strongest students. And this boy had come to the self-study room carrying a few books, moving through the process of finding a seat with ease, clearly someone who came here often. His grades, even if not the absolute best, certainly wouldn't be bad. Chapter 5, the third member of the dormitory. Xu Feiyu seemed a bit embarrassed. No. I can't dare be your role model. You've always been in the top 3 of the grade. He then looked at Su Li with some curiosity. I've noticed you've been standing here for a while. Could it be, you can't find your cup? Su Li's eyes lit up. He had planned to get closer to the boy first and then find the right moment to speak up. But unexpectedly, the boy had brought it up first. He felt a little embarrassed, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Senior, you really are clever. You guessed it. My cup is new, and with so many cups here today, I really couldn't tell which one was mine. Xu Feiyu smiled slightly and picked up a cup with a straw hat design from the table, handing it to Su Li. Here, it should be this one. I saw you using it to drink water last night. Su Li took it and examined it. There was no water inside, and the cup had a design of a straw hat on the side. A straw hat? He remembered that in his dormitory, there was a poster of a boy with a straw hat on the side of his bed. That should be the cup. Seeing Su Li's face brighten, Xu Feiyu no longer paid attention to him and returned to his desk to start flipping through his study materials. Su Li picked up the cup and walked to the water dispenser. He pressed the button, listening to the sound of the water flowing into the cup. His expression was calm, but his slightly trembling hands revealed the excitement and urgency inside him. After entering the instance, the intense thirst that constantly torments his consciousness. Even though his endurance is extraordinarily strong, he has nearly reached his limit. If you need to drink, you must bring your own container. Currently, the people he has encountered, He Hai and Xu Feiyu, both use their own cups when drinking water. This suggests that the rule is likely true. The cup is full, raise it. Su Li first looked at the water's surface. Good, there were no white little bugs. Slowly drinking, he tried his best to control his desire. When a person is very thirsty, drinking a large amount of water quickly can lead to an imbalance in the cell's osmotic pressure, causing discomfort or even water poisoning, which is something Su Li does not want to see. The cup was filled to the brim, but Su Li did not drink it all, leaving about half. Even so, Su Li's thirst was greatly relieved, and in his dazed state, he even felt like he was reborn. The water from the water dispenser is safe. Well, senior, I'll be heading back now. Su Li greeted with a smile, while Xu Feiyu was still reading, not turning around, just nodding. The viewers in the live stream, who had been holding their breath in tension, only relaxed at this moment. Finally can breathe. I was holding my breath. I thought the water from the dispenser was also undrinkable, and would have those disgusting little bugs. Me too, I have trypophobia, couldn't watch this. Holy sh*t. Brothers, I just came back from the live stream of Gujiang country, their chosen one just died. No way, how did he die? He was killed by that senior. Xu Feiyu. Hurry up and explain. A few minutes ago, Gujiang country's chosen one, Mole, after politely rejecting He Hai, also came to the study room, and as soon as he saw the water dispenser, his eyes turned bloodshot. But he couldn't figure out which cup was his. Xu Feiyu entered the room and greeted him, but Ye's attention was entirely focused on choosing a cup. He just casually replied. After a while, he still hadn't found his cup, but he couldn't wait anymore. To hell with it. He casually grabbed a cup, filled it with water, and tilted his head to take a big gulp. Refreshing. He wiped the water off the corner of his mouth, but then realized something was suddenly below his line of sight. It looked like a blood-stained pencil tip? Yi was a bit confused, then suddenly realized that the pencil had pierced his neck and was stained with his blood. The pain came slowly, but it was as fierce as a tsunami. The water cup fell and shattered. Yi turned around in fear, only to see Xu Feiyu smiling at him. Gujiang country, black screen. After the viewers in the live stream learned what had happened, they looked at the stream in lingering fear. Now realizing how dangerous the seemingly friendly conversation between Su Li and Xu Feiyu had been. If there had been the slightest misstep, Su Li might have ended up like Yi. After the observers passed this information back, expert groups from certain countries looked at their own chosen ones, who were still scratching their heads. After a brief hesitation, they decided to send the message. The experts sighed helplessly, within less than half an hour, and now only one prompt chance remains. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia country, some viewers began to worry about Su Li, fearing he didn't know about Xu Feiyu's danger, and might really trust him. But soon, they realized their concerns were unnecessary. As soon as Su Li left the study room, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, as if the person who had just left smiling wasn't him at all. Although Xu Feiyu had acted normal just now, Su Li did not let his guard down. He would not forget the moment he had just seen High. It was just as kind, but later on, it became extremely strange. This dormitory building was all unknown to him, and in the world of strange rules and tales, unknown meant risk, even death. Suli's gaze fell below, where he could see the first floor of the dormitory. The door was open, and students were returning from the dark night. Next to the door was a room with the door closed, with the faint writing of dormitory manager's restroom visible. Suli walked up, thinking about the information he had gathered so far. But after walking a few steps, he stopped on the third floor. Laundry room. Suli looked at the room in front of him. He had seen it when he had just come down, but because he had gone to fetch his water cup, he had skipped it. The door was open, and no light was on. Through the hallway's light, he could vaguely see a few washing machines inside. He initially wanted to go inside and see if he could find any information, but after thinking for a moment, he chose to temporarily give it up. He had already been out for a while. The urgent task now was to return to the dorm and figure out who the other two people were sleeping in the same room tonight besides himself and High, before the lights went out. But unfortunately, when he returned to the dorm, apart from High, who was playing with his phone on the bed, no one else had returned. Suli, you're back. Did you bring the cup back? Yeah, I had a big cup of water in the study room. Suli raised the cup in his hand to show it, deliberately spilling a few drops of water from the cup. The black threads in High's eyes suddenly faded away. Oh, by the way, it's your turn for dorm duty today, don't forget to clean up later. Got it. Suli agreed and then casually asked. When I came back just now, I saw there's only a dustpan outside the balcony. Where did our dorm's broom go? Suli looked at High, hoping to get an answer from him, but to his surprise, High, who had been extremely friendly before, immediately pulled the blanket over himself when he heard this, even turning over to face away. It was obvious he didn't want to talk to him. Suli was a little confused. Had he said something wrong? The broom? You definitely won't find it in our dorm. A voice came from behind. Suli turned around to see a student in a brown down jacket entering through the door. Suli's gaze fell on his name tag, which flickered with a barely noticeable glimmer. Grade 10 Class 7, Wu Shan. The third member of the dorm had returned. Wu Shan set down his books, rolled up his slightly worn sleeves, and poured himself a cup of water. Suli frowned slightly. He was drinking water from the same thermos. Was there something wrong with that too? Wu Shan drank the water and glanced at High, still lying on the bed, then teased Suli. You don't know? That guy was up to no good the other night, turned off the lights and wandered outside. As a result, the dorm manager caught him and gave him a good beating. Even broke the broom. Suli's mind moved. Rule number 8, no wandering around the dormitory after lights out. It seemed this rule was real, but violating it didn't mean instant death. Instead, one would be punished, like High, and the enforcer was the dorm manager. That's why Suli had seen High limping when he came back. When? I didn't know about it. Suli casually asked, pretending not to care. It was just a few days ago, when you went home. I can't remember the exact day. Wu Shan walked towards High. Hey, High, do you remember which day your butt bloomed? Seeing that High didn't respond and had his back turned to him, Wu Shan laughed while pulling the blanket off High. Suli hesitated, wondering if he should remind Wu Shan not to do this. High suddenly threw off the blanket, his face contorted with several black, twisting veins, and with great impatience, he growled, "Get lost." All right, I won't ask anymore, is that fine? The eerie scene caused Suli's face to change slightly, but Wu Shan, as if unaffected, walked casually to Suli's side, wearing a completely indifferent expression. Let's go, we need to get a new broom from the dorm manager. Suli observed Wu Shan's expression, confirming that he wasn't faking it, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His roommates were truly all unusual people, he could only hope that the last one would be a bit more ordinary. Then Suli's gaze turned somewhat puzzled. You're coming with me? If I could avoid it, I wouldn't want to go either. Wu Shan shrugged helplessly and pointed to the books and exam papers he had just brought back. I need to go to the dorm manager to report, since I plan to study for a while tonight. At this moment, Suli keenly noticed that when Wu Shan mentioned dorm manager, his eyebrows and eyelids slightly lifted, a sign of fear. High had been punished by the dorm manager, and Wu Shan was also afraid of the dorm manager. It seemed that this dorm manager was very dangerous. If Suli could avoid interacting with them, it was best not to engage at all. Suli was pondering whether to ask Wu Shan to fetch the broom from the dorm manager for him when he suddenly noticed Wu Shan's expression turning somewhat embarrassed. Well, about the topics you explained to me last night, I still didn't fully understand. Could you continue explaining them tonight? Teach him the topics? Does that mean I have to go with him to report to the dorm manager for tonight's study session? Suli looked at Wu Shan's expectant gaze, not doubting for a moment that if he gave an unsatisfactory answer, the seemingly shy guy might suddenly turn upset and snap his neck off in a fit. Under Wu Shan's somewhat awkward gaze, Suli hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Right now, there was too little information. He needed to gather as much as possible to increase his chances of clearing this mission, even if it meant meeting the dorm manager who had left a shadow on both of his roommates. However, Suli didn't worry too much, as he still had 2 more chances to use premonition of death. Meanwhile, over in Sunset Country, Grodd Brady was facing difficulty with Wu Shan's request. Although the other person seemed like an ordinary high school student, Brady was resolute in refusing to acknowledge this view. Having drunk water with bugs in it and even messing around with the mutated High, how could someone like that possibly be a regular high school student? An idea suddenly crossed Brady's mind. He pretended to be ill and needed rest, politely refusing to join Wu Shan for the study session that evening. When the other person said nothing, simply wishing him to rest well and even offering to fetch the broom from the dorm manager, Brady's eyes revealed a glimmer of joy. This plan worked perfectly. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom are clever, but in the end, they are still doing favors for our Sunset Country. However, Wu Shan, after leaving, appeared somewhat dispirited. It seemed that Brady's polite refusal had left him feeling a bit down. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Shan stood in front of the dorm manager's restroom on the first floor, politely knocking on the door. Aunt Jo, are you there? We're here to get the broom. A faint sound of a drawer opening came from inside, and after a brief pause, a woman's voice responded. Come in. Wu Shan pushed the door open, and Suli followed him inside. The room wasn't large, about the size of a dorm room, but it was very clean and neat, with only a bed and a desk inside. Sitting sideways by the desk was a woman wearing a red jacket and a white knitted hat, with an ID tag hanging from her chest that read, Dorm Manager of Building 4, Zhou Gaofan. Suli was a little surprised. When he was outside the door, the voice sounded like someone in their 40s, and the faint wrinkles on the face in front of him confirmed that. But the skin was pale and smooth, like a girl in her early teens. Was it because of good maintenance? Aunt Jo lifted her eyes for a glance and said expressionlessly. Wu Shan from 5 to 8, right? I think I hit you before. Suli suddenly understood in his heart. So this guy had also been beaten by Aunt Jo. No wonder he was scared just hearing her name. But why was Wu Shan beaten? The smile on Wu Shan's face suddenly turned a bit awkward. Yes, Aunt Jo, it was me. I came to get a broom. The one in our dorm was taken by you that day. Wu Shan's voice had a slight tremble. Suli understood that very well. The one who could beat someone into limping was standing right there. Who wouldn't be nervous? All right, I know. Come with me. Aunt Jo stood up and walked toward the door. Suli nudged Wu Shan with his elbow, signaling him to follow. Go take a look. If we get a broken one, we'll have to come back and exchange it. Wu Shan hesitated a bit, then followed her out the door. They didn't go far. The tool room where the brooms were kept was just in the room across from them. From Suli's position, he could clearly see the dorm supervisor unlock the tool room, then enter the dark room and quickly close the door. Wu Shan was left standing outside. After making sure neither of them was looking this way, Suli withdrew his gaze and began searching the room quickly. He had intentionally made Wu Shan go over so he could check this dorm supervisor's restroom to see if there was anything useful. There wasn't much in the room. It was very tidy. On the table, there was only a thermos. The drawers on the table weren't locked, but opening them now would make noise. Maybe Aunt Jo in the tool room wouldn't hear it, but Wu Shan nearby definitely would. So Suli didn't want to take that risk for now. His gaze swept over the bed. There was nothing on it. The blanket was folded very neatly. No information found? He frowned and quickly glanced outside the door. Wu Shan was still standing there dumbly, and the tool room door was still closed. So Suli half knelt down, preparing to check under the bed for anything, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a trash bin behind the door. Inside were today's unemptied garbage and a crumpled piece of paper. Suli quickly stood up and went over to pick up the paper and unfolded it. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Even the audience in the livestream and the experts were staring wide-eyed at the screen. At the top of the paper, a few big words were written: Dormitory Safety Rules. Chapter 7, The Thing Locked in the Tool Room. Dormitory Safety Rules. Dormitories have their own rules. If you follow them, you are a good student. If you don't, you will. 1. Do not touch bugs. 2. Do not take others' things without permission. 3. After lights out, no lights should be on anywhere except the study room. 4. Keep the room ventilated. Do not stay in a closed room for too long. 5. Finding dead bugs in the dorm is normal. But if you find animal hair, clean it up right away. Do not touch it directly. 6. After lights out, room checkers will not enter the dorm. If something tries to come in, do not let it in, and stay quiet. 7. Grade 1 and 2 in classes at 21:30. Lights out is from 22:30 to 6 o'clock. Grade 3 ends at 22:10. Lights out is from 23 to 5:30. 8. The hallway trash is taken care of daily by someone, but not by the dorm supervisor. It was another set of rules. This set looked even stranger than the one found behind the dorm earlier. The rule-abiding students are good students, and the ones who don't follow the rules are bad students, and bad students are sure to be punished, but the key part was torn off, and it's impossible to know, but it definitely won't be anything good. And in the following rules, the first one is not to touch the bugs. Suli immediately thought of the image of those bugs wriggling inside the bodies of Hihai and Wushan along with the hot water. It seems that his decision not to drink the hot water from the kettle was correct. He gently shook his head and continued reading. The second, third, and fourth rules seem to be more normal rules. But the fifth rule says, it is normal to have bug corpses in the dormitory. What kind of bugs are they talking about here? Are they the bug corpses he saw before? If so, it means that these things aren't invincible but can be killed, but then what killed them? And in the latter part of this rule, it says that if animal fur is found, it must be cleaned immediately. If this rule is true, then it means. Creak. The door to the utility room was opened by someone. Suli quickly stuffed the paper into his pocket and pretended to be moving around as he walked around the room. Aunt Zhou returned to the room, glanced at Suli, her gaze paused slightly, and then she looked expressionlessly at Wushan, who had come in holding a broom. Is there something else? Wushan nodded. Aunt Zhou, I'm going to self-study tonight, just reporting it to you. Aunt Zhou didn't refuse, her tone still as indifferent as usual. What time? From 10:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. After getting Wushan's exact answer, Aunt Zhou opened the drawer on her left, took out 2 notebooks. First, she recorded the issue of cleaning tools in one of them, then began recording Wushan's self-study time in the other notebook. Seeing this, Wushan suddenly seemed to remember something and weakly added. Aunt Zhou, my classmate is going tonight as well. Oh? Aunt Zhou didn't stop writing, didn't turn around, and just extended her hand to the side. Student ID. Since there was no such procedure when registering Wushan's information, Suli didn't react at first. Wushan hurriedly nudged him with his arm, and Suli finally took off his ID badge from his chest and handed it over. Is it from 10:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. as well? Suli responded with a sound. After a few seconds, Aunt Zhou finished registering, closed the notebook, and turned to hand the ID badge back to Suli. Suli smiled and stretched out his hand, but the next second, the smile on his face froze. He couldn't take the ID badge from Aunt Zhou's hand because she was gripping it tightly. Aunt Zhou, what's going on? After trying unsuccessfully, Suli could only keep smiling and ask. But Aunt Zhou didn't answer, her cold gaze was like a sharp knife stabbing into Suli's body. After a few seconds, a voice without any emotion came from her mouth. Why are you helping Wushan with his homework? Aunt Zhou, that's because. Wushan didn't know why this was happening. He anxiously stepped forward to explain, but was immediately made to step back weakly after Aunt Zhou shot him a glance. At this moment, the livestream viewers also noticed this abnormal situation. Why did Aunt Zhou suddenly act like this? Could it be that she discovered Suli took the note from the trash can? No, it shouldn't be. The rule paper in the world of rules, if picked up by the chosen one, won't be noticed by the people in the copy. Helping a classmate doesn't mean Suli is a good person? Then why should a good person have their ID badge pointed at them? Yeah, why is this dorm manager targeting Suli? Could it be that she's after his good looks? Hey, you up there, do you even hear yourself? Do you know how many years apart they are? Suli was filled with countless thoughts in his mind, but in the end, he chose the most fundamental and real reason. Because classmates should help each other. Aunt Zhou's eyes showed no change, still staring straight at Suli, as if trying to see through his eyes and into his soul. They both remained silent, locked in this stare for several seconds, until Aunt Zhou's gaze finally moved away from Suli's face and landed on his knees. You need to pay attention to personal hygiene. Suli followed her gaze and was immediately startled. He noticed a bit of dust stuck to his knee, and realized that it must have come from when he had half-knelt on the floor earlier, trying to look under the bed. He had been thinking about the rules, and with Aunt Zhou suddenly opening the door, he had forgotten about this detail. Dormitory rule number 7, keep both the dorm and yourself clean. A small mistake could cause a problem. Suli lifted his head, already prepared to face the fate of being beaten like his roommate, but he found the force in his hand lighten. Aunt Zhou had already let go, returning the notebook to the drawer. Remember to change your clothes when you get back. Suli nodded to show that he understood, then grabbed the slightly trembling Wushan and left the room. Phew. Wushan exhaled a long breath and patted his chest. Bro, do you know how worried I was for you just now? I thought you were about to get beaten too. Wushan looked at Suli with a mix of worry and admiration. But you're really tough. I've never seen Aunt Zhou like that. If it were me, I would probably have to kneel and call for my mom, but you didn't even flinch. You look just like the mountain falling without changing your face. The mountain falls in front, but the face doesn't change. Yes, yes. That's why I asked you to give me a tutorial, Lee. Let me tell you. Suli smiled and didn't respond to Wu Shan. He was now thinking about something else. He had clearly failed to maintain personal hygiene just now, but the dormitory supervisor had not punished him. Could it be that this rule was fake? No, if it were fake, then both the dormitory and the supervisor's break room wouldn't be so clean and tidy. So that means this rule is real. But clearly, after violating the rule just now, there was no immediate death-like consequence. Even the dormitory supervisor didn't punish him. What was going on? Suli tried to piece together the fragments of information in his mind, but unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a convincing theory. He temporarily stopped thinking about this issue and shifted his gaze downstairs. But he wasn't looking at the supervisor's room, instead, he was staring at the utility room opposite it. During the brief moment when the supervisor had opened the door, he seemed to have seen something move inside. Suli couldn't be sure, because the utility room had no lights on, and it was too dark inside. However, as they left, during the moments when Wu Shan kept talking, Suli heard scratching sounds coming from the utility room. The sound was fleeting, but Suli was certain that he hadn't misheard. Something was locked inside the utility room. And the dormitory supervisor didn't want anyone to know about it. Chapter 8: Dead Bugs and Animal Hair. What kind of information was hidden in all this? Suli didn't want to investigate it too much now, only noting it in his mind. Without evidence, it could only be a guess, unable to form a theory. However, Suli had become a little interested in another matter. From the information he had gathered so far, the rules of this instance seemed to be a little different from the ones he had seen in other Chosen One's live streams. Normally, once a true rule was violated, one would be immediately killed by something strange. In very rare cases, one might fall into a polluted situation. But in this instance, there were currently 3 known rules, and violating them didn't result in immediate death from something strange. This situation seemed somewhat abnormal, like a bloodthirsty demon suddenly telling you today it would eat vegetarian food. Could it be that another force in this world was restraining its actions? The situation seemed to have become more complex than expected. Suli let out a light breath, watching Wu Shan push open the dormitory door. Hi, I'm back. Wu Shan walked to the table, leaned the broom against the wall, then took out 2 steamed buns from a covered bowl. Hi, are you hungry? Want a bun? He didn't speak, as if he was still angry about what had happened earlier. Wu Shan didn't mind, one hand reaching out to hand one to Suli, while the other put a bun towards his mouth. Do you want one? Otherwise, you might be hungry during study time later. Damn, this is really hard. Wu Shan reluctantly put down the bun, picked up the thermos, and poured some steaming water into his bowl, soaking the bun for a while before picking it up. Soaking it a bit is fine. You won't believe it, even though it's a bit cold, it's still pretty sweet. Wu Shan's expression was satisfied as he took a bite, then waved the bun towards Suli. To be honest, Suli was indeed a bit hungry, but he had completely lost the thought of eating. The water that Wu Shan soaked the bun in had worms in it. Faced with another warm invitation from his roommate, this time Suli was obviously more experienced. He swallowed, then stretched out his hand expectantly towards the bun hanging in the air. Burp. A loud burp rang out, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand, patting his stomach with a sincere apology on his face. I just had a bucket of instant noodles, I think I ate too much and can't eat anymore. A hint of disappointment rose on Wu Shan's face as he withdrew his hand. What a pity. He, lying on the bed, suddenly pulled the blanket aside. I told you, how come you ran away right after class? Turns out you sneaked back to eat instant noodles behind our backs. His face was full of pride, and he yelled at Wu Shan, who was nibbling on the bun. Wu Shan! Suli, this guy is secretly enjoying good food, let's get him later when the lights go out. Hi's expression showed no signs of anomaly, and Suli felt slightly relieved. But when his gaze fell on Wu Shan, the relief in his heart rose again. At this moment, Wu Shan not only didn't respond to Hi's words, but his action of eating the bun also became stiff. Suli pretended to bend down to tie his shoe, using the movement to get a clear look at Wu Shan's face. He saw that the other person's expression had become blank, and the corners of his eyes were twitching oddly. It looked like something was about to change. Suli's heart sank. It shouldn't be, he clearly refused, logically, there shouldn't be such a situation. So what went wrong? Just now, he only said he ate instant noodles. Wait. Instant noodles. All the related memories about Wu Shan connected in Suli's mind in an instant. Worn clothes, slightly faded sneakers, the cold steamed bun soaked in water, the crumpled textbooks, the fear when facing the dormitory manager. All of this gathered together, and Wu Shan's image became clear and three-dimensional in Suli's heart. He should come from a rural family, and a not-so-good family background made Wu Shan work harder than others in his studies, and beneath his seemingly cheerful exterior, he hid a sensitive and fragile heart. It was he who just mentioned eating instant noodles that triggered him, making him think that he looked down on him for eating cold buns. After clarifying the key point, the next actions became easier. Suli looked at Hihai, who was still stoking the fire towards Wu Shan, raised both hands, and pretended to beg for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come back to eat secretly. That's more like it. To make up for my mistake, I'll treat you to a bucket tomorrow night." Hihai sat up in bed, staring intently at Suli. "Foster father, are you serious?" Suli, somewhat amused and exasperated, nodded his head. "Then I want old jar pickled cabbage flavor." "Wu Shan, what flavor do you want?" I think I'll skip it, just a steamed bun is fine." Wu Shan said this but seemed a bit hesitant. Suli raised the corners of his mouth. He had stirred the other's emotions, but it was still not enough. He decided to add fuel to the fire. "Wu Shan, if you don't eat, that means you won't forgive me?" No, that's not it, Wu Shan had already lifted his head, hurriedly waving his hand. "Then what flavor do you want?" Wu Shan hesitated slightly, then a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. "Then I want mushroom stewed chicken." "Great." Seeing Wu Shan back to normal, Suli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gained a clearer understanding of the rules. Not directly rejecting someone's good intentions is not as simple as it sounds. If rejected outright, those who are polluted would face strong stimulation, and this stimulation could lead to their alienation. This is the real hidden danger under the second rule of the dormitory. Suli glanced at the time on his watch. It was already 9:58, with half an hour until lights out. The earlier sudden event had taken some time. Now he needed to hurry up and finish today's dormitory duty. He walked to the balcony, took out the dustpan, and prepared to start cleaning but saw Wu Shan put down the steamed bun and pick up the broom beside him. "Suli, let me help you clean today, you treated me to food." Suli unobtrusively took the broom from Wu Shan's hand, smiling as he replied. "Today's dormitory duty is mine. If the dormitory supervisor finds out someone helped me clean, I would be in big trouble." He remembered the sixth rule of the dormitory: the cleanliness was the responsibility of the duty student that day. "Just enjoy your food, our dormitory is cleaned every day, and there isn't much garbage, it will be done quickly." Seeing Suli say this, Wu Shan stopped insisting and continued eating the steamed bun, which was infested with little white worms. "Can't you see there's something on it?" Suli suddenly asked urgently. "What?" Wu Shan was startled by Suli's abrupt question, first reflexively glancing at the steamed bun in his hand, then looking at Suli with a puzzled expression. "Are you talking about that kind of water scum?" But he found that Suli just smiled and said it was nothing before going to clean. The first rule of dormitory safety: do not touch bugs. Suli tightened his grip on the broom slightly. Wu Shan and the others had consumed so many bugs, which definitely violated the rules. Just now, if he suddenly spoke up and they could see the bugs, Wu Shan, at his level, would surely reveal some trace. But his reaction was so natural, meaning that what they saw was different from what he saw. Could it be that after being polluted, their perception would change? Because the dormitory is cleaned every day, Suli quickly swept up the dust from the floor. Returning to the balcony, he set down the broom and dustpan, preparing to take out the trash when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a black object in a corner of the balcony. Suli remembered that there was nothing there when he checked at the beginning. He slowly approached, and once he saw what it was, his body suddenly froze. It was a bug's corpse, a dead cicada. At that moment, Wu Shan's voice came from the dormitory. "Suli, don't take out the trash yet. It's not clean yet." Suli's eyes fixed intensely on the dead cicada, trying to steady his breath as he shouted into the dormitory. "What else is not clean?" Wu Shan's voice was hesitant and uncertain. "It's a hair." "No, wait, it seems to be cat fur." Chapter 9, Suli, you didn't touch the bug, did you? "Hey, Hihai, come and see if this is cat fur?" Before Wu Shan's voice could fade, Suli had already rushed to his side. In the spot where Wu Shan had placed the bowl, there was a black hair, and Suli recognized it at a glance. This was cat fur, not human hair or body hair. Because it was finer, shorter, and softer. Suli felt a lingering fear. This cat fur had hidden itself under Wu Shan's bowl, and if not for the reminder, he would have never noticed it. What could have happened afterward made him feel a headache just thinking about it. Students should help each other. At this moment, Suli's understanding of this rule deepened even further. He looked solemnly at Wu Shan. "Have you found anything like this in the dormitory before?" Wu Shan shook his head in confusion. Suli turned to Hihai on the bed, whose face also showed he didn't know. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Suli realized they probably had never seen this before, otherwise, they wouldn't be so puzzled and surprised. "Wu Shan, come with me." Suli led the confused Wushan outside to the balcony, pointing at the corner where the cicada's corpse lay. Have you seen this? But before he could finish, Wushan had already stepped back a few paces, pulling Suli away with him. Stay away. Suli. That's a bug. Suli almost fell from being yanked, but this showed just how strong Wushan was. He turned to see black veins appearing in Wushan's eyes, as if he was greatly frightened. Suli reached out to close the balcony door, then mustered up his courage to gently pat Wushan's back, seeing his emotions gradually calm down, returning to normal. He then spoke softly, with a gentle tone. It's okay, it's okay. Have you seen this before? Unexpectedly, Wushan shook his head. No. Before Suli could ask more, Wushan continued to say to himself. But the dorm supervisor said not to touch bugs, they all carry viruses. If you touch one, you can get sick. I think a senior once caught bug disease and was sent to the hospital, and hasn't returned since. Suddenly, he gripped Suli's arm tightly. Suli, I didn't touch that bug just now, did I? Suli's arm hurt from the grip, but he still tried to maintain a smile. No, you were far away just now. As the words fell, Suli felt the pressure loosen slightly, but before he could catch his breath, the grip tightened again. What about you? Suli, did you touch that bug? Suli desperately maintained his smile. No, I also stayed far away. The pressure finally released, Suli glanced at Wushan, who was leaning against the wall and finally took a breath of relief. His nerves were no longer tense. If he had been held for a moment longer, he felt like his arm might have been broken by Wushan. Now, without needing to look, he was sure his face must be pale. Suli twitched his mouth to suggest Wushan go back to rest, and the other, still on guard, reminded him again not to touch anything. After getting Suli's nod, he finally left in peace. Suli's gaze fell outside the balcony. Now he had already seen two kinds of bugs. The little white bugs in the water were invisible to them. But they could see the cicada's corpse, and just now, Wushan's fear seemed genuine. The little white bugs were not to be touched, but what about the cicada, this thing they feared? Can we touch it? It's just... Suli frowned. When he just entered the copy and woke up, he heard the cicada's cry. After that, because it did not appear again and he was always caught up in events, he overlooked something. Now it's after winter has arrived. Cicadas emerge as adult insects at the end of June and live only for 60 to 70 days. It is impossible for them to last until this time. Why did it die here? What does the cicada's cry in winter represent? Suli perplexedly withdrew his gaze and walked to the table covered with cat fur. The third rule of dormitory safety. It is normal to find insect corpses in the dormitory, but if animal hair appears, clean it up immediately, do not touch it directly. Now there are insect corpses and animal hair in front of him, but he cannot determine whether this rule is true. He looked at Suli, who was staring at the table with some confusion. What are you daydreaming about? It's just a piece of hair, hurry up and get rid of it. Otherwise, if the dorm manager finds out, it will be terrible. Suli looked up at He-Hai, who was leaning against the bed. What will happen? Before He-Hai could answer, Wushan suddenly became a bit embarrassed. He ran over and jumped to cover He-Hai's mouth. He-Hai shifted back slightly, a bright smile on his face. Sean, it's not that I want to say it, but Lee has to ask. I really can't help it. He didn't care about Wushan's loud shouting, just holding tightly to the quilt that Wushan was frantically pulling. Last time, it was Shan's turn to clean, but he didn't notice a small clump of hair under the bed. Later the dorm manager found out about it. Oh boy, he got beaten badly, the mop was even broken. Hi. He-Hai laughed loudly while dodging Wushan, who jumped up wanting to hit him. You revealed my old secrets before, come on, let's hurt each other. Suli shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Alright then, these two guys. One got a broom broken, and the other got a mop broken, no wonder there was only a dustpan left in the dorm. But the situation in front of him was different from before. This time it was not human hair but animal fur. His gaze fell back on the cat fur in front of him. Should I choose to believe that this rule is true? The experts from Great Xia country were also seriously looking at the screen. Everyone was unable to deduce the truth or falsity of this rule based on the existing information, and even if they wanted to tell Suli how to act, they couldn't do anything at all. Everything depended on Suli's own decision. Suli did not hesitate for long. He looked at Wushan beside him. Do you have any tissues? Yes, it's on the table, grab it yourself. Wushan didn't know what Suli wanted to do, but he didn't care. He was still busy messing around with He-Hai. Suli took 2 sheets of tissue and cautiously pinched the black cat fur through the tissue, wrapped it up, and quickly threw it into the trash can. Looking at this rule alone, one cannot determine its truth. But if combined with the 4th dormitory rule, the credibility of this rule being true significantly increased. After waiting for a moment, nothing happened, his body showed no abnormalities, and his roommates showed no signs of alienation, still playing around. This means that this rule is true. The expert's room and the live broadcast audience all breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously, marveling at how Suli truly was the chosen one, and that heaven helps great Xia. At this time, Hi and the others had stopped their roughhousing. He was smiling as he leaned over the edge of the bed and looked at Suli. I thought you were going to do something else, but in the end, you just used it to wrap cat hair. Suli, I didn't expect you to be so clean that you might evolve into a germaphobe. Wu Shan also chimed in. Indeed, I never knew you were this clean. This is quite similar to Senior Zhu. Suli initially did not pay attention to Yihai's words. To save one's life, being cautious is not a bad idea. But after hearing what Wu Shan said, his heart moved. Senior Zhu? The Zhu Feiyu from Class 1, senior year? Chapter 10, The Black Cat Locked in Chains. Yes. How do you know he has a cleanliness obsession? He should have one. Wu Shan recalled. Every time I study in the study room and he just comes in from outside, he always wipes the table and chair with tissue 1 or 2 times. He has a cleanliness obsession? Suli remembered when he went to the study room to get his cup, he indeed saw Zhu Feiyu first wipe the table and chair before placing down his books. But he didn't continue the topic. He checked the dorm again. Apart from the cicada corpse on the balcony, the dorm was already cleaned up. Although there wasn't much trash, Suli still followed the rules and tied up the bag in the trash can before heading out to the trash can at the corner of the hall. The dorm trash needs to be disposed of before lights out every day, and there's still time now. Throwing the trash in, Suli was just about to go back, but then he turned back again, looking into the large trash can. The trash inside was all packed in black plastic bags, and there weren't many bags, looking not too messy. The bag he just tossed hit one of the trash bags, slightly loosening its opening, revealing some dark hair. At first, when Suli caught a glimpse, he thought it was the cat hair he had just seen, so he turned back again. Now looking closely, he realized he was mistaken. The hair sticking out from the trash bag was coarser and harder, human hair. How could someone so young start losing hair? Suli secretly mocked himself for being overly suspicious, then turned and walked back to the dorm. Just as he was about to enter the dorm, he nearly bumped into Wu Shan coming from the opposite direction. Why are you carrying so many thermoses? Suli saw Wu Shan with 2 thermoses in each hand, preparing to go out. I'm going to the hot water room to fill them up. He shook the thermos in his hand that jingled. It's already empty, I need to fill some up, otherwise, I won't have water to wash up today, and the dorm manager will scold me again. Suli felt a chill run down his spine. Please remember to keep the dorm in personal hygiene. He almost forgot, daily washing up is a must for maintaining personal hygiene. The seemingly simplest rule actually hides in so many matters. If it weren't for the good relationship he had with Wu Shan now, he might have suffered a big loss later for not knowing this information. He hoped there wouldn't be any more hidden points in the future. Suli concealed the fluctuations in his heart and looked at Wu Shan. Then you don't need to carry so many thermoses, right? Well, these 2 thermoses are Hihai's, he has trouble walking, so I helped him fill them up. While saying this, Wu Shan lifted the 2 thermoses on his right side. These 2 bottles are yours. I didn't eat the steamed buns you offered me earlier, and you helped me with my studies, so I thought I would do something for you. No worries, it's a small matter. As classmates, we should help each other. Suli smiled and took all 4 thermoses from Wu Shan's hands. You can go back, I'll go fill the water. It's a bit cold in this big winter, so I'll warm up with some movement. Suli leisurely walked off with the thermoses, while the experts from other countries began to face challenges. Both Wu Shan's cat hair and the need to fill water for washing to maintain daily personal hygiene. These 2 things are very hard to know just by personal investigation, they require Wu Shan's hints. Although very few chosen ones from certain countries. In various coincidences, information was learned, and correct actions were taken just like Suli, but still, many chosen ones were confused and at a loss. For example, the experts from the Sunset Nation were looking at Brady, who was staring blankly at Hihai in the live broadcast room, exchanging glances with no words, only glaring at each other. He had previously lied about having a cold to decline studying with Wu Shan, and after cleaning with the tools brought back by Wu Shan. Because Wu Shan's mood was low and he did not speak, he didn't even realize he had missed 1 cat hair until he took the trash out and threw it into the big trash bin. Originally, the experts suggested waiting a little longer to see if Brady could discover it himself. However, after throwing away the trash, he seemed to want to go to sleep, but because he had no idea which bed was his, he straightforwardly ran to ask Hihai. The other person did not answer but looked at him strangely. Brady continued to pretend that his cold made him a bit foggy in the head, causing him to forget which bed was his. But even so, Hihai still did not give him a response. As the experts were in distress, they received the latest news from the observers. Suli had gone to fill her kettle with water, and daily washing up was extremely important. They silently watched the screen, looking at Brady, who was holding his forehead pretending to be sick. And after a moment, the last glimmer in their eyes faded as they dumbly relayed the fresh intelligence and Su Li's actions. Bang! A young expert couldn't hold back and slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing harshly in the empty meeting room. Damn it! Even a finger of her is better than this. He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with anger and unwillingness, but no other expert blamed him, for that punch struck not only the table but also their hearts. Because by now, they had used up all 3 hints, and it wasn't even time for the lights to go out. The long night had not yet begun, and the fate of the Sunset Nation was already unrelated to them. Next, they could only silently pray, hoping that this fool Brady would be favored by the god of fate. On the other side, Su Li was walking downstairs. After seeing students carrying water kettles to the deepest part of the first floor earlier when she went to the dormitory manager's break room, the hot water room should be in that location. Now, with only 20 minutes left until lights out, the dark dormitory building would definitely have more strange occurrences than now. Yet she still didn't know how to clear the game, and she needed to gather more information before the lights went out. Soon, Su Li arrived at the first floor, likely nearing lights out, as more students with water kettles began to appear in the corridor, with some even starting to run towards the depths of the corridor. Su Li glanced at the dormitory manager's room. The door remained shut, unsure if Anju was inside. Creak! The sound of the door opening suddenly echoed. Su Li took a few steps back, but strangely, the door in front of her was still closed. So where did that sound come from? Su Li instinctively looked to the left and saw that the original lock on the toolroom door was mysteriously gone, and now the door was slowly opening. Had the dormitory manager unlocked it? Su Li remembered that the dormitory manager had the key to this room. The corridor's light shone into the dark room, and Su Li gradually saw the scene inside. Many cleaning tools like brooms and mops were all strewn on the ground and leaning against the wall, some of which were already broken, exposing sharp edges. And amidst this pile of broken tools, a completely black cat was sitting upright, licking its own paw, with a chain about the thickness of 2 fingers around its neck. It seems that the shadow I saw earlier and the scratching sound I heard at the door were all caused by it. Su Li slowly moved forward, wanting to see more clearly, to judge whether the cat hair he found in the dormitory belonged to it. But the next moment, Su Li's footsteps froze. He saw the black cat, originally sitting upright, stop licking and lean forward, emotionlessly staring at him. Because of this motion, the remaining part of the chain that had been hidden behind it was revealed. In that instant, Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank. The chain had somehow broken, leaving only a short piece on its body. This meant that this strange black cat was no longer locked up, but was free to move. Chapter 11, Classmate, what you are doing is wrong. Cold sweat broke out on Su Li's forehead as he slowly began to retreat, trying to make the kettle he was holding make no sound, to avoid provoking the strange black cat. At the same time, his peripheral vision kept scanning the surroundings, hoping to see if he could seek help from anyone nearby. But it was better not to look. When he did, Su Li's heart sank suddenly. The hallway that had just been bustling with people was now empty, no one left but him. When Su Li turned his gaze back in front of him, he found the black cat's ears were laying flat and its eyes narrowing without warning. It was about to attack. In that moment, Su Li no longer kept his slow retreat, but exploded with all his strength and ran toward the room at the end of the hallway that was lit. Dormitory rule number 4. No pets are allowed in the dormitory. If any animal shows you signs of aggression, immediately enter your room and do not attempt to confront it. Although there was an area for the dormitory manager nearby, the door was tightly closed and could not be entered. The only place in sight that was open was what seemed to be the hot water room at the end. Even though he was only facing a cat, there was not a shred of thought in his mind about fighting back. Because in that brief glance earlier, Su Li clearly saw that the break in the chain behind the cat was not a smooth cut, but had obvious signs of wear, similar to the broom that had broken in the supply room. This meant that the chain was not broken by anyone else, but by the cat itself with its teeth or claws. Have you ever seen a cat that can bite through a chain as thick as 2 fingers? Well, Su Li had seen one now. The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed constantly behind him, but Su Li didn't dare to look back. All his strength was concentrated in his legs, wishing he could run faster. What seemed like a short distance now felt unbearably long. The sound of metal clanging grew closer, and the light in Su Li's eyes grew brighter, to the point where he could even hear a low growl from deep within the black cat's throat, when he finally stepped into the hot water room. And almost simultaneously, the sound of the chain moving behind him stopped. Su Li stopped and looked back. The black cat was standing at the door, not coming in, but its tiny, narrowed pupils were fixated on him. Hey, that new classmate. Move aside, you're blocking others. Su Li looked in the direction of the voice. The one speaking was a woman who looked to be around 30, sitting behind a table not far from the door, waving her hand impatiently. Seemingly the lady in charge of the hot water room. Suli turned back to the door, only to find that the black cat was already gone. Classmate, please step aside, I need to go out. Oh. All right. Suli stepped aside for a classmate carrying a kettle. But he did not line up, instead standing still to listen closely. There were no cries, no meows, and no sounds of fighting. It seemed that the cat had really left. Only then did Suli completely relax. He placed the kettle on the ground and leaned on his knees, panting heavily. The recent sprint was a bit much for him, as he usually did not exercise. The hot water room was crowded, with 5 lines of people waiting. At the front of the line, people were filling buckets or thermoses with water. Not far from him, there was a table with a red handbag on it, and the woman who called out earlier was sitting there, skillfully knitting. Perhaps due to the warm steam in the hot water room, it felt warmer than the dorm room. The woman wore only a light pink sweater, and the sleeves were decorated with a pretty daisy. On the wall behind her, several papers written with markers were taped up. 50 cents a kettle, 2 yuan a bucket. Small business, no credit. No cutting in line while getting water, no playing or making a fuss. After resting, Suli glanced at the time and walked to the line with the fewest people. If all went well, he would have enough time to fill the hot water and finish washing up. As Suli pondered over the information he had gathered, he slowly moved forward in the queue. Ding-dling! A shrill bell suddenly rang out in the dorm building. The once orderly line became a bit chaotic as people started to murmur. Suli did not know what the bell meant, but he quickly got his answer from the hushed conversations around him. This was the lights out preparation bell. In other words, there were only 20 minutes left until the lights went out. Everyone probably wanted to finish washing up before the lights out, so hearing the bell, they all grew a bit anxious. However, Suli was not worried, as there was only one person in front of him, and he had plenty of time. Hey, make way. A low voice came from behind him. Just as Suli prepared to turn, a hand roughly shoved him aside. Next, 5 or 6 tall and strong people walked past him and directly cut in front of the line to fill their water. Cutting in line? Suli looked at these suddenly appeared people. From this angle, he could vaguely see their school badges on their chests. They were students too? Their physical condition was really too good. Feeling the lingering force on his shoulder, it was not weak compared to the abilities of Wu Shan after transformation. He turned back to glance at the woman at the entrance. She was still quietly knitting, seemingly unaware of the situation here. Suli furrowed his brow. If he quietly waited for these people to finish filling their water, he might not be able to wash up before lights out. Classmates, cutting in line like this is not good. A student in front of Suli pushed up his glasses and looked up at a short-haired student who was filling water ahead. The short-haired student slammed the thermos down heavily and turned around, looking down at the student who spoke. The latter wanted to say something more but saw that the students who cut in started to move closer to him. Though it was winter, one could still see through their unzipped jackets that they had well-built muscles covered by inner t-shirts. The leader among them, the short-haired man, first glanced subtly towards the woman, then placed his veiny hand on the glasses student's shoulder. Classmate, if you keep quiet. We quickly finished getting water and left. His hand applied more pressure, watching the squirming face of the bespectacled student in pain. This is good for everyone, right, classmate? Chapter 12, Aunt Hua. Seeing the latter nodding in panic. The short-haired student grinned, released his grip, gently patted the student's shoulder, then turned to continue getting water with his companions. Suli's heart raced as he witnessed everything. Not because of the bullying behavior, but because when those people approached, he saw a faint trace of black veins in their eyes. These students had been infected too. Suli turned back to glance at the woman, who was still knitting with her head down. Did she not notice this, or did she see it but choose to ignore it? If she didn't stop them and let them finish getting water before it was his turn, then his time to clean up would become very tight. If something else happened in between, there was a high chance he wouldn't finish before the lights went out. Suli couldn't help but recall Aunt Shou's emotionless eyes. This was not the situation he wanted to see. Should he try cutting in line too? Suli looked over to the nearby lines, assessing the physiques of those students. But soon, he dismissed the thought. Not to mention that cutting in line itself was not a glorious thing. Just the act itself would definitely conflict with the rules of classmates should help each other, so Suli wouldn't go through with it. That left only one solution. Suli closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, an extremely bright smile appeared on his face. Everyone, step aside. Let the big brothers who cut in line go first to get water. As soon as his passionate voice rang out, the somewhat noisy hot water room became pin-drop quiet. The viewers in the livestream were still wondering how Suli would respond, and upon hearing him speak like this, they were all stunned. It's over, Suli is definitely going to get beaten up. How could such a smart and calm person make such a mistake? Didn't he see that no one else dared to step up? And those who cut in line look really strong. Suli is all alone, it's 4 against 1. Although cutting in line isn't right, I still don't want to see Brother Suli get beaten. The bespectacled student turned around in fear to look at Suli, while the short-haired student and his companions also turned around, their expressions terrible. You little brat. Suli acted as if he didn't see their expressions, his smile nearly overflowing. Big brothers, you've worked hard cutting in line, you don't need to thank me, this is what I should do. He pulled the terrified bespectacled student back a few steps, then cupped his hand by his mouth and shouted loudly. Why are you so clueless? Can't you see the big brothers who cut in line can't all fit? You need to leave enough space for the big brothers. I see you don't want to live anymore. The short-haired student's eyes were filled with rage as he gnashed his teeth, forcefully pushing aside the bespectacled student, and reached for Suli. Some viewers in the livestream had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of watching Suli get beaten. But Suli did not dodge, and just as that strong arm was about to touch him, a woman's light cough sounded behind him. Suli looked at the hand that suddenly stopped in front of him, and the short-haired student's eyes widened in terror, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He had bet right. The woman had not been looking over before, not because she didn't care, but simply because she hadn't noticed. Suli still remembered when he came in. On the wall behind the woman, it was written in marker, no cutting in line for water, no playing around. Suli was betting that this was the rule of the hot water room. And besides that, the reason Suli dared to bet like this was because of one very important reason. His talent was the ability to foresee death. He previously thought this ability allowed him to see images of death right before it occurred, enabling him to avoid or change his actions as much as possible. But just now, he suddenly realized another thing: making the wrong choice could lead to foreseeing death. But what if it was the other way around? If he didn't foresee the image of death, it meant that what he was doing would not lead to his own death. If calories aren't written, it's 0 calories, if no image appears, it's safe. This was where Suli's confidence lay. The hot water room fell silent after Suli's shout, so now the woman's cough, though small, was crystal clear to everyone's ears. Clang! Someone dropped the empty bucket from their hands, but they did not pick it up. Instead, they lowered their head in fear, looking toward the woman. Suli watched as all the students stopped what they were doing, turned in unison, and lowered their heads toward the door. A strange chill rose in his heart. The woman managing the hot water room seemed even more terrifying than he had expected. Was calling her attention like this a good thing or a bad thing? He noticed that the woman had stopped knitting at some point and was instead cracking sunflower seeds, watching Suli with interest. Seeing everyone turn to look at her, she spat out the shells and placed the remaining seeds on the table, clapped her hands, and came over confidently. She wore a faint smile on her face, but no one dared to look her in the eye as she walked over. Although Suli didn't know why, he slightly lowered his head and avoided looking at her, reminded by the students around him. Aunt Hua. The student with short hair looked at the tips of his shoes in his line of sight, bending his body even lower. His voice trembled, the arrogance gone, like a child who had made a mistake. Aunt Hua casually glanced at his companions before focusing her gaze back on the short-haired student. Did you just cut in line? No, we didn't. Oh. Aunt Hua tugged at the short-haired student's ear, lifting his head up. Blood began to seep from the torn skin at his ear, but he didn't dare to wipe it. The muscles on his face trembled in fear, making his forced smile look very ugly. Really, Aunt Hua, we didn't cut in line, we were just playing around. Aunt Hua's hand stroked the short-haired student's face. Just playing around, huh? Seeing the smile at the corners of Aunt Hua's eyes, the short-haired student quickly nodded. Yes, how could we cut in line? We were just messing around as classmates. Yes, Aunt Hua, we were all joking. His companions behind him forced smiles of agreement, while Aunt Hua reached out and gently ruffled the short-haired student's hair. But I clearly have written here that no playing around is allowed. Aunt Hua's voice remained gentle, but just as her words fell, a loud crash suddenly sounded. The short-haired student was suddenly slammed against the water station by Aunt Hua grabbing his hair. At this moment, the tall student, over 1.8 meters, looked like a trembling little chick in front of the petite Aunt Hua. Blood flowed across his stiff face, and the short-haired student trembled wildly. Aunt Hua, I'm wrong, The faucet was turned on. Steam rose as the high-temperature water flowed out, pouring directly onto the short-haired student's face. A heartbreaking scream suddenly echoed in the painfully silent hot water room. Soon, the scream faded gradually and then completely vanished. Chapter 13, Whose Memory is Distorted? Another dull sound echoed, and Aunt Hua casually tossed the short-haired student aside like a piece of trash. A tall man, nearly 200 pounds, crashed against the wall like a torn cloth, then slid down softly, leaving a long trail of blood on the wall. She walked over to the remaining few who had jumped the queue, extending her own hand, white and tender like it had been scalded with hot water, grabbing each shivering person and throwing them against the wall one by one. After doing all this, Aunt Hua gracefully walked up to Suli and glanced at his name tag. Your name is Suli? Her fingertips, as white and tender as green onions, rested on Suli's chin, gently lifting his head. Yes, Aunt Hua. Suli felt that strange touch, soft yet exceptionally cold. He calmly met Aunt Hua's gaze. Before, she had either been looking down knitting or he had been avoiding her eyes. This was the first time Suli truly saw her face. It was a very young face, so beautiful that if someone said she was a girl in her 20s, Suli would probably believe it. But to manage the hot water room and the dormitory, that should be a person at least in their 30s. Suli looked at her with slightly dazed eyes, not because of her beauty, but because he felt the woman in front of him seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. His gaze slightly dropped and he saw a work badge hung on Aunt Hua's chest, the same style as the dormitory manager, Anju. Ancient River Middle School Logistics Manager, Hua Yubi. Perhaps Suli's calmness satisfied Aunt Hua a bit. Not bad. She moved a bit closer, so close that Suli could smell the faint floral fragrance emanating from her hair. You've done well to follow the rules. Aunt Hua gently ruffled Suli's hair. Alright, go fill your water. My son's sweater isn't finished yet. She smiled slightly and turned back to the table, taking out the sweater to continue knitting. The faint noisy background in the hot water room returned, as students began to queue orderly for water, as if nothing had happened. It was only then that Suli felt the tension in his heart dissipate. Although he had been looking down, only hearing the sounds without knowing what was actually happening, the almost tangible sense of pressure from Aunt Hua had made his back feel somewhat damp. He turned to look at the wall where the noise came from, wanting to know what had just happened. But just one glance made him nearly vomit. That white wall was stained red with blood, and in the corner lay 5 or 6 bodies, crumpled like broken toys. Each of their bodies was ragged, not forming a complete human shape at all. Did Aunt Hua do all this just now? Suli felt his stomach churn, even though strange things had happened before and he had watched other Chosen Ones' live streams, which often featured bloody and terrifying scenes. Watching was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. Moreover, in live broadcasts, overly bloody scenes would be censored. But now, it was the first time in Suli's life he had seen someone die right in front of him, and the killer had just moments before touched him with those blood-stained hands. That incredibly real aura of death made Suli feel physically uneasy. At this moment, he felt weak all over, and his legs almost gave way beneath him. Suddenly, a pair of hands held up the body. Classmate, are you okay? Suli looked up and saw the glasses-wearing student who had been in front of him earlier. Oh no, he should be a senior. Suli saw his school badge that read, Senior Class 5, Su Feng. Thank you. Suli adjusted his breath and stood again with Su Feng's support. It's just that I'm not quite used to seeing someone die in front of me for the first time. Su Feng's face showed a strange expression upon hearing this. Classmate, what are you talking about? Who died? Suli was startled in his heart and tentatively whispered. The students who cut in line just now, weren't they killed by Aunt Hua? Su Feng's expression became even more puzzled. No, those people have already been chased away by Aunt Hua, how could anyone be dead? Then what about those thrown against the wall just now? Suli fought to suppress his discomfort, staring hard at the corpses still huddled in the corner. Su Feng followed his gaze and spoke even more confusedly. Isn't that a water kettle? Who died? Look, the broken pieces from the fall are still there. He quietly glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention, leaned in closer to Suli and whispered. When you looked down just now, I secretly glanced up and saw exactly Aunt Hua placing a water kettle under the tap, filling it with boiling water and then throwing it directly against the wall. With a bang, the kettle exploded, and water splashed everywhere. Look, the wall there is still wet. Su Feng sighed softly, his expression full of admiration. I must say, people shouldn't be judged by appearances. Aunt Hua, with such a frail body, has such strength. Otherwise, those few punks wouldn't have run off in fear. Run off? Did you see them run away? Suli fixed his gaze on Su Feng's eyes. No, I didn't. Su Feng said matter-of-factly. But since they're not here now, what else could it be except they ran off? Su Feng's gaze held steady without a hint of evasion. Suli looked again at the crowd getting water, and not a single person's expression showed any signs of abnormality. Even if someone glanced at the pile of corpses, their eyes showed not a trace of fear. Just as Su Feng had said, there were only a pile of shattered water kettles there. Suli felt a wave of uncertainty. Could it be that he just experienced an illusion? Did he really remember incorrectly? When did this confusion of consciousness begin? Suddenly, Suli felt something wet beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw hot water flowing from the water station, mixed with a large amount of blood. The strong smell of blood rushed into Suli's nostrils, startling him. Memories can be mistaken, but the sense of smell definitely wouldn't deceive him. It wasn't he who was confused, but Su Feng and everyone here. Suli suddenly thought of a possibility. Previously, Wushan couldn't see the insects in the cup and said it was just limescale. Could it be that Su Feng was also contaminated, which led to the strange situation earlier?
Is memory confusion another manifestation of contamination? But if that's the case, it means the dozens of students around him have all been contaminated? What about the remaining students in the dorm building? Are they still themselves? Or have they turned into something else? A chill rose from the depths of his heart. What exactly is the strange existence in this dormitory building? Chapter 14, Small Business, No Credit. Seeing that Suli remained silent and his face suddenly turned pale, Sufong leaned in closely, concern evident in his eyes. Classmate, are you feeling unwell? How about I take you to Aunt Yu to get some medicine? Aunt Yu has medicine? What's the medicine for? Before Suli had time to think, he saw Sufong getting closer and closer. He had no choice but to lean back slightly, pointing towards the water station. Senior, your water is almost full. Oh, look at me, I've been talking and didn't notice this. Sufong picked up the bucket that was 2/3 full of water. Then classmate, take your time, I will head back first. Okay, senior, take care. Suli glanced at the time, there were still 18 minutes left, there was enough time. The faucet was running quickly, before long, all 4 kettles of hot water were filled. Suli carried the thermos to the door, saw Aunt Hua smiling at him, he nodded in acknowledgement and was about to leave when he heard Aunt Hua call out behind him. Hey, kid, planning to leave without paying? Suli turned around in confusion, only to see Aunt Hua pointing at her back with her knitting needle. 50 cents for a kettle, $2 for a bucket. Small business, no credit allowed. He actually forgot this matter. Suli wanted to check if he had any money on him, then suddenly remembered that when he first entered this world, he had already searched through his clothes, and there was no money in his pockets. Aunt Hua looked at Suli, who was showing an awkward expression, with a playful gaze. I just praised you for being a good child who follows the rules, and now you are planning to skip out? Suli was about to explain, but he saw Sufong, who had already walked to the door, put down the water bucket and came back. What's wrong? I forgot to bring money with me. Suli felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Sufong adjusted his glasses, cautiously asked Aunt Hua if he could pay for someone else, and after getting a positive response, Sufong took out his meal card, looked at Suli's school badge. Suli, right? I can help you swipe the card. Thank you, senior. Sufong patted Suli's shoulder generously. No big deal, you just helped me, so it's only right that the senior helps you. He smiled as he tapped the meal card on the card reader. Beep, your balance is insufficient. The air fell into silence. Aunt Hua rolled her eyes at Sufong. Can you do it or not? If not, let someone else go, people are waiting. I can do it, Aunt Hua, I still have money in my wallet, just wait a moment, hey. Where's my wallet? Sufeng's expression was even more awkward than Suli's earlier. Junior. I'm really sorry, it seems I didn't bring my wallet. It's okay, I'll leave the thermos here. Senior, can you help me watch it? I'll run back to get the money, it will be quick. Sure, no problem at all, just go ahead, I'll keep an eye on it. Suli glanced at Aunt Hua again, seeing that she said nothing, he directly ran towards the dormitory. He felt a bit regretful, it had been a long time since he graduated from high school, so long that he even forgot that heating water required money, not to mention he had read about that rule before. The unfortunate situation of the short-haired students flashed in his mind, making him remind himself that he must pay attention to avoid making such a basic mistake again. This time Aunt Hua reminded him, but next time he might not be so lucky. However, Suli did not know that if others heard the internal monologue in his heart, they would definitely think he was being picky. Because among the chosen ones entering this quest, Suli's performance could be said to be the most outstanding. The vast majority of chosen ones received hints from the expert group because of Suli's previous example, thus avoiding being contaminated or facing death. Of course, there were also exceptions. Just during the recent queuing incident, Brady from the Sunset Country was feeling a bit displeased because he had used up his 3 chances for hints. Although he estimated that he could not beat the group of short-haired students, he also noticed that Aunt Hua was not looking this way. After some calculating, Brady also simply decided to cut in line. But just when he was happily standing at the front of another line to fill his water, he suddenly felt a soft hand stroking the top of his head. Before he could turn around, he was forcefully pushed down onto the water filling station. In the next moment, scalding hot water poured over his head. In just a matter of seconds, he could no longer make any sound. Members of the investigation team from the Sunsetting Nation side, although they guessed that according to Brady's character, he might soon break the rules, they did not expect this moment to come so quickly. Notify everyone, the whole country is entering a level 1 wartime defense status. The team leader clearly understood that their country was about to face terrifying horror tales coming to life. That was an eerie existence that even this defense system, strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast, could not completely resist, but at least it was better than doing nothing.
His gaze fell on the screen of the livestream from the Great Xia Nation, with an unmistakable fiery passion in his eyes. If only this Suli were in our country. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Suli was still running. As he passed by the tool room, he slightly slowed his pace, his body tense, ready to speed away if the black cat jumped out. But to Suli's surprise, that black cat was not inside. And strangely, the door to the dorm supervisor's resting room across the way was also open. The room was empty, and Aunt Jo was not inside. Suli gave it little thought and continued to run upstairs. Just as he reached the third floor, he suddenly saw a figure in a red dress standing at the stairway. Aunt Jo. Suli stopped and politely greeted her, but Aunt Jo only looked at him coldly without saying a word. Feeling a bit uneasy under her stare, Suli suddenly remembered he hadn't changed his dusty pants. Aunt Jo, I will change clothes after I take a shower. Only then did Aunt Jo stop staring at him and head downstairs. Suli watched her leave, but his vigilance did not wane for a second. The black cat in the tool room might have been locked in by her. Now that the black cat was missing, was she coming upstairs to look for it? With that thought in mind, Suli slowed his steps as he ascended, always on guard for a black cat that might attack him at any moment. Suli, what are you doing? As Suli turned the corner, he heard Wu Shan's voice. Looking up, he saw Wu Shan standing on the fourth floor steps holding a bucket, staring at him in confusion. Aren't you supposed to be getting water? Where's the thermos? I forgot my wallet and was going back to my dorm to get it. By the way, do you know where I left my wallet? Suli asked cautiously. Even though the other party might not tell him, he had no choice. When he searched the dorm and cleaned up, he hadn't seen a wallet in the dorm at all, so now he could only try his luck. Wu Shan lifted the bucket in his hand. You silly, you put your clothes and wallet in the washing machine to wash, so how could you find it? Had he really taken his clothes to the laundromat before? Suli took a couple steps forward to look into the bucket. He saw a pile of clothes inside, and on top lay a black wallet. Just from the outside, he could not tell whether it was his wallet or not. Suli picked it up, preparing to open it to see if there was an ID or something to verify the owner's identity. But as soon as he opened it, a few coins fell out. Suli bent down to pick them up and then realized these coins were not currency. They looked more like game tokens, with the word Firefly printed in the center. And in the wallet's compartment, there was about 100 loose change and a folded paper. But everything was already soaked by water. Suli didn't pay attention to the coins, but carefully took out the piece of paper. When he opened it and saw the content, he felt a slight sigh of relief in his heart. He originally thought it would be another set of rules, but it turned out to be a checkup report from Gujiang Hospital, with a person's name written in a fancy manner. Although the handwriting was very messy and he couldn't tell what it said, Suli could at least discern that it was not his name. He put the coins and the checkup report back into his wallet and looked at Wu Shan helplessly. This is not mine. Ah. Wu Shan clearly didn't expect this. He lowered his head, his voice a bit weak. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you. It's fine, just put the clothes back. What about the wallet? I'll hand it over to the dorm manager, otherwise, it would be bad if someone else takes it later. Right, you're so thoughtful. Suli looked at Wu Shan, who seemed a bit downcast, and suddenly had an idea. By the way, do you have any money on you? I can borrow 2 coins to pay for the water fee, and I'll return it to you later. I do. Without saying a word, Wu Shan directly took out 2 coins and stuffed them into Suli's hand. Take it, no need to pay me back. You've helped me with tutoring so many times, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. He wore a sincere smile on his face, seemingly very happy to finally help Suli. Okay, then thanks. Suli didn't refuse, which saved him from potential trouble if he couldn't find his wallet later. Now that he had the money, it was time to go pay. He didn't walk a few steps before turning back to add. By the way, just put the clothes back and go back to the dorm. I'll get the clothes myself later. Okay. Suli dared not let Wu Shan get the clothes again, otherwise, if he picked the wrong one and he hadn't noticed, it could be very troublesome. Before long, Suli returned to the first floor. The door to the dorm manager's break room was still open, but Aunt Jo still hadn't returned. However, Suli didn't have time to think about that. He picked up a blank notebook from the table, tore out a page, and wrote a line, indicating that this wallet was found in the laundry room and hoping Aunt Jo could help find the owner. Then, he placed the wallet on the table with the note underneath it, and rushed toward the hot water room. Suli, Jr., back already? You really are quick, not even 2 minutes. Suli looked at the smiling Su Feng, and felt that this sentence sounded strange. He was just about to hand the coins to Aunt Hua when he noticed that not far away, Zhu Feiyu was also in line with a thermos. When Suli looked over, Zhu Feiyu happened to glance back at him. The two smiled and nodded at each other, and then Suli walked up to Aunt Hua, who was cracking seeds, and handed her the 2 coins. Aunt Hua reached out to take them, casually placing them into a red handbag on the table.
As the coins went into the bag, a faint sound of metal clinking could be heard. The sound of cosmetic bottles? No wonder Aunt Hua looked so young. Speaking of which, Aunt Jo also seemed very young. It seemed they both took good care of themselves. Seeing that the money was already paid, Su Feng, who was beside them, casually draped his arm over Su Li's shoulder. Sorry, Su Li, Jr., I couldn't help you pay, but I've noted this down. I owe you a favor, and if you need anything in the future, just let me know, I will definitely help you. Su Li looked at Su Feng, who was patting his own chest. With such a weak appearance and presumably low martial prowess, yet speaking so jovially made him feel a sense of inexplicable humor. As for the favor he mentioned, Su Li didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just the friendship of young students. It's nothing, senior. Helping out when I see injustice is just what I should do. Su Li laughed, taking it lightly. I really should thank you for looking after the water kettle for me, otherwise I might have lost it when I went back for my wallet. Then why don't you thank me? Suddenly, a woman's voice came to Su Li's ears. He turned to see Aunt Hua placing sunflower seeds on the table, looking at him with a smile. I could have saved your life just now. Su Li felt a chill in his heart. He wasn't sure if Aunt Hua was talking about the short-haired student wanting to attack him or about how he almost left without paying just now. But no matter what she said was true. Su Li turned to Aunt Hua and sincerely bowed slightly. Thank you, Aunt Hua. Alright, I was just teasing you. Aunt Hua chuckled. I just helped because you are about the same age as my son. You have a son? Su Li asked cautiously. Aunt Hua nodded, her tone suddenly becoming a bit sentimental. Yes, in some ways, you are quite similar. Just as handsome, and friendly to others. Everything is great, but that kid is always weighed down by his thoughts. I wish he could smile as much as you do. Looking at Aunt Hua's slightly dazed eyes, Su Li pondered for a moment before speaking. Your son must love you very much. Aunt Hua, if you smile more and are a bit happier, he will surely be happier too. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy brimmed in Aunt Hua's eyes. Su Feng, who was next to them, also chimed in. Yes, that's the way it is. Our teacher Xiong often says we should be kinder to others, and being friendly brings wealth. Aunt Hua, if you... His words were cut off as Su Li firmly covered his mouth. Su Li felt a surge of profanity rising in his heart. After Su Feng spoke, the smile in Aunt Hua's eyes instantly faded. A deep chill appeared in her gaze, like a venomous snake ready to strike. This guy really thought he could educate Aunt Hua. Did he think she really just tossed the water kettle against the wall? Su Li pushed Su Feng outside and slightly leaned towards Aunt Hua. Aunt Hua, you keep busy, we won't disturb you. We'll head back first. After saying that, he grabbed the water kettle and hurriedly left the hot water room with the now trembling Su Feng, who finally realized what was going on. Aunt Hua stared at the direction where the two of them had left for a long time, until she could no longer hear their footsteps. Then, she turned her gaze back. She glanced at the crowd waiting in line, then pushed all the sunflower seeds and seed shells to the ground and picked up the unfinished sweater to continue knitting. Chapter 16, What's Behind My Back? Alright, I've arrived, you can go back slowly by yourself. Su Feng stood at the door of a dormitory next to the second-floor study room. You live on the second floor? Su Feng rolled his eyes. Of course, all the seniors in their last year live on the first and second floors, you freshmen and sophomores are upstairs. Su Li made a note of this and then said goodbye to Su Feng. Remember to come find your senior if you have anything at school. Su Feng shouted to Su Li, who was heading upstairs. He really appreciated Su Li. Su Feng's studies weren't particularly good, but that didn't mean he was a fool. Just now in the hot water room, when Su Li spoke to the short-haired student and forced him to leave, despite Su Li's calm demeanor and expression, being close to him allowed Su Feng to see the sweat standing up on his knuckles and hear the rapid heartbeat. Su Feng shook his head and chuckled softly. This guy, clearly scared to death, still comes to help me, a stranger he's meeting for the first time. What a weirdo. He muttered softly. Sigh. Debts are hard to repay, and emotional debts are even harder. Then a smile returned to his face as he kicked open the dormitory door and yelled while holding the water bucket. Boys, Dad brought you water. By this time, Su Li had already returned to his dorm, first putting down the water kettle. After borrowing a bucket from Wu Shan, Su Li hurriedly ran towards the third floor. He pushed open the door of the laundry room, and inside there were 7 washing machines. Since he didn't know which machine contained his clothes, Su Li had to open them one by one to check. Fortunately, it was almost lights out, and most of the washing machines were empty. Only 2 machines had clothes, one of which belonged to Wu Shan by mistake, so the remaining one should be his. If there were more machines with clothes, Su Li might have had to ask for help from an expert group to analyze and judge the situation. He didn't want to waste too much time on such matters, and since he had already used a hint opportunity when he high-handed him water, Su Li didn't want to use up the remaining chances too early.
He took off the clothes, gave them a short inspection, and noticed they emanated a fresh scent from the detergent, with no stains on them. After taking a shower and changing into this clean set, Aunt Joe probably wouldn't say anything. Soon, Suli returned to the dormitory holding his clothes. He found High playing on his phone on the bed while Wu Shan sat at the desk reading. The last person in the dorm hadn't returned yet? Suli was a bit surprised but didn't dwell on it. Anyway, they would definitely come back before lights out, as Aunt Joe still had a deterrent effect. His current priority was to take a shower first. It was already 22:17 in the evening, and there were only 13 minutes left before lights out. If he hurried, he should be able to make it. Did you see my bucket and soap? Suli casually asked Wu Shan. They're all outside on the balcony, Wu Shan replied without looking back. Great. Suli went to the balcony, picked up his toiletries, and took 2 jugs of hot water before heading out towards the public restroom at the end of the floor. Suli was very cautious. Although he had seen these things outside before, he wouldn't use them without confirmation. The audience in the livestream watched Suli enter the restroom, and the comments instantly became lively. Is Suli going to take a shower? Can I see his body? Hey he. What are you doing, you big fool? Relax, as an old viewer, I responsibly tell you, you won't see anything you want. There will be mosaics. Ah. So annoying. Instead of discussing this, why don't you worry about how Suli is going to wash? Don't forget, there are bugs in the water, and the rules clearly state not to touch the bugs. Damn, I almost forgot about that. Quick, look, Suli is pouring the water from the thermos into the bucket. He's getting a bit of cold water from the faucet. Damn, the steam is too thick, I can't see if there are any bugs on top. Crap. I can see, the water surface in the bucket is filled with white bugs. Just like the ones in the cup before. What should we do about Suli? He can't touch the bugs and he can't not wash. My ICU is going to burn down. Wait, what is he doing? Damn, he tilted the bucket and dumped all the bugs off the surface. Sugu is amazing, he thought of that. Suli observed the water surface after he had dealt with it. He then put his hand in to check the water temperature, satisfied with a hum, before he started washing himself. Perhaps it was a bit late, Suli was the only one in the public restroom at that moment. The winter air was very cold, but when the warm water poured over him, Suli still felt a sense of comfort that relaxed his tense nerves. After a brief moment of relaxation, Suli began to think again about the recent events. There was one place that had always weighed on his mind. Aunt Hua said her son was about the same age as him, but looking at Aunt Hua's age, she was at most in her early 30s. If she had a son, he should be in elementary school age. You could see the dazed look in her eyes, very much like someone who had fallen into a memory, making it unlikely that she was lying. This left Suli puzzled. Because no matter how you calculated, Aunt Hua and her son's ages simply did not match up. It was impossible for Aunt Hua to have had a child when she was just a teenager, right? Suli dismissed this absurd thought and began to think about another question. Aunt Hua's attitude had suddenly changed. Was it something that Su Feng said that angered her? Was it that tone of preachiness that slipped out unconsciously? Yo, man. Suli's thoughts were interrupted by a cheerful voice. Hijai limped in, carrying a bucket, while adjusting the cold water to regulate the temperature. He joked with Suli, isn't it a special kind of joy to shower alone? Seeing that Suli didn't respond and just stared at him, Hijai leaned in closer, turning his body to show off his muscular arms. How about it? Scared by my physique, huh? Suli took 2 steps back, looking at the naked Hijai with disgust. Don't come over here. I have no interest in men. If you come closer, the instant noodles I promised you won't count. Come on, bro. Hijai's expression changed, and he stepped back, then tentatively called out a title, foster father? Alright, I'll buy it for you. Only then did Hijai show a satisfied expression. He reached into the bucket, filled with bugs, to check the water temperature and then turned off the faucet, happily starting to wash. In the rising steam, Suli's smile gradually faded. He had indeed been startled by Hijai, but it wasn't because of his movement toward him. It was because Suli caught a glimpse of the injury on Hijai's leg when he turned sideways. He had thought it was just a minor injury, maybe some bruises at most. But only at that moment did Suli realize how wrong his assumptions had been. A wound stretched from Hijai's left hip all the way down to the middle of his thigh, narrow but extremely deep. Suli had even seen the white tendons inside through the wound. The wound was bizarrely devoid of blood, and what was even more chilling was that if a person had such an injury, they would surely be unable to bear it. Yet, aside from walking awkwardly, Hijai seemed completely normal. Just a moment ago, he had been cheerfully calling Suli foster father. Did the tainted party even have their perception of pain weakened? Suli glanced at Hijai, who was happily applying body wash and whistling, then turned his gaze away. He couldn't help but imagine the white little bugs in the water flowing into the wound on Hijai's leg, and instantly felt a chill rise from his feet. Suddenly, Suli noticed that the whistling sound from Hijai had stopped. He looked up in confusion and saw that Hijai had halted his shower, looking at him with fear on his face.
No! It was behind him. Chapter 17, That night under the full moon, someone fell from a building.
Suli only felt a more intense chill spreading through the bathroom. He stiffly turned around, preparing himself mentally for whatever he was about to see. But when he fully turned around, he saw nothing, only the empty wall behind him and the bright moonlight from outside the window. Suli stared at Hijai, who had resumed washing himself.
What did you just see? Nothing.
Hijai said this, but his voice was no longer cheerful, and even the speed of applying body wash had increased significantly, as if he wanted to finish washing up and leave. Suli didn't ask again and slightly quickened his own washing speed, while secretly observing Hijai's movements. Soon, Suli discovered something unusual. He found that Hijai was stealing glances at the window behind him almost every few seconds. His gaze moved quickly, as if he were afraid of being seen by something invisible there. Suli followed his gaze, but still saw nothing.
What exactly are you looking at? Nothing.
Seeing that Hijai was still reluctant to explain, Suli began to think of how to get him to talk.
Ah!
Hijai's scream and the sound of the window slamming shut came at the same time. Suli suddenly turned to look, but still saw nothing outside the window. The sound was just a branch hitting the window, blown by the wind. Suli turned back to Hijai. He had collapsed to the ground in fear, his features twisted by terror, with dark blood vessels creeping into his eyes.
What did you just see?
Suli asked again, but Hijai still didn't answer, only trembling uncontrollably.
If you don't talk, I'm leaving. Suli frowned. I'll just leave you here alone. No, no, no.
Hijai jumped up from the ground, instinctively moving closer to Suli.
Stop. Back off.
Suli raised his hand to signal Hijai not to come closer.
What are two big men doing so close?
Though he said this, in reality, Suli was worried that if Hijai came closer, the small white bugs on him might accidentally crawl onto himself. Hijai's expression gradually calmed down.
Didn't you see someone at the window just now?
What person?
The student who jumped.
Suli's expression turned serious. He had a vague feeling that what he would hear next was extremely important. There's no one there.
Suli walked to the window, opened it, and shook the branch he had grabbed.
It was just this thing hitting the window. To calm Hijai's emotions, Suli even leaned out of the window to look around. The effect of this action was clear. Hijai's breathing gradually became calm, and the blood vessels in his eyes faded away.
Talk about that student you mentioned. You don't know? If you don't speak, the lights will go out.
As Suli expected, Hijai was afraid of Aunt Jo. He shivered, swallowed hard, and spoke with a hint of lingering fear. I'm not very clear on this either, I just heard it from others. That day, like today, the moonlight was beautiful, and someone was taking a shower in the bathroom. Then suddenly, he saw a shadow flash outside the window. He hesitated before opening the window to look down. Even though it was night, with the bright moonlight, he could roughly make out that there was a person lying by the river under the dormitory building. After calling the police, they soon identified the student who jumped, but they didn't make it public. After that incident, the rooftop of the dormitory building was thoroughly locked. I've only heard the related news from others later on, and I don't know if it's true. Seeing Suli signal him that it was okay, Hijai continued. I heard that the student who died had no family. He had no family. His dad left when he was very young and divorced his mom, disappearing without a trace, never caring for them. A few years later, his mom also died. I heard she fell and drowned in the river. Hijai sighed with some regret. He was a very poor guy. What's admirable is that despite such an unsatisfactory family, he worked very hard. From elementary to high school, he always had excellent grades, never making his mom worry. When he entered our school, I heard he was first in his class, and he treated everyone around him well.
He also looked decent.
So all his teachers from childhood liked him very much. Later, I heard that a teacher knew about his jumping off the building. Was heartbroken, and took several days off. When they returned to class, a lot of their hair had fallen out, and it was all white. Hijai's expression was somewhat hard to understand. Hey, Suli, you said, a guy who has always been so strong since childhood, how could he commit suicide? Suli caught the hidden meaning in Hijai's words.
You mean, he didn't commit suicide?
Shoo. Hijai first glanced at the bathroom door, then took a few steps forward.
Stop, if you come any closer, I'll leave.
All right. Hijai helplessly stopped in place, lowering his voice to a level Suli could only hear if he was very serious.
I feel like someone pushed him.
Hijai made a pushing gesture.
That rooftop isn't a place everyone can access. Before the incident, it was often locked, and you can't open it without a key. So, who has the key? Do I really need to ask? Of course, it's with the person who manages the dormitory. You mean Joe? I didn't say anything.
Hihai hurriedly interrupted Suli, glanced at the bathroom door again, hesitated, then continued. I heard she wasn't like this before. She was very nice to everyone saw her always had a smile, let alone hitting someone. Hihai seemed to recall his own experience, his lips twitching unconsciously. A few nights ago, after lights out, I accidentally came to the first floor and found her room door was open.
What day was that? Ah, that's not important.
What matters is it was already 2 in the morning, and she was still awake, sitting at her desk with the light off.
That night, the moon was very bright. Guess what I saw?
What did you see? Hihai raised an eyebrow proudly, speaking mysteriously. I saw her take out a big glass jar from the cabinet, filled with bugs. The same kind you saw on the balcony before, the one she told us to never approach. A whole jar, all dead. After Hihai finished speaking, he looked at Suli with pride, as if waiting to see Suli's surprised expression. However, he saw Suli's expression turn to confusion. You didn't sleep at 2 in the morning, why were you on the first floor? The injuries on you weren't from her that night, were they? Hihai's expression froze on his face, then he angrily shouted. Su! Lee! Suli seemed to act as if he didn't see Hihai's increasingly twisted body. Alright, stop shouting. If you call her over now, we only have 3 minutes until lights out. Hihai's whole aura suddenly dulled, awkwardly lifting the bucket and pouring the remaining hot water all over himself, then ran out of the bathroom without drying off. Leaving Suli alone here. His face hidden in the swirling steam, obscuring his expression. Chapter 18, A Brush with Death Crisis. From the earlier conversation, Suli vaguely guessed that this student was most likely the strange one in this story. But who they were, how they got to the rooftop, and why they wanted to jump, he could not know. Plus Hihai's mention of Aunt Joe's glass jar was also worth paying attention to. Besides that, Suli later intentionally brought up Hihai being hit, and the other's reaction was still very intense. However, even with this level of provocation, when he heard about Aunt Joe and lights out, he did not continue to transform. Which indicated that whether it was Aunt Joe or the violation of rules, their pressure on them was extremely great. And he reacted so strongly to being hit, yet when he suddenly interrupted to ask what date it was, he still didn't say. Was he unwilling to say? No, that didn't make sense. Then there was only one last possibility: he was like Wu Shan. Remember the things that happened, but can't quite recall what day it was. In the end, considering Aunt Joe's personality change before and after the suicide event, we can conclude that the student who jumped must be closely related to Aunt Joe. As for Hihai's last guess, Suli did not fully believe it. He poured the remaining water over himself and walked out of the bathroom towards the dormitory. Now, there is less than a minute until lights out. It's time to see who the last member of room 5 to 8 is. But the moment he stepped into the dorm, Suli's pupils suddenly shrank. Hihai lay on the bed, and Wu Shan was organizing books at the desk. Now there were only the 3 of them in the dormitory, with no 4th person. Suli looked at the remaining 3 beds, his scalp tingling. Ding ding ding. The lights out bell rang, plunging the dormitory into darkness. However, because tonight was a full moon night, Suli quickly saw things clearly again. What are you daydreaming about over there? Aren't you cold? Hurry and get dressed, we need to go study. Wu Shan looked curiously at Suli, standing by the door. There are only 3 of us in the dorm? As Suli picked up the clothes he had brought back from the laundry to put on, he casually asked, but Wu Shan seemed not to hear and didn't answer. He changed the topic and continued to ask. Why didn't I see you wash up just now? This time Wu Shan answered directly. I washed up while you were getting water. Suli suddenly understood. It seemed that the question of why there was an extra bed in the dorm would not be answered by Wu Shan. After getting dressed, Suli and Wu Shan prepared to leave, and as they reached the door, he curiously glanced at Hihai. Aren't you coming to study with us? Forget it, letting him go study is worse than killing him. Telling him to go online is more appropriate. Wu Shan picked up the organized books and exam papers, holding his water cup, shaking his head and sighing. Such an ignorant person, it's better not to care about him. Before Suli could say anything, he saw Hihai spring up. Cute girl? Where is there a cute girl? Wu Shan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Alright, let's hurry up and go. Staying with him too long will lower our IQ. Soon, the 2 arrived at the study room on the 2nd floor. The surrounding noise and bright lights made Suli pause, but he quickly realized. In the dormitory safety rules, it stated that lights out for 1st and 2nd year students was at 10:30 p.m., while for 3rd year students it was at 11 p.m. It was only 10:31, so the lights were bright, and the 3rd year students had not yet rested. He breathed onto his cold, stiff hands and then pushed open the closed study room door. As soon as he stepped in, Suli felt a wave of warmth rush at him. It seemed there was heating inside. The study room is so comfortable, much warmer than the dorm. Wu Shan closed the door and couldn't help but exclaim, but the next second he noticed someone was staring at him.
Zhu Feiyu?
Suli wanted to say hello, but saw Zhu Feiyu tightly furrowing his brow, not saying a word. Just as a bad premonition rose in his heart, he saw the pen in Zhu Feiyu's hand suddenly thrown at them without warning. Swish! The pen, turning into a shadow, grazed past Wu Shan, leaving a long bloody mark on his face. Suli instinctively looked back, only to see the pencil deeply embedded in the study room's door, and beneath it was a piece of A4 paper.
Study room rules.
1. The study room is a space exclusively for students to study. Loud talking and laughter is prohibited.
2. Sitting for long periods is unhealthy, you should often get up and move around.
Under the printed text, there was another line of beautifully flowing cursive. Only with wings that can dance can you reach the place closest to the sky. Wu Shan, who had just brushed past death, had a look of terror on his face. He ignored the blood still flowing from the wound on his face and silently bowed to Zhu Feiyu to express his apology. Then he pulled Suli to 2 desks a little farther away from Zhu Feiyu and sat down. Looking at Wu Shan, who simply wiped his wound and casually started doing his exercises, Suli took a long time to recover his senses. If Wu Shan hadn't spoken first, but instead Suli had greeted Zhu Feiyu, perhaps it would be him who was hurt now. Although it's not very right to think this way, Suli still felt a little relieved in his heart.
Is this the saying, if death spares friends, it does not spare the weary monk?
But he was also quite helpless. When he went down to get a water cup earlier, the main door was open, and he couldn't see the note leaning against the wall, so he never thought such a rule existed, and naturally couldn't avoid it just now. Suli quietly glanced back and then looked at Wu Shan beside him. Both were engrossed in their studies as if nothing had happened. If it were usual times, Suli might have marveled at their amazing willpower to quickly enter study mode right after seeing blood. But now, Suli only felt terror.
Had they experienced too many similar events, allowing them to calm down quickly? Or was it, as the night deepened, some strange changes were quietly happening in the whole dormitory building?
To blend into this atmosphere of hard work, Suli had no choice but to open the test paper he had taken from Wu Shan and start doing it. As he entered this subworld, the vast amount of high school knowledge in his mind made this first-year test paper surprisingly easy for him, to the point where he even had the mental space to think about other things.
The first and second rules of the self-study room were very normal and understandable.
The earlier incident also proved that the first rule needed to be strictly followed.
Although he didn't know if the second rule was true, Suli leaned towards believing it was correct. The key point lay in the small print at the bottom of the rules. It was obvious that it had been added later and looked like the most common inspirational quotes found in high schools. But the fact that it appeared on the paper that had the rules made Suli sniff out a hint of strangeness. It was as if someone deliberately used this method to subtly express some information. But who added it? What were they trying to express? Not knowing if it was because he was multitasking, Suli felt his head becoming a bit heavy, and the air became a little hot. He picked up his water cup and took a sip, yet the discomfort didn't lessen. And it wasn't just him feeling the heat. Wu Shan beside him also had a few beads of sweat on his forehead, yet he seemed not to notice. Suli surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the radiator by the wall and the closed window. Was the heating too strong? The fourth rule of dormitory safety. He got up and walked over. Seeing that the two in the self-study room didn't look at him, he reached out to push open the window. The coldness of winter blew in along with the cool air, and Suli felt his brain becoming a bit clearer, but as he listened to the chirping of cicadas outside, he frowned. Earlier, he had heard cicadas only right after entering the subworld, but at that time, there was only one cicada sound. Now it seemed as though many cicadas were chirping together. Was it a coincidence, or was it because the lights were out? Suli took his hand away from the window frame and walked back to his seat. But at that moment, the leader of the expert team from the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly sharpened his gaze. Quickly rewind the footage of Suli leaving the window. The team responsible for recording the live broadcast immediately took action. The leader stood up, staring intently at the recording screen. Yes, right here. Stop, zoom in again. In the next second.
The other team members all gasped in shock. They had no idea what had made the leader so excited, but now, after the high-definition image was paused and enlarged, they understood. On the screen, as Suli left the window, a note appeared in the palm of his left hand.
Chapter 19, The Way to Clear and the Midnight Black Cat Murder Incident.
The team members admired the leader's keen observation. At the ancient age of 70, his eyesight was surprisingly better than that of those in their prime. And they felt a greater respect for Suli. That note was highly likely another set of rules. But Suli's expression and actions just now showed no excitement. He was calm and composed. Had it not been for the leader's comment, they might not have noticed this anomaly at all. At that moment, all their attention was focused on the live broadcast, eager to see what was written on the note that was hidden in the gap of the window frame in the self-study room. Soon, they saw Suli confirm that Wu Shan and Zhu Feiyu were not looking his way. He took out the note in his left hand, quickly unfolded it under the cover of his test paper, and then squeezed it tightly back into his pocket. The whole thing lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. If they hadn't intentionally focused on Su Li's movements, they might not have caught this subtle action, not to mention Wu Shan and Zhu Feiyu who were buried in study. But thankfully, they had the video playback. And when they clearly saw the content of the note, everyone's eyes lit up. It didn't list the rules, but rather a method to clear the game that they had never seen before. Method to clear. 1. Investigate the truth about dormitory building 4, obtain the key to the dormitory door, and leave the dormitory before dawn.
2. Escape from the dormitory before dawn. 3. Stay in the dormitory and safely survive until dawn.
The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heated. Experts from various fields began fervently discussing the difficulty and feasibility of implementing the 3 methods to clear the game. The Great Xia Kingdom had a dedicated recording team, of course, other countries would have one as well. Some observers who also noticed Su Li's subtle movements immediately reported the information back, and the expert teams in their respective countries began to get busy. Of course, because Su Li's actions were too discreet, some countries did not discover it, and the method to clear the game could only be explored by their chosen ones. Quickly, the expert teams of the Great Xia Kingdom reached a consensus among the 3 methods to clear the game. The first was the most difficult, and of course the final reward would be the most generous. The second was a bit easier, while the third was the simplest. Although they did not know what kind of reward would come from the first method of clearing the game. At least it would guarantee absolute safety for the Great Xia Kingdom for 7 days before the next creepy tale arrived. Such a reward was incredibly tempting for any country in the world. Because ever since the rule-based eerie tales arrived, the global population had plummeted from 9 billion to 4.2 billion. It took 56 years to grow to a population of 4.8 billion. But it took only 7 months to disappear. However, no matter how much they craved those 7 days of safety, not a single person spoke it out loud. In the world of rule-based eerie tales, maintaining calmness and clarity inside was the most crucial to clearing the game. The reason their expert team was formed was to provide full assistance to the chosen ones, not to press them with the weight of their people's survival. After all, before they were randomly selected to enter the instance world, they might have been just an ordinary corporate worker, just like Su Li this time. Moreover, although Su Li is currently performing exceptionally well. In the past 7 months, a total of 27 chosen ones have been selected from the Great Xia Kingdom, including many elite individuals and high-end talents from society. However, among these 27 people, only 1 was able to clear the instance at the 2nd difficulty level, and 2 at the 3rd difficulty level. Regrettably, all 3 of them perished in their respective 2nd instances. Clearing the instance of the rule horror world in the hardest way, so far, no country in the world has achieved this. This cruel reality makes them hope that Su Li can clear the instance in the final way, which would be excellent for the Great Xia Kingdom.
At the same time,
while Su Li was solving math problems on the exam paper, he was rapidly thinking in his mind. Regarding the difficulty levels of clearing methods, he reached the same conclusion as the expert group. But when it comes to which one to choose, Su Li has a different view. This is not Su Li's arrogance, but because the note hides a very important piece of information. That is, as night deepens, the dormitory building will become increasingly terrifying, and this peak of terror will be at the moment of dawn. The specific time of dawn is not mentioned on the note, but Su Li guesses it should be when the lights in the dormitory area are turned back on, which is around 6 in the morning. Now he has no idea what will happen next, and if he wants to avoid danger, he needs to gather more information. During the process of obtaining information, he will gradually approach the truth of the dormitory building. Moreover, he currently doesn't know who has the key to the dormitory door, even if it is most likely with Aunt Zhou. How to obtain it is a huge challenge. Stealing is certainly impossible, as the 2nd rule of the dormitory safety regulations clearly states.
Do not take others' belongings without permission.
This is also the reason why Su Li had to ask if something was his even when he just wanted to take a shower.
As for directly asking Aunt Zhou for the key, Su Li hadn't even thought about it.
In their 2 encounters, Aunt Zhou always maintained a cold demeanor that made it clear that strangers should not enter. With this level of relationship, Su Li can tell with just a toe that even if she really has the key, she wouldn't give it to him directly. And through the information from High earlier, it can be inferred that Aunt Zhou has a certain relationship with the student who jumped off the building. So, no matter what, it is crucial to investigate the truth of the jumping incident as thoroughly as possible.
All deductions are pulling him towards the first clearing method.
The more information he masters, the greater his chances of clearing the instance will be. Realizing this, Su Li decided not to think about which clearing method to choose for now, instead prioritizing gathering more information.
Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of the Cosmic Kingdom, Zheng Shengxian, who was pretending to nap on the bed, was also contemplating how to clear the instance.
A fitness enthusiast, he is not good at thinking, so shortly after entering the instance, he had already exhausted his 3 hints. Although he was lucky enough to guess his bed position correctly, everything that followed depended solely on himself. Unable to get information from the expert group, he could only rely on his own imagination to deduce. After thinking for a whole day with no clue, Zhang Shengxian suddenly started to feel anxious for no reason, even unexpectedly missing his family's spicy pickles. Just then, a sharp scratching sound suddenly echoed at the door.
And then, it instantly returned to calm.
Zhang Shengxian's body shook, and he immediately focused on listening, but there was no sound outside the door. The remaining Yi Hai in the dormitory did not respond at all, as if he had already fallen into a deep sleep. He nervously continued to listen for a while, confirming that there really was no sound, and he couldn't help but begin to doubt whether what he heard was just his imagination. Lying down again, Zhang Shengxian closed his eyes and started to miss the fried chicken shop downstairs. He smacked his lips and suddenly felt a bit itchy on his face, instinctively wanting to raise a hand to scratch it. However, he felt that his hand was pressed down by something and could not lift it at all. A sharp cicada cry rang out, and Zhang Shengxian suddenly opened his eyes wide. With the bright moonlight streaming in through the window, he saw a completely black cat sitting on his arm, its crimson tongue licking its paw incessantly. When the black cat saw Zhang Shengxian open his eyes, it took 2 steps forward and quietly nestled beside his trembling face. Zhang Shengxian usually loved cats, but now his heart was filled with fear. The moment the black cat got close to his skin, he felt his face becoming itchier and itchier. He wanted to push the black cat away, but this little cat felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Zhang Shengxian couldn't hold back anymore and had to use his other hand to scratch his face, but the deep, penetrating itch would not stop. His movements grew faster and stronger. But the itch spread to his chest, sinking deep into his body, as if he needed to dig out his heart to stop this strange itching completely. He thought so, and he did so. Moments later, the black cat glanced at the cold body beside it, its eyes showing a distinctly human disdain.
It jumped lightly onto Wu Shan's desk, then leaped from the window. With a thud,
the rice bowl on the desk that Wu Shan had placed was knocked over, revealing a strand of black cat hair that had gone unnoticed at the bottom of the bowl.
Chapter 20, Caught in a Dilemma and Finding a Way Out.
The viewers watching the livestream of the Cosmic Kingdom were extremely shocked. It was only now that they realized. If Suli hadn't built a good relationship with Wu Shan earlier, leading to Wu Shan not reminding Suli about the cat hair, what serious consequences could this have had? Perhaps by the time Suli finished his self-study and returned to the dormitory, the black cat would have found him. Zhang Shengxian's bizarre frenzied state before his death, where he felt no pain at all, made even the viewers watching through the screen feel a chill. But now they didn't have much time to focus on this matter, because Suli was now also caught in an extremely dangerous situation. A minute ago, Suli was still lost in thought while working on problems, when suddenly an exclamation rang out beside him.
Wow, Suli, you're amazing. Doing it so fast?
He stared at Suli, who had completed nearly half of the math test paper in just over 10 minutes, his eyes full of shock. But at this moment, Suli was clearly even more shocked than Wu Shan.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Just now you were almost done for, and you're still talking so loudly, doesn't your face hurt? Oh, maybe it really doesn't hurt that much anymore. As Suli looked at Wu Shan, whose wound was no longer bleeding. He also remembered that He Hai had had that terrifying gash on his body and was flexing his muscles at him. He almost forgot, the contaminated person isn't that sensitive to pain. But Suli tilted his head slightly, a chill rising in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhu Feiyu behind him, who had raised his head, twirling a new pencil in his hand, staring intently this way. Suli, why did you choose her for this question? I feel like C is the right answer. Wu Shan was completely unaware of the gaze coming from behind him. With a face full of curiosity, he looked at Suli, whose complexion was a bit pale. This seems to be the same topic from yesterday, could you explain it to me again? Suli picked up the cup and drank water, moving as slowly as possible. But Zhu Feiyu's spinning pencil grew faster and faster, as if he would start moving his hands in the next second. Suli believed that Zhu Feiyu's second strike would definitely not be as gentle as last time, or he only scratched his cheek. His mind was racing faster than the pencil in Zhu Feiyu's hand. If he didn't respond, he would violate the second rule of the dormitory. Students must help each other, treat others kindly, and should not directly refuse others' goodwill. But if he spoke up to answer, he would violate the first rule of the study room. It was a thought-provoking question, should he be killed by Zhu Feiyu or by Wu Shan? Suli's gaze crossed the cup at his lips, landing on Wu Shan, whose facial muscles were starting to twitch unnaturally from his silence. What to do? What to do? What to do? Team leader, should we use the second chance for a hint? A member of the expert group from the Great Xia Kingdom looked anxiously at the leader. His message was ready, just a nod from the leader and he could send the hint to Suli immediately. Wait 10 more seconds. If he still hasn't found the key to breaking through, then send the hint. Yes. The leader's voice was calm, but his eyes were fixed tightly on the screen showing Suli. The fleeting 10 seconds felt as long as a lifetime at that moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as the leader was about to say the word send, he saw Suli move.
Suli set down the water cup, pointed at the problem on the test paper, and spoke softly. You wouldn't be able to do this question, that's normal, it's a bit beyond the syllabus. The solution is actually very simple, just need to draw a total of 5 auxiliary lines here, here, and here. Come, I'll draw it for you. Zhu Feiyu's spinning pencil stopped, and he continued to look at his book as if nothing had happened.
A wave of exhalation swept through the operations analysis room. This kid is doing it on purpose, right? Last time was the same, he pushes it to the limits. If this goes on, my heart can't take it. The expert who spoke earlier removed his hand from the hint button, watching Suli explain the question to Wu Shan and laughingly scolding him. The leader did not speak, a look of relief on his face. At that moment, he realized the bony palm gripping the armrest was already drenched in sweat. The audience in the live stream room was somewhat puzzled. They couldn't understand why Suli was breaking the rules by speaking, but Zhu Feiyu didn't seem to care. Earlier Wu Shan was injured after only one sentence, now Suli had been explaining for half a day and nothing happened to him. What? Is being handsome a privilege? Observers from other countries relayed their intelligence back.
Some nations with hint chances, though confused, reported Suli's actions without missing a detail to their chosen ones. Although they didn't grasp the principles, following along was no problem, and after taking the same action, Zhu Feiyu behind also put down his pencil.
I understand.
An expert from the Grey Bear country suddenly slammed the table, excitedly shouting. It's learning, Suli is learning. People around showed confusion, while some had their eyes light up, understanding the key point. The study room is a place for students to learn, loud talking and laughing are prohibited.
There are 2 key points in this rule, a place for learning and loud talking and laughing.
Wu Shan was attacked by Zhu Feiyu earlier because the moment he entered, he said,
it's much more comfortable here in the study room than in the dormitory.
His voice was loud, and the content had nothing to do with studying.
2 critical points were violated.
And when Suli first came down to get a cup of water, he had spoken to Guo Feiyu in the study room. At that time, although they were talking about something unrelated to studying, their voices were not loud. They did not violate the point of loud chatting and laughing, so the immediate death scenario was not triggered. Later, after drinking water, Ya of Qianhu country shouted, so refreshing, and was instantly stabbed to death by Zhu Feiyu with a pencil. At the time, everyone thought it was because Ya violated the rule, for drinking, one must bring their own container. But now it seems that it should be a combination of both, and his death was the result of simultaneously violating 2 rules. Returning to the earlier scene, Wu Shan's astonishment at Suli's problem-solving speed. Although loud, it was about study, only violating 1 point. Thus, Zhu Feiyu just stared at them and did not take action. In other words, the true meaning of this rule is not that one cannot speak in the study room,
but that one cannot simultaneously violate those 2 critical points in the rules.
Now, Suli explaining the problem to Wu Shan was very gentle and in a soft voice.
With both points being satisfied, the crisis was averted. So amazing.
An expert from the Bear country looked at the screen with shining eyes. He could trace back the cause from the result, but to reverse that was a whole different difficulty. Even now, he couldn't figure out how Suli derived it.
It's he high.
The group leader smiled at a young team member who asked a question. He raised his hand, signaling the recording team to start playing the previous live broadcast. That was a clip of Suli just entering the horror story world when he encountered He Hai returning to the dorm. He Hai offered water to Suli, but Suli did not take it, so He Hai awkwardly scratched his head. I know you're a clean person, but you left your cup in the study room when explaining problems to Wu Shan yesterday, so just make do with my cup for now. The video paused, and the young team member still looked puzzled.
Isn't this part from the beginning? What does this, oh. I get it.
His eyes sparkled. He Hai said Suli's cup was left in the study room when explaining problems to Wu Shan yesterday, which means they also conversed in the study room yesterday.
So Suli inferred the 2 critical points in the first rule of the study room from this, thus breaking the deadlock, right? Look at you so happy.
A middle-aged team member behind him gently tapped his head with a document. This time our chosen one is different from before, pay close attention and learn well. The young team member didn't mind, just grinning widely. It was the first time in 3 months in this expert group that he showed such a happy smile. However, soon everyone in the operations analysis room shifted their attention back to the live broadcast screen. On the screen, Suli had finished explaining the problem and approached the water dispenser to get a cup of water. Then holding the cup in his left hand and with his right hand in his pocket, he walked out of the study room. He leaned against the wall and took a sip of water. Wu Shan followed him out with his own cup. The two briefly exchanged a few words before Wu Shan returned to the study room and closed the door. But Suli did not go back. Instead, he stood there quietly as if waiting for something.
2300 hours.
The lights in the dormitory on the first and second floors went out. At the same time, Suli's right hand slowly emerged from his clothing pocket. And in his hand, he held a crumpled paper ball.
Chapter 21, Bugs Can Bite to Death. A few minutes ago,
Suli had finished explaining the problem to Wushan and let out a secret sigh of relief.
Regarding Rule 1 of the study room,
his deduction process was indeed as the experts from Daxia country and Bear country speculated. However, although he seemed calm just now, he was actually still a bit uncertain in his heart before speaking. But fortunately, with his talent of foreseeing death, Suli dared to do this. Wushan was digesting the knowledge points Suli had explained, and Suli glanced at the time, noting it was already 22:55. According to the rules, it said, sitting for too long is bad for the body, you should get up and move around often. So, Suli went to the water dispenser to get some hot water, planning to go outside for some fresh air, but just as he opened the door, Wushan followed him out. Suli, how come you're so good at studying? He was a bit amazed, and Suli just smiled without saying anything. Wushan didn't mind, took a sip of the hot water in his cup, then looked at Suli's cup with confusion.
Won't drinking that make your stomach hurt? What? The water you got from the dispenser, it seems to have problems.
I don't know if it's expired from being left out too long, but every time I drank it before, I would get a stomachache.
Suli's pupils contracted slightly. Has it always been this way? Wushan thought for a moment.
I can't remember exactly, but I know that drinking water from the study room is fine, and every time I feel tired while solving problems, drinking this seems even more effective than coffee, really wakes you up. Suli smiled, but inside, he felt a bit wary. He knew that the refreshing effect Wushan mentioned was not real, but rather his senses had been dulled due to contamination. He only thought it would weaken pain sensation, not realizing it also affected tiredness. He suddenly felt a chill surge through his body and instinctively stuffed his right hand into his clothing pocket to seek some warmth. But the next second, his body stiffened slightly. His fingertips touched something in the pocket. It seemed to be a crumpled piece of paper. Suli clearly remembered that he had placed the note about the way to clear the level in his left pocket. So where did this crumpled piece of paper come from? Earlier, because he was in a hurry, he didn't check carefully when getting his clothes, so he only discovered its presence at this moment. Judging by touch, this paper ball was dry, which meant it wasn't originally inside but had been placed there later. Who was it? But no matter who it was, he was about to gain some information, which meant the chances of clearing the level had increased again. These thoughts flashed through Suli's mind in an instant, then disappeared. He pretended nothing was wrong and blew on the steam from his cup of noodles, then continued the previous topic Wushan had brought up. What kind of water is so magical that it can refresh you? I don't know why it has this effect. Wushan shrugged. It's just tap water from that river outside the school. Suli nodded. He remembered seeing a river under their dormitory building when he checked the dorm before. Wait. He said before that the student who jumped to their death was found right by the river. In other words, after that student died, it turned into a ghost, and the river was contaminated, giving rise to those little white worms, which then flowed into the hot water room, unknowingly collected by students. And because the third dorm rule, which was supposed to serve as a warning, had been tampered with, students encountered those worms during their washing and drinking processes, leading to their own contamination. Disorganized fragments of information pieced together a complete puzzle. Joy surged in Suli's heart. It seemed he was getting closer to successfully clearing the level again. I haven't finished my problems yet, so I'm going in first, okay? Wushan said goodbye and turned back to the study room, casually closing the door behind him. Suli leaned against the wall, and soon, the time reached 2300 hours, the lights out time for the Senior 3 area. Suli glanced at the dark Senior 3 dormitory beside him. Holding the crumpled paper in his right hand, he slowly took it out of his pocket. The reason he waited until after the lights out to take a look was because of the 8th rule of the dormitory. No wandering in the dormitory building after lights out. Taking out the paper at this moment could minimize the risk of being discovered. The corridor lights had been turned off, but with the light shining through the window at the study room entrance. Suli discovered that this was not a complete piece of paper, but seemed to have been torn from somewhere. The handwriting above was very messy, as if the person who wrote this note had been in a great rush. 1. If you want to leave here, you can check the tool room. 2. You are not allowed to enter someone else's room without permission. 3. The keys can unlock areas in the dormitory building, and those who enter and exit the dormitory every day have the keys to the main door. 4. If at any time you experience chest tightness, hallucinations, or delusions, please go to the dormitory manager's lounge, there are medicines there. 5. Bugs are good, bugs don't bite people, bugs can glow. 6. Bugs can kill people. After reading the contents, Suli put the crumpled paper back into his pocket, looking at the locked main door of the dormitory below. The joy that had just surged vanished abruptly, replaced by a chilling coldness. The initial handwriting on the paper was messy but still legible, but as he continued reading, Suli found it increasingly difficult to decipher. Moreover, the font and the force of writing grew stronger, and even at the 6th point, the paper was punctured by the pressure of the pen tip. The content on it was even more chilling.
Su Li still remembered that the fifth rule of the dormitory stated, after lights out, the dormitory door will be locked, and without a key, it cannot be opened. Yet the paper claimed there was a way to leave in the tool room. Was there a key to the main door there? Su Li did not think so. Because the third rule on the paper said that the keys were on the people entering and exiting the dormitory every day. However, to go to the tool room, one could only do so at some point after this. But the eighth rule of the dormitory did not allow students to wander around after the lights were out. These two hidden conflicts made Su Li doubtful about the truth of this rule. Even if there was really something in the tool room that could help him get through, it would definitely come with huge risks. So if he truly chose to go, it shouldn't be now, he needed to wait for the right moment. As for the fourth rule, the symptoms described looked very similar to those after being contaminated. Did Aunt Zhou at the dormitory have the antidote for contamination? Su Li wasn't very convinced. Not to mention Aunt Zhou's cold attitude and the fear of He Hai, Wu Shan, and others towards her. If she really had the antidote, why would there still be so many contaminated people in this dormitory? But then Su Li remembered that earlier in the hot water room, Su Feng had asked him if he was feeling unwell and wanted to take him to Aunt Zhou's for medicine, which indicated that Aunt Zhou indeed had medicine. But it certainly wasn't the medicine for treating contamination, so what exactly was that medicine? As for the last two rules, he knew that contact with those white bugs would lead to contamination, but what did it mean that the bugs could glow? Moreover, the fifth rule said that bugs were good, while the sixth said that bugs could kill people. These were completely conflicting pieces of information. Before seeing this note, Su Li felt he could successfully get through this side mission after having survived various encounters without danger. But at this moment, reflecting on the few rules on the crumpled paper that could hardly be completely trusted, he only felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Even the summer military analysis room, which had been filled with laughter just a moment ago. At this moment, everyone went silent together. Chapter 22 When Did I Become Tainted? After a while, Su Li patted his stiff face, turned around, and pushed open the study room door to walk in. He had been out for quite some time. Sitting back in his seat, Su Li picked up a test paper again to work on. But his mind was fully focused on organizing information. He wanted to find the end that led to the correct direction from the tangled ball of yarn. The expert teams from the Great Xia Kingdom also began to busy themselves. The current situation allowed no time to waste. However, the expert teams from other countries were in different situations. Because a very strange situation had arisen. Some countries' chosen ones had also discovered that paper ball in their clothing pockets, but some countries had no paper ball in their pockets. Among them was the Wanta country. Their expert team, after receiving the intelligence transmitted back from the observer, hesitated for a long time, but still decided to use their last hint opportunity. They informed their chosen one, Gujiang, of this information and the previously discovered way to pass the levels, and they also passed along some of their guesses about the rules. Gujiang, like Zhang Shengxian, guessed which bed was his. However, the difference was that he had accidentally found the cat hair hidden at the bottom of the Wu Mountain Bowl while cleaning, so he did not meet the same fate as Zhang Shengxian. At this moment, he was lying on his bed, bored, staring at the ceiling, continuously cursing the damn dormitory building and the damn roommate. He did not build a good relationship with his two roommates like Su Li did, he only pretended on the surface and already felt very impatient. When he received the information transmitted by the expert team, his expression first brightened, then became unpredictable. This was because the expert team told him that the rule about clues to leave the tool room might have a problem. But soon he flipped off the bed, got dressed, and walked downstairs. He had had enough of this place. Even if there might be danger, where in a world of strange rules could there be absolute safety? Now that he had hoped to leave, how could he not try? Not sure if it was because he was thinking too much, Su Li felt that his head was a bit swollen, the previous feeling of heat rising again. Looking at the window, Su Li noticed that for some unknown reason, it had been closed. He wanted to walk over to open it, but felt his body go soft, almost falling from the stool. Thankfully, Wu Shan, who noticed the abnormality, caught him in time. Seeing Wu Shan looking at him with concern, Su Li wanted to say something, but was afraid of breaking the study room rules. The previous feeling of discomfort from lack of water surged again in his throat. He weakly pointed to the water cup on the table. Wu Shan understood and immediately brought it over to feed him a sip. The feeling of thirst slightly decreased, but the heat and dizziness did not alleviate. Su Li sensed that something was wrong, but his mind was currently in chaos. He didn't know what the issue was. The sound of paper rustling arose as Wu Shan cleaned up the test papers and books, helping Su Li walk towards the study room door. As they left, he did not forget to nod apologetically at Xu Feiyu, who was curiously observing the two. "What's wrong with you? Do you want to go to Aunt Yu to get some medicine?" Wu Shan stood in the corridor, worriedly looking at Su Li, whose complexion was becoming paler. Su Li weakly waved his hand. "Let's go back to the dormitory first. Lying down for a bit should be fine." Su Li temporarily did not want to try. He needed some time to think about whether the rules on the paper ball were correct or not. Why don't you go back to study instead? Isn't your study time until 12 o'clock? It's not that time yet. It's fine, studying can happen anytime, it's not a big deal. Su Li glanced apologetically at Wu Shan, who was supporting him. Sorry to trouble you. If you keep being so polite, I might get angry. Su Li forced a smile and followed Wu Shan towards the dormitory. But Su Li, whose health was not good, did not notice that Wu Shan's stomach had begun to swell strangely. Soon, the two returned to the dormitory. You go ahead and sleep, I need to catch my breath. Su Li's voice was a bit weak, but after waiting a few seconds, he did not hear Wu Shan's reply. He turned to look and discovered something was wrong with him. At that moment, Wu Shan's stomach had swollen up like a volleyball, as if something was trying to break out from within. Aren't you feeling unwell? Then go back and sleep on your bed. Wu Shan's voice was extremely sharp, as if he had suddenly changed into another person. The audience in the livestream watched the scene in shock. What happened to Wu Shan? Did he get possessed by something? I guess not. It could be that after nightfall, the pollution got worse. But this is not good for Su Li. He still doesn't know which bed is his. If Wu Shan goes to sleep first, Su Li will have 2 choices instead of 3. Yeah, and right now he's not in good shape. It's even harder for him to make the right choice. At this moment, the audience was very worried about Su Li. They still remembered the first rule of the dormitory: there are 4 beds in each dormitory. Without permission, you cannot sleep on someone else's bed. I believe in Su Li. Selected ones from other countries have guessed right. Su Li will definitely be able to. The girl who sent this message seemed very determined, but her trembling pupils revealed her intense anxiety. But soon, her eyes widened. The girl saw Su Li helplessly say alright, then slowly walked to the bed in the right front corner and lay down on the bed with the Wang Lufei poster, fully clothed. He showed no hesitation at all, as if he had known where his bed was from the very beginning. The girl was both surprised and delighted. Just moments ago, she was so anxious that tears were almost spilling out. She quickly sent a message. I knew Su Li could do it. Su Li lay on the bed, watching Wu Shan walk under his bed to close the window. Don't close it completely. I feel like some air will help me. Wu Shan's outstretched hand retracted, his eyes devoid of whites, staring at Su Li for a while. Until Su Li felt a bit uneasy, he then lay down on the bed next to Su Li. The cold winter wind mixed with the sound of cicadas rushed into the dormitory. Lying on the bed, Su Li felt that although the discomfort in his body did not lessen, his mind became a bit clearer. He did not know that so many people in the live room were anxious for him to find his bed. He indeed knew this thing all along. On the 4 beds in the dormitory, there were 3 posters of different styles. One of Wang Lufei, one of a cute girl, and one motivational poster. There was one bed that was completely empty. When he first saw them, he guessed this should correspond to the personalities of each bed's owner. Later, when he returned to the dormitory to drink water, Su Li saw a cartoon girl printed on his cup. Then, when he went to the study room to get a cup, his own cup had a straw hat design on it. By this point, Su Li basically deduced that his bed should be the one with the Wang Lufei poster on it. Not to mention that something else happened later. When he was about to go study, who was sleeping on the poster bed of the girl with the silly hair, suddenly sat up in shock, mistaking the ignorant sound for a cute girl, further confirming Su Li's earlier conclusion. Once he got here, the remaining bed, which had a motivational slogan poster saying how many times in life can you fight? If you don't fight now, when will you fight? Must belong to Wu Shan, who often studies at night. If Su Li couldn't even analyze this, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. So now his mind was not on this, nor on the suddenly strange Wu Shan, but rather, he had a serious expression, thinking about another problem. This sudden physical discomfort was most likely not a random incident, but that he had already been contaminated. However, there was one extremely fatal question. Up to now, everything he had done was in accordance with the rules, and he hadn't come into contact with the little white worms in the water, so when exactly had he been contaminated? Meanwhile, Gadanwei from the Wandagwa had quietly arrived on the 2nd floor. He crouched down and moved forward, avoiding letting anyone in the study room see him through the window on the door. Carefully, he reached the 1st floor, where he first crouched against the closed dormitory manager's restroom door and listened for a while. After confirming there was no sound from inside, he turned around and gently pushed open the slightly ajar toolroom door. Although the room was dark, he could still see things clearly in the bright light of the full moon, and he skillfully searched through the room. Soon, it seemed he discovered something. His eyes lit up, and he was about to reach out for it. But suddenly, a woman's cold voice came from behind him. Why aren't you sleeping so late? What are you doing here? Chapter 23, the clue in the tool room turns out to be this? The experts from Wandagwa watched the livestream fall into a black screen, filled with grief,
knowing that the horror was about to descend, a terror they couldn't resist at all. But at this moment, others were also suffering. Upon learning that Gujiang had gone to the toolroom, all countries immediately ordered their observers to synchronize the live broadcast from Wandigua, wanting to see what Gujiang could find in the toolroom. But unfortunately, just as they were about to see Gujiang get excited about discovering something, Aunt Jo arrived, carrying a bloodstained stick. So close. They could have finally known what he discovered. The experts of the prompt opportunity countries were caught in hesitation, because from Gujiang's reaction, he must have found something beneficial to him in the toolroom. But at that time, because of the angle of the live stream, no one could see exactly what it was. So they had to carefully discuss and research whether to explore the toolroom, and only then would they inform their chosen ones of this information. After all, this carried the huge risk of being killed by Aunt Jo. The same went for Daxia. Suli didn't know any of this. Right now, he just felt very irritable. His body still felt awful, and the sound of cicadas outside the window was getting louder and louder. Even though he covered his head with the quilt, the high-pitched and piercing sound still rushed into his mind through his eardrum. Suli suddenly threw off the quilt, preparing to get out of bed and close the window, but he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside the window. He immediately lay back down, pretending to be asleep, but left a small gap in his eyes to watch the window near the door. Soon, the footsteps stopped at the door, and two heads appeared outside the window. Suli was startled. He had clearly only heard one set of footsteps. But why is there now two heads? Besides Aunt Jo, whose head is the other one? Before he had time to think clearly, one face suddenly smashed against the window, staring intently in the direction of Suli, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of glass rubbing. A man's urgent voice rang out. "What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Found out?" Suli's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wanted to answer, but the words were forced back at the tip of his tongue. Although the moonlight outside was bright, it was impossible for the person to see his slightly open eyes from such a distance. He stayed silent, and the man outside did not speak again, only staring hard in his direction. The room was dead silent, only the cicadas seemed to roar more loudly. After about 10 seconds, the face left the window and disappeared from Suli's sight with the other head. Suli let out a breath. It seemed the sixth rule of the dormitory safety was correct. After lights out, the inspection personnel would not enter the dorms. But who exactly is that man? Suli felt like he should know, but his body's discomfort was eating away at him, making it hard to think clearly now. The painful time felt long. After an unknown period, Suli suddenly heard someone calling his name. The voice seemed far away, yet also so close to his ear. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the voice abruptly vanished, leaving nothing in front of him. Auditory hallucinations? According to the fourth rule of the paper ball, if you experience chest tightness, auditory hallucinations, or illusions at any time, please go to the dormitory supervisor's lounge for rest. There are medicines there. Though lying back down in his dorm made his mind a little clearer, the uncomfortable symptoms hadn't eased much. And with the night deepening, even auditory hallucinations began to appear. Suli had no idea what would happen if time continued to drag on. However, he felt he couldn't wait any longer and had no choice but to try as the rules suggested. He struggled to get out of bed and walk downstairs. If the rules were wrong, at least he could still rely on his remaining 2 chances of foreseeing death to save himself. He knocked on the dormitory supervisor's lounge door, imitating what Wushan had done before. "Aunt Jo, I'm not feeling well. I came to get some medicine." No sound came from inside. Had she gone for inspections and not returned? As Suli was about to knock again, the door creaked open, and a face emerged from the darkness. At the moment he saw it, Suli almost couldn't help but turn and leave. Aunt Jo's almost abnormally pale face had several lines of blood on it. The bloodstains looked fresh, as if she had just had a confrontation with something. "What's wrong with you?" Still that cold voice from before. Suli repeated his symptoms. After that, Aunt Jo fully opened the door, then stepped back into the darkness. "Come in." Once inside, Suli realized Aunt Jo seemed to have drawn the curtains. The room was almost pitch black, and he could only hear the sounds of a cabinet opening and glass bottles clinking. Then he heard Aunt Jo's voice. "The medicine is out. Wait here, I'll go get it for you." Suli responded, and then he heard the sound of the door opening. Aunt Jo left the room. Suli waited quietly for a few seconds. When he could no longer hear Aunt Jo's footsteps, he suddenly moved quickly to the door, looking left and right, then darted into the slightly ajar toolroom. The live stream audience was stunned. No one could have imagined that the previously weak Suli, who was panting just to go downstairs, could move so quickly to dart into the toolroom, just as Aunt Jo had left. Now they were worried about Suli's safety. There's a bit of expectation, wanting to see what Suli can find in that toolroom. Suli did not disappoint them. In less than 10 seconds, the livestream's comments section suddenly exploded, filling up with a lot of wow. "Suli is amazing." There were so many comments that they had to block some just to see the screen clearly. Because they knew what was inside, it was a key. And now, it was in Suli's hands. Everyone became extremely excited. Great Xia had found the key. And they were the first to find it. The observers lurking in the livestream couldn't care about their shock, they quickly sent this footage back, knowing that if they were 1 second faster, their chosen one could clear this instance 1 second earlier. At this moment, Sully had returned to the dormitory lounge, breathing heavily. He was indeed still very weak, and his earlier agility was just a brief forced burst. The reason he could find things so quickly was that when he saw the rules, he had already simulated the scene countless times in his mind. When he went to fetch water earlier, he saw the black cat in the tool room, and he also carefully observed its layout. Later, when he returned to get money and passed by again, he took another close look. This was just a room for cleaning tools. The space was not very large, so during his simulation process, Sully had already calculated that only a few spots might be hiding something. When entering, he did not need to search everywhere, he just had to check those few spots, and this process wouldn't take long. As for entering the tool room right after Aunt Jo left, that wasn't something he had planned ahead. After all, he couldn't have known Aunt Jo would leave him here to go fetch medicine. But at that moment, the opportunity was incredibly rare. If he missed it, he might never get another chance, so Sully made that very risky decision. Creak. As Sully was strenuously adjusting his breathing, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out, accompanied by footsteps behind him.
Aunt Jo is back?
This room was too dark, Sully could not tell who had entered. But soon, he heard Aunt Jo's voice, but this time with a colder undertone.
I can hear you, it sounds like you are gasping for air? Chapter 24, has Sully given up on clearing the level? What a silly question. How can I not be panting?
Right now, I am out here sick. Not only is my body heavy with burden, but my psychological stress is also immense.
Who knows if that damned black cat will sneak back into the tool room?
Sully thought this in his heart but didn't say it out loud. He wanted to laugh a little to ease the mood but then realized the room was too dark for Aunt Jo to see his expression, so he weakly admitted.
Aunt Jo, I feel a bit tight in my chest and can't catch my breath.
His words thrown into the darkness received no response.
A few seconds later, he heard Aunt Jo walk in front of him, first the sound of a drawer being opened, then the sound of water flowing into a container, followed by Aunt Jo's voice. I understand now, here, drink this. She really has medicine? And this medicine is some kind of liquid?
Sully was a bit puzzled, but because the room was too dark, he couldn't see what it was.
Aunt Jo, could you turn on the light? I can't see the medicine well.
With a whoosh, the curtains were drawn open, and moonlight poured into the room, brightening Sully's view. He saw a pale-faced woman holding a glass, filled with some unknown transparent liquid. Sully smiled as he took the cup from her hand and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Aunt Jo, I found a wallet in the laundry room earlier.
I've placed it on the table, did you see it?
Aunt Jo stared into Sully's eyes for a moment before answering.
No. No?
Where did the wallet go?
Sully looked at the empty tabletop beside Aunt Jo.
Stop stalling, hurry and take the medicine, then go to sleep. Sully looked at the cup in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. He instinctively thought of the third rule of the dormitory. If you need to drink, please bring your own container. But soon, Sully realized that this rule probably only restricted the pure water in the study room or the water from the kettle that could cause contamination. He gulped down the liquid in the cup. The taste was strange, not quite like medicine, but more similar to the pure water he had drank from a water dispenser. Sully frowned and returned the cup to Aunt Jo.
How do you feel?
A bit better, but still not very comfortable.
It's okay, the medicine will take some time to work completely.
Aunt Jo pulled the curtain shut again, plunging the room back into darkness.
You should go back to sleep. Okay, thank you, Aunt Jo.
Sully left the room, and at the moment the door shut behind him, there came a rustling sound, as if Aunt Jo was writing something. Sully didn't pay it much mind, his expression now was very serious. He had not lied just now. After drinking that strange liquid, although the discomfort in his body still existed, it indeed was a bit alleviated.
Was his previous guess wrong? Was there really medicine at Aunt Jo's place that could suppress the contamination?
Sully stopped in his tracks, looking at the tightly closed entrance of the dormitory building, unconsciously tightening the key hidden in his clothes pocket. He did not know that at that moment, the livestream in Daxia Nation had already attracted a massive number of viewers. Almost everyone in the world was watching him. As long as Sully took out the key and gently twisted it in the lock on the door, he could open this cold iron gate and leave this building full of bizarre occurrences.
Will Daxia Nation become the first country to clear the side quest?
I feel so excited right now. I wish this livestream could be fast-forwarded.
I want to see the results immediately. I couldn't agree more. What is Sully waiting for? Why isn't he opening the door?
The expert team was also watching Sully in the livestream, but they were not as optimistic as the viewers. Their rich experience and knowledge kept them somewhat skeptical, but they lacked enough evidence and information to support their doubts, so they could only wait for Sully's decision. Soon, Sully stepped toward the upper floors. Some viewers understood and believed caution was good for Sully in this bizarre world. But there were also some viewers who were puzzled and disappointed. They didn't understand why Suli was giving up such a close chance for a smooth clearance. This frustration even led some to start cursing, accusing Suli of being cowardly, claiming that because of his personal reasons, Daxia Nation missed the opportunity to clear the level. His words were quite harsh, but soon, his comments disappeared. A few minutes later, the door to the room was violently broken open, and he was taken away in fear to an unknown place. Some were risking their lives, fighting for the fate of their country. Regardless of his decisions, he should not have to endure vicious insults from behind a screen. Suli had indeed thought about whether to take out the key to open the dormitory door, but in the end, he gave up. Because at the moment he felt tempted to lean forward, he saw the curtain of the dorm management room flutter slightly. Although the scene inside was unclear, Suli knew that Aunt Jo was likely watching him in the darkness right now. If he tried to open the door, he believed Aunt Jo's bloody stick would hit him faster than he could leave. Moreover, could this key, obtained so easily, really be the key to the dormitory building's front door? Suli thought this way because, during the brief moment when Aunt Jo had pulled open the curtains earlier, besides the medicine she had given him, he had seen other things. Under the bed in the room lay a broken wooden stick, stained with blood. Most chillingly, that blood had not dried up or coagulated, it was fresh. Suli recalled the wounds on Aunt Jo's face he had seen when he tried to open the door. Had she fought with someone before he arrived? What happened to that person now? Was she the one who killed them? Suli felt a chill run down his spine. Besides this, he had also glimpsed over Aunt Jo's shoulder and seen a big glass jar in the slightly open cupboard behind her. It was the very one he had told him about earlier. That glass jar filled with the bodies of cicadas. The cicada bodies inside were damaged, but the number was not as many as he had said. There were only about 1/10 of what the jar could hold. Did Aunt Jo do all this killing? But what did she collect these bodies for? Suli did not know the answer. He couldn't even be sure what would happen if he touched those cicadas. With a creak, the door in front of him opened, and someone stepped out, looking at Suli with curiosity. Suli? Why are you still awake? Suli looked at Zhu Feiyu, who stood at the door of the study room, his bright smile giving no hint of the person who had just put him in a life-threatening situation with just a pencil. Suli glanced downstairs and returned the smile. I wasn't feeling well earlier, so I came down to get some medicine from Aunt Jo. How about now? Are you feeling better? It's okay, but I heard it takes a while to fully take effect. Then hurry back to rest. Yeah, senior, aren't you going to rest? I'm just going to the bathroom, then I'll head back. Zhu Feiyu smiled and patted Suli on the shoulder, preparing to walk towards the restroom at the end of the second floor. But just then, a piercing cicada cry suddenly erupted near them. Before Suli could react, two more sounds appeared at the same time. Those were the strange cries of a cat and a man's scream. Chapter 25, Sudden Stomach Pain. Suli suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound. He saw the black cat he had encountered earlier, standing at the door of the dormitory manager's lounge. It was crouching low, fur bristled, its yellow eyes staring fiercely at a middle-aged man who was on the floor before it. The man looked quite disheveled, his clothes a bit torn, and he was covering his neck with his hands, blood seeping between his fingers. However, he did not look at the black cat in front of him. Instead, he was staring at Aunt Jo behind the cat. Aunt Jo held the blood-stained stick in her hand, looking down coldly at the man, exuding a chilling aura of murder. The audience in the livestream watched this sudden scene unfold. Those who had previously questioned why Suli didn't just use the key to open the door began to frantically apologize. They felt an undeniable fear in their hearts, realizing that Aunt Jo had not been asleep. If Suli had tried to open the door at that moment, even if Aunt Jo hadn't discovered him, the mysterious black cat, which had appeared out of nowhere, would have caught him off guard. So now, the person lying on the ground might not be that man, but rather Suli. At this moment, Suli felt some confusion. Who is this man on the ground? And why did the black cat attack him? Suli glanced at Aunt Jo, whose face was as cold as ice. Could it be that she was behind this? At this time, he saw Zhu Feiyu walking downstairs. From his expression, it seemed he was somewhat surprised by what was happening and wanted to ask about the situation. But Suli was even more shocked. Zhu Feiyu seemed unaware of the danger posed by that black cat. He reached out to try to stop him but couldn't catch him, so he could only shout loudly. Senior, don't go over there, come back quickly. Ah. Zhu Feiyu turned back, confused, but Suli felt a chill all over, because he saw that at the moment his voice fell, the black cat suddenly turned its gaze towards them. Then, with incredible speed, it pounced towards the two of them. Suli had no time to think, he barely pointed his toes and lunged towards Zhu Feiyu, just as he pressed the other's head down. The black cat leaped over their heads in that instant. All of Suli's muscles tensed, but he saw the cat's paw touch the wall, and then it vanished from sight. Huff. Suli let out a long breath. In that situation, running away was definitely impossible, and fighting was futile. He was only trying to see if he could help Zhu Feiyu dodge the attack of the black cat, and then rely on his strength to counter the opponent.
After all, although Zhu Feiyu always seemed to have a smile, he was actually someone who could drive a fragile pencil directly into the door. While this was also somewhat dangerous, it was the only way Suli could think of to save himself at that moment. Are you hurt? Suli looked at Zhu Feiyu. I'm fine, but I didn't know you were so afraid of cats. Zhu Feiyu, however, showed no awareness of having just been in danger and instead joked with Suli with a smile. It's very dangerous. Seeing that Zhu Feiyu seemed unfamiliar with the black cat situation, Suli directly told him, but after hearing, Zhu Feiyu appeared somewhat puzzled. Ah? No way, it was really well behaved before. Suli's heart stirred. Well behaved? Could it be that this black cat also became like this only after being corrupted? Before Suli could think further, he saw Aunt Jo glance at them with cold eyes, then return to her room and slam the door shut. The man on the ground also stood up, covering his neck with one hand, and took out a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping his wound and doing a simple bandaging. Suli could see 3 claw marks on his neck, although blood was flowing continuously. Luckily it wasn't very deep and did not reach a deadly level. He must have dodged when the black cat attacked him. After briefly tending to his wound, he walked over to the two of them. The man looked to be in his 40s, his skin looked very good, and even his hair was pitch black, with not a single gray hair. How do these people take care of themselves so well? Suli couldn't help but murmur inwardly. The man first glanced at the well-lit study room, then kindly looked at Zhu Feiyu. Is it Zhu Feiyu? Are you studying again tonight? Seeing Zhu Feiyu did not answer, the man was unfazed. You're already in your senior year, your grades are improving quickly. There's really no need to study so late every night, it can affect your learning during the day. No need to worry. Zhu Feiyu's expression was calm. I think you should first care about your wound. The man laughed heartily. It's nothing, this little injury is no big deal. I'll take care of it in a bit. Zhu Feiyu said nothing more. Turning back to the self-study room, the man shifted his gaze to Suli, slightly assessing him, then spoke with confusion. Suli from class 7, grade 1? Why are you not sleeping? Are you studying here too? Seeing that Suli did not respond but just looked at him, the man seemed to think of something, reached out, patted Suli's shoulder, and chuckled. Ah, look at my mind. You just enrolled and surely don't know me. Let me introduce myself. I am a teacher at Gujiang Middle School, and I am also the homeroom teacher for class 1, grade 3, Shiomida. Hearing this, Suli remembered that beside the dormitory's lounge, there was indeed a staff lounge. It was just that every time he had seen it before, the door was closed, so he had overlooked it. Moreover, when the man reached out, Suli noticed that the inner side of his thumb had thick calluses, likely from a long time spent holding a pen. Although there was no badge on his chest, the identity he mentioned should be true. Hello, Teacher Shion. I am Suli from class 7, grade 1. I wasn't studying just now, I was feeling a bit unwell and came down to get medicine from Aunt Jo. The teacher named Shiomida's expression turned concerned upon hearing this. Not feeling well? Are you better now? Yes, thank you for your concern, teacher. Shiomida nodded. Alright, since you've taken medicine, hurry back to sleep. Suli replied with an then turned to walk upstairs, but he heard Shiomida add. Since you've taken medicine, when you get back, close your eyes and sleep well, don't wander around. Suli looked back to see Shiomida gazing at him kindly. He responded with a sound and continued toward the dormitory. This duty teacher did not appear as simple as he seemed, although he looked very kind. Suli had heard it in his first sentence. He was the same man who, during the dorm inspections, suddenly pressed his face against the window and loudly questioned him. But the black cat attacked him, and Aunt Jo seemed to dislike him too. When he left, he even specifically reminded him not to wander about after lights out. Did this mean he belonged to the good guy camp? Suli felt a bit confused. He still had no clear idea of who the strange figure was, and now another person had suddenly appeared, making the whole situation even more complicated. Suli thought for a moment but could not come to a concrete answer, so he simply set it aside for now and pondered something else. That was, when the man had stood up just now, Suli had seen several cicada corpses by his feet. Were they the ones from Aunt Jo's bottle? Then why were they in that place? Suli pondered these questions, but his gaze kept scanning the environment around him. He remembered that the black cat had crossed over their heads and ran upstairs. It could be lurking in some corner, ready to attack him at any moment. However, when Suli returned to the dormitory, he did not see any trace of the black cat. Lying on the bed, Suli felt that the clues in his mind were increasing but becoming more chaotic. He always felt he had overlooked something, but he could not remember what. Suddenly, a sharp cramp shot through his abdomen, like that feeling of having eaten something bad. Suli's heart sank. Since entering this world, he had not eaten anything strange, and the only thing he had drunk was the purified water from the self-study room. Apart from that, it was just the unknown liquid he had just taken from Aunt Jo. Chapter 26, The Winter Cry of the Cicadas. Could it be that the rule was wrong? Is it that strange thing that misleads and pollutes itself, deliberately altering the rules? As Suli thought of this, the cramp in his abdomen suddenly intensified. It was as if someone had thrust a sharp knife into his intestines. And it was still spinning. The intense pain caused Suli to instantly lose his ability to think. Sweat the size of beans oozed out, and his body even began to tremble unconsciously. Seeing this scene, the audience in the livestream was extremely anxious, constantly tagging the analysis room of strange tales from the Great Xia Kingdom, hoping they could help Suli. Since entering this subworld, it was the first time they had seen Suli in such pain. At this moment, in the analysis room, the experts were also very anxious. The team leader frowned tightly because Suli was the fastest among all the chosen ones. So the information they could gather about the current situation was not much more than what Suli knew. Based on previous analysis, the liquid that Suli drank was concluded to, like Suli's judgment, have a suppressive effect on pollution, therefore they did not communicate to stop Suli from drinking it. But now, Suli's reaction was beyond their expectations. Unfortunately, they had no way to address it now. Suddenly, a spark flashed in the team leader's eyes. He saw on the screen that Suli stopped shaking and was lying on the bed, gasping for breath in a big letter shape. This kid seems to have made it through. Suli glanced at his watch and smiled at himself. Only 1 minute had passed since the pain began, yet it felt like he had gone through decades of torment. His shirt was soaked with sweat, but his gaze was like stars in the night, shining brightly. The strange cramping in his abdomen came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. As the cramping faded away, he realized that all the discomfort he had felt before had completely vanished too. Aunt Jo's medicine really can suppress pollution. It's just that this medicine tastes extraordinarily strange, as bland as plain water. That water you took from the drinking machine seems problematic. I don't know if it's expired from sitting too long, but I felt stomach pain from it several times before. What Wushan said earlier at the study room door suddenly surfaced in Suli's mind. Wait. He got stomach pain after being polluted in drinking that water. The third rule of the dormitory. The water in the hot water room is disinfected by high temperature, can be used for washing, and can also be consumed. Additionally, the study room has prepared purified water for students. If we were to correct the altered parts, then it should say that the water from the hot water room cannot be drunk, it will be polluted, and only purified water from the study room can be consumed. And before, when he felt uncomfortable in the study room, Wushan gave him a sip of purified water from the cup, and the discomfort in his throat indeed weakened. That means, this dormitory rule was actually suggesting to those who see it that purified water can suppress the degree of pollution to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Suli suddenly wanted to laugh. When being polluted became a norm, cleanliness would instead bring pain. But since Wushan had said he used to have stomach pain, he should also be in a normal state now, with pollution suppressed like Suli was now. But what he saw now was clearly that Wushan was still in a state of pollution, and he was even drinking hot water from the thermos, and had even begun to show signs of aberration. Why was that? As for the medicine Aunt Jo gave him to drink, Suli recalled its taste. Although it was very similar to purified water, there were still some subtle differences. Aunt Jo must have added something weird inside, but I don't know what it is. Suli suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the dormitory, like something crawling on the ground. He looked down but saw nothing unusual. Not on the ground? That is. He abruptly looked up at the ceiling, and saw a crack that had opened up in the corner near the door, with something crawling out of it. The moonlight was bright, but that weird thing was too small and too dark for Suli to see clearly what it was. But soon, Suli realized that they seemed to be coming towards him. Suli wanted to get off the bed, but found that the previously empty floor was now crawling with those strange creatures, leaving him nowhere to step. He could only keep retreating towards the edge of the bed. The number of things crawling out of the crack increased rapidly. Soon, the ceiling and walls were covered in black, leaving only the wall near Suli blank. As the distance shortened, Suli could see clearly that these black things were bugs the size of fingernails. They clustered together, and though they moved slowly, more and more bugs kept crawling out of the crack, pushing the ones in front of them and reducing the distance between them and Suli. Suli's scalp felt a bit numb. It was the first time he had seen so many bugs, and what was even more terrifying was that these didn't seem like ordinary bugs. Just by listening to their chirping, he felt a slight heaviness in his chest. These bugs could bring pollution. Now, even with some distance between them, he was already feeling the effects. Suli couldn't imagine what would happen if they touched him. But now there were many bugs on the ground too. He couldn't get down, only continuing to back away, but the bed was only so big, where could he retreat to? Suli was pressed against the wall, with nothing around except a few books, no tools for attack. How could he break this situation? Suddenly, Suli noticed that the crawling speed of the strange black bugs had slowed down again, as if they were fearing him and did not dare to get too close. His brain raced. What were they afraid of? The chirping sounds coming from the dense black bugs mixed with the noisy cicadas outside filled his ears, making him a bit anxious. He felt that the cicadas were louder and sharper than before. Suddenly, Suli thought of something and slowly looked outside, glancing at those hidden winter cicadas in the darkness, then back to the black bugs in front of him that were pushing and shoving but dared not approach. An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through Suli's mind. Could it be that they were not afraid of him, but of those winter cicadas? As this thought emerged, fragments of the past rushed through Suli's mind, then disappeared, leaving only a few images. When he first entered the instance, he heard the cicadas, then he woke up. In the study room, feeling hot, he heard the cicadas when he opened the window, then he became a bit clearer. When he was polluted and lying in bed, he heard the cicadas, then his thoughts were no longer chaotic. Each time he heard the cicadas, his mind became clearer. He had always wondered why cicadas, born in summer, can only live for 60 or 70 days at most. On a cold winter day when breath turns to mist. He now held a bold guess in his heart, that what could suppress pollution was not only the medicine Aunt Jo gave him to drink, but also the winter cries of cicadas. Suli took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and as the images in his mind faded, new ones emerged. The fear in Wu Shan's eyes when he saw the cicada's corpse while cleaning. The window in the study room that he had opened, only to find it closed by someone else. After returning to the dormitory, the transformed Wu Shan's hand reaching to close the window. And the fourth rule of dormitory safety: having bug corpses in the dormitory is normal. Upon thinking of this, Suli opened his eyes, kicked the books by his pillow down, and at that moment when they landed on the black bugs on the floor, Suli jumped down without any hesitation, his feet stepping on those books. The black bugs on the ceiling seemed to be stimulated by Suli's sudden movement, producing a horrifying screeching sound, and then, like a black tide, they all surged towards Suli. However, Suli didn't look back even once. At the instant he leaped to the ground, he pushed the half-open window wide with the fastest speed. The last piece of the puzzle in his mind had taken shape. These things carrying pollution were not just people, even these black bugs, they all feared the cries of the winter cicadas. Chapter 27, The Oddity of the Knocking and the Glowing Bugs. The black bugs behind him were already very close, so close that Suli could touch them by simply stepping back a little. But as Suli violently pushed open the previously half-open window, an unparalleled wave of sound surged in from the gaping opening. The sound was so loud that Suli could barely endure it unless he covered his ears. The crawling movements of the black bugs suddenly halted, their bodies trembled, and a chilling screech erupted from their mouths, as if they had suffered some intense, invisible mental assault. In just a moment, the rustling crawling sound filled the small dormitory again. But this time, the direction was not toward Suli, but rather gradually away from him. Suli lowered his hands that were covering his ears and watched as the last black bug crawled into the gap in the ceiling, a sense of indescribable shock flooding his heart. He had thought that the cicada's calls would be enough to drive these black bugs away, but he never expected them to be suppressed to this extent. However, this time the commotion was a bit too loud. To prevent Aunt Jo from getting attracted and checking the dorm again, Suli lay back down on his bed. The second puzzle piece was completed, and he began to sort through the remaining pieces of information. So far, 3 types of bugs had appeared. The small white bugs in the water, the black bugs on the ceiling, and the cicadas outside the window. It could be confirmed that the first 2 were harmful to the chosen ones, while cicadas not only helped the chosen ones regain clarity of mind but also had a suppressive effect on these pollutants. But what was their source? Moreover, although he knew that the white bugs came from outside the dormitory, from that polluted river, he did not know where the remaining black bugs were from. More importantly, Aunt Jo's stance was starting to appear unclear again. He had previously inferred that Aunt Jo belonged to the good side because she really had suppressive medicine for pollution. But now it seemed that was still up for debate, as cicada corpses had appeared in her place, broken and numerous. Knock knock. The sudden knocking sound made Suli, who was deep in thought, shudder instinctively. He looked towards the direction of the dormitory door. Is someone knocking? Is it the dorm inspector again? Is it Aunt Jo or the on-duty teacher Xiong? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Suli had no intention of opening the door. Just like last time, he kept his body still and slightly opened his eyes to look at the door. Soon, his tense body relaxed, and the knocking from outside disappeared. Sure enough. Just like before, as long as he didn't make any noise, the inspectors would leave on their own. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking suddenly sounded again, louder than before, and the rhythm grew faster. Suli's hairs stood on end. No. It's not Aunt Jo and them outside. When they came last time to check, they only pressed their faces against the window, and didn't knock at all. Suli's gaze instinctively fell on the empty bed in the dorm, the one that didn't have any posters on it. Could it be that the one outside is the last member of the dorm? Then, the dormitory safety rule number 6 flashed in Suli's mind. After lights out, inspectors will not enter the dorm. If something attempts to enter the dorm, do not let it in, and remain silent. Now, whoever is knocking outside, whether it's the last member or not, is very likely the thing mentioned in the rule. It could even be that eerie being from the game. Suli dared not make a sound, even the rhythm of his breathing was forcibly suppressed. Bang, 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 bang. The knocking frequency sped up again, the force suddenly increasing. Even the door began to tremble slightly. It seemed that the thing outside was starting to go wild. Why? He clearly followed the rules, did not open the door, and kept absolute silence, but the situation became more severe? Was it his mistake somewhere? Wait. Sully stiffly looked up at the open window beside him. It was the sound of cicadas. Just now, because of that black little bug, he opened all the windows, so now in the dorm, although there were no other sounds, there was that extremely loud cicada noise. The knocking became intense again, so intense that even Sully, lying on the bed, could feel the floor beneath him slightly shaking uncontrollably. One could imagine how incredibly strong the thing standing outside the door had become. Sully believed that if he gave it another minute, no, perhaps only a few dozen seconds, it could knock down the door. It would directly enter the room. No, he had to quickly close the window, blocking the outside cicada noise, to restore silence to the dorm. Sully turned over and got out of bed, quickly walking to the window, but just as his hands were about to touch the window, the anxious viewers in the livestream were surprised to discover that Sully's outstretched hand had paused. The next moment, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Sully turned around and walked towards the back door of the dormitory balcony, which was originally closed, and then suddenly yanked it open. Almost at the instant he pulled open the door, the loud cicada noise from outside suddenly vanished without warning, as if it had never existed at all. The dorm grew extremely silent, except for the pounding knocking sound. Cold sweat seeped from Sully's forehead. Could it be that he judged wrong? The latter half of that rule wasn't incorrect, but right? Did he really need to maintain absolute silence? And because he was one step slower, was it already too late? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Sully's mouth, but quickly disappeared. At this point, regret was useless. He still had 2 chances of foreseeing death left. He would just take it one step at a time from here on. He walked outside onto the balcony, picked up the broom. Then he turned around to look at the dormitory door that was almost smashed to pieces. But immediately after, he suddenly turned back, gazing out at the silent night cloaked in moonlight. Sully saw a faint light appear not far away, then a second, a third, and a fourth. In just a breath, these tiny glimmers filled Sully's entire field of vision, flying towards him. This scene was so dreamlike, like a vast sea of light, gently swelling towards him. Sully instinctively lowered his head, letting them fly over his head, into the dormitory, illuminating the entire room, and then flying through the gap in the door to the outside. Sully's pupils trembled. He saw what those glimmers were. They were cicada wings. Insects are good, insects won't bite, insects will shine. Was that what the paper ball rules said? The glowing insects? Outside the door in the corridor, a piercing sound of cicadas suddenly rang out, while at the same time, the knocking sound disappeared. After a moment, Sully could hear no more sounds. He cautiously stepped across the black little insect corpses on the floor, killed by the cicada cries, walking to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen to the outside noises. No sound at all. That strange thing seemed to have been driven away? Sully's gaze fell on the table by the door. In his line of sight, a cicada had landed on Wu Shan's bowl. Its wings emitting a faint light reflected the white little insects on the water's surface in the bowl, but they were now motionless, as if they were dead. Sully stared at them for a while, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He realized he had overlooked something. The white little insects came from the river and then entered the hot water room, but he had previously forgotten. In the dormitory building that needed tap water, besides the hot water room, there was also the laundry room. And this place, he had only been to once before, and did not check carefully. Sully's gaze shifted to the dark crack in the ceiling. Perhaps those suddenly appearing black insects were related to the laundry room. Chapter 28, Sully's first active request for help. The knocking sound lingered in his ear. Sully could not be certain if it would come again. But since staying in the dormitory was unsafe, it was better to take the initiative and look for more clues. He had a strong premonition that the laundry room, this public area, must have something extremely important. First, he went to the table, grabbed a few books, and strapped them to his chest and back, making a simple defense. Then he opened the dormitory door. However, just as he took his first step out, he pulled back. The ground at the dormitory door was covered with broken cicada corpses scattered across the area. Sully glanced at the deformed dormitory door he had pounded. He really wanted to properly dispose of these cicada corpses to protect himself through the crisis. But that would violate the 5th rule of dormitory safety. Sully sighed inwardly, returning to the dormitory, looking at the cicada by Wu Shan's bowl. The viewers in the live broadcast room were still immersed in the sea of light created by the cicada wings. Seeing Sully's actions, they suddenly realized something, and a very absurd idea rose in their hearts. No way, Sully can't be thinking of taking that cicada away, right? Although these cicadas helped him through several crises, the rules say not to touch the insects. If he really takes it away, wouldn't that directly violate the rules? Oh no! Sully really picked up the cicada. Ah! It's over, I can't bear to watch. Sully carefully picked up the only cicada left and placed it in the pocket inside his clothes. The cicada did not resist at all, nor did it make any sound.
Then, Suli glanced at his two roommates who were still sleeping, unresponsive even after the earlier commotion, and stepped out of the door of the dormitory room 5-8. The audience was on the verge of breaking down, feeling that their worldview had been shaken. Could it be that even watching a live stream had become polluted? Someone, please tell me, what I'm seeing right now isn't an illusion.
Not just them, even the expert groups from other countries felt the same way.
Dormitory rule number 8, no wandering around the dormitory building after lights out. Dormitory safety rule number 1, do not touch bugs. These rules had been verified before, but Suli had not only violated them, but had also broken 2 rules at the same time. Yet there was no dead-end situation, and looking at his light footsteps, he didn't seem to be polluted. How did he do it? I report, Suli is cheating.
He must be using hacks.
Spies from other countries brought some negativity to the livestream of Daxia, but they were quickly countered by the audience of Daxia.
Get lost, playing well is using hacks, right?
If you can't do it, don't blame others for playing fair.
Do you think Suli is as smart as you imagine?
No, you are wrong. Suli's brilliance is beyond your imagination. Although they also didn't know why Suli could walk down with ease despite breaking 2 rules. Suli's performance so far was already excellent enough that some people began to support him unconditionally. Not to mention, they had just thought Suli was going to close a window, but instead, he opened the door, letting them witness what it means to see a rare sea of light in one's life.
This stunning move elevated Suli's status in their hearts by another level.
A spy cursed softly, preparing to create more negative comments, but then heard a knock on the door behind him.
Hello, your takeaway has arrived.
Meanwhile, in the battle analysis room of Daxia, the team leader wore a look of satisfaction. He understood why Suli could achieve this. No wandering after lights out and do not touch bugs were indeed verified rules. The former was when High got beaten, and the latter was when someone got polluted, leading everyone to a false impression that these 2 rules were absolutely correct. Even he thought so at first. But until Suli stretched out his hand toward that cicada, he suddenly realized that while these 2 rules seemed correct, in a certain sense, they were not completely correct.
Firstly, High got beaten when he was caught by the dorm manager. If he hadn't been caught, wouldn't it mean there wouldn't be a problem?
Secondly, the rule of not touching bugs could have 2 meanings: do not touch all bugs, or do not touch certain kinds of bugs. And now that Suli was completely fine, it meant that the meaning of this rule was the second one. Cicadas are touchable, but those polluted bugs are not to be touched. The team leader felt somewhat emotional. Previously, he thought Suli was inherently cautious since he didn't open the door in front of the dormitory, but now his actions changed his view on Suli a bit. This little guy still had the passion and boldness that only youth could have. Suli cautiously moved forward. A long time had passed since the lights went out. The corridor was dark, but the full moon's light still allowed him to see the path clearly.
Suddenly, Suli noticed something moving in the shadow at the end of the hallway on the 4th floor. Is that the thing that was knocking on the door outside the dormitory before?
Suli was not sure, and he didn't want to investigate. Just as he was about to quietly leave, that thing stepped out of the shadows and into the moonlight. It was the strange black cat. It was still holding a struggling cicada in its mouth. What the hell? How has this creepy thing always been so elusive? Wait. Suli suddenly thought of something, his heart uncertain, but now was not the right time to think too much about it. He hoped that the black cat had not noticed him, carefully moving his feet, slowly approaching the staircase. However, the cicada in his pocket suddenly sensed the presence of the black cat and let out a sudden shriek. Oh no! Suli felt a chill run down his spine as he saw the black cat at the end of the corridor turn its head to look at him, its eyes gleaming with a haunting yellow light. It spit out the cicada, then leaped towards Suli. Suli couldn't care about being quiet anymore. Hurried footsteps echoed through the dorm building as he ran wildly downstairs, thinking about how to shake off this black cat. Although each floor had 10 dorms, Suli couldn't enter any of them at this time due to the second rule on the paper ball: without permission, you cannot enter someone else's room. So how could he dodge the black cat chasing after him? Got it! Suli didn't hesitate. He accelerated and dashed into the laundry room in front of him, then slammed the door shut as fast as he could. Bang! It seemed the black cat couldn't slow down in time and crashed into the door. Immediately, a chilling screech and sharp scratching sounds came from outside the door. At this moment, Suli's body was pressed tightly against the door, using his weight to hold it shut, but his expression showed no signs of panic. In fact, a closer look would reveal that his eyes were shimmering with a hint of brilliance. I need to know information about this black cat, whether it has ever harmed or killed any chosen ones before. The more detailed the information, the better. The audience in the livestream was anxiously watching Suli. Suddenly, they heard him whisper this, leaving them puzzled. In this laundry room, there was clearly no one else but him. Who was Suli talking to? Could it be that there was something invisible in the laundry room? The audience felt goosebumps rise all over them. But the expert group from the Daxia kingdom only paused for a moment before immediately realizing that Suli was talking to them. Team leader. An expert looked at the elder for advice, and the team leader nodded without hesitation. This was Su Li's first time actively seeking their help since entering the instance. Although they didn't know the reason behind it, the team leader chose to believe Su Li and activated this precious second hint opportunity. As the hint information button was pressed, the previous death information of Zheng Shengxian from the Cosmic Country, and the relevant information about other countries' chosen ones who had been killed by the Black Cat using bizarre methods, all flooded into Su Li's mind. Soon, a voice filled with suspicion echoed in the operational analysis room, because they saw the corners of Su Li's mouth slightly curve upwards.
He was actually smiling?
Before they could think through the reason behind it, Su Li stopped holding the door, took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, reached for the door handle of the laundry room, and turned it.
Chapter 29, Validating Theories and 2 Puzzles. At the moment Su Li turned the doorknob, the cat's yowls and scratching sounds outside disappeared, and his heart stopped beating as well. A scene like a movie screen appeared before Su Li's eyes. He saw himself open the laundry room door, and a dark shadow leaped toward him, a splash of blood gushing from his neck. The scene vanished, and once again experiencing death, Su Li, even though he was mentally prepared this time, couldn't help but bend down, gasping for breath to ease the strong throbbing in his heart. Originally, the experts from the Great Xia Kingdom, seeing Su Li turn the doorknob, were so shocked that they prepared to use the third hint to forcibly dissuade him. But then they saw he just turned it a bit, then stopped, and started gasping strangely. Even more oddly, after he calmed his breath, the smile on his lips became even more pronounced. Could he be contaminated?
An expert tentatively asked the leader, who didn't think Su Li was toying with them but was rather worried, leaving the leader puzzled as well.
Let's not rush, let's just observe for now.
The leader felt a chill. While he could predict Su Li's earlier actions, now he realized he couldn't see through this little guy at all. Eventually, the scratching sound from outside the door disappeared. It seemed the Black Cat knew it could not enter the laundry room no matter what, so it gave up and left. Su Li stared intently at the door, his thoughts validated.
The second rule of the paper ball: no entering someone else's room without permission.
This rule applied not only to the chosen ones but also to the contaminated things in this strange world. The initial seed of this thought came when he learned that Wu Shan and He Hai and the others also needed to follow the rules. Later, when that seemingly strange entity knocked frantically, Su Li initially thought it was those glowing cicadas that drove away the things outside the door. But when he saw the condition of the door, he realized, based on the force of that thing, it could have easily forced its way into the dormitory. In other words, even such a terrifying entity must follow the rules, and the rooms mentioned in the rules did not refer solely to dormitory rooms, but any room where a person existed. Just like the laundry room he was currently in, as long as he didn't actively open the door, the things outside simply couldn't come in. To validate his theory and understand the triggering mechanism of his foreseeing death talent, Su Li even took the initiative to open the door. At that moment, he kept reminding himself that this was not a test, he really had to open the door, aligning his heart and actions completely. Moreover, this could prepare him in advance for a potential action he might take later. Ultimately, the result of the test was just as he initially imagined. At the moment he turned the doorknob, he encountered death head-on. However, if it stopped here, although the guess was confirmed, there was still a flaw, so he did not hesitate to use a precious hint opportunity before opening the door, actively seeking information from the expert group. And after getting the result, the flaw was filled, and the theory was completely formed. The Black Cat must follow the rules. If someone is inside the room and the other party does not allow or actively open the door, it cannot enter the room, except for one situation. That is, if there is its hair in the room, it can enter directly without permission. Thus, the third puzzle piece was completed. Although the cost was high, Su Li knew it was worth it. Because the value of this puzzle piece was far greater than that. He turned to look at the empty laundry room. Moonlight poured in through the window, casting light on the 7 washing machines. Although he had checked them when taking the clothes earlier, Su Li still opened all 7 washing machines to inspect again. Just like before. Inside, besides a few pieces of clothing mistakenly taken by Wu Shan, there was nothing else. He observed the surrounding walls, which were smooth and white, and found no suspicious spots. Su Li frowned, thought for a moment, then walked to the first washing machine, squatted down, and moved it slightly. It was still empty. Su Li did not mind and walked to the second washing machine to continue moving it, still nothing. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth machines. Who? Su Li stood in front of the last washing machine against the wall, breathing slightly heavier. He then squatted down and moved it aside. The moment space was revealed behind the machine. The audience in the live room erupted in a stir. The expert group was taken aback and quickly zoomed in on the image, chuckling in disbelief. That kid managed to guess right again. Looking at that area, Su Li's pupils contracted slightly. That was the position of the floor drain in this room, covered with a dense mass of white insect eggs. Many of the needle-sized insect eggs had already broken open, revealing the white little bugs he had seen before, but they seemed to be completely dead, showing no signs of movement. Su Li leaned in a bit closer and found that some of the small bugs had grown larger, with several bulges around their bodies, as if limbs were about to grow out from their bodies. Moreover, the bodies of the dead bugs were not purely white anymore, instead, they leaned towards black. Suli felt that this form of the bug seemed familiar.
That's right. It was the black bugs that crawled out from the cracks in the dormitory ceiling before. Suli took a few steps back and moved the washing machine again.
Indeed, on a newly exposed section of the wall, Suli saw dozens of dead black bugs, along with a deep, dark fissure. Pieces pieced together, information reassembled.
The polluted water from the river outside the building, with its insect eggs, entered the dormitory building.
Part of it flowed into the hot water room, and the high temperature did not kill them but instead encouraged them to hatch into larvae, taken away by unsuspecting students. Part of it flowed into the laundry room, and over time, the insect eggs hatched into larvae, which gradually grew into adult bugs, the same kind of black bugs he encountered before, and through this crack at the back of the washing machine, crawled into the students' dormitory. This meant that students in this dormitory would be contaminated if they drank the hot water from the hot water room. If they did not drink it, but fell into a deep sleep at night without fully opening the windows, allowing the outside cicada sounds to fill the dormitory, they would be unknowingly contaminated by the black bugs crawling out from the cracks while asleep. This was almost an unstoppable erosion for the unaware students. So, this dormitory building had so many contaminated people. So many that every person he had seen so far could not escape. Thus, another piece of the puzzle was completed. As for why these bugs died here before entering the cracks. Chapter 30, Escape Means Death and the Safe House of the Dormitory. Suli glanced at the open window and the pile of cicada corpses in the corner not far away, sighing with a complex expression. Although he could not know the specific scene at that time, Suli could roughly guess that it was these cicadas that caused the death of those bugs. And in return, they themselves also lay to rest here. The cold wind blew in from the window, causing the broken bodies in the pile of cicadas to roll about, like heroic souls refusing to die. Suddenly, Suli's gaze sharpened. He saw a blood-stained piece of paper. Emerging from the pile of cicadas, swept up by the chilling cold wind, dancing in the air with the breeze. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on that piece of paper. No one could imagine that there was actually a suspicious rule written down. Even Suli was no exception. He reached out to grasp the note, unfolding it. I have hidden this note here. If you find it, it proves you are definitely a human whose mind has not been polluted. Please remember what I am about to say. 1. The scratched out key is fake. 2. There is no escape. You cannot escape. To escape also means death. 3. There are no people here, only bugs. Bugs everywhere. 4. If you experience severe auditory hallucinations and hair loss symptoms, go to the balcony behind the dorm room and close the door until you hear the bell ring. Do not open the door, do not open the door. Do not open the door. Although the content is brief, it is extremely shocking. So far, Suli has seen 3 handwritten rule hints. The line of tiny letters at the bottom of the study room's rules, the crumpled paper in his right pocket, and this piece in his hand. Not only are the handwriting styles of the 3 rule hints different, but based on the content, these 3 writers have different positions. However, Suli does not know the identity of any of the other individuals. He gazed at the paper in his hand. The writer should be someone who has not yet been polluted, or a person who maintained clear awareness at the time. But the messy handwriting indicates that they were extremely flustered when writing this down. Coupled with the dried bloodstains on the note, Suli could already envision the scene at that time. That person must have clashed with something, then stumbled in here injured. They wanted to tell later people some things, but due to some rules, could not directly speak, so they wrote down this information as best as they could, hiding it in the cicada pile that has a restraining effect against pollution. And then Suli sighed softly, unwilling to think further. The viewers in the live stream began to discuss the information on the newly appeared note, and observers from other countries also relayed what they saw back to their own countries. Those expert groups, after their own discussions, immediately transmitted the information and their conclusions to their chosen ones. Because the content in that rule revealed a tremendous amount of information, which is extremely useful. From now on, except for Daxia country having one more chance, all other countries have used up their hint opportunities. Their expert groups have done their utmost, the rest relies on the chosen ones themselves. Suli looked at the note in his hand, filled with admiration for the writer. They almost used their own life to convey an extremely important piece of information. The first few words of the first line, although covered by blood, based on the extent one can infer, the original wording was likely 2 to 4 words long. Which means that the fake key is highly likely to be only one. Is it the key on Ancho, or is it the key he received before? The second rule reveals a sense of deep despair. It seems that person had tried to escape but was unable to leave this dormitory building. But why did they say escaping means death? Is it because they witnessed a companion being killed by some entity right when they were about to escape? In the third line, that person said there are bugs everywhere. Suli knows this, but what does it mean by saying there are no people here? Does it mean all humans have already been infected? Suli couldn't help but recall the dozens of students in the hot water room who looked at the corpse in the corner. But still, it was an ordinary scene. His body felt a bit cold.
And the last rule, though the longest, revealed the most critical information.
Severe auditory hallucinations and hair loss symptoms. Suli knew the former was a symptom after contamination, he had experienced it before. But hair loss. Suli suddenly recalled the hair he had seen in the garbage bin when he took out the trash earlier. At that time, he wondered why young students were losing their hair so severely. Now it seemed that was also a symptom after contamination. The middle part of the statement was easier to understand. It stated that when symptoms are severe, one must enter the balcony, because there, they could resist the loud sound of the contaminating cicadas. The following phrase, until the bell rings, meant they needed to stay there until dawn, until the bell for waking up sounded. Suli remembered that the last of the 3 ways to pass was, stay in the dormitory and survive until dawn safely. He felt a bit excited. This last rule revealed information far beyond Suli's previous imagination. Because it very well might point out a feasible way to pass. And this was the reason why other countries were willing to use their last hint opportunity. Even the viewers in the live room were extremely excited now, although they also knew those passing methods. But the dormitory building was so big, who knew where to hide to survive safely until dawn? But now, this last rule hint on the bloodstained note directly told them that the safe place was the balcony behind the dormitory. The long-held repression and panic were released at this moment, some even began to hug and cry. However, Suli still did not fully relax, because at the end, that person repeatedly wrote 3 times not to open the door, and the emotions became stronger each time.
What does this mean? Could it be that at such a time, something would ignore the cicadas and the rules, forcing its way through the balcony door to enter? Creak. In the quiet room, the sudden sound of the door being pushed open startled Suli, who was lost in deep thought. His hair stood on end, and he turned to see Zhu Feiyu, dressed in a black and white coat, leaning against the laundry room door, smiling at him. What were you looking at just now? Suli naturally held the note in his palm and took a few steps back. Zhu Feiyu looked a bit confused. Are you afraid of me? Suli stopped retreating, adjusted his flustered breathing. He didn't speak, just quietly gazing at the smiling Zhu Feiyu in front of him. Chapter 31. The fifth puzzle, strange. Is you. The laundry room fell into a strange silence. The viewers were somewhat puzzled, not understanding why the two, who had been talking and laughing earlier, now had such a strange atmosphere between them. I get it. Dormitory Rule 8, no wandering in the dormitory after lights out. The reason Suli didn't get in trouble before is because he wasn't discovered. But now Zhu Feiyu is here, and he found out Suli wasn't sleeping in the dorm. Damn it. He won't run directly to tell Aunt Jo, will he? No. I feel like he might act on it himself. Did you forget the pencil stuck on the door? Oh my god. Does that mean Suli is going to be in trouble? No. My Suli brother. The viewers became anxious, but the next moment, their expressions turned extremely confused. They saw on the screen that Suli not only remained calm but also said something that left them baffled. It's you? It's me. Zhu Feiyu still wore a bright smile. Confusion, great confusion, the viewers had no idea. What does the dialogue between these two mean? What does you are mine even mean? They have no idea what they are talking about. A boy suddenly reacted. Wow. Wow. Extreme surprise surged in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and tremblingly sent a message. Brothers. I think I understand what they mean. Hurry, tell us. The boy gulped hard, then shakily typed a few words. If I'm not mistaken, Suli is saying. Zhu Feiyu is the weird one. At the moment the message appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were making all kinds of guesses, fell silent, all looking at the two who were facing each other on the screen. If Zhu Feiyu really is what the message said, a weird thing in this instance world, then right now he is blocking the door, making Suli have nowhere to escape? But soon they saw that Suli's expression had already returned to calm, and he looked at the door with a smile. Senior, aren't you coming in? Before Zhu Feiyu could respond, Suli continued. Oh, I forgot. Even if you are the weird one, you cannot break the rules. No entering another's room without permission. The audience was in an uproar, the message really was right. But Suli was being too bold now. The weird one was right in front of him, and he still managed to smile. Zhu Feiyu didn't care about Suli's words, just curiously looked at him. Looking at you, it seems you knew my identity for a long time, so, when was it? Not long ago. This time, not just the audience, even Zhu Feiyu was a bit confused. Suli wasn't lying, he had indeed confirmed Zhu Feiyu's identity not long ago, precisely at the moment the black cat left the laundry room. When he first encountered the black cat, it chased Suli to the hot water room and then disappeared. Later, when Suli went back to get money, he didn't see the black cat's trace even on the 4th floor, and the same happened the next few times, as if the black cat had vanished in this dormitory building. But that was impossible. So during those time frames, it must have been hiding in some room.
However, Suli had already deduced that the black cat also had to follow the rules. When there was someone in the room, it couldn't enter unless there was its fur present, which Suli learned from using a hint opportunity. Moreover, the crucial issue was that, in the information returned by the expert group of Daxia country, it mentioned a very important piece of information. That is, the rooms that stored the black cat's fur were all rooms of the chosen ones. This meant that in this dormitory building, the dorm rooms the black cat could enter were only 5 to 8. Because all chosen ones were in the same room when entering the instance. But in this instance world, there was only one chosen one, and the cat fur in rooms 5 to 8 was also discovered by himself, so the black cat couldn't enter any of the dorm rooms. Previously on the 4th floor, he had encountered the black cat, but it was only in the hallway, not in a room. This meant that during the previous times when the black cat disappeared, it was not in the dormitory, but in another place. And the only public areas it could enter at that time were the laundry room and the study room. When the laundry room is empty, it could enter freely, but when Suli passed by those times, the laundry room door had always been open, and he didn't see the black cat's figure inside. As for the last remaining study room, it had always been occupied, and to enter, one could only get the person inside's consent. Thus, it meant that Zhu Feiyu, who was always in the study room, let it in. The black cat is not an ordinary cat, it has strong pollution and aggression, yet Zhu Feiyu is not hurt at all. This indicates that he has an exceptionally harmonious relationship with the black cat. Moreover, earlier, when Suli warned Zhu Feiyu that the black cat was very dangerous, the latter had also said that the black cat was very good. What kind of person can avoid being harmed by a heavily polluted black cat and still think it is very good? Only someone whose power far surpasses it, whose level of pollution is at the very top of this building, can do that. At the beginning, Suli thought the black cat belonged to Aunt Zhou, but now it seems that its owner should be Zhu Feiyu. So when he pieced together this puzzle, it was no wonder that a self-mocking smile appeared. The remaining chain around its neck was also taken off by you, right? Suli looked at Zhu Feiyu in front of him. He still remembered that when he first saw the black cat, there was still a piece of chain on its neck, but later when he saw it again, it had only its shiny black fur. That spot could not be removed by the black cat itself, it needed someone to help it. Interesting. Zhu Feiyu did not answer the question and looked at Suli with great interest. I think, judging by your personality, the basis for your judgment should not just be this, right? What else? Suli was slightly surprised. He did not expect Zhu Feiyu to understand him so well. Has he been observing him all along? Yes, besides this, there is indeed another detail. That is, when he went to the study room, after self-studying for a while, because of the heating in the closed window, the room was extraordinarily hot, even Wu Shan beside him was sweating. But when he opened the window, he noticed that there was not a single drop of sweat on Zhu Feiyu's forehead. It is known that Suli had only stayed in the study room for less than half an hour, while Zhu Feiyu had been there before he arrived. Of course, this point is not particularly important, at most it just supports the idea that Zhu Feiyu's pollution level is very high. However, on the blood-stained paper he just discovered, it indicates that hair loss is a form of manifestation of pollution, but Zhu Feiyu shows no signs of hair loss at all. This means that Zhu Feiyu's situation is no longer simply explained by serious pollution. This exception highly likely indicates that Zhu Feiyu is the weird one. And the most critical point is the last one. When he first went to the study room, it had just passed 9:30, and Zhu Feiyu was already there. But according to common sense, he should not have been there at that time. Because the dormitory safety rules state the 7th point, first and second years get off at 21:30, lights out at 22:30 to 6 o'clock. Third year gets off at 22:10, lights out at 23 to 5:30. Zhu Feiyu appeared in a place where he should not have been half an hour early. Chapter 32, Life at the Edge. Wonderful. Zhu Feiyu clapped his hands with a smile, but the applause sounded a bit eerie in the currently silent dormitory. She really didn't see you wrong. Suli's eyes slightly narrowed. Who are you talking about? This time, Zhu Feiyu did not answer. Suli took 2 steps forward, and he noticed that the other party seemed to have no great malice toward him at the moment. Was the student who jumped off the building you? He tried to make his voice calm and gentle. Can you tell me if there were others beside you at that time? Zhu Feiyu remained silent, and Suli did not urge him, just quietly waited there. A sigh broke the silence, and Suli immediately perked up. Is he going to speak? He saw Zhu Feiyu look deeply at him. Some things cannot be spoken by me. Then he looked up at the window of the laundry room. Tonight, the moonlight is truly beautiful. His voice was no longer as bright as before. Instead, there was a faint sadness. Suli instinctively looked back. Outside the window, the full moon hung high in the sky, like the eye of a god, quietly watching over him. When he turned back again, the figure of Zhu Feiyu had vanished from the doorway. Suli stood still, pondering a question. He had prepared himself to face the Yuri, but unexpectedly, Zhu Feiyu not only did not attack him, but his attitude also seemed quite friendly. Why? And why did he remain here even after death? According to general situations and the live broadcasts he had seen before, if it were an unconscious or low intelligence Eri, they would linger in the places they occupied before death. However, Zhu Feiyu's case was clearly different. What was his purpose for staying here? And what did his last words mean? Why couldn't he tell him? Moreover, when mentioning the moonlight, there was a hidden hint of loneliness and desolation in his expression. Su Li couldn't reach a conclusion for now, but at least from the current situation, he was getting closer to the truth. He left the laundry room and walked downstairs. It was already late at night, perhaps he could test whether the key in his hand truly couldn't open the dormitory building's door. In the quiet hallway, Su Li walked carefully on his own. He arrived at the second floor. Just as he was about to turn the corner, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from the direction of the first floor. Accompanied by the sound of keys clashing, they were approaching him. Someone was coming up. At this time, how could anyone still not be asleep? Could it be the cat's call from the laundry room that drew someone here? Was it Aunt Zhou or Teacher Xiong? But whoever it was, Su Li was in trouble. He couldn't go up now. Because judging by the footsteps, at this distance, he couldn't outrun them. If he were discovered wandering in the dormitory building, the consequences would definitely be severe. Although the study room door was right in front of him, he couldn't hide in there. It wasn't just because Zhu Feiyu was likely inside, it was because the study room faced the first-floor dormitory door. If he appeared in that position, he would surely be seen directly by the owner of the footsteps. And although there were many dormitory rooms on the second floor, he couldn't enter any without permission from the occupants. Su Li was stuck there, unable to find any way to hide. Just as the footsteps were getting closer, a faint sound of a door opening came from behind him. A hand reached from the darkness, covering Su Li's mouth and pulling him into a pitch-black room. Su Li was shocked and instinctively wanted to elbow, only to find the hand covering his mouth had loosened. Shoo! Someone whispered in his ear, and in the moonlight, Su Li saw the person's face. Su Feng. Before he could say anything, Su Feng pointed to a bed behind him. That's my bed, lie down quickly. Su Li did not hesitate, quickly walked to the edge of the bed, gripped the bed railing. Using it for leverage, he gracefully flipped over. First rule of the dormitory. Without permission, one cannot sleep in someone else's bed. But now it was Su Feng who asked Su Li to go, so he didn't violate the rules. Almost at the moment Su Li turned over onto the bed, the hurried footsteps stopped right outside their room door. Then, two heads pressed tightly against the window. Su Li tried hard to keep his breathing steady, pretending to be completely asleep. Seconds passed by, and soon the two heads seemed to discover that there were people in all three beds in the dormitory, which was somewhat unexpected for them. They exchanged glances and then simply left. Until the footsteps could no longer be heard, the audience let out a sigh of relief. I almost scared myself to death just now. Who knew Su Li could escape such a tight spot? Me too, I was so scared, but Su Li stayed calm. I'm not kidding, that move Su Li made to get onto the bed was really cool. Watching Su Ji's livestream is thrilling, but I can't handle it like this, my heart can't take it. Su Li quietly got out of bed and went to hide behind the corner of the door, in front of Su Feng, who had been checking for curfew violations. Thank you so much just now. He felt a bit emotional. Previously Su Feng said he would find a chance to help him, and at that time he didn't take it seriously, but unexpectedly, he really saved him this time. Su Feng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, don't mention it, it's no big deal. He stepped out from the corner, brought a stool for Su Li, and then introduced his roommates to him. This is Shi Hua, and this is Ma Min. Su Li followed his gaze and was suddenly alarmed. He saw Su Feng's two roommates sitting cross-legged on their beds, looking at him with unfriendly expressions. One of them had a very swollen stomach, with a bulge appearing at his side, as if something was trying to break out from inside. The other person was extremely thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him against the wall, and he had very little hair, looking like he was already in his 40s or 50s. Su Li's heart tightened. They had already been contaminated, and the severity seemed much worse than He Hai and Wu Shan. On the contrary, Su Feng looked normal with no signs of abnormalities, but Su Li did not let his guard down because being normal here was the biggest abnormality. Su Feng had no reaction to their conditions, but it seemed he noticed the unfriendly looks from the two towards Su Li. I told you earlier that the one who helped me in the hot water room is this Su Li Jr. If it weren't for him, neither of you would have gotten to wash up before lights out tonight. Hey! I'm telling you, stop staring at him like that, you might scare him. Su Li was a bit surprised. He had seen many people speak ill of others behind their backs, but this was the first time he encountered someone speaking good of another behind their back. Upon hearing Su Feng's introduction, the aggressiveness in the eyes of the two on the bed faded, but they still silently watched Su Li. Su Feng didn't bother with them any further, sat down on a stool himself, and then looked at Su Li curiously. Why are you still out so late? Don't you fear Aunt Zhou catching you? Su Li smiled, looking quite natural. I just woke up and remembered my book was left in the study room, so I came down to get it. As he spoke, he unzipped his jacket, and Su Feng, who was initially a bit skeptical of Su Li's statement, was stunned when he saw the books tied to Su Li's chest. He instinctively exclaimed, "Junior, you really love studying." Su Li zipped his jacket back up, revealing a shy smile. "I hope I don't embarrass my senior, I just like arming myself with knowledge."
Chapter 33 Keys? More than one.
Then, Su Li casually asked,
"From what my senior said, was there someone wandering outside before and got caught by Aunt Zhou?" Su Feng perked up upon hearing Su Li's question and leaned in.
"Yes, let me tell you, there was a guy who seemed to be addicted to the internet or something, wanted to sneak out to go online, but unfortunately, he was caught by Aunt Zhou.
Oh man.
She grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back to the dorm, giving him a good beating. He got hit so badly that I could hear it clearly on the second floor while they were on the fifth. I heard that they even broke the broom in their dorm." The more Su Li listened, the more peculiar his expression became.
"The person you're talking about, is it he high?"
"Ah, yes, that's him." Su Feng slapped his thigh.
"What, do you know this unlucky kid?"
Su Li awkwardly nodded.
"Yes, he is my roommate."
Su Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, and Su Li continued to ask,
"Senior, do you remember what date it was that day?"
Seeing Su Feng deep in thought with a serious expression, seemingly unable to remember, Su Li changed the question.
"Even if he wasn't discovered, he still couldn't get out, right? After all, he doesn't have the key to the main door."
"That's natural, and even if he wanted to get the key, it would be impossible."
"Why? Isn't it with Aunt Zhou? Can't he just sneak over and take it while she is sleeping?"
Seeing Su Li look at him with confusion, Su Feng felt a bit smug, glanced around, and then leaned closer to Su Li, whispering, "The key to the dormitory building is with Aunt Zhou, but it's hanging closely on her neck. Even if Aunt Zhou is sleeping at night, it would still be difficult to take it." Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He had indeed extracted this information. Aunt Zhou really did have the key to the dormitory building. However, as Su Feng mentioned, getting the key from Aunt Zhou still seemed very difficult.
He pondered, but his expression showed some disbelief. "No way, senior, how do you know this?"
Cough, cough, cough. Su Feng cleared his throat a few times, redirecting his gaze to another place. "Just know that your senior isn't lying to you, don't ask how I know the specifics." Su Li looked at Su Feng with a strange expression and suddenly thought of something. "Senior, you said the key is hanging on Aunt Zhou's neck, so it shouldn't make a sound. But when the person checking the dorm came up just now, I heard the sound of keys clinking." Su Feng turned back, dismissively snorting. "Junior, although you are smart, you are still too young.
When did I tell you that there is only one key to the dormitory building?"
Su Li was taken aback and then realized. The key can open the locked places of the dormitory building, and the people entering and leaving the building every day have the key to the main door. In this rule, it indeed did not say there was only one key. He had previously made the mistake of thinking in a routine way. He looked at Su Feng with a burning gaze. His previous help to him was merely for self-preservation. And to his surprise, he unexpectedly received so much valuable information in return. Seeing Su Li staring at him, Su Feng thought this junior was stunned by him and proudly crossed his arms over his chest. "Since we're already comrades in hardship, I'll go ahead and tell you, Teacher Xiong also has a key."
Sure enough.
Su Li silently noted this information down. At this moment, the expert teams from other countries looked extremely frustrated. Their chance to give hints was gone. Therefore, even if they learned this very important information through an observer, they could not pass it on to their chosen ones. They looked at their own chosen ones, some still lying in bed, while others were running around the dormitory like headless flies, and then looked over at Su Li, who was sitting safely and skillfully gathering important information through conversation.
With a long sigh, truly, there is no harm without comparison.
Su Li looked at the energetic Su Feng in front of him and the two beside him who were still staring at him, and thought of a question. It had been dark for a long time, but why were all three of them still wearing their outerwear?
"Senior, you all seem like you haven't slept at all?"
Su Feng's expression faded, first cursing softly, before realizing something and explaining to Su Li.
"Don't get me wrong, Junior, I wasn't scolding you. It's just that earlier, in the hot water room, didn't I say I didn't have my wallet?"
"Yeah. When I came back to look for it, it was still missing.
I asked them, and they all said they hadn't seen it. Then I realized my wallet must have been stolen. Is there a thief?"
"Yeah, there should be. I guess the thief must have acted at night, so a few of us decided to stay up tonight and wait for him.
But unexpectedly, the thief didn't show up, you did."
Su Feng sighed. "Actually, the wallet itself isn't that important, it's just a pity about those few game tokens inside." Su Li looked at Su Feng with a strange expression. No wonder he knew the keys on Aunt Zhou were hard to take. Turns out he was just like He Hai, also a guy who liked to play games.
But what kind of game token could be more important than a wallet? Hey, game tokens?
Su Li suddenly remembered that in the bucket of clothes Wu Shan mistakenly took, there was a wallet on top that contained a few game tokens.
Senior, is your wallet black? Yes. Does it have a medical report from Gujiang Hospital and more than $100 inside? Right. The game token you're talking about, does it have the words Firefly on it?
Su Feng jumped up, his expression extremely excited. He grasped Su Li's arm and shook it hard.
Su Li, have you seen my wallet?
Just as Su Li was about to speak, he suddenly felt a little tightness in his chest, his heart sank.
Hadn't he just taken medicine? When did he get polluted again?
Su Feng was still shaking him hard, but soon he noticed Su Li's face was not looking too good.
Sorry, Su Li, did I shake you too hard?
He released Su Li's arm, laughing awkwardly. Su Li was slightly panting, and at the moment of feeling chest tightness, he sensed the cicada he placed on his chest tremble slightly, then that uncomfortable feeling disappeared.
He didn't want to consider why the pollution had appeared again, although it was temporarily safe now. No one knew if Aunt Zhou and the others would suddenly appear at the dormitory door in the next moment. He needed to quickly gather more information from Su Feng. Su Li waved his hand, indicating he was fine, and continued the previous topic.
I did see your wallet, you must have washed it together with the clothes in the laundry.
I saw it at the time but didn't know whose it was.
I was worried someone would take it, so I gave it to Aunt Zhou. Su Feng patted Su Li's shoulder.
Sure enough, you're thoughtful, Junior.
Su Li hesitated for a moment and continued. But when I went to get medicine before, Aunt Zhou said she hadn't seen that wallet.
What? Su Feng immediately stood up.
Senior, don't get too excited.
Wait until tomorrow morning, then ask again. Maybe Aunt Zhou remembered wrong?
All right. Su Feng helplessly sat down. He didn't blame Su Li, he just looked a bit worried, resting his chin on his hand.
If we can't find it, that would be a problem.
Not only are there game tokens in the wallet, but our class's material fees are also inside.
That more than $100?
Yes, that's what the teacher asked me to collect.
If you really can't find it, will the teacher punish you?
Probably not. Teacher Xiong is very nice. If he finds out, he might even help me look.
Teacher Xiong?
Su Li thought of the middle-aged man in his 40s, who had been attacked by a black cat.
The teacher Xiong you're talking about, is he named Xiong Ida? Chapter 34, Su Li. Run. Hey, Junior, you know him too?
Su Feng seemed a bit surprised.
Yeah, I've seen him once.
Su Li suddenly remembered another matter. Earlier in the hot water room, Su Feng also mentioned this teacher Xiong, and his tone was similar to now, filled with respect and admiration.
He tried to ask. Is this teacher Xiong really that good?
Of course. Su Feng seemed a bit dissatisfied with the slight doubt revealed in Su Li's tone.
Who doesn't know that teacher Xiong from Gujiang Middle School is a good person?
He leaned in closer. Previously, one of his students jumped off a building and died. Teacher Xiong was incredibly sad, as if his own son had passed away. In the end, he couldn't bear it and took several days off. Su Li's heart trembled. Previously, Hai had told him a similar story, but he didn't expect that the teacher he mentioned at that time would actually be this teacher Xiong.
Su Feng was quite satisfied with Su Li's expression.
Surprised, right? But it's also my first time seeing a teacher who treats students like his own children.
After saying this, Su Feng's expression turned a bit regretful.
He glanced around to confirm that no one was behind him, and then lowered his voice.
Actually, Aunt Zhou was really nice before. Whenever we had something, we would go to her.
Sometimes, if we came back late, we would act cute and say some nice words, and Aunt Zhou wouldn't scold us, she would just open the dormitory door. But later, I don't know what happened, Aunt Zhou suddenly seemed like a different person, always with a stern face, looking unhappy. And she became extremely strict with us. If we slightly broke any rules, we would get a beating from her.
Look, this is a result of Aunt Zhou's beating.
As Su Feng spoke, he rolled up his shirt. Su Li's pupils shrank as he saw a large indentation on Su Feng's bare chest.
This guy had indeed been polluted.
Such an injury, if it were on a normal person, would make even breathing difficult. But Su Feng was now surprisingly still jumping around in front of him. Su Feng seemed a bit cold, shivering a bit as he lowered his shirt and continued.
But teacher Xiong is different.
If he is present when we break the rules, he will speak up for us. Because of this, he has had several conflicts with Aunt Zhou.
Su Li's gaze sharpened. Did they end up fighting? Su Feng recalled. Not really, teacher Xiong is very kind and probably wouldn't fight.
He would just protect us behind him and confront Aunt Zhou with reason. Sometimes, Aunt Zhou would only tell us not to do it again without raising her hand, but other times, when we seriously violated the rules, she would get very unhappy, and during those times, teacher Xiong couldn't persuade her at all.
Su Feng seemed to remember a not-so-pleasant memory, instinctively gasping, then feeling a bit emotional.
Still, teacher Xiong is good. Sometimes, when we came back late, the cafeteria would be closed and there would be no night snacks, and teacher Xiong would share his own bento with us. Though it wasn't much, at least we wouldn't be so hungry.
Suli remained silent. It seemed there was indeed a conflict between Teacher Xiong and Aunt Zhou. If the key in his hand was fake, then he could only get the key from Aunt Zhou. But from the current situation, Aunt Zhou was almost impossible to give him the key. Did that mean he had to go find Teacher Xiong? When he saw him earlier, he did feel the kindness radiating from him. Su Feng's earlier words also confirmed that he indeed seemed to be a good person. However, Suli always felt that something was off. Brother. Suli suddenly heard someone calling him. The voice was extremely familiar, but now Suli felt a chill all over. Because that voice should not appear here. He abruptly looked up. In the room, besides him, there were only Su Feng and the other three. Brother, where are you? I'm so cold. The voice appeared again, and a frail little girl walked out from the wall. She was soaked all over, trembling as she reached out her hands towards Suli. How could she be here? Suli's heart panicked, and the next moment, the piercing sound of cicadas rang in his embrace. The sound stopped, and the girl disappeared. Only then did Suli suddenly realize that it was just an auditory hallucination and a delusion. The level of his pollution seemed to have worsened. He looked at Su Feng, who had a concerned expression, ready to explain that he was fine, but suddenly heard a grinding sound behind him. He turned to look and saw the two seniors who had been sitting on the bed tilting their heads, looking at him with strange eyes. Panic, fear, anger, confusion, misunderstanding. Various emotions constantly alternated on their faces. Why, is there the sound of bugs, on you? As the fragmented questions arose, the two seniors jumped down from the bed, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. They moved strangely, approaching Suli. Aunt Zhou said, not to touch bugs, you broke the rules. Did they hear the sound of the cicadas, which triggered their transformation? But the cicadas' calls before were supposed to suppress the pollution, right? Why was it now having the opposite effect? Suli wanted to explain something, but heard someone behind him breathing heavily, and then Su Feng's voice broke through, word by word. Suli, leave here. I feel very bad now, you should go. Suli turned around, only to see Su Feng's eyes had almost entirely turned a strange black. Only a small bit of white remained. His hands were swollen with veins bulging, and he was trembling, gripping the bed railing. Creak. The iron railing bent under Su Feng's grip, making a harsh, unpleasant sound. Su Feng suddenly looked up, grabbed Suli's collar, and flung him towards the dormitory door. With a bang, Suli was thrown by this sudden action, feeling pain all over his body. Struggling to get up, he saw the chair he had been sitting on was smashed to pieces by Su Feng's roommate, Shihua, using a piece of railing. If it weren't for Su Feng's throw? Suli felt a lingering fear. At this moment, Su Feng was facing his two completely mutated roommates, his back turned to Suli, gritting his teeth as he said the final word. Go! Suli took a deep look at the back of this senior, then turned and left the dormitory. He knew that with his combat power, he could contribute nothing in this situation, so he had no choice but to leave. But he did not expect that Su Feng, who was so severely polluted, could still maintain clarity at that moment. The sounds of fierce fighting and inhuman growls came from behind, and Suli quickened his steps. He couldn't let down Su Feng's good intentions. With 2 hours left until dawn, he had to take a look at the staff lounge while he was not completely polluted. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, and the viewers in the livestream held their breaths in unison. Not far ahead, Aunt Zhou was standing at the door of the dormitory manager's lounge with a bloodied stick, coldly watching Suli. Chapter 35, Aunt Zhou's Attack, the Notebook of Pollution Records. At this time, Aunt Zhou was already different from her previous appearance. One of her eyes had turned pitch black, while the other still appeared normal. Aunt Zhou had indeed been polluted. If the cold oppressive feeling she had brought to Suli before was alarming, then her mutated form now added an unsettling feeling. Suli's heart sank. Su Feng had said before that Aunt Zhou had a zero-tolerance attitude towards those who violated rules, but clearly, his appearance here was a violation of the rule against wandering after lights out. What was worse, he had been caught by her. The result that followed. Suli could guess that nothing good would come of it. He could only try to explain as best as he could. But before he could speak, Aunt Zhou's cold voice rang out first. Come in. After saying this, Aunt Zhou turned around and walked into the room. Suli didn't have the slightest thought of running away. The dormitory building was so small, and Aunt Zhou wasn't that black cat. Since she had already seen him, where could he run? Feeling anxious, he walked into the dorm manager's resting room. This time, the curtains in the room were already pulled open, and Aunt Zhou stood with her back to Suli. Aunt Zhou, actually I'm feeling a bit unwell again. Suli tried to convey to Aunt Zhou that he wasn't loitering, but had come down to take medicine due to feeling unwell. But before he could finish his words, he saw Aunt Zhou suddenly turn around, her blood-stained stick, accompanied by the whistling wind, swinging towards his head. Suli instinctively wanted to dodge, but her speed was simply too fast. So fast that Suli's body didn't even have time to react before the wooden stick came crashing down. The audience in the live broadcast let out a scream, covering their eyes, not daring to look at the screen in front of them.
Suli's breath immediately caught in his throat, cold sweat soaking his back. Just now, that wooden stick had nearly slammed down next to his body, striking heavily on the ground. Even his ears were stung by the wind created by the stick.
Was it off target?
Suli looked to the side and then suddenly realized something, a sense of extreme fear rising in his heart. He saw that the ground beside him had been smashed into a pit by the wooden stick, and in the middle of that pit, there was a small cluster of white insect eggs. Some of them had already cracked open, revealing the tiny white worms inside, but they were all dead under the stick.
Just now, Aunt Jo was not trying to attack him, but those insects? They were about to ambush him just now?
Suli's gaze suddenly fell on his pant leg. He remembered that place had been folded up before, but now it had flipped over. He suddenly realized something, bent down to roll up his pant leg, and then saw a very tiny red dot.
It looked like a mark from being bitten by an insect. I remember telling you to pay attention to personal hygiene. Aunt Jo glanced at Suli, placing the stick aside.
Suli then realized why he had been contaminated twice. It was because when he went to the laundry room to get his clothes, he hadn't checked carefully due to being in a hurry, so he failed to notice the white insect eggs stuck to the folded pant leg. At that time, they hadn't touched him due to the pants, but as time passed, the eggs hatched, and the tiny white worms crawled into the pant leg, coming into contact with him, thus leading to his contamination. And the contaminated person would have weakened bodily senses, causing him not to notice them for so long. So after he previously took the medicine, he was contaminated again.
Because they had been on him all along until just now. Was Aunt Jo just helping him?
Just as Suli was feeling uncertain, a glass cup, just like before, was handed to him. Due to his earlier experience, Suli directly took it and drank it down. But this time, after finishing the medicine, Suli did not feel any relief from his discomfort. Aunt Jo had been watching Suli, as if she could tell from his expression that this medicine wasn't very effective. She turned around and opened the cabinet at her feet.
With your current condition, just drinking the medicine won't do much anymore.
Suli tentatively asked.
Besides the kind I drank before, are there any other medicines?
Aunt Jo ignored him, rummaging through the cupboard by herself.
Soon, she straightened up. The medicine is finished. I will go get some.
This time, just stay here and don't run around. She walked in front of Suli, looking seriously into his eyes.
Do you understand?
Looking at those black and white eyes, Suli only felt a chill creeping towards him, so he could only nod in agreement.
Aunt Jo didn't say anything more, took up a wooden stick, and left the room.
Suli glanced back, then walked to the cupboard. Before, Aunt Jo had blocked his view, and he couldn't see what was inside. Now was the perfect time to check. Bending down, Suli was about to explore, but he stopped the motion, straightened up, and his gaze fell on the table. There was a black notebook. Suli opened it, and the densely packed words made his pupils tremble. December 30th, dormitory 5-1, Guang, dosage level 1, times taken 2. December 30th, dormitory 6-3, Fan Mingjia, dosage level 1, times taken 1. December 30th, dormitory 2-2, Shihua, dosage level 3, times taken 2. December 30th, dormitory 2-2, Ma Min, dosage level 3, times taken 3. December 30th, dormitory 2-2, Su Feng, dosage level 3, times taken 5. Suli's gaze landed on the name Su Feng, paused for a moment, and then as if searching for something, rapidly flipped through the notebook, soon stopping his actions. December 30th, dormitory 5-8, High, dosage level 1, times taken 2. December 30th, dormitory 5-8, Wushan, dosage level 1, times taken 3. December 30th, dormitory 5-8, Suli, dosage level 1, times taken 1. Suli lowered his head, his expression somewhat unclear. The last time he took the medicine and left, he heard a rustling sound of something being written. Now it seemed she was indeed writing this record at that time. Suli silently looked at his name appearing at the end of the record list, and the number of times noted. Although it didn't clearly state what it was not difficult to guess it referred to the times students came here to take medicine when unwell. As for the earlier dosage levels, they correspond to the pollution levels. The larger the number, the deeper the degree of pollution. Suli still remembered that Su Feng, after being mutated, clearly had a higher pollution level and power than High and Wushan. Yet, he recorded a dosage level of 3 in the notebook. Suli closed the notebook, looking dazed at the black cover. He just finished reading all the contents of the notebook. Every page filled with such records. It meant that almost everyone in this building was polluted. By now, Suli finally understood why, during his 2 visits, Aunt Jo's medicine was never enough and needed to go out to get more. It was because there were simply too many contaminated people. Chapter 36, White Candy, Aunt Jo Gets Angry. At this moment, there was a faint sound of footsteps from behind. Suli turned around to see Teacher Xiong, with bandages wrapped around his neck, standing at the door, smiling at him. Suli, why are you still not sleeping so late?
Teacher Xiong, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I came to find Aunt Jo to get some medicine.
Medicine? The man's face turned strange.
Is it a transparent liquid that has no taste when you drink it? He knows about this medicine too?
Suli concealed the confusion in his heart, smiled and nodded, wanting to see what the man would say.
That's not medicine. Suli was taken aback.
But after I took it before, I did feel a lot better.
Teacher Xiong sighed. Do you really think those things you drank would make you better? Think about it well, after taking it, didn't you feel even more uncomfortable at some point? For example, an unexpected pain? Suli frowned, he actually knows this too. Could it be that he means to say that the relief from his pollution? It is not because of the medicine Aunt Jo gave, but some other reason? So after I just took the medicine, why didn't my symptoms ease like last time? But...
Suli's gaze fell on the small cluster of insect corpses on the ground. Aunt Jo had just helped him swat these insects away, clearly trying to help him. Teacher Xiong followed Suli's gaze and saw the things on the ground. He smiled slightly.
How do you know these insects weren't placed here by someone?
Suli's expression suddenly turned pale. Viewers in the live broadcast room gasped because he remembered something. Before, Aunt Jo was often not in the lounge, and Suli had encountered Aunt Jo on the third floor before getting his clothes. Was it really like Teacher Xiong said, that Aunt Jo deliberately put the insects there? At that moment? Teacher Xiong continued to ask, did she just make you drink that kind of potion again? Suli nodded, and Teacher Xiong's brow furrowed. This is really nonsense. He looked at Suli. Child, come with me. He turned and walked to the right, the sound of keys jingling as he moved. Suli hesitated for a moment but then followed him. The staff lounge wasn't far away, it was right next to the dormitory management room. The room also had no lights on, but with the moonlight and the light from the hallway outside, Suli could still see the room's layout clearly. It was similar to Aunt Jo's room, also very tidy. There wasn't even a single hair on the floor. On the table sat a lunchbox and a pair of pliers, while Teacher Xiong was crouching down, searching for something in the cupboard. Suli looked at the key ring hanging from his waist, pondering how he could obtain the keys from Teacher Xiong if he couldn't get the keys from Aunt Jo's room. I finally found it. Teacher Xiong stood up with a smile, holding an iron box in his hand. He opened the lid and carefully took out a white ball that resembled a candy, smiling broadly as he handed it to Suli. Here, child, eat this, and you won't feel that pain anymore. Although Suli could feel the sincerity in the other's smile, he still hesitated at the sight of this candy with unknown ingredients. Even though he had confirmed the bizarre identity, he hadn't yet unraveled the truth of this side story. As dawn approached, the pollution situation in this building grew even more severe. Even now, standing here, he could faintly hear low growls coming from outside the door. Those were the unconscious roars of the contaminated students, having mutated. So, Suli was afraid to eat this white candy directly. Teacher Xiong noticed Suli's hesitation and sighed. Child, you must know that the teacher will not harm you, you have to trust your teacher. He held the candy out again. Suli still felt uncertain. Why not give it a try? He could take the candy, pretend to eat it without actually putting it in his mouth, see his reaction, and at the same time, build a good relationship with him to make it easier to obtain the key later. Suli was just about to reach out to take it when he felt a chill from behind. Teacher Xiong's smile also faded as he looked behind him. Suli realized something and stiffly turned around. Aunt Jo had come back. Her right hand held a wooden stick with fresh blood on it, while her left hand grasped several seemingly dead, broken cicada corpses. She stood there, her expression cold as she looked at Teacher Xiong and Suli. Come back with me. As she spoke, she reached to pull Suli back, but was blocked by Teacher Xiong. Aunt Jo's eyes darkened with anger. Don't go too far. Xiong Ida. Teacher Xiong put away the candies. He seemed both angry and amused by Aunt Jo's words. He pulled Suli behind him, glaring at Aunt Jo filled with fury. I don't want to say much in front of the students today, but don't you think I don't know what you put in those medicines you give to the kids? Teacher Xiong looked angrier than Aunt Jo. Is that thing in your hand something those kids can eat? Suli was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Aunt Jo's left hand, which held the dead cicada. No wonder he felt that the medicine he drank before tasted much like pure water but had something different about it. It turned out to be. Thinking of this, he felt a slight churn in his stomach. Aunt Jo seemed unwilling to say more to Xiong Ida. She put the cicada corpse into her pocket, stepped forward, and directly grabbed Suli's arm. She wanted to pull Suli back, but found that Xiong Ida held onto Suli's other arm tightly. She suddenly turned her head back, her eyes cold as she spoke slowly and deliberately, "Let go of me." Seeing Xiong Ida release his grip, Aunt Jo immediately yanked Suli back to the dormitory's break room. As the door closed, Suli glanced outside and saw Teacher Xiong had followed them out, standing at the door looking at him, his eyes filled with worry. The viewers in the livestream were a bit confused. I say, why does this scene feel so strange, like I've seen it somewhere before? Upstairs, I know. In those TV dramas, girls taken away by wealthy gentry look just like this, their old fathers powerless, just following behind with tears in their eyes, worried about their children. Damn.
Now that you mention it, it really does look like that.
Unlike the joyful atmosphere in the livestream, Suli felt his scalp tingle. His arm hurt from being pulled, but he didn't dare rub it. Earlier, Aunt Jo had told him to stay put, but he had followed Teacher Xiong to the next room, and now he was directly yanked back.
Next, nothing bad would happen, right? Chapter 37, Incomplete Puzzle, Breach of Rules.
However, Suli soon felt relieved, noticing that Aunt Jo didn't seem to pursue the matter further. As soon as they returned to the room, she sat down at the table, tore off a page from her notebook, and took out the cicada corpse from her pocket, carefully placing it on the paper. She then took a small sharp knife from the drawer and gently scraped at the cicada's wings.
Before long, Suli saw a small pile of white powdery flakes appear on the paper.
Aunt Jo then bent down and reached into the cabinet. Suli focused to see what she was pulling out. She brought out a large bottle, the same glass jar that had contained cicadas that Suli had seen before. But this time the jar was empty.
Aunt Jo carefully placed a few cicada corpses from the table into the jar and moved the remaining ones aside.
Suli remembered that the ones pushed aside were the cicada corpses from which she had just scraped the powder, while the ones she put in were unused. But why was she scraping out so much powder? Aunt Jo put the glass jar back, then took out a large bottle of water and a glass. She first poured a glass of water, then handed the glass and the paper with the white powder to Suli.
Do you want me to drink this thing down with water?
Suli looked at the powder scraped from the cicada corpse. Though he knew cicada sounds could reduce pollution, it was still hard to accept taking this thing down. He was waiting for Aunt Jo's intention. It was not as he had thought, but unfortunately, Aunt Jo nodded expressionlessly. Suli had no choice but to take the things, first drinking a sip of water, but soon discovered that the taste now was exactly the same as the pure water in the study room. Recalling what Teacher Xiong had just said, Suli's gaze on the powder in his hand grew strange. Could the previous difference in taste really have been because of this stuff scraped from the cicada's wings?
Was the recommended consumption level of 2 mentioned on the record referring to this?
However, thinking of the cicada corpse that had committed suicide at the dormitory door to save him, Suli felt a bit hard to swallow. He struggled to gulp.
Aunt Jo, I feel like I am a bit better. Can I just drink water and not eat this?
Suli was not lying. Although he hadn't experienced the previous sharp abdominal pain, for some reason, his discomfort had indeed diminished a lot.
No.
Aunt Jo's gaze was fixed sharply on Suli, as if he would not be able to leave this room today without eating. Suli sighed inwardly, prepared to swallow the powder in one go, but just as he raised the paper, his wrist was gripped by a cold hand.
Aunt Jo, what are you?
Aunt Jo's gaze paused for a moment at Suli's chest, then looked back at him. Drink the water, then put down the paper, and you can go back.
Suli did not notice Aunt Jo's brief pause but felt for a moment that he seemed to see Aunt Jo smiling. Was it an illusion?
Though he did not understand why she suddenly changed her attitude, it was a result that Suli was very willing to accept.
Once the water in the cup was finished, Suli carefully placed the paper back on the table, slightly bowed to Aunt Jo, and then left the room. Aunt Jo watched Suli until the door closed before she returned her gaze to the full moon outside the window, remaining silent for a long time. Suli closed the door and prepared to leave when he found Teacher Xiong standing at the door of the staff lounge, watching him with a worried expression. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he gave up, and a kind smile appeared. Suli, if you encounter anything you need help with, you can always come to find me.
He paused, his expression very serious.
At any time.
Suli fell silent for a moment, nodded, and turned to walk upstairs. Walking alone in the corridor, Suli's thoughts surged. Among the people he had encountered so far, it was known that He and Wushan had mild pollution. Su Feng should have severe. Aunt Jo was definitely polluted as well, and her level was surely worse than Su Feng's, and Zhu Feiyu went without saying. As for Teacher Xiong, Suli still had doubts about his stance. Not only did he show no signs of hair loss, but he had also always been very kind to Suli. However, there was some unknown conflict between him and Aunt Jo, who had been helping Suli. Suli had a vague feeling that if he could know what this point of conflict was, then he could touch the truth of this setting, including why the strange beings lingered here even after death. Suddenly, the fragments of information in Suli's mind collided unintentionally, presenting a picture he had not envisioned before but was reasonable. A faint arc appeared at the corners of Suli's mouth. He stopped in the fourth-floor corridor and began piecing together this newly emerged puzzle. Thinking seriously, he still felt it was incomplete and needed one more small fragment of information to complete the final piece. Suli temporarily set this aside and took out the key from his pocket, carefully examining it. When he previously actively asked for hints, the expert group had sent him.
In addition to the information about the black cat killing, one last thing is mentioned. Someone did not see the key in the tool room.
Suli frowned, which means that this key did not always exist in that place, and it is very likely that it was later put there by someone. Who was it?
Suli did not know.
That position was the only way to the hot water room, with many people coming and going.
And why did that person put the key there? Could it be that this really was the key to open the dormitory building's main door? Did that person want to let him leave here? Suli quickly denied this guess. Because if it were true, then the difficulty of this instance would be too simple, completely inconsistent with the eerie situation he encountered. But if the key in his hand could not let him leave here, then what was the real way to get out? Could it really be the thing he was originally supposed to do? Suli had some guesses in his heart, but he chose not to act on them now. He still remembered that the bloody note clearly informed one thing: escape means death. Although he had some speculation now, but without confirming its true meaning, Suli would not gamble with his life. A slight itching sensation came from his chest. Suli did not panic. He knew it was not a symptom of contamination, but the cicada on his body was moving. Perhaps because it had been in his pocket for too long and not very breathable, Suli stopped, preparing to let it out to breathe for a while. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Every time he came down, all the rooms were pitch dark. Even the dormitory supervisor's resting room and the faculty's resting room were the same, only the study room on the second floor was lit. This complies with the dormitory safety regulations' second rule. After lights out, except for the study room, there should be no lights in other places. But besides the study room, there was another place that was also lit when he came down after lights out. At the end of the first floor corridor, that white little bug flowing into the dormitory building area, the hot water room. The cicada on his chest moved again, and a faint chirping sound came. All right, no rush, I'll let you out to breathe right now," Suli said softly, as he reached into his clothes while turning to go downstairs, ready to check the hot water room right now. He remembered that, like the laundry room, although he had been there, he hadn't conducted a careful search. But just as Suli turned around, his movements stopped. A strong shiver spread through his entire body. A pitch-black cat was quietly approaching him from a few steps behind. He did not know when it had appeared, nor how long it had been following him, but now, it was very close to him. It only needed to leap onto him with a single bound. Chapter 38, The Key is Fake, Wings That Dance. The hair on his back stood up. The black cat was already so close, yet he had not heard a single sound. Wait a minute. Could it be that the cicada on him, its strange movement just now was not because it was uncomfortable, but was warning him that something was behind? The black cat seemed not to expect that Suli would suddenly turn around. It was first taken aback, then no longer concealed, letting out a chilling shriek and turning into a black shadow, pouncing towards Suli. At the same time, Suli kicked hard forward, and the moment he felt his toes touch something soft, he frantically ran upstairs. This damned black cat, do you know that your owner used to call me Junior, even when revealing a strange identity? It was still talking with me happily under the moonlight? You actually want to ambush me? You really are a rebellious child. Suli placed the key in his pocket, just in case while running. Accidentally lost it. The audience in the live broadcast room clenched their fists tightly, as if it were not Suli being chased by the black cat in the hallway, but themselves. They dared not send a single barrage message. The laundry room they had previously avoided was on the third floor, making it impossible to enter in such a situation. Now they could only hope that Suli could quickly run back to his dormitory, as that was the only place he could hide from the black cat. With just one floor in between, Suli nearly arrived in the blink of an eye. Sweat began to surface in the palms of the viewers, for even upon reaching here, danger could not be completely eliminated. Suli's dormitory was at room 5 to 8, which was almost at the end of the hallway. And based on the current speeds of both parties, it was very likely that he would be caught up by the black cat following behind on this stretch of the path. But the next moment, a wave of gasps rose up all at once across the Great Xia country. On the screen, Suli did not run toward the 5 to 8 dormitory, but instead grabbed the railing of the staircase, using it to adjust his body and continue running up. Why isn't Suli going back to his dormitory? What is he going upstairs for? Is there any place to hide up there? Has Suli been scared? Running upstairs now can only lead to a dead end. Countless questions arose in people's hearts, but soon their pupils dilated again. They understood why Suli acted this way. Moments before, just as Suli was putting the key into his pocket, fragments of information surged again. He realized that since the key existed, it must correspond to some locked place. The clothing note rules hinted at this point as well. The key can open the locked places in the dormitory building. People who enter and exit the dormitory every day have the key to the main door. But previously, because of the presence of the latter half of the sentence, Suli had unconsciously thought that what the rules referred to was only the main door of the dormitory building. But in reality, this was not the case. There were many locked places in this dormitory building. Besides the front door, there were also the tool room door, the dormitory supervisor's lounge, the faculty lounge, and the rooftop above his head, permanently sealed due to a jumping incident. The reason this key was placed in the tool room by someone later on was to allow him to pick it up and go to the rooftop. And this subtle hint meant that in that place, there must be a key clue about the truth of this instance that could not be spoken of. These thoughts emerged extremely quickly. So upon arriving at the 5th floor, Suli did not head for his dormitory, but accelerated upward. Now, Suli stood at the very top of the stairs, leaning against the rooftop door, his chest rising and falling, watching the black cat standing on the 6th floor.
For some reason, it did not continue to chase forward. Its yellowing vertical pupils stared at Suli for a moment, then unexpectedly turned and dashed into the darkness below.
Does it want me to enter the rooftop? Recalling its profoundly human-like gaze as it left, Suli pondered.
Turning to the rusty door, he took the key out again and inserted it into the iron lock on the door. Click, the door opened.
The audience was astonished. They finally understood that the key mentioned on the bloody note was fake, referring to the key in Suli's hand, not the key to the main door of the dormitory but the key to the rooftop door. But as the rooftop door opened, a deep chill surged forth, and the ground outside the door was covered with countless insect eggs, stacked together. Not only were they extremely numerous, but even larger than the one seen before. And at that moment, under the illumination of the full moon, they could even see the eggs moving continuously. Just like a worm still in its shell, breathing unconsciously. This extremely terrifying situation made the audience hesitant about letting Suli in, because anyone could see that once he stepped in, the chance of contamination would be very high. But they saw Suli only standing at the door for a moment, and then he directly stepped onto the rooftop. Suli was not unafraid, but he had no choice. He had come this far, spending so much energy, and if he were to leave out of fear now, then perhaps not only would he fail to clear the stage, he wouldn't even be able to last until dawn. A wave of dizziness hit him almost the moment he stepped onto the rooftop. Suli shook his head, carefully avoiding those insect eggs, quickly searching the rooftop. But even so, not long after, Suli felt his mind growing hazier, even his consciousness became somewhat unclear. He raised his hand to hold his forehead. The moonlight was bright, but the rooftop was cluttered with too many objects, and finding what he wanted was not something that could be done in a short time. Given his current physical state, he feared he might not be able to hold on until that time. A faint stirring came from his chest, accompanied by a soft cicada's chirp. Was this little guy trying to come out? Suli pulled open his clothes, gently took the cicada from his pocket and placed it in his palm. I'm sorry to have kept you cooped up for so long, now you can finally breathe freely. Looking at the motionless cicada, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. If you're uncomfortable, just leave this place, otherwise, you might end up staying here with me forever. Suli gently raised his hand, intending to toss the cicada into the air, but he found it clinging tightly to his palm. You don't want to leave? Perhaps it understood Suli's words. The cicada turned in his hand, positioning its head towards Suli's eyes, and its weak chirping suddenly grew louder. It was like someone was playing an instrument, responding to Suli's earlier words. Then, it spread its wings and flew into the air, a soft light gathering on its wings, like stars suddenly lighting up in the night. Suli's pupils trembled. The discomfort in his body actually vanished in that moment. Even the strange quivering of the insect eggs at his feet and on the wall temporarily stopped under the cicada's song and the soft light. Only with dancing wings can one reach the closest place to the sky. Suli looked at the softly glowing wings in front of him, fluttering as if dancing, and softly murmured to himself. The words he had been pondering over finally revealed their true meaning to him. Chapter 39 Clues on the Rooftop, the second person at the scene. Watching this magical scene, the audience couldn't help but admire Suli's foresight. Before, they had no idea why Suli kept the cicada with him. It turned out he already knew it could help him resist contamination here. However, only Suli knew that when he took the cicada from the dormitory, he didn't actually have much thought behind it. It was just that all the cicadas that entered the dormitory at that time had died outside the door, leaving only this last one. He worried that the strange one might come again, and there were already contaminated Wushan and he high in the dormitory, which could pose a threat to it, so he kept it by his side. Its companions had saved him, and he hoped to slightly lower the chances of it getting hurt. Even when the cicada's song startled the black cat on the fourth floor, causing it to discover him, Suli did not abandon it. But it was always carried with me. I just didn't expect that it would not only help me several times later but also help me escape from the polluted predicament again. A faint light flickered, carrying Suli's gaze towards a spot not far behind. Then it fell from the air and landed in a certain place. Suli took a few steps forward and then froze in place. Under the glowing cicada wings, there was a pile of discarded wooden sticks, and lying quietly in the gap beneath was a black notebook. Is this the clue on the rooftop? Suli carefully pulled the notebook out from under the pile of sticks, gently blowing off the dust on it, and then opened it. This is a diary. Suli's eyes brightened slightly, but as he continued reading, he fell into deeper silence. September 1st, 2018, today I finally entered high school. Mom, did you see? I finally got into the best high school here and even gave a speech at the freshman orientation. Let me tell you a secret, I got first place. October 20th, 2018, why do people around me look at me with such sympathetic eyes? Is there something about me that deserves their pity? I don't like that kind of gaze. November 2nd, 2018, I know. It was because you didn't come to the parents' meeting before, that's why they looked at me with those strange eyes. November 5th, 2018, Mom, do you think there are ghosts? If they really exist, can you come back to see me? January 1st, 2019, today is New Year's Day, my classmates all went home, and I'm the only one in the dorm. Anyway, there's no one to celebrate with if I go home. But don't worry, tonight I had hot, delicious tang yuan. It's so good. But it's still a bit worse than what you make, haha. March 8, 2019, Happy Women's Day, Mom. I took first place again last time. I wonder if you would be very happy if you knew, Mom. I miss you so much.
May 19, 2019, Mom, today the police came to school looking for me. They told me that the incident when you fell into the river back then might not have been an accident, and there was a second person at the scene. March 8, 2020, I'm sorry, Mom, my grades dropped, but I really can't focus on studying.
That second person they mentioned has still not been found.
I don't blame them. I know it's difficult, after all, it has been 8 years, but Mom, don't worry.
I will keep looking for you.
July 18, 2020, Mom, the money you left has been used up, but you don't have to worry. I'm working part-time at the supermarket downstairs now, and on weekends, I sell small frogs in the square. The money isn't much, but if I save a bit, what I earn this summer will be enough for my living for a while, and the neighbors around me are really nice, taking good care of me.
July 19, 2020, Mom, did you come back? I woke up today and found an extra cup of water on the table. You must have come back to see me. Right? September 6, 2020, Mom. Long time no see. I'm already in my last year of high school, and I've grown to 1.8 meters. Surprised, right? Haha, by the way, let me tell you something. I recently heard that if you get good grades and go to a good university, you can get a reward, apply for scholarships, and even earn money by tutoring others. The money I've saved before is enough to last for a while, so I decided not to work part-time for now. I want to improve my grades and get into a good university for the reward. Although my grades are not very good now, they will go up. Mom, believe me, after all, I am your son.
November 8, 2020, Mom, in the exam a few days ago, I scored nearly 500 points. My grades have returned to the middle of the school.
It's worth it for me to study alone in the study room until midnight every day.
Even though I'm still a little short from my previous grades.
But after all, it's still progress, right?
Look how smart your son is. As for that matter of yours, we're still looking for clues.
Don't worry, I'll keep trying my best. November 10, 2020.
I clearly got those grades on my own. I studied hard by myself.
Why do they say I cheated? Even the people I help tutor say that now. Won't people like that be punished by heaven? November 25, 2020. Mom, do you know what I heard today?
I heard someone say that guy still won't admit he cheated.
So stubborn, just like his mom.
I felt like I went crazy. I grabbed that person and asked if they knew you, but someone pulled me away.
Still, after all these years, we finally got a bit of a clue. That's something to be happy about, right?
December 3, 2020.
Mom. I found out who the second person was from back then. I heard it again today.
That guy got drunk, saw me, and thought he saw you. He was scared out of his mind. I kept pressing him, and finally, he said that he had an argument with you by the river and accidentally pushed you in. He said he was really scared, and when he saw no one else around, he just ran away.
That damn bastard.
The doctor told me back then if you had been taken in sooner, you might have been saved. If that bastard had called an ambulance, you wouldn't have left me.
December 20, 2020. I'm sorry, Mom. I went to the police.
They even found that damn guy, but he denied everything.
Chapter 40, Mom, I can finally see you.
And the place where it happened back then didn't have any cameras. In the end, because of a lack of evidence, they let that guy go.
I know it's hard to convict someone without proof, but Mom, do you know? That guy even smiled at me when he left.
What AF*** king bastard. December 23, 2020.
Tell me, what does it feel like when a knife stabs into your chest? What does it feel like when a blade slices through your throat? Would it end everything all at once? Would it not hurt that much? December 25, 2020. I left the classroom during study time today.
When I came back, the coffee on my desk was gone, replaced by a glass of milk.
I was the only one in the room. Mom, was it you who came back to see me again? December 28, 2020. The fruit knife I kept under my bed is gone. I looked for a long time but couldn't find it. Mom, did you take it? Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Even here, besides the damn bastard, I've still met people who were really good to me.
December 30, 2020. This should be my last diary entry. I'm sorry, Mom.
I had planned to stop thinking about all that, but today I saw that person again. He framed me, saying someone's wallet was stolen from the dorm, and that I was the only suspect. Then he pulled the wallet out of the drawer at my desk and said it was me who stole it. I had gone out for a bit and didn't check the drawer when I got back. I didn't even know whose wallet that was. Why would it show up in my drawer? Then that guy smiled and said that if I stopped digging into the past, they could act like this wallet thing never happened. What a load of king bullshit. How could I ever steal someone's wallet? I'm your son, Mom. But Mom, you know what? I didn't get mad at that moment. I just felt dazed. When I first came to this school, that guy even made me sweet dumplings. For a second, I really thought I was back home with you, laughing and eating dumplings while watching TV. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard my tears came out. Mom, you wouldn't believe it, when that guy saw me laughing like that, he actually looked scared. I bet he never imagined I still kept a pencil sharpening knife on me, right? Now, everything is over, but I still feel like this is too cheap for that person. I know, there are ghosts and gods in this world, right? Mom! I can finally see you. On the night of December 30th, 2020. The diary content in the notebook ends here. Suli looked up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. It appeared extraordinarily beautiful at this moment. Tonight, the moonlight is really beautiful. He subconsciously murmured. His emotions were very complex. Until now, Suli faintly understood what that sentence meant when Zhu Feiyu left back then. When he jumped off the building, the moonlight must have been just like it is now. Suli quietly gazed at the full moon until he heard a faint roaring sound from downstairs. He then tucked the notebook into his clothes and squatted down, preparing to take the cicada away from here. But when he reached out his hand, he realized that the cicada was no longer glowing, and it had completely stopped chirping, just lying there silently. This was something he should have thought of earlier. He had already noticed that the cicada's movements had become weaker. Perhaps that earlier chirp and faint light had exhausted its last strength. Suli gently stroked its tiny body. Perhaps Anju had noticed this little guy before and realized it could help her resist pollution, so she didn't let herself take those powders. Suli stood up and walked to the edge of the rooftop, standing next to the railing, looking down at the building below. The second escape method. Escape the dormitory building before dawn. The rules did not specify how to escape, so, if I jump down from here, should that count as a form of escape? This was another reason why Suli had earlier tested the mechanism of foreseeing death by opening the door in the laundry room. He wanted to see if jumping from here counted as escaping the dormitory, because with the presence of foreseeing death, he wouldn't actually die. At most, he would just see the scene of death. This was Suli's backup plan. If he really couldn't achieve any other escape method, then this would be his final choice. But now, Suli temporarily gave up on this idea. Because after reading the content of the diary, many things he hadn't figured out before, as well as everyone he had seen in this building, had already formed complete puzzles in his mind. He retracted the smile from the corners of his mouth and turned to walk downstairs. It was already close to 5 in the morning, and there was just a little over an hour until dawn, as mentioned in the escape method. And there were still many things he needed to do. Hey, brothers and sisters, did any of you understand that diary just now? Let me know what you think. Someone typed a line in the live stream chat of the Great Xia country. Someone in the expert group picked up the walkie-talkie, wanting to send someone to stop it, because if someone did reveal the truth, it wouldn't be good if the observers hidden among the audience in other countries reported it back. However, he quickly put the walkie-talkie down because now, besides their own Great Xia country, there was only one hint left. Other countries had none. This meant that even if they learned the truth, it wouldn't help. The audience was also very curious about the content revealed in the diary. Because they all noticed one thing: if Suli's previous actions were like groping in the dark, then now Suli was like an archer. His expression and actions were unwavering, extremely determined and clear. It was as if he had understood everything. Therefore, in this exciting mood, more and more people wanted to know the answer. Since you have sincerely asked, then I will mercifully tell you. First, the original owner of this diary must be Zhu Feiyu, as the content and character events on it can correspond with the current information of Zhu Feiyu. Second, we can basically confirm that the content mentioned is true and not false or fabricated, because it matches the information that he told Suli in the bathroom. A boy put down a piece of paper filled with information, looking at the positive feedback on the screen after sending his message. He appeared very satisfied, and continued typing on the keyboard. Third, the diary mentions a person, although it does not elaborate on their information, not even their gender, but one thing I am sure of is that this person is not only the culprit behind Zhu Feiyu's mother's death, but afterwards, also framed Zhu Feiyu for stealing a wallet. Even the cheating accusations mentioned in the first half of the diary, when Zhu Feiyu made progress in his exams, are likely also related to that person. Chapter 41, The Wind of Change Howls. The boy glanced again at the information he had summarized. But in the beginning, Zhu Feiyu did not know that person's true face. He even believed in them very much, thinking that they were good to him, until he finally discovered that person's ugly side, and when that person threatened him, he ended that scoundrel's life with a knife. As he typed this, the boy seemed to empathize, and his expression became more excited. After the matter was over, Zhu Feiyu still felt unsatisfied, so after killing that bastard, he jumped directly from the rooftop, and after becoming a strange entity, continued to endlessly torment that person.
After reading the boy's message, some people were somewhat confused. Doesn't that mean Zhu Feiyu wasn't pushed down, but jumped down to commit suicide? But how did he know he would become a strange entity after dying? At this point, I have to admire his courage. Do you remember the diary mentioning that Zhu Feiyu found a cup of water by his bedside, and that his knife was missing? I remember, wasn't it his mom who did that? Could it be you think Zhu Feiyu based his assumption solely on this and directly concluded he would become strange after death? I think that should be it, even though it's incredible. Some audience members gasped, for anyone, death is a great horror. But Zhu Feiyu is just a boy in his teens, and yet he is unafraid in this matter. Then, someone realized another problem. So, doesn't that mean that bastard is also here? In this dormitory building? Zhu Feiyu stayed here precisely for that person? There is a high possibility of that. Then who exactly is that person? The boy fell silent for a moment. I don't know that. Perhaps only Suli knows the final truth. The audience's interest was piqued, but upon seeing the boy say he didn't know, they couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Tisk. I thought it was some big shot, but it turns out we still have to rely on our Suli. Alright, brothers, let's disperse, let's focus on watching the live broadcast. The boy did not expect such a reaction and felt his face turn a bit red. Although I don't know the exact identity of that person, I do know a crucial clue. Quickly say it. The barrage of comments increased again. The diary mentioned something very important, the sweet dumplings of the Lantern Festival. The boy was not so certain about this matter, but in order to prove himself, he still put this theory forward. Moreover, Zhu Feiyu also said in the diary that he once felt a sense of familiarity with that person, similar to how he interacted with his mother. Immediately, someone in the audience reacted. Are you talking about Aunt Jo? The barrage instantly erupted in chaos. At this moment, someone noticed Suli on the screen, who was hurrying downstairs, completely unlike his cautious self before. Isn't Suli afraid of being discovered like this? He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Why? The rules say that after lights out, you can't wander in the dorm building. At first, I thought it meant not to be caught by Aunt Jo. But only just now, seeing Suli's actions, did I realize I was wrong. This rule doesn't prohibit students from wandering after lights out. But because the black cat appears in the dorm after lights out. If a student shows up then, they are likely to run into it. Think back, Suli has been outside since lights out, encountering Su Feng, Aunt Jo, Teacher Xiong, and even the strange Zhu Feiyu, without anything happening. Only that black cat, once you meet it, will show extreme aggression. The boy looked at Suli on the screen, his eyes showing deep appreciation. Right now, he was just analyzing from the outside. If he were thrown into that strange world, even if he figured it out, he wouldn't dare act as confidently as Suli. But wasn't he trying to escape to go online and then got caught by Aunt Jo, receiving a beating? I still shudder thinking about that injury. Yes, you said it yourself, he just got beaten, but he didn't die, right? If he'd run into the black cat, it would have been a whole different story. And he was already contaminated, that level of injury wasn't a big deal for him. Damn. So this rule isn't a punishment? It's to protect the students. Exactly. Then where is Suli going now? The boy hesitated for a moment. I don't know. From my personal guess, Suli must fully understand the truth of this copy now. He should be going to find Teacher Xiong or Aunt Jo, looking to get the key to leave. At this point, the boy's eyes suddenly lit up. Look! Suli has already reached the first floor. As soon as this was said, the livestream audience immediately fell silent, seriously watching Suli on the screen, wanting to see if he really was going to find Aunt Jo or Teacher Xiong as the boy said. Suli stood by the dormitory building's door, he was just about to move forward when he frowned. His goal was to get to the hot water room at the end of the first floor. But strangely, the lights there, which were clearly on before, were now completely dark. If people weren't there, then where did they go? Could it be? Suli realized something and turned to head back up the stairs. But as he looked up, he saw that black cat appearing like a ghost, now standing on the second floor, watching him. This guy. Suli weakly shook his head. Why does it keep haunting him like this? A sound came from behind as a door opened, and Aunt Jo appeared at the doorway. Didn't I tell you to go back to bed? Suli felt a bit dazed, this situation seemed a little hard to handle. He pointed to the black cat on the stairs, implying he was forced and that thing was blocking him. Aunt Jo followed Suli's gesture and looked over, then she silently walked back to her room and slammed the door shut. Leaving only Suli and that black cat, silently staring at each other. The sound of running water came from the rooftop, accompanied by the creaking of the beds in the dorm. Suli knew it was because dawn was approaching, the anomalies began to spread in this dorm building. Even the black cat in front of him, whose original yellow eyes, now started to emit a faint red glow.
A strange cry, like that of a baby, suddenly rang out as the black cat pounced fiercely at Suli. Suli's body tensed up, and just as he was about to dodge to the side, he heard a heavy footstep sound suddenly rise up next to him. Dust flew up, and he saw a figure cross by his side, blocking in front of him. At the same time, a gust of wind whistled through. Chapter 42, A Cat That Bites Will Be Punished. Bang! The black cat, now almost right in front of Suli, was violently knocked away, crashing hard into the wall. At the same time, Suli's body was pushed back forcefully by someone.
Why aren't you getting out of here fast? Are you standing here waiting to die?
It was still that unrelenting, cold tone of voice. Suli looked at Aunt Jo in front of him, holding a bloodied wooden stick, and she looked quite different from before. Although Suli couldn't see her face, the figure was now towering over him by more than a head. The clothes on her back bulged high, as if something were about to burst out from underneath. Suli felt no fear at all, only whispering, "Be careful," and then he took a few steps back. The black cat crawled up from the ground, shaking its head, and let out a low growl filled with strong threats towards Aunt Jo. It seemed to sense that this woman standing in front of it was a great threat to itself. Aunt Jo made no move to retreat, just standing still, glaring fiercely at the black cat. With its body arched, the black cat suddenly leapt towards Aunt Jo at an incredible speed. The wooden stick swung down but hit nothing but air. Suli's heart sank, because the trajectory of the black cat was not aimed at Aunt Jo herself, but rather the wall beside her. In an instant, upon hitting the wall, the soft paws of the black cat pushed off, launching straight towards Aunt Jo's face. At that moment, Aunt Jo, having missed the swing, was momentarily unable to dodge. Rip! Her clothes were torn, and blood instantly flowed from her neck. Seeing the black cat leaping in front of him, with its back turned to him, Suli kicked out directly. But the black cat sensed it keenly, just a light jump allowed it to evade Suli's attack. Just as it turned to give Suli a disdainful smile, the heavy wooden stick came crashing down on it, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. The black cat did not expect that this woman, whose neck artery it had just injured, could still seize this brief moment. The red glow in its eyes suddenly surged, and a horrifying scream erupted from its mouth, with intense pain causing it to leap again towards Aunt Jo. But in the next second, the scream stopped abruptly as it was caught midair, its fragile throat firmly gripped by Aunt Jo, and its body slammed hard against the wall. The force was so violent that the hard wall could not withstand it, collapsing inward significantly around the black cat. In pain, the black cat struggled wildly, leaving deep claw marks on Aunt Jo's smooth skin. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Aunt Jo's iron grip. Aunt Jo snorted coldly, "A cat that bites will be punished." As soon as she finished speaking, her arm swelled up dramatically. With a crisp sound of cracking, the black cat's neck was twisted and broken, its body stiffening and then utterly stilling. Aunt Jo casually tossed the limp body aside and turned to walk towards Suli. At that moment, Suli finally saw Aunt Jo's current appearance clearly. Her eyes had turned completely black, like a deep well staring back at him. The clothes on the chest were torn by cat claws, revealing an extremely long and terrifying wound, extending from the chest all the way to the neck. Suli could even see the eerie white bones beneath, blood continuously flowing out, dyeing the originally light red outer coat into a deep crimson. Aunt Jo, however, seemed to feel no pain at all. She simply raised that hand, which had swollen and no longer resembled a human hand, reaching out towards Suli. Her facial muscles twitched, madness and tenderness interweaving and changing on her face, as if she were trying desperately to resist the bodily instincts caused by severe pollution. Facing this extremely terrifying scene, Suli remained silent, showing no intention of dodging. Cold fingertips brushed against his face, Aunt Jo gently caressing. "You already know, don't you?" In response to this seemingly nonsensical question, Suli nodded gently, as if he understood exactly what she was asking. Aunt Jo's lips struggled to reveal a faint smile. This was the first time Suli truly saw her smile. Aunt Jo looked at Suli softly, the darkness in her eyes gradually dissipating. "You really resemble him, so very smart." Her voice grew lower and lower. With a clang, the wooden stick in her hand fell to the ground, and Aunt Jo could no longer support herself, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless, just like the black cat not far away. But the corners of her mouth still curved slightly, as if at the moment Suli nodded, she had no regrets left. Suli stood in the pool of blood, silently looking at the black cat and Aunt Jo's corpse. A sudden shout broke the silence from above the stairs. Suli looked up, only to see Teacher Xiong standing on the second floor with a panicked expression. When he noticed Suli looking at him, he realized something, hurriedly crossing over the bodies of the black cat and Aunt Jo, rushing to Suli, grabbing his hand and constantly examining him up and down. "Suli, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Suli looked seriously at Teacher Xiong's eyes, the concern revealed was so sincere, showing no hint of insincerity. He nodded. "I'm fine." Teacher Xiong let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. You really scared the teacher to death." He turned back to glance at the body behind him, letting out a heavy sigh.
I just went to check a dormitory, how could such a thing happen? Drip. A drop of water dripped down from the railing in the hallway, landing near Suli, followed by a second, then a third. Suli looked up towards the source of the dripping water. It should be from the laundry room on the third floor. It was already 5:10, with 50 minutes left until dawn. The water from the laundry room had begun to leak uncontrollably. Who knows what level of mutation this building would reach if time continued. Oh no, how can there be such a big incident in school? How am I supposed to explain this to the principal? Teacher Xiong muttered to himself in frustration. Suddenly, a banging sound came from a nearby dormitory, startling Teacher Xiong, making his body shudder. He cautiously walked over, but the moment he saw the scene inside, he instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Then it seemed he suddenly thought of something, quickly running back to Su Li's side, his expression extremely serious. Child, you must leave here quickly. Teacher Xiong looked up again at the hallway where water was dripping down continuously. It seems there are other dangers still existing in this building. Staying here will not be safe. You hurry and go, call the police. Seeing Su Li remain silent, Teacher Xiong slapped himself on the head. Look at me, what a foolish head, I actually forgot about this. He bent down to take the key from Aunt Jo's chest and handed it to Su Li. Su Li, hurry up and take it and go. Although Aunt Jo is usually not nice to you, she is still very capable. But she is gone now. If you don't leave, if something happens again, the teacher can't save you. The audience in the live broadcast room focused intently on the screen. The key in the tool room before was fake, but the key in Teacher Xiong's hand is definitely real. It was taken from Aunt Jo. As long as Su Li takes it now, the Great Xia Kingdom will definitely pass this level. But soon, a wave of confusion erupted in the live broadcast room. Su Li looked at the bloodstained key and gently shook his head. I can't take this key. Chapter 43, Only Self-Rescue. Relentless Self-Rescue. Why? Teacher Xiong obviously didn't expect Su Li to answer like this, and for a moment he was a bit stunned. I'm very sorry, but I still have some things to do. Su Li glanced at the dark corridor on the right, then looked at Aunt Jo lying in a pool of blood not far away, and let out a barely noticeable sigh. Then walked past Teacher Xiong, who was still in a daze, and headed upstairs. Teacher Xiong stood there blankly, until Su Li's back disappeared into the corridor. He finally let out a deep sigh. His face had gained more wrinkles, as if Su Li's departure had aged him 10 years in an instant. The barrage in the live broadcast room had exploded, with a multitude of people frantically typing question marks, confused about why Su Li would refuse Teacher Xiong and abandon an easy way to pass the level. Even though Teacher Xiong's kindness seemed abnormal, according to the rules, the more severely polluted a person was, the more hair loss they would experience. Teacher Xiong's hair looked very healthy, which meant he was a person who had not been polluted. Did Su Li not even trust a normal person? And where was he going now? What could be more important than leaving here and passing the level? Even more importantly, just not long after Su Li left, someone had obtained the key in the same way and left this place. In the Garden Kingdom's live broadcast room, their chosen one, Li Jiaming, faced the same situation as Su Li just did. But Li Jiaming was different from Su Li. He bowed to Teacher Xiong and then took the key and walked directly to the dormitory building's main door. Click. The door lock was opened. Tears immediately filled his eyes, and Li Jiaming could not describe his excitement inside. This was his first time being chosen to enter this strange dungeon world. In just a few hours, it felt longer than the previous 20 years of his life combined. With the help of the expert team and a bit of luck, he had made it to this point. Just when he thought he couldn't hold on any longer, Teacher Xiong appeared. And gave him a key. He stood at the door and looked back at Teacher Xiong not far away, seeing the gentle gaze directed at him, as if looking at his own child. Teacher Xiong smiled and waved to Li Jiaming. Hurry up and go, child. Li Jiaming wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, nodded heavily, and then stepped out of the dormitory building without looking back. In the Garden Kingdom, the whole nation was jubilant. People celebrated frantically, expressing their inner excitement. Team leader, should we give Su Li a hint to go back and take that key? An expert in the Great Xia Kingdom carefully suggested, but his expression wasn't very certain. The team leader hesitated for a moment, then ultimately rejected the proposal. The expert group had previously had long and intense discussions about this. Although a conclusion was reached, they weren't sure if it was absolutely correct. And although the chosen one from the Garden Kingdom had exited the dormitory building, but he still felt something was wrong. Because after Li Jiaming walked out of the dormitory building, their live streaming room had plunged into a black screen, yet the completion prompt message from the Ghost Talk world had not arrived. Although there had been similar cases of delayed prompts before, this time, the team leader always felt something was off, that he must have overlooked something. And this was something that the figure on the screen, Su Li, who was steadily moving upward, seemed to have grasped. At 5:18, Su Li returned to the rooftop again, but he did not go inside. At this moment, the rooftop was no longer in its previous condition. one after another, fist-sized bugs hatched from the earlier eggs. Their wings were sticky with thick saliva, not fully spread open. Some were gnawing at their own eggshells, emitting a chilling, low crunching sound. Others were writhing their bodies, continuously crawling toward the doorway. Sully watched from a distance for a while, then headed downstairs. Soon, he returned to the front of dormitory 5-8. The deep fist print on the door still existed, but the cicada corpse at the entrance had vanished. It seemed to have disappeared into thin air, or perhaps it had been quietly taken away by someone during the time he had left. Sue. Lee. A broken voice came from inside the dormitory. Sully looked up through the window. He saw High still on the bed, but his body had twisted into a disturbing state. Wu Shan had sat up, and the wound on his face, previously marked by Zhu Feiyu with a pencil, had grown larger and was bleeding continuously. Yet he felt nothing, only staring in his direction with those eyes devoid of whites. Sully did not respond, left the window, and continued down the corridor. After checking all the dormitories on the 4th floor, Sully arrived on the 3rd floor, where there was not a single person in the laundry room. However, it was strangely making the sound of clothes spinning, with a large amount of water flowing out from it. Sully carefully avoided the eggs on the water's surface and went to the deepest part of the hallway. After a moment, Sully appeared on the 2nd floor. He stood outside the dormitory of Su Feng, wanting to see the situation inside. But the window was blocked haphazardly by overturned beds. Sully's view was obstructed. He could only see that all the desks and chairs inside were in disarray, yet he could not see a single figure, nor hear any sound from within. Sully remained silent, having checked all the dormitories in the building. He confirmed one thing: although every dormitory in this building had the same layout, as 4-person rooms. The number of people inside varied, ranging from 1 to 4, but the largest portion was 0. That is to say, in the dormitories Sully had just checked, over half of the rooms had no one at all. Only those neatly made beds that looked as if no one had ever lain down on them. The unrest in the building behind him became increasingly apparent, as if at the dawn of an impending day, those still alive in the dormitories began to enter a complete transformation. Of course, if they could still be considered human. At this time, there were only a few chosen ones left in the copy world. But everyone noticed the increasingly terrifying changes in the dormitory building. Their team's hint opportunities had been exhausted, and now they could only face this impending great terror alone. Waiting for death is always more tormenting to one's will than facing death directly. Among these people, aside from Sully, no one could discover the diary on the rooftop. Even though some chosen ones had entered the rooftop earlier, it was because they did not carry a cicada on them. And forever fell among those worm eggs. At this moment, all the remaining chosen ones, although they were at different stages, unanimously realized one thing in such a helpless situation. Only self-rescue. Desperate self-rescue could earn themselves a slim chance of survival. Chapter 44. What are you here for? To get the key, and wait for someone. Some returned to their dorms, trying to persuade their mutated roommates to help them. Some went to find Su Feng, hoping to see if there was any hope of rescue. Some directly sought out teacher Xiong, because he had said before that they could come to him if there were difficulties. Some came to the rooftop, enduring the discomfort brought by pollution, trembling all over as they walked to the edge, seemingly wanting to jump down. Some banged harshly on the dormitory supervisor's restroom door, taking advantage of Aunt Zhou's moment of inattention to snatch the key from her chest and rushed out of the dormitory building like a madman. Others fled back to their dorms, avoiding the hands stretched out by their roommates, hiding on the balcony, locking the window and back door tightly, curling up in a corner and shivering. No one knew what their next fate would be, not even themselves. But each person was fighting desperately to win that invisible, unknown hope. That hope of surviving and successfully clearing the challenge. This strong sense of urgency even infected the viewers watching the live broadcast outside, who had almost stayed up all night and felt somewhat fatigued. Yet now everyone was focused on the screen before them, no one dared to be distracted. But soon, some viewers from other countries discovered a particularly unique contestant among the chosen ones. Not only did he not try to escape, but he also casually looked over all the dorm rooms from above. That feeling of strolling leisurely was completely different from the other chosen ones who were doing their utmost. It was as if he was not in a bizarre, eerie world, but wandering around his own home. Had he completely given up, or had he found the way to clear the challenge? No one knew the answer, but they remembered this person's name, Sully from the Great Xia country. More and more viewers noticed this unusual chosen one, and they curiously swarmed into the Great Xia country's livestream, wanting to see what Sully would do next. Sully was still unaware that so many people were watching him. He remained outside Su Feng's dorm. Is this real or just an illusion? No one could understand his low mutterings. Then the viewers were astonished to see Sully take a few steps forward and push open the closed study room door. And inside there was no escape route, only the strange Zhu Feiyu. The viewers from the Great Xia country looked at the puzzled comments pouring in from viewers of other countries.
And although they themselves did not understand Su Li's actions, they felt an inexplicable joy arise. Like during an exam when you found many questions difficult, initially feeling very frustrated. But then discovered that others were in the same situation or had even fewer questions they could solve. That feeling would inexplicably improve. As the door was pushed open, Zhu Feiyu's seemingly harmless, bright smile appeared before the viewers again.
Good evening, nice to see you again. Good evening, senior.
Zhu Feiyu watched as Su Li walked up to the open window as if he had come home, calmly sitting down on a random stool.
It's almost dawn, don't you want to find a way out? No rush, there are 37 minutes left.
Zhu Feiyu was somewhat surprised by Su Li's nonchalance.
Did you get the key to leave here? No. Then why are you here? To get the key and wait for someone. Looking for me to get the key?
Zhu Feiyu was a bit confused.
This junior named Su Li, was he scared silly? I have the key? How come I don't even know?
Then he thought of something, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Aren't you afraid I might just kill you here?
But Su Li didn't even glance at Zhu Feiyu's pencil pointing suddenly at his forehead. I haven't broken any rules, you won't take action. He paused, looking up at the neat handwriting on the door of the self-study room.
And besides, you don't have direct ill will towards me, otherwise, you wouldn't have written that sentence, right? Zhu Feiyu clicked his tongue. Didn't expect you to notice this.
He continued to play with the pencil in his hand.
So, who are you waiting for? Su Li rolled his eyes at him. You know the answer but still asking.
Then he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Zhu Feiyu didn't ask any more questions. The study room became quiet again, only the pencil in his fingers spinning faster and faster. The viewers in the live stream stared blankly at the screen.
Wait a minute, did Su Li just say that line of little letters was written by Zhu Feiyu? But the handwriting on the diary is different. Holy crap. I just went to check after you mentioned it, the handwriting is different.
But if you compare closely, you'll find many details of the strokes are very similar, it really is from the same person.
Su Li no, Su Gu. That's really something. Let's not talk about the handwriting issue anymore. I now have reason to suspect, I must be too sleep deprived, my mind is starting to confuse. Can someone tell me if Su Li just gave Zhu Feiyu a roll of his eyes?
Dude, even though I really don't want to admit it, I have to tell you, you saw it right, because I saw it too.
Unbelievable. Zhu Feiyu is creepy. He's really someone who can rip a person apart. He's not the reasonable senior at all. How dare Su Li?
Although I don't know where Su Li's confidence comes from, I know among all the chosen ones, Su Li is the only one who dares to do this.
Su Gu is awesome. Voice cracks. Su Gu is awesome.
Also, just curious, why is Su Gu back now?
I see Zhu Feiyu's expression, he really seems to not have the key. I think so too, but so far, Su Li hasn't disappointed me, he's truly the man I admire. Hey, when did Su Li become yours? Get in line. Viewers from other countries looked completely confused.
Not understanding why, at such a tense moment, when other countries' chosen ones were struggling. Su Li from the Great Xia was sitting here chatting with someone eerie. And the bullet comments from the people of Great Xia were so.
Have they, like Su Li, completely given up? Or do they firmly believe their chosen one can succeed?
The bullet comments kept coming, and time didn't stand still one bit.
With a sound.
The lights in the hallway on the first and second floors and in the dormitories suddenly lit up.
5:30. The lights out time in Area 3 ended.
Immediately, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, someone seemed to be walking briskly towards the self-study room. With closed eyes, Su Li slowly opened them, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his eyes as he looked at the door. The person he was waiting for had arrived.
Chapter 45, What does it mean to respect teachers and values? Creak.
The door of the self-study room was quietly pushed open, and Teacher Xiong's face appeared at the door. He was first startled, seeming not to expect anyone to be in the self-study room now. Then, he looked at Su Li sitting calmly by the window, and his expression turned extremely anxious.
Why aren't you leaving yet? Child, you must believe in your teacher, if you don't leave now, it really will be too late. Why should I leave? Silly child, didn't I tell you, it's very dangerous here? Teacher Xiong started to get anxious. He pointed to his side.
On the wall of the already lit corridor, shadows began to appear, dim and swaying, gradually growing larger.
Did you not see? There is a monster in the dormitory. And it is getting closer. Su Li stood up. Leave here? Do you have the key? Yes, I wanted to give it to you just now. Su Li walked closer to Teacher Xiong at the door. Then why don't you leave with me? Why must you stay here?
The roaring outside grew louder, and Teacher Xiong's expression became more anxious.
You are a student, I am a teacher. It is a teacher's duty to protect students. But I feel safer here.
Seeing Suli persist in disagreement, teacher Xiong's frustration was evident.
You silly child, why can't you understand what the teacher is saying? You are in danger, there is.
He did not finish, just cast a grim look towards Zhu Feiyu. The latter's expression was calm, silently watching the two beside him. Teacher Xiong wanted to say more, but was cut off directly by Suli.
Are you trying to say that the senior is dangerous?
Teacher Xiong paused, seemingly not expecting Suli to say such a thing.
Since you already know, then why?
He is a very good person, he is just dangerous to certain people. Suli did not look at Zhu Feiyu, but seriously stared into Teacher Xiong's eyes.
You've been fooled by him.
Teacher Xiong's emotions stirred, a sense of disappointment was clear. You only see the surface, you don't know his true character, and you have no idea what he has done.
Done what?
Suli interrupted Teacher Xiong again, now standing right in front of him.
Cheating, or stealing wallets?
As soon as the words fell, Teacher Xiong's face filled with shock.
How do you know?
Just as he spoke, Suli suddenly reached out, grabbing behind Teacher Xiong with astonishing speed. When he pulled back, he already held a black wallet in his hand.
Is this the wallet you are talking about?
The audience gasped as soon as they saw the scene. They all recognized that the wallet in Suli's hand was the very one Su Feng had lost.
But how did it end up with Teacher Xiong? Wasn't it given to Aunt Zhou, then lost again? Could it be that it wasn't lost, but taken by Teacher Xiong?
Teacher Xiong instinctively touched his empty lower back, his expression turning ugly.
Return it to me.
He reached out to grab it, but was easily dodged by Suli.
Taking someone else's things is not something a teacher should do.
Suli raised his eyes to face the person before him. The one who should return it is not you, but its owner. Saying this, he threw the wallet into the air ahead. Everyone instinctively shifted their gaze, and then they saw. A bloody hand reached out from the side behind Teacher Xiong, catching the thrown black wallet with steady hands. Suli looked at the suddenly appeared person, his face breaking into a sincere smile.
It's good to see you again, Senior Su Feng. Su Feng was actually still alive?
The audience was both shocked and delighted at that moment. They saw that Su Feng's clothes were torn to shreds, his exposed upper body covered in wounds. Clearly just appearing not long ago, but now mysteriously, he was no longer bleeding. His eyes, only a sliver of white showing, fixed intently on Teacher Xiong before him.
Teacher, why is my wallet with you? Teacher Xiong's expression froze.
So this wallet is yours, Su Feng.
Ha,
the teacher was worried it wouldn't be safe just lying there, so I kept it for you.
Suli coldly snorted.
Not telling Aunt Zhou, sneaking in to take the wallet, and not returning it to the owner.
Is this what you call keeping watch?
He suddenly pointed towards Zhu Feiyu's direction. You even wanted to sneakily put the wallet into his desk drawer when no one was in the study room and frame him for taking it.
Is this also your idea of keeping watch?
Facing Suli's series of questions, Teacher Xiong's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He stammered, wanting to say something, but it seemed he couldn't find any reason to refute. His face changed, and he shouted angrily at Suli.
Is this your attitude towards a teacher? After so many years of school, have you forgotten to respect your teachers? Respecting teachers and valuing the way.
Respect is for good teachers, and valuing is for the right path. Suli stared directly at the man before him. Ask yourself, do you deserve it? He took a step forward. Using a pair of pliers to forcibly damage the lock on the toolroom door, deliberately releasing the black cat to contaminate the students. During the dorm inspection, loudly questioning to disturb the students' minds, making it easier for them to be contaminated by the black bugs. Stealing a student's wallet, trying to frame another innocent person. Tell me to go back and sleep well with my eyes closed, is it to make me unaware of the approaching bugs? When students break the rules, pretending to protect them is to lead them further down the wrong path, easier to be contaminated. Even putting disgusting bug eggs in their lunches and candies. Just now you misled me, making me take Aunt Zhou's keys to leave this dorm building. If I were deceived by your hypocritical appearance, I might really believe your words and take the keys to leave here. Suli's voice turned stern, and with his last step, his aura surged to its peak. But little do you know, fleeing means death. At this moment, Teacher Xiong was sweating profusely, and he was flustered.
Nonsense, what you said is all false. It's slander. It's defamation.
Then he looked towards the confused Su Feng behind him.
Su Feng, you must believe the teacher, this Suli is lying.
Just like that Zhu Feiyu, neither of them is a good kid. A chill appeared in Suli's eyes.
Lying? Slander? Let me tell you, people are doing, and heaven is watching. Whatever is done will definitely leave a trace. At first,
Suli found that the lock on the tool room was broken, and the black cat was released. The marks on it looked like they were made by pliers or similar tools. At that time, I thought it was done by Aunt Jo, but I didn't find any similar tools in Aunt Jo's room when I entered several times. However, later, in the faculty lounge, Suli saw a set of pliers on the man's desk. That kind of size and scale was just right to create marks that matched the lock on the toolroom door. Chapter 46, Beneath the Facade, a Demon Lurks. Later, when I went back to sleep, the man came to inspect the dorm, pressing his face against the glass window and loudly questioning me, who was completely still. At that time, I didn't realize anything, but later I understood, this was to disturb my mind. In that strange world, maintaining the stability of my mind is the most important thing. Once the mind falls, it's easy to make incorrect judgments, and when facing contamination, it becomes easier to be affected. After that, when I went down to get medicine, I saw several terrifying blood marks appeared on Aunt Jo's face. At first, I thought it was from the black cat's claws, but later I realized those marks looked more like fingerprints made by a human hand. All the students in the dorm feared Aunt Jo. So the owner of those fingerprints could only be teacher Xiong, who was also heavily contaminated. Suli speculated that it was during the dorm inspection when the man's questioning revealed his malicious intent, so a conflict occurred between the two. Later, Suli did not discover the bug eggs on his pants. Once again contaminated, so he came to Aunt Jo to get medicine, and the man appeared again. After Suli followed him into the room, he found the floor clean, without a single hair. You see, according to the rules on the bloody note, the severity of hair loss represents the degree of contamination. Even when Suli cleaned their dorm, he found quite a bit of hair under the bed. This was still the case when his two roommates were not severely contaminated. How could a man who could leave scars on Aunt Jo's face, at his middle age, have not a single fallen hair in his room? Moreover, He Hai once said that the teacher who took leave returned with much grayer hair. Su Feng told Suli that the teacher was Xiong Ida. Their information in what Suli saw in Xiong Ida had obvious differences. By piecing all these fragments of information together, Suli got a complete picture. On the opposite side of Aunt Jo, Xiong Ida was also a heavily contaminated person, and his black hair was just a disguise. What was the purpose of the disguise? Suli had difficulty understanding before, but soon, Xiong Ida himself told him the answer. At that time, the thing that looked like a white candy was handed to Suli, although he didn't see it clearly then. But later, when the other party put it back in the box, as the candy rolled around, Suli caught a glimpse in the hazy moonlight of the truth about that candy. It was mixed with some white insect eggs. That's why Aunt Jo got so angry and said, "Don't go too far, Xiong Ida." Xiong Ida might not have expected that because he carried cicadas, Suli's contamination at that time was effectively restrained. So he didn't, like Wu Shan and the others, have a distorted perception, thinking the white insect eggs were scale or other things. Instead, he clearly saw its true nature. This was Xiong Ida's purpose in disguising himself as a nice guy. To use various means to lure originally normal students step by step into the abyss of contamination. Su Feng had once said that Xiong Ida would share the bento he made with others. Perhaps among them, he also mixed in insect eggs like that white candy. That's why so many people in this building were contaminated. So even though Aunt Jo's notebook was filled with medication records, there would still be so many people contaminated. Even if they narrowly escaped direct contamination from the insects, they would still unknowingly consume food mixed with insect eggs. You can dodge the insects, but you can't guard against the human heart. Who would believe that beneath the friendly exterior of a teacher hides a grinning demon? However, as Suli guessed that teacher Xiong was luring the students to be contaminated, another new question arose: what was his purpose? Was there any benefit for himself? But this question was quickly solved. Because Suli picked up that black diary on the rooftop. Just as the previous boy analyzed, the notebook's owner was obviously Zhu Feiyu. But Suli had a different view regarding the identity of the person who falsely accused him of stealing a wallet to exchange for Zhu Feiyu not pursuing his mother's river incident anymore. The boy believed that person was Aunt Jo, reasoning that the person could make sweet dumplings, and Zhu Feiyu felt the presence of his mother from that person. However, Suli did not think so. He was sure that person was Xiong Ida. First of all, regarding the cheating matter, before the jumping incident happened, He Hai and Su Feng had both said that Aunt Jo was very kind to them, always smiling. Such a person would never instigate others behind their backs to speak bad things like cheating. And in her role as a dorm manager, the people she could influence were extremely limited. The only one who could do this in this version was someone Suli had only seen once. That was teacher Xiong, who held high prestige among the students. Next, regarding the making of Tang Yuan. When most people think of cooking, they first think of women, which falls into a subconscious misconception. When Suli saw Xiong Ida before, he noticed that there was a callus on the inside of his right thumb. At first, Suli thought it was formed from a teacher's long-term grip on a pen to write. But when he saw the diary entries, he then realized another possibility. That someone who cooks a lot might also develop a callus in that spot. Yet Aunt Jo had no such calluses on her hands. Which indicates that the one who made Tang Yuan for Zhu Feiyu was most likely not Aunt Jo, but Xiong Ida. Su Feng also mentioned later that Xiong Ida had once shared his bento with them, which proves that Xiong could indeed cook. As for the feeling described in the diary, of eating and watching TV with his mother, Suli believed that when Zhu Feiyu wrote that line, he was not referring to his mother in the literal sense, but the warmth of family. Zhu Feiyu's father had abandoned them when he was very young. And for Zhu Feiyu, who had grown up lacking a father's love, a man who was kind and could cook, and was even his homeroom teacher, was far more likely to fill the void of lost family affection in little Zhu Feiyu's heart than Aunt Zhou. As for the always cold Aunt Zhou, Suli also found corresponding descriptions in the diary. In the second-to-last entry, Zhu Feiyu wrote, "Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Here, apart from that damn bastard, I have also met some very good people." What kind of person could pull a nearly broken child, who even thought about doing foolish things, back from the edge of the abyss? Suli recalled the people he had met in this dormitory building, and the only one who met that condition was Aunt Zhou. Before the jumping incident occurred, she was always described by students as a gentle and kind person. Even though she later became corrupted and turned extremely violent and cold, her innate kindness would not change. Although Suli did not know if Aunt Zhou had communicated with Zhu Feiyu, he knew. Given the rules and the strange unspeakables, in dealing with those delinquent children, Aunt Zhou could only try to avoid the situation through punishment, hoping they would not offend again, and not be corrupted like herself. Chapter 47, Senior, How Did It Go? Even the diary mentions several strange events several times. For example, waking up to find a cup of water by the bedside, the coffee in the study room replaced with milk, and a knife hidden under the bed was taken away. Zhu Feiyu thought this was his mother coming to see him. Suli, while unsure if that was true, was more inclined to believe these things were done by Aunt Zhou. She had been quietly watching over this pitiful child, hoping he could live happily and normally. This formed a stark contrast with Xiong. Even though both were heavily polluted, their actions were entirely different. Some had a kind face, but deceived people into the abyss with their hypocrisy, while others appeared cold as ice, yet saved people from hell with their lives. The flower blooms with both sides. Between life and the devil. White as Xiong, who has clearly experienced the pain of death, still put on a smiling face while trapped in this building, constantly suffering from extreme pollution and lure students into darkness? Suli stared at the bright moon for a long time, and finally came to a helpless and ridiculous conclusion. Some people are born to be demons. The happiest thing for demons is not redemption, but turning others into demons just like themselves. So, not long ago, Xiong used Aunt Zhou's key to try and leave. Suli believed that the key could really open the dormitory door, and he could truly walk out. But what comes next? Suli did not think this would solve everything. Do not take others' things without permission. There's no escape. There's no way to escape. To escape means death. The key belonged to Aunt Zhou, but she was already dead. The dead cannot speak to express consent. So once Suli took that key, the pollution caused by breaking the rules would likely follow. And such a forced escape might also mean death. Therefore, Suli directly refused at that time, no longer choosing a polite refusal like when he first entered the scenario. Not only because Xiong was not really the good intentions referred to in the rules, but also because Suli understood that those who executed the punishment rule, Aunt Zhou, had already fallen in a pool of blood, and another one wouldn't pose a threat to him for some reasons. All the events played out slowly from Suli's mouth. The self-study room fell into silence. Before long, Su Feng looked up stiffly at the silent Xiong. "Teacher." "Xiong, what Suli said, is it true?" As the transformation became more severe, Su Feng tried hard to slow down his words, but his human consciousness was still disappearing irretrievably. Since Suli spoke, Xiong had been keeping his head down, but suddenly burst into loud laughter. Then, the laughter stopped, and his head was raised. The previous warmth and kindness were gone from his face, and a fierce gaze emerged. "Suli, can't you just pretend you don't know anything? You are just a student, why not focus on studying and not get involved here?" At the end, his right hand suddenly stabbed towards Suli, who was so close. At such a close distance, Suli had no way to dodge with his strength. But Suli saw a shadow flash in front of him. Su Feng stood in front of him. Xiong's hand plunged into Su Feng's shoulder, but was firmly grasped by the latter. Drip. Blood dripped down, as Su Feng used his dark eyes to seriously look at the angry Xiong. "You still haven't answered my question. You also can't kill him. I still owe the junior a favor." A deadly blow was blocked by Su Feng with his body, which was clearly something Xiong hadn't expected. "Su Feng." He glared fiercely at the person in front of him. "Is this how you treat your teacher?" Su Feng's expression turned slightly confused, then slowly shook his head. "You are not the teacher I knew, you are a bad person." Shionita grinned with rage, dark blood visible in his gaze. The power in his right hand suddenly increased, instantly breaking free from Su Feng's grip. Then turning his fist into a palm, slashing down at Su Feng's head. A dull thud echoed, and Su Feng was suddenly hit hard. His body softly collapsing downwards.
Shionita's mouth curled into a grin. But the next moment, he let out an angry and painful roar. Because Su Feng, who was supposed to be falling, unexpectedly grabbed Shionita's right hand from behind. He let out a hoarse scream of fury and yanked hard. He actually tore off Shionita's right hand right at the shoulder. The intense pain made Shionita instantly lose his sanity. His eyes turned pitch black, and his clothes burst apart. His left hand moved strangely like flowing water, instantly transforming into identical insect limbs that pierced out from both sides of his body. Now, Shionita looked like a gigantic insect with a human body. One of the insect limbs pierced Su Feng's abdomen and then violently threw him against the wall. Su Li quickly ran over to gently support Su Feng's falling body. He saw the pitch black in Su Feng's eyes gradually fading. Su Li's emotions were complex because this did not mean Su Feng was returning to normal. Instead, it meant his life, like that of Aunt Zhou before, was slowly flowing away, and there was no way to stop it. Su Li, Jr., cough cough. Su Feng seemed to want to smile, but as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out, choking him to cough. I pulled that bastard's arm off. How's that? Senior, did I do well?
Seeing Su Li force out a difficult smile, Su Feng fumbled to grasp Su Li's hand.
Now that this is done, Senior doesn't owe you any favors anymore.
Su Li nodded heavily. He did not expect that the words he thought were just codes of brotherhood would lead Su Feng to go this far. Don't talk anymore, close your eyes and sleep well. Su Li softly said, slowly laying him down on the ground.
Soon, Su Feng's chest stopped rising and falling.
Su Li got up and walked over to Zhu Feiyu, who was still twirling his pencil, and snatched the pencil from his hand.
Hey, Junior, why are you stealing my pencil?
Zhu Feiyu seemed a bit unhappy, seeing Su Li's intention to not return it. He just stared silently at him. He sighed. Don't blame me for not helping earlier, look at Su Feng, he was already badly injured when he arrived, and whether I helped or not, he wouldn't survive. Su Li said nothing further, he could see Zhu Feiyu's point. But after all, he had never personally experienced such things. Some things, knowing in your heart and accepting calmly, are two different matters. What Su Li said before Shionita was because he knew that if Shionita attacked him, someone would definitely step in to stop it. Even if he judged wrongly, there would still be a chance to foresee death, allowing him to protect his own safety. But he never expected that the one who helped him at that time was Su Feng. Su Li turned and kicked away a black object on the ground. It was a bundle of wig hair. Fallen from Shionita's scalp as he completely transformed and his body swelled. So that's why it was different from the white hair described by He. So that no hair could be found in his room at all. Su Li walked towards the door, and no one could see his expression at that moment. Now completely transformed, Shionita looked at the approaching Su Li with a sinister smile. Have you been scared, stupid? You even came over by yourself? Chapter 48. That insect limb piercing Su Li's chest. Seeing Su Li silent, the smile on Shionita's face grew wider. Even if your analysis is correct, you are ultimately just a schoolboy, it's normal to be afraid. The insect limb supported his body, and that ugly bald head lowered. Greedy eyes stared at Su Li. Join me, Su Li. You don't have to fight, just help me fill in the small gaps I didn't notice in the dark. With your wisdom, I can imagine that our time ahead will be very enjoyable. Su Li lowered his brow. The calm voice was somewhat terrifying. Happiness, what is it for you? Shionita was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Child, in this world, is there anything more joyful than seeing others twist their faces in agony? Su Li raised his eyes to look at Shionita. I'm sorry, but such things do not bring me the slightest bit of joy, they only make me feel sick. Shionita's face instantly twisted with anger. But Su Li seemed to not see it, his voice becoming even lower and colder. Shionita, everyone has their own belonging, humans are in the realm of humanity, beasts are in the realm of beasts. Before Su Li finished his words, he was interrupted by a nearly mad laughter. Shionita leaned his head close to the already bowed Su Li, his eyes revealing extreme resentment. I have endured listening to your words for so long because I cherish talent. Since you do not want to, then the teacher must send you to meet your senior Su Fengxue. The audience in the livestream stared blankly at the screen. They looked at the sharp insect leg inserted into Su Li's chest. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Su Li died? That Su Li, the one who was the fastest among all the chosen ones. And the only one who could touch the truth of this scenario. That Su Li, who always wore a smile. That Su Li who gave hope to the great Xia kingdom. Now he is dead just like that? But at that moment, gasps of surprise erupted. The Su Li, who everyone thought was dead, slowly raised his head. Then he continued the unfinished words, speaking coldly.
And the only place that can contain a demon like you is hell. Accompanied by his icy voice
was the pencil he had been tightly holding in his right hand, stabbing out at an incredibly fast speed. The sound of flesh being pierced resonated. Shionida let out a painful roar, instinctively extending his insect leg, wanting to stab Su Li's body again. But Su Li, who had long been prepared, easily dodged by stepping back. The pencil that penetrated the throat caused Shionida immense pain. He wanted to reach out and pull out the pencil, but his right hand was torn off by Su Feng, leaving only the dark and sharp insect leg. No matter how hard he tried, he could only keep cutting into his own skin, making his wounds worse. Xiongyida's face was filled with fear, pain, confusion, and disbelief. He couldn't understand why, despite feeling that his insect leg had stabbed into Su Li's chest. That was an attack strong enough to make even severely mutated individuals unable to withstand it. But Su Li now had no injuries at all. He was clearly just an ordinary person. Xiongida looked at Su Li unwillingly and saw him take off the outer jacket that had been torn with a large hole. His eyes suddenly widened, finally realizing why Su Li was still alive. Because what he had just stabbed into was not Su Li's chest, but the thick books bound to him. Among them was even the black diary of Zhu Feiyu that Su Li had just received on the rooftop. Xiongida could not imagine that someone would tie such things to themselves, and tied so many. Extreme unwillingness and frustration surged in his heart. Su Li. Xiongida extended his insect leg, wanting to say something. But the pencil pierced his trachea, making him almost unable to make any sound. The black insect leg stopped trembling before Su Li. With a loud crash, Xiongyida's bloated mutated body fell down, collapsing at the door of the study room, like a fallen small mountain. Xiongida is dead. The audience stared blankly at the live stream screen, not expecting that the book Su Li had tied to his chest would play such a huge role. Is this really the power of knowledge? The person who was just extremely worried looked at the corpse of Xiongida, starting to cry and laugh at the same time. No matter what, it's good that Su Li is okay, and he has even defeated that hypocritical teacher in a shocking way. The calmness and coldness when he struck made the audience recognize a new side of Su Li once again. But there were also people looking at the screen with some worry. Although they were shocked by Su Li's actions before, they couldn't help but praise his amazing courage. But now a very serious problem has emerged. There are 2 keys to leave the dormitory building. One is with Aunt Zhou. The other is with Xiongida. And both of them are already dead, so how can Su Li get their consent to take the keys and leave here? At this moment, a bullet screen appeared in the live stream. Brothers, hurry and watch the live stream of the remaining country's chosen ones. Everyone realized that while Su Li assassinated Xiongida, the chosen ones who had also been acting earlier seemed to have encountered something as well. In the live stream of Johor, Zhu Shichun fled back to his dormitory. On the way back, he heard countless low growls, as if they would burst out and tear him to pieces at any moment. He could only try to seek help from his roommates, but no matter how he persuaded them or showed their already limited classmate friendship, Wushan and He did not respond, they just stared at Zhu Shicheng with blank expressions. Zhu Shicheng felt uneasy under their stare. As he turned around in fear, ready to leave and find another way, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Did his persuasion finally work? Were they finally willing to help him? Zhu Shicheng was overjoyed and turned around immediately. In the next second, a sharp iron pipe rapidly enlarged in his vision. Johor, black screen. On the side of Qianbao country. Charles hesitated for a moment but still knocked on Su Feng's dormitory door. The low growling inside stopped, the door opened, and Su Feng curiously peeked out to look at Charles. Charles was extremely nervous now. Because earlier, when he was getting hot water, he and Su Feng were cut in line. Charles initially wanted to speak up, but when he saw those strong, sturdy figures, he felt intimidated and gave up. So his connection with Su Feng was not that strong, they had only shared a similar experience of being bullied. However, prompted by the expert group, he chose to come here, attempting to hold on to this last possible lifeline. Chapter 49, Whiskers Under the Moon. Seeing Su Feng's unaltered face, Charles finally felt a bit more courage in his heart. He, as a junior, asked Su Feng to help him get the key from Aunt Zhou. Su Feng shook his head, indicating he was unwilling, telling him that if he really wanted the key, he could get it from Teacher Xiong. Charles showed panic, saying it was not possible because Teacher Xiong was likely not a good person. This was what their expert group had told him, and Charles believed it firmly. However, Su Feng's smile suddenly faded after hearing this. He turned to look at his 2 roommates behind him. Brothers, this guy is actually speaking ill of Teacher Xiong. It looks like we need to teach him a lesson. Charles realized something was wrong and took a few steps back in panic. But in the next moment, Su Feng pulled him into the dormitory, and a piercing scream immediately erupted. Qianbao country, black screen. On the other side, in the live stream of Annan Country,
Joanwen tiptoed softly past the dormitory supervisor's lounge.
Just as he was about to knock on the staff lounge door next door, the door quietly opened. Seeing the amiable face of Teacher Xiong in front of him, Joanwen felt his heart that had been hanging finally settle down. He told the other party that he wanted to go out, and while he was still stammering for a reason, he unexpectedly saw Teacher Xiong nodding. Teacher Xiong let Joanwen enter the dormitory and opened the food box from the table, handing it to him, then took the key from his waist and placed it on the table. Teacher Xiong said that he cooked a little too much today and it would be a waste to just dump it, so if Joanwen could help him finish the food, he would give him the key to leave.
Joanwen, without suspecting anything, was just hungry after staying up all night.
However, after he finished the food in the box and bowed to thank Teacher Xiong, preparing to take the key from the table, he began to feel dizzy, and his vision started to blur. In a daze, it seemed like his hands began to gradually stretch and thin. He didn't know what was happening to him, but the viewers in the live broadcast room were in sheer terror. On the screen, Xiongita had a kind smile, while Joanwen in front of him was gradually turning into a bug after eating food laden with insect eggs.
Over in Pigeon Kingdom,
Cornell was curled up behind the balcony of the dormitory, trembling as he hugged his knees, burying his head deeply into them, not daring to look up even once. The balcony door was being knocked on loudly, and Hi's face was pressed tightly against the balcony window. His pitch-black eyes stared at Cornell, who had nearly completely transformed, and shattering that window would be an easy feat. However, the incessant cicada chirping outside made both him and Wu Shan feel an inexplicable repulsion towards entering the balcony.
Nevertheless, everyone could hear that Wu Shan's knocking grew louder and louder. Like trembles of Cornell in Pigeon Kingdom, Andre from Bear Country was also shivering all over.
At this moment, he stood on the rooftop, enduring the pain and discomfort brought by pollution, looking down at the river dozens of meters below him. He had been standing there for a long time but still couldn't make that difficult decision.
Among the 3 ways to clear the game, one said escape the dormitory building before dawn.
After trying to get the key from Aunt Jo, he didn't look for Teacher Xiong because he had an unsettling feeling about that always kind teacher. So how could he escape?
He pondered this question and unknowingly walked to the rooftop.
He was shocked to discover that the door which had always been locked had been opened at some point. Then, he had a very strange thought arise. If he jumped from the rooftop, would it count as escaping the dormitory building? Would it also be considered a way to clear the game? He didn't know that in the live broadcast room of Daxia Country, Suli had once made such assumptions but never acted on them. Because if he wanted to verify it, the price he might pay could very well be his life. Andre stared hard at the darkness below, his eyes starting to fill with bloodshot veins from the strain, but he still couldn't muster the courage to decide. A squeaking sound came from behind him as several black bugs with ugly sharp mouthparts crawled slowly toward Andre.
It seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Andre let out an angry shout toward the full moon,
then spread his arms wide, leaning forward as his whole body fell from the rooftop. In the Ice and Fire Country's live broadcast room, Herky stood at the door of the dorm manager's lounge. He restrained the fierce intent in his eyes and knocked on the door.
Aunt Jo, with a face like ice, opened the door.
Before he could speak, Helki jumped in first, pretending to feel unwell and wanting to get some medicine to take. Aunt Jo gave him a glance, then went into the room to get him the medicine. Helki took the water cup that Aunt Jo handed him, pretending to be ready to drink it. But just as he lifted the cup, he smashed it directly into Aunt Jo's face. Taking advantage of the moment she reached out to block it, Helki moved swiftly, grabbing the keys hanging around Aunt Jo's neck, pulling them off forcefully. Then he burst forth with all his speed, not looking back, and dashed out the door, twisting the key into the dormitory building's lock, and crazily fled from there.
However, this time, the live stream in Helki's room did not vanish like it did in the Garden Kingdom before.
Everyone watched as he stumbled out of the dormitory building, and when he saw nothing was chasing after him, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground, his recent actions draining all his energy and strength. Yet escaping made him lay on the ground, looking at the bright moon in the sky, bursting into a wildly excited laughter. But he didn't stay excited for long, the laughter gradually faded. Because he realized he had not received a system prompt saying he had cleared the level. Helki had seen quite a few live streams before, but he had never seen a chosen one experience something like this. Could it be that he had not cleared the level yet? Just as he began to grasp this issue and was preparing to get up in shock, he saw beneath the full moon, a black cat's head suddenly appearing in his view. Soft and long cat whiskers brushed against his face, making him feel a bit itchy.
Though terrified, he didn't dare to move.
The expert group had warned him about the strangeness and terror of this black cat.
Helki forced a smile, trying to bluff his way past the black cat.
But the next moment, he felt a chill around his neck. He struggled desperately, but quickly lost consciousness nonetheless. The black cat licked the blood off its claws, walked to Helki's side, picked up the keys from his hand, and turned around, walking leisurely back in the direction of the dormitory building.
At this moment,
a viewer suddenly exclaimed,
Not because of Helki's death, but because they noticed that in the Garden Kingdom, where he had fled from the dormitory building, the live stream that had been strangely lost for a time suddenly flickered. Then, the chosen one Li Jiaming's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 50, Why do I feel like Suli is more mysterious? He was the first person to leave the dormitory building. But Li Jiaming did not lie on the ground outside like Helki, resting. At this moment, although he had also consumed a lot of energy, he still staggered forward, running onward. Li Jiaming also realized that walking out of the dormitory building, but not receiving a pass notification from the strange world was an anomaly. So he made a guess, perhaps leaving this school was the true way to clear the level. But this school was too big, he had been running for nearly 10 minutes and still hadn't found the exit. But soon, a smile appeared in his eyes, because in the hazy moonlight, he finally saw the school's main gate. On it hung the 4 large characters Gujiang High School, but above the character Jiang, there was a dark shadow, as if something was crouched on top of it. Li Jiaming squinted his eyes, wanting to see clearly what it was. The next moment, the shadow moved, it jumped down from the gate, accompanied by a cry resembling a baby's wailing. Li Jiaming's eyes instantly lost their spark. His tense nerves completely snapped, he stopped running and collapsed on the spot, utterly giving up on escaping or resisting. Just quietly waiting for that black cat to gradually approach him. Soon, the live broadcast of the Garden Kingdom fell into darkness once again. The viewers of the Garden Kingdom, originally immersed in the joy of their chosen one completing the challenge, now faced a sudden turn of events that struck them like a heavy blow to the head. The wineglasses dropped, and the celebration came to a halt. Everyone in the Garden Kingdom appeared dazed, with the only thing left in their minds being the death scene of their chosen one. The remaining viewers were blank-eyed, staring at the screen of the last chosen one. The one who first drank the hot water passed by High, mocking that the copy was nothing special, Sakamoto from Sakura country. Now he had completely lost consciousness and his normal human appearance. Dragging his swollen body, wandering mindlessly with the mutated students beside him, howling in the hallway. At this moment, the audience felt a bit dazed. So far, not a single person had been able to complete the challenge. The chosen ones were either completely corrupted, forever lost in the bizarre world, or violated the rules, killed by the various strange pollutants. Now only 2 chosen ones were left alive. The one from Great Xia country, Suli, who had just killed Shionida, and the shivering Cornell from Pigeon country, hiding on the balcony. But their situations didn't look very good. The knocking on Cornell's side grew louder, unsure if he could hold out until dawn. And Suli, who was originally the most hopeful, had personally killed Shionida, cutting off his only chance to get the key to leave. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in cold air. Could it be that this bizarre world copy would result in a situation where everyone perished without completing the challenge? An extreme sense of despair spread, affecting the entire live broadcast room. But a part of the audience remained unaffected by despair. Since the live broadcast of this bizarre world began, they had been watching and analyzing attentively. Along the way, they believed that Suli was not the kind of person who would not consider this before killing Shionida. Only, how was Suli going to get the key to leave here? It was already 5:47, and only 13 minutes were left until dawn as stated in the completion method. However, before they could sort their thoughts, they saw an unexpected change in the live broadcast room. The lights in the self-study room flickered incessantly. Amidst the light and shadow, Zhu Feiyu's expression was no longer calm. A tangible black mist emerged from behind him, like ghosts constantly swaying. He fixed his eyes on Suli. Who told you to kill him? The audience's hearts skipped a beat. Was Zhu Feiyu going to attack Suli? Bizarre was indeed bizarre. Even though he had previously had a pleasant chat with Suli, it couldn't change the fact that he was a non-human existence. But Suli seemed to not hear Zhu Feiyu's question at all. He walked to Shionida's corpse, stepped on the ugly head, then pulled out the pencil. The reason Suli chose to use the pencil as a surprise weapon was because when he checked the dormitory building earlier, he found a wound on Wu Shan's face that had been cut in the self-study room, bizarrely began oozing blood again. This was an unusual occurrence. Because for the polluted here, once injured, their wounds would stop bleeding in a short time, only Wu Shan's face was an exception. So Suli guessed it was the pen Zhu Feiyu held. It was very likely to have some effect like damage enhancement against the bizarre beings. And the facts also proved that his guess was correct. Not only did he kill Shionida in one strike, but even the fragile pencil in his hand showed no signs of damage. Suli took out some toilet paper and carefully wiped off the blood on the pencil. Then he walked in front of Zhu Feiyu, ignoring the terrifying change in him, and handed over the pencil, as if wanting to return it. However, when he saw the instinctive disgust on Zhu Feiyu's face, Suli chuckled softly and pulled his hand back. I almost forgot, you are a person with cleanliness obsession. He placed the pencil on the table. You know? I actually didn't have to do this. If I wanted to leave here, Aunt Jo would probably have agreed to just give me the key. Zhu Feiyu scoffed. You might have misunderstood something.
A person who is corrupted, as long as they do not completely combine with it, their consciousness and perception will become severely distorted. He looked at Suli with some disdain. The Aunt Zhou you see may have done some things to help you, but those were all done after being tainted, under distorted ideology. They do not represent her true self, just an illusion.
Illusion? Suli abruptly thrust the pencil into the table. His gaze locked fiercely onto Zhu Feiyu. Cannot represent the true self? The audience felt a jolt in their hearts again. Suli, oh Suli, your attitude seems even more bizarre than Zhu Feiyu's. Facing Suli's question, Zhu Feiyu's face turned somewhat ugly. He realized that this Suli in front of him seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. Not only did he snatch his pencil earlier, but now he was also directly interrupting him. The dark energy surged behind him, and a pitch-black hand slowly reached towards Suli's neck. Suli did not make any movements to dodge, but quietly watched Zhu Feiyu in front of him. Here, besides that damn bastard, I also encountered people who treated me very well. Did you forget what you wrote? Zhu Feiyu's eyes flickered. He knew the person Suli was talking about was Aunt Zhou. You don't need to remind me, I know what you want to say. He certainly wouldn't forget. How could he possibly forget? That was the only person who truly cared for him during that difficult time. Suli saw that although Zhu Feiyu didn't speak, the arm made of dark energy stopped in midair and did not move forward. He sighed and sat down in front of him. But there are some things you don't know. Some people, even when trapped, do not think of themselves, but think of you. Suli's eyes began to lose focus. The first time he learned about Aunt Zhou's existence was from He Hai and the others. At that time, Suli's first impression was that she was a person who took action very ruthlessly, showing no mercy to students who broke the rules. And able to suppress He Hai and the others, proving that her level of corruption must be quite high. But later, when he went to get a broom, he saw Aunt Zhou in person for the first time. At that time, he was warned by Aunt Zhou because his pant legs were stained with dust. But it was just a warning, unlike Wu Shan and the others who got beaten up. Initially, Suli didn't understand. And later deduced that Aunt Zhou's mention of maintaining hygiene did not merely refer to the literal meaning of cleanliness, but had two meanings. One referred to keeping personal and dormitory hygiene, avoiding those insects. And the other was that Aunt Zhou knew Zhu Feiyu's power now, so she hoped everyone would be clean. Otherwise, if the cleanliness-obsessed Zhu Feiyu saw someone dirty, he might just kill them if he was in a bad mood. Chapter 51, The Reason for Aunt Zhou's Drastic Change in Character. This was not a baseless guess from Suli. He still remembered that Aunt Zhou specifically reminded him before he left, telling him to wash up and change his clothes. According to common sense, after washing up, one should go to sleep, and if clothes need to be changed, it should be done tomorrow. But she made herself change at that moment for only one reason. She did not want to encounter someone intolerable after washing up. And at that time, after she had finished washing up, the place she was going to was the self-study room where Zhu Feiyu was. The reason she reminded herself, Suli guessed, was probably because, at that time, she had gone to register for self-study with Wu Shan. Aunt Zhou had asked her why she wanted to help Wu Shan, and Suli's answer at the time was that classmates should help each other. After that, Aunt Zhou kept watching her to confirm if she truly meant what she said. After finding no abnormal behavior, Aunt Zhou developed a good impression. She thought Suli was calm, composed, and willing to help classmates. So even when she discovered the dust on Suli's knee from the investigation, she did not pursue it. At that time, it was just a good impression, with no further actions taken. Later on, Aunt Zhou must have learned about her performance in the hot water room, helping Su Feng out, so her good impression increased again. That's why, when she ran back to get her wallet because she had no money to pay, she met Aunt Zhou on the third floor. At that moment, Aunt Zhou used her eyes to remind her again to remember to change clothes. She thought Aunt Zhou was chasing that black cat that had run away somewhere. But later, after seeing the pollution record book in Aunt Zhou's room, she understood. Aunt Zhou appeared in that place to go to the laundry room. Because on the paper ball found in her newly changed clothes, the writing was exactly the same as the pollution record book. At that moment, Suli realized that even though Aunt Zhou had been severely contaminated, she could still maintain a brief moment of clear consciousness at certain times. But due to the severe contamination, her perception became confused, which is why the writing on the paper ball became more and more sloppy as it went on. Thus, she wrote down: Insects are good, insects do not bite people, insects can shine. Insects can kill people. These two seemingly contradictory statements. Perhaps by the time she wrote that, her consciousness was already severely confused, mixing cicadas with those insects that cause pollution. Once she understood this, the other rule information on the paper ball became clear. If you want to leave here, you can go to the tool room to take a look. What is in the tool room? There is a key to the rooftop. And the person who kept that key is Aunt Zhou. Suli was not very certain about this deduction at first, but later when she went to the dorm supervisor's lounge to take medicine.
Aunt Jo, before leaving, had used her already starting to change eyes to stare at her and said to not run around everywhere this time. Suli remembered those two words. When she said them, she slightly emphasized them. This means Aunt Jo was aware that last time she had left here, because that key was deliberately placed there by her, wanting Suli to take it. That's why some chosen ones did not find the key in the tool room, as their performance did not receive Aunt Jo's recognition. Suli still remembered that when she left the dorm supervisor's lounge for the second time after taking her medicine, hesitating at the entrance, she saw the curtain in Aunt Jo's room move. At the time, she thought Aunt Jo was monitoring her. Now it seems it was Aunt Jo's final test for Suli. She wanted to see if Suli could figure out that the key did not open the dorm building's front door. If she had tried to open it then, Aunt Jo might have been very disappointed and would not have continued to help her later. And why did Aunt Jo go to such lengths to help her? Suli combined the second rule of the paper ball. Zhu Feiyu had committed suicide back then, but the rooftop door was often locked as well. Without the key, Zhu Feiyu couldn't get in. So, he must have secretly taken the key to the rooftop from Aunt Jo when she wasn't in the room or wasn't paying attention. By the time Aunt Jo realized the key was missing, Zhu Feiyu was already lying by the small river outside the building. She thought all of this was her fault for not keeping the key safe. So after being heartbroken, her entire personality changed dramatically. From a warm and friendly smile to a cold, frosty demeanor. Perhaps she thought that by doing this, the students would not get too close to her like before. And then, when she wasn't paying attention, they would take the key, and a tragedy like Zhu Feiyu's would happen again. Zhu Feiyu became even more silent. He had never thought that Aunt Jo's change could be for such a reason. He had always believed it was just a personality change caused by the pollution. Suli glanced at him with a complex expression. And after that, he went down from the rooftop to the first floor. At that time, aside from wanting to check out the hot water room, he also wanted to directly ask Aunt Jo, hoping to see if she was willing to give him the key. If she was willing, that would be the best. If not, he had other ways. But he didn't expect that, in that place, the black cat would appear again, and Aunt Jo would die with it. At that moment, Suli was extremely shocked. He never imagined that someone would go so far for another person. As for whether she would give him the key, the answer was clear at that moment, but it no longer mattered. Suli still remembered how Aunt Jo's cold fingertips touched his face. And the intense emotion in her words when she said, "You already know, right?" What she meant was whether Suli had already discovered the truth of this chapter, and whether he was willing to continue the unfinished task she couldn't complete. That task was to save her most beloved child, Zhu Feiyu. This was Aunt Jo's deepest wish, so her attitude towards Suli had always been different from others. It was not just because Suli's helpfulness and intelligence here reminded her of the Zhu Feiyu before he became strange, but also because Aunt Jo believed Suli had the ability to accomplish this task. As for the fact that it was Shionida who had forced Zhu Feiyu to death, Suli guessed that Aunt Jo must have already known about it. But because Shionida was also deeply polluted and had strong combat power, Aunt Jo had never dared to have direct and intense conflict with him. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was worried that if she lost, then in this lonely dormitory building, there would be no one left to look after those students, and no one to look after Zhu Feiyu. Chapter 52, The Truth Unveiled, that pair of wings as thin as cicada wings. So she didn't dare. Which was why, when she grabbed Suli's hand in the staff lounge, she could only glare at Shionida and say, "Don't go too far, Shionida," and didn't choose to directly fight him, because she couldn't be sure if she could defeat Shionida. Aunt Jo's feelings for Zhu Feiyu were deep. So deep that when she was alone in her room, she would pull the curtains down. Because the full moon in the sky always reminded her of the night Zhu Feiyu jumped from the building. Deep to the point that although she did not spend much time with Suli, just because of the personality and ability Suli showed, she placed all her hopes on Suli. Deep to the point that even if she herself died and transformed into a cicada, she would still protect Suli. Because she hoped and believed so much that Suli could save Zhu Feiyu from that endless cycle of suffering. Yes, when Suli finally left that place, he saw what that bulge behind Aunt Jo was. It was a pair of transparent wings, thin as cicada wings. In that moment, the last piece of the puzzle was completed. Suli understood in his heart that kind-hearted people would reappear in the form of cicadas after death, in the dormitory building. Aunt Jo was like this, and the one who wrote the bloody note in the laundry room was the same. So even in this winter, there would be so many cicadas outside the dormitory building. That's why they would have such restraint against pollution. That's why they would appear at the door of the dormitory manager's lounge, actively attacking the demonic Barida. That's why they would, time and time again, spare no effort to help the polluted regain their clarity. The cold of winter may freeze the body, but it can never freeze that burning kindness. When Suli was telling this, a cold, mechanical prompt sounded in his mind and appeared at the top of the Daxia National livestream screen at the same time. Congratulations to Daxia National's chosen one Suli for unraveling the hidden truth of Dormitory 4's copy.
Wow! Brother Su is amazing.
The audience of Daxia National erupted in warm cheers. Even the experts in the combat analysis room tightly clenched their fists in excitement. The hardest part of this copy was finding the truth. Even they, a team of experts from various fields, spent a great deal of energy just to barely sort it out. And Su Li, relying solely on himself, clarified such a complicated matter so clearly. Even while facing extreme pressure and being polluted multiple times along the way. This kid is truly a genius. However, after the excitement, the experts did not completely relax. Because Su Li still had not obtained the key to leave this place. And now only 7 minutes remained until dawn. On the screen, Zhu Feiyu, who had been quietly listening to Su Li's story, suddenly began to tremble slightly when he heard the last part. Su Li turned his head to look, and the other party lowered his head, hiding his expression, only revealing his shoulders that kept shaking. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and the black gas behind him condensed into shape, turning into a pitch-black big hand, seizing Su Li's neck without warning and lifting him into the air. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Su Li's expression showed no sign of panic, not even a hint of struggle, just quietly watching Zhu Feiyu in front of him, whose expression was fierce yet had traces of tears on his face. He was very sure that he was not in any life-threatening danger, because the premonition of death had not been triggered. Su Li sighed inwardly, realizing that trying to save this guy was indeed a troublesome matter.
If it weren't for reaching this point. Zhu Feiyu looked up at Su Li.
Thank you for telling me about Aunt Zhou, for letting me know things I did not know before. His pupils began to show a dark color as he glanced at the body of Beretta at the door.
But I don't need saving, I am very happy now.
Every day watching that bastard perform like a clown in front of me makes me feel both joyful and relaxed. Perhaps it was near dawn, or perhaps it was the black gas stirring around Zhu Feiyu. Su Li heard a noise coming from behind the room door. The roaring sounds and the scraping of footsteps were increasing, as if those twisted beings were gathering here in large numbers. However, he remained unmoved, looking at Zhu Feiyu as if educating a child.
No, you are not truly happy.
Zhu Feiyu was initially stunned, then a surge of anger rose in his heart.
Su Li.
His hand, formed from black mist, was about to strike, but Su Li's voice rang out again. Every time I see you, you have a smiling face, just like a sunny boy, but only twice, your attitude changed. People are always curious, and even the twisted Zhu Feiyu was no exception.
When?
Su Li hovered in midair, raising a finger. The first time was when we met at the library door, when the black cat attacked Shionita.
The second time was just now when Shionita appeared and asked me to leave.
Aunt Zhou said you are smart, so let me test you.
What is the common point of these two times?
Seeing Zhu Feiyu fall silent again, Su Li continued.
Words may deceive, but subconscious reactions do not.
Perhaps Shionita seems like a clown in your eyes now, but his existence will make your mentality painful, which is an undeniable fact. I think the first time the black cat appeared there was just you deliberately letting it out to toy with Shionita, right? And when you walked downstairs, it wasn't to see if Shionita was hurt, but just to see if it had bitten him to death, right?
Su Li was so sure of this.
Because at that time, the black cat clearly pounced at them, but it didn't attack and instead just left.
This was the only exception in Su Li's encounters with the black cat.
Zhu Feiyu still did not back down, snorting coldly. What do you, an outsider who doesn't understand the situation, know? People are dead, yet you still hold strong, right? Su Li sighed heavily in despair. If that's the case, then I can only invite someone from inside to have a good talk with you. The audience in the livestream room was shocked by his words. They looked around, surrounded by corpses. Where were there any people? But they saw Su Li, being grabbed by a dark hand around his neck, struggling to turn his head to look at the always open window of the library.
Hey! If you don't come out, I might really die. Is there someone there?
All the eyes outside instantly gathered towards the dark window.
In the next moment,
a pair of long legs appeared from above the window, gently swinging, and a figure gracefully leaped into the library.
With a snap of fingers, the giant hand formed from Zhu Feiyu's black mist instantly dissipated.
Su Li fell to the ground, rubbing his sore neck, looking at the person who suddenly appeared.
I thought you would really just watch and not care about me.
With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Su Li reached out his hand. But in the end, we meet again, Aunt Hua. No, perhaps I should call you
Zhu Feiyu's mother. Chapter 53, A Family of Villains.
The audience couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at Aunt Hua, who entered the library from outside the window. How could she appear here?
Moreover, Su Li even called her Zhu Feiyu's mother?
She looked to be only around 30 years old, the age simply didn't match. Aunt Hua smiled as she walked up to Su Li, gently swatting away his outstretched hand, then knocked on his head.
This little brat, when did you find me?
Son chokes my neck, mother knocks my head, truly a family of villains. Su Li covered his head and mumbled softly.
What did you just say?
Aunt Hua leaned closer to Suli, her eyes squinting with laughter.
Suli chuckled and took a few steps back.
I did find you relatively early, but to confirm it, that was only half an hour ago.
He knew what Aunt Hua meant by finding.
It is not just about her hiding outside the self-study room, but also about her identity.
At first, Suli was chased by a black cat while on the way to get hot water.
Only when he reached the hot water room did the black cat leave, and Suli thought it was because the cat needed to follow the rules. However, during the later test in the laundry room, Suli discovered that the black cat would still scratch the door and screech frantically outside, even though it could not enter a room with people. It wouldn't just silently leave like it did in the hot water room.
So there were only two possibilities.
One was that there was a stronger presence in the laundry room at that time. The other was that it received some kind of command to leave there directly. And during the later queue-cutting incident, Aunt Hua again displayed terrifying non-human strength. So Suli started to doubt Aunt Hua's identity at that moment. Later, Suli noticed that the floor where Aunt Hua sat had quite a few sunflower seed shells.
This was the only place in the dormitory building that was not kept tidy.
This obvious violation of rules made Suli's suspicions grow stronger.
Then afterward, after the lights went out,
Suli discovered again this violation of rules. Which was that when he came down, except for the self-study room, the lights in the hot water room remained on. After the lights go out, there should be no lights in other places except for the self-study room. If the rules are violated, that person will definitely be affected to some degree. But in the hot water room, Aunt Hua had once been very close to him. So Suli was very certain that Aunt Hua's black hair, which carried a fragrance, was not a wig like Shomita's, but her real hair. This meant that Aunt Hua was someone who had not been polluted.
What kind of person can have strong power while violating the rules and still remain unpolluted? Suli couldn't imagine at that time.
But afterward, what happened at Aunt Zhou's place gave him a vague guess. Many people in the dormitory building were polluted, plus Shonida kept tempting students to get better only to be polluted again. So each time he went to take medicine, Aunt Zhou's medicine was insufficient and needed to be fetched.
Then the question came, where did Aunt Zhou go to get the medicine? Or rather, from which person did she get the medicine? And why was the time spent outside always short? Zhu Feiyu was ruled out first, and it was impossible for Shonida, students didn't need to be considered. So the only answer left was Aunt Zhou was going to Aunt Hua, who managed the hot water room on the same floor, to get medicine.
Then Suli thought of another thing. The badge on Aunt Hua had her position marked not as the hot water room manager but as the logistics manager of Gujiang Middle School. In this dormitory building, the only places that could be called logistics, besides the hot water room, was the laundry room. Both of these places were origins of the bugs that could bring pollution. But Aunt Hua controlled the cicada corpses, which could inhibit pollution. Two completely opposing existences were controlled by the same person. And she completely ignored the student's transformation and didn't get involved in the conflict between Aunt Zhou and Shonida. Even that black cat, perhaps at first, was locked in the tool room by Aunt Hua. What kind of person could possess such conditions? By ruling out all impossible situations, the final answer, though extremely unbelievable, even exceeded Suli's understanding, and had never been seen during the live broadcasts of other chosen ones. But Suli still had to accept this fact. Aunt Hua's identity in this building was a kind of neutral existence. Her role in appearing here is to maintain this strange world copy, allowing it to operate as it originally should, and to correct those who break the rules. At that time, the few people in the hot water room cut in line, and with Aunt Hua's ability, she could not have missed it. But her action came after Suli shouted that sentence. Because if she did not do this, more people would break the rules, and the world of this copy would become unstable. Moreover, the rule on the bloody paper hinted at this information. There are no people here, only bugs. Bugs everywhere. When it says no people, Aunt Hua is naturally included. But to ensure the correctness of his speculation, Suli did a verification half an hour earlier. He walked in the severely mutated corridor, observing the conditions inside every dormitory. Aside from confirming that the empty beds were because the students, who were the owners, had transformed into cicadas, he also wanted to confirm another thing, which was that Aunt Hua was not in any dormitory at that time. Before he began to act, he confirmed that the light that had been on in the hot water room had gone out, which could only mean that its owner had left. So where did she go? The disappeared cicada corpse at Suli's dormitory door told him the answer. Aunt Hua went to deal with those cicada corpses because she needed to collect them together to provide Aunt Zhou with medicine to suppress the pollution. The last rule of the dormitory safety regulations is: the trash bin in the corridor is handled by a special person every day, but it is not the dormitory manager. This person refers to Aunt Hua. And on this up and down journey, Suli found no place with Aunt Hua's figure. So where did she go after finishing dealing with the cicada corpses? There is only one choice, and that is the self-study room. Although Suli did not find any trace of Aunt Hua after entering, he discovered that the window, which had always been closed when Zhu Feiyu was here, was now open. There was no one in the room, so it is very likely that Aunt Hua was outside the window, and with her strength, she could do so. Zhu Feiyu, as a strange being, hates the cicada chirping that counters him the most. The reason the window could be open must be that there was some need that exceeded his dislike for cicada chirping. Combining why Aunt Hua came here, Suli verified another equally incredible conjecture. That is because Aunt Hua's other identity is Zhu Feiyu's mother. Chapter 54, Not Disgracing the Mission, Suli's Backup. When he was in the hot water room, Suli noticed that Aunt Hua looked somewhat similar to someone, but at that time he did not think of it. Later, Aunt Hua told him that she had a son who was the same age as Suli. Handsome and kind to people like him. Suli once guessed it was Zhu Feiyu, but he always felt the age was not right and did not reach a conclusion. Plus, Chiffon had made Aunt Hua angry, and he was only focused on leaving quickly. So he overlooked an important detail that he later remembered. That was the pale pink sweater Aunt Hua was wearing at the time. On the sleeve, there was a beautiful daisy embroidered. Its pattern was exactly the same as the small flower printed on the cup when he first met Zhu Feiyu. And although Zhu Feiyu has a strange identity, in the absence of anyone violating the rules, he also matches the image of the son Aunt Hua described, handsome and kind. Even finding the cup at that time was also thanks to Zhu Feiyu's hint. However, when the reasoning reached this point, Suli still could not be completely sure. He could not rule out that this might just be a coincidence, because he still could not explain the most important question, the age difference between Aunt Hua and Zhu Feiyu. But later, Suli took the key that Auntie Hua gave him, and after finding the diary on the rooftop, this question was easily solved. Because the diary mentioned that Zhu Feiyu's mother had already died 8 years ago. If death causes a person to stop aging, then it means Auntie Hua is now around 40 years old, but her appearance still resembles her younger self. So she now looks like she is only in her 20s, at most 30. With a sound, Suli's head was knocked again by Auntie Hua. Talking about a woman's age is not polite. Suli's eyes widened. Weren't you the one who asked how I knew? Now that I said it, you hit me? Fine, I won't say anything. A cold snort sounded. Suli dropped the hand covering his head and looked at Zhu Feiyu, whose expression was somewhat displeased, not knowing why he was suddenly unhappy again. Humph, be polite to the junior. Auntie Hua walked over and gave Zhu Feiyu a knock on the head too. Suli was stunned. Why did his knock sound different from mine? Then he quickly adjusted his expression and walked toward Zhu Feiyu. I know you've been keeping Xiongida trapped here, watching him suffer endlessly. Not to vent your inner pain, but because he caused Auntie Hua's death, right? Zhu Feiyu did not admit it, only covering his head and turning his face to the side. You hope to make up for the harm he caused Auntie Hua in this way. Suli's voice was gentle now, he didn't want to provoke the other person again. But some people will never realize the mistakes they have made. He let out a soft sigh. That's why I killed Xiongida, the pain he suffers may never compensate for his crimes. But if this continues, you'll gradually lose yourself, and that is not the future Auntie Hua wants to see. Perhaps hearing Suli mention his mother, Zhu Feiyu slowly turned his head to look at Suli seriously. How do you know this is not the future she wants to see? Before, Auntie Hua once told me she had a son who resembled me. Everything was good, except that the child always seemed burdened, and she wished he could smile more like I do. Suli's gaze softened even more. There are some things she may find hard to say directly to you. But she knows that whenever you see Xiongida, your smile disappears. No mother wants to see her child live forever in the pain of revenge. All she hopes for is that you can be happy every day and be a joyful child. She has no other expectations. As long as you are happy, her face will also show a smile. Suli stepped forward. People like Xiongida, no matter how you punish him, will not change his demonic nature. Continuing like this will do nothing but turn you from a slayer into a monster. He glanced at the cup of water on Zhu Feiyu's desk. If I'm not mistaken, this cup should be a gift from Auntie Hua to you, but you probably don't know what the white flowers on it are. Those are white daisies, and their language is simple, eternal happiness. Zhu Feiyu trembled all over, looking at Auntie Hua beside him. She said nothing, just looked at him with her favorite pair of eyes. Zhu Feiyu lowered his head and remained silent for a while, then his whole body seemed to deflate like a deflated ball, weakly slumping onto the chair, burying his head deep in the crook of his arm. Seeing this, Suli finally let out a long breath. After all his efforts, he had successfully persuaded him. He turned his gaze toward Auntie Hua. I have fulfilled my mission, so it's time for you to give me what I came for. Aunt Hua shook her head, laughing as she scolded. You little rascal, you really have everything calculated. With a gentle lift of her hand, a dark shadow was thrown out. When the audience finally saw what it was, their hearts suddenly stirred into a storm. It was actually a key. Could this be the key to open the dormitory building's main door? No wonder Suli would kill Xiongida.
because whether he could get the key from the latter's hand was simply unimportant. He even prepared a backup plan. But when did Suli find out about this? Suli steadily caught the throne key, feeling a sense of certainty in his heart. At first, Suli thought there was only one key, but it was Su Feng who reminded him that there could be more than one key. And the first rule on the bloody note: the key that was smeared is fake. The fake key referred to was not the key to the tool room. Otherwise, it wouldn't have described it with the word fake. The key on Aunt Zhou's body must be real, so the only remaining object described can only be the key on Xiongida. So when Xiongida told Suli to leave quickly, he did not take out his own key, but rather took the key from Aunt Zhou. Then, if a second key exists, where could it be? The answer lies in the 8th rule of the dormitory safety regulations and the 3rd line of Aunt Zhou's note. The trash bins in the hallway will be handled by a specific person every day, but not by the dormitory manager. The key can open the locked areas of the dormitory building, and the people who enter and exit the dormitory every day possess the key to the main door. Firstly, the rule states that only those who enter and exit the dormitory every day possess the key to the main door. And Xiongida is merely a duty teacher, he only stays in the dormitory building during his duty, not every day. So this again proves that he does not have the key to open the main door, even if he does, it's fake. Then, every place in the dormitory is kept clean, and there was no discovery of large piles of garbage in the building, which indicates that the trash is taken out for processing every day. And the person handling them is Aunt Hua, the logistics manager. Thus, Suli concluded that the second key must be with Aunt Hua. And the evidence is the metallic sound when Suli handed the coin to Aunt Hua in the hot water room, when she put it into her bag. That was definitely not the sound of cosmetic bottles clinking, but rather the sound of a coin hitting a key. Chapter 55, Leaving and Escaping. In the laundry room, Zhu Feiyu once said, "She really did not misjudge you." At that time, Suli was confused, and it took a long time for him to realize that the Zhu Feiyu referred to was Aunt Hua. As a neutral figure maintaining stability in the dormitory building, Aunt Hua very likely knows everything happening here. So all his behaviors did not escape her eyes, and because of this, she developed a good feeling for him, believing that he could help her rescue Zhu Feiyu from her unknowing pain. Even the small hint Zhu Feiyu wrote in the study room could very possibly be due to Aunt Hua's influence. So Suli could remain calm and unafraid when facing Xiongida and Zhu Feiyu. He knew that before he completed Aunt Hua's commission, she definitely would not let him come to life-threatening danger. And now, after receiving the key, Suli did not leave immediately but looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. "Aunt Hua, I have solved a problem for you, so why don't you help me too?" Aunt Hua was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "You really are unwilling to take any losses." She stretched out her fair hand and snapped her fingers in front of her. "All right, you can go." Suli responded with a smile but suddenly thought of something, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Aunt Flower, can I ask you for one more favor?" "Speak." "If there is still tomorrow, could you please buy my roommate 2 buckets of instant noodles? One with mushroom chicken flavor and the other with pickled cabbage flavor." This time Aunt Flower did not respond directly like before, she just looked deeply at Suli. Seeing this, Suli stopped talking, sighed inwardly, and then turned to leave. With a whoosh, a shadow flew past Suli's side and lodged into the wall in front of him. Suli turned back to look. Zhu Feiyu was still weakly lying on the table, only raising one hand and gently shaking it. "You have to take back what you used." Suli smiled helplessly, almost forgetting that this guy was a neat freak. He pulled out the pencil that was not lodged too deeply in the wall and put it in his pocket, then walked towards the study room door. At this moment, there was less than a minute until dawn as mentioned in the escape method. And at the door, countless mutated students had gathered, their minds chaotic and they were extremely frantic. Even the corpse that Xiongida had originally piled up there had been torn into pieces by them. According to common sense, with Suli's mortal body, it was absolutely impossible to safely leave this place amidst so much pollution. Not to mention that the water on the first floor was completely covered, with countless insects continuously swimming about. However, Suli not only felt no fear but instead quickened his pace. As countless distorted hands reached out towards Suli's body, seemingly about to tear him apart in the next moment. The audience was extremely tense in their hearts. But they saw tiny points of light suddenly appear on Suli's body, wrapping him entirely, just like the faint glow on cicada wings before. Everyone was instantly surprised. Could this be the effect of Aunt Flower's final snap? The mutated students roared madly, but the hands that were about to touch Suli unwillingly withdrew. Even though their minds were in complete chaos, they still instinctively dared not touch the faint light on Suli. Even the insects in the water, which had been quickly approaching Suli, now fled from his side at a speed faster than when they came. All along the way, Suli strode directly towards the dormitory building door, completely not dodging, because the weirdos would certainly avoid him. He took out the key and unlocked the door. Surrounded by countless monsters, Suli stepped out of the death-filled dormitory building, yet not a single monster followed him out. The audience was thrilled to watch Suli, radiating faint light, on the screen. At this moment, he seemed to shine even brighter than the full moon in the sky. In the battle analysis room, an expert wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, looking helplessly at Suli on the screen. This kid, why does he like to do this extreme timing? Not only him, but quite a few others in the analysis room also felt a bit frightened. Because now, there were less than 10 seconds until the dawn at 6 o'clock. Suli is really bold. A middle-aged expert who had never spoken before couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Previously, when they were analyzing the escape methods, they discovered a very small difference. In the second escape method, it said to escape the dormitory before dawn. While in the first escape method, it switched to leave the dormitory. Does this mean that if the precondition for the first method is met, which is to investigate the truth of dormitory building 4 and obtain the key to the dormitory door, there would be no further danger and no need to escape? After many experts' intense discussions, they still could not fully confirm it. Because while this possibility did exist, there was no supporting evidence for this thought. Suli could not directly tell. But unexpectedly, seeing Suli's recent behavior, he should have reached the same conclusion and even successfully verified it. Successfully gained the assistance of that special neutral figure, Aunt Hua, and safely left the dormitory building. And the viewers in the live broadcast room, now watching Suli walk to the open space outside the building, felt not only excitement but also a subtle worry. Because previously, the two chosen ones from the Garden Country and Icefire Country also left the dormitory building, but were later killed by that strange black cat. Although in Suli's current instance, the black cat had already been killed by Aunt Jo, they couldn't guarantee that something else strange wouldn't appear. As long as the pass notification did not appear on the screen, they wouldn't fully relax. At this moment, Suli was completely unaware that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. He merely stood in the open space, staring blankly back at the dormitory building in the night. He understood very well why his last request, although a trivial matter for Aunt Hua, did not receive a direct reply from her. Because, as he had said before, this building in front of him perhaps did not possess the concept of tomorrow. In Zhu Feiyu's diary, the last entry recorded the time freezing on the night he jumped, which was December 30th. And the time he saw on Aunt Jo's pollution record sheet in the dormitory manager's lounge was also December 30th. This was not just a record of time, all the entries on that notebook, hundreds and thousands of them, were December 30th. It was as if everyone here was trapped on the same day when Zhu Feiyu jumped. Chapter 56, Unprecedented Additional Rewards. He Hai, Wu Shan, Su Feng. The people he encountered all remembered what had happened in the past, but none remembered the specific date. It was as if they were forever stuck in a loop of the same day, repeating a reality constructed of falsehood day after day. And the tainted ones had already twisted their cognition, not only failing to realize this issue but even generating some confused memories. That's why Su Feng and those students mistook the bodies of the queue jumping students in the corner of the hot water room for shattered hot water kettle pieces. That's why Xiaomida, who had already been killed by Zhu Feiyu on the night of December 30th, existed in Su Feng and others' memories in a convoluted way. And formed a false image of a teacher who was heartbroken to the point of asking for leave after learning of the student's death, even turning gray-haired. Even Xiaomida himself might have been killed by Zhu Feiyu countless times. Yet he still retained the memory of that day, completely unaware of Zhu Feiyu's true identity. Looking at the building now covered with worms, Suli felt a hint of confusion. He didn't know if the people inside would still exist when the next night arrived, or whether this dormitory building number 4 would still exist after he left here. And everything he had experienced, was it really just an instance of a game world? Ding-dling! The harsh, loud bell rang out. The dormitory building was lit by the lights, and at that moment, the terrifying roars reached their peak. Even standing here, Suli could feel the ground beneath him subtly vibrating. He turned and walked forward, leaving the eerie dormitory building behind, heading towards the place where the sky gradually started to brighten. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a touch of determination and resolution. Since he had already stepped onto this path, he could only continue to walk until the moment he died. No! I will never die. The live stream screen disappeared, and then another line of text lit up. Dungeon closed, thank you to the 252 participants. Unfortunately, 249 participants did not succeed in clearing the dungeon, and the horrors of this dungeon will randomly descend upon a city in their respective countries after 59:59 minutes. In front of the live stream, some people were filled with sorrow, while others pounded their tables in pain. They knew they were one of those countries that did not clear the dungeon. And in 1 hour, the city they were in might become a city enveloped by terrifying horrors. But some people's eyes lit up. They realized that the previous hint indicated that 3 countries had cleared the dungeon. Congratulations to Cornell from Pigeon Nation for clearing the dungeon in the 3rd way. Everyone from Pigeon Nation instantly rejoiced. They did not expect Cornell to actually succeed. Just as Suli walked out of the dormitory building, Cornell, who was trembling behind the balcony, suddenly heard the scream of his favorite girl from outside the door. He looked up and saw that the dormitory was now filled with twisted students, and his girl was among them. She was covered in blood, looking extremely painful. Cornell's eyes turned red, and he reached out to open the balcony door. But at the moment he twisted the doorknob, a sharp pain shot through his palm. It was the wire he had wrapped around the doorknob to prevent himself from being contaminated after he subconsciously opened the door. The pain in his palm made his consciousness awaken slightly, reminding him of the warning in the rules not to open the door. So he returned to his place, blocking his ears to not hear the screams of the girl outside. Glaring with bloodshot eyes, he repeatedly told himself that it was just an illusion and a hallucination. In this way, he ultimately persisted until the sound of the bell rang. The people of Pigeon Nation were ecstatic, but the next line of text on the screen instantly shattered their joy. The reward for clearing the dungeon for Pigeon Nation is a 3-day safety period. The safety period meant that the rules of horror would not descend upon any city in their country. This was something to be happy about, but the key point was that the interval for each horror to begin was not 3 days, but 7 days. This meant that during the time until the next Horror World dungeon started, they were not absolutely safe. There would still be a full 4 days where they could be attacked by the twisted creatures. The screen again displayed a line of cold text. Congratulations to Andre from Bear Nation for clearing the dungeon in the second way. The reward for clearing the dungeon for Bear Nation is a 5-day safety period. The people of Bear Nation were stunned. They had seen their chosen one, Andre, jump off the rooftop, and then the livestream screen went black. They recalled that Suli had also stood on the rooftop, looking down for quite some time. Could it be that the chosen one from Daxia Nation also considered this way to clear the dungeon at that time? Originally thinking that after Andre's death, there was surely no hope left, they did not expect that he would actually succeed in clearing the dungeon. But now, although they had completed the clearance, their mood was far from excited. Even if there were only 2 days of the twisted invasion, that kind of unstoppable force could sometimes destroy a city in less than 2 days. And this was still the outcome gained at the cost of their chosen one's life. Pigeon Nation and Bear Nation had completed the clearance, but the mood of the people across the entire country was extremely sorrowful, with no hint of joy after clearing the dungeon. As for the remaining countries, they were all seriously staring at the screen, waiting for the announcement of the last clearing participants' information. Congratulations to the contestant Suli from the Great Xiao Nation for completing the challenge in the first way. The reward for the Great Xiao Nation this time is a 7-day safety period. As the subtitles appeared, gasps of surprise erupted. A 7-day safety period. This means that from this moment until the next onset of the strange tales, there will be no deaths caused by the bazaar. Alive. Just 7 months ago, it was such a common word, but now it is what everyone in the world desperately longs for. People from other countries looked at the cold text on the screen, their envious eyes reddening. While in the Great Xiao Nation, everyone embraced each other, cheering and rejoicing. But at that moment, another line of subtitles appeared on the screen. Due to contestant Suli uncovering the hidden truth about this dungeon, an additional reward is given. A city with a strange tale will be randomly evacuated. The cheering stopped. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, unable to believe what they were seeing was real. Since the arrival of the strange tales, no one has ever completed the challenge at the highest difficulty. So no one knew that after achieving such a condition, there would actually be an additional reward offered. And this reward was so dreamy. The Great Xiao Nation has a huge population, no matter which city is evacuated this time. Millions of lives will be saved, and possibly even tens of millions. Chapter 57, I Want It All. Meanwhile, in the operations analysis room, everyone held their breath, staring intently at a middle-aged man who was on the phone. The moment the subtitles appeared, his phone rang. Good. I understand, arrange it, evacuate the affected people as quickly as possible, and ensure they are properly settled. Thank you for your hard work. The man hung up the phone, first calming his extremely excited heart, then looking at the eager gazes around him. The evacuation city has been confirmed, it is Gujiang City. As his words fell, some people shouted with their fists raised, some had tears in their eyes, others covered their mouths and sobbed. Gujiang City is a major city in the Great Xiao Nation, where their wives, husbands, parents, children, friends, and relatives lived. But after a strange tale dungeon last month, this city of over 10 million was greeted with a bizarre nightmare. And now, Gujiang City has finally been freed from that endless despair. The group leader looked at the darkened screen, supported himself by the armrest and stood up. Someone hurriedly stepped forward wanting to help. Leader, are you going to rest? Having stayed up all night, still continuously analyzing and judging, this was no small burden for these young people, let alone for this elder before them. But the group leader waved his hand. Prepare a car for me, I want to see Suli. How about I go and bring him over? Although it's not far, but you've worked so hard for so long, if you have to go back and forth, your body might not be able to handle it. The old man glared angrily at him, forcefully pointing at the screen. Suli has gone back and forth on the edge of life and death several times. What's so tiring about me just sitting here watching TV? Besides, he saved his city, he is a hero of the whole Great Xia nation. What's wrong with me being a little tired? The people around didn't dare to speak, it was their first time seeing this usually calm elder so emotionally stirred. Seeing no one move, the old man struck his cane forcefully on the ground. What? Are you all deaf? Then this old man will walk there by myself. At this moment, those beside him finally came to their senses, hurriedly pulling out their phones. Leader, don't worry, we'll prepare a car for you right away. Meanwhile, Suli did not return directly to the real world but instead appeared in a room like a cinema. He did not panic, because he knew that after passing the level, the chosen one would appear in a new place. The location might be different, but there would be no danger at all, because this was the place to receive the rewards for completing the level. Previously, 3 chosen ones from the Great Xia Kingdom had successfully completed the level and had similar experiences, and when they returned to the real world, they reported the relevant information to the combat analysis room. Since each initial selection of the chosen one was random, the related information was quickly published on the newly established National Rules and Horror website, so that all citizens could check it at any time and anywhere after identity verification. This made it possible for the people of Great Xia to appropriately increase their chances of survival or success after being luckily selected into the horror world. And Suli learned this information from there. At this moment, a huge silver screen in front of him suddenly lit up, and a line of text appeared. Congratulations on completing this level. Please choose one of the 3 options for your reward. Option 1, Strength +1. Option 2, Speed +1. Option 3, Pollution Resistance +1. Suli looked at the 3 options on the screen and began to think seriously. The first option, Strength, could enhance his physical power, allowing him to confront sources of danger directly at certain times. It was a good choice for survival or escape. The second option, Speed, could make him run faster. If a situation like being chased by the black cat occurred again, he wouldn't feel so strained. And besides leg speed, other actions controlled by the body, like striking speed and dodging speed, would also increase. The third option, Pollution Resistance, could lessen the impact of the pervasive pollution in the strange world on himself, reducing the probability of being contaminated, or slowing down the cognitive distortion after being contaminated. This option, to some extent, could increase the margin for error for the chosen ones in the horror world. After all, it is often difficult to notice when one is contaminated. Suli's eyes flickered, then he tried to speak. I want them all. After waiting for a few seconds, the subtitles showed no change, there was only silence in the room. All right then. Suli felt a little disappointed but quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, it was just to try to see if the horror world would give him some preferential treatment after uncovering the truth of the level. Then I choose the first one, Strength. Are you sure? Sure. Through the recently experienced level, Suli compared the 3 options and believed that what he needed most right now was still strength. For example, if he encountered a situation of being chased by the black cat again, choosing speed would only allow him to escape, but with strength, he could directly kick it away, or if he had even more strength, he could snap its neck like Aunt Jo. Although pollution resistance was also important, Suli could try to avoid contamination through analysis and judgment, and he had both active and passive talents to foresee death as a safety net. But strength was different, it applied to various situations and could only be slowly improved through long-term training in the body's innate talent. As soon as Suli's voice fell, the last 2 options on the screen disappeared, and the first option flew out from the screen, glittering and transforming into starlight that entered Suli's body. His eyes shone, and he clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body. Then he reached for the chair beside him, and with force, the solid chair let out a creaking sound. This increase of 1 point in strength seemed even more powerful than he had imagined. Suli now had a strong feeling that if he were to encounter that black cat again, even if I can't directly break its neck, I definitely have gained the strength to fight. At this moment, his gaze sharpened, and he looked at the screen again, where another line of text appeared. In light of your perfect uncovering of the hidden truth in this instance and passing with the highest difficulty, an additional reward is granted, stamina +1. Then, just like last time, the subtitles transformed into points of light and merged into Suli's body. Suli felt his body changing once more, a hint of unexpected joy in his eyes. He did not expect that there would really be an extra reward. This was information he had never seen on the Ghost Talk official website, because before this, no one had ever achieved this condition. Chapter 58. You have no reason to stay here anymore. Moreover, this rewards attribute is also something Suli really needs right now. In the previous instance, although it was only a brief 8.5 hours, he had consumed a lot of stamina and, by the end, he could clearly feel his body becoming fatigued. And now, this extra point of stamina could well solve this problem. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed in the empty room, and Suli looked up at the screen. Suli from the Great Xia Nation, looking forward to your performance in the next instance. In the next moment, the laughter disappeared, and everything in the room shattered like glass, leaving only endless darkness, and not far ahead, a partially open door, emanating the only light in this space. Suli walked forward, knowing that it was the door to the real world. In Building 4 of Gujiang Middle School's dormitory, Aunt Hua, dressed in a light pink sweater, sat in the study room, reaching out to stroke the head of Zhu Feiyu, who was still lying on the table. "Mom, the coal ball is dead, aren't you sad? I remember you raised it for a long time." Zhu Feiyu's weak voice sounded. If Suli heard this, he would be a bit surprised because he always thought that the black cat was raised by Zhu Feiyu. But Suli did not know that he was also mistaken about another thing. At that time on the rooftop, the black cat did not continue to chase but just took a glance before turning away. Suli thought the black cat also wanted him to go to the rooftop to find the diary, but in fact, that was the black cat receiving Aunt Hua's command. Aunt Hua gently rubbed Zhu Feiyu's head. "Silly child, what is there to be sad about? As long as you are happy, Mom is happy. And who said the coal ball is dead?" As soon as she finished speaking, the black cat's corpse on the first floor eerily turned into mist, swirling to her side, then recondensed into form. Meow. Zhu Feiyu lifted his head to look at the black cat lying on the table, licking its paw, and joyfully hugged it. "Mom, how did you do that?" Aunt Hua did not answer the question, only smiled while looking at the playful one person and one cat in front of her. Then, she took out the cicada corpses she had collected from her handbag, placed them in her palm, and gently blew on them. Those cicada corpses immediately transformed into tiny specks of light, carried by the breeze throughout the entire dorm building. The flowing water froze, then weirdly flowed back to the laundry room. The students' mutations faded away, their eyes blankly returning to their restored dorms to lie down. The cicadas chirping abruptly stopped, blood flowing back into their bodies. Aunt Jo stood up from the ground and walked back to the dormitory management's restroom. Except this time, her face was no longer cold, but instead carried a faint smile. The entire dorm building once again returned to calm, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. And Aunt Hua, as if she had done something trivial, lowered her head to rub the black cat named Coalball. "Feiyu, you have no reason to stay here anymore." Zhu Feiyu's smile froze on his face. "Mom, are you driving me away?" "Silly child, which mother drives her own son away?" Aunt Hua smiled as she pinched Zhu Feiyu's cheek. "You've been here too long, it's time to go out and see the world. Oh right, take the coal ball with you." "What about you, will you go with me?" "I have some things to take care of." She gently stroked her son's face. "I promise you, once I'm done, I'll come find you." Zhu Feiyu was silent for a long time, then finally picked up the black cat and slowly walked towards the self-study room's door. Only when his back disappeared did Aunt Hua retract her gaze and look not far from her side. Su Feng's body was still there, but the wallet in his pants pocket was mysteriously gone. "Will it succeed?" Aunt Hua whispered softly, seemingly a bit lost in thought. Suli walked toward the big door in the darkness. The moment he stepped out, the light before him faded away, replaced by a faintly white sky. Before he could clearly see what was in front of him, he heard a clear voice with a crying tone. "Brother!" Then he saw a white figure running toward him. Suli looked surprised, how could she appear here? But in an instant, Suli realized, instinctively reaching out to embrace the girl rushing toward him. This was the owner of the voice he had heard when he was polluted, his sister Su Qian, who had been with him for over 10 years. At first, Suli was surprised by Su Qian's actions, as she normally wouldn't act like this, but soon he understood, perhaps becoming the chosen one had caused her emotions to run wild. Gently stroking the trembling head of the girl in his arms, whether from crying or fear, Suli raised his eyes looking ahead. An old man was standing not far away with a cane, smiling warmly, and behind him were dozens of fully armed people standing guard. Of course, Suli knew there were surely more and stronger guarding forces hidden out of sight. Because the old man in front of him was Zhao Goen, someone he had only seen on the news and the official website of the Great Xia Kingdom's bizarre tales. He wanted to walk toward the old man, but the girl beside him clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. Just when he felt helpless, he saw the old man take the initiative to walk over to him. "Old Zhao." Suli opened his mouth awkwardly. "It's nothing." Old Zhao waved his hand with a smile. "After you entered the Bizarre Tales world, I brought your sister from Rome City to Yuzhou, is that alright?" "It's fine, in fact, I should be thanking you, old Zhao." Suli glanced at Su Qian, his expression sincere, this was the truth he felt. In the early stages of the Bizarre Tales' arrival, a tragedy had occurred in the Great Xia Kingdom. A chosen one, facing terrifying oddities, was scared stiff and voluntarily stopped exploring, giving up the chance to clear the game. This was something uncontrollable. The great fear between life and death wasn't something everyone could just bear down and handle, especially when facing such bizarre events never seen before. Later, as bizarre tales unfolded, cities suffered, and countless people died. In extreme anger, some even incited a mob and burned down the chosen one's house. Fortunately, the fire was put out in time, preventing casualties.
though the suspect was later caught, proven to be a walking 50,000. But this incident sounded the alarm for the authorities, and since then, whenever bizarre tales began,
they would immediately obtain the chosen one's information and protect their family to avoid irreversible tragedies.
We initially planned to implement protection as usual in Rong City, but this little girl insisted on coming to Yuzhou so that she could see you right away. The old man continued speaking. So we had to bring her over overnight. It seems her bond with you is not only deep.
And I really believe you can pass the level.
Suli was taken aback and increased the pressure a little while touching Su Qian's head. This little girl really knows how to cause trouble, coming all the way through the night from 1,000 miles away to Yuzhou, even bothering old Zhao to bring her here himself. Suli was very clear that when he was looking at the Creepy Tales official website, Su Qian was also with him, naturally knowing the status and identity of the old man in front of him. He felt a bit helpless. It seemed that his younger sister had more courage than he did.
Chapter 59 Suli.
You are Suli. The girl in his arms seemed to feel some pain and let out a displeased low grunt. Suli ignored her and looked at old Zhao with a slight apology. I really appreciate your trouble. Old Zhao's smile grew even wider. Oh, it's no trouble at all, I should thank you instead.
Suli, you passed the level with the highest difficulty. Do you know what the extra reward for the Great Xia Kingdom is?
Suli was a bit confused.
What is it?
He couldn't see the screen in the live room and naturally hadn't thought about any additional rewards given to the Great Xia Kingdom besides himself. On top of the 7 days of safety, it also forced the creepy tales that came to Jiangcheng last time to retreat.
Jiangcheng?
Suli's heart jolted. That was a city with a population of millions. If the creepy tale retreated, even though some people had already suffered, at least hundreds of thousands could be saved.
To get such generous extra rewards for passing at the highest difficulty?
However, Suli didn't feel proud. After his surprise, his expression soon became serious.
Then why did you personally come to find me this time?
Old Zhao was very satisfied with Suli's humble attitude.
Oh, it's nothing.
I just came to see what our hero who saved the Great Xia Kingdom looks like.
Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms to accomplish a feat that no one else in the world could?
Suli realized old Zhao was joking but didn't know how to respond. He certainly couldn't joke back at this high-ranking elder, so he could only smile awkwardly. Old Zhao seemed to notice this too.
Alright, I've seen this person, you can go back and rest with your sister.
A young man jogged up from behind him, first nodding to the few people, then smiling at Suli. The accommodation has already been arranged for you and Su Qian, please follow me. Suli patted Su Qian's head, gently pulled her hand away from his, and then looked at old Zhao.
Then we're leaving now?
Old Zhao smiled and nodded.
Yes, go ahead. We can talk about anything after you wake up.
Seeing Suli and Su Qian leave in a car led by the young man, the old man's smile gradually faded. He gazed absent-mindedly at the giant stone tablet in front of him, from which Suli had just walked out. This stone tablet, about as tall as a floor, had no words on it and had appeared strangely and abruptly here when the creepy tales came 7 months ago. At that time, he immediately ordered a 100-mile radius to be designated as a restricted area, prohibiting any unrelated personnel from entering, and dispatched a large number of experts to study it, but found nothing. At first, they thought only the Great Xia Kingdom had it, but after exchanging intelligence, they learned that this stone tablet would appear in the outskirts of the capitals of all countries in the world, although people from other countries did not know its purpose. Only later, when someone in the world first cleared a creepy tales subworld, did old Zhao realize that this stone tablet was a passage for the chosen one to return to the real world. There are a total of 252 such stone tablets worldwide. Oh, no, according to the information just received, there is a small country that failed to clear it, which originally only had their capital untouched by the creepy tales. But just a few minutes ago, the copy ended, and the strange invasion struck their capital while their stone tablet disappeared into thin air. A middle-aged man beside him stepped forward cautiously and asked, Old Zhao, you specially came over just to meet Suli? Seeing old Zhao nod, the middle-aged man looked a bit shocked. I thought you would have some things to tell him. Old Zhao seemed a bit displeased. Xiao-sun, is there something that must be told right now? To do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. If he doesn't rest and adjust his body to the best condition, what will happen? He struck his cane heavily on the ground. Next time the strange tale begins, will it be you going, or will I, this old man, go? The middle-aged man called Xiao-sun quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Then, he saw the figure in front of him moving backward and hurriedly looked up to jog after him. Old Zhao, where are you going now? The old man replied sharply. Where else can I go? I'm going back to sleep. At 4 in the afternoon. Suli, who had already slept for about 10 hours, woke up, washed up, and walked to the living room to grab an apple from the table. This was a rare experience, no need to worry about danger, nor fear of contamination after eating something. This state of complete relaxation even made Suli feel a bit dazed. Their current place was less than 10 minutes' drive from the stone tablet's location. The room wasn't very big, just over 100 square meters, but Suli was very satisfied. A larger space would feel wasteful, and it had all the necessary facilities. Compared to their small house in Rome City, this was already much better. "Brother, you're up." The door opened, and Su Qian, yawning and with messy hair, sleepily walked out. You go tidy up first." A few minutes later, Su Qian sat next to Su Li, hugged his arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder.
"Brother, do you know? I really thought I wouldn't see you again."
Su Li chuckled as he pulled her cheek and stuffed a peeled apple into Su Qian's mouth.
"All right, I'm back safe and sound, right?"
Then he picked up a phone from the table and dialed the first number on it, which the young man who brought them said to use for contact after resting well.
3 minutes later, there was a knock on the door.
Su Li stood up to open the door and saw the young man named Jianan standing at the door in a sharp suit, with a small boy he hadn't seen yesterday behind him.
"Su Li! You are Su Li!"
The boy, who was hiding behind Jianan, jumped out and pointed at Su Li with shining eyes, shouting. Jianan, a bit flustered, gave the boy a light smack on the back of his head and awkwardly said, "I'm really sorry, this is my younger brother Jiabei. He admires you a lot and insisted on coming with me when he heard I was coming to see you, which made us a bit slow to leave."
"Jianan! You're lying."
Jiabei interrupted his brother's words unhappily. "It's obviously you who took time to change into a suit that delayed us." Before the boy could finish, Jianan covered his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Su Li couldn't help but chuckle at the two in front of him and then squatted down to look at the struggling boy.
"Did you come to see me for something?" Chapter 60 Short Moments of Joy.
The boy bit Jianan's hand, breaking free from his brother's control, and excitedly looked at Su Li. "I want to know why you could laugh in that dormitory building, facing so many scary things, just like a born actor. And your analytical and judgment skills are so strong." Jiabei was very excited. He was the one who had been taking notes of various information at that time.
The boy who was still analyzing in the bullet screen.
At that time, although he had inferred some things, the key part was wrong, so after learning the truth of the copy, he was very admiring of Su Li. Faced with such direct praise from Jiabei, Su Li felt a bit embarrassed.
He thought for a moment. "Maybe it's because I'm an orphan?" "Orphan?"
The boy tilted his head in confusion, while Jianan standing beside him was stunned. He was also curious about this question because the material showed that Su Li previously seemed like an ordinary corporate worker, and he rarely participated in company social events.
Logically, he shouldn't have such outstanding performance in the copy.
Although he knew that Su Li and Su Qian were both orphans before, hearing Su Li say it himself suddenly made him realize. Perhaps only those who have tasted the ups and downs of life from the moment they understood could have such a strong will like Su Li, and his perfect acting, which buried his true thoughts deep inside, should have been cultivated in such difficult days. For an orphan, who was like wild grass without support, only by constantly navigating among various people could they gain the meager warmth needed to survive. This kind of life is difficult even for adults, let alone Su Li, who was just a child at that time, not to mention he had to take care of a younger sister who was 3 years younger than him. The hardships were beyond the understanding of people like them. Jianan glanced at his younger brother beside him, silently sighing. He initially had a glimmer of hope, wondering if his brother could learn something from Su Li, but now it seemed almost impossible. A flower grown in a greenhouse will never compare to the wild grass in the mountains. Jiabei still couldn't understand what Su Li meant. He looked at Su Li in confusion. "You're so amazing because you're an orphan." Maybe." Jiabei hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have made some sort of determination.
"Then I want to be an orphan too."
"Brother!
Why are you hitting me again?"
The boy winced in pain, holding his head and looking dissatisfied, only to see Jianan staring at him with a dark face. Jiabei's remark was too shocking. It took Su Li a while to recover.
"Jianan, you want me to contact you because we are going to see old Zhao now?"
Although old Zhao only asked him to come back to rest yesterday. Su Li knew that with the other party's status and identity, coming personally to find him surely meant there were other matters. Jianan retracted his glare at his brother, looking apologetically at Su Li.
"I'm really sorry. This kid has wasted your time.
Old Zhao is indeed looking for you, but he specifically instructed that everything should wait until you and Su Qian have finished your meal."
"You don't have to address me this way, just call me by my name."
Su Li felt a bit awkward with Jianan's address.
"All right, then I'll call you Su Gu."
Jianan readily agreed, feeling a bit excited in his heart, as if the distance between him and Su Li had narrowed.
"So please come with me and Su Qian."
Su Li nodded, then led Su Qian, who had finished her apple, out. A few minutes later, they arrived at a place that looked like a canteen.
"Then I won't disturb the two of you. I'll be over there. Su Gu, just call me when you finish eating."
Jianan pulled back his eager younger brother, who wanted to eat with Su Li and them, to the side. Here, instead of saying it was a canteen, it's more like a huge buffet, filled with various foods that Su Qian had only seen before but never eaten. Su Qian picked happily, while Suli rested his arms on the table, smiling as he listened to her occasional exclamations. Although the food wasn't luxurious, it was indeed a rare delicacy for the two of them. Soon, the two finished the last bit of food on the plate. Under Jianan's guidance, they arrived at the door of a conference room. Suli pushed the door open, and Su Qian quietly sat in the outer waiting area. About 2 hours later, the door opened again. Su Qian immediately got up and ran to Suli's side. "Brother, what did they say to you?" "Nothing, they just recorded the events encountered in the copy world and talked about the training arrangements afterward."
Training? Su Qian was a bit surprised. Training for what?
"A lot of things, various knowledge and skills are needed." Su Qian was taken aback at first, but then reacted. Because before the next Weird Story World copy started, no one knew what events the Chosen Ones would encounter. So theoretically, the more knowledge and information Suli mastered, the better he could cope with the unknown copy that would begin in 7 days. Suli looked at Su Qian with soft eyes. In his recent conversation with old Zhao, he mentioned Su Qian, saying that if he couldn't return, he hoped old Zhao could ensure that Su Qian would live well afterwards. However, he didn't tell Su Qian about this matter. Training would begin at 6 a.m. the next morning, and now was his and Su Qian's leisure time.
The two first toured the entire base, then went to Yuzhou City, visited the amusement park, bought some nice new clothes, and ate some delicious food.
Suli did not pay for any of this, he only enjoyed this last moment of relaxation, while the payment was handled by Jianan, who followed closely behind. Handing a piece of cake to his younger brother beside him, Jianan looked at Suli ahead with a bit more respect. Previously, when watching Suli's performance, Jianan would unconsciously compare him with his predecessors and even old Zhao. But now, watching the two ahead with bright smiles, he suddenly realized that Suli was just like him, a young person in his 20s.
Happy times are always short. Soon it was 10 p.m. Suli took Su Qian back to the suburban base after finishing their fun. Although Su Qian felt a bit reluctant, she didn't complain. She understood that training was extremely important for Suli. At 6 the next day, Suli had already finished breakfast and arrived at the training ground on time. The content of the training was combat skills, something Suli proposed himself during the discussions yesterday. Because for him, who had just received rewards from the copy, improving his combat power rapidly in a short time was all about combat skills. Chapter 61, Countdown to the opening of the copy. The training began. But less than an hour passed, and the Special Forces instructor responsible for training him had a somewhat grim face. It wasn't because he was dissatisfied with Suli, but because, as a sparring partner, he was finding it quite difficult against Suli. Although someone had told him earlier that this young man named Suli was not to be underestimated, the instructor didn't expect Suli to deliver such powerful punches even with pads on. Moreover, training continued, and Suli still maintained the same intensity, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. This young man, clearly thin and looking like he had long-term malnutrition, contained energy that was hardly less than that of his outstanding Special Forces soldiers. But what shocked him even more was Suli's speed in mastering combat skills. Among the people he had trained, only a few could compare. The instructor looked at Suli with intense eyes. If Suli wasn't about to participate in the Rule of Weird Tales again, he might have been tempted to recruit him into his unit. At noon, the training ended. Sweating all over, Suli took a shower, then met Su Qian in the cafeteria, who had just finished her shower and came to eat. Suli was not surprised by this, he felt a bit helpless because he knew Su Qian had just finished training too. Originally, Su Qian didn't have to train, and Suli didn't want her to go, but Su Qian said she had nothing to do if she stayed idle, so she asked Jianan to arrange the same courses for her, just with less intensity. Suli couldn't resist this little girl, so he went along with her. After all, she was already a senior in college, and her coursework was not heavy. After lunch, they took a 10-minute break. Because they needed to ensure they had enough energy for entering the creepy tale world afterwards, and they couldn't engage in physical training for too long, so the two went to another conference room, where they began today's theoretical knowledge learning related to creepy tales under the guidance of the country's top teachers. This time, like the instructor in the morning, the theory teacher soon noticed the student's special qualities in front of him. Faced with some professional knowledge, he was very sure that Suli had never come into contact with it before. But the ability of the student to learn and digest was terrifying. Basically, as long as he had heard it once, he could accurately recite it, and after hearing it twice, he could raise critical questions about some small details. And by the third time, Suli could roughly grasp the knowledge point, and sometimes even be able to provide several related correct examples. Even his sister Su Qian, although not as terrifying in learning speed as Suli, could basically understand the principles by the third time. The instructor's mouth twitched a bit, but soon a genuine smile appeared on his face. For a teacher, what could be more delightful than encountering a smart student? That's meeting two. And Suli's astonishing performance undoubtedly slightly increased the chances of successfully clearing the creepy tale instance next time. Until 9 o'clock in the evening, when the day's classes ended, Suli and Su Qian went to the cafeteria to have dinner.
then slowly walked back to their residence, chatting about little trivial matters, occasionally bursting into knowing laughter, and thus returned home. 7 days flew by in such repetitive time.
At 5:30 in the morning,
Old Zhao and the middle-aged assistant Xiaosun arrived at Su Li's residence, bringing simple breakfasts like buns, soybean milk, and fried dough sticks. The few of them ate slowly while chatting about life and experiences in the base these days. It seemed like a peaceful and healthy scene, but everyone present knew that their minds were not on this at all. Before long, the screen of the Creepy Tale World livestream suddenly lit up again. A giant countdown of 1 minute appeared on it. The laughter stopped, and everyone fell silent. Every time the specific time for the creepy tale to start is uncertain, and this is something they all knew, which is why old Zhao personally came to make Su Li feel a bit more at ease during the waiting. And now, the appearance of this countdown meant that the rule-based creepy tale was about to start. When the time reached 0, the chosen ones would go to another world. Su Li put down his chopsticks, stood up to say something, but found Su Qian gripping his clothes tightly.
"Brother, you must come back,"
she whispered softly. Su Li gently patted her back.
"I will, I definitely will."
He then looked at old Zhao in front of him, who nodded solemnly at him. Su Li felt a bit more at ease in his heart. He understood this was old Zhao telling him, "I will fulfill the promise made earlier." Su Qian suddenly hugged Su Li tightly, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. She was very worried that after this time, she might never see Su Li again. After all, no chosen one had ever completed the game twice in a row. Su Qian wanted to say something more, but just as she was about to speak, her hands suddenly felt empty. Su Li's figure had mysteriously vanished into thin air, and at that moment, the countdown on the livestream screen also hit 0. Welcome to the world of rule-freaking adventures. Please maintain a good mental state and look for ways to complete the game, or you will lose not just yourself, but also your country. The familiar mechanical voice ended, as if the movie's play button had been pressed. The surrounding scenery and noise suddenly appeared together.
Selling buns, delicious buns, thin skin and thick filling big buns.
A vendor's shouting came from behind, and Su Li stood there in a daze. This was a crossroads, with pedestrians and vehicles coming and going, looking just like a normal reality.
Damn it, I'm going to be late for work.
The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Su Li felt his body get bumped by someone, then saw a person hurriedly rush past him. At that moment, the vendor's shout turned into a question.
"Young man, would you like 2 buns?
Su Li instinctively turned to look at the bun shop owner behind him, who was smiling at him, then opened a steamer. The hot steam carried a hint of fragrance. Even though Su Li had already eaten breakfast in the real world, he couldn't help but feel a bit mouth-watering, but he still held it in, needing to figure out the situation first. He glanced around the environment and didn't see anything unusual, so, what about his current quest? Suddenly, Su Li's gaze stopped at one place, and his pupils abruptly contracted. He saw across the road, a large building with a wide area, its sign boldly displaying several large red characters, Firefly Arcade.
Chapter 62, isn't the game just beginning? How can it already be over? Had he seen this building before?
Su Li couldn't quite remember, but he clearly recalled seeing the mark of Firefly on the game coins in Su Feng's wallet. Could it be referring to this arcade in front of him? No, Su Li mockingly shook his head. How could 2 different quest items connect together? This had never happened in the past 7 months of rule-freaking adventures. But anyhow, he had to go see for himself first. As Su Li was about to take a step forward, he suddenly froze, sensing something in his pants pocket. He reached in and pulled out the item, his hair standing on end. Because in his hand was the black wallet he had clearly returned to Su Feng, along with the pencil that Zhu Feiyu had asked him to take.
Why are these things with me? Aren't items in quests supposed to stay behind? Wait a minute.
If the wallet and pencil are here, then what is Su Feng's relation to the arcade in front of me? Does that mean he is not dead? Who are Zhu Feiyu and Aunt Hua from dormitory building for? Su Li didn't have time to think too deeply when suddenly, a text message ringtone came from his clothes pocket. When he took it out to look, it was a black cell phone. Congratulations on passing the interview, successfully becoming the front desk attendant at Firefly Arcade. The key to the main door is under the flower pot at the entrance, feel free to take it. Wishing you a happy workday. The connected events left Su Li feeling somewhat confused.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Su Li closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, then walked towards the opposite side of the road. The text message just now was clearly the signal for the start of this bizarre story instance. The matter of building 4 could wait, and what mattered most now was to first figure out the situation of this instance. Soon, Su Li found a key covered in dirt under a flower pot. He was about to leave when he noticed that there seemed to be a piece of paper under the dirt beneath the key. Could it be the rules? Su Li's heart moved. He scraped off the dirt and took out the paper. Ways to clear. 1. Uncover the hidden truth of the instance and help the investigator complete the recovery work. 2. Find the source of pollution and completely destroy it. 3. Use up all the game currency you have and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the 4th day. The audience in the livestream was shocked. They did not expect Su Li to discover the way to clear so quickly.
However, after reading the content, Suli frowned. This time, the way to clear was not something he needed to find through exploration in the instance. Instead, it was given before any events occurred. And it was found quite easily, as if a hint had been handed to him. But this did not mean that the difficulty of this instance was lowered. In Suli's view, it actually increased quite a bit in some ways. Because two extremely crucial points appeared: investigator and source of pollution. Generally speaking, pollution in the world of bizarre stories is created by the strange events, but the description of the way to clear in his hand expressed another message, that in this instance, the source of pollution and the strange events are separate. And he not only had to find it but also completely destroy it. This not only added difficulty out of thin air but also had a high likelihood of causing him to suffer serious pollution in the process of destruction. Facing the terror of the source of pollution was something that even if Suli chose the reward for pollution resistance, he could not endure. And that unheard of investigator was also something Suli felt quite troublesome. He didn't know what they were investigating, whether they were male or female, and even whether they were human. Apart from finding the strange events, he also had to locate the source of pollution, and now he had an added target, the investigator. Oh, and he had to recover that thing he didn't even know what it was. In other words, in this instance, he needed to find 4 people or 4 things. On his first day working as a front desk attendant at the Firefly Arcade, Suli had not even started his job before he was already thinking about getting off work. The pressure was really high. If things really don't work out, I might choose the third way to clear it. Using game currency is just playing a game, isn't it simple? Suli joked with himself. This was something he learned from his teacher a few days ago and could be used to relieve stress. However, he also understood very well that in the world of rules and strange stories, there is no easy way to clear any instance. Suli looked through the glass to observe the situation inside the arcade, confirming that there seemed to be no abnormalities for now. He used the key he just obtained to open the arcade's main door and carefully closed it after entering. He then found the light switch next to it and pressed it. The somewhat dark hall was instantly illuminated by the light. Suli could only see the hall full of colorful lights and various game machines. His heart sank. Just the machines he could see now were at least close to 100. If the source of pollution was among them, it would really be difficult for him to distinguish which one it was. In the center of the hall, there were several coin pusher machines glowing red. Behind them was a large table covered with various toys, figurines, and models, while the front desk was behind that table. Suli quickly walked over. He wanted to see if he could discover something at his workplace. Sure enough, on the front desk, Suli saw an A4 paper taped on it. Rules for the service staff of Firefly Game Center. 1. The Game Center's operating hours are from 8 to 23:30. It can open later, but it must close the doors by 23:30 and ensure that by 2400 hours, there are no other people inside except for you. Having just finished reading the first rule, Suli immediately paused his gaze and quickly took out his phone to check the time. Then he breathed a slight sigh of relief. 7:50, 10 minutes away from the earliest opening time mentioned in the rules. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from behind. Suli turned around abruptly. Only to see that, at some point, several people had gathered at the door, expressionlessly knocking on the glass, as if they wanted to come in. A faint fear crept into his heart. Luckily, after he came in, he immediately closed the door. Otherwise, now. He didn't know what would happen, but at this moment, the audience in the livestream could see everything clearly. Although most of the chosen ones, either like Suli, closed the door after entering, or acted quickly, shutting the door at the first sign of the rules, successfully avoiding unknown risks. There were still nearly 10 chosen ones who hadn't closed the door in time, so while still reading the rules, they were silently touched from behind by those things that had entered the game center, and then the livestream went black. The audience from their country looked somewhat dazed. Wasn't the game just starting? How could it already be over? Chapter 63, Delivering the Final Blow. Suli didn't know about the situation in other countries. After confirming that those people outside couldn't come in for now, he ignored the knocking from behind and continued to read down the paper. 2. You are just a front desk staff member, responsible for receiving customers, exchanging game coins, and providing card services. You must not expel customers from the game center. Other matters are handled by designated personnel. 3. The exchange rate for cash to game coins is 1:1. Please do not exceed. If a customer asks you to exchange game coins, regardless of the amount of money they give, please provide a satisfactory amount as per their request. 4. If you find that some game machines have no one in front of them but are running on their own, please do not panic. This is just a machine malfunction. Call the technician, and he will take care of it. 5. There is only one trash can in the game center. If any customer or staff throws garbage on the ground, whether intentionally or unintentionally, there is no need to care. A designated cleanup staff will come to clean it. 6. Don't worry about meals. From 8 to 8:30 in the morning, 12 to 12:30 at noon, and 18 to 18:30 in the evening, you can use the red phone at the front desk to order takeout, and you don't need to pay for any number of portions. The boss will handle the total payment. 7. Promise me, no matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the leisure dining area.
8. Please remember, the game machines in the game center are just machines, they have no life and won't move on their own. According to the rules, what he needed to do seemed quite simple, just like an ordinary front desk staff, doing only what was required, while others would take care of other matters. Additionally, from the current information, it could be inferred that there were at least 3 other people in this game center. One was a technician responsible for repairing the game machines, another was a cleaner responsible for cleaning, and the last was the boss who had sent him the job application text. Suli's eyes slightly narrowed. Could any of them be the strange thing or the boss he was looking for? If the strange thing was among them, then the game machines in front of him could be ruled out as a disguised strange thing. Does that mean the source of pollution he was looking for was among them? Suli shook his head and immediately abandoned this thought. This was just an unconscious guess he made. Facing the unknown, the information he had was too little. Having a preconceived notion was a dangerous thing. He looked at the third point of the rules, which mentioned a specific work requirement for him as a front desk attendant, to exchange game coins at a prescribed ratio. But this was an extremely conflicting rule. Because if he followed the rules, regardless of how much money the customers gave, he would have to provide game coins according to the amount they said. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. However, if he did that, it was very likely he would violate the previous line's instruction of "please do not exceed." It seemed to be an unsolvable problem. Suli pondered and then his gaze landed on the last rule. What it stated seemed to merely express a fact, which was a very normal thing in the real world, but placed in the world of strange tales, it made Suli sniff a hint of eeriness. Bang bang bang. At first, Suli thought it was someone knocking on the door, but soon he realized the sound was different, and the direction it came from was not behind him, but ahead of him. The front desk he was at was circular, with no obstructions, providing a good view to see most of the area inside. So when he looked up, he clearly saw not far ahead, there was an arcade machine that was quite different. There was clearly no one beside it, but its body was shaking back and forth continuously. As Suli looked, the shaking grew larger, as if it was conveying some kind of message to him like a living person dancing alone in the empty hall. In a certain place in Daxia country, a woman rushed home, hurriedly putting down the breakfast she had bought, and found that the live stream of the Rule Bazaar Tales had already started. She angrily slapped the man who was still sleeping. "The live stream has started, are you still asleep?" The man opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the screen of the live stream, just in time to see the arcade machine in front of Suli shaking wildly. He froze for a moment, then rubbed his eyes and looked again. That's right. He saw an arcade machine dancing like crazy? The man fell silent for a moment and then lay back down again. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Most likely it was that woman's slap that was too hard, awakening him too violently. He could sleep a little more. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Beautiful Country, Matt also saw the arcade machine shaking continuously. Cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, but his expression changed from brief shock to excitement. The first rule stated that operating hours started at 8 a.m., and it could open later, indicating that he needed to come a little later. This kind of rule was abnormal, as if it was hinting at some piece of information. Could it be that the strangeness of this instance was covering something up? It deliberately altered the rules to prevent him from discovering something it didn't want him to find if he arrived early. Combining this with the information from the previous hints, Matt came to a conclusion that made him extremely excited. The strange, wildly moving arcade machine in front of him was the hidden source of pollution in this instance. With his muscles tense, Matt grabbed the stool at the front desk, crouched down, and slowly approached the machine, then suddenly smashed down with a fierce expression. Bang! The stool instantly fell apart, and a large hole was broken into the body of the arcade machine. The strange twisting immediately stopped, with black smoke billowing out from the hole. Matt's expression was one of extreme excitement. The source of pollution had been destroyed, and he was about to surpass Suli of Daxia country. Become the first person to clear this dungeon. The audience of the Beautiful Country watched as Matt, with a cheerful smile, did not leave the spot after smashing the machine. Instead, he slowly reached for the ground and grabbed a broken stool leg, holding it upright in front of him. What is he going to do? Could it be that strange machine isn't completely destroyed? Yes. It must be. Look how happy he is. Truly worthy of being the chosen one, he even knows the saying to deal the finishing blow. They eagerly anticipated as Matt delivered the final hit to the machine, but they failed to notice that the cheerful Matt on the screen had an expression of sheer terror in his eyes. Chapter 64, Boss, I want to buy coins. Because right now, he didn't even want to grab that stool leg. Although his consciousness was resisting with all its might, it was utterly useless. His body was completely out of his control, like a demon had taken residence inside. He couldn't even control his facial expression. He could only desperately signal his expert team with his eyes. I'm encountering something extremely terrifying. This situation is not right. Hurry and help me. Fortunately, the expert team noticed Matt's abnormal gaze. Unfortunately, just when they realized, they saw Matt abruptly swing the sharp stool leg and plunge it deep into his own abdomen. The barrage of comments in the beautiful country's live broadcast room instantly ceased. The audience stared in shock at Matt, who lay in a pool of blood with the same cheerful expression, and at the screen that had turned black, reflecting their own terrified faces. On the other side, Sully watched the increasingly frenzied arcade machine, his gaze flickering. If the person who wrote this rule weren't right in front of him, Sully really wanted to slap him and pull him over for a good look.
Is this just an arcade machine? Is this called lifeless? Is this called not moving chaotically?
The knocking at the door outside grew louder, as if those people were eagerly wanting to come in. But Sully still chose not to act. Although the arcade machine was acting crazy, nothing unfavorable had happened to him so far, and it wasn't time for business yet. He forcefully ignored the bizarre happenings around him and opened the drawer in front of him. Since he wanted to be a qualified waiter, he naturally had to figure out the work content he was about to start. Inside the drawer were 3 boxes. The left one was full of game tokens, the middle one was a stack of membership cards. Sully's gaze fell on the box on the far right. It was small and empty.
What was it originally meant to hold?
Without thinking too much, he took out a game token from the left box to examine it.
This token was the same as the one in Su Feng's wallet.
Both were engraved with the symbol of Firefly.
The only difference was that Su Feng's token had a picture of a firefly on the back. So it seems that the drawer box contained ordinary tokens from the arcade. But what about Su Feng's? Are they tokens for playing special machines? Or are they some kind of special token, similar to a commemorative coin? Sully wasn't sure. He closed the drawer and shifted his gaze to the red telephone on the desk, quietly pondering. And so, he waited until 8 o'clock before walking over to open the door. The crowd rushed in like hungry wolves. However, the previously restless people did not blame Sully for not opening the door on time. They didn't even glance at him before eagerly entering the venue. Some went towards the hall, while others headed to the front desk, seemingly unaware of the unusual arcade machine. Sully's gaze flickered and then returned to the front desk. He prepared to start his work today. At that moment, he heard the sound of a door closing behind him, not from the main entrance, but from directly behind the front desk. A middle-aged man in a brown coat with a beard on his chin walked out of a room marked with a warehouse sign. Sully had seen him before. He had just come in with the crowd and initially thought he was just a customer, but now it appeared he was also a worker here. The middle-aged man was holding a bottle of alcohol in one hand and a box in the other, and he walked straight towards the shaking arcade machine. Starting to drink early in the morning, it seemed that this colleague of mine was a heavy drinker. Sully raised his eyebrows slightly. The man stopped in front of the machine, first kicked it, then took a sip of his drink before placing the bottle on a nearby machine, then with skilled movements, reached behind the strange arcade machine and yanked hard. With a loud sound, Sully saw a huge black cover being pulled out, like a tent, wrapping both the man and the machine up completely. Is he repairing that machine? But why is there a cover behind the machine? Is it because there is something he doesn't want me or others to see? For, if you find that some arcade machines have no one in front, but the machines are operating by themselves, do not panic, this is just a machine malfunction. Call a technician, and he will handle it well. Sully was somewhat uncertain. That strange movement just now, did it count as operating by itself? He wanted to continue watching, but then he heard a loud clap on the table in front of him. A child's hand slapped the surface, and a tender voice sounded. "Boss, I want to buy coins." Sully stood up and then saw a little boy about a meter tall, probably only 5 or 6 years old, looking up at him. Such a small child can come in? Don't his family care? Plus, with those faint dark circles under his eyes, he must have played games quite a bit. Though surprised, Sully still showed a professional smile. "Okay, how many coins do you need?" "I want 6 coins. Sully opened the drawer and took out 6 game coins. Just as he was about to hand them to the boy, his smile suddenly froze. Because he saw the boy's hand, which had just slapped the table, lift away, revealing a crumpled banknote underneath. It was a 5 yuan bill. Just like what he had imagined would happen before. But now he had not found a way to solve it. Sully did not give the coins to the boy but sat back down, instinctively twisting a pencil while quickly thinking about how to respond. 3. The exchange rate of paper money to game coins is 1:1. Please do not exceed it. If a customer asks you to exchange game coins, no matter how much money they give, please give them a satisfactory amount according to their request. The boy offered 5 yuan but wanted 6 game coins. If the rule is correct, then no matter how many game coins he gives him, whether 5 or 6, it would not work. Either the amount is wrong, or the boy won't be satisfied. Wait a minute. The pencil stopped turning, and Sully suddenly thought of something. He stood up and smiled at the boy. "Little friend, do you have a membership card?" Sully remembered that he had just found a paper in the box for membership cards. Membership benefits. Buy 5 get 1 free, buy 10 get 3 free, buy 20 get 7 free, buy 50 get 20 free. If this little boy has a membership card, then the amount would match up correctly, it wouldn't violate the rules, and it could make him happy. Chapter 65. First, I am not called little friend, I have a name. The little boy tilted his head and gave Suli a disdainful look. With his arms crossed over his chest, the child said in a childish voice. First, I am not called little friend, I have a name, it's Gujiang. Third, I don't have a membership card, and I won't get one. Who the hell asked you for your name? And so what if you don't have a membership card? Suli's mouth twitched as he looked at the little brat gazing up at him, starting to think of another way. Should I beat him up? Beat him until he's satisfied? Suli's gaze fell on the boy's backside, making the latter back up a few steps involuntarily. But soon, Suli forced himself to suppress the urge to hit him. Although he looked like he could beat the child based on size, who knew if the seemingly tiny body was hiding something strange? And if something similar happened later, how would he cope? Surely he couldn't just beat everyone up? Suli watched the dozens of people in the arcade, holding his forehead, completely unable to handle this. At this moment, the little boy seemed a bit impatient waiting, and he took a few steps forward, his eyes fixed on Suli suddenly showing a hint of very faint darkness. In the live streaming room of Sunset Country. Owen faced the same problem as Suli, but different people had different thoughts, and their choices varied. He strictly followed the ratio and handed 5 game coins to the little boy. No, it's 1 less. Owen waved his hand in discontent, signaling the boy to hurry up, but the latter still insisted, even jumping up, pressing his hands against the counter and yelling. 1 less. 1 less. Owen grew impatient. Standing almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, he easily lifted the child in front of him with one hand, then raised his hand and started to hit the child's backside. The child's cries rang out, but Owen coldly smirked and did not stop. What's the big deal about a disobedient child? Just give him a beating. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through his arm, and Owen instinctively threw the child off, then looked at his bitten arm. That little bastard. But with just one glance, his heart dropped to the bottom. On his arm, a row of bite marks appeared, the wounds shallow with little blood. But Owen clearly saw, several thin black lines were burrowing into his body along the wound. He frantically tried to pull the black lines out, but it was already too late. The black lines entered his body, and the little boy in front of him disappeared without a trace. Owen sat down in despair. Both he and the audience understood he had been contaminated, and all he could do now was wait to see how long he could last. In the live streaming room of Daxia Country. Suli noticed the little boy approaching him, and his heart skipped a beat, ready to say something, but suddenly he saw the child stop again, a clear hint of fear flickering in his eyes, then turned his head away. Hey, hurry up and give me my coins. Was he afraid? Afraid of what? The faint darkness in the boy's eyes was sharply captured by Suli, the other was a contaminator. But if that's the case, what was he afraid of? Suli recalled the direction of the boy's last gaze, then suddenly jolted, looking at the pencil in his hand. Zhu Feiyu's pencil had a special effect on contaminators, able to constantly prevent wounds from healing. This pencil not only came from the last side quest, but could it retain its effects too? Overjoyed, Suli calmed down again. Although he might force the child to be satisfied with this pencil, if he kept doing this, future conflicts might develop into a situation he couldn't control. The pencil in his hand was tough, but he didn't know how many more uses it had to be saved for critical moments, and couldn't be wasted at the initial stage of the side quest. Suddenly, Suli remembered something, the child's earlier words had something wrong. First, I am not called little friend, I have a name, it's Gujiang. Third, I don't have a membership card and I won't get one. At first, Suli thought it was because the child was young, so he accidentally skipped the second point. But now it seems there was another possibility. Seeing Suli suddenly smile at him, the little boy felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. He took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed intently on Suli. What do you want to do? Let's play a little question and answer game. If you answer correctly, I'll give you game coins. What a hassle. The little boy wanted to refuse, but then he glanced at the pencil in Suli's hand. Fine, just hurry up and ask. Suli held out 5 fingers. How many is this? Look closely. 5. Wrong. Before the little boy could respond, Suli shook his hand and then put it down, removed 1 finger, and asked again. How many is this? Don't get it wrong. 4. Still wrong. Suli shook his hand again, then returned to 5 fingers. How many is this? You must get it right this time. 6. Suli placed 5 coins in the boy's palm, and the latter said nothing, instead happily leaving. Suli smiled, just as he had guessed. The little boy earlier did not accidentally skip the second point. But because he was a pollutant, his understanding became somewhat confused. Although most of the time, he could clearly distinguish the correct amount, but as long as he asked a few more questions and lightly disturbed his brain during the inquiry, it would lead his already unstable understanding to become confused again, mixing up the amounts.
This way, it achieved the rule stating proportional redemption, without exceeding, and also satisfied the customer. The viewers in the live broadcast room stared blankly at the little boys departing back.
What did I just see? Was that really Suli? I can't watch anymore.
Suli just tricked a child.
He's only 5 or 6 years old. This must not be Sugo wanting to do this. Yes. It must be some creepy possession. It has to be this way.
Earlier when Suli came back, he said he wanted to hold an award ceremony. I waited for a long time, but later the announcement said it was cancelled, that he requested it himself, to go participate in training and study, even using the best teachers in the country.
I didn't expect it.
The top teacher of our great Xia country is actually teaching Suli to trick children.
What's wrong with tricking children? If it were me, I'd have to hang that little brat up and beat him. Come on, you don't know who might end up being hung. Do you think you're Suli?
The audience was joking, but inside, they felt much more relaxed. The previous continuous deaths and pollution incidents in other countries had truly made them worry for Suli, but now seeing Suli safely pass the hurdle, they finally felt a bit at ease.
Chapter 66, Head of Casual Dining Area?
Meanwhile, the expert groups from other countries, after receiving information from their observers, had no intention of mocking at all and immediately used the first hint opportunity in this instance. Seeing their chosen one pressed up against the back counter by the little boy, after receiving the hint, they skillfully passed the hurdle, they finally sighed in relief. Forget about Suli tricking a child, even if he snatched the child's toy. As long as they can crack the trap set and the rules, that's a very good method. And over here, after sending the little boy away, he looked again at the previously moving machine.
His pupils constricted. The tent-like cover had been taken away, and the middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen.
The street machine's exterior had returned to quiet, showing no signs of change. There were even people sitting there playing games, as if nothing unusual had ever happened.
Did that man fix it?
Suli frowned. It seemed that he truly was the technician mentioned in the rules, but where had he gone now?
Hey, newcomer, how are you feeling?
A somewhat rough voice, laced with faint alcohol, came from behind him.
Suli turned around and saw that the man had appeared behind him at some point, leaning against the counter, looking at him. Who are you?
The man took a sip of his drink before speaking.
He Xue Ming. I'm a bit older than you can call me He Gong or He Gu. I'm the technician here. Hello, He Gong.
Suli's expression resembled that of a new coworker facing a senior, filled with humility.
He Gong, I saw you just fixed that machine with a few moves. Such amazing skill. You must have been doing this for many years, right?
He Xue Ming chuckled at Suli's compliment.
Of course.
Without solid skills, you can't handle such delicate work.
So, He Gong, did you come to find me for something?
He Xue Ming smiled. Nothing big, just came to meet our new coworker and order breakfast at the same time.
Suli glanced at the time, 8:13 a.m., exactly when the staff manual had mentioned. 6, don't worry about meals. From 8 to 8:30 in the morning, 12 to 12:30 at noon, and 18 to 18:30 in the evening, you can use the red phone at the front desk to order takeout. No matter how many portions, you won't have to pay, the boss will cover the bill. Okay, He Gong, what do you want to eat? I'll help you order.
Suli picked up the receiver of the red phone on the table, his expression growing a bit awkward. He Gong, I just arrived, and I don't know what the takeout phone number is. Just press the redial button, order me 2 portions of half a kilo of noodles, and then 3 steamer baskets of buns. You can tell him whatever you want to eat.
Suli was a bit surprised. He Gong, are you really eating so much this early in the morning? Well, maintenance work requires some skill, but in the end, it's still physical labor. If I don't eat more, how can I manage? Plus, it's not just me eating, there are others.
As Suli was about to ask who else was there, He Xue Ming continued. Alright, go ahead and make the call, I'll check on the condition of other machines.
Just call me when the takeout arrives.
With that, he carried his wine bottle and toolbox toward the hall. Suli watched his departing figure, his previous humility vanished, leaving only tranquility. From their earlier conversation, he had gained a few pieces of information. Firstly, this man named He Xue Ming showed no surprise upon seeing Suli, the new coworker, as if he had known beforehand that a new server would come today. Secondly, Suli had intentionally praised him, hoping to learn how many years he had worked here to gather more information about the arcade. Although He Xue Ming appeared pleased, he did not directly answer his question.
Was he hiding something? Or was he also cautious of him beneath that smiling face?
Then, when talking about ordering takeout, Suli had carefully observed his facial expressions. He seemed to have no hesitation and appeared very familiar with it, indicating that he must have been eating from this takeout all along. Does this mean that the 7th rule of the staff manual? No matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the casual dining area.
This rule is indeed correct?
Finally, when Suli pretended to be surprised and asked him how he could eat so much, his answer was that besides himself, there were also others who would dine together.
Who is it? Could it be that cleaner mentioned in the rules? Sully searched the area but did not see any trace of a cleaner.
He set aside his earlier analysis and pressed the redial button on the telephone. Immediately, Sully frowned slightly, as the phone did not display a specific number, but a series of.
Hello, may I ask what you would like to eat?
A young man's voice came from the receiver, accompanied by some indistinct chatter and faint background noise, as if he was busy cooking. 2 servings of half a pound of noodles, plus 4 trays of buns, and a bowl of congee.
Got it, please wait a moment, I will bring it over shortly.
After hanging up, Sully looked towards the hall ahead. He Schwemming sat down in front of a machine, this time without pulling down a curtain, and seemed to be checking if the game machine was operating normally, looking just like an ordinary technician. The other customers did not seem to have any issues, but many of them had dark circles under their eyes, looking a bit drained. At this moment, Sully saw a girl in a light blue coat walk in through the front door, glancing in his direction as she passed by, pausing slightly before heading towards the northern area of the arcade.
Is she looking at me?
But why does her gaze seem so hollow, as if she has lost her soul? Sully stared at the girl ahead, and then his heart skipped a beat. Because he saw the girl walk past the VR game area in the northern section, move past a few sofas, then take out a key to unlock a door and go inside. That place, being a bit far away, Sully hadn't seen clearly before. Now he realized that it had a counter and product price tags. Could it be the leisure dining area mentioned in the rules?
Is this girl also a staff member at the arcade? Then is she going in now to start preparing food? Chapter 67, Nice to meet you on my first visit.
Soon, Sully saw the girl coming out with a plate in hand, which held some simple foods resembling burger wraps. She carried the plate towards the customers playing games, slightly bending down to say something, apparently asking the players if they wanted to eat. At first, a few people took the food from the plate, and the girl left directly. But soon, Sully saw a player who, seemingly frustrated because his game character had died, angrily punched the game machine. At the same time, the girl, still holding the plate, approached him. That player was still engulfed in anger, completely uninterested in eating. In response to her inquiry, he impatiently pushed the girl aside, causing her to fall to the ground, and some food spilled from her plate. Sully's pupils contracted slightly as he noticed something moving among the food that had fallen on the ground. He wanted to stand up to see more clearly, but then he heard rapid footsteps rushing past him. Then a man appeared beside the player and suddenly kicked harshly at the latter's knee. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone breaking rang out, and the player immediately covered his thigh and screamed in pain.
Is it because that player didn't take the food from the girl?
Sully furrowed his brows, then he noticed something else. There were quite a few players nearby, and that painful scream was loud enough for him to hear, yet none of the others around seemed to pay any attention to the scream. Even if 1 or 2 people turned to look, they would only glance once before turning back to continue playing their game, with no further reaction.
Were they already used to such scenes?
Or perhaps they were all polluters?
So what they saw was completely different from what actually happened.
A chill crept into Sully's heart as he unconsciously recalled how the classmates in dormitory number 4 mistook the corpse in the hot water room for broken pieces of a thermos. But he wasn't very sure, because the behavior of the polluters in each horror story instance varied. At this moment, the girl had stood up again, not picking up the food that had fallen on the ground, but standing there in a bit of confusion, gazing around with her lifeless eyes. Suddenly, her gaze met Sully's, and she walked towards the front desk holding a plate. Even as Sully immediately averted his eyes upon making contact, the sound of her footsteps soon stopped right in front of him.
Do you want to eat something?
A soft voice rang out, and Sully stiffly looked up. He saw the girl standing by the front desk, extending the plate in her hand towards him. Now Sully finally saw clearly that the wriggling things on the food he had just seen were not anything else, but the food itself. They wriggled like living creatures on the plate, causing the juices to be squeezed out and splattering everywhere. No matter how hungry you are, don't eat food from the leisure dining area. No wonder this rule existed, no wonder there was a leisure dining area in the arcade, but Schwemming still had to call for takeout.
Who could eat food that moved on its own? No one would dare to eat that.
But looking at the girl's unfocused eyes in front of him, Sully couldn't bring himself to say the word no. Because he saw behind the girl, the man who had just kicked and bent the player's knee was staring intently at him. The viewers in the livestream anxiously watched the two in a stalemate, and the strange food made many secretly grateful they didn't have a breakfast habit, otherwise, witnessing this scene would surely make them nauseous. But what could Sully do? He couldn't refuse as politely as last time. Suddenly, they saw the man smoking start to walk toward the front desk, seemingly approaching because of Sully's prolonged silence, and Sully seemed to notice this odd movement too. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly grabbed a hamburger from the plate.
Thank you. Sully's smile was bright and looked completely effortless. However, after taking the food, he placed his hand holding the food in a spot where the girl couldn't see, having no intention of eating it right then, he just smiled at her. You're welcome, it's what I should do.
The girl expressionlessly turned and left, not caring whether Suli actually ate or not even asking for money, like a machine simply responsible for distributing food. Both the viewers and Suli breathed a sigh of relief, and then they saw the girl carrying the plate bending down in front of a claw machine in the eastern area. A little boy was continuously moving the joystick. When asked by the girl, he turned around showing an impatient expression. But before he could say anything, the girl pinched his mouth shut and forcibly stuffed a handheld pancake into the boy's mouth, leaving his eyes filled with darkness as he struggled helplessly. A faint smell of smoke filled Suli's nostrils, causing him to tense up completely. Turning his head, he saw the young man in his 20s, smoking. A cold-faced man stood in front of him.
What did he come for? Didn't I already take the girl's food?
Suli looked at the man with some caution, gripping the pencil tightly in his hand, ready to act if the man made a move.
You are the new receptionist, right?
Let me introduce myself, I am Yanhua, the game counselor here. The man's cold face suddenly broke into a smile, and he reached out his hand to Suli. Suli was a bit surprised. He initially thought that his colleagues were only the technical staff and cleaners, but now it seemed there were more, one girl responsible for the leisure and dining area, and the game counselor in front of him. So many people made it even harder to find the target of his side quest. Moreover, he didn't know if new people would show up later. His thoughts flashed by, and Suli smiled as he reached out to shake hands with Yanhua. Hello, my name is Suli, you can call me Xiao Su, please take care of me as I'm new here. Yanhua nodded with a smile, took out a crumpled cigarette box from his pocket, shook a cigarette out, and handed it to Suli.
Thank you, Gu, but I don't smoke.
Yanhua didn't mind. He lit a cigarette for himself and leaned closer to Suli, making a strange eye gesture while glancing back towards the leisure and dining area.
So, what do you think about that girl? Chapter 68, Eat, why aren't you eating?
Suli looked into Yanhua's smiling eyes. There was nothing eerie about them, just normal human eyes.
Ha ha ha, really?
I didn't notice, I was just paying attention to the food on her plate. He paused, then his expression became quite confused.
Is she also one of us? Does she work in the leisure and dining area?
Yes, but she came a few days before you.
What? Gu, are you interested in her? Would you like me to help you set it up?
Hearing this, Yanhua suddenly turned his head, took a few steps back, and looked Suli up and down. Then he showed a big yellow-toothed grin and gave Suli a thumbs up.
Xiao Su, I have high hopes for you. You've got some good perception. Work hard. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be the boss of the Firefly Arcade.
Yanhua stepped forward, patted Suli hard on the shoulder, then turned to leave.
Alright, you get back to work, I need to go work too.
Suli still wore a smile on his face, but unlike before, it was genuine happiness this time. This colleague named Yanhua clearly didn't have the deep motives that he Shu Eming had. His purpose in coming over wasn't to greet a new colleague but simply to confirm that Suli had been watching the girl. Suli was certain that if he hadn't answered the question about whether the girl was good-looking the way he did, saying instead, yes, she is indeed very beautiful, then things could have gotten very troublesome. Because Suli had noticed that although Yanhua's gaze was directed towards the girl as she was leaving, his fists were tightly clenched. Only after Suli's answer did his fist relax. Moreover, their previous conversation revealed that the girl and Yanhua weren't very close, otherwise, Yanhua wouldn't have lacked confidence and come over specifically to ask Suli about her just because he watched her a few more times, and he looked so pleased when Suli suggested matchmaking. Suddenly, a bold idea floated into Suli's mind. Since the employees in this arcade weren't united, could it mean that he could choose one side to explore the secrets of the arcade step by step? As for which side to choose?
Hello, your takeout has arrived.
A sudden voice beside Suli interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head and saw a young man in black, holding a bag and smiling at him. The voice that just spoke was the same as the voice on the phone before. He is the owner of the takeout shop? Did the boss come to deliver the food personally? Seeing that Suli was just looking at him without moving, the delivery guy reminded him. This is the noodles, buns, and kanji you just ordered. Suli reached out to take it, then casually asked. Do you guys always deliver takeout here?
Yeah, we've been delivering here for a long time.
The delivery guy answered as a matter of course, then suddenly remembered something, looking a bit embarrassed.
Sorry. You must be the new server, huh? I've never seen you before, so it's normal you wouldn't know about this. Is it always you delivering the food from your shop?
Yeah, I'm the only one in the shop. It's a small business, I haven't hired anyone.
Gulp.
The delivery guy awkwardly rubbed his stomach. You see, I've been so busy that I haven't had time to eat. I'm really sorry to take up your time, you can go back now. Okay, handsome, you enjoy your meal, I'll head back to work. Suli watched the delivery guy jog out, then looked at the food on the table. He opened the lid of his kanji, and a faint warmth and aroma hit him. It must have just been made. From the appearance, there seemed to be no problem, it looked really edible. Suli got up and looked around the hall, then shouted towards a spot covered with a cloth.
He gone. The takeout is here. Come eat.
Seeing He Shueming come out from behind the cloth and walk towards the front desk, Suli's eyes flickered slightly. He Shueming ordered 2 servings of half a pound of noodles. At first, Suli thought it was for the cleaning staff, but now it was clear it wasn't, as until now, Suli hadn't seen anyone resembling a cleaner appear. So the key point now is who this extra serving of noodles belongs to. Once he understood this point, he could catch a glimpse of the relationships among several employees in this arcade.
Yan Hua. Come eat.
He Shueming shouted into the hall without caring if the latter heard, then opened the front desk door and walked in. He took off his somewhat dirty gloves and casually tossed them on the table, then sat down directly, moving a bowl of noodles to eat a few bites before looking up at Suli.
Eat, why aren't you eating? Hee, wasn't I waiting for you and Brother Yen? Brother Yen. Oh, you mean that Yenhua kid? Looks like you've met him, great, saves me from having to introduce you again later.
He Shueming took a few bites of noodles, then urged Suli to sit down and eat.
Don't wait for that kid, hurry and eat your food.
As he spoke, he opened the box with the buns and looked at Suli with some surprise.
You're pretty good, huh? Knowing I might not have enough to eat, you ordered some more, nice.
Suli smiled, but a shock ran through his heart. He initially thought the 3 tiers of buns He Shueming ordered were soup dumplings, so Suli ordered a tier himself. But unexpectedly, the box contained large buns the size of fists, and looking at the quantity, there were at least 20 or 30 in total.
Could he and Yenhua eat that much in one meal? And there was also a bowl of half a pound of noodles?
This amount was already beyond what a normal person could eat in the morning.
Or could it be that the food in the box is what's abnormal? Oh. Higu, you didn't wait for me to eat.
Yenhua walked in, skillfully grabbing a stool to sit down.
It's still Xiaosu who is thoughtful, waiting for me. Well, since everyone is here, let's not be polite, let's eat.
But he did not start directly. Instead, he turned his head and quietly looked at Suli, as if he wanted to see Suli eat the food on the table before he would pick up his chopsticks.
Alright, let me taste how this tastes. Suli no longer hesitated, smiling as he lifted the porridge to his mouth.
Although he couldn't be sure if it was really safe, in this situation, he had no choice, because not only was Yenhua staring at him, but even He Shueming, who had seemed absorbed in his noodles, was also subtly watching him out of the corner of his eye.
Chapter 69K.0.
So he could only drink the bowl of porridge, even if there was really a problem, he still had the foresight of death as a fallback. He gently took a sip, the taste was very light, and his body felt no abnormal sensations for now.
Tasty, right?
Seeing Yenhua smiling, Suli also turned back and smiled in agreement. But in the next moment, his gaze slightly paused and then quickly shifted away. Because from that angle, he could clearly see that on the gloves He Shueming had taken off, in addition to the pitch-black oil stains, there was also some very light fresh red liquid. Yenhua suddenly put down his chopsticks, his expression cold as he leaned closer to Suli, then turned to look at the gloves, a low voice ringing in Suli's ear. What do you think that is, or what it should be? A chill surged in Suli's heart. He never expected that just a moment of hesitation in his gaze would still be caught by Yenhua. While thinking about how to respond, he suddenly heard Yenhua burst into boisterous laughter.
Ha 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 ha. He good, did you see his expression just now?
So funny, he must have been scared.
Bang!
A pair of chopsticks abruptly stabbed into Yenhua's hand that was resting on the table, blood gushing, revealing Yenhua's astonished face.
Higu, you.
He Shueming leisurely pulled out another pair of chopsticks. Without raising his head, he continued eating a couple more bites of noodles, before slowly speaking. I remember telling you that this bad habit of yours needs to change.
Did you forget?
Yenhua lowered his head, his voice noticeably deepening.
I understand, Higu.
He expressionlessly pulled the chopsticks out of his left hand, then quietly continued eating noodles. Suli's pupils constricted, then he suddenly saw the gloves being thrown towards him, instinctively catching them and looking at He Shueming.
Is it what you thought? Just smell it and you'll know.
He brought them close to his nose and gently sniffed. There was no smell of blood at all, just the paint smell of a repairman.
Did he really think wrong? Alright, put it down and eat. Finish up and get back to work.
He Shueming glanced at Suli, then lowered his head and continued eating noodles. After that, the atmosphere in the front desk space became silent, only the sounds of chewing and the noisy sounds from the arcade games and players' shouts filled the air. Suli tried to take a bun that looked normal, but he still ate very slowly, trying to minimize how much he consumed.
Bang!
Suddenly, a loud banging sound from the west area broke the silence, followed by a player shouting towards the front desk.
Boss! What's wrong with this machine?
He Shueming stood up with the bun in hand to take a look, then sat back down again.
Is the machine malfunctioning? Suli tentatively asked. Yenhua, this is your responsibility.
Yenhua didn't say anything, just hurriedly shoveled in a couple of mouthfuls, finishing the last bit of noodles in his bowl. Then he stood up, not even bandaging his left hand injury, just took a piece of chocolate from a jar on the front desk, unwrapping it as he walked towards the west area. Suli curiously lifted the bowl, standing at the counter and looking over there. "He gone, I heard Yengu say he is a game mentor." "What kind of job is this? I haven't heard of it before. What exactly do you do?" "It's about guiding new players, introducing them to the game rules and operation skills."
"Oh, I see now."
Suli showed a look of sudden realization, but his eyes subtly glanced towards the East District. He still remembered the first time he met Yanhua, when the latter had kicked a player's leg and broken it.
Would someone like that really have the patience to properly guide players? Soon, Suli frowned because he noticed the injured player was no longer in that spot.
He was sure that the player had not left, as the entrance of the arcade was in the northwest direction from the front desk, and he had been at the front desk all along without seeing him leave.
But with such an injury, where could he possibly go?
He looked again at the player who had just shouted that the game machine was having problems, and saw Yen was smiling as he talked to that player. Maybe things weren't clear, as he raised his hand to help the player up, sat down to operate for a moment, and then got up again to let the player do it himself. It seemed he was conducting a demonstration teaching, which indeed looked like what a normal game coach would do. Next, the player followed Yanhua's guidance, one hand controlling the joystick, the other pressing buttons, maneuvering the game character, first kicking the opponent away, and then rushing in to grab fiercely at the fallen opponent.
With this combination of moves, the opponent's health was instantly reduced to 0.
Watching the K.O on the screen, the player seemed extremely excited, unable to contain himself as he turned to give Yanhua a high five, matching his enthusiasm. Blood dripped from the hole in Yanhua's hand, and Suli's action of drinking porridge paused for a moment.
He saw a large pool of blood appear on the game machine's screen, even staining the K.O letters in a glaring bright red.
And that blood was not from Yanhua's injured left hand, but from within the screen. It came from the game character that was already lying motionless on the ground. Burp. He Xueming stood up, comfortably letting out a satisfying burp. He rubbed his belly, then grabbed a paper from the table to wipe his mouth, glancing at the half-full bowl of porridge Suli still had.
"Xiao Su, your appetite isn't great.
As a young person, you should eat more while you can." Saying this, he Xueming walked up to the drink dispenser at the front desk, took out a bottle of beer, bit it open, and gulped a big mouthful, letting out a very comfortable sigh, ready to leave. "Worker he, where should we throw away this garbage later?" Suli quickly called out to him and pointed at the empty food boxes on the table. "Anywhere is fine, you can leave it there, or just throw it on the ground."
"But if we throw it on the ground, what if customers step on it or complain about us?"
He Xueming smiled as he walked over, placing a hand on Suli's shoulder, reeking slightly of alcohol, pointing ahead.
"No way. Do you see anyone here managing such trivial matters?"
Suli followed his gaze and saw scattered bits of garbage all over the floor of the hall, even some food that the girl had delivered earlier had also been thrown down by customers and was now wriggling on the ground. "Our Firefly Arcade is all about doing as we please, the main goal is making customers happy." He Xueming patted Suli's shoulder.
"Xiao Su, you have a lot left to learn."
He withdrew his arm and walked towards the exit. "If you don't want to throw it on the ground, you can leave it here, someone will come to clean it later. Oh, look, speaking of which, here comes that person."
Chapter 70. Is it possible he is that investigator?
Suli looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man walk in through the door. He was hunched over, dressed in ragged clothes, and his hair was almost completely white, making him look very shabby. If it weren't for He Xueming speaking, Suli would have thought he was just an old homeless man.
But from his words, this was the cleaner mentioned in the rules? "I'm going to work. If you need anything, just call me or Yanhua." "Okay, he gone."
Suli's gaze lingered on He Xueming for a moment, but when he looked away, he found the old man had already vanished. Just as he was about to search for him, he noticed the old man pushing a yellow trash can out from the public restroom on the left side of the entrance. This time, however, the old man's ragged clothing had been replaced with a clean white janitor uniform. Rule number 5 of the staff regulations. There is only one trash can in the game center. If customers or staff throw garbage on the floor, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they need not worry, a dedicated cleaner will come to clean it up. Suli's gaze continuously followed the old man's figure, hoping to see what special trait this person mentioned in the rules might have. At first, the old man's actions seemed quite normal. He would stop at places with trash, clean it up, and then mop the area before moving on to another spot. But soon, Suli began to notice something unusual. While cleaning, even though the old man's hands stayed busy, his eyes often glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the customers who were playing. Sometimes, he would even take the opportunity of wiping down the game machines to get right next to the players. Suli's eyes kept darting. Could it be that this cleaner was looking for someone, or searching for something? Suddenly, Suli's heart skipped a beat. In the first type of clearing method, there was a condition that the chosen one needed to help the investigator complete the recycling work. What exactly was to be recycled was not mentioned,
but the old man's behavior was like he was searching for something. Could it be he is that investigator? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Suli was once again shocked. He saw the old man walk towards a burger writhing on the ground. Instead of sweeping it into the trash can, he bent down to pick it up, gave it a simple pat, blew on it a few times, and then took a big bite. As juices splattered, Suli saw that even after the old man bit off a piece, the burger continued to writhe in his mouth. Suli instantly found the porridge in his hands no longer appealing. He struggled to suppress the churn in his stomach, put down the bowl, took a deep breath, and then looked up again. The old man had finished the burger, casually wiped his greasy lips with his sleeve, and continued to push the trash can to clean up. "Hey! Boss! Boss!" A man's voice suddenly came from beside him. Suli turned around to see a bespectacled man looking at him with a bit of dissatisfaction. "What were you looking at just now? Didn't you hear me speaking?" Feeling a bit apologetic, Suli replied. "Sorry, I got a bit lost in thought. Do you need to consult about something or buy game tokens?" He sized up the man in front of him and a woman with a ponytail beside him. They seemed to be a couple, both wearing similar cute rabbit-themed jackets, and the man carried a lady's bag, likely belonging to his girlfriend. The ponytail woman shot an annoyed glance at the man. "Why are you being so rude? Didn't you see the young man was just drinking porridge?" She then smiled and looked at Suli. "Little brother, give me 70 game coins." Seeing the $50 handed over, Suli's heart tightened, then he smiled and asked, "Alright, do you have a Firefly membership card?" The woman hesitated for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something, searched in the bag the man was carrying, and handed over a blue card. "Sorry, I just forgot to give it to you." Suli breathed a sigh of relief. According to the member discount, buy 50 get 20, this amount just perfectly met the woman's request for 70. He opened the drawer, counted out 70 coins, and handed them to the woman. The woman counted and nodded with a smile, then called her boyfriend to turn and leave. But the next moment, Suli's heart sank again. The man not only did not follow, but instead grabbed the woman's arm and coldly looked at Suli. "No." The woman turned around in surprise. "What's wrong? 5 coins are missing." The man continued to stare at Suli, and seeing the dark glint in his eyes, Suli cursed inwardly, knowing that this matter wasn't that simple. He could only smile and take back the coins from the woman's hand, putting them back into their invisible drawer, heavily taking out and putting back, creating the illusion of adding a few more game coins, then handed them back to the woman once again. "Still not right." The man took a glance and then coldly spoke again. Suli kept his smile and repeated the previous operation, but this time he made a bigger commotion. "Not right. Not right. Still not right." After 3 consecutive tries, Suli placed the coins in front of the somewhat puzzled woman. This time he did not take them back but looked at the cold-faced man with a smile, gripping the pencil tighter in his hand. This made the viewers watching the live stream feel a bit anxious. "It's over. This time Sugu has met a worthy opponent. This man is not as easy to deceive as that kid just now. I feel this man must be doing it deliberately. Probably he found out his girlfriend was looking at Suli a few more times, so he bore a grudge, and is venting his anger now. Don't come over, or something weird will happen. If anyone has time, hurry to check if other countries have encountered the same situation. If so, notify the battle analysis room. Help Suli. No need to go, I just returned from their live room. Indeed there are chosen ones facing the same situation as Suli, but one by one, they are just flustered and explaining. Damn. This bunch of useless people, every day they just copy Suji's methods, they never think to help Suli. But, they need to be able to crack it first. Should we wait for them? After they solve it, we can provide solutions to Suli through the battle analysis room? No, although the boys' situation was triggered simultaneously, this time, for some reason, Suli is the first to encounter this among all chosen ones. Even if there are others who can solve it, they probably won't be in time. The viewers were extremely anxious in their hearts, but they had no choice. Suddenly, they saw Suli put down his pencil in the screen, and their hearts jumped. Could it be that he has a solution? Chapter 71, What are you teaching Suli anyway? Suli seemed not to see the man's almost overpowering dark gaze, and with regret, he sighed heavily. Big brother, I really envy you. The man's face showed obvious surprise, but before he could say anything, Suli continued. If I had a beautiful girlfriend like you, I would definitely be extremely happy. The man looked somewhat lost. The woman's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. Suli glanced at her seemingly by accident, then lowered his voice to a level that felt like self-talk, just enough for the woman to hear. If I brought such a beautiful girlfriend to the arcade, I would definitely let her play whatever she wanted, for as long as she wanted, without looking for excuses to waste time. Then, as if realizing he had said something wrong, Suli worriedly looked at the woman whose expression had already changed slightly and explained. Miss, please don't be angry. Your boyfriend must really like you, and he didn't mean to say you're bad at counting. No, he just wants you to play games for a shorter time, not to control you. No.
Suli seemed to realize he was stumbling over his words, nervously continuing to explain. I'm not good with words, but I know he is definitely doing this for your own good. The reason is just to let you play a little less and take care of your health. Otherwise, just do what your boyfriend wants. I'll refund you your money, and you can give me back the game tokens. As he spoke, Suli timidly reached out towards the game tokens on the table. That's enough. The woman interrupted Suli's explanation, glaring with anger at the man whose expression had turned flustered. No, I didn't. Don't listen to him, love, let me explain, be gentle, be gentle. The woman yanked the man's ear with one hand, grabbed the game tokens with the other, and walked towards the hall. After taking 2 steps, she turned her head while still holding the man, smiling as she looked at the still awkwardly flustered Suli. Thank you for your reminder, handsome young man. You don't need to feel bad, we're leaving. It wasn't until the woman had walked far away that Suli rubbed his face and let out a long sigh. His face had grown stiff from the awkwardness just now, but even though he had delayed a lot of time, at least the issue was resolved. From a rules perspective, although there were 2 people involved in this situation, the one paying was the woman, she was the customer. The amount he offered only needed to satisfy her, so the man's attitude was actually irrelevant. And indeed, the woman was initially ready to leave, but the man had stopped her and repeatedly pointed out that the amount was incorrect, causing the woman to start doubting too, which prevented meeting the customer's satisfaction. After the earlier method failed, Suli indeed found himself in a dilemma at that moment. But soon, he recalled some odd behaviors from the man. Every time he said something was wrong, he would unconsciously glance at the woman beside him before looking back at Suli. Was he observing her reaction? Why did he do that? After noticing this detail, Suli began to think, and soon he pieced together all the fragments of information about the 2. They were wearing couple outfits, leaning towards a cute rabbit image that was slightly more feminine, which suggested that in their relationship, the woman's status was a bit higher. The bag the woman carried was slung over the man's shoulder, which seemed a bit unbalanced, but the man had not shown the slightest embarrassment the whole time. This meant he had been doing this for quite some time and had become accustomed to it. In addition, the man would look at the woman's reaction every time he said something was wrong, clearly worried that she might be displeased. Moreover, when the woman was initially ready to leave, the man's grip on her arm looked quite gentle. Putting these fragments together formed a complete picture of the characters, a man who was under his girlfriend's thumb. According to the language of Ronching, it means a submissive partner. From this point on, things became much easier, and there was no need to deliberately explain that the amount of game currency he provided was sufficient. He just needed to use some words to increase the woman's fondness for him, then make her firmly believe that her view was correct, and shift her doubt about the game currency amount onto the man. Moreover, during this process, he maintained a certain density of conversation, preventing the man from having time to interrupt and explain anything, so the problem before him would resolve itself. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom was silent, but after a few seconds, the bullet comments filled the screen. Brother Su is amazing. He can think of such an ingenious angle. Oh my gosh. Someone come quickly and help me erase that image of Suli just now from my mind. I thought tricking children was the peak of Brother Su's skills, but it turns out that was just the beginning. He not only tricks children, he also tricks women. Right in front of their boyfriends. I really can't believe that the person speaking so softly just now was actually Suli. Ha? What tea? He's just a kind-hearted good brother. I suddenly remembered something, that way Suli just acted, could it have been taught by someone in our combat analysis room? Aside from teaching how to trick children, are they also teaching how to act innocent? At combat analysis room, what are you doing? At combat analysis room, what exactly are you teaching Suli? In the combat analysis room, several professor-level experts were looking at old Zhao with awkward expressions, though they knew very well that the comments in the bullet screen were just joking, they still felt a bit of anxiousness instinctively. Old Zhao, it's not like that. We didn't teach Suli these things, we don't even know why Suli knows these tricks. Seeing no response, the group became a bit anxious, and even an older expert's face turned red. Seriously, old Zhao, you have to believe us. A burst of laughter interrupted their words, and everyone was surprised to find old Zhao was laughing very happily. A hint of suspicion suddenly arose in their hearts. Could it be that the team leader was holding back a laugh by not speaking just now? You don't need to explain, nor is it necessary to explain. After a long while, old Zhao finally spoke with a lingering smile. Even if you really taught him, it wouldn't matter. As long as you can catch the mouse, whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat. As he spoke, the joy in his eyes gradually turned into a sharp glimmer. Next, let's see how many mice Suli can catch hiding in the dark corners. Chapter 72, Firefly Arcade Customer Play Guide. Suli did not know that the group of unscrupulous audience members was playing around with various scripts in the bullet comments during the live broadcast. Everything he had just done was just the result of having grown up as an orphan and honed his skills in society over the years. Now he was slumped in his seat, feeling a bit emotionally drained. When working in the Great Xia Kingdom, he had tried his best to avoid interacting with people, but he didn't expect that in this strange talk copy, he not only had to work but also had to deal with those customers in various strange ways. This was much more intense than when he was a corporate slave. After all, a small mistake would not only cost him his job but also his life. Later tonight, he must take a good rest. As Suli was thinking this, he suddenly caught sight of a bag on the counter out of the corner of his eye. He remembered that there was nothing there before. Was it a bag dropped by that couple just now? Suli stood up and searched around the hall, but he didn't see the couple's trace. He picked up the bag, intending to leave it here for them to come back and retrieve it, but just then his action suddenly froze. Through the loosely tied bag opening, Suli saw that there was nothing else in the bag, only a piece of paper. Open the bag, take out the paper, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Firefly Arcade Customer Play Guide. Moderate gaming benefits the brain, while excessive gaming harms the body. 1. The front desk clerk will be available in the arcade 24 hours a day. You can find him if you need anything. 2. When playing games, if the game character's blood splatters on the screen, do not panic, it is the arcade's holographic technology. Similar applications will be found on other types of game machines. 3. If you find that the game character is unresponsive, you can hit the game machine hard, and if that does not work, please stop the game and call a technician. 4. The plush toys in the claw machine may be hard to grab, but you can call the game counselor for help in adjusting the toy's position. 5. No matter what game you are playing, please do not play for more than 14 minutes continuously. 6. Please do not damage the gaming equipment, regardless of the reason. 7. Our VR equipment uses the most advanced technology in the world, allowing you to have the most realistic experience during your exploration. 8. If you get tired of playing, you can go to the leisure dining area in the North Zone, where there are free food and drinks available for you. We hope you can truly feel real joy. From Firefly Arcade. Suli had just read the first rule and instantly felt unwell. He had just been thinking about being able to temporarily leave this cursed place after closing at night, but now he didn't expect he would have to stay overnight. According to the third method of passing the level, consume all your game coins and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the fourth day. Does that mean he would have to stay in this eerie arcade for days? Where would he sleep tonight? On the front desk? In the hall? Or on the game machine? After venting his complaints, Suli turned his gaze to the second rule. In his mind, he subconsciously recalled the blood that splattered on the screen from the character in the death game while he was eating before. No wonder that player had no expression of fear. Instead, he seemed a bit excited. Maybe he thought it was fake. But was that really just holographic technology? Suli was not very willing to believe that such a realistic visual impact could be produced simply by holographic technology. Moreover, the second half of the rule specifically mentioned that similar applications exist on other types of game machines. Suli looked up at the nearly 100 game machines in the arcade, unable to imagine the scene of such bizarre incidents occurring simultaneously on so many machines. The red stains on He Xueming's gloves flashed in his mind again. As a technician, could he be related to this rule? If the blood from the game character's death had nothing to do with him, then could it be the remaining 3 people, or is there another employee he didn't know about? Suli shook his head slightly and looked at the fifth rule. The information expressed there was very straightforward, yet very important. Although there is a possibility of strange alterations, Suli leaned towards believing it is real and credible. At most he only doubted the timing. Because in the players he had observed so far, nearly everyone had dark circles under their eyes, along with the earlier incident of the game machine dancing and the recent unusual bleeding of the game character. Suli could almost affirm that the game machines in this arcade have issues, and the tourists' contamination is mostly related to playing games. But if that's the case, it would be really hard for him to find the source of contamination among so many game machines. Wait. Perhaps there is more than one source causing the contamination. Suli looked at the last rule, which encouraged players to consume items in the leisure dining area. The food I saw with my own eyes twisted like living things, they must be problematic too. What if the source of pollution is not in the game machine but related to the food? Suli suddenly recalled the scene of the cleaner picking up food from the ground to eat. Could he have a problem too? But here lies a contradiction. If the food in the casual dining area is problematic, then He Xueming and Yan Hu didn't eat it either. But no matter how Suli looked at them, they didn't seem like normal people. Countless fragments of information soared in Suli's mind, but they couldn't form a complete puzzle. Closing his eyes, he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Suli pressed down his chaotic thoughts. After all, it was just the first day, and he had plenty of time, no need to rush. Anything that's done must leave traces. As long as he calmed his mind and explored slowly, the truth of the copy would naturally reveal itself. A loud sound of someone knocking on the table suddenly broke the silence. Suli looked up. The cleaner had appeared at the counter at some unknown time. Why do these people walk without making any sound? Is there something wrong? The old man didn't answer, just pointed to the leftover food containers on the table. Suli packed the trash into a bag and handed it to the old man.
Hello, I'm the new front desk staff. Suli, may I ask what you are called, sir? Seeing the old man not respond, Suli opened the drawer and smilingly handed over the food he had taken from the girl earlier. I noticed you didn't have breakfast. I have an extra portion of food here. Would you like to take it? Don't worry, I haven't touched it. It's clean. Finally, the old man reacted. He took the wriggling hamburger from Suli's hand without hesitation and threw it into the trash, then left without looking back. Chapter 73, A Breakthrough Among the Four Colleagues. He picks up food from the ground to eat, yet refuses the clean food I offered him? Suli was stunned, watching the old man's departing figure, and began to ponder. From the old man's arrival to departure, he hadn't said a word to Suli, not even glancing at him. He couldn't even see what the old man looked like. His gray hair was so messy it covered almost his entire face, leaving only his exposed chin to hint at his old age. His previous inquiries had no aggression in tone or manner, and his attitude was quite respectful, yet the old man still showed no reaction. Was it just his nature? Or was he on guard about something? Boss, I'd like to buy some coins. Suli set his thoughts aside and started to attend to the customers. After dealing with the little boy and the couple, Suli's skills in using conversation and distractions to assist customers had grown increasingly refined. Time quickly reached past 11 o'clock, and after waiting at the front desk for a while, finding no one coming to buy coins from him, Suli decided to head towards the front door. The Bowsy shop owner across the street was still shouting his sales pitch, and passers-by occasionally glanced this way, seemingly no different from before. No one told Suli to stay away from this place. Yet, he hesitated for a moment but still didn't step outside. He initially wanted to test whether he really needed to remain in the arcade for 24 hours as the rules stated, to see if the buns they had for breakfast came from that shop across the road, and to recheck the arcade situation from an outside perspective, but after thinking, he decided not to waste his foreseen death in this place. He turned around and walked into the public restroom on the left, the place where the cleaner had just changed his clothes. Now, it was empty. The hygiene was cleaned very well, even some corners had no stains. Suli's gaze turned to the last compartment. The door seemed to be locked, and there was a paper note stuck on it saying, "Damaged, please do not use." He simply tried it, but couldn't open it. Suli bent his legs slightly, then jumped hard, placing his hands on the top of the compartment. Supporting his body to look inside, there was nothing unusual, just some cleaning tools, a folding ladder, and the old uniform the cleaner had changed out of. Letting go and landing back on the ground, Suli looked to the right, where there was a window slightly ajar. He pushed it hard, but the window was nailed shut and did not move at all. Suli's strength was now enough to punch through a wooden door, yet he couldn't push open the window. If he wanted to get out from here, he would have to break the window. In the arcade, there were two places he hadn't entered yet. One was Shu Emming's warehouse, and the other was the girls' kitchen area behind the dining area, but these two places shouldn't have back doors either, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen them enter through the front door in the morning. This meant that if he wanted to leave the arcade, he can only go through the main door in the northwest direction by the front desk. However, the women's restroom was currently inaccessible for inspection. Perhaps he could only wait until the business closed in the evening to take a look. Turning on the faucet, the water that flowed out was fine. Suli washed his hands and then returned to sit down at the front desk. The audience originally did not know what Suli was doing before. When they saw him return and begin to rest his eyes, they were somewhat puzzled, but soon everyone was shocked because they saw a hint of a smile at the corner of Suli's mouth. Viewers who had watched the last gameplay livestream knew very well that if Suli showed such an expression when no one else was around, then he must have discovered something and made some kind of deduction. And indeed, as they thought, Suli opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. Among his four colleagues, one was an extremely alert, disheveled old man who kept the place clean. One was a girl with vacant eyes who handed out strange food to people. One was a man who liked to smoke, had a quirky personality but was very observant. And one was an uncle who could not be without alcohol, was deep and could repair broken machines. Each person not only had different personalities, but after interacting with them, he realized that they might even have different purposes for being here. Most importantly, each one had connections with the others, but their interactions were not very harmonious. Shu Emming should know the most about the truth, but he was tight-lipped. From his help with Yanhua in ordering takeout, it seemed he had a good relationship with Yanhua, but when Yanhua threatened him, he mercilessly stabbed his hand with chopsticks, and the latter didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, let alone resist. Either Shu Emming's strength far exceeded Yanhua's, or he had some dirt on him. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Shu Emming was the boss who had yet to be seen. And it was clear that Yanhua liked that girl, but their relationship was not close. He wouldn't even order takeout for her. The old man was the most unique person. He was alert to everyone, seeming to completely separate himself from these few people, but judging from his expertise in cleaning and his familiarity with picking up food from the floor to eat, he must have been here for a considerable amount of time. There were only so few staff members. During such long working hours, they couldn't have had no contact at all, so there were only 3 possible scenarios. Everything I see is a pretense, a few people joining together to act. If that is the case, then they must have some purpose for doing this, perhaps to cover up something.
At first, when the janitor just arrived here, the relationships between a few people were not like this, but similar to the relationship I have now with He Shuiming and others. However, later due to some event, conflicts arose among them, leading to the current situation. If that is the case, I must find the time point of their conflict, the events, and reasons. The old man is the investigator mentioned in the passageway, and from the very beginning, he knew that this place is extremely dangerous. So he deliberately made it this way to maintain a certain distance from everyone while gradually investigating the situation to find the item or person that needs to be recovered. But all of these are just Su Li's preliminary speculations. More information or evidence must be found to confirm and support them. From the current situation, if I want to quickly gather the most information, it must be from He Shuiming. However, Su Li did not choose that option. He stood up and walked towards the northern area. Although He Shuiming knows the most, he is also the most dangerous person right now. So Su Li just waited slightly and made the final decision to choose another person.
Chapter 74, Work Rules of the Leisure Dining Area.
As soon as Su Li arrived at the leisure dining area, he heard a strange noise.
So comfortable. Su Li looked ahead with an odd expression at a man and a woman.
They were flushed and twitching all over, lying on two red and yellow sofas, eyes closed, making extremely satisfied moans. Previously, Su Li thought that the sofas in the leisure dining area were just ordinary ones from a distance, but he didn't expect they were electric massage sofas, and didn't require a scan or extra payment.
All one had to do was lie down and press the button next to it. The arcade owner really spent quite a bit of money. But is it really that comfortable?
Su Li observed the two's condition. They seemed fine, then took a look at the remaining blue sofa, which had its indicator light on. It's not broken, it's working normally. Su Li felt that as a member of the arcade staff, it was very necessary to personally test the equipment's performance, so he simply lay down as well and pressed the button.
Sure enough, so comfortable.
The long-lost comfort allowed Su Li's tense nerves to relax a little.
Who wouldn't want to try such a comfortable electric massage sofa? Have you eaten yet?
A soft voice sounded, and Su Li turned his head to look. The girl in the light blue coat seemed to be doing something at the dining table. Although she was looking down, Su Li could clearly tell she was talking to him.
Just had some.
Turning off the electric sofa, facing the girl's initiative to speak, Su Li did not want to miss any potential information for the sake of brief comfort.
Then you should get up and move around a bit. Lying down right after eating is bad for digestion.
Okay. Su Li immediately got up and walked over to the counter, wanting to see what the girl was doing. But with just a glance, the smile on his face momentarily froze. The girl was indeed preparing food. At that moment, she was stuffing a wriggling meat patty into a slice of bread that was opening and closing. Su Li felt as if the movement of the meat patty in the girl's hand was slightly less than what he had seen earlier in the morning. Su Li quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes, then smiled and reached out his hand towards the girl.
Hello, I am Su Li, the new front desk attendant.
The girl still didn't look up. She was just trying very hard to cover the bread slices that kept opening and closing.
That's it? Aren't you supposed to introduce yourself too? Are you too cold to even follow basic greetings?
The corner of Su Li's mouth twitched slightly, but he still kept a smile.
What you made is really delicious. Do you have any special recipes or secrets? Really delicious?
The girl suddenly stopped what she was doing, looked up at Su Li.
Why do you think it is delicious?
Looking into her soulless eyes, Su Li felt that years of conversational experience were losing their effect in front of this woman.
When someone says your food is delicious, aren't you supposed to say thank you or be modest? Even if you don't tell me the secret directly, you could at least say it's an exclusive recipe. Who asks others why they think it's delicious? Besides, I haven't even tasted it. How would I know why it's delicious? After hesitating a bit, Su Li tried to answer. Because, it's very fresh.
Oh. The girl's expression did not show if she was satisfied or not. She continued to lower her head and put lettuce leaves into the bread slices, completely ignoring the awkward Su Li in front of her. The live streaming audience was about to burst into laughter, from the last broadcast to now. It was rare to see Su Li at a loss for words, and now he was forced to use the phrase very fresh.
But it couldn't be said that what Su Li said was wrong. Was the hamburger not fresh? Look at how lively it twists inside the bread. It's even more energetic than the fish in my own pot. Su Li suddenly began to doubt if his judgment was wrong. Is really all you can say? Are you a soulless hamburger-making robot?
Soon after, his heart sank slightly. This woman, although she didn't seem dangerous, also didn't appear as easy to approach as he imagined. The girl finally finished making the hamburger. She carefully placed it on the plate beside her, then looked up at Su Li. Su Li felt a bit of chill on his scalp from her gaze.
No way, she's not making this specifically for me, right?
Your taste is very strange. Before Su Li could react to what the girl meant by the sentence, she walked out from a small door beside her, passing by him, heading towards the hall. Feeling a weight lift off his heart, Su Li just wanted to turn around to see for whom she made the hamburger, but suddenly he noticed that the kitchen door seemed to be ajar. Not knowing the rules of this area, Suli did not dare to rush in. He changed his position several times, trying hard to look in, but unfortunately, though the door was slightly open, it was dark inside, and he could see nothing. Regrettably withdrawing his gaze, just as Suli was about to leave, he noticed a small note stuck on the table where the girl just placed the plate. Although it had been stained with grease a bit, the handwriting was still clear. Suli immediately took out his phone and snapped a picture of it, then flipped the photo to check it out.
Casual dining area work rules.
1. Please provide a free delicious meal to everyone in the arcade during meal times. 2. If someone finishes their meal here, make sure to let them move around a bit, so they can have more energy to continue playing.
There are also rules here.
No wonder the girl came in this morning and started handing out food without charging. And now it's 12:01, it truly is mealtime, that's why the girl was making hamburgers. Looking at it this way, the first rule must be true. But for the second rule, Suli was a bit unsure. Although he had just been called up by the girl while resting on the sofa, which seemed to comply with the rules, was this really to make the customers more spirited while playing games? Or was it to hope that by reducing their resting time, they could increase their game playing time? After all, the game machines here didn't look like normal ones at all. Putting his phone into his pocket, Suli turned to look.
The girl was standing in front of a claw machine, seemingly talking to someone. Did that person not want to eat?
That made sense, the impact of that food, which looked alive, was indeed quite overwhelming. Suli walked towards the front desk in the center of the hall, slowing his pace to try and make no sound. In case he was discovered by the girl, and if she turned around and stuffed a hamburger into his mouth, that would truly be a disaster. However, as he passed behind the girl, Suli's footsteps suddenly slowed down a bit. He hadn't been able to see who that person was due to the girl's figure blocking his view, but from this position, he could see that the one the girl was speaking to was that little boy customer he had met before.
Was the hamburger the girl just made for him to eat? Chapter 75, Want to copy homework? Did you understand?
Suli frowned, recalling the scene he had seen that morning, where the girl pinched the little boy's mouth and forcibly stuffed food into it. At that moment, the girl's voice suddenly sounded.
Do you really not want to eat?
The little boy still didn't respond, just focused on operating the claw machine in front of him, as if he hadn't heard what the girl said at all. The girl heavily put down the plate, then grabbed the little boy by the neck and lifted him up, using her right hand to grab the hamburger and shove it towards the boy's mouth. This time, the little boy clearly had some experience. Even though he still couldn't break free, he tightly closed his mouth, making it impossible for the girl to succeed. Suli looked at the slightly deformed joystick on the claw machine, then at the girl, who looked somewhat angry, and at the little boy, who was pushing against the girl's arm with both hands in resistance. Amid the originally complicated and chaotic fragments of information in his mind, some pieces suddenly emerged and gradually pieced together. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw that Suli was about to bypass the girl's position, but then noticed he slowed down, gradually came to a stop, and even took a step forward.
So, does anyone understand what Suli is doing this time? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you notice that Suli had only eaten a small bowl of porridge and a bun for breakfast?
He definitely wasn't full. Now seeing the hamburger right in front of him, he must be hungry. I feel your statement has some merit, bring it in.
Increase the dosage. I'll do it.
Suli must be unhappy with that kid from this morning. Now he wants to take revenge while the kid is controlled. First, steal the hamburger, then spank him.
Bullshit. Suli is not that kind of. Holy shit. Amazing. Suli really has snatched the boy's hamburger. He even has to snatch what the kid is eating? Brother Sue is still Brother Sue. This whole operation is so smooth that the girl didn't even react.
It seems Sue has done this kind of thing a lot before. Unlike the joyful atmosphere in the live broadcast room, the girl looked at the hamburger that was suddenly snatched away from her hand. First, she was stunned, then she realized Suli had somehow appeared beside her. The girl released her grip on the little boy, her voice instantly turning cold.
If you want to eat, I can make it for you later. Please return that to me now.
Facing the girl, whose neck was emerging with dark veins, Suli showed no fear on his face, only a deeper smile. He took another step forward.
I'm not hungry right now, I just noticed you seem to need help, am I wrong?
Suddenly, he leaned in close to the girl's ear, his voice becoming very low and faint.
Miss Gu.
After saying that, Suli no longer looked at the girl, who stiffened at his words. Instead, he stepped forward and swiftly grabbed the child who was about to sneak away, then smiled at the little boy, whose face was full of anger. You, a child of this age, are in a growing time, you must listen to adults.
Suli's action surprised everyone.
The girl suddenly looked up, her gaze at Suli turned extremely cold, and the boy did not answer, only the darkness in his eyes surged more intensely. The cheerful barrage in the livestream instantly stopped, everyone stared at the screen with bated breath. They did not know why Suli acted this way, but they all knew that the last person to grab the little boy, the chosen one from the Sunset Country, Owen, was currently suffering from the pain of corruption.
At that moment, the boy suddenly twisted his head at a strange angle and lunged at Su Li's arm with his mouth wide open. The little boy's movement was quick, but Su Li's was quicker. His right hand, holding the wriggling hamburger, was instantly shoved into the boy's open mouth. Phew! The attack missed, and the little boy begrudgingly spit out the hamburger he had in his mouth. He couldn't understand why Su Li's move was so fast and so accurate, as if he had already predicted the boy would bite him. The experts were also a bit surprised. They knew the boy would bite, but had not informed Su Li of this information. Su Li, like he was doing something completely ordinary, had a smile on his face that did not change at all. Children should eat more when they can. The little boy glared at Su Li, opened his mouth, ready to bite again, but was quickly pinched on the cheek by Su Li, making it impossible for him to bite. As he was feeling embarrassed and angry, he suddenly saw Su Li's face, which he found annoying. Come closer. Do you want to catch the doll in the machine? The little boy's eyes brightened, but with his cheek being pinched, he couldn't say complete words and could only nod vigorously. Then if you agree to eat properly next, I'll agree to help you catch that doll. After a slight hesitation, the little boy stretched out his small finger towards Su Li and mumbled the words pinky swear. Watching Su Li finish the pinky swear and then let him go, the little boy suddenly felt that this person did not seem so annoying after all. The girl seemed a bit confused by the situation's development, only reacting at this moment. Do you want to eat? Okay, I will go back to make it now. Su Li smiled gently at the somewhat incoherent girl. No need to bother, he seems to not like this, I'll take him to eat at my place, is that okay? The audience still didn't understand why Su Li wanted to take the little boy and asked the girl, then they heard Su Li ask again. Do you want to come alone? The girl hesitated for a moment, then shook her head lightly and turned to leave. Su Li didn't mind, holding the little boy and walked towards the front desk. At that moment, an expert in the Daxia country's combat analysis room finally removed his trembling finger from the information send button. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the old Zhao not far away. Although there was a smile on Zhao's face, the expert could see the old man's chest slightly rising and falling, knowing he too had been worried about Su Li's sudden action. And the experts from other countries, after receiving the information, no longer acted as they usually did. Directly conveying information to one's own chosen one was not the case, but after intense discussions, they found themselves in a very difficult situation. Because they couldn't understand the actions of that Su Li from Daxia. But they knew that Su Li definitely wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. After all, he was the first chosen one in the past 7 months to clear the most difficult, bizarre rule-based world dungeon. Although some vaguely guessed the purpose of Su Li's actions, the key issue lay in the fact that replicating such a method was a very difficult thing to do. Because of the precedent set by Owen, everyone knew that the little boy was an extremely dangerous contaminator. If their chosen one tried to imitate Su Li's actions, it was highly likely that not only would they fail, but they might even become the second Owen. Thus, almost all the expert groups, after hesitation, chose to temporarily hold back, watching what Su Li would do next before making a decision, while also hoping that their chosen one could regain some spirit. Chapter 76, I will definitely kill you today. Back at the front desk, Su Li first took a piece of chocolate from the jar on the counter and handed it to the little boy, asking him to sit quietly there, and then found he Shueming. He gong, it's time for lunch, what do you want to eat? The sound of metal clashing behind the black covering did not stop. Just like this morning, and you can manage the rest, as long as there's meat. Su Li then found Yan Hua, who was in front of the dance machine, guiding 2 girls on how to dance. Brother Yan, what do you want to eat for lunch? Anything is fine, you decide. Yan Hua didn't even turn his head, clearly more drawn to the 2 girls nearby than the prospect of food. Su Li returned to the front desk, dialed the delivery guy's number again, stated his needs, then hung up the phone, smiling at the little boy. The latter was somewhat unnerved by Su Li's smile, and even slowed down his chocolate eating pace. He moved his stool closer to the door, keeping some distance from Su Li, feeling a bit safer. A few minutes later, Yan Hua sauntered into the front desk, took a bottle of drink from the dispenser, took a sip, and then saw the little boy sitting in the corner. Whose child is this? How did he end up here? Yan Hua looked at Su Li in surprise. Is this your son? Seeing Su Li shake his head, Yan Hua frowned, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled thick smoke. Then let him go, having a child at the front desk is not appropriate. Isn't this delaying business? Let him pay for the chocolate. Never mind, I'm in a good mood today, I won't charge him this time. Su Li waved away the pungent smoke, leaning closer, brought over a stool, placed it in front of him, gesturing for Yan Hua to sit down, and then leaned in with a smile. Brother Yan, you know, many girls really like these cute-looking little kids, especially those delicate-looking girls. Yan Hua looked at Su Li in confusion, noticing the latter glance towards the leisure dining area in the North District. He paused, then realized what Su Li was pointing at. Oh. You mean? Shoo. Su Li raised a finger, signaling an excited Yan Hua to quiet down. They also like those who are good to children, believing such people have great personalities, and may even be willing to try to connect with them. So how should I be good to the child?
Yanhua eagerly asked, not even taking a puff from his cigarette. That's hard to say, but brother Yen, you don't need to worry.
I've already found you an opportunity. Suli smiled while glancing at the little boy in the corner, enjoying his chocolate alone. That kid loves claw machines but has never caught anything. You know that those machines are a bit tough for kids. As soon as I noticed this, I immediately thought of you, brother Yen. I want to open the machine for him to grab a toy as your game counselor at the Firefly Arcade. It's just a small matter, right? Hearing this, Yanhua's face showed a troubled expression. No way, this is not good for the arcade.
Suli paused for a moment, then continued to speak.
It's okay, Yen-gu, you can help him change the toy's position later, then he will surely catch it easily. This should be no problem, right?
Seeing Yanhua nodding seriously, Suli glanced toward the northern area.
That child will definitely be very happy, and I think anyone who sees this scene will look at you, Yen-gu, in a new light.
The audience in the livestream stared wide-eyed as Suli smiled and taught Yanhua how to woo a girl. His natural gestures and words made them momentarily unsure whether Suli was acting or being genuine. The expert teams from other countries were somewhat confused. They had also previously noticed that the employees at the arcade were not united as one.
Could it be that Suli's purpose in bringing the little boy back was to win over Yanhua and gather more useful information from him?
Yanhua appeared particularly excited at this moment. He threw away the cigarette but that had burned to his fingers and patted his chest.
Little Su, you really care about Yen Ge's matter, I owe you this favor.
Then he hesitated a bit. The method is indeed good, but I've never really interacted with children. I don't know how to behave then.
No worries, just be gentle, let me demonstrate for you.
After saying this, Suli smiled and looked toward the corner of the front desk. The little boy, completely uninterested in what the two had just talked about, was secretly reaching to grab chocolates from a jar. As Suli suddenly looked over, the boy's hand trembled and the chocolate fell to the floor. Seeing the tip of a pencil slightly poking out from Suli's pants pocket, the little boy forgot to pick up the chocolate, panicking and unconsciously forcing a hideous smile on his face.
He remembered hearing on TV that you shouldn't hit someone who was smiling at you.
Suli nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yanhua. You see, children are this simple. As long as you show them your gentle side and treat them sincerely, they will return your smile and sincerity. Although Yanhua didn't fully understand, he felt deeply shocked.
Gentle, sincere.
He murmured thoughtfully, then looked up at the corner with a big smile. The little boy, seeing Suli no longer watching him, hurriedly bent down to pick up the chocolate, but as he just raised his head, he saw a mouthful of big yellow teeth grinning at him, staring him into a shiver, causing the chocolate to fall again. Coming back to his senses, the little boy was filled with anger. It was one thing for Suli to bully him, but now this hairy-faced thing came to scare him?
Did they really think children have no tempers and are easy to bully? Damn!
A glob of spit flew from the little boy's mouth, hitting Yanhua squarely in the face.
The air instantly became quiet.
This unexpected development stunned not only Yanhua, leaving his smile frozen on his face, but also made Suli inside feel a jolt.
A brief silence often heralds an impending explosion. You little brat!
Yanhua leaped up in fury. If I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Yen.
Suli hurriedly blocked Yanhua, continuously patting his back. Don't get angry, be gentle.
Yen-gu, just hold on a moment, victory is right in front of us. Yanhua was breathing heavily, glaring furiously at the little boy.
All right. Little Su, I'll give you a face today and spare this little brat. Damn it. Suli. Let me go. I'm going to kill him today. That bastard just made a face at me.
At this moment, Suli felt a bit helpless and also a little frightened because he sensed that the fiery Yen in front of him was like a fierce beast living inside, and he was about to lose control of him.
Chapter 77. Come on, move that big Buddha so Suli can sit there. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Am I showing up at a bad time?
A few people were stunned and looked up, only to see the delivery guy standing in the direction of the little boy, awkwardly lifting several large bags and looking at them.
How can it be a bad time?
Suli was the first to react, showing a smile.
It's perfect timing.
He whispered to Yen, telling him to eat first and that they would talk later, then walked towards the delivery guy. The delivery guy handed the bags to Suli, curiously looking at the little boy who was looking up at him.
How did a child come here?
Just one customer. I thought he should eat something good to help him grow, so I brought him along to eat a bit.
I see, I thought there was an extra order today. Seems like the new front desk guy is a kind-hearted person.
As Suli took the food out of the bags, he smiled and said, Not at all, I'm just being generous with someone else's money. It's not me paying, it's all on the boss.
He's the kind one.
While speaking, Suli casually asked, By the way, I've been here for a while and haven't met our boss.
Since you're the delivery guy chosen by us, you must have seen him, right? What kind of person is he? Does he look kind and benevolent, like a great good man?
The delivery guy shook his head, seeing Suli looking at him with some confusion, and added,
He always directly transfers money to me through my phone every once in a while. I've never seen what he looks like. Really? So mysterious. How often does he make the transfer? Let me think. It seems to be about every 4 days.
Suli casually set the empty bags aside, smiling at the delivery guy who was reaching out to pat the little boy's head.
So, you like kids? Ha ha ha, it's okay.
If you like them, just have one yourself. Anyway, you run a shop, so your conditions are pretty good. The delivery guy smiled and pulled his hand back.
Let's just forget it. Raising a child is better left to others, raising one yourself is really a headache. Gurgle.
Suli was surprised and glanced at the delivery guy's stomach that made the sound.
You haven't eaten anything since morning, have you?
The delivery guy smiled awkwardly.
I had a few bites, but just a bit, I've been way too busy. Then he looked at the time. Okay, you guys take your time eating, I'll head back first.
Suli nodded with a smile, preparing to call Li Shuiming over to eat when he noticed the latter was already walking over. Pushing open the front desk door, Li Shuiming casually tossed aside his gloves, then saw the little boy sitting at the table.
He glanced at Suli and Yen Fire. Who brought this one over?
I brought him, engineer he. I saw he didn't eat much in the morning, so I brought him along to eat a bit more. Suli smiled and offered a stool to Li Shuiming, but the latter didn't sit down.
Your relative? No, just a customer.
Li Shuiming's brows furrowed. We're employees here, and the boss pays for our meals, which is reasonable, but a child who has no connection to you coming over to eat is not quite right, is it?
Suli maintained a smile and lowered his stance again.
I was wrong, engineer he, but since he's already here, let him eat together.
Besides, kids don't eat much, and it's also the boss paying. I promise this is the one and only time.
He looked at the little boy who was staring hungrily at the food, almost drooling, ready to hand him a pair of chopsticks.
Then came a loud bang.
Li Shuiming slapped his hand on the table, knocking over the empty bottles on it, and glared at Suli in anger.
What kind of attitude is this? Just starting work today, and you bring others to scrounge food? What if it happens again in a few days? What, the boss's money is not money anymore, huh?
Suli put down his chopsticks and calmly looked at Li Shuiming. If you're unhappy, just deduct the child's meal money from my salary later.
Salary?
Li Shuiming saw that Suli's smile was gone and became even angrier.
With your work attitude, you still want a salary?
Brother calm down, calm down. Yanhua stood up, walked between Suli and Li Shuiming, trying to mediate.
We're all adults, there's no need to be angry with a child, right? Come on, take a smoke and cool off.
The audience had been worried about Suli's safety due to Li Shuiming's anger. But now, seeing Yanhua's smiling face, their expressions became strange.
Do you really want to listen to what you're saying? Who was it just now shouting to get rid of this little brat?
Yanhua took a cigarette out of his pocket, but neither of them accepted it. He then remembered that both of them did not smoke, and he was not embarrassed. After putting the cigarette back, he first gave Suli a look, then walked up to Li Shuiming. Little Su just got here and doesn't quite understand the rules around here, and this kid is, after all, our customer. He tried to pat the child on the head but almost got bitten instead, and Yanhua retracted his hand with a laugh while continuing to look at Li Shuiming.
Look how cute this child is. Maybe he's in a good mood today and brought his friends over, isn't that just bringing us business?
Little Su probably thought the same, and that delivery boy who kept bringing us food just said the child is very good and wants to have one of his own. Look, everyone likes this kid so much, brother being an adult, just forgive little Su this time.
Li Shuiming glared at Yanhua, then glanced at Suli, who was still sitting, and after a moment of silence said.
Alright, I'll let this slide today because of Yanhua, but Suli, let me be clear, this is a one-time exception.
Okay, brother Suli looked at Yanhua, who showed a proud smile, and his lips curled up slightly.
He first opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Li Shuiming. Then, he picked up a big chicken leg and put it into Li Shuiming's bowl. Here, brother try this. You said you wanted to eat meat, so I specially ordered roasted chicken for you. Seeing Li Shuiming take a bite, Suli called over the eager little boy to eat as well. Not long after, the table full of dishes was devoured completely, and just as Suli was about to leave with the little boy, Li Shuiming's voice came from behind.
Suli.
He stood up, pouring the last bit of wine from the bottle into his glass. I was too harsh just now, forget it, no need to say anything, it's all in the wine. Before Suli could say anything, Li Shuiming slammed his wine glass on the table, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go, then walked out wearing his gloves. The audience was stunned, from the moment Suli urged Yanhua to treat the little boy better to win the girl's affection, to Li Shuiming walking in, furious upon seeing the child. Then, the extremely angry Yanhua suddenly acted like a good-natured person, mediating between Suli and Li Shuiming. Then, everyone sat together at the table, happily eating as if nothing had happened, and finally, even Li Shuiming actively apologized and toasted Suli. This meal was even more exciting than watching a drama serial. And during this time, Suli. The expression on his face was either smiling or calm. Even when he shueming pounded the table, it didn't make his body shake, not even a movement to stand up. Seeing Suli sitting steadily there, the audience wanted the big Buddha from Jiazhou to get up and let Suli sit there. It would probably be more suitable. Chapter 78, Get out of here and call your boss out. Suddenly, they were startled, looking at Suli on the screen who was cleaning up the lunchbox. A thought of incredible disbelief rose in their hearts. Could it be that everything that just happened was planned by Suli when he came back from the dining area? So his previous performance was so natural and calm? This is too terrifying, right? But if that's the case, what does he actually want to do? Unfortunately, they could only see Suli's performance but couldn't hear his thoughts, hence, they could only suppress their curiosity and excitement and continue watching. Yanhua lit a cigarette, enjoying a puff, suddenly thought of something, threw the cigarette on the ground, stepped on it to put it out, and then walked to the chubby boy who was rubbing his round belly with a contented face. Let's go, Uncle will take you to catch dolls. The little boy shrank back a bit, seemingly reluctant to go with him. Yanhua awkwardly smiled, then took out a bunch of keys from his body and waved them in front of the boy. Hey kid, don't you want a doll? Look, I have the keys here. If you just change your position, you can catch one easily. The little boy seemed a bit tempted, took 2 steps forward, but at that moment, Suli suddenly stepped forward, quickly pinching the boy's cheeks, then squatted down and smiled at the little boy who looked a bit unwilling. If I had been a bit slower just now, that little brat might have spat on Yanhua's face. This time, I might really not have been able to stop it. To prevent a similar situation from happening again, Suli simply decided to go along. Looking at the little boy being held by the hand, with a somewhat unwilling expression but no resistance, Yanhua looked at Suli in surprise. Xiaosu, not bad. I didn't expect you to be so liked by kids. It's okay, after all, kids are people too. If you treat them with sincerity, they will treat you with sincerity in return. Oh. Yanhua suddenly felt he learned something new. The 3 of them arrived at the spot where the boy had put in coins before. Suli first discreetly glanced at the dining area, then fixed his gaze on the claw machine in front of him. The next moment, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. The position of the doll in the machine had changed. It was clearly lying sideways before, but now it had flipped over entirely and was farther from the exit than before. Did someone touch this machine while they were gone? Yanhua opened the glass door, took the doll and placed it almost close to the exit, then signaled the little boy to put in a coin. However, the latter seemed a bit hesitant. I only have this 1 coin left. What if I still can't catch it after using it? Yanhua's expression showed some pride. Don't worry, you will definitely catch it. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of this game, my skills are among the best in the entire arcade. While speaking, he first demonstrated how to grip the joystick and press the button, then stepped aside to look at the little boy. Come on, just follow what I did just now, you'll definitely catch it. Seeing the little boy still hesitating, he then looked up at himself, seemingly seeking his opinion. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, I'll give you a few more game coins later. Hearing this, the little boy finally showed a smile. Then he threw in the last game coin he had left. Ah! At the moment the sudden scream rang out, Suli and Yanhua both looked up at the same time. The sound came from the not-so-distant VR game area, where a man was frantically trying to remove his headset, but perhaps due to his anxious movements, he not only failed to take it off but also tangled the various data cables together. Yanhua quickly walked over to help, and soon the man's device was removed. Then the man held the headset in his hands, looking angrily at Yanhua. Are you the owner of this arcade? I'm not, but you can talk to me about your issue. Then get out of the way. Call your boss out. Yanhua snickered, took out a cigarette, and lit it. I think it's better for you to talk to me. The man coughed a few times from the smoke, looked at Yanhua with a cold glare, instinctively taking 2 steps back, and then forced himself to shout loudly. What kind of broken machine do you have here? Just now while playing your zombie shooting game, suddenly a zombie lunged at me and bit my shoulder. It felt just like real. It scared the hell out of me. Yanhua was first stunned, then laughed. Friend, the machines you played on before must have been too low-tech. The technology we use here is top-notch, of course, it feels real. The man got even angrier upon hearing this. Bullshit. My shoulder still hurts like hell right now. As he spoke, he reached for his shoulder. I've played VR games for so long, and I've never heard of this. The man's words stopped as he looked at the bright red on his fingertips, his expression first frozen for a moment, then he shouted in extreme anger. What the hell? Blood. He slammed the headset to the ground violently, then pointed his finger at Yanhua's nose. What kind of broken machine is this? I play a game and end up bleeding. Let me tell you, if you don't call your boss out today, this won't end well for you. Suli had no intention of stepping forward, he silently watched the furious man and the broken device on the ground. A terrible premonition rose in his heart because the man was now involved in 2 rules.
Customer Playing Guide Rule 7.
Our VR equipment uses the most advanced technology in the world. You can experience the most realistic sensations during your gameplay. And Rule 6, please do not damage the gaming equipment for any reason. Whether these rules were true, Sully no longer needed to think. Because he noticed that at the moment the man threw the helmet on the ground, Yen Hua's action to speak suddenly stopped, and a tremor appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even care about the man who was rolling up his sleeves and walking towards him. He was scared.
Did he know what would happen next? Chapter 79, Caught. Caught.
Before Sully could continue his thoughts, he saw the man suddenly stop in his tracks, then he extended his right hand to cradle the top of his head, and his left hand held his chin. Looking at his stiff actions, Sully was a bit confused, and then his pupils suddenly constricted.
He wouldn't be about to. Crack.
The man twisted his hands, and along with the neck turning at a chilling angle, the whole person collapsed weakly to the ground as if his soul had been pulled away. Sully's heart raced wildly because he could clearly see the expression on the man's face as he lay on the ground, still holding onto that anger from earlier when facing Yen Hua. But his eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of panic. 2 extreme emotions were expressed simultaneously on one face, creating a particularly conflicting and strange sight. Sully suddenly looked around. The cleaner was tidying up trash at the front desk. He Shueming was behind a curtain in the southern area. Other customers were also focused on playing their own games. This seemingly normal scene made Sully's back feel cold at this moment.
Not them? Then who could it be?
Sully was very sure that the man's strange death was caused by that eerie moving hand. Now something strange must be hiding among these people.
But he hadn't noticed anyone showing any abnormal behavior.
Sully stared at the man's body. One person couldn't possibly break their own neck solely with their own strength. No matter how strong he was, it wouldn't work. Either the pain would trigger an instinctual fear that would make him lose strength, or just before breaking his neck, his body would activate a protective mechanism, forcing him to faint. But just now, the man's movements, although stiff, showed no sign of stopping. Although he hadn't seen anything appear beside the man, Sully was certain that some external force must have been present here. It was as if there was an invisible hand in front of him, brutally twisting the man's neck. A chill crept into his heart. The man with that frightened look in his eyes absolutely couldn't have committed suicide.
I caught it. I caught it.
A little boy's cheerful laughter suddenly rang out behind him. Sully turned around stiffly to see the little boy happily bouncing with a stuffed toy in his arms. When he saw Sully looking at him, he excitedly raised the toy to Sully's face.
Look! I caught it.
Sully forced a smile. The little boy's sudden laughter had made him think of something bad for a moment, but thankfully, things were not like that. Suddenly, Sully's heart jolted. He noticed the plastic eyes of the toy seemed overly real, and, just now it seemed to have winked at him.
Was it an illusion?
Sully wanted to take another look, but the little boy withdrew the toy, hugging it giddily and rubbing his face against its head. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the toy, someone walked by him. Turning to look, he saw the janitor pushing a yellow trash can up to the man's body, crouching down to lift the man up, and then directly tossing him into the trash can. During this process, Sully noticed a white object sticking out from the man's pants pocket. At first, he thought it might be another paper that possibly contained rules, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was just a white cigarette box with some bloodstains on it. Sully furrowed his brows. He realized the reason he had misjudged earlier was because these continuous events had made his mind too tense. He closed his eyes and began to desperately adjust his somewhat chaotic breathing. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and his breath returned to steadiness. When Sully opened his eyes, the previous panic and urgency were gone, replaced only by a deep calm. He first glanced back to see the janitor just pushing the trash can with the body into the bathroom.
Why was it the bathroom?
Sully had checked before. There were no tools suitable for handling a body inside.
And wouldn't he worry if someone was inside that they would be discovered? Or are they going to throw it out of that window?
Sully didn't know the answer. He suddenly recalled how the janitor had come over and skillfully placed the man into the trash can, without showing any signs of panic. This was not simply a matter of being skilled in motion, as it wasn't a remote wilderness, but a noisy, crowded public place.
So the janitor's calm and natural actions just now.
Sully was filled with a chaotic feeling, as if he had just thrown away not a human corpse, but a lifeless doll. Then, Sully turned to Yen Hua, who had returned to a normal expression, no longer showing the prior panic, now bowing his head to light a cigarette as usual. A smile appeared at the corner of Sully's mouth, but it quickly vanished. Although the janitor's current position was even more mysterious, Sully was now almost certain about another matter. Yen Hua was not the strange one. The twitching expression on his face earlier was not fake, but he definitely knew something, and it was very likely that he was on that side. Moreover, with his thoughts returning to calm, Sully realized his previous guess might not be accurate, because there was another possibility. He looked up at the camera on the ceiling. There was one in each corner of the game center. previously guessing the strange presence was among the people on site, because that way it could complete the killing right when the man broke the rules, but this conflicted with the reactions of others at the scene. Yet he had just overlooked another possibility: the strange presence might have discovered the man's behavior through the surveillance camera above, thus completing the immediate killing. He had previously wondered why, even though he clearly saw the surveillance camera, there was no monitor at the front desk. So, if this guess was valid, a new speculation emerged. The game center had surveillance, but the display screen wasn't at the front desk, which would mean it must be with the boss, and it was the strange one in this instance. Furthermore, it was now hiding somewhere, constantly observing the situation in the room through the monitor. If that was the case, it might not be absent but could be someone at the scene. Just now, he's shueming behind the curtain, or a player staring at the game screen, could be it. Because from Suli's perspective just now, he could only see that they weren't looking this way but couldn't see what they were doing. He heard the sound of wheels rolling behind him, and saw the janitor pushing the now empty trash can out of the bathroom.
The body was gone?
Suli's body moved, ready to go check the bathroom, when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder.
Chapter 80, From now on, you are my good brother Yanhua.
However, he didn't panic, because before he turned around, he had already smelled that familiar faint scent of smoke. Hiss. Yanhua exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression showing no attempt to hide his melancholy, and when he saw Suli turn around, he motioned for him to look ahead. The girl was currently looking over from the counter in the dining area, still wearing that expressionless face. When she saw the two looking over, her hollow gaze shifted away. Xiao Su, it seems the effect isn't very good. The hand Yanhua placed on Suli's shoulder felt weak. I did everything you said. That girl also caught a doll, but she still looks so cold, with no change. Suli appeared somewhat surprised. How could that be?
Didn't you notice just now?
She was staring at you the whole time. Seeing Yanhua pause, his eyes regaining sparkle, Suli continued. Think about it, how could she have looked at you for so long before?
Wasn't her attitude even worse than now?
Yanhua thought for a moment, then suddenly used his bandaged hand to pat Suli's back hard.
Now that you mention it, I did realize that. She really hasn't looked at me that long before.
Of course. Her eyes were like a camera that had lost focus.
It is estimated that everyone looks blurry. How could they possibly look at you directly?
Thinking this in his heart, Suli spoke fervently.
Love is something that takes a long time. If you get it all at once, can it be called love? That is called a transaction.
He sincerely patted Yanhua's back. You see, she has already started to notice you, which means this is a good start.
We need to take our time.
The saying I have walked many paths, seen many flowers, made many wishes, but the only one I love is you, is precisely this principle. At first, Yanhua was a bit dumbfounded by what Suli said, but soon his eyes began to shine brighter. Yes, yes, yes. Although I know many girls and have been close to them, they are all just the paths I have walked and the flowers I have seen. As he spoke, his gaze deeply looked toward the dining area.
Only she is the one I truly love.
Yanhua turned back again, excitedly gripping Suli's hand. Little Su, what you said is so beautiful.
It speaks right to my heart.
Seeing Suli's expression still holding a gentle smile, Yanhua suddenly thought of something and somewhat awkwardly let go of Suli's hand.
Little Su, I want to apologize to you.
Suli's gaze flickered slightly. If Yanhua's previous behavior followed his predicted path, things felt a bit different now.
What do you want to apologize for?
Well, when you first came this morning, I saw you staring at her.
She's a bit more handsome than I am, so I thought you had that kind of feeling for her too. Thus, I intentionally wanted to go warn you. Is that so? I didn't even notice, huh?
Suli's expression looked quite surprised, but he noticed Yanhua's gaze still seemed a bit evasive.
Later, I also deliberately found a customer I knew, had him take his girlfriend to buy coins from you, and told him, no matter how many coins you give, he must say the amount is wrong to trouble you.
Suli was genuinely surprised this time. Yanhua was obviously talking about that couple from earlier. No wonder the method he used to deal with the young boy wasn't effective. That guy was clearly also a polluter, but kept insisting the amount was wrong. It turned out that his interference hadn't been ineffective at all. Instead, he was instructed to cause trouble. The audience outside had originally looked down on Yanhua's earlier display of deep affection, but now hearing what he said, they were even more shocked than Suli. Because when they saw Suli get into trouble, everyone wanted to see if any selected ones from other countries could successfully break through to help Suli. But unfortunately discovered that Suli encountered the couple much earlier than other selected ones, so there was simply no way to lend help. Although the selected ones enter the dungeon, different decisions lead to different subsequent events as well, thus the progress also differs. However, at the beginning of the dungeon, theoretically, all event progress should be the same, meaning such a situation shouldn't have appeared. At that time, they still couldn't figure out why this was. Now they knew it was this guy in front of them who was causing trouble. Inside, after a brief surprise, Suli looked at Yanhua's apologetic face, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind.
He could take the opportunity to see if he could resolve that issue. Brother Yen, I won't blame you for this. It's a normal reaction, and the matter has already passed. It's just. Yen Hua saw Su Li's expression hesitating. Little Su, if you have any difficulties, just tell me directly. I will definitely handle it for you this time. Consider it my sincere apology. It's nothing serious, just I heard the front desk staff seems to be staying in the arcade these days. But I haven't seen the boss yet, and no one else has told me about this, so I still don't know where I'm going to sleep tonight. Yen Hua's initially stern expression suddenly relaxed after hearing this. Is that it? It's also my fault for forgetting to tell you earlier. He took out a set of keys from his pocket and handed one to Su Li. Here, this is the key to the employee lounge. You can sleep there after you finish work tonight. Su Li took the key and followed Yen Hua's gaze. He saw several basketball machines in the southwest corner near the front desk, and behind them was a door. Its color was similar to the wall, and most of it was blocked from view by the basketball machines, making it nearly invisible at a glance. No wonder he hadn't noticed it before. Just as Yen Hua was about to say something else, he suddenly heard some women shouting from the east area. Brother Yen, how do you play this game? Come teach us. A smile instantly appeared on his face. He patted Su Li's shoulder and was ready to walk over, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back, looking earnestly at Su Li. Little Su, I misunderstood you before and targeted you, but you still helped me without holding grudges. He patted his chest hard. But from now on, you are my good brother Yen Hua. If anything happens in the future, you can come find your brother Yen. After saying this quickly, his smile reappeared, and he ran towards the shouting women. Don't rush, I'm coming. Chapter 81, Confusion, Great Confusion. Watching Yen Hua's departing figure in the Daxia National Live broadcast room, some experts outside the venue had shining eyes. Just as they had guessed. So far, everything Su Li had done was to win over Yen Hua. Now, by using this little boy and that girl, he had not only successfully received Yen Hua's promise to help him, but also obtained information and the key to his sleeping place for the night. The idea of winning over Yen Hua had first crossed their minds. Although Yen Hua seemed carefree, possibly knowing little about the copy-related information, it was exactly because he was so carefree that it greatly lowered the difficulty of obtaining information from him. But they didn't dare to try easily. After all, a small mistake could cost them their lives. Later, when they saw Su Li bringing the little boy back and suggesting ways to impress girls to Yen Hua, they felt thrilled again. However, they remained cautious because they weren't sure if Su Li's intentions were as they guessed, nor did they know if they would succeed. But until now, after witnessing Yen Hua voluntarily reveal the couple's secret and promise to help, their initial speculation had finally been confirmed, and they completely understood Su Li's actions during this time. Since they had seen the rabbit, it was time to release the eagle. After a simple discussion, they reached a conclusion. Even if the progress of the Chosen One's events was different, as long as they copied Su Li's actions and added a slight modification, they could achieve similar results. At this moment, they could no longer hold back and quickly passed the information to their Chosen Ones. Starting actions 1 second earlier meant one more chance of success in clearing the level. But soon, they discovered with confusion that their Chosen Ones, upon receiving the information, hesitated and took no action. What were they doing? The answer was simple: they were struggling. When the Chosen Ones received the information, they were thrilled. But after digesting all the content, their expressions turned grim. Because no matter how they simulated their next actions in their minds, they discovered they could not achieve the same results as Su Li. From an observer's perspective, Su Li's actions were. Only those who have personally experienced the strange tales can truly understand how difficult it is for Su Li to accomplish these things. First, he must take the little boy from the game console to the front desk without making him angry, and he must make him sit there quietly. Then, when facing the observant Yen Hua, he needs to show a sincere feeling that doesn't reveal any flaws, making the other person believe he is genuine. Next, he must either timely prevent the little boy from spitting at Yen Hua or stop the angry Yen Hua. When Yi Xueming arrives, he must respond to his questioning with poise and remain unflinching even when the other party gets angry. Finally, in the event of witnessing a strange incident where a man is killed, he must quickly adjust his mindset and reignite Yen Hua's fighting spirit that is clearly disappointed at that moment. Any one of these tasks is troublesome. A slight mistake could lead to pollution or death. Not to mention combining all of them to act at the same time. But he can't waste this precious hint opportunity given by the expert group, sharing information that he received. Oh, the worry, it flows like a river in spring, heading east. Maran Yen from the country of Wanta is one of the Chosen Ones who is currently troubled. He sits at the front desk with his head in his hands, and even with Su Li's successful template before him, no matter how hard he tries to think, he feels he cannot accomplish this task. Let alone anything else, just thinking of the scene where Yi Xueming gets angry makes Maran Yen tremble with fear. Because Yen Hua's hand was pierced by chopsticks not only happened to Su Li, it also happened here. Though it was Yen Hua's hand that bled, at that moment, Maran Yen seemed to feel the same pain.
Before this instance started, he already knew all the details of Su Li's previous success, and he watched it not just once. At that time, Ma Rongyan thought the other was impressive, but after being chosen this time and experiencing the same terrifying situation as Su Li, he realized the other was much more formidable than he had imagined. He had also tried to take action according to the expert group's hints, but when he approached the little boy who was playing games, wanting to take him away, the little boy suddenly turned his head and bit at his wrist. If he hadn't pulled back in time, he would have faced disaster on the spot. What to do? Should I really listen to the expert group's advice? But no matter what, I can't do it. Suddenly, Ma Rongyan's eyes lit up. It was already past lunchtime, and it wasn't that he couldn't bring the little boy back. Even if he did, they couldn't eat together. Yes. It's not that he doesn't want to imitate Su Li's actions, but rather that the timing is wrong, and it's objectively impossible to replicate. Ma Rongyan's mood improved, and suddenly, he thought of another thing. Since Yan Hua and He Xueming are very dangerous, if he had to choose a colleague to befriend, why not pick the old man or the girl? Moreover, the expert group hadn't informed him of any details about the two, meaning that there shouldn't be any chosen ones who have successfully contacted them yet. If he breaks through smoothly, wouldn't that push his progress to the front? And it wouldn't be a waste of this hint opportunity at all? The more he thought about it, the more excited Ma Rongyan became. He looked around and saw no customers coming to him, so he stood up and walked towards the hall. He first approached the cleaner, trying to say a few words to him, but no matter how he acted or how he persuaded, even his promise to brave fire and water for you was said, yet the cleaner didn't even glance at him, and he didn't understand why. Is this old man deaf? Confused, very confused. The expert team from Wantagwo looked at the embarrassed Malanian, feeling both anxious and angry. In the previous hint, due to word limits, they had used all the words to reiterate Su Li's actions as much as possible, so they hadn't told Malanian that Su Li had already tested the cleaner before, with the same result. But they couldn't use the hint opportunity again right now. The last one had to be saved for the most crucial moment. However, thankfully, Malanian did not stay confused for too long. He chose to leave and walk toward the leisure and dining area in the northern district. He planned to change his target and choose a girl who seemed not too dangerous. Hello, beautiful lady, can I get to know you? Before Malanian could finish his words, he saw the girl with her head down chopped down hard on the cutting board, splitting a piece of meat patty into two. Chapter 82, the first lever to move the terrifying iceberg. He swallowed hard. This girl didn't seem that easy to approach either. Should he go back and think of a better plan, calculate carefully before coming again? Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a heavy exhale behind him. Looking back, Yan Hua was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigarette and looking at him. Haven't you already eaten? What are you doing here at Xiaoan's? He smiled as he assessed Malanian's sturdy body. What, still not full? Want to order more food? Nothing, Yan Gu just wanted to get to know a new colleague. Malanian's heart jumped, trying to make his smile more natural. Seeing that the other person was just staring at him and not saying anything else, he dragged his stiff feet toward the front desk. Yan Hua followed Malanian's departing figure with his gaze. After a while, he turned back and smiled at the girl who was cutting vegetables with her head down. I'm leaving, Xiaoan. Then he didn't care that the girl ignored him, he simply got up and left. But everyone saw that as he departed, there was undisguised resentment in his eyes. The expert team from Wantagwo looked at their screen and then at the screen on the Daxia side, their expressions full of unwillingness. Just look at them. Even if you're going to find that girl, you should observe the situation first. Not only did they fail to gain any information, but they also gave Yan Hua another reason to hate. Look at Su Li from Daxia, he also went to find a girl, but he gained Yan Hua's trust first and confirmed that the latter was going to find other girls before going to the dining area in the northern district. It's really frustrating. Wait, no. Wasn't Su Li's purpose in doing those things to win over Yan Hua? Why is he now going to the dining area to find that girl? Does he want to win over both at the same time? Is he that bold? At this moment, Su Li was standing at the counter in the dining area, in the same position as Malanian before. But unlike Malanian, he was holding a little boy with a doll in his hand, and the girl wasn't looking down and chopping meat, but was coldly staring at him. Was that intentional? This time it was Su Li who didn't answer, he merely looked at the girl in front of him with a gentle smile. The expert team from Wantagwo was first taken aback and then felt heartbroken. Malanian approached the girl and took the initiative to speak, but she ignored him. In contrast, Su Li's situation was completely reversed. But if they knew Su Li's true thoughts, they would surely be even more astonished. Because just as they had assumed, everything Su Li did was for the girl in front of him. But the difference was, Su Li had never considered winning over Yan Hua at all. Although Yan Hua gave himself a guarantee, Su Li did not feel happy because of it. He was very clear that some people's promises are heavier than mountains, while some are just like farts. Yan Hua was the latter. In this person who never put down his cigarette, Su Li saw too much malice. He Xueming should be more powerful than Yanhua. He did not kick the guest's leg, but Yanhua did, which showed anger. When He Xueming first met him, although he was testing himself, there was no aggression, but Yanhua showed it because of lust. Later, during dinner, Yanhua deliberately tried to intimidate him. Although he was punished, Suli concluded that he must have dissatisfaction in his heart, just not showing it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted himself just because he looked at a girl a few more times, which was resentment. Moreover, after He Xueming acted, he once said a sentence, "I remember telling you that your smelly habit needs to change, have you forgotten?" Although he didn't specify what the issue was, it was clearly deduced that it was worse than malicious intimidation and breaking someone's knee. It might even have had a certain negative impact on He Xueming, which is why he suddenly acted and spoke those words. And this also revealed that it wasn't the first time He Xueming said this to Yanhua, but the latter still did not change, which was anger. This was only the first day of contact, and Yanhua had already shown so much malice. How could Suli trust him? Moreover, when Yanhua just apologized, Suli realized another problem. Yanhua may seem simple-minded, but he definitely has a knack for holding grudges and plotting against others. Such a person's words, Suli would not believe a single word of it. Therefore, Suli never considered Yanhua as a breakthrough point for the secret arcade. He would place the first lever to pry open this terrifying iceberg on the girl in charge of the dining area in front of him. She might not know much, but she was likely the safest option. In this difficult world of strange tales, ensuring one's life safety is always the top priority. However, if he wanted to approach the girl and gain her trust, it wasn't an easy task. Yanhua was interested in this girl. If he recklessly approached her directly, it's uncertain whether he could get information from her, and he wouldn't even pass Yanhua's barrier. That's why Suli took the little boy to the front desk. First, he needed to use the little boy as a disguise, making Yanhua mistakenly think he was really looking out for him, wanting to bring him and that girl together, thereby easing Yanhua's wariness towards him. This way, even if later he was seen privately contacting the girl, he could falsely say it was for Yanhua's matter. This goal, at least for now, seems to have been achieved. Suli just did not see any false pretense on Yanhua's face, and he even learned additional information about how the other party once incited that couple to cause trouble. The second purpose was to test whether Yanhua could follow the rules to act. Customer Play Guide, Rule Number 4, the plush toys in the claw machine may be a bit difficult to grab, but you can call the game counselor to help you adjust the toy's position appropriately. After testing, Yanhua was indeed able to do this, and there was no risk involved. During this time, Suli unexpectedly learned another piece of information. At first, he deliberately said to let Yanhua take the toy directly out of the machine, wanting to see his reaction. Yanhua's response was, "No, that's bad for the arcade." Though Suli did not point it out at the time, how could he have missed the pause from Yanhua, who had been watched closely? Even if Yanhua only said one wrong word, it was enough to catch his attention. But it was enough for Suli to capture the information within. He must have wanted to say that if he did so, the boss would be unhappy. Which indicates that Yanhua has the key to the claw machine but cannot directly give the dolls to the customers. Meaning this is related to Yanhua's ability to win the favor of the girl he likes, and this is also not allowed. Chapter 83, Disobedient Children Will Be Kicked Out. And this point can lead to three speculations in the ghost story world scenario. First, Yanhua respects or is terrified of this boss to such an extent that he can suppress his own needs. Suli tends towards the latter. Second, as Suli thought before, as long as Yanhua does so, he will be immediately known by the boss who is somewhere unknown, so Yanhua dares not. Third, the boss does not want customers to directly obtain these cheap dolls. As for the reason, Suli is not quite sure. Perhaps it's to encourage customers to spend more money on coins, perhaps it's to get players to play the game longer, or maybe, the doll itself has some problem. The doll's position had changed, and it had winked at him once. Although he might have mistaken it, Suli did not forget this matter. As for He Xueming, Suli had already anticipated his attitude upon seeing the little boy. In the morning, there were only the three of them eating. Neither the girl nor the old man called out, so letting the little boy join him for a meal could possibly anger He Xueming. And after learning about this possibility, he continued to do so while remaining calm, thus exploiting the rules in return. No matter how many servings, you don't need to pay, the boss is responsible for the unified settlement. There was no stipulation about the number of people, meaning that Suli's actions did not violate the rules, so he didn't have to worry that He Xueming would actually take action. However, there was indeed something that surprised Suli at that moment, which was Yanhua's persuasion. He Xueming had once laid hands on him, yet Yanhua dared to speak up when he was angry, which made Suli re-evaluate the degree of Yanhua's lust. And now, with the obstacles on Yanhua's side resolved, it was time for him to focus on the most important matter of this visit. The girl saw that Suli was only smiling at her without speaking, so she directly ignored him and walked up to the little boy, grabbing the stuffed doll to take it away. "No! This is the doll I caught." The boy desperately grabbed the legs of the doll, not letting the girl take it away, his expression looking somewhat angry and somewhat wronged. Suli's gaze flickered. The girl had obviously noticed something, and her vigilance was justified, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the little boy here. But now she did not actively continue talking to him, instead, she went to snatch the doll. Could it really have some problem? With this thought, Suli reached out to stop the girl's tugging, then squatted down to look at the little boy.
Do you really like this stuffed doll?
The little boy saw that the girl was really no longer trying to snatch his doll away, and Suli's image suddenly became tall and grand in his heart.
With tears welling up in his eyes, he nodded slightly. Of course, I've been catching it all morning. I used my last coin to catch it.
Suli reached out and patted the little boy's head.
But it doesn't belong to you, okay? Do you remember when you came to find me to buy coins in the morning, you gave me $5?
The little boy was confused as to why Suli suddenly brought this up, but he still nodded.
Suli smiled and continued.
$1 can buy 1 coin, but I actually gave you 6 coins, which means the last coin was a gift from me, so... Suli's hand touched the head of the stuffed doll. The doll you caught with the last coin actually does not belong to you, but belongs to me. The little boy was stunned, looking at the smiling Suli, then glancing at the quiet girl who had stepped aside. He felt that what Suli said seemed to be correct, but it also seemed wrong in some way, yet he couldn't find the words to argue back, so he just tightly hugged his doll and moved back against the counter, wanting to distance himself from Suli. Suli didn't stop talking because of this, instead, he continued.
And that 5 yuan you have should be your last money, right?
There's a rule in the arcade that only paying customers can stay here. If you have no money and don't behave, you will be kicked out and your doll will have to stay too. Although the second rule of the service staff mentioned, customers cannot be expelled from the arcade, Suli judged that the little boy probably didn't know this. As for that 5 yuan, Suli remembered that the bill had already been crumpled tightly in the boy's hand, and he must be very reluctant to part with it. For a child who probably didn't have much money, that was likely the last bit he had brought from home. Moreover, the fact that 5 coins could be played with at the claw machine for a whole morning could only happen in situations where someone was out of money and didn't want to leave. And the boy's current behavior proved that Suli's guess was right. After hearing the last sentence, the originally hostile gaze the boy had towards Suli froze, and his mouth pouted, his eyes turning red, as if he were about to cry immediately. Making a child cry was not Suli's purpose, he quickly changed his tone and continued. But if you promise me something, not only will I not kick you out, but this doll, if you behave well later, I can even give it to you directly.
Really?
The boy clearly showed some interest, his almost falling tears pulled back. He now felt that the person he had just found extremely irritating was looking nicer when smiling.
So what do you want me to agree to?
Suli suddenly noticed that the girl beside him took a step forward, as if she wanted to say something. He turned to look at her, signaling with his eyes to be patient for a moment, and then turned back to the boy.
This matter is simple. For the next few days, you need to stay in the dining area and help out, you can't run around.
The boy hesitated for a moment, looking at the girl, then nodded.
Okay.
But to prevent you from misbehaving during this time, we have to temporarily leave this doll with her. Seeing Suli look at the girl, the boy became a bit unwilling, but before he could say anything, he heard Suli continue.
Of course, I won't let you suffer. After all, you worked hard to grab it, so as compensation, I will give you a game coin.
As he said this, Suli pulled out his wallet and took out a game coin.
TCH.
The boy curled his lips in disdain. I used a whole 6 game coins to catch it, 1 game coin is worth, I agree. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise, and he instinctively took 2 steps forward, wanting to reach out for the game coin in Suli's hand. Suli would never let him succeed, flipping his wrist to hide the coin.
Have you ever seen this kind of coin?
Beneath the smile, Suli's thoughts surged. Originally, he had thought that if the boy didn't agree, he would just give him the whole jar of chocolates from the front desk, since there were no rules saying he couldn't give them away. If that didn't work either, he would have to use his last resort, force. But now it seemed that this coin was even more special than he initially thought.
Chapter 84, Super Game Coin.
Of course.
This is a super game coin.
The boy's eyes sparkled, excitedly waving his hands. With it, you can play any arcade game here freely.
And you can play forever. Have you ever played with this kind of game coin? No, but I have seen it. Look, it's right there. If you're lucky, you can win this super game coin.
Suli looked in the direction the little boy pointed. He was talking about the few coin pushers in the center of the arcade. With a flicker in his eyes, Suli seemed to be deep in thought, and soon turned back to the little boy.
Then it's a deal.
After they hooked their pinky fingers, Suli stretched out his hand toward the little boy. This time, although the latter was still somewhat reluctant, he tilted his head and handed the doll to Suli. Suli took a serious look at the doll and squeezed it hard a few times, but nothing strange happened like before.
Did he really see it wrong?
He called the little boy to play aside, then handed the doll over. Now it's time for us to have a good talk, Miss Gu. He looked at the girl in front of him with a slight smile, although she still showed obvious vigilance and some hesitation, not accepting his words. But Suli was completely sure, she was the little boy's sister. When he first saw the girl, she had no expression, her eyes were extremely hollow. At that time, Suli thought she must have been polluted, which is why she showed such indifference. Later, she followed the rules and distributed food to customers for free, not caring whether they ate it or threw it away, which made Suli think his guess was confirmed. But then, Suli found one exception. He saw the girl pinching the little boy's face and force-feeding him, and the latter couldn't break free. Was it because the little boy upset her somewhere that made her act in such a special way? This was Suli's initial guess, but later it was overturned again. At noon, Suli saw the girl start making hamburgers before 12 o'clock, not only looking somewhat anxious but also making only one, and the recipient was again that little boy. Once could be coincidence, but twice cannot be explained the same way. So at that time, Suli stopped halfway to observe, and ended up discovering some surprising information. Because he didn't know about Owen being polluted by the little boy, he only knew the little boy was the polluter, but didn't know where the specific danger lay. But when he got closer, he found that the metal-made claw of the toy machine was somewhat deformed from the little boy's squeezing. Suli instantly understood two things. The little boy definitely wanted one of those dolls very much, had been grabbing for a long time here, and hadn't caught one, otherwise, the claw wouldn't have deformed. And, the little boy's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. But this would conflict with what happened before. He clearly had such great strength, and the struggle and resistance looked very forceful, but couldn't push away the girl who was holding him with one hand. The girl's strength must be weaker than the little boy's, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen to the ground when that customer pushed her earlier. There can only be one explanation. The little boy's actions looked big, but in his heart, he was unwilling to or afraid to truly use his strength. And at that moment, the girl looked somewhat angry, different from what he had seen before. Aside from the first time he saw the girl come in at the bar counter, Suli had interacted with her twice, the girl delivering food to him, and him searching for her in the dining area. No matter how gentle his attitude was, she never showed any expression, always maintaining indifference, not even a hint of annoyance or dissatisfaction. Even when the customer pushed her to the ground that morning, she remained expressionless. But just like this emotionless girl, who looked like a cooking machine, when the little boy refused to eat, she showed an angry expression. Putting all this together, the result is very clear. This little boy is extremely important to the girl. Family love, romantic love, friendship, gratitude almost without consideration, Suli determined their bond between each other, and considering their ages, the answer became clear. The girl is the little boy's sister. But this is merely a guess and needs evidence to support it. So when Suli snatched the hamburger from the girl's hand in front of the claw machine and leaned in to say "Misku," the moment her rigid body reacted became the best evidence. It also perfectly pieced together those fragments of information, forming a new puzzle. In a normal world, Suli would not have needed such trouble to find out this relationship, he could just ask other colleagues to know. But Suli did not do this. Because he felt that Yanhua and He Xueming seemed not to know the relationship between the girl and the little boy, and might even not know the girl's real name. So he brought the little boy back to the front desk, with a third purpose. That is to see their reaction when they meet the little boy, and the result was just as he predicted, they didn't know each other at all. And this matter led Suli to another guess. The girl might know that this place is dangerous, wanting to take her brother away, but for some reason, they can't completely leave here. Because Yanhua had said that the girl arrived here a few days before Suli, while the little boy already had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having been here for quite some time. And Yanhua and the others did not know that the girl had a brother and wouldn't call her for meals, indicating that their relationship is not very good. Previously, he attempted to invite the girl and noticed she hesitated briefly before refusing. This hinted at a possibility that the girl might have gone to the front desk to eat but had some unpleasant incidents midway, leading to the current situation. Moreover, the girl is clearly emotional and cares deeply for her brother, but usually pretends not to know him, only showing her true feelings briefly when her brother refuses to eat. This indicates that the fact her brother is the little boy is something she is intentionally hiding, not wanting others to find out. Why? Naturally, because some bad consequences might arise after being discovered. So the girl suppresses her emotions forcibly, pretending to be indifferent to everything, which is not only protecting herself but also protecting her brother. Chapter 85. I won't speak, but it doesn't mean the paper can contain the fire. But why, knowing there is danger, do they not leave and instead stay here? There is only one possibility. There is some kind of strange power here that prevents them from leaving. Or perhaps, even if they leave, for some special reason, they must continue to return. Once this new puzzle was completed, Suli carried out the actions he just took using a plan to keep the little boy beside his sister. This not only reduces the likelihood of something happening to the little boy, allowing the girl to be a bit more at ease, but also lets her know his stance is on her side. Thereby trying to win the girl over as much as possible to gather more information. Watching the girl in front of him still silent after receiving the doll, Suli did not urge her, just quietly waited. After a while, the girl who had been hesitating still did not speak and turned to walk towards the counter. Suli felt no disappointment, on the contrary, he somewhat appreciated her vigilance. He knew very well that for someone with such a strong sense of caution, it was very difficult to trust a stranger they had just met not long ago. However, he still decided to give a reminder, because he could only stay here until the early morning of the fourth day at most. You should understand that my helping you is not without reason. I definitely hope you can give me something in return. Su Li's gaze fell on the little boy playing nearby. We all know this is a dangerous place. Since I can know that he is your brother, it won't take long for others to find out. I won't say it, but that doesn't mean the paper can contain the fire. Seeing the girl stop, Su Li continued to speak. You can think it over slowly, but I suggest you make a decision sooner rather than later. The only one who can help you here is me. The longer you drag it out, the worse it will be for us all. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your brother, right? After saying this, Su Li turned and left. He believed that the girl would come to find him. After saying things so plainly, if she was still hesitant, then it wouldn't be worth it for Su Li to try to persuade her. Su Li did not go directly back to the front desk. First, he went to the bathroom and checked all the stalls, where he found no trace of a man's body. The window was also not broken, still tightly secured by nails, so a body could not be thrown out of here. Did someone take it away while he was talking to the girl? Su Li returned to the front desk and began to think about this question. If there really was someone, it should not be He Shueming. He remembered that when he returned, he saw He Shueming in the VR game area, carrying the shattered device toward the warehouse. The time he spent talking with the girl wasn't long. Even though he had just gone to the bathroom, there also hadn't been time to take the body away. As for Yanhua, Su Li wasn't very sure. Although he was still over by the dance machine, he didn't know whether he had left to go to the bathroom in between. Moreover, if the body had been taken away, where would it have been stored? Su Li's gaze fell on the tightly closed warehouse door in the southern area. If it was placed there, the body would definitely be dealt with quickly, because judging by their familiar responses before, similar things had surely happened more than once, yet he had not smelled any strange odors. At that moment, Su Li suddenly saw two women stop by the dance machine. Yanhua smiled and said something to them before leaving, and then they walked toward him. Hey, I hadn't noticed how handsome this new guy is before. A woman in a red dress stood at the front desk, sizing up Su Li with a smile that was full of flirtation. If we had known, we would have come over earlier. A woman in a yellow dress next to her playfully slapped her. If Yan Gu hears you saying that, you'll have a good time with him. The woman in the red dress gave her a glance. What are you afraid of? It's just the two of us here, how would he know? As she said this, she leaned forward, almost close to Su Li's face, her smile as bright as a peach blossom. I'm sure this handsome guy is not one to speak too much, right? Her delicate fingers reached out, wanting to caress Su Li's face. Su Li smiled gently, discreetly dodging the woman's hand, and stood up to walk to the drink machine, taking out two bottles and handing them to them. He had just seen clearly that both women had a hint of darkness in their eyes. Did you two come to apply for a card or to buy tokens? Get me 30 tokens, please. Here, this is a membership card. The woman in red took a sip of her drink, handed over the card and $20, then rested her hands on the counter and smiled at Su Li. Su Li seemed to not notice the faint darkness in their eyes, holding game tokens while casually speaking up. I see you two seem to have a good relationship with Brother Yen? Not bad. When we have some game moves we can't do, we ask him. You chose the right person then. Brother Yen is very responsible. I saw he was teaching you how to dance just now and didn't leave. Yes, he really has been teaching us, but seeing a guy playing the dance machine, it looks a bit strange, ha ha ha. The two women suddenly couldn't help but laugh, but Su Li's drooping eyes flickered slightly. If Yanhua was teaching them all along, he definitely wouldn't have time to go to the bathroom and deal with the body. Then who took it away? Handsome guy, are my tokens ready? They're ready, they're ready. The woman had a membership card but only gave 20 yuan. Even with the 7 tokens given as a member gift, it still wasn't enough for her 30 tokens. As Su Li was preparing to use the same trick again, her gaze stopped on the chocolate jar beside her. Watching the chocolate, which was about the same size as game tokens, a wonderful idea suddenly rose in her heart. Have a great time, ladies. Thank you, little handsome guy, for the drink. Su Li maintained a professional smile as she watched the two women, satisfied with their game tokens and chocolate, leave. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Did those two women really get so dizzy dancing that they can't even tell chocolates from game tokens? What do you mean, dizzy from dancing? They clearly got enchanted by Su Li's charm. No matter what, since they could do this, it will surely be much easier for Su Li to encounter such situations later. I wonder what their expressions will be when they throw those 3 chocolates into the machine, only to find the machine doesn't respond, ha. Wait. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered, didn't the rules say you can't break the machine? If they do this and break the game machine, will that count against Sugo? Chapter 86, not likely, really not likely. The bullet comments fell silent for a while before someone replied. It shouldn't. If chocolates are thrown in, the game just won't start. At most, the machine will get stuck, it won't be broken.
Yes, I think so too. Besides, even in the worst-case scenario, if the machine really gets broken, it has nothing to do with Suli, he only gave them chocolate, it wasn't him who put it in. Phew, then I can relax. Other experts from different countries were equally astounded. They had just urgently transmitted Suli's method of interference to their respective chosen ones. Only a day had gone by, and Suli had developed a new coping method. And it looked like it was much more effective than the previous one. Although they did not plan to use hint opportunities to pass on this message, as it didn't pertain to clearing the game, they still couldn't help but envy Suli's easy and comfortable demeanor while watching their chosen ones fumbling around. After sending the women off, Suli had just wanted to take a break when she saw a few people coming over who seemed to want to buy tokens, so she sighed and continued to smile as she started working again. Hello, may I ask if you need to buy tokens or get a membership card? But thankfully, after having the chocolate as a tool, Suli was indeed much more relaxed in dealing with guests. After finally processing the last batch of customers, Suli rubbed her somewhat stiff smiling face, checked the time, and found that it was already 5:48 p.m. without her noticing. Looking at the noisy scene in the arcade, Suli began to organize what she had observed during her afternoon breaks. Although some people were playing and angrily slapping the game machine, they were quickly comforted by Yanhua. There were no more incidents of the game machine being damaged, and nothing strange like the dancing machines in the morning or the man's death at noon happened again. Except for those who couldn't count and couldn't even distinguish between chocolate and game tokens, everything else seemed just like a normal arcade. Suddenly, Suli's gaze fell on the east zone, where Yanhua was talking with a guest. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was the same guest Yanhua had kicked and injured in the morning. Feeling slightly relieved, it seemed that the person hadn't disappeared before, but was instead in some place he had not noticed. After all, the front desk had a good view, but there were still many areas that were not visible. What was strange, however, was that neither the guest nor Yanhua showed any signs of dissatisfaction or resentment, but rather were excitedly playing games, as if the morning conflict had never happened. Yet, the guest's leg, bent at an odd angle, clearly told Suli that the incident had truly occurred. Suddenly, a light cough sounded beside him. Suli turned to look and saw the girl from the dining area quickly walk past him, heading towards the currently empty basketball machine in the west zone. Suli glanced around to confirm that no one was paying attention to him, then hurriedly followed, taking out the key Yanhua had given him and unlocking the employee lounge door. The two entered, and after Suli closed the door, he sat down on the bed and looked at the girl. With a light smile, he knew he had judged correctly. She was indeed worried that her relationship with her brother would be discovered by others, so she came to find him no, it seemed she was facing some problem? Since entering, the girl's expression had clearly been off. Unlike her previous stiff demeanor, now she looked extremely complicated, constantly biting her lip, and her eyes didn't dare to meet his. Moreover, when he sat down and smiled at her, she visibly trembled, then lowered her head, not daring to look at him. You. Suli was just about to ask when the girl suddenly looked up, tears pooling in her eyes as she reached out with trembling hands towards the zipper of her jacket. Suli was a bit dazed, he hadn't done anything. Why was she suddenly looking like she was about to cry? Had he pushed her too hard before? Or was something wrong with her brother? Zzz. The zipper was pulled down, and the girl slowly leaned towards Suli, her hand still moving, but her head turned aside, not daring to look at him. Stop. The girl halted her steps, looking at Suli in confusion. I didn't mean it that way. You're already sitting on the bed. Suli raised his hand to stop what the girl was saying. If things continued, who knew what would happen next? But this live stream room might just get banned. He felt a bit helpless, there were no chairs in this room, so he could only sit on the bed. Now Suli finally understood what the girl was doing, he had never thought in that direction, so he had just realized it now. This girl was treating him like Yanhua. Truly, a person was just sitting on the bed, and trouble fell from the sky. Seeing the girl still looking confused, Suli had no choice but to stand up and speak seriously. Although you're very pretty, it's not like that, truly not. I'm not that kind of person. The audience in the livestream room had originally brought snacks and soda, their eyes wide open, ready to watch the exciting show ahead. However, they found that Suli had called a halt to it himself and couldn't help but sigh in regret. But they were also quite moved. Look at Yanhua, that guy has worked so hard without any progress, but as soon as Suli sits down, the girl takes the initiative to approach. The differences between people truly seem like worlds apart. Suli adjusted her slightly chaotic breath and solemnly extended her hand. Let's get to know each other again. Hello, I am the new front desk clerk, Suli, may I ask what you are called? The girl stared blankly at Suli, realizing that the other's eyes were as clear as the surface of a spring lake, without a hint of mixed colors. Her gaze flickered, and in the end, she put down her last guard, twisting her wrist, a sharp dagger slid out from her sleeve into her grip. Crouching down, she inserted the dagger into the sheath on the outside of her right foot before finally taking hold of Suli's outstretched hand. Hello, I am the head of the leisure dining area, Gujiang. As you might have guessed, I am Gu Xuanfeng's sister. Suli withdrew her gaze from the sharp dagger and asked with some concern. Your brother is fine now, right?
He's fine, thank you for letting him stay by my side, that makes me feel much more at ease. Gu Jingfeng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Suli with confusion.
But, doesn't this make it easier for people to notice the relationship between me and him?
Suli shook her head and chuckled. It won't, they all think you simply like children, and your brother staying by your side will also be viewed as my persuasion.
Chapter 87, Sister, I'm going to find Xiao Cha.
Seeing that Gu Jingfeng was still confused, Suli briefly explained the situation she had created to deceive Yanhua. Sorry, this matter was done without your consent, but time is a bit tight, so I had to borrow your name to make this temporary plan. After hearing this, Gu Jingfeng was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses, her eyes filled with undeniable surprise. It wasn't because Suli had not notified her in advance, but rather because the thoroughness of this plan far exceeded her imagination. She had always wanted her brother to stay by her side, but because he was unwilling and feared exposing their relationship, she had to give up. Yet this problem, which she had not been able to solve all along, was turned into a temporary plan by this man merely because of time constraints? If he had enough time, what kind of astonishing action plan could he come up with? Thinking of this, Gu Jingfeng's heart once again filled with doubt. Since you don't need that, then why do you still want to help me? Suli sighed softly at her words. To be honest, I am also looking for someone. I only know he is an investigator, but I don't know his appearance or gender. She did not hide it but chose to be straightforward. Investigator? I'm not sure. While Gu Jingfeng spoke, Suli kept her eyes on her expression and demeanor, finding no signs of deceit. At this point, the last thread of possibility that Gu Jingfeng was the investigator was ruled out by him, and Suli then said seriously. I hope you can tell me everything about this place. Only by knowing enough information can I find the person I want to find and find a way to leave. If you also want to leave with your brother, then tell me everything you know, as detailed as possible. When it came to leaving, the spark that had just appeared in Gu Jingfeng's eyes faded again. I can tell you, but leaving should be impossible. Halfway through her words, Gu Jingfeng suddenly felt her hands held tightly by Suli, and instinctively tried to pull them away, but heard Suli's deep voice. It wasn't possible before, but now that I'm here, things might change. Suli did not make a definite guarantee that they could leave, but Gu Jingfeng looking at the pair of tranquil eyes like a deep pool. Feeling the warmth from her hand, for some reason, a long-lost sense of calm suddenly surged in her heart. Perhaps, this man who unexpectedly appeared here might truly bring a turning point to things? After a moment of silence, Gu Jingfeng finally spoke. I have been here for 11 days. Today is July 14th, the 11th day since Gu Jingfeng arrived at the Firefly Arcade, and also the 11th day since she started looking for her brother. In these days, she had tried countless times to take her brother away, but not once had she succeeded. On July 1st, she came home from work as usual, only to find her brother still hadn't returned. She thought he must be out playing, but after she finished cooking, he still hadn't shown up. Gu Jingfeng began to feel anxious, her brother had never played this late. She hurried out to look for him, and found him at a nearby intersection, walking listlessly. At first, she wanted to scold him, but then she noticed her brother had his head down, looking very pale. Upon asking, she learned he had lost his friend, Xiao Cha, and had been searching for several hours without luck. She brought her brother home and promised to go out looking for him after dinner, but despite searching until 10 o'clock at night, there was still no progress. They went to report it to the police, but were told that it had already been filed and to wait for news at home. Gu Jingfeng felt slightly reassured, at least the parents of her brother's friend knew about the disappearance and had also reported it. She believed people would be found soon, but her brother still couldn't lift his spirits. The next day, Gu Jingfeng, feeling uneasy, asked her boss for leave to pick up her brother from school. When she arrived, the teacher informed her that her brother had skipped a class and was about to call her. The teacher also gave her a folded note found on her brother's desk, with "For Sister" written on it, and she hadn't opened it yet. Gu Jingfeng quickly took the note and opened it, discovering it was messily written, "Sister, I went to find Xiao Cha." At that moment, she panicked and frantically searched all the usual places her brother hung out, but found no one. She checked all the likely locations he might appear, yet still nothing. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jingfeng sat helplessly on the ground. She had just called all her brother's known friends and yet found no clues. So she went to report to the police again, only to be told the time since the disappearance was too short to allow them to take action. Returning home, she found several hundred yuan she had kept in the drawer was also missing, but there were no signs of a break-in, and she guessed her brother must have taken it. In a panic, she rushed out to search. However, she searched all night and still did not see her brother's shadow. Back at home, she made a quick phone call to her boss to explain the situation, and her boss agreed she could take time off work for now, finding her brother was more urgent. At this point, Gu Jingfeng, utterly exhausted, could not even care to eat and collapsed onto her bed, falling asleep. When she woke up, it was already dusk. She briefly reheated the leftover food from that day, took a couple of bites, and suddenly remembered that there was one place she hadn't searched yet, the intersection where she had found her brother on the afternoon of the 1st. Putting down her bowl and chopsticks, she returned to that spot and noticed across the street was a place called Firefly Arcade. She had never searched there before and did not plan to go, as her brother usually did not play games. But after walking a few steps, she turned back toward the arcade because she suddenly remembered that her brother's friend, Xiao Cha, loved playing video games. Moreover, her brother had taken several hundred yuan from home just before leaving, which could very well be for buying game coins. Arriving at the entrance, Gu Jingfeng found the door was closed. But on the doorknob, there was a piece of paper, which read, "Congratulations on becoming the person in charge of the leisure dining area of Firefly Arcade. As long as you take this note and push the door open, you will see a new world and have what you want." At that time, Gu Jingfeng was disdainful of this nonsensical note and had no time or mind to be the person in charge of any dining area. But just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly saw a very familiar figure in the bustling arcade. She immediately took the note and pushed the door open, walking over to that person and turning him around. In an instant, when she saw his face, Gu Jingfeng almost burst into tears. It was her younger brother, Gu Xianfeng, who had been missing for a day. Chapter 88, The Disappeared Him. She grabbed her brother's hand and was about to leave, but was shocked to find that she couldn't pull her merely 5-year-old brother at all. Gu Jingfeng stared at her brother, and although he didn't push her away, there was a restlessness in his eyes that she had never seen before. This strange feeling suddenly gave Gu Jingfeng a chill in her heart. She didn't know why her brother had suddenly changed like this, but her sixth sense told her that there was definitely something wrong here. Otherwise, her brother wouldn't have entered a place he had never been to, nor would he have transformed into someone she didn't recognize. But with no way to forcibly take her brother away, she could only go to the leisure dining area and wait for him to finish playing before bringing him home. After waiting for a while, Gu Jingfeng saw a guy smoking, swaying over with a smile to strike up a conversation. During her waiting, she noticed this guy didn't seem like a good person, so she pretended to be indifferent, not wanting him to know the purpose of her visit or her brother's situation. Finally, around 11 o'clock at night, when the arcade was about to close, she saw her brother walk out the door. She waited a few seconds and then followed him. In a deserted area, she grabbed her brother, noticing he might be tired from playing, and his expression was no longer as impatient as it had been in the arcade. Overjoyed, Gu Jingfeng took her brother back home, but strangely, no matter what she did, she couldn't open the door to her house with the key. It was already late, and seeing her brother's slightly tired look, she had no choice but to find a cheap inn to stay for the night. Once in the room, her brother fell asleep instantly, without even having the chance to ask anything. She wasn't anxious, planning to ask him again the next day. But before dawn, Gu Jingfeng was startled awake by her brother's movement as he prepared to leave. She quickly stopped him, and looking at her brother's eyes that had returned to restlessness, she asked him in a choking voice what was wrong. But no matter how much she asked, her brother provided no useful information, only repeating that he wanted to find Xiao Cha. She tried to forcibly restrain him, but he was surprisingly strong, and there was simply no way to control him. Gu Jingfeng could only follow him back to the arcade, keeping a distance from her brother just like yesterday. Before long, the smoking man came again, but due to her indifferent demeanor, he soon lost interest and left. By the afternoon, Gu Jingfeng suddenly realized that her current situation was very strange, not playing games, not playing with others, just sitting here. Eventually someone would definitely notice. Perhaps that man who seemed like staff approached her for this reason. To blend in, Gu Jingfeng took out the note she had found on the door and looked for the smoking man, then was taken to the front desk. There were 2 men drinking alcohol, and when they saw the note that Gu Jingfeng pulled out, they didn't say much, just asked her name. Gu Jingfeng, in order to hide her identity, said her name was Ruoyu. The middle-aged man nodded, telling Gu Jingfeng to come to work after 8 in the morning and leave before 11:30 at night, and just follow the rules in the dining area. He didn't say any more. Although Gu Jingfeng was a bit confused, she didn't ask further. After looking at the rules in the dining area, she found that her job was not too demanding, just some simple meals to prepare. This suited her perfectly, as it would give her plenty of time to observe her brother and the arcade situation. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, a man wearing a hat arrived at the dining area with a big box, saying he was delivering ingredients like meat pies and slices of bread. Gu Jingfeng casually glanced inside the box and found it was just as the man said, so she let him into the kitchen. She didn't check it too thoroughly, after all, she wasn't really here to be in charge. However, when the man put down the box and walked past her, he suddenly said something. "If you see anything strange here, make sure to stay calm and don't panic." Gu Jingfeng was stunned at that moment and wanted to ask more, but found that the man had already walked to the door. After work that night, Gu Jingfeng and her brother left one after another, returning to the hotel. She wanted to persuade her brother not to go to the arcade again the next day, but just like before, it was ineffective. So the next day, she had no choice but to follow her brother from a distance, arriving at the arcade once more. On that day, Gu Jingfeng did not notice anything strange, except for the bizarre food that twisted on its own. However, by the time she got off work that night, she discovered that the young man she saw at the front desk yesterday hadn't shown up all day, and only the middle-aged man was drinking alone. She hadn't seen the man in the hat either.
Su Li interrupted Gu Jingfeng's words suddenly, saying, "The smoking man is Yanhua, and the drinking middle-aged man is He Shueming, right?" "Yes, I only found that out later." "Then what about the man in the hat and the young man at the front desk? Do you remember their appearance? Any features?"
Gu Jingfeng thought for a moment. "I remember, but there are no obvious features. They look quite ordinary, unlike you. And the young man at the front desk should be your previous service worker. I saw him at the front desk all the time, giving customers game coins or handling membership cards."
"Did you see them again afterwards?"
Seeing Gu Jingfeng shake her head again, Su Li pondered. No wonder the girl looked at him once and remained cautious when she first saw him sitting at the front desk. Perhaps at that moment, she thought he would disappear just like the previous service worker, and because of this, she was unwilling to reveal any information or put her hopes on him.
"Then continue, what happened next?" Gu Jingfeng nodded, thought for a moment, and continued to narrate the events that followed.
After that, there really wasn't anything strange, just that Yanhua would come to bother her sometimes, while Li Shueming, although drinking every day, didn't go on a wild spree and didn't really bother her much. Then, 2 more days passed, on July 9th, when the cleaner arrived. Gu Jingfeng found him to be a very strange old man, who didn't speak, wouldn't eat what she gave him, but only picked up things that customers didn't want to eat. As for ordering takeout, Yanhua and He Shueming had never called the old man to eat. There was one time they did invite her to eat together, but before she started to eat, she found out that Yanhua wanted to make a move on her, so she got up and left directly. During this period, Gu Jingfeng had been eating the food from the dining area, and because the food was too strange, she always forced herself to eat a little bit just to avoid feeling hungry. As time passed day by day, Gu Jingfeng's initial attempt to take her brother away from here gradually disappeared.
Feeling helpless made her numb, and the indifference she initially pretended turned into an instinct over time.
During this period, she couldn't find any trace of Xiaocha, so she couldn't see any hope of her brother not being forced to come back after leaving. She even started to think perhaps staying here isn't so bad, at least it seems safe for now. Until the morning of July 14th, which is today, when she came to work as usual and was a bit surprised to see a newcomer at the front desk. Gu Jingfeng looked at the person in front of her, Su Li.
"You should know what's going to happen next."
Chapter 89, take this, just in case. Su Li nodded. He listened very attentively throughout the process and almost didn't interrupt her words. Now that Gu Jingfeng had finished speaking, he asked a crucial question.
"Have you seen the child named Xiaocha before he went missing? Even a photo would be fine." "No."
"What about his parents?
Have you seen them?"
"No, either." "Since you haven't seen them, could it be possible they came here before, but you didn't notice they were looking for Xiaocha?"
This time, Gu Jingfeng thought carefully before answering.
"They probably haven't come here because my brother was once missing, and I know very well that frantic feeling of anxiety. If Xiaocha's parents had really come here looking for him, even if they tried to disguise it, I would still notice their urgency to some extent. But I haven't seen any such people during this time unless they haven't discovered this place, or they came looking before I arrived." Su Li glanced at Gu Jingfeng, agreeing with her 2 possibilities she added at the end. It was clear that her way of thinking was quite detailed. No wonder she hadn't revealed her and her brother's identities after staying here for over 10 days.
"Do you know what happened to the man who just died in the VR gaming area?"
When it came to this matter, obvious fear flashed in Gu Jingfeng's eyes. "I don't know, but I have seen similar things happen before. There was a customer who was very angry and smashed the props of the horse racing game with a chair, then strangely strangled himself to death. I was terrified, but remembering what the man in the hat told me, I forced myself not to show it." "Why did you grab your brother's doll earlier?
Is it because something strange happened with that doll?"
Su Li stared into Gu Jingfeng's eyes. The answer to this question was very important to him. "I haven't noticed anything about that doll, but I feel something is a bit off about the plush toys at the points exchange counter, so I wanted my brother to stay away from them."
"What's off about them?" Gu Jingfeng frowned.
"I can't really say. Sometimes when I look at them, I find it very strange. It just feels. It feels not like a doll, but like it's real."
Yes. That's the feeling."
Gu Jingfeng's eyes just brightened, but the scene she imagined made her feel a bit of uncontrollable fear. The terror made her body tremble instinctively, and only then did she realize her hand was still held by Su Li.
She lowered her head in embarrassment. Could you let go of my hand? It's a bit numb."
Only then did Su Li realize that he had focused all his attention on listening to Gu Jingfeng speak and thinking about the issue, and for a moment, he completely forgot about this. The audience was also listening with fascination and, after this reminder, they couldn't help but express their feelings. While the chosen ones from other countries were outside nervously battling the contaminated customers, whose smiles might be hiding their sorrow, Su Li was in this small room holding soft jade in his hand, and even made her hand numb. This. Su Li smiled awkwardly, quickly letting go of his hand, and then stood up to walk to the door. Although there were still some unclear things, they had already spent too long here, and continuing to ask may very likely draw the attention of others. He gently opened the door a crack, observed the situation outside, and then turned back to look at Gu Jingfeng.
Thank you for your trust in telling me these things. Let's stop here for today. It's temporarily safe outside.
Gu Jingfeng stood up and walked to the door, bending down to take off the leg strap with the dining knife from her right leg and handed it to Suli. You take this, just in case, I still have more. Suli was startled. He didn't expect the girl to give him this knife. He didn't stand on ceremony, directly took it and strapped it to his left leg, and then heard the girl speak with some concern. I don't know what you plan to do next, but please be careful. If you need anything from me, you can come find me. Hearing her say that, Suli really thought of something he needed to confirm.
Is there a back door or any way to get out in the women's restroom area or the kitchen in your dining area?
No, the window in the restroom is sealed, and there's no window in the kitchen.
Suli nodded and watched Gu Jingfeng leave the staff lounge.
He closed the door, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. He began to review the information he had just received. It could almost be confirmed that the little boy and Gu Jingfeng were not the strange ones and investigators he needed to identify, and they had no relation to the source of pollution. They were likely just people caught up in this bizarre scenario. During Gu Jingfeng's speaking, some details mentioned were very hard for a liar to fabricate, and her experiences were somewhat bizarre. For instance, her brother suddenly gaining great strength and becoming irritable after going missing for a day, all proof that she was telling the truth. Because generally speaking, liars tend to create stories that sound more credible rather than something obviously abnormal. Although, as he wished, he got plenty of information from Gu Jingfeng, revealing some aspects of the arcade, such as someone had vanished here, such as that weird man who committed suicide, and also how the arcade had a strong attraction for the little boy. Suli guessed that the last point might be due to those strange game machines, and other customers should be similar, all with dark circles under their eyes. But as he uncovered a corner of the arcade's veil through Gu Jingfeng, he found that the entirety hidden in the darkness seemed far larger than he had previously imagined. For example, the job application note Gu Jingfeng found at the door, that first mentioned previous waiter.
A man with a hat came over to deliver food.
The application note must have been sent by that boss, the same style as the text message I received at the beginning. But like me, she got the position through words and has never seen that boss in person. The previous waiter must have had a good relationship with He Xueming. Gu Jingfeng had seen the two drinking together at the front desk.
But if that's the case, why did that person only appear for one day and then disappear? Did he discover the secrets of the arcade and leave? Or did he vanish in this arcade like the little Cha that Gu Jingfeng's brother is looking for? As for the last man with the hat, he is the most suspicious. He told Gu Jingfeng to remain calm if she encountered anything strange before leaving. This clearly indicates that he was aware of Gu Jingfeng and her brother's situation before coming here, which is why he deliberately reminded her. Such behavior shows that he definitely knows some secrets about the arcade, and it's likely he leans towards the good side. But why did the food ingredients he delivered seem so eerie and unsettling? Also, he not only did not take Gu Jingfeng and her brother away from here, but he never appeared again after that. Moreover, he and the previous waiter disappeared on the same day. Could this be a coincidence? Suli felt his head spinning a bit and prepared to sit up to think clearly. But he suddenly noticed that as he moved his body, a faint strange sound came from somewhere on the bed. Chapter 90, the crazy one is trying to hold back laughter. Is there something? Just as he was about to search, he heard a creaking sound from the door being opened behind him on the left. Suli turned his head to see Yanhua appear at the door, but because of the backlight, he couldn't see his expression clearly. How did he come here? Did he discover that Gu Jingfeng had been here? Suli's heart jumped. It shouldn't be. He was pretty sure that just before Gu Jingfeng went out, Yanhua was facing away from this direction and wouldn't have noticed. No, wait. Suli suddenly thought of something. Although Yanhua didn't see Gu Jingfeng leave, he could have sensed something. Because the room was closed, it still carried the faint fragrance left by Gu Jingfeng. Although it was extremely weak, it was indeed there. A wave of panic rose in Suli's heart, but he didn't rush to explain anything. The more anxious he was, the easier it was to expose flaws. Moreover, long-term smokers usually have a worse sense of smell than ordinary people. Suli sat up, showing a puzzled expression towards the door, and then he saw Yanhua striding towards him. Xiaosu, why are you sleeping here during work hours? He pulled Suli up from the bed and walked towards the door. I've been looking for you for ages. The customers are almost impatient. Seeing Yanhua's somewhat displeased expression, Suli felt a bit more relaxed. He hadn't noticed Gu Jingfeng's presence, otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he had promised to help bring the two together but had come to the staff lounge with a girl. Sorry, Brother Yan, it's just that the work hours are too long today, and I was feeling a bit tired, so I thought I'd sneak a little break. Yanhua was angry and amused when he heard Suli say this. If it weren't for me finding you, if he caught you slacking during work, he'd definitely twist your head right off. Ah, don't worry, Brother Yan, I won't do it again. You take care, Brother Yan. Hello, everyone, do you need to buy tokens or get a card? After sending off the customers, Suli's eyes gradually cooled down.
What Yanhua had just said, if it were someone else, it could have been taken as a joke, but for He Shueming, twisting off ahead seemed like an extremely normal thing to do. Out of the corner of his eye, Suli caught sight of the Baozi shop owner across the street closing up. He glanced at the time, it was already 6:04. It's time for dinner, no wonder Yanhua rushed over to find me, speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry too.
Brother Yen, what do you want to eat tonight?
Suli shouted loudly from the front desk, but there was no response. It seemed like he was arguing with a little girl. So Suli prepared to go over and ask, but before he could reach the arcade machine, he heard Yanhua's slightly impatient voice.
I already told you, this game is not played like that. Why won't you listen? What do you mean it's not played like that? I think your way of playing makes no sense. Do you even understand the game?
As soon as the little girl said this, it was like she stepped on Yanhua's tail. He scoffed through his cigarette, plopped down onto the chair, and pushed the little girl aside.
Don't understand the game? Let me show you your brother Yan's skills.
As he spoke, he began to move the game character around. This game called Bomb Man, Suli had seen someone play before. The normal way to play is for the protagonist to place a bomb and then run far away or hide behind an obstacle. After a few seconds, the bomb would explode, and the foreshocks would smash through walls and kill any monsters in the path. The little girl had just played this way, but her bombs always produced short flames that couldn't impact the monsters or walls, so she had never found the hidden exit in the walls. However, Yanhua's method was a bit different. He controlled the game protagonist to run right in front of a monster, placed the bomb, but instead of leaving, just stood there. With a loud bang, both the pixelated monster and the game protagonist were predictably blown to pieces, scattering all over the ground. But looking at the blood-red pixel fragments in the center of the screen, Suli frowned. He had never seen such a scene. Normally, whether a monster or the protagonist died, they would flicker a few times and disappear, then the game would restart, never showing such a gruesome broken body scene. Yet the little girl next to him showed no signs of panic. She even began to mock him.
Is this what you call playing well? You blew yourself up.
The second rule of the customer gaming guide flashed in his mind. When playing a game, if blood from game characters splatters onto the screen, do not panic. That's our arcade's holographic technology. Similar applications can be found on other types of gaming machines.
Was this similar application what they meant?
Before Suli could think deeply, he saw those blood-red fragments of the game protagonist on the screen, like magnets, reassembling back together, and in an instant, the protagonist resurrected back to its original form. Yanhua smiled with satisfaction and once again controlled the game protagonist to repeat the earlier move. The bomb exploded, the protagonist turned into blood-red fragments, and then restored once more. This continued a few times, and Suli noticed that each time the protagonist revived, the shockwaves produced by the bombs became stronger.
Little brat, stop talking big, just follow your brother well and learn.
Yanhua laughed and stood up, glancing at the clearance phrase on the screen, then looked over at the little girl who was already stunned.
What you said just now is actually true. So this game can be played like this?
The little girl's eyes were filled with exceptional delight, eager to sit down again. She was ready to take action herself, but the next moment her expression changed.
Why isn't the screen moving? Try moving a bit more? The smile on Yanhua's face disappeared as he stared intently at the screen.
Seeing the girl tapping the button loudly, the game screen remained unchanged. He seemed a little anxious.
Get out of the way.
Yanhua sat down and tried for a while, but there was no response. He slapped the machine a few times, but the screen was still unchanged.
Damn it! He cursed quietly, glancing around, only to see Suli standing next to him. Little Su, could you do me a favor? Can you go get Higu?
The customer game guide had a third rule. If the game character is unresponsive, slap the game machine firmly.
If it still doesn't work, please stop the game and call a technician.
Suli glanced at Yanhua's trembling hand holding the cigarette, looked at the game screen again, then nodded and walked towards a dark curtain in the west area. But the moment Suli turned his back, his pupils couldn't help but quiver. Because he saw that as the game character continued to die and come back to life, its expression became increasingly strange, with the corners of its mouth creeping up like a madman holding back laughter. At first, he thought he was seeing things, but soon Suli terror-stricken realized it was not an illusion, but indeed a reality. Because just moments ago, when he looked at the game character one last time, its smile suddenly widened even more. As if it had noticed it was being watched.
Chapter 91, Young Men, don't be so impatient.
Suli stood in front of the black curtain.
He gone. Little Su, you don't need to come over to ask me every time.
Just order whatever for dinner, keep the portions like lunchtime, and just change the dishes a bit. He Shueming's slightly dissatisfied voice came, accompanied by the sounds of fixing machines.
Suli didn't think much of it.
He said there was no need to ask, but in the end, he still made his request. If he hadn't come to ask, it would probably make him quite upset. But he didn't say anything, waiting for He Shueming to finish before speaking.
Okay, he gone. Also, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Yan Go asked me to invite you to him. What does that kid want?
I don't know, but I saw that the screen on his game machine isn't working, and he seems to be unable to do anything. Before he finished speaking, the metallic clattering in front of him suddenly stopped. The next moment, the curtain was pulled open, and He Xueming stepped out.
Suli's pupils constricted slightly.
Not because He Xueming's gloves had some more red liquid stains on them, but because he saw anger on He Xueming's face. He remembered that in the VR game area, that man had shown brief panic after smashing the helmet, but now there was another game machine issue, and He Xueming's face showed not panic, but anger. The hurried footsteps made Suli come back to his senses.
Now was not the time to think about this.
He had to seize the moment while He Xueming was leaving, to sneak under this curtain and see what was happening. However, just as he was about to lift the curtain, he heard footsteps approaching from behind again.
Little Su, take me there. Damn it, I can't find him.
Suli turned and smiled in response, then led He Xueming towards the Bomberman game machine. He knew very well that saying he couldn't find someone was just He Xueming's excuse.
As long as he called out, would Yanhua dare not respond?
What He Xueming said was just to avoid giving himself the chance to slip under the curtain. It seemed that the so-called machine repair might not be as simple as it appeared. Brother He, you're here. Yanhua saw the two coming and hurriedly tossed away his cigarette, forgetting to stomp it out, and stood up with a smile to greet them. But before he could finish his words, He Xueming directly kicked him away. Yanhua crawled up from the scattered chairs he was knocked into, not even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth this time, and instead, with a twitch of his lips, revealed his smile again.
Brother He, I'm sorry to trouble you, could you help me see where the problem is?
He Xueming didn't respond, but directly sat in front of the game machine, first patting the machine, and then pressing his ear to the screen, seemingly listening to something. Seeing him like this, everyone present didn't dare make a sound. After about a minute, He Xueming straightened up again, coldly glancing at Yanhua, who was hunched over with a face full of forced smiles. The game machine isn't broken, it just has a little bug.
I can fix it.
The game character on the screen, the strange smile had vanished, and its expression returned to normal.
Suli felt a stir in his heart. Isn't this considered as the equipment being damaged? So, why did that strange situation happen just now?
Beside him, Yanhua let out a long breath, leaned in as if ready to say something, but was roughly pushed by He Xueming.
Get lost.
He Xueming looked displeased at Yanhua, who was staggering backward.
In the future, be more careful. Don't do such stupid things all the time. Stupid things? Is he referring to how Yanhua's game character was blown up just now?
But He Xueming had just arrived, he shouldn't know about that.
Why would he say that? Could it be about something else? Suli thought seriously but didn't realize anything else was abnormal that he hadn't paid attention to.
Xiaosu, go ahead and order takeout, I will fix it and come over.
Okay, brother He.
Suli was about to leave but saw a little girl staring blankly, looking at He Xueming as he pulled out a covering cloth from behind the game machine. She seemed to just realize something and stepped forward to grab the cloth.
Are you going to fix the game machine now? What? You want to come fix it?
The little girl shook her head seriously and looked up at He Xueming with some displeasure.
Then what about the game coin I put in just now? I haven't even played yet. Suli was taken aback. Are today's kids that bold?
Gu Shenfeng dared to spit at Yanhua, and this little girl is even braver, directly confronting He Xueming for an explanation. He Xueming scoffed, raised the nearly empty bottle of alcohol to take a sip, and then heavily put it down on the game machine, looking at the little girl, whose body was trembling in fear. Uncle is busy right now and doesn't have time to deal with you, go find that guy who was smoking, he will handle this problem. The little girl wanted to say something else, but looking at the sturdy middle-aged man in front of her, she obviously lacked the courage, so she let go and timidly walked towards Yanhua. Yanhua took the little girl to another machine and pulled out a game coin from his pocket to insert it. Here, play.
This is my compensation to you.
Then he looked at Suli, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand.
Xiaosu, I'll just have something simple to eat tonight, you order first, I'll go handle something, call me when it arrives. Suli nodded, then watched Yanhua walk into the bathroom before returning to the front desk to order takeout.
Not long after, he saw the covering cloth by the Bomberman game machine being pulled back, and he hurriedly grabbed a bottle of liquor from the drink machine and walked over. Brother He, you've worked hard, I saw that your drink seemed to be running out, so I brought you a bottle. He Xueming was taken aback, then smiled as he looked at Suli.
You're quite a smart kid.
He reached out to take it, but his movement suddenly paused, because he noticed he was still holding an empty bottle in one hand. With one hand holding the toolbox, there was no way to free up his other hand.
Give me the box, I'll put it back for you. The takeout should be arriving soon.
You've worked hard for half the day, He Gong, so take a break.
Soon it will be time to eat.
Saying this, Suli reached for the toolbox, but saw He Xueming gently pull the box back, avoiding Suli's hand that was about to touch it. And in the next moment, the empty wine bottle was stuffed into Suli's hand.
Young people shouldn't be so impatient. Didn't you just see? That machine over there isn't fixed yet. I need to hurry and fix it, or else the food that arrives later will be delayed and cold. While speaking, He Xueming had already taken the bottle of new wine from Su Li's hand, bit off the cap, spat it out, tilted his head, and drank a mouthful, then smiled at Su Li. Tastes good. After saying this, he turned and left. Chapter 92, Sir, care to eat? Su Li held the empty wine bottle, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He Xueming, this old fox, truly is the hardest person to deal with in the arcade, even at such a time wouldn't give the toolbox to me. However, I didn't leave empty-handed this time, at least I've confirmed one thing. He Xueming's repair work must have issues. And the toolbox might not even contain normal repair tools. Hello, your takeout has arrived. The voice of the delivery guy came from the door. Su Li glanced at the Bomberman arcade machine, was about to go over, then suddenly turned back to take another careful look. The pixelated face of the game's protagonist no longer had any strange expressions, it looked just like an ordinary game character, but one eye was slightly smaller. Was this because He Xueming hurried to repair the machine that it wasn't fixed properly? Or was it still because of that eerie smile before, that it could only be fixed like this? Su Li didn't continue looking and returned to the front desk, taking the food bag from the delivery guy's hand while casually asking, "Is it less busy in the evening?" The delivery guy smiled and looked towards the arcade. How could it be? It's in the evening when more people come, just like here, isn't it also that more people come at night? Ah, you're right, I almost forgot. Su Li laughed awkwardly, but his heart suddenly sank. This delivery guy seems to have a problem. In the morning and at noon, when Su Li ordered takeout, he could hear faint noisy sounds coming from that side, which he thought were from the customers in the store. However, when he just made the call, the sound in the receiver became much quieter. So Su Li asked if there were fewer people, but the other side said there were more. Then what was the reason for the disappearance of noise? Su Li looked at the delivery guy's profile, which was still looking towards the arcade hall. What's up, do you also like playing games? Why not play a few rounds? Saying this, he reached to open a drawer to grab some game coins, but the delivery guy hurriedly stopped him. Forget it, I still have to go back and cook for other customers, making money is more important. True. After sending off the delivery guy, Su Li's gaze fell on the direction the delivery guy had just looked at, but he didn't see anything unusual. But then he thought of a question. Now there were indeed more people in the arcade, but the customers coming to buy coins from him were less compared to those playing games. Did they have many game coins from the start, so they didn't need to purchase more temporarily? Or could it be that they really took the rules on the customer playing guide to heart and were controlling their game time? No matter what game you are playing, please do not exceed 14 minutes. But... Hey! Xiao Su, what are you thinking about? A waving hand suddenly appeared in Su Li's sight. He turned his head and saw Yan was standing beside him, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Why didn't you say a word when the food arrived, just daydreaming here? As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Su Li, grinning mischievously. Did you see a pretty girl and get a little tempted? Su Li looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he walked to the counter. He. I'll go call Worker He first. Soon, Worker He arrived at the front desk, first opening a box containing kung pao chicken, picked up some with chopsticks to taste, then his eyes brightened. This dish ordered today is quite good, to my taste. Xiao Su, you should try it too. As he spoke, he looked Yan Hua up and down. Some people just arrived and are so thoughtful, while some have been here for so long and are still causing trouble for me. Yan Hua smiled and poured a glass of wine for He Xueming, again expressing thanks and apology for what had just happened, while Su Li, under He Xueming's gaze, picked up a piece to try. Sure enough, just as he said, although it smelled almost flavorless, once it entered his mouth, it felt very delicious, spicy yet sweet, sweet yet sour, making Su Li's appetite open wide. How about that? I told you it was good. He Xueming finished the drink poured by Yan Hua in one gulp, seeing Su Li's expression, looking very happy. Come on. Eat more. Young people should eat more when they can. The few of them were somewhat hungry, and the dishes on the table were soon almost finished. He Xueming wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Yan Hua slumped back in his chair, burped loudly, pulled out a cigarette to light and took a few puffs, then prepared to throw away the remaining food, but Su Li stopped him. Don't, Yan go, leave it here, I'll clean it up later, I haven't finished yet. Yan Hua stared wide-eyed at the nearly full box of food that Su Li still had. If you can't finish it, don't force yourself to eat. You just ordered 2 boxes of rice, with your pace, you'll be eating 1 grain of rice for 3 days. By the time you finish, won't it be closing time? Su Li chuckled. Didn't Worker He say, young people should eat more? TCH let me tell you, this is, whatever you say, I'm going to check the dance machine now, seems like someone needs my help again. The shouts of several women came, and before Su Li could respond, Yan Hua quickly turned and left.
Suli slowly stopped his movements of picking up food. He transferred the remaining food into an unused box and covered it, then bagged the other garbage, just quietly sitting on the stool, as if waiting for something. After a while, a cleaner pushed a garbage cart over, reaching out to take the bag of garbage from the counter, but found the bag was pressed down by a slender, thin hand. Pulling a couple of times, realizing there was no way to pull it, he looked up through the gap of hair and saw Suli smiling at him.
"Grandpa, I saved this for you, do you want to eat a little?"
The cleaner glanced at the other box of food that Suli was holding in his other hand, but said nothing. He just took the bag that was being held down by Suli and tossed it into the garbage bin, preparing to turn and leave.
"You are looking for Xiao Cha, right?"
The cleaner's footsteps did not stop, as usual, as if he had not heard and continued to walk forward.
"I know where he is now."
The small voice came from behind, but fell into the cleaner's ears like thunder. He suddenly turned around, staring intently at Suli, who was showing a sly smile. The cleaner still said nothing, but his hands hung low at his side. Veins bulged on the back of his hand. Suli placed the lunchbox on the counter and gently pushed it forward.
"Don't worry, eat, it's fine. I've been eating it all day."
The janitor did not look at the lunchbox but silently took a few steps forward. As the distance closed, Suli finally saw through the janitor's messy gray hair, the janitor's eyes. It was a pair of old, murky eyes. No, it should be just one. His right eye was blind, and now he was staring intensely at Suli with the eye that was all white.
Chapter 93, Extremely Vague Speculation.
Suli's heart jumped. That blind eye was not due to a disease, but had been blinded by someone. But he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step closer and lowered his voice.
"I just want to help you, but if you keep this up, others will easily notice.
Then your hard work during this time will go to waste." After a few seconds of silence, the janitor stepped back, taking the lunchbox from the counter with him.
Not long after, he finished cleaning and moved to a less crowded corner.
He took the lunchbox Suli had given him from the trash can, sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the lid, smelled it, and then began to eat. During this time, he would occasionally look up in Suli's direction, but he found that the other party was just watching him, with a faint smile on his face, with no intention to come over and talk. He did not care, quickly finishing the food in his hands, wiping his mouth casually, before pushing the trash cart into the restroom.
Suli withdrew his gaze from the janitor.
Although he learned more information from Gujiang, they could not form a complete picture, only leaving more complex and chaotic fragments in Suli's mind. Moreover, the number of known people here was already more than 4, besides a few colleagues. There was a man wearing a hat in the previous server. This was still the first day at the arcade. Suli did not know if more people would join later, but he was very clear. If he didn't take action soon, the iceberg of the arcade that had just risen would sink back into the dark waters, possibly dragging him down with it. So other than Gujiang, Suli had to find another point of support.
And this point of support was the quirky, standoffish janitor.
Gujiang once said that her brother initially came here to look for a friend named Xiao Cha. Although she had not found any trace of Xiao Cha here, and could not ask anything from her brother, Suli understood.
How can you expect a child still spitting on people's faces to clearly tell you clues about a disappearance case?
But strangely, the little boy seemed very sure that Xiao Cha was right here. In addition, Gujiang also mentioned something. She reported the case on July 1st but was told that there was already a record. That means Xiao Cha's parents knew about their child's disappearance and were very anxious, otherwise, they wouldn't have reported it so quickly. But Xiao Cha was never found, and his parents never came looking for him, so Gujiang suggested that maybe they hadn't come looking at all or had already come and left.
Suli agreed but then thought of another possibility.
After her brother went missing, Gujiang seemed to have gone mad searching everywhere, ultimately entering this treacherous place out of necessity. If she could take such risks for her brother, then judging by the speed of the report, Xiao Cha's parents must also be very concerned about him and could definitely go to such lengths.
But why did Gujiang say she had never seen her?
Excluding the possibility that Gujiang is lying, there is only one answer: Xiao Cha's parents came here and tried to find Xiao Cha. But Gujiang clearly stated that she hadn't noticed such a thing.
Although this seems very contradictory, what if we add one more assumption?
What if the ones who came were not Xiao Cha's parents, but other relatives of Xiao Cha? At this point, some fragments of information in my mind automatically pieced together, forming the image of that cleaning worker dressed in a white uniform. He almost perfectly matched the description of Xiao Cha's grandfather. Like Gujiang, he held some kind of position in this place, kept his distance from Yanhua and He Shuiming, was not invited to eat together, and secretly observed the customers while cleaning, staying wary of everyone, including Suli. These behaviors don't seem like something a regular cleaning worker would do.
Moreover, he was extremely dedicated, making sure the arcade was spotless. Was it for the salary?
No, otherwise he wouldn't care so little about his appearance, wearing ragged clothes, hair in a complete mess, even picking up food discarded by customers from the ground to eat.
Was it to earn the boss's praise?
No, otherwise he wouldn't have this kind of relationship with his colleagues, and he hadn't even seen the boss yet, let alone receiving any praise. Therefore, he worked hard at his cleaning duties for one purpose: to avoid being fired, to stay here. Only then could he have the chance to find his missing relative. But, just like before, up to this point, this is only Su Li's guess, not a conclusion. Because the cleaning worker's identity could also be that of an investigator, and the man with the hat in the previous server could also be Xiao Cha's father or brother, or someone else of that relation. So Su Li needed to verify it, but he didn't adopt a new method, instead using the same trick he used to persuade Gu Jingfeng, bluffing. Although it doesn't sound very nice, Su Li found this trick extremely effective after getting this far in the world of strange tales. When you find someone trying to cover up something or hide something, at a timely moment, if you say it with great confidence in front of them, almost everyone will reveal some flaw, because they will think you've already uncovered the full picture of what they're trying to hide. However, this trick can only be used once on a person, and it only works if the information you say is close enough to the truth, close enough to the core of what they're trying to hide. For example, what Gu Jingfeng wanted to hide was her identity and her relationship with her brother, so when Su Li mentioned Miss Gu, her body froze. But the old man seemed much more alert and composed. When Su Li mentioned Xiao Cha, his movements didn't stop for even a second, not a single flaw, and for a moment, Su Li almost thought he was wrong in his judgment. But just in an instant, Su Li realized that perhaps his words hadn't touched the cleaning worker's hidden core, so he continued to say that he knew where Xiao Cha was. Sure enough, as soon as the words came out, the cleaning worker reacted exactly as Su Li expected. Moreover, Su Li's statement was not baseless. He had a vague, almost unconfirmed guess about Xiao Cha's whereabouts. No, it should only be called a guess, extremely vague, with no evidence to support it. But Su Li believed that, in the time ahead, he should be able to gather more pieces of information. And the foresight of his own death, as well as the expert group's warning, had not been used even once.
Chapter 94, Remote Pollution.
As for what happened next, Su Li gave the cleaner some food, but did not actively continue the conversation because the cleaner was more difficult to approach than Gu Jingfeng. If Su Li's way of eliminating Gu Jingfeng's wariness was direct, like stabbing a sharp knife into the heart, then with the cleaner, he could only constantly pour hot water to let him slowly melt, and take the initiative to draw closer.
So Su Li only offered an opening and did not continue the action.
Organizing his thoughts, Su Li looked at the arcade's hall, his brow slightly furrowed. The floor, just cleaned by the cleaner, was now littered with trash again. Our Firefly arcade promotes doing whatever you want, as long as the customers are happy. He Xueming's words resurfaced in his mind. Doing whatever you want is indeed true, but looking at the players' somewhat frenzied expressions, they didn't seem happy at all. On the contrary, Su Li felt that they seemed to be polluted. And the fifth rule in the customer play guide also mentioned this point. No matter which game you are playing, please do not exceed 14 minutes in duration.
Is the game machine the source of pollution?
This thought returned to his mind, but accompanied by another doubt. If the old customers were polluted due to playing games, that would be understandable. But after observing throughout the day, Su Li found that the new customers, even before touching the game machines, already showed signs of contamination.
Although there were no dark circles, when coming to buy tokens, they couldn't tell the amounts apart nor differentiate between game tokens and chocolate.
For normal people, entering a place that looks dirty and messy would certainly produce a certain sense of disgust. Yet Su Li did not see such expressions on their faces. Instead, after getting the tokens, they eagerly went to play games.
Can game machines cause remote pollution?
Gently shaking his head, if that were the case, then this dungeon would be pointless, every chosen one wouldn't be able to leave.
Could it be, they were already polluted when entering here?
As soon as this thought emerged, it grew wildly in Su Li's mind like weeds. He recalled the objects he had come into contact with upon entry, then his gaze fell on the shelf on the left side of the door. There were some magazines and the customer play guide of Firefly Arcade that every new customer would receive.
Is it that?
Su Li pulled out the guide that the couple had left here, examined it carefully again, and then picked up the lighter from the counter and pressed it down. The light reflected in his pupils, and the guide turned to ash, falling to the ground. After waiting for a moment, Su Li retracted his gaze. He had come into contact with it and had no issues. Now that he burned it, there was no strange odor, nor did anything bizarre happen, so the guide must not be the source of pollution.
Opening his wallet, he took out 3 game tokens from within.
Find the source of pollution and thoroughly destroy it. Now it seemed that the second way to clear the dungeon had no leads, so should he consider the third way while searching for truth clues? Consume all your game tokens and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the 4th day. This way to clear the dungeon certainly isn't as simple as it looks. There must be danger within, but the source and focus of the danger are unknown. Is it in the first half of the sentence or the second half? Su Li's eyes sparkled with the game tokens flying between his fingers. Because he possessed a wallet full of money, he had 3 game coins that the little boy called super game coins.
Other chosen ones surely would not be like him. So where would they get game coins to meet the requirements in the level up method? Would there soon be an event that could trigger gaining game coins? If that's the case, should he use up the game coins he held in advance?
Otherwise, if he suddenly gained many game coins later, it would be troublesome if he couldn't consume them all. The coins in his fingers stopped jumping, and Suli saw a few people approaching him in the crowd, but suddenly a man blocked their way. They talked about something, then those people turned around and left. The man smiled, put on a baseball cap, and disappeared into the bustling crowd. His pupils suddenly constricted. Suli stared intently at the spot where the man had vanished. He remembered that Gu Jingfeng had once said that on the second day she came to work here, a delivery man had warned her that strange things would happen here, and that man wore a hat. Was it the same person? Suli took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging inside him. Regardless of whether the person he just saw was the one Gu Jingfeng spoke of, he could not act rashly now, as it was unclear which side the man belonged to. And if he was discovered, everything he had done before could be directly ruined. Time passed, and when Yan Huo and He Xueming could not see the situation in the North District, Suli stood up and went to the dining area. Gu Jingfeng was dealing with the occasionally twisting meat patties. Suli took a glance and immediately recounted the appearance of that man he had just seen, then asked, "Was it the hat-wearing man you saw before?" Suli was not worried that their conversation would be overheard by others, as the comfortable moans of the customers lying on electric massage sofas behind them were the best cover. Gu Jingfeng still wore her expressionless cold demeanor, but she slightly shook her head. Suli turned and left. Not the same person? Then who was the hat man I just saw? What was he saying to those customers earlier? And why did he smile at the end? His thoughts were interrupted, and Suli's steps suddenly halted as he looked at a Bomberman game machine beside him with some confusion. There's this kind of game machine here too? Aren't they supposed to all be in? Suli instinctively turned his head to glance at the West District, but just a glance made his scalp tingle. He did not see the previously eerie smiling machine, it was now empty there. Suli slowly turned back, staring at the game machine in front of him. Why did it appear here? Did someone move it here, or did it run here on its own? The bizarre scene of the arcade machine dancing from the morning suddenly flashed in his mind. Since the game machine could dance, it seemed not impossible for it to move itself. Suli swallowed hard, just about to distance himself when He Xueming's voice echoed from behind him. Xiao Su? What are you doing here? Suli turned around, the panic on his face gone, replaced by just the right amount of confusion. He gone, I was just about to find you. He pointed at the Bomberman game machine in front of him. This machine seems to be the one you fixed before we ate, but I don't know who moved it here. Chapter 95, Xiao Su is a good employee. As soon as he finished speaking, Suli noticed that He Xueming's pupils slightly constricted but instantly returned to normal. He Xueming glanced at the empty spot in the West District. He turned around seriously to look at the game console for a moment, then suddenly shouted angrily in the arcade. Which bastard is so bored? Moved the game machine here? Seeing no one answered, he continued to yell. Don't let me catch you. Or I'll break your legs. After cursing softly for a few words, he smiled and looked at Suli. Good job, Xiao Su. Reporting unusual situations in time makes you a good employee. As he spoke, he put the toolbox on the game machine, then squatted down as if to lift the game machine. Suli tentatively asked. Do you need my help, He Gong? He Xueming glanced at Suli's slightly thin figure and smiled. With your small frame, just forget it. It would be more trouble if you bumped into something later, I'll do it myself. After that, he ripped off the power cord from behind the arcade machine, then lifted the game machine with some effort and walked towards the west area. Suli watched He Xueming's departing figure, deep in thought. He had just tried probing again, but He Xueming still wouldn't let him help. Moreover, seeing how familiar he was with the lifting movement, it seemed that this was not the first time he encountered this situation. This meant that the game machine would occasionally be moved around. Though He Xueming had just yelled at the crowd about which bastard did it, Suli still leaned towards thinking he was pretending, trying to cover up the oddity of the game machine. Because although the game machine wasn't very heavy, it weighed at least 50 kilograms. Once lifted, He Xueming's expression seemed a bit strained, but Suli noticed his steps were not heavy at all, his pace was almost as light as when he carried the toolbox. Aside from He Xueming's odd behavior, Suli also noticed another abnormality. The main character of the machine, which initially wore a strange smile, had its smile vanish after He Xueming fixed the jam. One of its eyes became smaller, but just a moment ago, Suli found that both its eyes had become the same size again, and the corners of its mouth drooped down, as if it was crying. This bizarrely changing expression made Suli feel like it was not a pixelated game character at all, but rather a living person. At that moment, a frantic sound of buttons being smashed suddenly rang out beside him, drawing Suli's attention. He saw a young man in front of an arcade machine madly pressing the buttons, controlling his game character to eat buns. This was a Three Kingdoms-themed fighting arcade game, and the young man was currently playing a bonus level. The gameplay wasn't complicated, as long as he made his game character eat all the buns on the plate within a specified time, he would win a reward. The action was also simple, press once to take a bite. But because time was short and there were many buns, it required someone like the man in front of him to hit the buttons like a jackhammer if he wanted to earn the reward by finishing the buns. Sully looked at the three game characters on the screen frantically eating buns, feeling that something was a bit off, but couldn't quite put his finger on what the problem was.
Damn!
The young man suddenly slammed his hand on the keyboard and shook his nearly twitching fingers, looking at the screen with extreme unwillingness. The character he was controlling, Guan Yu, still had half a bun left on the plate in front of him. I was just a little short. Watching the game character already beginning to enter the next game scene, the man started to control the character to move, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His movements became larger and larger. In the end, his inaccurate operation caused the Guan Yu character he controlled to die at the hands of a small soldier. With his anger exploding, he slammed his fist on the arcade machine's surface.
Then he kicked it again. Damn!
What the hell is this? Looking at the corpse of the character on the screen, Sully, who was standing behind, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, recalling what was wrong. He had seen someone play this game before, and the five generals each had their own unique features. Zhang Fei had a scar on his eye, Wei Yan was bald, and Guan Yu was a handsome bearded man. But just now, on the man's screen, the character of Guan Yu he controlled had a scar on his face too, extending from his eye to his cheek. Sully had never seen this kind of Guan Yu character in a game. If this were in another arcade, Sully might have thought he was playing a pirated game. But after the recent incident with the bomb game machine, he felt this situation might not be so simple. He took 2 steps forward, wanting to take a closer look at the expression of that Guan Yu character, but suddenly noticed the game screen flickering a few times, and then it went completely black. Yet the man didn't stop, instead, he kicked even harder. What the hell kind of broken game machine is this? It breaks after just a few kicks? I just made a mistake, this doesn't count. Give me my coins back. Amidst the banging sounds, Sully looked at the machine's body that had already been dented by the man's kicks, halting his forward steps and slowly retreating. The image of the man in the VR game area breaking his own neck appeared in his mind. If his judgment was correct, something similar was likely to happen again. Suddenly, the man's leg that he kicked became stiff, then slowly pulled back and set down on the ground again. This abrupt action that defied inertia was like an invisible hand grasping his leg, forcing him to put it back. A chill rose in Sully's heart as he saw the man's head suddenly lower. The sound of gnawing echoed, accompanied by splatters of blood. His pupils trembled, and from Sully's angle, he could clearly see the man's movements. He was gnawing on his own fingers in a very strange way. Bite on the left, bite on the right, just like the way the Guan Yu he just controlled was eating a bun. The viewers in the live streaming room stared blankly at the suddenly pixelated screen, and after a moment, someone reacted. Now something extremely bloody had certainly occurred in the horror world's dungeon. And as Sully witnessed this, a wave of nausea surged in his stomach, but he didn't leave, he grit his teeth and continued to observe the man. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. The man's angry face displayed a pair of extremely terrified eyes. Just like the man from the VR game area before. Again, 2 extreme yet conflicting expressions appeared simultaneously. Without a doubt, the weirdness had made its move again. Sully suddenly looked up at the camera on the ceiling, as if he was making cold eye contact with the eerie presence through the chilly lens. It must be hiding somewhere, like a rat lurking in the dark, spying on everything here.
Chapter 96, Fighting Preparations.
Its 2 actions both occurred when customers were damaging the game machines.
Why? Is the game machine really the source of contamination? But if that's the case, how can it be easily damaged? Wait a minute.
Fragments of information surged in his mind again, piecing together continuously.
Though it hadn't formed a complete picture, the combined parts gave Sully a faint guess. This time, he seemed to truly have an idea of where Xiao Qiao might be. But to verify that, Sully looked at the dark monitor and realized he had to find a way to disable this thing. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Sully turned his head to see He Shuiming walking briskly with a box in hand. He immediately withdrew all expressions from his face. He Shuiming put down the box and directly slapped the man's head heavily with his palm. The chilling sound suddenly stopped, the man no longer chewed on his now extremely blurry fingers, his body tilted and fell directly to the ground. Sully looked at the man lying on the ground, his expression slightly changed. The other man's pupils no longer trembled in fear. Was he dead? He Shuiming didn't even glance at the man, looking around for a moment, then shouted at the cleaner tidying up nearby. "Hey, you over there." "Yes. I'm talking about you, old man. Come over and clean this place up." After finishing these tasks, He Shuiming turned back to look at Sully. "Xiao Su, why are you still here?" "I was going to leave just now, but this customer suddenly asked me some questions about the game, so I stayed." "What did you tell him?" Sully couldn't say it was because he noticed something unusual, so he calmly said,
He was about to make an excuse that he only answered a few game-related questions and hadn't said anything else, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Shu Eming's footsteps slightly move back, and his body's posture also changed slightly. At that moment, both he and the expert group members outside felt a tightness in their hearts. Because they both realized that Shu Eming's subtle action represented what? It was very similar to the combat preparation stance that Suli had learned in time travel. The second rule of the service staff suddenly appeared in his mind. You are just a front desk attendant, responsible for receiving customers, exchanging game coins, and providing card services. You are not allowed to expel customers from the arcade. As for other matters, there are dedicated personnel responsible. In almost an instant, Suli realized where the problem lay. He couldn't use the excuse that he was answering game-related questions because it was strictly under Yen Ji's duty as a game tutor. His heart shook violently, but Suli's expression remained unchanged as he continued from just now. I'm just a service worker, what do I know about game-related issues? I just casually brushed him off. This kind of professional knowledge has to be handled by Yen Gu. Shu Eming changed his action, revealing a smile as he patted Su Li's shoulder. Good job, Xiao Su. Alright, you can go back to the front desk. I saw a few customers went over, they might be looking for you to buy coins. Okay, then I'll trouble you, worker he. Su Li nodded with a smile, glancing at the cleaner who had just arrived. He still remained silent, just like before, taking the man and putting him into the trash can. Then Su Li headed towards the front desk. Perhaps because of people finishing work in school, the evening guests were much more than during the day. After dealing with that batch of customers, a few more came in one after another, and by the time he finally had some free time, it was already past 9 at night. Take care, everyone. Su Li looked at the satisfied customers leaving, his smile fading. The number of customers during this time had been quite high, keeping him constantly occupied. During this period, he noticed the cleaner had already pushed the now empty trash can out of the restroom again, while Shu Eming had also finished repairing that machine. The arcade was now a bit noisy due to the crowd, and Su Li's heart was not quite at peace. Was what happened just a coincidence? Or did Shu Eming see through his intention to follow the cleaner to the restroom, so he intentionally found a wave of customers to make him hurry back to the front desk to attend to them? Su Li was not very sure about this, but there was another thing he was very certain of. Just now when Shu Eming asked him what he had said to that man. I indeed prepared to say as I had imagined, but foreseeing death did not trigger. Which meant that if I violated the latter half of that rule and revealed my interference in Yen Hua's work, Shu Eming would definitely take action. I might get hurt, but it wouldn't trigger an instant death event. Why? Why can't I interfere in other people's work? No, wait. It's not just me, all the staff in the arcade cannot interfere in others' work. The tangled fragments of information now swirled rapidly like a hurricane in Su Li's mind. The trash on the floor had always been there, but no one went to clean it, only the janitor was tidying up. Gu Jingfeng once said that Shu Eming had never interfered with her. When Yen Hua made the bomb game character immobile, although Shu Eming kicked him and scolded him, he said, be more careful in the future. Don't keep doing such foolish things, rather than forbidding him from doing those things. As for other matters, there are dedicated people responsible for them. This sentence doesn't only apply to my role as a server but to everyone else in the arcade. Everyone was doing their own duties without interfering in anyone else's work. But why is that? Does interfering lead to some bad consequences? Could it be that their work involves some secrets of the arcade? Yen Hua's operation of the bomb game suicide-type attack method. Gu Jingfeng's bizarrely twisted food. The box that Shu Eming was reluctant to let me touch. And the highly skilled janitor who handled corpses. Previously, Su Li had never displayed these fragments of information in this order. But now, caught in an information storm, he suddenly realized that it seemed each person's work was related to the secrets of the arcade. A chill crawled up his spine like a cold insect. Even I, as the new front desk clerk, was selling game tokens related to the creepy arcade machines. Am I also a creepy accomplice? Chapter 97, Basketball. Perhaps the constant thinking and chilling emotions left Su Li with a slight feeling of hunger, causing a little panic in his heart. He grabbed a piece of chocolate, chewed and swallowed it. The faint taste of cocoa and caramel melting on his tongue finally calmed his mind. Leaving the front desk, he headed to the restroom, and as before, the body inside had vanished without a trace. Returning to the front desk, Su Li frowned. He had been at the front desk for a while, and during some moments, he was blocked from view by customers, so even if someone moved the body out during that time, he wouldn't have known. His gaze shifted towards the employee lounge. The strange noise he had heard earlier sounded very much like a piece of paper. Based on his current experiences, some events involved rules not yet covered, so if that really was a piece of paper, it could very likely be the next set of rules. And because it was in the employee lounge, it might also be related to the disappearance of the previous front desk clerk. However, Su Li chose not to go back and search right now. When Yen Hua came to find him before, his expression had clearly shown dissatisfaction. If he saw him returning now, he He might think that Suli was slacking off during work hours, and the situation could turn very troublesome.
Suli did not like trouble, not at all.
Moreover, after work, this arcade where he was the only one there might also encounter even more troublesome things than during the day, so he needed to conserve his energy well.
Time relaxes faster than it slips away in urgency.
At 23:18, the previously bustling arcade.
There are no customers anymore.
Yanhua came to the front desk, took a pack of cigarettes from the counter, looked towards the dining area, and then gently punched Suli.
Good brother, you mustn't forget about my matter.
Don't worry, Yengu, I will definitely interact with her more and help you with your big matter soon.
Yanhua left satisfied.
At 23:21, the cleaner pushed a trash can into the restroom, and when she came out, she had changed back into her tattered clothes from before. She glanced at Suli's direction and then hunched her back as she walked out the door.
At 23:25, Gujiang walked past the front desk with a blank expression and left the arcade.
At 23:29, He Shueming stood at the door, smiling at Suli beside him.
You performed well today, rest well tonight, and keep it up tomorrow. Okay, He Gong, you've worked hard, goodbye He Gong. Suli watched as He Shueming's figure disappeared into the night and then closed the door.
Turning towards the west area, Suli wanted to return to the staff lounge to confirm if that strange sound was indeed from a sheet of paper with rules written on it. But after only a few steps, Suli's footsteps stopped. Not far ahead, a man was standing with his back to her, in front of the basketball machine, continuously shooting towards the hoop.
Bang bang bang.
The man's shooting skill didn't seem very good, the basketball kept hitting the hoop, the sound echoing in the now empty hall, making people feel a bit anxious.
Didn't I see there was no one in the arcade before? Is he hiding in the restroom, in a place I can't see?
Suli frowned, it wasn't even midnight yet, and things were starting to get troublesome. The service staff rules required, you must close the arcade door before 23:30 and confirm that there are no other people inside by 2400 hours besides yourself.
And you are just a front desk staff member. You cannot drive customers out of the arcade. So what should I do now? Should I let him stay here? Or is it that, even though I can't drive him away, I can persuade him to leave?
Suli continued to walk forward, wanting to see if persuasion would work, but her gaze suddenly caught the pattern on the man's shirt back. It was a cute rabbit pattern, and she had seen it before. Even though she couldn't see the man's face, Suli already knew his identity, it was the henpecked man from that couple. Suli looked around but didn't see the ponytailed woman who was with the man before, causing her heart to become wary.
Did he come here on his own idea? Or was it Yanhua who urged him to come and cause trouble? And where did his girlfriend go?
Slowing her footsteps, Suli walked to the man's side. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils suddenly constricted. The spectators outside, upon seeing the scene before them, also felt a storm of shock in their hearts. The man's expression was dazed, like a soulless walking corpse, just repeatedly shooting the ball. What he held in his hands was not a basketball, but a woman's head with a ponytail.
This head was indeed the head of the man's girlfriend.
The man paid no attention to Suli, who stood beside him, he only kept throwing the head in his hand as if it were a basketball.
But how could such a thing go in?
The head collided with the hoop, making a bang, and then bounced back into the man's hands, repeating this over and over. This horrifying scene caused many spectators to shift their eyes away, no longer daring to look at the screen.
Suli let out a deep breath and tried to speak. Hello, we have already closed for the night.
Why don't you and your girlfriend come back tomorrow? The man did not respond. Summoning her courage, Suli asked again, but still received no reply.
Looking at the man's numb expression that was so different from during the day,
Suli did not ask again but silently took a few steps back, then quickly ran towards the restroom.
There was nothing. She circled around the hall again. Still nothing.
Returning to the basketball machine, Suli panted slightly, staring intently at the head that was continuously thrown up and bounced back in the air.
Confusion was wildly jumping in her heart, where had her body gone?
There was none in the restroom or the hall, and it shouldn't be in the kitchen area either, could it be, the storage room?
Soon, Suli dismissed this idea.
Though her line of sight towards the restroom had been obstructed before, the storage room area had not. He Shueming indeed entered and exited several times today, but Suli had never seen him carrying anything huge like a corpse.
Where was that missing body?
The sound of the basketball shooting continued, and suddenly a thought struck Suli.
If a new rule really was hidden in the employees' lounge, could there be hints on how to deal with this strange situation?
Having that thought, Suli bypassed the man and directly entered the employees' lounge, searching continuously on the bed. Soon, she found a piece of paper under the blanket at the foot of the bed. Since you can see this note, you must have had a pleasant and interesting day, and have gained a deeper understanding of your work, so I believe you will earnestly remember what I am about to say.
Chapter 98 6 Game Coins. 1. During working hours, employees are not allowed to play any gaming machines.
2. From 2400 hours to 7:50, no one is allowed to leave the employees' lounge. If you hear sounds outside the door, do not worry, it is our tester adjusting the gaming equipment. 3. This arcade is divided into 5 areas: east, south, west, north, and center. The types of machines in each area are fixed. If you find a gaming device that does not belong to that area, please do not play it and immediately call a technician. 4. If you collect enough game coins, you can go to the points counter in the central area to exchange for desired items. They are definitely worth it. 5. The game coins in the hands of customers cannot be exchanged for cash at the front desk, but can be used to exchange for goods at the points counter.
If you see them trading privately, please pretend not to see it.
6. During closing hours, employees other than the staff are not allowed to stay in the arcade unless they have special game coins with the Firefly logo engraved on the back. 7. After closing at 23:30, you can turn over the first box on the right in the front desk drawer, where there are 3 special employee use game coins that can be used on any game device in the venue, but be sure to return to the employees' lounge before 2400 hours. At the first glance of the paper, Suli felt a surge of excitement. Just as she guessed, this was indeed a new rule. But when she wanted to quickly finish reading the rules to see if there was any information on how to deal with the strange events outside, the opening words of the paper made her spine chill. The font of the words was completely different from that of the rules below, as if it had been added later, and the tone of this statement was just too much like the text message from that boss sending her job information. The unreserved expression seemed to tell everyone who saw this paper. The rules are right in front of you, you discovered them, but I saw them earlier than you. Everyone knows that the content of the rules can be tampered with, but it was Suli's first time seeing such a blatant addition of text. Generally speaking, there would only be 1 or 2 incorrect items in the rules, but the added words complicated the situation even more. This made it even more cautious for her to judge the authenticity of the rules. His arrogant tone and actions made Suli feel an unprecedented sense of vigilance, even giving rise to a bad thought that this time's quest might leave no survivors. He could only slow down his reading speed, carefully discerning the truth and falsehood of the rules, as well as the traps that might be hidden within. At the moment he finished reading the content, Suli's heart sank. There were no rules about how to deal with the man outside the door, which meant, oh no! The sound of the basketball shot had disappeared. His heart sank again as Suli ran out the door as fast as he could, standing in front of the empty basketball machine, gripping the paper tightly in his hand. The man was gone, and the woman's head was also missing. Looking around, the arcade's door was still closed, and there were no other people. Where could they have gone? Had they disappeared on their own, or had someone made them vanish? Images of Yen Huo and he swimming unconsciously flashed in his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. During closing hours, other employees are not allowed to stay in the arcade except for the waitstaff, unless they possess a special game coin with a Firefly logo on the back. The special game coin mentioned in this rule was the kind that Su Feng had in his wallet, but excluding his own situation, only the waitstaff would have 3 coins, Yen Huo and the others wouldn't have any. Unless this rule was wrong. But he had seen them leave work earlier, and when looking for the girl's body, he had checked the arcade and found no one else, so this rule should be true. But how did the man in the head disappear? Su Li's pupils trembled slightly. Could it be that the Xiaocha, whom Gu Xianfeng was looking for, and that man in the hat, as well as the former staff, all disappeared this way? Recalling the 2 bizarre suicide incidents from earlier in the day, Su Li looked up at the surveillance camera above him. Is it watching? Is it now quietly watching me from somewhere? Silently walking to the front desk, Su Li opened the drawer. The ordinary game coins in the box on the left were already few, while the member cards in the middle had not been issued a single one today. Even if someone wanted to apply, Su Li had tricked them into taking chocolates instead. The rules did not state that the waitstaff had to issue membership cards to guests. Su Li wanted to see if this would create a negative impact on what it wanted to do. Turning over the empty box on the far right, Su Li felt around for a bit, and soon discovered a small compartment. Opening it revealed 3 game coins inside. After 23:30, you can flip the first box on the right in the front desk drawer, where there are 3 special employee game coins that can be used on any game machine in the arcade, but you must return to the staff lounge by 2400 hours. After picking them up and carefully comparing, Su Li confirmed that these were indeed the same as the 3 he held in his hand. But, doesn't that mean he now has 6 game coins? Use up all your game coins, and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the 4th day. Although Su Li successfully kept the little boy by Gu Jingfeng's side because of the game coin, it also made his choice of this way to pass the level much more difficult than for other chosen ones. But Su Li did not dwell too much on it. Where there was a will, there was a way, and now there were more important things to do. The time had already reached 23:39, only 21 minutes left until the time mentioned in the rules to return to the lounge. Walking to a few coin pusher machines ahead, Su Li remembered that the little boy had mentioned that these machines also contained special game coins, but they were hard to obtain. He tried to look inside the machine through the transparent glass screen, hoping to see if there were truly special game coins inside. But suddenly he saw a slogan stuck at the top of the coin pusher machine. Do you want to escape from the sea of suffering? Do you want to gain eternal happiness? Come on, my friend.
Push it with all you've got. Chapter 99 Safety. Phasability. Looking at the tempting content above, Suli was taken aback. Everyone who plays in the arcade knows that although the coin pusher is very simple to play, it is a bottomless pit. It seems that as long as you put a coin in, when it falls onto the platform below, there's a chance to push out many game coins piled on top, achieving the possibility of turning one into 100. This attracted many gamblers because even if they didn't win any coins this time, they fantasized that next time they would succeed. But little did they know, it is precisely due to this mentality that the coin pusher became the best way for arcade owners to collect game coins. And in this arcade, the customers, as polluters, were already cognitively disordered and particularly enthusiastic about the games. Furthermore, with such a strong alluring slogan, the coin pusher was placed in the most prominent central area of the arcade, even featuring special game coins that could be played infinitely as an extra reward. Suli believed that once they saw it, they wouldn't be able to resist playing a few rounds. Then the subsequent events would be simple, they would come excitedly, lose game coins, purchase again, and then angrily lose everything once more. Such cunning schemes still seemed somewhat underwhelming. But, including the coin pusher before him, it seemed that all the machines in the arcade had the effect of trapping players in emotional turmoil. What exactly was it scheming by doing this? Speculating out of thin air was just idle talk, only practice could lead to true knowledge. Suli sat down, preparing to personally experiment with what kind of change he would undergo while playing the game. Just as he was about to insert the coin, his gaze suddenly fell on an old machine in the corner of the northeast area, which looked somewhat special among all the new machines around. During the day, Suli had also seen it, but perhaps it didn't look as good as the machines nearby, so there were not many players. He stood up and walked over. Now, the coin pusher that easily hooked players seemed a bit risky for him. It was better to be cautious when first encountering this strange machine. Not long ago, Kolhonen from the Thousand Lakes Nation walked to the front desk. He had also received a note in the staff lounge, opened the drawer, took out the 3 special game coins, and then headed straight to the coin pusher closest to him. Kolhonen first tried to put 1 game coin in, waited for a moment, and then his expression turned to surprise. He discovered that every 10 seconds or so, the coin pusher would automatically drop a game coin onto the push platform below. So this special game coin can not only play on any machine but can also keep playing indefinitely. This discovery excited Kolhonen a bit. The events he encountered were different from Suli's, so naturally he only realized this now. Soon after, the brilliance in his eyes shone a bit more. Because he suddenly thought of a crucial question: if he didn't choose to play with 1 coin continuously now, but instead put all the remaining 2 game coins in, would he not meet the third condition of finishing the game, which is, consume all your game coins? Then wouldn't the next thing to consider be just, safely surviving until 4:44 a.m. on the 4th day? However, Kolhonen, out of caution, waited for a moment again, and after noticing that there was nothing unusual with the coin pusher, he threw in the second special game coin in his hand. Then, every 10 seconds, the coins dropping onto the game table changed from 1 to 2. After observing for a bit, Kolhonen noticed nothing unusual. Moreover, no extra game coins dropped from the push table, increasing his number of coins. Safe. Feasible. Kolhonen felt a surge of energy, immediately throwing in the last coin and nervously staring at the machine. The coins that fell became 3, with no other coins pushed off the table. It worked. Kolhonen suddenly stood up, vigorously shaking his fist. The coins in his hand were all used up, and he didn't gain any extra coins. As he guessed, all he needed was to find a random machine to drop a coin in. Because the difficulty of this method lay in the later part of safe survival. The audience from Chinhu country watched the jubilant Kolhonen walking toward the staff break room, and they too felt immensely thrilled, as until now, only they had thought of this solution. Even the highly regarded Suli from the Great Xia country couldn't act as quickly as they did. Not to mention finding a solution, he was still in the staff break room, reading the rules. Last time was just luck, the real clearance still depended on us. A strong sense of superiority surged in their hearts, also appearing in Kolhonen's mind. Clatter, clatter. The sound of coins falling echoed behind him, accompanied by the noise of machines colliding, seeming jarring in the currently quiet hall. Kolhonen felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around to check, a few words abruptly appeared in his mind. Lower your head. Be careful behind you. This felt like a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing the excitement in Kolhonen's heart. Without a second thought, he immediately lowered his head, and almost at the same moment, a gray shadow brushed past his scalp, hitting the door of the staff break room with a zing. It was a coin. The moment he recognized this, the audience that had just been excited felt their moods plummet. A burning pain shot through his head, and Kolhonen knew he had definitely been hurt, but he had no time to check his injury. Instead, he turned to look behind him. At the same time, a wave of fear surged in his heart. If it weren't for the experts from his country giving a warning, that coin wouldn't have just grazed his scalp, but would have struck his neck. However, when he turned around and saw the situation in front of him, Kolhonen's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Quick! Get into the room.
As the last warning from the expert group reached him, he acted immediately, mirroring their advice. Because the push machine he had previously inserted 3 special coins into now appeared extremely strange. The machine was shaking uncontrollably, constantly colliding with the surrounding machines. And as a result of this violent collision, a large number of coins piled up on the table also fell out. But they did not fall from the coin exit normally, instead, they shot out like bullets, wildly spreading in all directions.
Chapter 100, The Game is Over. Having witnessed the power of the coins, Kalhan certainly understood what would happen if he were hit. So he unleashed the fastest speed of his life, running toward the door just a few meters ahead. Luckily, the door was not locked when he had just come out. He was about to reach the handle. Just give me one more second. No. Just a fraction of a second. If he pushed that door open and ducked inside, he would be safe. Suddenly, a pain pierced through his chest. A coin, stained with blood, shot through and lodged into the wall ahead. Kolhonen's body fell forward, crashing against the big door of the staff lounge with a bang. How could a person outrun a bullet? This thought suddenly rising in his heart made Kolhonen feel a bit ridiculous. But in his bloodshot eyes, there was still a strong desire for life. He struggled to raise his hand, which was already losing function, reaching for the doorknob so close before him. As long as he could enter the room, perhaps there would still be a chance. Continuous sounds of something cutting through the air interrupted his last hope. Several coins pierced through Kolhonen's body again, the powerful impact shaking his entire body. The audience of Qianhu Nation stared blankly, watching as the bloodied hand in the screen gradually blurred, then weakly slipped from the doorknob. The intense emotional shock left them somewhat paralyzed. How did everything turn into this so suddenly? Though their minds were still blank, some people immediately sprang into action upon seeing this scene. They were experts from other countries who quickly edited and sent alerts to their own chosen ones, preventing them from preparing to consume 3 special game coins just like Kolhonen had. Although they could not fully determine if Kolhonen's death was because of this, any possibility, even 1 in 1,000, was enough for them to stop their chosen from trying. They were living people, they had only one life. Once dead, they truly died, unlike game characters who could resurrect and start over. Suli sat in front of the old game console, taking a deep breath, silently telling himself to be cautious and to stay calm. Inserting a coin, the game began. Suli controlled a little person dressed in black, who was having dinner in a wooden cabin. Beside him on a chair sat a black cat, with the same food in front of it. Holding back his disgust, Suli made the little person eat the strange food from the plate, but noticed that the cat wasn't eating. Suli wanted to make the cat eat, but just as he reached out his hand, the little cat, which had seemed so well behaved, suddenly swiped at him with its paw. Luckily, Suli reacted quickly, maneuvering the little person to narrowly avoid the swipe. Then he saw the cat sniffing the air, jumping off the chair, heading towards the cabin door, seemingly drawn by the scent of food from outside. It jumped up to push the door handle, and the door opened to reveal a plate of delicious-looking food on the ground outside. Not eating from home, yet loving what's outside. After a moment of confusion, Suli felt uncomfortable and wanted to catch the cat back, but suddenly, the sky outside darkened, and a hand appeared from outside, swiftly grabbing the cat away. The event happened too quickly for Suli to react. Not even the cat let out a sound. Please go and find the captured cat. Suli, somewhat impatient, turned off the prompt that appeared on the screen. Do you really need to prompt me? I don't know. He made the little person, kneeling on the ground in tears, stand up, find a knife and a gun from the room, and then head to the backyard to ride a horse, charging towards the now bright sky. Soon, Suli encountered a river. Perhaps due to the swift currents, the little person hesitated to cross. Suli felt a bit irritated. You've already lost your own cat, and now you're afraid to cross the river? He maneuvered the little person to step back a few paces on the horse, then pulled out the knife and stabbed it at the horse's rear. The horse neighed in pain, then began to run wildly forward. With a sudden leap, he reached the other side of the river, and only then did Suli feel slightly satisfied. Before long, Suli encountered a pack of beasts that resembled wolves. The horse was startled and wanted to escape. But Suli jumped down, tied the horse securely, and directly instructed his character to lower the gun, charging forward with the knife. Moments later, Suli looked at the bloody carcasses of the beasts on the ground, displaying a satisfied smile, before continuing on his journey. After a while, Suli heard a faint meow, and then saw a black cat walking towards him, his heart filled with joy, thinking he had finally found the kitten. Just as he was about to dismount, he noticed the black cat suddenly stopping in its tracks, its back arching. Suli was startled and immediately pulled out his gun, firing a bullet that struck the black cat's head. Damn it! Pretending to be my cat, and still wanting to attack me? Suli sneered, glanced at the black cat's corpse, and continued on his way. After a while, a person suddenly stepped out from the side of the road, blocking Suli's path. Suli wanted him to get lost but saw a line of text appear above the person's head. I know what you are looking for, it is nearby. As long as you give me the gun in your hand as payment, I can lead you to find it. Suli felt a thrill of joy but remained cautious, choosing the question option on the screen. Then the person spoke again. What you lost is a black kitten, which is a bit smaller on the left foot than the right due to having been ill as a child. Suli was once again shocked. This indeed was a characteristic of his kitten, and it seemed this person was not lying. He really knew where the kitten was. Throwing the gun to the man, Suli jumped off the horse, wanting to follow him to find his kitten, but saw the man lift the obtained gun, aiming the dark barrel at himself. Now you can get lost. Looking at the text that appeared, Suli was stunned for a moment before realizing he had been tricked. Rage surged within him, and he pulled out his knife, charging toward the man. He was going to kill this bastard. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Suli stared blankly at the screen where his character lay bleeding on the ground, with the glaring words "Game over." After a moment, he abruptly slammed his fist against the machine, quickly pressing the continue button. The game restarted. This time, when the dark hand reached for the kitten, Suli wanted to control his character to stop it, but the character refused to listen, helplessly watching the kitten being taken away again. Damn it! Suli cursed angrily, then quickly repeated his previous actions. Soon, he encountered the man blocking the road again. This time, I will make you die. Suli gritted his teeth and took out his gun, ready to shoot the man, but just as he raised the gun, he saw the man draw out a gun from behind even faster. Bang! Watching the screen again reveal his character lying dead on the ground with the words "Game over." Suli could no longer hold back. A surge of unnamed rage rose within him as he suddenly stood up and shouted, grabbing the chair beneath him and smashing it against the screen of the game machine. Chapter 101, You all look down on me, don't you? In the live broadcast room of the Cosmic Nation, Park Sung-woo was playing with the last 2 game coins in his hand, glancing helplessly at the claw machine in front of him. He had originally planned to try putting all the coins in at once, but it seemed that shortcuts would not work. Just a little while ago, he had casually found a game machine to insert a coin and stood quietly waiting. Soon, he received a prompt from the expert team. Upon learning about Kalhanen's death, instead of feeling scared, he felt a bit of joy. Because earlier in the afternoon, he had already discovered the note in the employee lounge, being the first among all the chosen ones to find the new rules. But Park Chong-yu delayed taking action, and even after closing time at night, he stayed in the employee lounge for quite a while, wanting to see if any chosen ones from other countries would act first, so he could copy, oh no, refer to their actions. And now, the situation had indeed developed as he expected. That idiot from Chinhu country had already helped him avoid the risk of death. Moreover, a whole day had passed, and his universe country had only used one hint opportunity. Were the next 2 days not for quietly waiting and then referring to the actions of other chosen ones again? Park Chong-yu and the members of the expert group simultaneously smiled. This was their response plan published on the Ghost Talk official website. There were many details, but simply put, once the chosen one entered the Ghost Talk world, they would take a conservative approach, and then after a while, the expert group would summarize the information gathered, extract key points, and pass them on to the chosen ones. This was an extremely prudent method, as it could avoid many unknown risks by relying on the actions of other chosen ones. However, it was also a very risky approach, as the chosen ones might face sudden death without any prior information. But for the universe country, which had never successfully cleared a level, they could only try it this way for now. And now it seemed, although Park Chong-yu had encountered some events during the day, overall, this plan was still quite successful. Initially, the expert group of universe country wanted to wait a bit longer to refer to the actions of Suli from Daxia country before making their first information transmission, because the results of the other party were known worldwide. But they saw that Suli had already sat down in front of an old arcade machine, and Park Chong-yu had also put coins into the claw machine. If they waited for Suli's results, then Park Chong-yu's gaming time wouldn't be enough, so they could only do it to this extent. Looking at the claw machine in front of him, Park Chong-yu sighed a bit regretfully. Because the expert group's hint mentioned one point, the dolls might have issues, the claw machine is unknown. However, the machine in front of him was a bit different. It didn't contain dolls but drinks, and the claw was not a normal claw but a dozen falling metal chains. Forget it, it's no big deal if he can't check whether the dolls are problematic, other chosen ones will help him investigate, as long as he waits until tomorrow. Thinking this way, Park Chong-yu started to maneuver the claw towards a can of drink nearby. He just happened to be a bit thirsty, grabbing a few bottles of drinks to drink would be fine. With over a decade of gaming experience, grabbing these drinks should be a piece of cake. Damn! Looking at the empty chain he lifted, Park Chong-yu instinctively slapped the machine. But then he realized he couldn't do that. The bizarre death scenes of customers hitting the arcade machines during the daytime were still fresh in his memory. Calm down, definitely need to stay calm. After adjusting his mindset, Park Chong-yu once again controlled the claw towards the drink can. Don't rush, Park Chong-yu, anyway, you can grab indefinitely. If this time doesn't work, there will be a next time, you will definitely. Damn! Watching the claw miss again, Park Chong-yu's breathing began to quicken, and his movements sped up. After a few more attempts that also resulted in misses, his eyes lit up. He finally found the reason why he had been unable to grab the drinks. Every time he controlled the claw, just about to touch the ring pull on the can, the chain would move a little aside.
Yes, it wasn't his skill that was the problem, it was moving on its own. After reaching this conclusion, Park Chung-woo's face showed no panic, only extreme excitement. If he could just predict the twist at the last moment, he would surely catch it. Once again moving the claw, at the moment he lifted it, Park Chung-woo's hand controlling the joystick shook slightly. Looking at the drink can hanging in mid-air, moving towards the exit. A happy and satisfied smile blossomed on Park Chung-woo's face. Hee hee, you think you can escape my grasp just because you can move? Not a chance, you bastard. The can fell a short distance from the exit, then rolled back to its original place. Watching the chain hanging in the air and glancing at the smiley face on the red can, Park Chung-woo was instantly filled with rage. Even that little guy printed on the can is laughing at me? He couldn't help but recall what happened during dinner. Park Chung-woo thought he was already familiar with Hyo Sukmyeong and Yenhua, and feeling a bit hungry, started eating before Hyo Sukmyeong arrived. Before he had eaten much, Hyo Sukmyeong came to the front desk, just glanced at him, and forcefully smeared the food box he was grabbing onto his face. Vegetables and sauces poured into his nose, the flavor making Park Chung-woo incredibly uncomfortable, while Yenhua just laughed uncontrollably beside him. Guys who had smoked and drunk together actually treated him this way? Park Chung-woo wanted to kill the two bastards, but with his strength, it was impossible, so he could only forcefully suppress his inner anger and squeeze out an ugly smile. He thought he had already forgotten this humiliating incident. But now, after countless times of failing to catch the drink can, looking at the smiling face on the can, he couldn't help but recall Hyo Sukmyeong's disdainful look and Yenhua's piercing laughter. He let out a scream and punched the glass window, causing the machine to tremble slightly. You all look down on me, don't you? In the next moment, the chains that had been hanging still in the air suddenly slammed into the glass in front of Park Chung-woo as if provoked. Chapter 102, Turn off the livestream. The unpleasant sound of metal dragging against glass rang out, then fell silent again. Park Chung-woo was startled, watching the chains drop again. Fear and anger surged in his heart, and he slowly approached the claw machine to see what just happened. Park Chung-woo. 14 minutes are up. Get out of here now. Don't panic. Stay calm. You must stay calm. The expert's reminders surfaced in his mind, but instead of calming him, they made him even more irritable. Did we not agree to use the prompts after some time? Isn't this the plan you all announced? Backtracking, huh? What will happen now that it's been used? Useless. All of you are brainless fools. And that look of fear I just had, those useless guys definitely saw it. They must be laughing at me behind the screen. Yes, that's definitely it. Ah, you bastard. Park Chung-woo angrily grabbed his hair, his face turning bright red. Ah, so annoying. Suddenly, he put his hands down and fixed his bloodshot eyes on the claw machine, focusing on the chains, which at some point were wildly hitting the glass again. Park Chung-woo. Get out of here now. Close your eyes and don't look. Take deep breaths. You have been affected. It is highly likely that it was contaminated. Impact. Contamination. Hee hee. Park Chung-woo scoffed disdainfully and shouted to the sky. You are the one who's contaminated. You must be very happy watching me make a fool of myself. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly smashed his fist against the glass window. Crash. The glass window shattered instantly and fell apart. Park Chung-woo didn't care about the wounds he cut on himself. He grabbed the writhing chains and forcefully tore them down, then casually tossed them to the ground. Next, he reached for the drink that had dropped earlier, lifted it into the air, tilted his head back, and opened his mouth wide, then suddenly squeezed with all his might. The can was crushed, and the drink mixed with his blood flowed into his mouth. So refreshing. Park Chung-woo laughed maniacally. He had never felt such a sense of satisfaction. To hell with the impact. To hell with the contamination. To hell with the weirdness. Wasn't it crushed by himself just like that? The expert group of the Cosmic Kingdom stared blankly at the screen before them. They couldn't believe that, despite paying the cost of 2 hint opportunities, clearly informing the chosen one of the crisis he faced and what to do, they were still powerless, and it even backfired. Suddenly, the laughter of Park Chung-woo stopped on the screen. The members of the expert group watched as Park Chung-woo slowly lowered his hand that was raised high in the air, and brought the crushed aluminum can close to his neck. With a gentle slice, blood splattered all over the screen. Throughout the entire process, he maintained that maniacal smile, but everyone saw his eyes filled with fear returning at the end. Weirdness has struck. The leader of the expert group slammed his fist on the table, cursing in frustration, and then thought of something, immediately ordering someone to pull up the live broadcast from the Great Xia Kingdom. Put the image on the biggest screen. With bloodshot eyes, he stared fiercely at Su Li, who was playing a game. It's all your fault. If only you started playing the game earlier, we would have known the risks in the game process sooner, and things wouldn't have turned out this way. Since Park Chung-woo is already dead, you and the Great Xia Kingdom should think about saving yourselves. When the weird horror stories descend into the real world, you will surely have a part in it.
A smile quickly appeared on his angry face because he saw the words "game over" once again appearing on the game screen. Finally, it's time for Suli to explode. He stood up with a roar, lifted a stool, and smashed it hard against the game machine's screen. Yes. Just like that. Smashed down hard. Ding-dling. A jarring ringtone suddenly rang out loudly in the Great Xia Kingdom's live broadcast room, accompanied by a strong vibrating humming sound. The leader's smile froze, and he searched for the source of the noise, confirming it was a black phone placed on the game machine. With this sudden commotion, Suli's action suddenly stopped. On his face, filled with rage, a hint of struggle appeared, as if he was fighting against something. The ringtone grew louder, and the vibrations caused the phone to move constantly on the game machine. Crash! The black phone fell to the ground, but the jarring ringtone did not stop. Instead, it grew louder, echoing in the empty hall, and the look of struggle on Suli's face deepened. In the next moment, Suli's stool fell from the air, his whole body swayed, then he slowly slumped against the machine. The leader's expression froze, then he stared intensely at the still vibrating ringing black phone in front of Suli. He knew very well that it was the jarring ringtone that had pulled Suli away from that terrifying impact. But even the prompt information echoing directly in their minds. No one could save Park Sungwoo. How could this small phone, which every chosen one has, have such a life-saving effect? I can't understand. I really can't understand. The team leader could only angrily slap the table a few times. Shut down the live broadcast for me. But you asked for. Damn it. Did I say you can't hear me? On the contrary, all the viewers in the Great Summer Country's live broadcast were now drenched in cold sweat. Since entering the Strange Talk world, this was definitely the closest they had seen Suli come to death. And it was also the first time they saw that worrying anger on Suli's face. It was as if the one controlling Suli's body just now was not himself but a demon living in his heart. Although Suli was now leaning against the game machine, slumped on the ground, his clothes soaked in cold sweat, and looking somewhat disheveled, they felt it didn't matter. Rather, their mood became joyful. Because Suli was still alive. As long as he was alive, that was good. Suli used the little strength he had left to grab the still vibrating phone in front of him, turned off the alarm he had set earlier, and then weakly collapsed to the floor, lying in a big letter shape while gasping for breath. Tired, so tired. This was the only thought Suli had at the moment. Even though he had just been playing a game and hadn't physically exerted himself, battling the anger within during the final moments while fighting for control of his consciousness was the most exhausting thing he had encountered in the Strange Talk world. Now he was so exhausted that he didn't even have the energy to replay what had just happened in his mind. The only thing he could do now was lie quietly and slowly wait for his energy to recover. Chapter 103, The Chosen One, the third puzzle. Buzzing. Suli got up from the floor and turned off the faintly vibrating phone. 23:55, this was another alarm he set to remind himself not to exceed the time. After the door closes at 23:30? You can play any game machine in the venue, but you must return to the staff lounge before 2400 hours. He walked into the bathroom, splashed his face with cold water, and felt his spirits lift a bit. He glanced at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror before turning to leave. He returned to the front desk and grabbed a few pieces of chocolate and a bottle of water. The sugar in them would help recover from his severely drained energy state, and after what just happened, Suli felt a bit hungry. Back in the staff lounge, Suli lay on the bed leaning against the wall, slowly chewing on chocolate while reflecting on what had just happened. Firstly, there was an error, or rather, something that wasn't absolutely correct in the customer play guide. No matter which game you are playing, please do not play for more than 14 minutes. During the day, Suli had witnessed 2 cases where anger from playing games led to equipment damage, resulting in bizarre deaths, while other customers, although they didn't reach such extremes, still expressed strong emotions to varying degrees. At that time, Suli believed the pollutant might exist in a specific game machine, which contaminated others, leading to abnormal emotional reactions from customers who used them. But since the information he had was fragmented, this could only be a hypothesis. When he found the new rules in the staff lounge, he connected the missing pieces, forming a complete chain of evidence. The source of pollution in this world most likely did not exist within those game machines. First, the Strange Talk instance provided each player with 3 special game coins. In this arcade, game coins can be used to play any game device inside, and it adds up the time allowed to return to the lounge, implying that 1 coin can let you play for a long time. Adding to this, the third method of clearing the game mentions a time limit. The chosen one has to stay in this instance for 3 days. And the waiters are not allowed to play any game machines during their working hours, which means all chosen ones are limited to playing during a short half hour every night from 23:30 to 2400 hours. If any problems arise in between, like Suli just encountering the man's basketball incident, then this time will be further cut down. Given this method of clearing seems to be the simplest among the 3, it is very easy for most chosen ones to make the same choice. They would use 1 game coin every night, as that is the safest way. However, if the source of pollution exists within the game machines, it would lead to a very terrifying outcome.
A significant number of chosen ones may have direct contact with the pollution source on the first night, resulting in death. This type of instant death event, which relies purely on luck without any skill, does not fit the rules that the haunted world has always provided. Moreover, the performance of the customers supports this point, because after observing an entire day, Sully did not find any customers showing strong signs of contamination. So Sully could almost rule out the possibility of the pollution source being in the game machines, which is why he directly opted for that machine to start playing, without worrying about being contaminated. But just because the pollution source is not in the game machines does not mean the machines are free of problems and completely safe. After all the strange events that happened before were related to the game machines, which seem to be trying to make customers play them more. Additionally, in the 2 suicide incidents, the victims showed intense anger while they were alive. These fragments form a chain of evidence. If one plays games in the arcade for a long time, it can lead to emotional loss of control, and the most common manifestation is anger. Although the rules state that the duration should exceed 14 minutes. Sully did not see how long those 2 victims played before their final outburst, so he set 6 alarms on his phone before playing. Besides the one at 23:55, he calculated from the moment he inserted the coin, setting another alarm for the 10 to 14 minutes period and maxing out the ringtone and vibration. This was the first layer of protection he created for himself. There were also 2 additional layers, the warning information from the expert group and his own system talent. The final result was not only as he predicted, but the level of impact far exceeded his imagination. Even as he sat down, he constantly reminded himself to stay calm and collected, but as the game progressed, his heart gradually filled with anger, to the point that he was seeing red, and in the end, he wanted to smash the machine with a stool due to the death of the game character. Even at that moment, the preset alarm rang, bringing a bit of clarity to his consciousness, but it still couldn't quell the anger that was about to overflow. Only after the second alarm went off did Sully barely regain a little of himself and used that moment to start a difficult struggle against his unfounded rage, ultimately reclaiming control of his consciousness. From this, it can be seen that playing on the machines here indeed leads to serious emotional loss of control. But the question arises, with so many customers playing during the day. Sully's gaming machine had once been played by others, and he was sure that many players had spent more than 14 minutes on the games. But why did he only witness 2 incidents where emotions exploded and the machines were destroyed? It was clearly impossible for just them to have played too long on the machines. So why was his level of impact so much worse than that of other customers? Sully thought for a moment and then came to a conclusion, because he was the chosen one. Chapter 104, The Slight Sound of Swallowing. Yes, because he was the chosen one. When he just entered here, he had seen the strange dancing arcade machine and the customer pressing their face against the door while knocking. This made him clearly understand that these gaming machines were definitely problematic, and this arcade was certainly in trouble too. After a whole day of bizarre events, his mental stress had almost reached its breaking point. And under normal circumstances, this would be a time to rest and relieve stress, but due to time constraints, he had no choice but to sit in front of the gaming machine. Thus, with such intense pressure, playing a game known to be highly dangerous would be much easier to be influenced than those clueless customers. At this point, the originally complex fragments pieced together into a third puzzle at the cost of Sully nearly encountering death. The game machine was not the pollution source he was looking for, but it could cause the player's emotions to spiral out of control. The more unstable they felt inside, the more they could be affected, leading to them smashing the machine in the end. Biting down on the last piece of chocolate in his mouth, Sully squinted his eyes. It was no wonder that the strange entity was so arrogant, directly writing words on the top of the rule paper without fear of being detected by the chosen one. Because in this instance, the chosen ones had to be careful not to be polluted by unknown sources, while also battling their inner demons that the entity lured out with games under a bizarre gaze. What a clever scheme. Even he nearly fell into its trap. But who knows how many of the 251 chosen ones who entered tonight will remain after this incident. And as he expected, the situation was indeed tragic. Now, apart from him lying in bed eating chocolate, many viewers in Great Xia were either going to sleep or having late-night snacks. In the live streams of almost all countries around the world, there was an eerie silence. In just half an hour, more than 100 chosen ones had smashed their gaming machines out of extreme anger and were then killed by the bizarre entity. Only a few chosen ones from certain countries received warnings from the experts at the moment they smashed their chairs against the machines and, with immense willpower, forced their uncontrollable anger to shift from the machine to themselves. The chair smashed into their palm, sacrificing a hand to crawl out from the gates of hell. The remaining dozens of chosen ones had never intended to spend their tokens on the first day. They were waiting to see how other countries' chosen ones would act, so they were still clueless about what had happened. However, their expert group looked very grim. After summarizing and analyzing the actions of the other chosen ones, they discovered they were in a highly troublesome situation now. Just putting in coins without playing was definitely not acceptable. Because some chosen ones had already tested that once the coin was inserted, if no one operated the game characters, then after staying still for a moment, the game characters would begin to act on their own. And without anyone controlling them, the actions of the game characters often led to consecutive deaths. After a while, the machine will black out, and then the strange will strike.
In other words, there is only one way, which is to start playing after inserting a coin. But as soon as the chosen one sits in front of the game machine, they will directly fall into emotions, unable to escape. Unless, like Suli, they use external interference and overpower themselves with strong willpower. Of course, those with slightly weaker emotional control can survive. After all, several chosen ones have confirmed this with their broken hands. But it's still the first day. If they hurt themselves like this, what will happen in the next few days? Moreover, they have already missed one night's worth, which means they will need to use 3 game coins in the next 2 nights. The difficulty will definitely be much higher than it is now. Suli does not yet know what is happening in the real world. After just organizing and reviewing, his slightly clearer mind becomes somewhat chaotic again. A deep fatigue washes over him, making him feel drowsy. He closes his eyes and gradually falls into sleep. He doesn't know how long it has been when Suli suddenly hears a voice, faint yet near. "Brother." A little girl with soaked clothes is crouching in the corner of the staff lounge. She hugs her knees, curling up, her body shivering. "Brother, where are you? I'm so cold." Suli jumps up suddenly, looking toward the corner where the little girl is. It's empty, there is no one there. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Suli takes a while to realize that what he just heard was not an illusion but just a dream. A chill light sparkles in his eyes. It has been more than 10 years since he has seen this scene, so long that he almost thought he had forgotten it. But aside from experiencing an illusion due to contamination in the last subchapter, he actually saw it again in a dream. It seems that the impact of the game machine on his emotions is greater than imagined. Suddenly, the light in his eyes dims. He glances at his phone to see the time, 4:28. Then, he carefully gets out of bed, tiptoeing towards the door. There are faint sounds coming from outside the door. Between 2400 hours and 7:50, do not leave the staff lounge. If you hear any noise outside the door, do not worry, it is our testers debugging the game devices. Suli presses his ear to the door, holding his breath to listen to the sounds outside. There are sounds like things hitting metal, machines moving, metal colliding, and people whispering, as if they are talking to each other, or softly scolding something. Are there testers outside, as the rule states? How many are there? Is it the debugging before the new machines are launched? Or is it debugging the machine that he Xueming couldn't fix? Can the game machine evoke inner emotional fluctuations because of its debugging? Suli doesn't know the answers, and he can't spare the time to think about it. His mind is only occupied by one question: the main door is already closed. How did the testers come in? Could it be the boss? Only they would have the key to the door. Suli wants to listen more clearly, but he doesn't know if it's the soundproofing effect of the door. He keeps changing positions but can only hear fragmented sounds. Suddenly, Suli's gaze falls on the doorknob. The rules only say not to leave the staff lounge, but they don't say anything about not being able to open the room's door. If he only opens the door slightly, not going out, but just looking outside through the gap, is that not breaking the rules and also allows him to see the situation outside? He slowly moves his hand to the doorknob, but just then, the sounds in the hall outside abruptly stop. Meanwhile, the light coming through the crack under the door also dimmed. Suli's left hand froze in midair, while his right hand pressed tightly over his mouth, trying to keep his rapid breaths silent. The owner of that voice was coming. There was only a wooden door separating it from itself. Gulu gelu. A faint sound of swallowing echoed, not from Suli, but from the other side of the door. Chapter 105, Verifying the Hypothesis. Listening to the heavy breathing outside the door, Suli dared not move at all. That thing was in the hall just a second ago, and suddenly appeared outside the door. This speed was something no normal person could achieve. Suli's pupils suddenly trembled. Gujiang had said she had seen that former waiter on July 5, drinking with He Xueming, but she hadn't seen him since the next day. Since that person was also a waiter, he must have lived here as well, and perhaps had also discovered that hidden paper under the bed. Then his bizarre disappearance, could it be because, that night, when he was resting, he heard the same sounds as just now, and then opened the door, just running into that thing's eyes outside? Listening to the sound of liquid dripping to the ground outside, Suli felt a chill run down his spine. Not knowing how long had passed, when Suli's body began to feel somewhat stiff, the sounds outside disappeared, and light once again seeped through the door crack. But Suli still made no move, waiting a few more minutes, and confirming that the thing outside had completely left, before he finally put down his hand covering his mouth and gasped for air. Checking the time, it was 4:44 a.m. The sounds in the hall had completely vanished. Suli returned to bed, lying down, and began to ponder what had just happened, but after a long time he remained confused, which only added to his mental chaos. In such a situation, the error rate of conclusions drawn was very high, so Suli decided to sleep first and check the situation tomorrow. The next day, at 7:41 a.m., Suli was awakened by his phone's ringtone. After a night's rest, his mind had cleared up again. But he still kept his eyes closed, perfecting the plan made yesterday in his heart.
At 7:51 a.m., Suli got out of bed, first took the toiletries on the table, went to the bathroom for a careful wash, and then walked past the gathering crowd at the door, coming to sit at the front desk, taking chocolate from a jar to leisurely eat. After finishing, he changed to a more comfortable position, leaning back in the chair and closing his eyes again. The audience in the live broadcast didn't know what Suli was doing, but by 8 a.m. they finally couldn't hold back any longer. Why hasn't Suli opened the door yet? All the chosen ones from other countries have opened theirs, and Suli is the only one left. I don't know, look at his chest rising and falling, is he asleep? No way? Did something happen last night that kept Suli from sleeping well when I went to bed? There is something strange about it, but it hasn't delayed for too long, it shouldn't be this exhausted. The barrage kept discussing, but Suli still lay there with his eyes closed as if deep asleep until it was nearly 10 a.m. Damn! I just took a nap, how is Suli still sleeping? I'm a bit anxious, could it be that the game machine we played last night has some side effects we don't know about? I don't know about side effects, but I do know that if Suli doesn't open the door soon, he might be hit with something. Look! There are already a lot of people piled up at the door. Their faces are pressed against the glass door and have been deformed. Gu Jingfeng and the cleaner are here, and Yanhua and He Xueming have already arrived. They are all watching Suli. Brother Su, you can't sleep now even if you want to. If you don't open the door soon, someone will really get their brain knocked out. Yeah, my brother Su, hey. He's awake. Suli opened his eyes and looked at the dozens of eyes staring at him from outside the door. He yawned first, then slowly walked over to open the big door. The customers rushed into the hall eagerly, and the cleaning staff and Gu Jingfeng also walked past Suli. Casually glancing at them, Suli smiled at the not-so-good-looking Yanhua and He Xueming. Good morning, worker He. Good morning, brother Yin. What good morning? Why the hell are you just now opening the door? Yanhua glared at Suli with annoyance, and He Xueming also looked a bit unhappy. Do you know how long we've been waiting outside? Suli scratched the back of his head, displaying an incredibly sincere apology. I'm really sorry. I worked all day yesterday and was just too tired, I didn't sleep well at night. I had actually woken up early today, sitting there waiting to open the door, but I accidentally fell asleep. As he said this, Suli suddenly seemed to remember something. It seems like it's past the time for takeaway food, why don't you guys eat this to fill your stomachs a bit? He pulled out a piece of unwrapped chocolate from his pocket and handed it forward. Yanhua frowned, wanting to say something, but then saw He Xueming step forward and stand in front of Suli. He stared seriously at the somewhat awkward Suli for a while before speaking. Next time, don't make the customers wait so long, it's not good. After saying this, he turned to leave, but heard Suli's somewhat apologetic voice call out. Worker He, do we still have chocolate? The ones at the counter are almost gone. He Xueming paused in his steps but didn't look back. I'll bring some to you later. Then he continued toward the warehouse. Yanhua seemed to want to say something, but just then someone in the hall called for him, so he glanced at Suli before leaving as well. Suli watched the two leave, tossing the chocolate into his mouth. It seems that this experiment's result was successful. From his gaming experience last night, Suli knew that arcade machines could have a negative impact on people's emotions, though he didn't know the purpose of doing so. But looking at it from another angle, anything unfavorable for it must be beneficial for himself. So Suli wanted to see if he could try to minimize the time customers spent on the game machines. It was hard to do this during other time slots, even if he could, the number of affected customers would be limited. By choosing this morning time, although there weren't as many customers as in the evening, it wasn't too few either. As for the risks involved, Suli had considered them. It was just about annoying the customers or Yanhua and He Xueming. But after thinking it through, he determined that it shouldn't be a big problem. The staff rules stated that the arcade's opening time was from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., allowing for a later opening. But it didn't specify an exact time. So after getting up, Suli kept leaning on the front desk chair, pretending to doze off while watching the situation outside the door. He waited like this until after 9 o'clock when he noticed the dark impatience in the customer's eyes outside beginning to rise, seemingly on the brink of an explosion. Only then did he go and open the door. As expected, just like yesterday, although they had waited a long time, the customers showed no sign of blaming or wanting to attack Suli. They just rushed towards the game machines. As for Yanhua and He Xueming, although they seemed displeased a moment ago, they didn't get angry or make a move, and this response also matched his predictions. Speaking of which, Suli felt he had to thank He Xueming for that. Chapter 106, The boss is very nice, he won't blame you. He had made that subtle move yesterday. Reminded himself that the staff in the arcade cannot interfere with other people's work. Responsible for receiving customers, exchanging game coins, and providing card services. This is mentioned in the second rule of the server code, regarding the duties of the waitstaff. However, aside from this, Suli actually has another unspoken duty responsible for opening and closing the arcade. This is also something they cannot interfere with, which is why Yanhua and He Xueming would react that way.
Here. The chocolate you wanted.
He Xueming heavily placed a box on the front counter, shouting towards Su Li, who was standing at the door.
Hurry up and greet the guests. Coming, He Gong.
Su Li returned to the front desk, glanced at the box full of chocolate cans, and then looked at the guests in front of the counter.
Have a good trip.
Su Li watched the customer leave with 3 game coins and 10 pieces of chocolate, revealing a bright smile. The reason for verifying those 2 points earlier was for this purpose, to increase the proportion of chocolate mixed in with the game coins. Although this meant that he was no longer as relaxed as before and needed to apply interference like at the beginning, Su Li was still very happy. Strangely wanting the customers to play more games, then he would let them play less for a while. As long as he didn't violate the rules, anything done oppositely was definitely beneficial.
Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon.
Su Li found He Xueming, who had just come out from behind the covering cloth, and asked what he wanted for lunch, then headed towards the dance machine to find Yanhua. However, after walking a few steps, he suddenly found his clothes being tugged. Turning around, he saw a little boy named Gujiang High looking up at him.
Give me game coins.
The little boy stretched out his hand towards Su Li. I performed very well yesterday, it's time for your promised super game coins. Su Li shook his head.
No, you can only get them tomorrow.
Ah. You're such a big liar.
Playing tricks.
The little boy stomped his feet in anger. But just as he spoke, he saw Su Li squatting down with a smile looking at him. I promised to give it to you, but I never said which day. For some reason, even though Su Li's tone was very gentle, looking at the corners of Su Li's mouth that were raised made him think of that pencil that scared him, and the shout that was about to leave his mouth instantly turned into a helpless mumble.
Alright, tomorrow it is.
Seeing the little boy return to the dining area, Su Li got up and continued towards the dance machine. He originally planned to give the little boy game coins today, but after the incident last night, Su Li decided to temporarily set it aside. Although playing games with special game coins was a very dangerous thing, since this was included in the way to clear levels, it definitely wasn't for no reason to send the chosen ones to their doom. There must be some kind of purpose, it just hadn't been discovered yet. So he planned to play tonight and see if there would be any new discoveries. Arriving at the dance area, Su Li found Yanhua, who was giving action guidance to the woman in yellow he had seen before. However, he didn't see the woman in red who was with her. As before, Yanhua had no interest in what to eat and just casually said he was fine, not even turning his head. Su Li didn't mind, returning to the front desk to start dialing for takeout. Hello, this is Firefly Arcade, I would like to order a braised elbow, a grilled wing, and a... Su Li's words suddenly stopped. He saw the woman in yellow who was dancing, her hand suddenly twisted completely to her back, contorting into a very creepy shape. A slight crackling sound came from her body. But the woman's movements did not stop, continuing with the rhythm. Only that her twisted and contorted arms made her once pretty dance look extremely terrifying. And the Yanhua, who was guiding her earlier, was nowhere to be found.
Hey. Handsome guy, are you still there? Do you need anything else?
The voice of the delivery guy came through the microphone, pulling Su Li's thoughts back. He apologized and then maintained a steady tone to finish ordering the remaining food. After hanging up the phone, just as he was about to look back at that side, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open beside him. He Xueming walked in, took a bottle of liquor from the drink machine, bit it open, took a big gulp, and then sat down carelessly on a stool.
He Gong, why did you come at this time today? Are you done?
Su Li became vigilant in his heart. He Xueming wasn't carrying a toolbox, which should have been returned to the warehouse. But yesterday, He Xueming had been very busy, always coming after the delivery arrived.
Why did he come over just after I finished ordering? Is it because I opened the door late this morning? Isn't it because of you, kid?
Opening the door so late made me miss breakfast. He Xueming said as if it were a matter of course. Without food, of course, there's no strength to work. Su Li felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head.
Sorry, He Gong.
Yesterday I saw everyone having such a good time playing games, so after closing the door at night, I tried playing a bit myself.
Oh?
I saw you didn't play during the day and thought you were someone who didn't like games. No, it's just that there was too much to do during the day, and everyone was busy.
How could I go sneak off and rest alone?
I just get my head twisted off by He Gong. Ha, so you've even learned to joke around, right?
It must be that Yanhua guy who taught you.
He Xueming looked very natural. After taking a sip of liquor, he continued.
How was the game yesterday? It was fun, but I didn't play very well. I kept dying, and then I got angry and went to sleep.
No worries, you're young, you have plenty of time, just take it slow.
But are you not telling me the truth?
He Xueming put the bottle on the table, looking into Su Li's eyes.
You didn't sleep when you got home, you snuck out to play games again, right? Otherwise, how could you be so sleepy here this morning? Suli's expression showed some hesitation, but his heart jumped secretly. Here it comes. He really came to fish for information about him not opening the door on time this morning. Xiaosu, don't worry. It's normal for young people to be a bit playful. Accompanied by serious words, He Xueming patted Suli heavily on the shoulder. If that's the case, just say it, there's nothing wrong. The boss is a good person and won't blame you. Chapter 107, Xiaosu, you've had it tough these years, come, eat a chicken leg. Actually, it's not really. Just say it directly. Men should eat meat and drink wine boldly, what's with all this stammering? Alright, maybe I was too excited playing the game yesterday, I was too energized, then when I went to sleep, something happened that scared me a lot, so I haven't really slept well since. Suli lowered his head, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed the corner of He Xueming's eye twitch slightly, and the strength in his hand increased a bit. His tone became slightly concerned. What happened to scare you so much? It's nothing, I just had a dream about something that happened a long time ago when I was very young, which left some shadows, so every time I dream about it, my mindset gets a bit unstable. As the words fell, Suli noticed that He Xueming's body and demeanor were slightly more relaxed than before. He just deliberately said that something scary happened last night, and He Xueming immediately took it seriously, but after he said it was a dream, he relaxed. This man seems to know about the tester. He Xueming did not realize that he not only failed to get information from Suli, but instead, the other party had gained information from him. He withdrew his hand and seriously looked at Suli for a moment, suddenly laughed, and then raised the wine bottle to his mouth. Dreaming of things from childhood can scare you like this, it seems little Su, you haven't suffered much, right? Your parents should be pretty good to you? I have never seen them since I can remember. He Xueming's drinking action paused, carefully looking at the calm Suli. An orphan? Yes. He Xueming fell silent for a while, then handed the wine bottle to Suli. Want some? Seeing Suli shake his head, He Xueming withdrew his hand and directly drank the remaining half bottle in one gulp, then looked at the bustling hall ahead. Those days of being all alone must be hard, right? When it's cold, find a cardboard box to curl up in a corner and sleep. When hungry, go rummaging through trash cans, or pick up the food that others don't want to eat. Not knowing if it was because he drank too much at once, He Xueming's gaze became a bit unfocused. He didn't look at Suli, as if talking to himself, his words sounding a bit broken in the noisy crowd. After finally finding a piece of moldy steamed bun, you might get chased and bitten by wild dogs that pop up from who knows where, then just run, and when the wild dogs disappear, looking down to see, the steamed bun is lost somewhere. With a sneer, He Xueming turned his head to look at Suli, putting his hand on his shoulder. Little Su, these years have not been easy for you, but now that you're here, you are mine. Suli held his breath, preventing the faint smell of alcohol from flooding his nostrils, but He Xueming didn't care at all, still seriously continuing to speak. You are mine. Hello, your takeout has arrived. He Xueming glanced at the delivery guy standing behind Suli, then said to Suli. Alright, we are all grown men, so I won't say much. Little Su, you understand, the takeout is here, let's eat. He stood up and took the delivery bag from the guy, then shouted loudly into the hall. Yanhua, come over and eat. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Yanhua lifted his head from a machine in the distance and jogged to the front. Yoigu, you're so eager to eat today, came so early? Then he turned to look at Suli. Little Su, what did you do last night? You look so tired today? I just told Igong about this, I was playing games at night, got a bit excited. Why would you be excited about a game? I've been bored with it for 800 years. Yanhua pulled over a chair and sat down. You should go play those machines that let you gamble coins, a game coin might earn you a bunch. Winning that much is useless, you can't exchange it for cash. You don't know this, but even though you can't exchange for money, you can exchange for things. Yanhua looked at the points exchange area in front of the counter. Look, those dolls, plush toys, models, etc., can all be exchanged with game coins. Suli smiled bitterly. But, Yengu, I don't like those things, exchanging them is useless. What a coincidence, little Su, I just heard about something. Yanhua looked at He Xueming, then leaned closer to Suli and whispered. I heard girls like these things, if you get one for her, then. Before he could finish, He Xueming's voice interrupted. Enough with the nonsense, hurry and eat. Yanhua awkwardly opened the lunchbox, and the steam made droplets of water fall into the dish He Xueming was about to take. The latter's face showed some displeasure. Pay attention. Okay, brother He. Xiaosu, don't just stand there, hurry up and eat, or it will get cold, come. Have a chicken leg. Thank you, worker He. Suli smiled as he picked up the chicken leg from his bowl and started to eat slowly. Although it didn't smell good, it tasted tender and juicy. However, his mind wasn't on the food, but rather on other questions. What He Xueming just shared about his experiences was indeed not much different from Suli's childhood days.
But his demeanor and tone at that moment were less about narrating Suli's past, and more like recounting a memory.
Did he Xueming also go through similar times before?
When Suli mentioned his dreams, he only intended it as a hook to find out if he Xueming knew about the testers, but unexpectedly, it struck a chord with him. Not only did it reveal more information, but now he even offered Suli a chicken leg himself. Although Suli didn't think this would lead to significant benefits, it did improve his goodwill, which was an unexpected gain. Additionally, Yanhua came over and directly inquired about what happened last night that caused the late opening today. He wanted to know the answer, but after Suli mentioned he had already talked to Yi Xueming about it, he stopped asking. This indicated that he trusted Yi Xueming immensely, and that they were both on the same side. Moreover, this further corroborated the previous assumption that as long as the opening hours were pushed back, reducing customers' time with the game machines would interfere with its objectives. Besides, Yanhua might also know about that tester, who was still unknown to Suli. Then, Yanhua spoke about wanting to exchange for a figurine, which aligned with what the rules mentioned. If you accumulate enough game coins, you can go to the central area's points counter to exchange for desired items.
They are definitely worth it. But did he really want to please Gu Jingfeng? Or was it to get Suli to play that coin pusher machine?
Just playing the ordinary role-playing game for 10 minutes last night nearly got him killed. If he went to play the more addictive gambling machines, what kind of consequences would arise?
Chapter 108, I'm just a very ordinary front desk employee.
Suddenly, a thought flashed through Suli's mind. Although the method to clear the game mentioned consuming all the game coins, it didn't specify who should do the consuming.
If he gave game coins to a customer and let them play, would that also count as consumption?
Moreover, for customers who were unaware of everything, the game's impact on them would be much weaker than on him, who was always under the immense pressure of being the chosen one.
Xiaosu, it seems your appetite has grown.
Seeing Yanhua's surprised expression, Suli realized he had already finished 2 boxes of rice while lost in thought.
I'm sorry, I got a bit hungry and didn't notice I ate more.
This was indeed the truth from Suli this time.
No problem, I've pretty much finished eating anyway.
Yi Xueming put down his chopsticks and smiled at Suli.
Young people should eat more.
After saying that, he stood up and left, and Yanhua also put down his chopsticks, stood up, and lit a cigarette. There's still some dishes left, Xiaosu, take your time eating, but remember what I told you. Suli nodded as he watched Yanhua walk toward the dance machine, greeting a new woman.
The woman in the yellow dress is gone?
His gaze searched around, trying to find her trace. After all, there had been situations before where he thought a guest had disappeared, only for them to reappear later. Soon, Suli's gaze landed on a game machine not far away in the eastern area.
It was a shooting game.
A customer was pointing a toy gun at the NPC on the screen, shooting repeatedly.
Damn it, why is it so hard to get a headshot?
Suli's attention this time did not linger much on the player, but he stared blankly at the NPC on the screen. Their movements were normal, and their expressions were as eerie as those in the Bomberman machines before. However, one NPC looked somewhat different from the character next to it. Its neck was slightly tilted, making it hard for the player to hit its head. Suli looked at that NPC with confusion, recalling the Bomberman game character he had seen before with one slightly smaller eye.
Was this also a result of a machine issue that Yi Xueming hadn't completely fixed?
On the game screen, the NPC was getting closer to the player-controlled protagonist, allowing Suli to see it more clearly. His pupils shook suddenly. Suli realized that its neck wasn't just tilted slightly, it was twisted nearly 360 degrees. And this horrifying character image seemed familiar to him. Information fragments raced through his mind, and soon Suli's gaze locked onto a specific image. It was the man he had seen in the VR game area, the one who had twisted his neck. His head was distorted just like the NPC now.
Could this just be a coincidence, or was that man not gone but rather trapped inside the game machine?
A chill ran through Suli's heart. In that instant, more information fragments appeared in Suli's mind and then disappeared, leaving only a few behind, rapidly sticking together with the previous piece. The sound of wheels rolling echoed in front of him, and a disheveled janitor appeared at the counter. Suli gathered his thoughts. Although he had pieced together most of it, he still needed more information to confirm, or one wrong step could lead him into a bottomless abyss.
Wait a moment.
He put the remaining food into an empty box. Although there wasn't much left, it was enough to satisfy one person's hunger. Then he gathered the other trash together. When he was about to hand it to the janitor again, he realized that the person who had just been standing there was already gone. Where did he go? Suli looked around and didn't see him in the hall, but he spotted a sign at the bathroom door, "Cleaning in progress, temporarily closed." He was momentarily stunned, then scanned the hall before heading over with the food box and bag. A smile flickered in his eyes. If his judgment was correct, he would soon obtain the second fulcrum to move the iceberg. Entering the bathroom, Suli did not see the janitor's figure. He placed the items on the sink. The cubicle doors were all slightly ajar, but the last cubicle was tightly shut. He slowly walked over, intending to try pushing the door.
Bang!
A sudden small noise came from behind, and Suli turned around, frozen mid-motion. A broken broom appeared in front of him, its sharp broken edge just inches from his throat. Suli slowly raised both hands, his face not showing panic, but revealing a hint of a smile.
Relax, I'm not here to cause you trouble.
The janitor holding the broom did not let go. Under his messy hair, one eye was completely white, while the other swirled with dark intent, both staring intently at Suli.
Who exactly are you? Just an ordinary front desk attendant. I may be old, but I'm not stupid. I've been watching you since you arrived yesterday. Where is there a service attendant like you?
As he spoke, the sharp broom was pushed slightly towards Suli's throat. He had almost touched his skin. If you don't want to talk, that's fine, just tell me where Xiao Cha is, and I will let you leave here alive. It was the first time Suli had heard the janitor speak, his voice sounding extremely deep and hoarse, unlike that of a normal old man.
Why don't you eat first? After you finish, we can talk again?
Suli raised his hands high and looked towards the washstand beside the janitor. Look, I specially brought this for you, it's such a waste to let it go. The janitor was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Suli to remain calm in such a situation, and even suggested he eat here. Instinctively, he glanced at the washstand and then quickly shifted his gaze back. But it was already too late. Almost at the moment his gaze moved, Suli slightly leaned back, his left hand clapping against the broom, and his right hand grasped it and yanked it back suddenly. In an instant, the broom that had been pressed against his throat was now in his hand. So quick that not only did the janitor fail to react, but even the spectators outside were caught off guard.
Chapter 109, Planting the Seed. What the hell? I'm not watching a martial arts film, I'm watching a paranormal livestream, right?
I remember Suli was being chased around the building by a cat in the last instance. How did he become so fierce all of a sudden? With the speed, I thought Sugo was about to trick the old man into dropping the broom, but I didn't expect him to go for it directly.
Awesome.
And looking at that janitor's eyes, it's clear he's also a contaminator. To snatch something from a contaminator, has Suli become this strong?
This can't be the result of the special training mentioned on the paranormal website a few days ago, right?
If that's true, then I take back what I said about them just teaching Suli to fool children. In the operational analysis room, many experts looked at a man in military uniform, who, although not speaking at the moment, held his head high with undisguised pride.
You all think Suli is impressive? Hey! I taught him. Alright, focus on the live stream.
Old Zhao said, half amused and half annoyed.
In the paranormal world, after the janitor was stunned, the blackness in his eyes surged even more fiercely. You! Don't be angry, I really mean no harm.
Suli tossed the broom he had just taken aside into the adjacent stall, smiling at the janitor.
Suli was not angry about his actions, but rather somewhat satisfied.
As this hidden attack behavior indicated that the other side was a planner who dared to take action, which might help his upcoming actions significantly. The janitor watched Suli warily. How can I trust you? Yesterday, I had an argument with He Shuiming, and Yanhua was there trying to persuade us. You must have seen it, right? Suli spoke without any hesitation, his tone extremely certain, for his actions at that time were specifically for the janitor to see. At that moment, He Shuiming was very angry because Suli had taken the little boy to the front desk for a meal. Although Suli did not violate any rules, there was really no need to confront He Shuiming directly. Based on Suli's observation and analysis of the other party's character, he felt that if he had just said a few soft words then, this matter would mostly have passed. But he did not do so. Because he needed to show the janitor his stance, he was not on the same side as He Shuiming. This was to plant the seed of trust for getting the janitor's confidence later on. The janitor stared at Suli for a moment, then sighed. I can temporarily believe you, but you only need to tell me where Xiao Cha is, and then you don't have to worry about this matter.
Oh? Why? They sigh, you can't win against them. How can you know unless you try? You must be prepared to tell me, right?
Otherwise, you wouldn't have specifically chosen He Shuiming and Yanhua, and wouldn't have noticed the time at the front desk coming to find me, nor would you have put up that sign at the door. In the past, every time the cleaner went to the front desk to collect the trash, they would wait until Suli finished eating, but just now he came while Suli had not yet finished. And just now when you came out, you only threatened me by pressing the broom against my throat, without choosing to stab me first, which indicates that you must have some expectation for my help, right? Young man, you haven't fought with them, you don't know their strength. The cleaner seemed a bit anxious. If you really were to use that body of yours. He originally wanted to say that if Suli really got into a fight, one punch would take care of things, but recalling how he had just lost his broom to the other party, he couldn't finish the sentence. The palm of his hand, tingling from being brushed by the broom, left him unable to understand how Suli, with such a thin body, could explode with such powerful force and speed just now. Since you are Xiao Cha's grandfather, I will call you Cha Lao. Suli didn't care what the cleaner was thinking now, but seized on the key point in his words. Cha Lao, did you fight with them before? Suddenly he thought of something and looked at the cleaner's blind eye. Could it be that this eye of yours is?
Sigh. Cha Lao sighed heavily. Why are you young people so stubborn? Su Li's eyes flickered, about to speak, but the cleaner continued. Since you want to know, then I will tell you what I know. After you listen, you can choose to help me, or you can choose to tell me Xiao Chao's whereabouts, then walk out of here, forget everything, and pretend you never heard what I said. I wasn't trying to scare you, this place is really too strange. Su Li didn't make a direct promise, just nodded. You speak, I'm listening. Cha Lao's name is Cha Run, and he is a sanitation worker in this city. Although the job is tough, exposed to the wind and sun all day, he doesn't feel it's hard, because he has a 5-year-old grandson named Chalakong, whom he loves very much. The name was given by him, hoping that his little grandson would be happy and healthy throughout his life. On July 1st, after work, he changed into clean clothes, went to the cake shop to pick up a cake, then went to the children's clothing store to buy a new outfit for the little boy, and happily headed towards Xiao Chao's school. Although he spent nearly half a month's salary on these two things, he didn't mind because today was the birthday of his most beloved little grandson. Waiting anxiously at the school gate, after the parents around him had taken their children away, he still didn't see Xiao Chao come out. Cha Run felt a little flustered. He wanted to enter the school but was stopped by the security guard, who said he had never seen him before. After failing to explain, Cha Run kicked the guard and rushed in. After rushing into the office and finding the teacher, he learned that Xiao Cha had already left. He hurried home, put down his things, only to find that Xiao Cha had not returned, feeling an intense regret in his heart. Because of his job, Cha Run was afraid that Xiao Cha would be talked about by classmates, so after Xiao Cha started elementary school, he never picked him up. Fortunately, Xiao Cha was sensible, and since the school was not far from home, there had never been any problems. Today, he finally planned to pick him up, but now Xiao Cha was missing. He went out and found himself soaked in sweat by the time darkness fell, breathlessly returning home, yet Xiao Cha was still not back. He called the teacher, explained the situation, and said he had already searched all the places that Xiao Cha might go. The other party told him not to panic, saying Xiao Cha might have gone out to play, and if he didn't come back after waiting a while, they could call the police. Cha Run couldn't wait any longer and was about to hang up the phone to call the police when he heard the teacher ask if he had looked for Xiao Cha in the arcade. Cha Run replied that it was impossible, he had never heard Xiao Cha say he liked playing games, and besides, such an expensive place like the arcade, Xiao Cha had no money. The teacher was silent for a moment before speaking again, saying that Xiao Cha had excellent grades in class, so he would occasionally lend his homework to classmates to copy, in exchange for some things, including game currency. Chapter 110, Call the Police, You Are in Danger. For a child of this age, this was not good, but considering the situation at Xiao Cha's home, the teacher only advised and guided him without punishing him or telling Cha Run about it. Cha Run was instantly anxious and hung up the phone, running out without hesitation. Although the Firefly arcade the teacher mentioned was not far from his home, he had never taken Xiao Cha there to play. It wasn't that he was worried Xiao Cha would delay his studies because of gaming, but rather that he often saw young people smoking going in and out, and he feared Xiao Cha would be led astray by those guys. However, when he arrived at the arcade, no matter how loudly Cha Run called, or how he pulled every child he saw over to look, he could not find Xiao Cha. Finally, a young man with a cigarette came over and kicked him out, saying he was disturbing the normal entertainment of the visitors. Just as he thought Xiao Cha wasn't there and was preparing to leave, he suddenly saw an eraser lying in the corner by the door, and the design on it seemed a bit familiar. Cha Run quickly picked it up and was immediately shaken. There was a drawing of a fish with hands on it. He remembered Xiao Cha had excitedly shown it to him before. Cha Run carefully wiped the dust from the eraser and kept it safe, returning to the hall again. This was Xiao Cha's most cherished item, something he usually didn't want to use, but now it was dropped here and covered in dust. This could only mean one thing: Xiao Cha must be here, and he was likely in trouble. But soon after, he was kicked out by the same young man from before. Cha Run was very angry but helpless. He was too old and couldn't fight against the young man. However, when he went to file a report, he was told there wasn't enough time to open a case. Even when he took out the eraser to articulate his judgment, it had no effect whatsoever. In his anxiety, he had no mind to go home and could not go back to the arcade, so he simply lay outside the police station, waiting until the next day when it was time to go back to the Firefly arcade with the police. P.S. In reality, when a child goes missing, one can report it immediately without waiting 24 hours. However, in this fictional world, the rules differ, and similar situations may occur later, following the same logic. This time, the young man who had kicked him was no longer angry, and all the staff and customers in the arcade were quietly staying in place. He went around identifying each one but still could not find Xiao Cha. They checked all possible hiding places, including the kitchen, storage room, and bathroom, but found no clues whatsoever. In the early morning, Cha Run followed back to the police station, lost and dejected. The police comforted him, saying that although they hadn't found anyone yet, there were no signs of blood in the arcade, indicating that Xiao Cha was likely not in life-threatening danger. They had mobilized all their forces to search elsewhere and told him to go home and patiently wait for news. Cha Run did not refute this time and silently returned home, but did not go to sleep.
Instead, he carefully took out the eraser he had been holding and placed it on the table, staring blankly at it like a dead old tree. By dawn, as the sun rose and then set in the west, the strong dizziness in his head finally brought Jarun back to reality. He picked up his phone to check, but had not received any news about Xiao Jia. Jarun wanted to get up, but after sitting still for so long, his body was unresponsive, and he fell directly to the ground. After a while, he managed to get back up and lay back down on the bed in his clothes with a blank expression on his face. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Jarun took the pencil sharpener knife that his little grandson usually used and went back to the Firefly arcade. This time he did not enter the hall but simply sat on the ground next to the door. Even though the passing customers looked at him with strange glances each time, Jarun did not care at all and just sat quietly there. During this time, the young man from before came over a few times, wanting him to leave, but Jarun pretended not to hear and remained motionless. Even when the young man kicked him out several times, he simply dusted himself off and sat back down. Until nightfall, he saw the young man talking to a middle-aged man with a beard for a few moments, then smilingly walking toward him. He then tossed a sentence at him, saying if he wanted to find Xiao Jia, he should come with him, and went into the bathroom. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in Jarun's eyes after days of darkness. Though he was older and lacked the strength of the young, his mindset was certainly stronger, as he waited for the other to not be able to hold on. Getting up and entering the bathroom, Jarun looked at the young man standing there with his back turned, smoking a cigarette. He directly pressed the small knife against the young man's throat and threatened him to reveal Xiao Jia's whereabouts, or he would kill him. Jarun was not just pretending to be fierce, he could really do it for Xiao Jia. Seeing the young man remain silent and continue smoking, the knife in Jarun's hand pressed down a bit from the pressure, trying to force him to speak through pain, but unexpectedly, the young man simply raised his hand and gently grabbed Jarun's wrist, causing a surge of intense pain. His right hand fell weakly, and the knife clanged to the ground. The young man finally turned around, kicked Jarun against the wall, picked up the knife on the floor, and stabbed it into Jarun's thigh. Jarun was shocked by the young man's immense strength. However, looking at the blood flowing from his leg, he did not show fear on his face, instead, he smiled. Because the young man's actions inadvertently proved that Xiao Jia's disappearance must be related to him, otherwise, he wouldn't go to this extent. Perhaps seeing Jarun not showing the expression he desired, the young man looked puzzled for a moment but then became impatient. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, grabbed Jarun's head with one hand, and brought the burning cigarette but close to his eyes. The chilling scream escaped his lips but vanished instantly as Jarun fell into unconsciousness. Not knowing how long had passed, he was awakened by the all-encompassing agonizing pain. With his remaining eye, he looked around and found himself thrown under an underpass. His phone was missing, and he could only tell that it was morning by the sky, but he did not know how long he had been unconscious. He struggled, wanting to get up and go back to the arcade, but the wound on his bleeding leg and the intense pain all over his body rendered him powerless. Feeling his consciousness gradually becoming blurred, Jarun smiled, filled with sorrow. The phone was lost, the wounds were still deteriorating, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he died in this desolate place, ignored by anyone. Death, Jarun is not afraid, but if he dies, he will never see Xiao Jia again. Around noon, drowsy Jarun suddenly felt that the pain in his body seemed to have lessened a lot. He couldn't afford to think about why. Supporting himself on the wall, he struggled to stand up, then dragging his injured leg, he walked outside. After taking a few steps, a man wearing a hat suddenly blocked his way. Jarun had no extra energy to conflict with him, he just asked him to step aside and prepared to continue moving forward. But the man did not step aside, instead, he frowned and said, "You are dying." Chapter 111, Verification of Information and Conflict. Hearing this, Jarun understood why he felt the pain in his body lessen. He fell silent for a moment, then prepared to move forward, but a sudden dizziness made him fall directly to the ground, and just before losing consciousness, he saw the man in front of him turn and leave. When he opened his eyes again, the bright moon was already high in the sky. The man sat by the fire, his face flickering in the firelight. "Now that you're awake, eat something, but in your current state, you can only have some liquid food." Jarun looked at the bandages wrapped around him, feeling that the pain had lessened a lot, and with his right arm reattached, he was filled with confusion, but he chose to first take the kanji beside him and drink it. He had no idea how long it had been since he had eaten. After that, through conversations with the man, he learned that it was now July 5th, that his previous coma had lasted about 10 hours, and that the man had helped treat his injuries. Most importantly, the man told Jarun not to go to the arcade anymore, to rest here and that he would handle the matters regarding Xiao Jia. Jarun initially did not believe it, but thinking of how the man had saved his life, he chose to trust again. After a while, however, he felt something was off. He shouldn't drag others down. He told the man about the strange powers and cruelty of the smoking young man, urging him not to go, saying that he would handle the matters about Xiao Jia himself once he was healed. But after hearing this, the man said nothing, only leaving a sentence that he would definitely return before dawn, then stood up and left. But by the next day's sunset, the man had not returned. 2 more days passed, and Jarun still did not see the man. His hopes faded into despair. Did the man deceive him, or did he choose to retreat under the terrifying power of that young man, or did he meet the same fate as himself? Run did not know and did not want to think, he only knew that all of this was because of himself. If he had gone to school earlier, perhaps he could have picked up Xiao Cha. If he could have persuaded a little longer, perhaps the man would not have gotten into trouble. On July 9, Run's injuries had healed nearly completely. He finished the last of the food left by the man, then poured some water into a bowl and placed it on the fire to heat, waiting a bit before grabbing the bowl, which was glowing red from the heat, and gulping down the water inside. He tightly covered his mouth, his throat burned, causing the muscles in his face to twitch from the pain. After recovering, his voice had become hoarse and sounded like a completely different person. He walked to the riverbank, looking at his messy hair in the water and the dirty, tattered clothes he wore. He removed the bandages, revealing his blind eye, and finally glanced at his reflection that had changed drastically in just a few days, then walked firmly toward the riverbank. Arriving outside the arcade, he saw a notice at the door recruiting a cleaner. Though he was a bit curious about where the previous cleaner had gone, it suited him just fine, so he walked in, lowered his head, and asked the bearded middle-aged man in a hoarse voice if he needed a cleaner. He was originally worried that the other party might recognize him, or would make a lot of demands, but he didn't expect that the other party just told him the job content in time, and then agreed. In the first few days, he dutifully did the cleaning job, fearing that his identity would be discovered by others, but later he found that as long as he kept the place clean, the young and middle-aged people would not pay much attention to him, so he began trying to find clues about Xiao Cha among the guests. But there were no clues, and then a few days later, you came. The hoarse voice stopped, and the bathroom fell into silence. Suli looked deeply at Run. This old man was truly brave. He previously thought the man's voice sounded unusual, thinking he had been injured while fighting with Yanhua, but he didn't expect it was actually Run who burned himself, just to avoid being recognized by Yanhua and the others. But while he admired him, he also felt even more headache about the current situation. Although some things in Run's narrative could corroborate previous information and speculation. For example, his eyes were indeed not the result of a disease, but were blinded by Yanhua. For example, Yanhua had great strength, which Suli felt yesterday when Yanhua was angry at Gu Xianfeng. But some things revealed by Run made the truth of the matter clouded in a light mist again. In the two suicide incidents Suli witnessed yesterday, one person had blood on his shoulder, and the other had fingers eaten away. Yanhua and the others' reactions indicated that such events were not happening for the first time, so the scene must retain some traces of previous incidents. But the police not only found nothing in the maximally suspicious warehouse, but also did not detect any bloodstains in the arcade. Moreover, after the door closed yesterday, although Suli didn't look closely, he could be sure that the head of the woman held by the man did not ooze a single drop of blood, even with constant collisions with the basket. This was an extremely abnormal thing for a normal dismemberment incident that had just happened less than a day ago. Yet it happened to coincide perfectly with the police's testing results. The second important matter was the man in the hat. He not only appeared in front of Run, but also had been seen near Gu Jingfeng. By putting their information together, one could derive his timeline of actions. On July 5 at noon, he found the nearly lifeless Run, rescued him, then went to the arcade in the afternoon for deliveries, reminding Gu Jingfeng to stay safe, and returned to the bridge cave again at night, promising to save Xiao Cha. Although the timeline was only half a day, considering all his actions, Suli could almost confirm he was the investigator he was looking for. As for why he did not appear again in front of Gu Jingfeng and Run later, Suli believed he was not deceiving or escaping. Because he took the action of giving warning and making promises while fully knowing there was a problem, which indicated he had strong confidence and assurance in fulfilling the promise before leaving that night. But the reason he did not appear again was most likely due to encountering unexpected changes during further investigations, thus falling into great danger. So the way to get through was for the chosen one to help the investigator complete the recovery work. And the crisis that even he fell into was undoubtedly the thing that needed to be recovered. Even that thing brought more danger than the pollution source. And the existence of such high-risk items in the copy was bound to be infinitely close to the truth. Chapter 112, Covering the Odd Eyes. Finally, Run also mentioned something that made Suli very concerned. Before coming to work, Run. There used to be a cleaner here, but just like the last waiter, he has disappeared. So, is there also a former staff member in the dining area? Suli asked this question, and Run thought for a moment before answering. When the police came, I saw Yanhua and Shu Eming, along with the cleaner and the girl from the dining area, but I didn't see the waiter. When I went back a day later, I only saw the cleaner, and the girl was gone. Later on, when I returned after my injury healed, the cleaner was also gone, but I did see the girl named Shaoan. Confusing, very confusing. Although the guess was confirmed, all this new information tangled together made Suli feel like his brain was stuck in a massive glue, and this feeling was very uncomfortable. Was it the influence of playing games last night? Could it still interfere with his thinking now? Suli laughed bitterly in his heart. It's impressive that this old man can remember so much information. But upon a second thought, he understood. After all, the other party considered everyone in this arcade as people related to the disappearance of his grandson. Laughter from women came from the adjacent restroom, prompting Suli to retract his thoughts, realizing they had already been in for a while and needed to hurry.
Old Cha, where did you put the corpse you brought in, hidden in the trash can?
Right there. Cha Run pointed to the last stall beside Suli. They told me to put it there, lock the door, and not to care about it until the door is opened again.
You should never have seen a real corpse before. Were you scared when you moved it? How could I not be scared? But as long as I can stay here to find my grandson, I'll do anything.
Suli looked at him seriously and then confirmed another thing.
Old Cha, the man with the hat you mentioned before, did he look very ordinary, unrecognizable in a crowd, or did he have a hooked nose?
He described the image that Gujiang had given and the one he had seen before, but Cha Run shook his head. Neither. He has a long scar over his eyes. Suli's pupils trembled.
Are you sure? Could you be mistaken?
Cha Run didn't know why Suli, who had been calm earlier, suddenly became agitated.
There is no way.
Although we haven't spent much time together, he did save my life. I can't be wrong.
Why? Do you know him?
Seeing Suli remain silent, seemingly lost in thought, Cha Run turned to glance at the noisy hall and stepped closer to hold Suli's arm. I have already told you what I know. You should keep your promise and tell me where Xiao Cha is. Suli regained his focus and shook his head slightly.
No.
Cha Run was taken aback, his eyes suddenly swirling with darkness.
You're lying to me?
Suli ignored Cha Run's sudden increase in force and calmly said.
It's because I don't want to lie to you that I said it this way.
Feeling the grip on his arm loosen, he continued. I can tell you, but have you ever considered that if I can snatch the broom from your hand, with your current state, do you even have the life to save Xiao Cha?
I'm not afraid of death. As long as I can.
I know you're not afraid of death, but what about Xiao Cha?
You're saving Xiao Cha just so he can see his grandfather die in front of him? And if you die, can he escape with his ability? Even if he manages to escape, what will he do afterward?
Cha Run released his grip and staggered back a few steps. He was taken aback by the questions, having relied on the thought of saving Xiao Cha, never considering all these things. For a moment, he felt overwhelmed, and in a daze, he heard Suli's voice again. As you think, I came here with another purpose. If you can handle the following time. If you cooperate with my actions, then perhaps I can help you and Xiao Cha leave here safely.
He paused for a moment and emphasized again.
Be aware, I can only do my best. I can't guarantee this will work. The confusion in Cha Run's eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented spark. Tell me what I need to cooperate with, just say it, even if it means my.
Stop. It's not that serious.
Suli interrupted Cha Run again. This old man was brave, but he was too brave. He would leap headfirst into danger at the slightest disagreement. He leaned close to Cha Run's ear and whispered. The first thing you need to do is wait until everyone has left tonight, and before closing, take the balloons from the points table and cover the camera.
Is it that simple?
Cha Run was a bit surprised. He thought it was some important task, but didn't expect it was just putting up a balloon. Suli nodded, but he knew clearly in his heart that this task sounded easy, yet the risks involved could be substantial. Although it didn't violate any rules, covering those strange eyes was not something that could be done easily. He initially thought of doing it himself, but after some thought, he decided to let Cha Run go instead. One reason being that Cha Run's description of the investigator didn't match what Gujiang had said, raising Suli's suspicions, so he needed Cha Run to prove his stance. The second reason was that what Suli was doing tonight might enrage the strange entities and could even directly trigger death, so he needed to minimize his own risks. Suddenly, Suli remembered something he almost forgot to ask. I only know roughly where Xiao Cha is, so I need to confirm, does Xiao Cha have any distinct facial features, like a mole or something?
Yes.
Cha Run answered without thinking.
Although he looks pretty ordinary, he has a... Who the hell put this sign at the door? I've been waiting here forever.
Cha Run's small voice was covered by the sudden shout of a man. Suli could only see the way Cha Run's mouth moved, but he couldn't hear the last few words. Looking up, he saw a man kick aside the sign standing at the bathroom door, then hurriedly walked in with his legs crossed.
Ah, so comfortable.
The conversation had to stop. Suli walked to the sink, pretending to wash his hands, but his fists were tightening and relaxing, wanting to shove this man's head into the toilet. Behind him, there was the sound of wheels rolling. Cha Run pushed a trash can to the door, picked up the fallen sign, placed it back, and then started cleaning the hall.
Hey, dude, you have a cleanliness obsession? Washing your hands for so long?
The man looked at Suli curiously. Seeing that he didn't respond, just stared expressionlessly, he felt an inexplicable fear, snorted, and left. Another minute passed before Suli exited the bathroom and headed for the front desk. And just as Suli left, a woman walked out from the ladies' room, glanced back coyly, and tidied her clothes while heading toward the hall. Following that, Yanhuo also came out, but instead of going to the hall, he leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and darkly fixed his gaze on Suli, who was smiling and greeting customers at the front desk.
Chapter 113, Fear Deep to the Bone.
Suli sent off that group of customers and scanned the hall, finding He Shueming still hidden under the cloth, while Yanhua was chatting happily with a woman, relieving his mind a bit. It seemed they hadn't noticed that both he and Sha Run had disappeared at the same time, which was very beneficial for the plan to be executed next. In the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom, the audience anxiously watched the calm-faced Su Li. It's over, it's over. Su Li looks like he hasn't realized that Yanhua was just watching him. Who the hell would have thought this? Besides, Su Li had already left when Yanhua came out, so he couldn't see. Su Li and the others have been very cautious. Who could have imagined that this LSP Yanhua would actually go into the women's restroom? Could it be that Yanhua already went in when there was a noise coming from the women's restroom just now? If so, then he must have heard what Su Li and the others were saying? I think it's possible. At that time, I heard that sound was a bit inappropriate. Inappropriate? What do you mean by inappropriate? Please elaborate. I just went to the restroom and didn't see anything. What the hell? I don't have the heart for this. I finally managed to pull in the janitor, but not only did I miss those crucial last words, I was also discovered by Yanhua. How could I be so unlucky? It's okay, everyone don't panic, we can see it, the expert group will definitely see it too, and they will definitely tell Su Li. But in the operations analysis room, there was now a strange silence. Everyone's face bore complex expressions, as if hesitant and struggling. As the barrage mentioned, they indeed discovered this matter, and the psychologist even determined that Yanhua's final glance at Su Li contained undisguised mockery and malice. Although they also did not hear clearly the last few words spoken by the janitor, after observing the replay, the lip-reading expert quickly deciphered the content. Yet now, not a single person was editing the information to pass it on to Su Li. Because just not long ago, the group leader mentioned something that left them all extremely astonished. In the last conversation between Su Li and the group leader, there was a key point: in the next ghost story dungeon, the expert group would reserve all 3 hint opportunities until Su Li actively requested them. In other words, even if they now grasped that Su Li did not know the extremely deadly information, as long as Su Li did not speak, they could not send the hint information. Group leader, do we really have to wait like this? Can Su Li really hold on until then? The officer, who earlier appeared proud, now only showed worry. Did he ever tell you why he made such a strange request? Zhao Laowu remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The officer's expression changed, anger rising within him. Group leader, I admit Su Li is the best young person I've ever seen, but what he is doing is simply too arrogant. He voiced what most experts in the room were thinking but didn't dare to say, but seeing the group leader not respond, he softened his tone. Group leader, I'm just a rough person, I don't understand analysis or calculations, but I do know that in covert operations, what's most important is stealth, yet now Su Li's actions have been revealed to the enemy. We need to inform him quickly to change his next plan. After waiting a moment, seeing the group leader still didn't speak, he suddenly gritted his teeth, pushing aside the person standing in front of him. Step aside. Then, stepping forward, he reached to press the button that had already edited the information. Sure, if you want him to die, just press it. Zhao Laowu's slightly tired voice came through, causing the officer's actions to halt immediately. His initially determined finger trembled, and after a moment, he swung his hand away, muttering angrily under his breath as he returned to his original position. Looking at the screen before him, Zhao Laowu's drooping eyes revealed an extremely complex expression. When Su Li presented this plan to him, he was just as shocked as everyone else in the room, even feeling a hint of anger. This kid safely passed through 1 dungeon and even set a world record for completion, but after all, he had only passed 1 dungeon. In the past 7 months, the Ghost Story dungeon had opened a total of 49 times. Every time the difficulty and the events are different. If Su Li continues to inflate like this, what awaits him is not just his own death, but also the destruction of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Su Li is indeed a genius, but the world has never lacked geniuses. Old Zhao has seen countless geniuses in his life, but the vast majority have been destroyed by themselves. The first chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom to successfully clear a dungeon was a genuine genius, but during the second time entering the instance, due to overconfidence in his own judgment, he died on the spot. However, old Zhao's anger did not last long, because he discovered that after Su Li said that sentence, there was not a hint of youthful arrogance in his eyes, but rather a calmness and determination. So confident? Could it be that he is not being arrogant, but has something to rely on? When he asked this guess, the other party did not answer directly, but since it concerns the fate of the nation, he questioned again. Su Li still did not answer directly, just nodded his head. Old Zhao instantly fell silent. Having been in this position for so long, he sharply caught a glimpse of fear flashing through Su Li's normally calm eyes as Su Li nodded. That was an uncontrollable fear born of instinct. It was very similar to the expression Su Li had when he turned the doorknob of the laundry room before. Old Zhao had studied Su Li's performance in the previous dungeon carefully. There were some things he had always found difficult to understand. Now, looking back, an incredibly unbelievable thought suddenly surged forth, causing a storm in his heart. Suli indeed has something to rely on. But this reliance brings with it a bone-deep fear. When Suli first entered the dungeon, although his behavior was cautious, he still seemed somewhat immature, so he wasn't very optimistic about Suli at the time. But as time passed, although Suli's tone remained careful, he began to take many actions that even now seem extremely bold. Even at the end, he snatched the pencil from the strange being, killed Shomida, and calmly walked out of the dormitory building. Although it cannot be denied that Suli's learning speed and adaptability are extremely fast, if that were the only reason, it would not explain his dramatic changes. Now, combined with the request Suli proactively put forward, old Zhao suddenly felt a guess rise in his heart. Suli might have gained some extraordinary opportunity after entering the world of strange tales that they did not know about. This opportunity has brought about a tremendous change in Suli, giving him the confidence to converse with the strange, but it also requires a certain price, otherwise, he just wouldn't have seen that fleeting trace of fear in Suli's eyes. Chapter 114, The Hat Man Returns. Is this guess ridiculous? The answer is yes, but it perfectly explains everything that has happened. Is this idea unrealistic? The answer is also yes, but with the existence of surreal rules and strange tales, which humans cannot comprehend, what else is impossible? Later, he asked what would happen if he used the hint opportunity early. Suli's answer was that he might die, but he did not explain why. Since Suli was unwilling to say, he did not insist. The fate of the Great Xia Kingdom was already tied to Suli, and he also had a sister whom Suli valued dearly. He believed that for both public and private reasons, Suli would not act arrogantly, repeating the mistakes of the past. Though all these are just unproven guesses, like a gamble, in today's world, which country is not engaged in a gamble with an unknown outcome? As for what Suli's reliance truly is, he decided to put a halt to this for now. He did not tell anyone about this guess. Everyone should have a few little secrets, right? At this moment, Suli does not know that the audience outside is worried about him, and the expert group is also anxious. He is now thinking about a crucial question: why is the image of the investigator in Chai Run's account inconsistent with the information he learned from Gujiang Phone? The former has a noticeable scar on his eye, while the latter is indistinguishable among the crowd? Is one of them lying? This subconscious thought arose, but was quickly dismissed by Suli. Gu Jingfeng's hollow eyes and Chai Run's blind eye are the prices they paid for coming here. And they both have important people they are deeply concerned about. The feelings for their loved ones that unconsciously come through in their words are not fake. Moreover, when he asked Chai Run to use balloons to block the camera, Chai Run agreed without a second thought. But if they are not lying, then the different information they told can only be explained in two ways. First, there is not just one investigator who came to the arcade, but two, or even more. They all share common characteristics, such as wearing hats, knowing part of the truth about the arcade, and helping those who have suffered because of it. In Suli's memory, there was indeed someone who fit this description. That is the man in the hat he saw before. Although he does not know what he said to the customers at that time, it is clear that what he said made those who were originally going to the front desk turn back, reducing their frequency of purchasing game coins, which can be seen as helping the tourists to some extent. If this explanation holds, then the man in the hat he saw could be the third investigator. In addition, there is another explanation. That is, the reason Chai Run and Gu Jingfeng provided different images of the characters is not because they are lying to themselves, but because they were deceived by that investigator. But this deception is not malicious, it is a disguise, a form of self-protection. Suli has been disguising himself in front of Yanhua and He Xueming to survive and complete the challenge. If he can disguise himself to avoid unknown risks, why can't the investigator who comes to recover the extremely important and dangerous items disguise himself? As the chosen one, Suli can only disguise his thoughts and attitudes, but the investigator, as a character in the bizarre world, is likely capable of disguising even his appearance. This idea extends from Chai Run's situation, where he scalded his throat, dirted his clothes, and even deliberately hunched his back to enter here under a new identity to get a janitor position. Chai Run was just an ordinary sanitation worker before, and he could do this, so Suli has no reason to think the investigator with an even more mysterious identity couldn't do better. Regarding these two explanations, Suli prefers and leans more towards the second one. Because if the first explanation is true, then it would be a blatant admission of a desperate fact: the dangers lurking in the Firefly arcade far exceed Suli's imagination, requiring multiple investigators to handle it. And they have all disappeared, even needing his help to achieve their goals. Suli does not know how strong the investigator is, but he or they delivered the strange food ingredients and even revived an elderly man on the brink of death who had lost too much blood and had not eaten for several days. Suli, although possessing the ability to foresee death, was not arrogant enough to think he was stronger than the investigators who had this capability. It was just that such people had all been eliminated by the strange occurrences here, and there had been several of them. Why would that creepy tale bring in someone like him, a chosen one? Was it dissatisfied with the strangeness and wanted to add a little dessert after the meal? So Suli believed that there was only one investigator, and the possibility of him being good at disguise was even greater.
But if this explanation held true, then another problem arose. The hat man he had seen could also very well be the disguised investigator. Both explanations pointed to the same person, so it seemed very necessary for him to make contact. Just as Sully thought of this, he suddenly saw the hat man appearing again. Just like before, standing in front of a customer who was coming toward him. The customer showed some annoyance on his face, ready to push the hat man away, but it seemed that the latter said something to him, and the customer quickly started laughing, glanced in Sully's direction, then turned and went back. The explanation he had just constructed instantly showed some cracks, because this time Sully clearly saw their actions. The hat man was selling game tokens to the customer. Rule 5 of the lounge states: the game tokens in the customer's hands cannot be exchanged for cash at the front desk, but can be used to redeem items at the points counter. If you see them making private transactions, please pretend not to see. Previously, Sully found it somewhat strange because of the weirdness. The game difficulty was much higher than in a normal arcade, so the tokens in players' hands should deplete quickly. However, with so many customers in the hall, the proportion of customers buying game tokens seemed rather low, and the amount bought each time was not too much. It appeared that the reason for this anomaly lay with the hat man. But this raised a new question: why did he have so many game tokens? Where did they come from? Were they collected from players, or did he obtain them from the source of the game tokens, the boss? Chapter 115. Oh? You understand a lot, huh? His gaze fell on the drawer in front of him. Sully remembered that when he finished work last night, there were very few game tokens left in the box, but when he received his first customer today, he unexpectedly found the tokens refilled. Following the rules in the visitor guide, he stayed in the arcade for 24 hours. Although the drawer was not locked, the only time game tokens could be added was between 12 a.m. and 7:50 a.m., the time he was in the staff lounge. This meant that only the owner of the strange noise he heard last night could have refilled the game tokens. So, was the hat man having so many game tokens also related to the investigator mentioned in the rules? Sully's thoughts on the hat man had changed. He previously assumed that he was helping customers, but now realized he was privately selling game tokens. And unlike Sully, the hat man was not mixing a little water into the tokens, he was providing solid game tokens, and the quantities were substantial. This was no different from increasing their chances of being affected by the machine's emotions. Yet, even upon noticing this issue, Sully could not stop the hat man's actions. Although the hat man was not an employee of the arcade and did not fall under the do not interfere with others work rule, the rule please pretend not to see clearly expressed a meaning of non-interference. Now the key was, who wrote that second half of the sentence? The answer to this question was extremely important for understanding the hat man's motives and stance. It was necessary to find an appropriate opportunity. Go and make contact with that hat man. After determining the action, Sully started to think about another matter that he cared about deeply. In what Xiaorun and Gujiang described, they mentioned a seemingly normal, yet troubling question that made Sully uneasy, including himself. They had all been employees at this arcade before starting their jobs. But currently, the only guess is that the previous service staff was awakened on the night of July 4th by the noise in the hall and then got taken away by that thing, with no clues pointing to the disappearance of the other two. Sully does not believe they left on their own, because although the job start time of Sully, Xiaorun, and Gujiang differs, it was not a long gap. The number of employees in the arcade is limited, yet a significant majority of the old staff left collectively in a short time, which obviously does not align with that bizarre boss's business philosophy, which aims to let players die at the game machines. Therefore, it is highly likely that the two discovered something they shouldn't have or violated something they shouldn't have, and were consequently made to disappear like their predecessor. Sully vaguely feels that there must be some connection or clue regarding the disappearance of the few of them, and he did not notice it until now. Apart from providing service to customers buying tokens, Sully kept thinking about this matter, but no matter how he pondered, he couldn't figure out what he had overlooked. Until he saw the owner of the bun shop across the road close the shop door, walk over to a pink electric scooter, wipe the seat with a cloth just like yesterday, and then speed away. Sully finally realized he had been thinking about this all afternoon. Rubbing his now grumbling stomach, Sully glanced at the time. It was 6:24, mealtime again. He stood up and looked around the hall for a moment, then walked up to a machine in the west area covered by a tarp. "He gone, what do you want to eat tonight?" Sully asked as usual, but he noticed that the metallic sounds in front of him vanished at the moment he spoke. "Xiaosu, I'm happy you can remember to come ask me, but I don't like it when you come ask me every time." The tarp was lifted, and he Schwemming walked out. "I remember I told you about this. Did you forget, or did you think there was something wrong with what I said?" Looking at the glint of the wrench in He Schwemming's hand, Sully's heart sank. This was not the first time he had come to invite He Schwemming for dinner, but every time before, he had responded while repairing things. He had never come out from behind the tarp like this, just to say those words to him before finishing his work. Moreover, both his movements and tone indicated that he was not in a good mood right now. Sully did not think it was because he asked what he wanted to eat, although the other party did mention this yesterday. "Xiaosu, you don't need to come ask me specifically every time. Order whatever you like for dinner, just keep the portion like lunch and change the dishes a bit."
But when ordering lunch today, he had also inquired He Shueming, and the other party did not have this attitude. So clearly, something had happened that left him unhappy, which was why he came to scold Suli. Suli glanced at the tarp, but due to He Shueming's body blocking the view, he couldn't see what was inside. Was it because the game machine was malfunctioning? Or was he still angry about Suli being late to open the door this morning? Suli was unclear about the reason, but he knew that if he answered incorrectly, things would start to become troublesome. As his thoughts raced, Suli's face had already donned an expression with a hint of apology.
He Gong is joking, how could I possibly forget what you said? It's just that your status is the highest here, eating is such an important matter that I definitely need to ask for your guidance. After all, you said at noon that without a good meal, there's no energy to work. He Shueming looked at Suli seriously for a moment, and the frown on his face relaxed. It seems you really remember what I said. Fine, go ahead.
Then he shook the wrench and returned to the covering cloth again. Watching Suli turn and leave, the viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy with bullet comments. Damn, it must be that bastard Yanhua who told this old guy about that incident.
Agreed. Otherwise, why was he so enthusiastic at noon, serving Suli chicken legs? How could he be threatening with a wrench by night? He's really flipped. Just now when He Shueming frowned at Suli while holding the wrench, the pressure almost made me wet my pants. Damn.
Luckily Suli backed down just now, even using you to address him, otherwise, I guess He Shueming really would have knocked him down with that wrench.
Back down? Are you okay up there?
Jiebei, watching the live broadcast in the room, immediately turned sour when he saw this comment. If you say what Suli just said was a compliment, I don't deny it, anyone can hear that.
But if you say it was backing down, then I disagree.
Oh? You understand it well? Then tell me, if praising someone like that isn't backing down, then what is, huh?
Chapter 116, what are you investigating?
Jiebei glanced at the densely packed papers beside him and showed a disdainful expression.
Did you not notice that Suli deliberately said you have the highest status? Who is the highest in the arcade? Is it the employees? No, it's the boss we've never seen.
Think about He Shueming's previous performance, stabbing Yanhua's hand with chopsticks, kicking him away, and Yanhua didn't dare to say a word. And every time during meals, he was the first to move his chopsticks. The chosen one of the universe even got food smashed on his face just for eating first for a little while.
And most importantly, the game repairs are also done by He Shueming. Putting these things together, do you still think he looks like a normal employee? Not an employee, so it must be, holy crap. I got it. You're saying the technician is just He Shueming's disguise, and his real identity is actually the boss of the arcade. Awesome, buddy. I think if they picked you in, you wouldn't be much worse than Suli. Kids are such magical creatures, although they are keen observers in some aspects. Jiebei, being praised like this even through a screen, instantly flushed red. No way, I'm still far from him. And this is just a guess, the chosen can't make decisions based on guesses like us, or it would be disastrous. However, since I can analyze this, Suli must also be able to. That's why he tucked you have the highest status in between compliments, so regardless of whether He Shueming admits it or denies it, he can get very important information. But unfortunately, He Shueming is still quite cunning and didn't answer this directly. To counter-test in that situation? Suli is indeed impressive. The man didn't know that the person he was praising on the screen was just a boy. Brother, I take back what I just said. But what's Suli doing now? Why is he just standing there without moving? Isn't he going to look for Yanhua? Upon hearing this, Jiebei looked at the screen and saw Suli standing in front of a big wheel game machine. Jiebei leaned closer to observe for a while, then typed out a somewhat dejected comment. I can't figure it out either, I can only wait and see. Then Jiebei took out his paper and pen. First, draw everything about this gaming machine, then quietly wait to record Suli's subsequent actions. Only his heart is feeling a bit unsettled now. After He Shueming's questioning, Suli's answer was quick and natural, which indicates that Suli might have realized early on that He Shueming could be the boss. But why wait until now to start testing? Suli looked at the large spinning wheel in front of him. Unlike the coin pusher, which is a single-player game, it is a multiplayer game. The round wheel has a pointer and 12 animal figures engraved on the edge, corresponding to different odds. Players first choose the animal area they want to bet on, then place their game coins on it. Once the game starts, the pointer spins rapidly, and wherever it stops, the person who has bet on that area wins a game coin at the corresponding odds. Of course, coins not bet on will be lost. Suli paused here at first because he noticed that the animal patterns at the edge looked somewhat strange. They didn't seem like engravings, but rather like cartoon stickers. Furthermore, the animal's eyes were faintly glowing red. The players sitting around weren't in a good state either. They were not only yelling loudly but also showing signs of emotional agitation, and some players had black shadows flickering in their eyes and beneath their skin. Was it because they had come into contact with pollution sources? As time goes by, does the pollution become more severe?
Sully instinctively looked around to see if there were any other abnormalities, but caught sight of the Hat Man, who had disappeared earlier, approaching this way.
He quickly lowered his head. The Hat Man noticed him and came over? Damn it! Didn't hit again. Am I this unlucky today?
The disgruntled voice beside him made Sully realize. Customers playing this game quickly deplete their game coins, meaning the Hat Man wasn't coming for him but had seized the chance to sell game coins. Before long, the man who had just spoken slapped the game machine and stood up.
Damn! $100 gone in less than 10 minutes. What a waste! I'm done playing.
He cursed as he prepared to leave, but realized someone had tapped him on the back. Turning around, he saw the Hat Man smiling at him.
What are you laughing at? I'll knock you out if you don't believe me?
The Hat Man wasn't angry, he merely placed a hand by his mouth and whispered something to the man.
The man's face lit up with joy and then followed the Hat Man to a corner.
Sully's mind stirred, and he followed them. When Sully passed through the crowd and reached the northeastern area, he saw the man smiling as he walked out from the corner, while the Hat Man was preparing to leave. But the moment he saw Sully, the smile vanished from his face, panic showed in his eyes as he stuffed the money he had just acquired into his pocket and turned to run. The Hat Man's reaction surprised Sully somewhat, but it also made him realize that the Hat Man was probably not an investigator, otherwise, he wouldn't have panicked just from a glance.
However, his behavior proved he definitely had something wrong with him.
With the chance to encounter someone afraid of him, Sully stepped forward, ready to chase him down for a good talk, but suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder.
Someone was following him. Who was it?
As the thought rose, he heard a familiar voice from behind. What are you looking for? When Sully turned around, he wore just the right amount of surprise on his face.
Brother Yen. You were here all along. I was wondering why I couldn't find you anywhere. You were looking for me?
Yes,
But I see you wandering around, it doesn't look like you were looking for me.
Yenhua suddenly interrupted Sully's words, a strange smile appeared on his face.
It looks more like you were investigating something, doesn't it?
His tone was joking, but Sully's heart jolted.
Why did he suddenly say that? Does he know something?
Thoughts raced through Sully's mind, but his expression showed no hint of what he was thinking. He couldn't figure out why Yenhua would suddenly say that, but he was sure that Yenhua didn't know his true purpose and was trying to probe him. Otherwise, with Yenhua's character, he would definitely have acted directly, not like this. Now that he understood this point, Sully naturally would not show any unusual reactions. He had relied on this method to break through Gujiang and Chaoran. How could he let others trick him into revealing information? Sully first showed a surprised expression, then lowered his head with a heavy sigh.
As expected of Brother Yen, I'd been discovered.
I am indeed investigating something, and I've already made some progress.
Chapter 117, The Head Tilt Kill.
This time, it was Yenhua's turn to be surprised. Seeming not to expect Sully to admit it so readily, he looked a bit uncertain.
What progress?
Sully raised his head seriously and looked at Yenhua. I figured out Xiaoan's preferences.
Xiaoan's preferences?
Yenhua's mouth twitched a few times, then he chuckled disdainfully, just about to continue speaking, when he saw Sully nodding at him.
Yes. Just like you, she likes to smile.
Then Sully put his arm over Yenhua's shoulder and turned around, shouting towards the dining area.
Hey! Unruoyu!
The girl who was cutting vegetables looked up at the sound, just in time to see Sully waving his hands, showing her a very bright smile.
Sully? What is he doing?
Gujiang couldn't understand why Sully was with Yenhua, smiling foolishly at her, and instinctively tilted her head to think, then suddenly remembered that Sully had once told her that he was pretending to get Yenhua to help chase after her.
So did he suddenly call out to her because of that? What should she do? Should she remain indifferent, or smile back, or should she bring them something to eat?
Gujiang didn't know what to do, and Sully had never told her how to respond to sudden events.
Should she just smile? Gujiang's lips curled up slightly, then quickly pulled it back.
There was no way. Sully had told her to maintain her persona and not expose herself, and looking at Yenhua's face, it was just impossible to smile. Yenhua was now stunned, his gaze traveling back and forth between Sully and Xiaoan. He had never seen any other expression on Xiaoan's face before, and now not only did he see one, but she was even tilting her head at him. Although that smile was very faint and short, it was enough to make Yenhua's heart flutter. He also followed Sully's example, showing his teeth in a smile and waving his arm to call on Ruoyu's name, but she had already looked down and was no longer looking this way. Just as he was feeling a bit down, Sully patted his shoulder.
It's okay, take your time. Love is about luck. As long as you keep smiling, luck won't be too bad. After a pause, Sully continued to ask. Then Brother Yen, I'm going back to order food. Are you going to just eat something light tonight?
Seeing Yenhua just nodding while squeezing out a smile, Sully smiled and left.
However, as he turned around, a sparkle flashed in Su Li's eyes. After this period of delay, he finally figured out one thing. His conversation with Cha Run this afternoon had likely been noticed by them. He Xueming's change of attitude might just be a coincidence, but Yan Hua definitely is not. He clearly questioned himself, was he investigating something? During this delay, Su Li quickly reviewed all the actions he had taken in his mind. Most of his time was spent thinking and analyzing, something no one could see. Last night's actions should also go unnoticed, as they had already left and would not discover it. So what remained that could be called investigative behavior were only three things: his contact with the Gujiang siblings, his interaction with Cha Run, and following the man in the hat. The true purpose of contacting the Gujiang siblings was clearly not noticed by them, otherwise Yan Hua wouldn't have been distracted just now. Then what was left was the matter of contacting Cha Run, and from the time frame of the change in their attitudes, this was the most likely possibility. Moreover, it must have been Yan Hua who discovered this matter, not He Xueming. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't allow Yan Hua to probe again after having already warned him, though that might draw out some information. The risk of startling the snake was higher, which didn't suit He Xueming's character. But Yan Hua was different. His observation skills were sharp, but his personality was somewhat impatient, so he must have discovered this matter, informed He Xueming, and then found his way to me. The reason? Perhaps he wanted to achieve some results to elevate his status? Although I temporarily delayed this matter thanks to Gujiang, I certainly can't hold it off for too long. They will definitely take follow-up actions. So, the key issue now is that I need to determine when Yan Hua discovered this matter to analyze how much of our conversation exposed my interactions with Cha Run, so I can better cope with any changes that might occur later. Memories played back like a rewinded movie in Su Li's mind. Before entering the bathroom and after dealing with the guests, Yan Hua was definitely in the hall. Therefore, the timeline of exposure narrows down to the conversation between Su Li and Cha Run, during which two unusual points emerged: the man who came in to use the bathroom at the end, and the sound of laughter from a woman next door. The former was directly ruled out, as the timing was too late, thus, the problem could only lie with the latter. The sound of the woman's laughter. Su Li sat in the chair at the front desk, his bony fingers unconsciously tapping on the countertop. Since it was laughter, it surely couldn't be one person talking to themselves. Su Li had not encountered a woman going crazy like that in the arcade, but he was certain he only heard one voice at that time. So why didn't he hear another person's voice? There were only two possibilities: either the person with the woman was deliberately lowering their voice, or for some reason could not make a sound. With that thought, the answer naturally emerged. Yan Hua entered the bathroom next door at that time and, upon discovering Su Li and Cha Run's conversation, began to eavesdrop. The rhythm of the finger tapping on the table paused briefly before continuing again. This indicated that Yan Hua did not hear Su Li's prior conversation with Cha Run. The final request for Cha Run to release the balloons was said softly enough to go unheard, so what could be exposed was only the content of the conversation in between. For fragments of memories assembled in his mind, inquiring about the disposal of the corpses with Cha Run, stating he knew Xiao Cha's location and would help Cha Run find his grandson, discussing the identity of the man in the hat, and mentioning the scar above that man's eye. Su Li's eyes flickered. No wonder Yan Hua had just appeared there. It must have been based on overheard content, guessing he might go look for the hat man, so he kept staring at him, and as he chased all the way, he naturally got caught red-handed. Chapter 118, Little Savior? Little Disaster? The knocking sound stopped, and Su Li grasped the pencil in his pocket. Although he had already sorted out the ins and outs of the situation, exposure had become a fact, and Cha Run's identity had also been discovered. Now things had become quite troublesome. He hadn't built this information chain before, so when He Xueming questioned him earlier, Su Li mixed a test in with flattering words, wanting to extract the other party's identity information, all to prepare for another task he intended to do tonight: enter the kitchen and the warehouse. Although Gujiang said there was nothing unusual in the kitchen, and Cha Run also indicated that the police didn't find anything in these two places previously, Su Li still planned to check it out himself. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but even when facing the same matter, what each person saw as fact could differ based on the information they had. Just like the investigator, who presented two completely different appearances in front of the two by disguising himself. If things had gone smoothly at that time and He Xueming had revealed he was the boss, Su Li would have temporarily given up on the action of entering the warehouse. After all, as a room where strange storage tools were kept, it would inevitably be extremely terrifying once the night fell. If He Xueming's attitude indicated he was not the boss, then the risk of the warehouse would decrease significantly, and the action could be launched. But He Xueming did not give a straightforward response at that time, and since he was already aware of his exposure, Su Li completely gave up on this action. Even if it continued later, it would need to wait until the situation became safe or more information was obtained. Bang! The empty beer bottle was heavily placed on the counter, and He Xueming looked down at Su Li from above. Did you finish ordering takeout, or are you just sitting here in a daze? It's almost 6:20. I've finished ordering, Mr. He. Su Li's heart sank. He had been lost in thought and hadn't noticed He Xueming coming over. Was he there to monitor him, or was he preparing to probe for information?
As he thought, Suli stood up and took a bottle of wine from the drink machine, popped the cap off by banging it on the edge of the table, then smiled as he handed it to He Schwemming with both hands. Mr. He, you've worked hard. I didn't consider things well earlier, so tonight's drinks are on me. Suli wanted to delay some time, he still hadn't figured out how to respond next, but He Schwemming only showed a slight surprise. Little Sue can open wine like this? Then he took the wine, had a sip, and directly spoke. Today. Boss. I want to change money. Accompanied by a child's voice, a small hand slapped down sharply on the counter, interrupting He Schwemming's words. Suli's heart sank. From the corner of his eye, he saw obvious displeasure on He Schwemming's face. He hurriedly stood up and spoke. Mr. He, please calm down, I'll handle it. Then he looked at the little girl in front of him and pretended to scold her. You little one, don't you understand? In the future, remember that you can't interrupt when adults are speaking. Suli's tone was very impolite, making him seem quite angry, but what he was really thinking was completely the opposite. Thank goodness this little girl came, otherwise, he didn't know what more could be said from He Schwemming just then. The little girl pouted and softly said, got it, then continued. Then you help me change the coins, and I'll leave, and you guys can continue your talk. As she spoke, she stood on tiptoes and heavily placed a basket of game coins on the counter. Suli looked at the roughly 100 game coins. Just when my heart was finally at ease, it tightened up again. What do you want to exchange? Of course, I want to exchange for money. I bought these tokens from you for 1 yuan each, so it's only fair if you refund me the original price. The girl's words made Suli's heart shiver. I thought you were my little savior, but unexpectedly, you're a little disaster. Although you interrupted He Schwemming's words and gave me a moment to breathe, you brought new trouble. Exchanging tokens for money? That won't work at all. The rules clearly state that game tokens in customers' hands cannot be exchanged for cash at the front desk. If I exchange them for you, wouldn't I be the one to disappear without waiting for He Schwemming to act? Is there no normal and obedient child around here? It's either spitting at others or asking for refunds? And you want to leave right after the exchange, letting me continue my conversation with He Schwemming? Didn't you see him? Suddenly, my thoughts stopped and shattered and reformed in an instant. I initially thought He Schwemming would have a very unpleasant expression, considering the girl interrupted him, but unexpectedly, I caught a glance and found him just coldly sipping his drink, not interfering here. I don't believe that my words could have such an effect, so there is only one explanation. My conversation with the little girl is part of the customer service duties. That's why He Schwemming couldn't interfere. Thinking of this, a genuinely pure smile appeared on Suli's face. I need to find a way to keep this little savior around. Did you really buy all these game tokens from me? Of course. But I remember you wanted to find Mr. He for compensation because the game machine was malfunctioning, and surely you didn't have many tokens left then, right? And as far as I remember, you haven't bought that many tokens from me. Suli had a deep impression of this little girl. She was there the time the Bomberman arcade machine malfunctioned, causing He Schwemming to kick Yen Hua out. If it weren't for that time when Yen Hua and the little girl were arguing over how to play the game, maybe the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. The little girl instinctively wanted to argue, but upon seeing Suli's smile, she glanced away. I hadn't bought that many. But I actually had quite a few tokens. I played for a few days and only had a few left, so I thought it wasn't enough for today, and ended up playing the coin pusher for a while, and unexpectedly won this many. In one game? Not really, it was a mix of winning and losing. I played for a long time to collect that many. Suli stared intently at the little girl, and his expression grew serious. According to what the little girl said, she had been playing at the arcade for several days, and today she had spent a long time at the more impactful coin pusher, but during this long gaming period, I hadn't seen any obvious emotional reactions from her. And the man at the big wheel had only played for 10 minutes and was already in an angry state. Why is there such a big difference between the two? Suddenly, Suli thought of another person, the little boy Gujiang High. He had also been in the arcade for a while. Although there were signs of contamination and emotional reactions, they weren't severe. Could it be that children and adults are different in some way, causing them to have higher resistance to contamination and emotionality in this scenario? The little girl didn't know what Suli was thinking. Seeing him staring at her with a changed expression, she thought he didn't believe her and grew a bit anxious. Really? I truly won this myself. You have to believe me. Suli came back to his senses, collected his thoughts, stepped out from behind the counter, and squatted down in front of the little girl. I believe you, but this game coin really can't be exchanged for money. However, we can exchange it for something else. How about we trade for this? He softened his tone, trying not to upset the other person, and then pointed to the dolls in front of the counter. If you save enough game coins, you can go to the point station in the central area to exchange for the items you desire, and they are definitely worth it. Chapter 119, Look at this doll. Doesn't it cry just like it's real? Seeing the little girl show a puzzled expression, Suli got up and walked to the point station, picking up a doll that was taller than half his height from among the many dolls, shaking it in front of him. Look, cute, right? You can exchange your game coins for these things. He believed that even if the little girl was resistant to emotions, she wouldn't be able to resist such a fluffy big toy. Sure enough, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran to Suli's side, hugging the doll that was taller than her, closing her eyes, and joyfully rubbing against it. After a little while, she looked at Suli. Can my coins be exchanged for this? If so, I'll trade for it. Suli glanced at the tag on the doll's ear and scanned the point station, then shook his head regretfully. This one is a bit expensive, it needs 300 game coins. However, with 100 coins, we can exchange for these. As he spoke, he pointed to a few slightly smaller dolls on the point station, but the girl only glanced at them and displayed clear disappointment on her face. Those are too small. Exchanging 100 coins for those is a total loss. It's not a loss, the dolls in our arcade are made very well. Suli calmly picked up a doll that had a downward-turning mouth, looking like it was crying. Look, doesn't it look lifelike? It cries just like it's real. No way. No way. It's too small, it's not worth it. The little girl glanced at it and shook her head like a rattledrum. With 100 coins, I can go to the claw machine and grab a bunch of dolls. They will be much bigger combined. The girl's words surprised Suli and made him happy inside. He remembered that the dolls in the arcade were very hard to grab. Gu Shenfeng had spent a long time trying to grab one, and even after the joystick was deformed from squeezing, he hadn't succeeded. It was only after he asked Yan Hua to adjust the position of the dolls that the little boy managed to succeed. Now that the little girl mentioned grabbing dolls, Suli could just go along with it, encouraging her to grab dolls, while he would go along too. Although he couldn't intervene in the gameplay, he could at least watch from the side, which would help pass some time. Suli wore a skeptical expression, clearly not believing her. Exchanging for a doll at least has a guarantee. If you run out of coins and can't grab a single doll, that would truly be a big loss. Plus, you can't even play Bomberman well, how could you catch a doll? I don't believe it. The little girl, being too young, fell for Suli's obvious provocation. She forcefully shoved the big doll into Suli's hands and then walked to the counter to grab a few game coins. She glared at Suli in frustration and then walked to a nearby chain claw machine, inserting the coins. After placing the doll back on the point station, Suli followed her to the claw machine and saw that the little girl's first attempt ended in failure. However, she was not discouraged or angry, she directly inserted the second game coin. Her movements were quick, and the claw missed quickly, but this time the doll fell near the exit. Suli quietly stood behind the little girl, starting to think about how to respond to Yi Xueming's inquiries later on, but as soon as the thought arose, he heard a pleasant laugh coming from in front of him. You see, I told you catching a doll is an easy thing. The little girl bent down to pick up the fallen doll, then held it high in front of Suli, her little face raised as if waiting for Suli's praise. Astonishment appeared on Suli's face, making the little girl laugh even more joyfully. But this time, Suli was not pretending, she truly felt surprised. Is the strange emotion really ineffective on the little girl? Otherwise, why could she catch a doll with just 3 game tokens? Moreover, at the moment the little girl turned around, Suli saw the black intent in her eyes fading away, suggesting that she was not an ordinary person, but a polluter. Yet, why could she do what others couldn't, even what Suli herself couldn't do? I saw you putting in the coins so quickly, aren't you afraid of spending them all and not catching anything? Hearing Suli's words, the little girl put down the doll, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Suli. Afraid? Why should I be afraid of that? It's normal to win or lose in games. And even if I don't catch anything, I can play for a long time. It's worth more than swapping for that little doll. Worth more? What can you gain without catching a doll? Suli did not understand what the little girl was saying, and seeing her frown, the little girl sighed, then mimicked Suli's frown. You adults just think too much, not trusting my skills. Watch me catch another one for you. Saying this, she turned around, placing the doll in her hand on the game machine, and put in another coin. Suli focused intently, wanting to comprehend the key to this problem, which was far more important than what was going on with Yi Xueming. Hello, your takeout has arrived. A familiar voice came from behind, and although Suli was very reluctant, she had to turn around and walk towards the front desk. Suli smiled politely at the delivery guy, didn't greet him, and reached out for the food bag in his hand, wanting to quickly grab the meal and return to check on the little girl. But just then, out of the corner of Suli's eye, she suddenly saw Yi Xueming sitting at the front desk, drinking, abruptly looking at her with a changed expression. Her heart sank, her right hand instinctively reached for the pencil in her pocket. Crash! But before she could grasp it, a crisp sound of shattering glass suddenly came from behind her. Suli immediately understood, Yi Xueming was not going to attack her, he was looking at what was behind her. What was behind her? That little girl. The sound of shattering glass just now came from that doll machine.
Could it be that the little girl, in anger at not catching a doll this time, smashed the machine's glass? Just as she thought of this, the delivery guy ran past Suli at an incredible speed, and the food bag he hadn't handed to her yet fell to the ground with a clang. Suli had no time to care about the takeout. She turned sharply, ready to save the little girl, even if it meant risking her life. She still hadn't figured out why the little girl was unaffected. She absolutely could not let anything happen to her. But just as she turned to see the situation, her scalp went numb. The little girl was holding two dolls in her arms, evidently having caught another one while Suli went to get the takeout, and now she was smiling as she walked towards Suli. And behind her were the shattered glass windows, and a dozen metallic chains glinting with cold light, rushing toward her back. It was all the emotional guests who had damaged the machine. He had never seen a machine take action by itself. Therefore, even though his thoughts had turned extremely fast, it still delayed him for 1 or 2 seconds. And this short time, in the current situation, was enough to be fatal. Suli had no chance to save the little girl now. But just as this thought surged up, he saw the little girl being knocked to the ground by a dark figure, narrowly escaping the attack of those chains. And that figure was the delivery boy who had just run past. The metal chains missed their target, paused in midair, then, as if alive, turned their heads and stabbed at the two who had fallen to the ground with great speed. Time was tight, and the two had no way to escape, but at that moment the delivery boy turned over and directly embraced the little girl sitting on the ground, his back facing the chains, as if he wanted to use his body to block the attack that couldn't be avoided. But anyone could see that as long as those chains struck, they would absolutely penetrate through the delivery boy's body and the little girl in his arms in an instant. They had no hope of survival. The whistling wind began, and the little girl was so frightened that she seemed a bit out of her mind, only able to widen her eyes and watch the sharp chains grow larger in her pupils. Just as the chains were about to touch her black eyeballs, they suddenly stopped in midair, trembling incessantly. The little girl dazedly shifted her gaze and saw a man desperately gripping the chains with both hands in front of her. His palms were rubbed raw, blood dripping down onto the ground. Suli's veins bulged as he shouted at the delivery boy in front of him, "Hurry and take her away." Watching the two get up to leave, Suli was about to relax, but suddenly he felt the force of the chains intensify, seemingly unwilling to stop until they pierced through the little girl. Suli had to exert more strength again, to prevent the chains from pulling him to tear himself from the machine, but he also couldn't exert all his strength to pull, otherwise it would snap the chains. Please do not damage gaming equipment, regardless of the reason. This rule kept swirling in his mind, putting Suli in an extremely uncomfortable situation. "Little Sue, hold on, it will be over soon." He Shueming's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and then Suli heard hurried footsteps coming this way. Then he saw Shueming hurriedly circling to the back of the machine and ripping off the power supply of the claw machine. The opposing force in his hands instantly disappeared, and the chains fell weakly. Suli relaxed all over, bent down, and supported his knees while gasping for breath. "Brother, are you okay?" The little girl's timid voice rang out, and Suli turned to look, seeing her standing next to him with tears in her eyes. Suli wanted to reach out and touch her head, but just as he lifted his hand, blood almost dripped onto the girl's face. He had to give up and looked at the little girl. "Are you hurt?" Seeing the girl shake her head, Suli felt a sense of relief and smiled as he said, "You're pretty strong, you managed not to cry even after all this." "I'm fine, but your hand?" "I'm fine too, it's just some skin wounds." Suli straightened up and called to the delivery boy walking past him, "Thanks, if it weren't for you, something might have happened just now." The little girl also sincerely thanked the delivery boy, who looked at the two of them with a puzzled glance. "Is this little girl your sister?" Suli was taken aback, then shook his head, and the delivery boy immediately laughed, rubbing the little girl's head. "Then what are you thanking for?" "Just something I did casually." As he spoke, he walked to the front desk and picked up the takeout bag that had fallen on the ground and checked it. He awkwardly looked at Suli. "Sorry, I was in a hurry just now, and I dropped the box on the ground. I had a look, it just spilled some oil, and the food inside wasn't ruined. But if you want to replace it, I can bring you a new one later." Shueming walked over to the delivery guy, took the box, and frowned at it. "Forget it, the stuff isn't broken, it's still edible." Suli looked at the iodine and bandages on the counter. Those were just brought back by Shueming from the warehouse while he was catching his breath. Then he said to the delivery guy, "I see you have a cut on your face, why don't you let me bandage it?" The delivery guy was taken aback, then he gently touched his face and looked at the fresh red on his fingertip, smiling back at Suli. "It's nothing, just a surface injury. I'm still busy over there, whereas, I think you should treat your hand sooner." Before Suli could say anything else, he turned and walked out the door. At that moment, a little girl came over, handing a doll in her hands to Suli, who was surprised. "Is this for me?" Seeing the little girl nod eagerly, Suli shook his head and smiled. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have an injury on my hand, it's not convenient to take it, and also..." "Hey! Why are you running away? Your game coins are still here." The little girl, having already run outside, dashed back, smiled at Suli, then quickly grabbed her game coins from the table and ran off again.
Suli helplessly watched her as she left the doll on the front desk, carefully picking it up to avoid getting the blood from his hand on it.
Alright, first deal with your wound, then come eat.
He Xueming lowered his head, pulling the takeaway boxes one by one from the greasy and soup-stained bag.
Okay, got it, he gone.
Suli replied and began to treat his wound. Though blood was still dripping from his palm, the cut was not deep. It was just a scrape from holding those strange chains earlier, and there weren't any impurities in the wound, so there was no need to rinse it with clean water. Applying the iodine, pain shot through his palm, making Suli frown. After watching the delivery guy save the little girl first, Suli could have acted more quickly, but he chose to hold back his full strength because he Xueming was watching.
Not revealing all his cards in front of an enemy is essential for survival in an unknown dangerous environment.
Suli slightly frowned, not because of the pain, but out of curiosity. Regarding saving the little girl, he hadn't hesitated at all. In fact, he had prepared himself for triggering a premonition of death before rushing out. But strangely, until now, not only was he unharmed, but even the little girl faced no problems.
This was completely different from the results of those previous suicide incidents. Did the machine damage itself, which didn't count as damage, or was it because no one actively tried to break the equipment, so the strange force couldn't find a proper reason to act against the customers? Suli glanced at the fully damaged claw machine, thought for a moment, and tried to ask. He gone, isn't that machine just being left there? Is no one going to take care of it? He Xueming was busy pulling the various takeaway boxes from the using bag, not even lifting his head as he replied. Yeah, just leave it there for now.
It's not in my job scope, it's an issue with the program.
Chapter 121, 3 Unsolved Questions.
Suli's mind sparked.
Program issue?
So who will come to fix this? This time, he Xueming seemed to have not heard Suli, raising his voice to Yanhua not far in front. Stop looking, hurry up here.
Yanhua was staring in astonishment at the broken claw machine.
Hearing this, he jogged to the front desk, first glancing at Suli who was bandaging his hand, then turning to look at the claw machine, his expression becoming strange. He was about to speak when he Xueming disdainfully placed a grease-stained box down in front of him and said.
The takeaway bag just fell on the ground.
Nothing inside broke, but it got grease everywhere.
I handled some of it, the rest is up to you.
Yanhua was stunned for a moment, looking at the box he had just cleaned, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately decided against it, burying his head and responding with a grunt. He then took some tissue from the counter and carefully wiped the grease and sauce off the takeaway box. Suli didn't pay attention to Yanhua's inner thoughts, he focused on treating his wound, feeling extremely unsettled inside. He had just seen that he Xueming didn't take offense, so he attempted to ask about the damage to the machine, without holding high expectations for the answer. But surprisingly, he Xueming actually answered him directly. Although in the follow-up questioning, the other party pretended not to hear, the information he received was already sufficient. According to Yi Xueming, the situation where a machine actively attacked a person was a programming issue, not a result of human damage, so it did not violate any rules, and the anomaly had no way to act. Moreover, he said this was outside his job scope, so excluding other staff in the arcade, the only position capable of handling the machine's programming issues was a debugger, someone who appeared in the arcade at midnight. Yi Xueming never directly provided information, but this time he suddenly revealed this point, even hinting for Yanhua, who had just come over wanting to talk, to deal with the grease stains, possibly to stop him. From the questioning attitude at noon suddenly turning into this, the only explanation Suli could think of was that he had just saved the little girl. But why? Why did saving the little girl cause Yi Xueming's attitude to change suddenly? She was important not only to him but also to Yi Xueming? Furthermore, when the little girl interrupted Yi Xueming's words, he did not directly take action, not only because he could not interfere with his customer reception duties at the time, but also because he already knew the little girl was important, so he didn't act? In addition, there was another crucial question: why did the claw machine suddenly attack the little girl? Suli had clearly seen when he turned to grab the takeaway that there was no problem with the machine, unlike when Gujiang phone was playing and the joystick had become slightly deformed. And the little girl's emotions showed no abnormalities at that moment, he could even see her innocent smile. There was no damage to the machine and no emotional expression, so why did the game machine suddenly attack her? Could it be that the dark intent in the little girl's eyes stimulated the machine, causing it to go berserk from a state of inactivity? No, that couldn't be it. If that was the case, when Gujiang phone was playing the claw machine and couldn't catch anything, he showed signs of frustration, but the machine didn't exhibit that kind of abnormality just now. Was it because the little girl was grabbing the toys too quickly, which didn't align with the anomaly's desire to keep customers playing the game, so it directly manipulated the machine to act? That should also be incorrect. If that were true, it would mean the anomaly did not like this little girl, and as part of the anomaly, Yi Xueming would not have such a sudden shift in attitude. Not only were these two matters hard to understand, but there was another thing that puzzled Suli even more, and that was the unexpected actions of the delivery man at that moment. The delivery man saved the little girl from the attacking twisted metal chains before Su Li, earning a cut on his face for his efforts. Even when he fell to the ground, unable to escape, he rolled over and embraced the little girl. If Su Li hadn't grabbed the chains in time, he would have certainly faced a deadly strike.
Did the delivery man somehow anticipate that he would act?
Impossible. Although Su Li had no hesitation in saving the little girl, it was also because he had the confidence from the system that he dared to act directly. The ability to foresee death was something Su Li had never told anyone, he couldn't possibly have known. This meant that the delivery man truly acted with the determination to save the little girl even at the cost of his own life.
Did he also know that the little girl was an extraordinarily special being in the arcade?
Initially, due to the static on the phone call, Su Li thought the delivery man was lying to him, so he suspected he might also be part of the strange camp, but after what happened, Su Li no longer thought that way. Even if the little girl was special, it was hard for someone from the strange camp to risk their lives to save a stranger. Moreover, the moment the delivery man rushed out, the speed and skill he displayed, along with his reaction and courage to shield the little girl with his body, was something an ordinary person could not achieve. All this information, while not forming a complete picture, pointed toward one outcome: the delivery man was the investigator Su Li had been searching for. Although the delivery man's appearance was different from the investigator's description given by Gu Jingfeng and Xia Run, since the investigator could disguise themselves, taking on another person's appearance seemed possible. Besides, since He Xueming and Yan Hua had never targeted him and simply treated him as an ordinary delivery man, even ordering meals from him every day, it seemed he had indeed succeeded in his disguise. However, if he really was the investigator, why did he just act to save the little girl? The strength he displayed might not have been noticeable to Yanhua, but He Xueming might have been able to detect the clues. Was it worth exposing himself to save the little girl? Thinking about how the investigator knew some secrets of the arcade, Su Li's eyes flashed with brilliance. If all the previous deductions were correct, it meant the little girl must hold some kind of secret, an important secret related to the innermost depths of the arcade. So important that both the strange camp and the investigator held her in high regard.
Chapter 122, Cardiac Arrest.
Xiao Su, are you ready over there? He Xueming's voice rang out. The food containers have all been dealt with, we can start eating.
Okay.
Su Li bit through the bandage, tied a knot, and looked at Yanhua, who was wiping grease off his hands with tissue. Brother Yan, thank you for your hard work. This was supposed to be my responsibility, and I had to trouble you instead.
I'm really sorry.
Yanhua casually tossed the dirty paper on the ground and replied nonchalantly. Hey, it's no big deal, helping each other out is what colleagues are for, and besides, Xiao Su, your hand is injured and it's inconvenient, right?
Alright, it's time to eat, otherwise, the food will get cold.
He Xueming opened the box that Yanhua had cleaned and was somewhat surprised to see the food inside. Not bad, Xiao Su. The meal you ordered tonight really suits my taste. Not only is there plenty of meat.
There's barbecue and sticky rice, not bad, but what is this thing?
Su Li saw He Xueming pointing at a bowl of black sauce, and he smiled as he replied. He gone, this is cuttlefish ink, it can be eaten with rice to enrich the flavor. I thought since it's hot outside, you and Yen Go have worked hard all day and might not have much appetite, so I ordered a portion. He paused and continued. This is usually mixed with noodles, but I was afraid the noodles would get cold and not taste good, so I ordered it separately.
He gone, you and Yen Go should give it a try?
Oh?
Is that so? Let me give it a try.
He Xueming first picked up a piece of meat, then scooped a small spoonful of cuttlefish ink and drizzled it on top. As soon as he took a bite, he couldn't help but spit it out immediately. He grabbed the bottle of wine nearby and took a big gulp, then spoke. Little Su, are you sure this stuff really boosts appetite?
Is it that bad? It looks fine to me.
Yanhua also tried to follow He Xueming's example and took a bite, only to also spit the cuttlefish ink and meat on the ground almost immediately.
Little Su, do you really have such a strong taste? How can something so salty and bitter stimulate appetite?
Su Li looked puzzled at the two with distressed faces.
Really? I think it's not bad.
Saying this, he scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips.
Yanhua, while stuffing his mouth with dishes to dilute the bitter taste, gritted his teeth and said.
Then you should taste it yourself.
The flavor really is. Bang.
Su Li's heart suddenly jumped, then stopped for a moment. Everything in front of him froze oddly, like a movie being paused by someone, and Yanhua's unfinished words vanished along with the silence. Then, a huge scene, like a movie screen, suddenly appeared before Su Li's eyes. In this first-person perspective, Su Li seemed to be lying on the ground, and then he saw a giant foot stomping down towards his head. When that foot filled his entire view, the screen went black and disappeared. This taste is really hard to describe. Yanhua's voice suddenly reappeared, accompanied by the sloshing of He Xueming drinking, and everything around them returned to noise. Cold sweat uncontrollably oozed from Su Li's forehead. He understood what had just happened. He was about to die, and the reason for his death was that enormous, bizarre foot.
Someone wanted to kill him. Suli quickly lowered his head, trying not to let the panic in his eyes be discovered by the two close by. Even though this was the third time he had foreseen death, the bone-deep fear still made it impossible for Suli to completely hide his emotions. Little Sue, about this cuttlefish ink, you should really, hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking down? Yen Huo was about to speak when he turned to see Su Li's unusual expression, and his face changed to one of surprise. Su Li's heart raced, he gripped the soup spoon tightly, and the freshly bandaged cloth was instantly soaked with bright red blood. He looked up at Yen Huo and forced a smile. Sorry, Yen Gu, it seems my wound wasn't bandaged well. I'll go to the bathroom to deal with it. Then he stood up and gave a polite smile to He Xueming. Sorry, He Gong, you guys eat first, don't wait for me. After saying this, he glanced subtly towards the hall and then walked towards the bathroom with the bandage and iodine. In the bathroom, a guest washing their hands looked at the bloody Su Li with a strange expression and was just about to curiously ask when they met Su Li's chilling gaze, which scared them into running out immediately. Turn on the tap and let the water flow chaotically, removing the bloodstained bandage. Su Li supports himself with both hands on the sink, looking at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror. The bleeding from his palm was deliberate, it was the only thing Su Li could think of at that moment, a way to dodge them and deal with the harsh interrogation, disguising his strange expression. Once again, the image of that giant foot stepping toward him appeared in his mind. His perspective at that time was extremely steady, without any shaking or struggle, indicating that at that moment, he must have completely lost the ability to resist, even to move, and could only watch helplessly as that foot approached him. However, the time to foresee death was too brief. He did not manage to see who the owner of that giant foot was. Was it someone he knew? All the people he had seen in the arcade these past 2 days flashed rapidly before Su Li's eyes, but after a moment, a deep unwillingness emerged in his gaze. Black shoes, blue jeans, there was only this much information about those feet, and there were simply too many people in the arcade who fit this description. Moreover, the contaminated individuals were not just one or two, he had no way to identify that person who was about to kill him. Could it be that even if he foresaw the future, he could only wait here like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered for someone to come and kill him? Suddenly, Su Li thought of something, and his dim eyes suddenly lit up. You can see the scene of your death in advance when death is about to arrive. The number of deaths that had occurred in the past 2 days was simply too many, leading him to unconsciously direct his thoughts towards someone wanting to kill him at the moment of foreseeing death. But what if the scene he just saw was not of the owner of those feet killing him, but rather that he just happened to see those feet at the moment he was on the brink of death? Chapter 123, Pollution is not just one representation. Although this speculation has a considerable possibility, since it's a matter of life and death, Su Li had to be cautious. He needed to find evidence to support this assumption. Only when death was about to arrive would the passive effect of foreseeing death be triggered, so this time the trigger, what did he do to cause it? Was it saving the little girl, catching the mutated metal chain, injuring his palm, using the iodine and bandages brought by He Xueming, or the spoon of cuttlefish ink about to go into his mouth? The first option was directly excluded. If it were due to saving the little girl leading to the strange attack, then the strange would definitely have targeted the little girl as well. However, before he arrived, he had observed the situation in the hall. Though he did not see where the little girl went, he did not see any unusual occurrences. Judging by the loud disturbances from past strange attacks, the little girl should be safe now. The second and third options also seemed unlikely. Because there was some time between the incident and the foresight of death, it did not align with the notion of death about to arrive. After all, his system had already confirmed during the last instance that it had immediacy and would not trigger with a delay. Su Li's gaze fell on the iodine and the scattered blood-stained bandages beside the sink. With the 3 options already ruled out, the only possibilities left must be one of the remaining 2. First was the iodine and bandages. These items were taken by He Xueming from the warehouse. It was known that He Xueming was part of the strange side. The warehouse was a place he frequently accessed. Although He Xueming's attitude towards him changed after saving the little girl, and he revealed information about being a debugger working on debugging machine programs. However, his previous actions, mixed with his vigilance and malice towards Su Li, it was still glaringly obvious, which made Su Li not fully trust the other party. Recalling those words He Xueming said after saving the little girl, "Alright, first take care of the wound, then come eat. Little Sue, are you done over there? The takeout and everything has been taken care of, we can eat now." What sounded like perfectly normal tones at the time now felt like urging Su Li. If I really died because I used He Xueming's things, and it was deliberate, then his urging and the unusual way he revealed information about the adjuster seemed very reasonable. Anyway, if I was going to die, what difference did knowing some secrets make? But here's a question, why would using those things lead to my death? Is it because there's some extreme toxin that could make me completely lose the ability to act and resist in a short time, just like in the death scene? Or once those things are used, one would suffer severe contamination? The former guess might be possible, but the latter seems unlikely. Because if such a highly contaminating thing really existed, and it could kill me without any signs of contamination appearing, wouldn't it then be the source of contamination in this scenario?
But it was the first time Suli saw He Shuiming take out these things. Customers had never used them, and Gujiang Feng and Cha Run had never mentioned them. Moreover, when I brought them over, I was in contact with them and did not trigger death again, which means if they are truly the source of contamination, it must enter the body through the blood, and that's a very harsh condition. These characteristics do not fit with so many people in the arcade showing symptoms of contamination.
Wait a minute, symptoms of contamination.
When Su Li's thoughts reached this point, the chaotic fragments of information that had been quietly resting deep in his mind suddenly burst forth like they were hit by a bomb. The illiterate little boy Gujiang Feng, the couple dressed in rabbit costumes, the woman in red leaving with chocolates, and the numerous guests I've received, even that rule. The exchange rate for cash and game coins is 1:1, do not exceed this. If a customer asks you to exchange game coins, no matter how much money they offer, please give them an amount that satisfies their needs. These things were all conveying the same message to Suli. Contaminated people have a very blurry understanding of numbers. And I had believed this strongly over the past 2 days. While this was correct, what if this wasn't the only manifestation after being contaminated? The fiery ones who like to lean in and speak, the shouting customers, and the raucous noise in the arcade which was even louder today than yesterday. These manifestations might be emotional expressions, but could there be another explanation? What if their hearing issues made them think others wouldn't hear normal speech, leading them to instinctively lean in or raise their voices? Just like elderly people or students secretly talking while wearing headphones in class. If hearing issues were indeed a second manifestation of contamination, then like the blurry understanding of numbers, it would be chronic and unnoticed. Could it be that I have also been contaminated without realizing it? The only remaining possibility for why I just saw the death scene was that spoonful of squid ink about to go into my mouth. Either the squid ink itself has extremely strong contamination, causing instant death upon ingestion. Those foods could contaminate people, and due to the chronic nature, they need to accumulate to a certain level in the body before causing death. The moment when death was just predicted, and the image of himself unable to move, received an extremely reasonable explanation. Panic flooded Suli like a black tide, but he instantly suppressed it. Calm. Must be calm. Everything above is still just speculation, with no solid evidence. If he truly was contaminated for this reason, then by carefully recalling, he should be able to find some traces of what had happened before that he had not paid attention to at the time. Images from the past unfolded in his mind and quickly rewound, finally pausing at the moment he first had a face-to-face conversation with He Shuiming yesterday morning. At that moment, he had been cautious because he had immediately seen a dancing arcade game but still didn't hear He Shuiming's footsteps approaching from behind until he spoke. Later, when he first saw that couple, the man had questioned him with dissatisfaction, asking what he was staring blankly at, and he hadn't heard him speak. Then, when the cleaner came to collect the garbage, he also didn't hear the other person's footsteps, nor did he hear the sound of the garbage bin's wheels. Suli remembered that he was internally complaining about how these people walked without making any sound. And last night, after the delivery arrived, Yanhua came to the front desk, but at first, Suli didn't hear him calling out until Yanhua waved his hand in front of him. Suli finally reacted, and Yanhua jokingly asked if he had seen some beautiful girl, making him feel flustered. The sounds in these images became increasingly louder with the passage of time, drawing closer to Suli, yet he hadn't heard them at the first moment. Chapter 124, The Most Solid Shield. Suli remembered these sounds, but previously he hadn't paid much attention to them because at those times he was thinking deeply, so he believed he had only missed the sounds due to being overly focused. After all, during many other times, his hearing was just fine. But now, pulling these images out individually, Suli suddenly realized a horrifying fact. He had been contaminated, so just like when he initially disturbed the little boy with his finger and later influenced the guest's quantity perception with chocolate, Suli's hearing at those times was interfered with by his own thoughts. Thinking of this, Suli suddenly raised his head, forcing himself to stimulate his emotions, turning his whole being into anger. The next moment, he saw himself in the mirror, those bloodshot eyes deep within slowly revealing a devouring darkness. And at the moment he saw that touch of darkness, Suli suddenly thought of something else. After being contaminated, the interference was not only with quantity and hearing, perhaps there was also smell. The image rewound again to when he first met He Shuiming. The other person was extremely close to Suli, but at that time, Suli only caught a faint scent of alcohol, which for a person addicted to drinking was alarmingly weak. Later, because he was constantly observing Gu Jingfeng's situation, he was misunderstood by Yanhua, leading him to come over and greet him while probing. At that time, the smell of smoke that Suli sensed was also very faint. Yanhua had a strong smoking addiction, almost on par with He Shuiming's drinking habits, yet Suli hadn't smelled a strong scent of smoke on him. Even during lunch, when Suli brought the little boy to the front desk to eat, initially, Yanhua was very reluctant and directly exhaled a puff of thick smoke at Suli. For someone who didn't smoke like Suli, this was supposed to be an extremely unpleasant smell. But at that time, Suli only felt a bit of a choking sensation. Later, after finishing lunch, during dinner that night, He Shuiming praised Suli, saying the dish was quite tasty. At that time, Suli tried the kung pao chicken, and the texture was indeed very good, but he ignored the fact that he could hardly smell the dish's aroma. And this interference with his sense of smell did not stop at that level, it continued to worsen. By noon today, when He Xueming talked about the past of orphans, perhaps feeling emotional, he spoke while resting his shoulder on Su Li's, then suddenly burped, and though Su Li quickly held his breath, he still caught a faint whiff of alcohol, but at such a close distance, the burp smell shouldn't be so light, it should be extremely strong and unpleasant. Then when it came to dinner, He Xueming gave him a chicken leg. Su Li felt it was nice to eat, but at that moment, he could no longer smell any aroma from the chicken leg. Afterward, after finishing lunch, when Su Li had a conversation with Charan and then went to chase the Hat Man, Yan was suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Su Li's first reaction was instinctive horror, because he had no idea who was following him. If viewed from a god's perspective, this was an extremely abnormal occurrence, because this kind of scene had happened yesterday as well. At that time, the little boy couldn't grab a doll, so Su Li asked Yan Hua to help the boy reposition the doll. Later, the incident of the man committing suicide in the VR game area occurred. When Su Li thought about following Charan to the restroom to check the body, someone placed a hand on his shoulder from behind, but Su Li was not panicked at that time, because he could tell just from the faint smell of smoke that it was Yan Hua behind him. The same thing happened twice, but Su Li's reaction and perception were completely different. These sensory interferences weakening couldn't be without reason, which could only mean that the previous guess was correct. It also meant that those foods would indeed bring pollution to Su Li, and as time passed, the degree of pollution was becoming more and more serious. So serious that the pollution had reached a point where just one more bite could send him directly into the abyss of death. But because of this, all those chaotic fragments of information combined into the fifth puzzle of the arcade. Food brings pollution, and the pollution has three manifestations, and is also chronic and hard to detect. It was like putting a live frog in a pot of cold water, and then very slowly heating the water. By the time the frog realized the surrounding water would scald it to death, it had already lost the strength to jump out. There were hints about the problems with the food from the start, and Su Li had some doubts about this. Because He Xueming and Yan Hua had initially shown a certain malice, so Su Li was somewhat wary of the food they urged him to eat. But at that time, there were other factors that led Su Li to ultimately choose to eat that food. One was that the food sent by Gujiang Phone looked extremely strange, and the rules mentioned, no matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the leisure dining area. The second was that when Su Li hesitated in front of the food, both He Xueming and Yan Hua were staring at him, asking him in an eerie tone, "Eat, why aren't you eating?" And the third, and most important point, was that Su Li possessed the ability to foresee death. Not only could he help himself avoid 3 life-threatening crises, but he could also, like just now, obtain some extremely important information by triggering the scenes he witnessed. Just like now, the fifth puzzle piece has been put together. This is the strongest shield that Su Li has. However, the appearance of this puzzle piece, while deepening Su Li's understanding of the arcade, also revealed more problems and contradictions. First, food brings contamination, but it is definitely not the source of pollution in the arcade, because the food is currently known to have been eaten only by Su Li, Yan Hua, and He Xueming. Even if we add in the little boy who ate it once or twice in Zhaorun, there would only be 5 people at most, which obviously does not match the number of contaminated people in the arcade. This means that apart from food, there are other things in the arcade that can cause contamination, which is also why Su Li chose to eat the food, believing it might not be a problem. If this speculation is correct, then the word thoroughly in the way to clear the level, find the source of pollution and completely destroy it, seems to explain that perhaps, there is more than one source of pollution? Secondly, food brings contamination, so does the delivery guy who brings the food know about it? If he knows but still chooses to deliver the food without any warning, then he definitely has a problem. If he doesn't know, then that somewhat contradicts the identity of an investigator. After all, according to previous information, investigators are supposed to know a lot about the dangers of the arcade. Of course, there is also the last possibility, which is that he really is an investigator but has also been contaminated, and his consciousness and awareness have been somewhat disrupted, which is why he doesn't know that the food he delivers is problematic. It's even possible that he had already been contaminated when he first came to the arcade, but like Su Li before, he did not realize this issue, which is why he would send those strange food ingredients to Gujiang Phone. Moreover, this possibility somewhat aligns with the speed and strength the delivery guy displayed when he just saved the little girl, as it is common sense that contaminated individuals tend to have enhanced physical abilities, which also matches the previous analysis of the investigator being in a dangerous situation. The appearance of the fifth puzzle piece changed Su Li's certainty that the delivery guy was the investigator into multiple possibilities now. This also means that many of the previous related speculations need to be completely overturned and reanalyzed. The situation has started to develop into a problematic scenario that Su Li does not like. But he does not feel irritated about this, on the contrary, he feels a hint of excitement. This near-death experience has indeed increased Su Li's confusion. The truth seems to have become even murkier, but that visceral death scene, while bringing Su Li fear, suddenly reminded him of many details he had previously overlooked. They shimmered with faint light in the pitch-black unknown. Though they did not reveal the full dark picture of the arcade, they allowed Su Li to vaguely see the tail of the rat hiding in the shadows. Footsteps came from the bathroom door, dimming the brilliance in his eyes. Su Li picked up the bandage beside him and started to awkwardly rewrap his wound. "Little Su, feeling better now?" "Hey, have you not finished dealing with that yet?" Suli seemed startled by the sudden voice, his hand shook, and the bandage fell into the sink. He hurriedly picked it up, then looked awkwardly at Yanhua, who walked over to him.
Sorry, Yengu, for making you laugh.
Look at my clumsy hands, I've been messing around for ages and still can't do it right, and I've troubled you to come here to check on me. Yanhua exhaled a puff of smoke, looking somewhat amused at the messy bandage on Suli's hands.
Little Su, it's not that I'm criticizing you.
Although you're usually quite clever, when it comes to this, you really aren't good at all. Higu has already told me, it's just a little skin off your palm, and yet you took half the time to wrap a bandage. Plus, I saw the sweat on your forehead when you just came over.
Is it really that bad? This guy's observations are indeed sharp.
Suli couldn't help but think this in his heart, then he saw Yen, who was sizing him up before continuing.
But then again, I see your delicate skin, you probably haven't suffered much pain, right? It's surprising that you had the courage to save someone just now.
Suli did not deny Yenhua's words, maintaining an awkward smile on his face, but in his heart, he added another thought to what he just considered. Sharpness is indeed sharp, but impatience is also true. Yenhua's earlier words were fine, but as soon as the latter half came out, it revealed another message: the gap in status between him and He Xueming is really huge. As soon as he found out about Su Li's private conversation with Sharan, he ran to tell He Xueming immediately, but clearly, He Xueming did not inform Yenhua that Su Li was an orphan. You treat others as brothers, while others see you as an outsider. Yenhua did not know what Su Li was thinking in his heart, but sighed and reached out a hand towards Su Li. Let me help you, otherwise, it will be the same as before. If the wound isn't treated well, it could bleed again carelessly. Su Li slightly retreated, avoiding Yenhua's hand that was also wrapped in a bandage.
It's okay, brother Yen, no need to trouble you.
Besides, your hand isn't exactly convenient either. You should head back to eat, I'll be fine in a bit, it's just waiting for the pain to pass first, otherwise, I won't be able to eat anything. That works. Then hurry up, the food will get cold soon. As he spoke, Yenhua turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, he turned back to look at Su Li, his expression becoming a bit gloomy.
The game center is full of mixed people, all kinds of folks.
Little Su, you are a smart person, you should understand the discretion needed when choosing friends.
I believe we can still get along well afterward, right?
Seeing Su Li startled and struggling for a moment, it seemed he finally decided to give up something, then nodded heavily. Yenhua then put the cigarette back in his mouth and left with a smile. Until the sound of footsteps completely disappeared, Su Li finally lifted his head, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yenhua's last sentence clearly indicated that he knew about Su Li and Sharan. To say it so overtly, mixed with a threatening tone, did not mean his attitude towards Su Li was worsening. On the contrary, by bringing this matter to the surface, he was practically telling Su Li that as long as he followed what Yenhua said and no longer cared about Sharan, this matter could be dropped from here on. With Yenhua, there was no such authority. It could only be that during his time in the bathroom, He Xueming informed Yenhua of what had just happened and mentioned other things, sending Yenhua to find him as a messenger. He Xueming is much more difficult to deal with than Yenhua, which is why Su Li had that kind of hesitant reaction before agreeing.
He knew Yenhua would report his performance back to He Xueming.
However, Su Li could not truly give up on the matter regarding Sharan. This not only impacts whether he could successfully complete the game but, more importantly, after foreseeing death, Su Li had fully confirmed that Yenhua was a contaminator, and most likely a assimilator. The title of assimilator was something Su Li learned about from the combat analysis room after his last return. In the world of strange tales, polluters are divided into 4 types according to the severity of pollution: mild pollution, moderate pollution, severe pollution, and complete assimilation. The first 3 types, although polluted, still can be saved and have hope to return to normal human status, and they mostly retain normal human thinking and awareness.
However, those who are completely assimilated are different.
Although not many chosen ones were able to pass before, and everyone was just an ordinary passer, not having encountered too much truth about the copies, the combat analysis room knows very little about assimilators.
But from the known information so far, there is one thing that is certain.
The pollution inside the assimilators' bodies can no longer be cleared, turning them into a strange existence that cannot be called human. Moreover, whether it is because of the extreme, they seem to maintain consciousness for even longer than the first 3 types of polluters, but their awareness has suffered serious distortion, becoming completely different from their former selves, leaning towards a strange cognitive model.
And perhaps because of excessive accumulation of pollution, assimilators often possess extremely strong inhuman power. Chapter 126, Are the young people these days really this realistic?
Although Su Li realized early on that Yenhua had problems, possibly being a person from the strange side, it did not mean he was a polluter, because Su Li had never seen the characteristic black intent on him. The first time Su Li realized Yenhua might be a polluter was when a little boy spat at him and made a face. At that time, Yenhua was very angry, struggling with such strength that Su Li felt he could barely hold him down. Su Li's power was enhanced after the last copy was cleared, and in this situation, struggling against the enraged Yenhua was somewhat challenging, which meant he could only be a polluter. The judgment that Yenhua was an assimilator came only after it was just analyzed that food could bring pollution. From yesterday to now, Suli had only eaten 4 meals from takeout, and he was already polluted to the point of foreseeing death. Thus, Yanhua, who had been here for a long time, must have accumulated pollution to a very severe extent. In addition, there was another thing that supported this theory. Yesterday afternoon, Suli and Gu Jingfeng talked in the employee lounge, and shortly after Gu Jingfeng left, Yanhua came in. At that time, Suli, who was mildly polluted, could smell the faint, delicate scent left by Gu Jingfeng in the room, but Yanhua was completely unaware. At that moment, Suli thought it was a lucky escape, but now it seems that was because Yanhua, as an assimilator, had his sense of smell severely affected and interfered with. How terrifying would a completely polluted assimilator be? In simple terms, in the last copy, Aunt Jo was an assimilator. She rarely acted, but within that dormitory building, among hundreds of students with varying degrees of pollution, just seeing her cold, expressionless face would scare them to shivering. Suli's 2 roommates, Wu Shan and He Hai, were mildly polluted and had been beaten by Aunt Jo. Even Su Feng, who was a severe polluter and could rip off Xiongita's arm, had also been struck by Aunt Jo, with his chest collapsing significantly. Although Aunt Jo seemed different from typical assimilators, and it was another new copy this time, Suli was unsure if the power of Yanhua and the others would differ, but he could be certain that it would definitely not be weak. Suli knew this, but he still chose not to give up investigating Ruan because he knew. Since his hearing was disturbed after being polluted himself, the degree of pollution in Yanhua, who was much deeper than him, would surely affect his hearing as well, besides his sense of smell. So many times he would talk close to himself, thus in the afternoon in the bathroom, even though Yanhua was next door, his hearing, which was weakened by interference, might not have caught the conversation between Suli and Sharan when a woman's voice came from behind a wall. Therefore, when Yanhua tricked Suli in the afternoon, it would have been more effective if he had pointed out the key content, but he didn't do that. He just asked Suli what he was investigating, because he didn't know anything at all. He only sensed that Suli was meeting privately with Sharan. In that case, it meant that although Suli was exposed, he did not reveal too much, and it would not have a significant impact on some of his plans later. Once again biting through the bandage, Suli looked at himself in the mirror. The previous dark aura in his eyes had dissipated, as if it had never appeared, and the bloodshot was reduced somewhat. Walking out of the bathroom, he returned to the front desk. He Xueming and Yanhua had already left, and there wasn't much food left on the table, just the inkfish sauce and a bowl of sticky rice, along with a few unwrapped transparent gloves used for barbecuing. Suli sat quietly for a while, pretending to eat the remaining food. Soon, Sharan pushed the trash can over here, still silently extending his hand towards Suli. However, this time Suli only picked up the boxes they finished eating from and the paper towels used to wipe the oil stains on the floor, putting them in a bag and throwing them into the trash can. The remaining inkfish sauce and sticky rice were left in a crevice beneath the front desk. Sharan felt a bit strange. Why was it that after getting the information from me, he wasn't going to give me any food? Are the young people nowadays so realistic? Just as he was about to speak, he saw Suli's fingers on the counter shake lightly. His eyes quickly glanced to the side behind him, and then he waved his hand impatiently at him. Take the trash and hurry up and leave. Don't stay here and affect me serving customers. Sharan was slightly taken aback. Years of lurking experience made him immediately understand that Suli was likely encountering trouble, and Suli's previous movements and gaze were telling him that someone was watching here. Realizing this, he looked at Suli deeply once and then pushed the trash can away. Suli smiled and nodded at Yanhua, who was looking over from a distance. Seeing the latter satisfyingly turn back, Suli sat back down in his position. Earlier, Suli wasn't sure if there was something wrong with the food, so he gave it to Charan, but now that it was confirmed, he certainly wouldn't let it continue. Thankfully, the other party and he were different, having only eaten 1 or 2 meals, which wasn't enough to reach a lethal dose. The reason he left the sticky rice and inkfish sauce without throwing them into the trash was not to eat them later or give them to someone else, but for a plan after closing tonight to cover the strange eyes. From previous experiences of several meals, he Xueming and the others would definitely leave some for Suli. There was no need to worry about that. The key was that bowl of soup. Because he Xueming and Yanhua ate a large amount, the leftovers wouldn't be much each time. If this time was the same, it would cause considerable trouble for the planned operation. Therefore, Suli deliberately chose inkfish sauce, a food with a salty and astringent taste, because Suli always finished eating last, when he cleaned up the remaining trash. Only to find that the remaining dishes were almost all of a similar taste, such as bitter melon and spinach. Therefore, as long as he ordered the cuttlefish ink, this soup would definitely have a lot left over, and indeed it was the case. After simulating the plan in his mind again and confirming it was correct, Suli looked at Zhao Run, who was picking food off the ground to eat, and began to think about a question. If takeout food brings contamination, does that rule mean it could be wrong? No matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the casual dining area. Chapter 127, Misjudgment of Numerical Understanding. If it is wrong, does that mean the food from Gu Jingfeng's side is safe to eat? Yesterday morning, someone refused the food offered by Gu Jingfeng and was then kicked in the leg by Yanhua, not because they couldn't refuse, but simply because that guest pushed Gu Jingfeng to the ground, making Yanhua very angry? But that strange, wriggling food that looked alive, no matter how Suli saw it, did not seem like something good, and its characteristics matched the pollution sources very well. The burgers delivered by Gu Jingfeng were eaten by some, and discarded by others, corresponding to the fact that only some people in the arcade had worsened pollution. Each serving was not much, but they would eat once in a while. Although the single serving contained little contamination, it could accumulate over time, creating a kind of subtle chronic pollution. Suli had already used up one prediction of death, so even though he knew those food ingredients were delivered by investigators, he wouldn't choose to eat those foods until he confirmed the information. Fortunately, he had eaten quite a lot at lunch, and there were free chocolates and water at the counter, so he could hold on for a while longer. With his gaze withdrawn, Suli began to think about another question. Earlier in the puzzle, after confirming contamination, there would be certain issues with quantity, hearing, and smell. Hearing and smell had already been analyzed, so regarding quantity, would he be affected like those customers he dealt with? Once he thought of this, Suli started to recall all the events related to quantity since entering the arcade. Yesterday, Suli was able to use quantity interference to affect customers' judgments about the amount of game tokens, adding that the degree of pollution yesterday was not deep. His understanding of quantity must have been correct. If that was the case, then all the numerical information he saw in the rules yesterday could be directly ruled out for misjudgment due to his cognitive disarray. The remaining area where problems were most likely to occur was today, after the contamination level worsened. The scene Suli first recalled was after ordering food. He Shui-Ming came to the front desk and said to him, "Is the takeout ordered?" Just sitting here and staring blankly? It's almost 6:20. But Suli clearly remembered that he checked the time when he ordered the takeout, and it was 6:24. He wouldn't mistake this time because just then his stomach began to growl, and the owner of the steamed bun shop across the street had just closed up for the day like he did yesterday. He Shui-Ming's words conflicted with the time in his memory, so one of them must be wrong, although he could deduce who was wrong by checking the current time. Too much had happened in the time since he ordered takeout, and he hadn't tracked the times of each event, so he couldn't use this method. However, he soon figured it out through analysis and judgment. When he Shui-Ming arrived at the front desk, he heavily placed the bottle on the table. According to the tone of his words, he was most likely trying to cause trouble for me, so when he said it was almost 6:20, it was just to rush me. If I said it wasn't time yet, he could use that as an excuse to start trouble. Therefore, it's highly unlikely that he was lying about the time to mislead me. I was thinking about a very troublesome issue before ordering takeout, and considering the pollution level at the time, it was already quite serious, which greatly affected my thoughts. All things considered, I realized that the pollution caused me to misjudge the time, and it wasn't 6:24 when I ordered the takeout, but rather 6:04, just like the previous day. This misjudgment wasn't a big issue, but it did indicate that I had indeed made a numerical error. Thinking of this, I took the pencil out of my pocket and found a piece of paper to write down the number, in case my current polluted state caused me to make another mistake with the time, as I was about to think about an extremely important issue. That was the issue I had spent a long time thinking about before ordering takeout, but had not reached a conclusion related to the event times and the information provided by Cha Run and Gu Jingfeng. Looking back now, it was probably because there were too many time-related numbers and too many twists in the details, which made my already disrupted mind even more confused, causing me to not figure it out at the time. Therefore, to prevent this from happening again, I decided to write everything down first and then analyze the content on the paper. Even if my cognition was affected again, I would immediately realize it when I saw the words. I placed the chocolate jar in front of me to block any potential views from the hall and the ceiling camera, then began writing down the content that Gu Jingfeng had mentioned earlier. July 1st, Gu Jingfeng came home after work and found his younger brother was not at home. After finding him, he learned that Xiao Cha was missing. His brother then went to look for him, and they went to the police station, only to find that Cha Run had already reported it. July 2nd, Gu Jingfeng took a day off to pick up his brother but found that he had already left and left a small note saying he was going to find Xiao Cha. After searching for a long time without success, Gu Jingfeng went to the police station, only to be told it was too late. Helpless, he returned home and found that his brother had taken several hundred yuan. He went out again, but still found nothing by dawn. July 3rd, Gu Jingfeng woke up in the night and went to the Firefly Club. He found a recruitment flyer on the doorknob. When he was about to leave, he discovered that his brother was inside. However, upon entering, he found that his brother had already been polluted. Later, Yanhua came to strike up a conversation, but Gu Jingfeng ignored him. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Gu Jingfeng took his brother to a hotel to stay. July 4th, before dawn, Gu Jingfeng was awakened by his brother's movement as he went out. Unable to stop him, he had no choice but to go to the arcade again. On the way, Yanhua came to harass him once. Later, to cover up his relationship with his brother, Gu Jingfeng took the note he got yesterday and went to the front desk to find He Shueming and the former waiter, who went by the name Ruoyu, and had successfully become the food and beverage area manager. In the afternoon, around 4 or 5 p.m., the investigator sent strange food ingredients to the kitchen and left after warning Gu Jingfeng of danger. July 5th, Gu Jingfeng and his brother went to the arcade again. The waiter and the investigator they saw the day before did not show up. Only He Shueming was at the front desk, drinking alone. July 6 to 8, nothing happened except for Yanhua coming to harass Gu Jingfeng once in a while, but both he and He Shueming didn't interfere with Gu Jingfeng's work. July 9, Gu Jingfeng saw Cha Ran come to the arcade.
Become a cleaner. On July 14, Suli arrived at the arcade and became the front desk attendant. Chapter 128, Fatal Conflict.
At this point, Suli thought for a moment and added a sentence. During Gu Jingfeng's term, he saw a customer angrily destroy the props of the horse racing game and then commit suicide, feeling that the stuffed toys at the points exchange desk were not ordinary dolls, but looked just like real ones, so he wanted to keep his brother away from them. After confirming that this part was written accurately and that his current emotions were stable, Suli began to recall what Cha Run had told him, and then the sound of the pencil moving across the paper once again echoed.
On July 1, it was Xiao Cha's birthday.
Cha Run went to the school to pick up his grandson, but unexpectedly learned that Xiao Cha was missing. After searching in vain, he was told by the teacher that Xiao Cha might have gone to the Firefly arcade. Although Cha Run did not find him in Firefly, he discovered the eraser that Xiao Cha had dropped at the entrance, confirming that Xiao Cha was here. He wanted to search again but was kicked out by Yanhua.
He then went to report the police, but couldn't get them to respond due to time constraints. On July 2, he arrived at the Firefly arcade with the police, meeting Yanhua, He Shueming, the former cleaner, and the former food area manager, but did not see the attendants or Xiao Cha. There were no clues in the kitchen, storage room, or restroom, and no bloodstains could be found. On July 3, Cha Run stayed home all day, staring blankly at the eraser that belonged to Xiao Cha. On July 4, Cha Run returned to Firefly, sitting at the entrance ignored by customers, even after being kicked out by Yanhua several times. In the evening, after a brief conversation with He Shueming, Yanhua told him to go to the restroom. Cha Run attempted to threaten Yanhua with a small knife to reveal Xiao Cha's whereabouts, but was harmed by Yanhua, who was a transformer, and lost his sight. Then Yanhua, it should be him, threw the unconscious Cha Run beneath a nearby bridge. That day, Cha Run met the former cleaner at the arcade but did not see the food area manager. On July 5, Cha Run woke up, wanting to return to Firefly, but was too injured to get up. Around noon, feeling a fleeting surge of energy, he got up to leave, but encountered an investigator who told him he was about to die. Cha Run disregarded this, but after walking a few steps, he fell back into unconsciousness. He woke up at night to find the investigator by his side, who had saved his life and provided him with kanji and other liquid food. Afterwards, the investigator told Cha Run to rest well, he was going to deal with Xiao Cha's case and then left. On July 6, Cha Run did not see the investigator return. On July 7 to 8, Cha Run still did not see the investigator return. On July 9, Cha Run had mostly recovered, after soothing his sore throat. He went to the arcade again and found a notice for hiring cleaners, then approached He Shueming, who easily agreed to Cha Run's desire to become a cleaner, just like Gu Jingfeng had done previously. On this day, Cha Run saw Gu Jingfeng, the food area manager, but did not see the former cleaner he had met before. From July 10 to 13, Cha Run found no clues about Xiao Cha at the arcade. On July 14, Suli arrived at the arcade and became the new front desk attendant. At this point, all the information regarding the arcade that Gu Jingfeng and Cha Run had discussed over the past few days was fully recorded. Suli carefully reviewed what he had written, his eyes slightly narrowing. It seemed that his judgment was indeed correct, because there were too many time points mentioned by the two, the information had been contaminated. As a result, he had made a mistake about one thing due to his misperception of numbers. Suli remembered that after hearing Cha Run's account, he had analyzed the timeline of the investigator's actions, determining that at noon on July 5. The investigator first found the nearly dying Cha Run and rescued him, then went to the arcade in the afternoon to deliver goods, reminding Gu Jingfeng to pay attention to safety, and only returned to the bridge hole at night, promising to save little Cha. This analysis he was previously certain of, but now looking at what he had written down, Suli realized he had made a mistake. On the 5th, the investigator did find Cha Run, but according to Gu Jingfeng's account, he did not go to the arcade on the 5th, but on the 4th. These two events did not happen on the same day. Looking at it this way, perhaps Suli's judgment on the numbers was disturbed at the time, and because Cha Run was unconscious at noon on the 5th, he had a memory gap in the afternoon. Gu Jingfeng had seen the investigator in the afternoon, so Suli had subconsciously overlapped these two time periods. Now, not only had Suli realized this issue, but some smart audience members outside, after hearing Cha Run's account, had also made the same judgment as Suli at the time. But after carefully comparing what Suli had written, they also discovered this problem, and alongside their shock, a fact they had subconsciously neglected resurfaced in their minds. They knew this was a horror story instance, but most of the time they focused on the later part of the instance, feeling relaxed like watching a game live stream. However, they forgot that the chosen ones within the instance were facing omnipresent crises. A slight mistake could lead to death in this horror scenario. In the real world, they stayed comfortably at home, watching a live stream through a screen from a third-person perspective and had no awareness of the mistakes in advance, while the chosen one, bearing immense pressure, had to discern errors amid such chaos. How difficult would that be? No one could give a definite answer to this question, unless they personally experienced it. Suli had no idea what the audience outside was thinking. His mind was no longer on the timing of the investigator's appearance because he discovered a more important and more deadly issue. There was a conflict between what Gu Jingfeng and Cha Run mentioned. On July 4, Gu Jingfeng arrived at the arcade early in the morning, successfully becoming the food and beverage area supervisor, and saw the investigator in the afternoon. But in Cha Run's account, he also came to the arcade on the 4th and sat at the entrance the whole time, yet only saw the former cleaning staff, Yan Hua, and He Shueming. He did not see the girl from the food and beverage area he had seen before, nor even Gu Jingfeng, let alone the investigator who left after delivering goods. Chapter 129, Cognition and Reality. Among the two of them, no one must be lying, so the only possibility can only be as he had previously guessed. During this time, they encountered some strange and special events that led to this highly bizarre situation. However, because the information they possessed was different from his own, they assumed that those special events were normal or trivial matters at the time, and thus overlooked them without informing themselves. The essence of things can vary due to individual perception. But this cannot be blamed on them, as Suli had private meetings with both Gu Jingfeng and later with Cha Run at time points unnoticed by Yan Hua and He Shueming. Fearing being discovered, they did not provide very specific details in their accounts. After all, time was tight and the task was heavy, and some omissions were inevitable. Furthermore, they were just ordinary people who had been inexplicably dragged into this. Suli went through the contents of the paper in his mind again, looking up at the hall and noticing that Yan Hua and He Shueming were both busy. He then hid the paper behind the counter to burn it, carefully wrapping the ashes in some toilet paper to pretend to go to the restroom, rushing into the sewer. Returning to the front desk, Suli exchanged smiles and greetings with Yan Hua, who turned to look at him, and then sat down again. Suli lowered his eyes. He originally planned to find an opportunity to approach Gu Jingfeng or Cha Run tonight to ask if they had left something behind, but now it seemed unlikely. He had only left the front desk to go to the restroom, and Yan Hua had already looked over. It seemed that driving off Cha Run, who came to collect trash earlier, had not been enough for Yan Hua to believe that he truly gave up on this matter. He was still observing him. Although it was very busy at night, making it hard for Yan Hua and the others to leave, and that man with the hook nose, whom he had initially thought was an investigator but later confirmed to be a scalper, was busy selling game coins to customers, he had found himself somewhat free in comparison. It was supposed to be a good opportunity to find Gu Jingfeng, but now given this situation, he could only temporarily give up the idea, otherwise, it might only deepen Yan Hua's displeasure and vigilance against him, and even complicate the plans for tonight. Suli took a piece of chocolate from a can to chew on, replenishing the energy he had just consumed during his thoughts, and then began to rest his eyes. After a while, he heard footsteps in front of him, and opening his eyes, he saw a man holding a small basket full of game coins placing it on the front desk. Another one here to exchange for money? Suli's heart tightened. Adult men are not as easily fooled as the little girl before. Boss, I heard that you can exchange game coins for things here? The man's opening line made Suli smile. Yes, what do you want to exchange for? I haven't thought about it yet. You help me see what I can exchange for with these coins. Suli nodded and started counting the game coins in the basket. Since they were already arranged, it didn't take long to figure out the number. Hello, there are a total of 213 game coins. Suli walked out from behind the front desk to the exchange area. From here to here, all the items you can exchange for are located. They have prices marked on them. You can come over and take a look to pick out what you like. The man walked to the area Suli pointed to, looked carefully for a while, and then picked out a doll the size of a palm, glancing uncertainly at Suli. Is this okay? Suli walked over to take a look. It was a female model he hadn't seen before, looking quite pretty. The black and yellow exterior gave a sense of fine craftsmanship, and there were fine seams at the joint connections, making it seem like a changeable model doll, similar to Transformers. On her arm was a small price tag, 200. Yes, this doll costs 200 game coins, so you can take 13 game coins back with you. Upon hearing Suli's answer, the man instantly became very happy. He quickly walked to the front desk to take the remaining game coins and left while playing with the newly acquired model. Suli followed his gaze, watching as the doll changed form in the excited man's hands, its head tilting to one side, its arms crossing in front, and its legs posed in strange positions. Looking away, the man's antics made the corners of Suli's mouth twitch. Well, he could consider him one of the few normal people he had seen in this arcade. But just as the man was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning puzzled, and then he turned around and walked back to the front desk. Boss, is this doll broken? Why can't it change its pose all of a sudden? Oh, it's fine now. As the man walked halfway, he smiled again and turned to leave. But Suli did not take his eyes off him, and even felt his pupils suddenly shrink. Because on the way the man was walking over, Suli saw the doll in his hand. It was in a strange pose, with its head tilted and its arms bent behind its back. In that instant, a scene from Noon suddenly appeared in Suli's mind. The woman in the yellow dress, whom he had seen before, had her movements become strange while dancing in the dance area, her hands turned completely behind her back, and that extremely twisted pose caused her body to emit a sound as if it had broken.
Because of the contamination, Suli heard the sound quite softly, but now recalling the woman's situation at that time, she must not have been in a good state.
But the woman seemed completely unaffected, still continuing to dance.
Suli thought the woman had become seriously contaminated and didn't realize her body was in pain because of that, and coupled with the fact that he was on the phone ordering takeout at the time, he didn't pay further attention. But after finishing his meal, Suli found that the woman in yellow was gone. He had wondered where she had gone. The man had already walked far away, and the doll in his hand had changed to another pose, but the chill in Suli's heart remained unchanged, instead intensifying. The strange NPC image he had seen earlier in that shooting game reappeared in his mind. It closely resembled the NPC of the dead man in the VR game zone, and now the doll model was very similar to the woman in yellow. Could it be that this Firefly arcade really could pull a person into the game? And not only that, could it also turn living humans into dolls? Chapter 130, Under the Brilliant Lights. Suli had also had this thought before. It was when Gujiang was playing with the claw machine. After finishing dinner, Suli returned to the claw machine and found that the position of the doll had changed. In theory, if someone played with the claw machine during their meal, causing the doll's position to change, the doll would surely move slightly towards the exit. Even if the claw failed to grab it directly, the doll would fall back to its original position, at most just a bit farther away. But the doll he saw at that time was not only flipped over but had also moved farther away from the exit, looking less like it had fallen after being grabbed empty and more like it had secretly crawled away while Suli and the others were eating. Later, when Suli managed to grab a doll, he even saw it wink at him. He initially thought he must have seen it wrong, but Gujiang also said that she felt those dolls were real, which made Suli think that what filled the doll's body was not cotton but a person. Earlier, Suli had told Cha Run that he knew where Xiao Cha was, referring to being inside the doll's body, but this guess was too bizarre and unreal. What little evidence there was to support such a strange occurrence meant he just nodded and didn't assure Cha Run. Whether it was dolls or game characters, they were merely objects. How could they possibly exhibit human behaviors? The oddities he saw must have other explanations. Suli originally thought this way, but over time, these absurd incidents became more and more frequent. He even suspected that the female model doll, after the man turned around to let him see, could suddenly change from a stationary pose again, was intentionally done by that woman in yellow. She intentionally wanted to discover something, just like a distress signal sent out by humans before dying. At that moment, absurd thoughts that broke away from established perceptions caused some images to suddenly surge in Suli's mind. As soon as she entered the arcade, she saw the dancing arcade machine. The doll that crawled and flipped over by itself when no one was around. The game character in Bomberman, who smiled strangely at Suli after dying countless times. Later, she ran from one area to another on the game machine's body. Before dinner, Suli picked up the doll from the prize counter that had a downturned mouth, like it was crying. The metal chain that later shattered glass and attacked the little girl from behind. Even the Guanyu she saw in the previous Three Kingdoms arcade was in a similar situation. Suli remembered that the player's fingers pressed the keys incredibly quickly. With such speed, it was impossible to lose rewards from the buns, but in the end, only a little remained, which was completely illogical, as if the game characters had their own thoughts. These originally lifeless things were acting in ways only living beings could. The eighth rule of the waiter. The arcade machines are just machines, they have no life and will not move by themselves. Previously, Suli thought the dancing arcade was shaking frighteningly because of some bizarre influence or control. But now it seemed that the truth of the matter was far from simple. In the shooting game machine, the NPC with a twisted head was exactly like the dead man in the VR game area. And the model robot in the guest's hand, looking a lot like the woman in yellow she had seen before. Suli was not sure if the woman in yellow was dead, but one thing was certain, she had disappeared. Just like the man's corpse that should have been in the bathroom, gone. The absurdity in her heart escalated again. Could it be that those who disappeared in the arcade would reappear in another form? Suli looked towards the numerous lifelike dolls at the prize exchange counter, then glanced at the 100 or so arcade machines in the noisy arcade. Now, because there were many customers, each machine had someone operating it, players were animated, laughing and cursing, with all kinds of expressions on their faces, but Suli's face only showed fear and chill. If all these dolls and game characters were really people transformed, then how many people were imprisoned inside those lifeless beings under the brilliant lights of the Firefly arcade? If you collect enough game coins, you can go to the central prize counter to exchange for your desired items. They are definitely worth every penny. Was worth every penny in this rule really just a simple matter of being worth it? The chill made Suli feel somewhat cold, and it made him realize one thing. Sister, I'm going to find Xiao Cha. After Gujuang left this note for his sister, he directly came to the Firefly arcade but had not found anything. Xiaorun had been to the Firefly so many times, stayed here for so many days, but still had not found Xiao Cha. Although one was a child and the other an old man, just like Xiaorun said, he was just old, not foolish. If Xiao Cha really was in the arcade, how could they have searched for so long without finding him? Because they could not even imagine that the missing Xiao Cha was no longer existing in the arcade in a normal human form. It was indeed just as she initially guessed.
This situation was too far from reality, even Suli didn't dare to believe it was true. Her pupils trembled suddenly.
A fragment of memory flashed in his mind, reminding him of when he asked about what the tall and slender Chairun looked like, and the other person's answer.
He might look quite ordinary, but because he had.
The last few critical words were interrupted by a man who came in to use the restroom, but now Suli seemed to know the answer. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, then returned to normal.
Who?
Suppressing the inner turmoil that had already started to rise, Suli took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. After all, he was still a polluter, and being overly emotional might lead to certain perceptions being affected. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Suli discovered a problem. Although he had made this conjecture and various pieces of information were already pieced together, they did not form a complete picture, still showing a scattered state. Because this was still just speculation, without more information to support or find concrete evidence, this picture could not stick together completely and could easily crumble back into its original fragmented form. It was not that Suli was overly cautious, but rather that the rules of the bizarre tale replica had to be this way. Similar things had happened in this replica before. Previously it was speculated that the Hat Man was an investigator or at least related to him, but what happened later proved that this speculation was merely a guess, not a conclusion.
So the key now was, if he wanted to turn this current speculation into a correct and reliable conclusion, what other information did he still need? Chapter 131 Replacement. First, the time.
The strange change in the woman in the yellow dress should have been caused by intensified pollution. It happened just before noon, and Suli had seen Yan Hui giving her close guidance. Then He Shuiming came over to test what he discovered last night, then called Yan Hui to eat.
After dinner, the woman in the yellow dress had already disappeared.
During this period, the most suspicious person, He Shuiming, was always beside him, without any time to commit a crime, but during the 10 or so minutes from when he finished his call to when he came to the dining area, Suli lost sight of him.
Next is the location.
Previously, it was thought that the missing person was murdered, and then the body was transferred to the warehouse. Thus, Suli often paid attention to the movements around the warehouse, even at noon. At that time, he didn't see Yan Hui on the way to the warehouse, but there was another place he had not noticed, the restroom. They told me to leave it there, lock the door, and not to worry until the door was unlocked to continue using that stall. This was what Chairun had said before about how to handle a body. The previous 2 bodies had also disappeared in the restroom, so could the woman in the yellow dress also have disappeared there? This guess is possible because Suli had not paid attention in the 10 minutes after ordering takeout to see if that woman appeared among the people coming and going in the restroom. Moreover, Yan Hui might have also entered during that time. After all, he had done things like entering the women's restroom before. Assuming the above conjecture is valid, then both the time and place of the disappearance of the woman in the yellow dress are established.
Next is the time when she appeared at the points redemption counter after turning into a doll.
Before dinner, the little girl came to exchange coins, and when he persuaded her to trade for a doll, it was the first time he checked the items at the points redemption counter. To confirm the exchange price, Suli looked through all the dolls, but did not see the one that the man had just taken away, the yellow and black mixed doll. Then a series of events unfolded. The doll machine suddenly attacked the little girl, he saved her and was about to have dinner, triggered a premonition of death, and he then made an excuse to go to the restroom. When they returned, Yan Hui and the others had already left. Then came the man to change the doll, and I saw that model. That is to say, the model could only have appeared at the scoring table while I was in the bathroom, and during that time, Yan Hui and they had enough time.
Next is the method. How did they make a person weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds disappear in the bathroom? Was it through some kind of physical object with magical power, or some invisible and strange force? Finally, there's the motive. Although murder may not require a reason for the assimilators and the strange beings, transforming a person into a doll must have some kind of reason, otherwise, there would be no need to go through such trouble. Yet after a long time of pondering, Suli still couldn't arrive at the answers to these 2 matters. This absurdity that transcends human understanding could not be imagined simply by guessing without concrete evidence. After adjusting his mood, Suli stood up and left the front desk, walking towards the hall. The woman in yellow had disappeared, but at least he had seen her today, while the woman in red who had been with her hadn't appeared since yesterday. Could she have also turned into an existence just like the woman in yellow? With such doubts, Suli pretended to stroll casually, slowly walking in the hall, wanting to find some clues. Soon, Suli's pupils slightly contracted. It wasn't because he had found anything resembling the woman in red, but because he saw the bomb game machine from earlier. The game character on the screen walked somewhat slowly, and its movements looked quite strange, as if it had a limp. Was it still not fixed last time, and had a new bug appeared?
Suli's heart stirred, but his feet didn't stop. He kept moving forward at a steady pace, though this time his route had a clear direction. Because Suli suddenly remembered something very important. Previously, Chairun had mentioned that the investigator he had seen had a long scar on his eye. If the missing people in the arcade had all turned into game characters or doll models, then he really had seen one that matched Chairun's description. The Guan Yu from that Three Kingdoms game machine also had a long scar on his eye. However, when Suli reached the Three Kingdoms game machine, his pupils trembled again, the scar on Guan Yu's eye was gone, and his expression had changed. As one of the 5 tiger generals, Guan Yu's image in the Three Kingdoms game had always been great. Besides having a beautiful beard, his gaze was also very sharp. But now, the Guan Yu on the screen looked extremely dull, as if he were a weary office worker, completely numb with no spark in his eyes. This bizarre change could not be explained by a lack of repairs. No matter how poorly repaired it was, the image of the game character shouldn't change so drastically. Even if the virtual character inside was transformed from a person, at most, it would just be the eyes or expression that changed. How could the scar just disappear? It looked as if it had changed into a different person completely. Wait a minute. Changed into a different person. If the Guan Yu in the machine wasn't the one he had seen before, but instead was someone completely different, then what about the bomb game machine? From the strange, giggling game character to the character with one eye smaller, to the limping character he had just seen, if the two machines were the same, then the reason their appearances changed wouldn't be due to bad repairs, nor because the states of the characters had changed. The person with the limp. Suli suddenly remembered the guest whose knee had been kicked out by Yanhua. Last time he saw him, he was playing games under Yanhua's guidance, and Suli thought he wouldn't get into trouble. But now that he thought about it, he realized that since that time, he hadn't seen him again. However, if the roles inside had been swapped, was it he Shueming, who was responsible for repairing the game machines, that made the switch, or did they escape on their own? The former was possible, while the latter gave Suli a bit of a headache. It was already hard for Suli to accept that the toys in the claw machine could move on their own, at least they were real entities, with hands and feet. Even if those virtual characters could move by themselves, the game machine was so small. Where could they possibly go? And what happened to those swapped characters? Chapter 132, Adorably Headless. Thinking of this, Suli turned and walked back, wanting to see if the NPC with its neck twisted almost 360 degrees in the shooting game was still there. But he quickly frowned. That NPC was still there, and it was making the player in front of it complain endlessly. Why hadn't this game machine changed? Could it be because the original character had already died? Suli was unsure and didn't care about the player who was having a terrible time. Just as he was about to leave, his eye suddenly caught a nearby game machine, which was also a shooting game, but with different rules. He didn't have to deliberately shoot the NPC in the head to kill it. The NPCs weren't character models, but various cute little animals. However, one bunny among them looked completely uncute. Because it was constantly hopping, dodging the player's shots, it had no head. Is this also a transformation? Suli had never seen a similar image, but soon the confusion in his eyes faded. Last night, after closing, a man had been aimlessly shooting at the basketball machine, holding not a basketball, but the head of his girlfriend. But at that time, Suli searched the arcade and found no trace of the woman's body. He had puzzled over this for a long time. But now, looking at the headless bunny expertly dodging the shots, Suli felt as if someone was blowing a cold chill in his direction. The body of that bunny looked just like the rabbit pattern on the couple's outfit of the woman from before. Was her corpse locked inside the game machine? Is that why I couldn't find her in the arcade? With his emotions rising, Suli continued to move forward. He was still in the stage of being suspected by Yanhua and the others, so he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Not long after, Suli slowed his pace as he saw a black covering not far ahead, with sounds of metal clanking coming from within. If what was locked inside the game machine wasn't virtual game characters, but living souls, then was he Shueming, who was responsible for repairing the machines, really repairing the machines? Or was he actually fixing those people inside? Suddenly recalling he Shueming's gloves stained with red liquid, Suli moved closer to the covering. Hey, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Just as Suli was about to approach, a voice suddenly interrupted him from the side. He had to stop and turn to see a man looking at him with displeasure. What are you running around for? I was going to buy coins, but when I went to the front desk, there was no one. I wasted my trip. Before the man could finish his sentence, the covering in front of him was suddenly lifted, and he Shueming walked out, not looking at the talking man, but staring coldly at Suli. Xiao Su, why are you here instead of staying at the front desk? The audience outside suddenly became tense. They didn't know what Suli was doing near the curtain but sensed he surely had some purpose. They were already so close that perhaps getting even closer would reveal something, but they were interrupted by a sudden guest who barged in, loudly shouting and startling he Shueming. Suli didn't expect this sudden turn of events, but in an instant, an apologetic smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry for interrupting your work, he Gong. I remembered that during dinner yesterday, you and Brother Yen seemed to enjoy soup a lot. So, after treating my wound just now, I noticed you both hardly touched the cuttlefish ink I ordered. Suli looked very guilty. I thought for a long time and felt I didn't do this right. Plus, since you've been busy for so long, the drinks you had before must be finished, so I wanted to ask if you need another bottle. Of course, this will come out of my salary, so consider it compensation for my poor ordering. The man standing beside him looked at Yi Shueming and then at Suli, feeling suddenly indignant.
So, neither of them took him seriously, huh? Hey! I don't care about any cuttlefish ink or drinks. I'm telling you, I'm about to. Before he could finish, He Xueming suddenly glanced at him. That calm expression made him feel inexplicably intimidated, swallowing his words back down. He Xueming turned to look at Su Li for a moment before smiling and saying, "It's alright, everyone has different tastes. For instance, I really like meat and don't care much for vegetables. By the way, Xiao Su, did you finish that cuttlefish ink? It would be a shame to waste it." "Yes, I finished it." "That's good. As for the drinks, since you're treating, I won't be polite." Then, he glanced at the guest beside him. "Alright, Xiao Su, you shouldn't linger here. Go take care of the guests, it's quite busy in the evening, and we need someone at the front desk." "Okay, He Gong, you keep busy, and I'll bring the drinks over after I finish attending to the guests." The guest beside him looked at He Xueming, who turned back into the curtain, then glanced at Su Li, who walked towards the front desk. He stood there dazed for a while before grumbling in a low voice and following him to the front. To make up for having overlooked the man earlier, Su Li sent a few extra chocolates, which made the man leave satisfied. However, even though he had dealt with the guest, Su Li didn't hurry to bring the drinks to He Xueming. Even though his earlier plan to approach the curtain was interrupted, during his prior wandering, Su Li had observed most of the arcade machines, noting many strange game characters. This indicated something terrifying. Just as he had previously guessed, the bizarre dolls or game characters in the arcade could very well be transformed humans. One instance could be a misjudgment, 2 instances could be coincidence, but seeing so many instances with his own eyes meant that this mysterious event truly existed. However, the information he had observed so far was not enough to complete the puzzle, as he still lacked the most critical evidence. Moreover, not all game NPCs were that strange, most appeared quite normal, and the dolls at the score counter were still maintaining the same poses they had before he left. Why is that? Given Yan Huo and He Xueming's personalities. According to what has been done before, with the normal NPCs occupying such a high proportion, it definitely isn't because they have a good heart, unwilling to turn everyone in the arcade into dolls. Turning people into dolls or NPCs purely depends on Yan Huo's mood and preferences, or is there some specific selection criterion? The possibility of the former should be quite small, given the strict rules that employees in the arcade cannot interfere with each other's work, as well as the harsh regulations about clocking in and out. Regardless of whether He Xueming is that strange person, it won't allow such an important matter to be decided solely based on mood. This indicates that such selection criteria definitely exist. And this criterion must be related to motivation. If I can find them and the methods, then I can form the most crucial evidence. Then, by finding out where those replaced roles went, I can complete this 6th puzzle. Su Li's eyes flickered. Although it seems extremely difficult to complete this puzzle at the moment, he did not feel like retreating. Instead, it sparked his fighting spirit even more because he was sure that he was about to touch the truth. Chapter 133, Dish, Dog. At this moment, the small door beside him suddenly opened, and Yan Huo walked in, collapsing into a chair. "Ah, I'm so exhausted." He looked quite weary. "Tonight's guests are really too many, and they have such big appetites that my mouth is dry from talking." "Brother Yan, you've worked hard. Here, have a bottle of soda." "How can I accept that?" "Guliolu. You really understand, Xiao Su. By the way, I just saw you wandering in the lobby, what's up? Was there no one at the front desk?" Listening to Yan Huo's inquiry, Su Li felt a bit helpless. He had already given you soda, yet your mouth can't be stopped. And your testing transition is really stiff. Su Li couldn't help but wonder if Yan Huo's mind was filled with nothing but women. Otherwise, how could he have been with He Xueming for so long and not learn anything about the other's schemes? Could it be that the world of strange tales is doing this intentionally, so as not to make it too difficult for the chosen one to pass the level? "There are guests, Brother Yan, just before you arrived. I had just sent off one, but there aren't too many, it's not that busy here." As Su Li said this, he awkwardly rubbed his stomach. "After I came back, I saw a big portion of squid ink left, and thinking it shouldn't go to waste, I finished it all at once. But I didn't expect I'd be a little too ambitious and overstuffed myself, so I thought I'd walk around a bit to digest." Yan Huo, after hearing this, looked at Su Li with an extremely strange expression for quite a while before finally giving him a thumbs up. "Impressive. You managed to finish that horrible drink in one go." Su Li felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and could only chuckle nervously. Yan Huo took another sip of soda and was about to say something more when he suddenly heard a loud shout from the East District. "Boss! Is there something wrong with your game?" Yan Huo's expression immediately became ugly. He put the soda down on the table and strode towards the direction of the voice. Su Li did not follow. From his position, he could clearly see the shouting customer and the game he was playing, and he understood why the customer would say such things. Because the game he was playing was that headless rabbit shooting game, and when Su Li left earlier, that customer had already been tormented quite badly by that nimble rabbit. Now, after so much time had passed, his game screen was still stuck in that moment, which should mean that he had been stuck at that level and his mental state had exploded.
Sure enough, when Yenhua just walked over and hadn't even spoken yet, he heard the man indignantly say,
I want to know what's going on with this game.
the other monsters could be beaten easily, but this rabbit keeps bouncing around.
I can't hit it again. Are you guys deliberately adjusting the difficulty level?
Yenhua seemed to realize that it wasn't the game machine that was malfunctioning, and the tense expression on his face relaxed.
You misunderstood. Our Firefly Arcade has always followed the principle of customer first. We would never intentionally make things harder for our customers, and we definitely wouldn't raise the difficulty on purpose.
You're full of nonsense.
I tell you, you guys are doing it on purpose.
You want us to fail this level and buy more coins.
There's no business that doesn't rip off money. Customer, you're just joking. Really, it's not like that. You have to believe us. Forget it, I don't want to say more.
Here, you can compensate me for the coins I wasted, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Without hesitation, Yenhua pulled out a game coin and handed it to the angry man in front of him.
No problem, as long as you're happy, customer. Here, this is to compensate you. Just one coin? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you have any idea how many times I've died at this level? How many coins I've used?
Facing the man's furious yell, Yenhua still smiled, and if Suli saw him in the real world, he would really think he was just a simple and dedicated game assistant. Yenhua took out a box of white cigarettes, shook one out, and handed the white Wangaloo cigarette to the man.
Don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Here, have a smoke to calm down.
Before he finished speaking, the man suddenly stood up and slapped the cigarette out of his hand, pointing angrily at Yenhua's nose and scolding him, I'll smoke your mom.
Get lost. I've never smoked. I'm telling you, if you don't solve this today, I'll smash this damn place, do you believe me?
Yenhua bent down to pick up the cigarette from the floor, blew it off, put it in his mouth, and lit it. When he looked up, the smile on his face had already disappeared. He closed his eyes, took a puff, and then blew out a thick cloud of smoke towards the man.
I'll say it. If you're bad at the game, don't blame the game. In video games, bad is just bad. Say it again?
Yenhua smiled and leaned close to the man, saying word by word, I said, you're a noob dog. After saying that, Yenhua didn't care about the man anymore and turned to walk towards the restroom. The man stood there for a moment, seemingly stunned as if no one had ever scolded him like this. A few seconds later, he reacted, his face turning bright red, kicking the chair in front of him away, rolling up his sleeves, and angrily charging towards the restroom. Seeing the man enter the restroom, Suli had a very bad premonition in his heart and suddenly remembered something. The man had just said that he didn't smoke, but when Yenhua blew smoke in his face, he didn't cough or show any signs of discomfort, which meant his sense of smell was impaired, and his pollution level must be worse than his own.
Yenhua had done it on purpose? To confirm the other person's pollution level?
And after exhaling the smoke, Yenhua's attitude had completely changed, and he went to the restroom.
Could it be that he selects people to become dolls based on their pollution levels? Wait, that pollution source. Could it be on Yenhua's body?
As the game assistant at Firefly Arcade, Yenhua often walks around the hall and can make physical contact with all the players for legitimate reasons, and even if someone notices, he wouldn't mind. This not only fits the characteristics of a pollution source with small amounts repeatedly, but as a changer, Yenhua, even if carrying a pollution source and heavily polluted, would not be affected by it. Furthermore, as one of the veteran employees in the arcade, Yenhua seems to have the qualifications to carry such a pollution source.
If this speculation is correct, what would the pollution source be?
Suli's gaze fell on the cigarette that Yenhua had just exhaled. But the smoke that had yet to disperse. At that moment, footsteps approached from the side, and Yenhua, hands in his pockets, walked out of the bathroom again. He didn't return to the front desk but smiled as he headed towards the dancing area. Suli stared intensely at the bathroom's entrance, but even when Yenhua mingled with the female players over there, laughter filling the air, Suli still did not see that man come out.
Chapter 134, see you tomorrow. I can't wait any longer. Suli directly entered the bathroom, but there was no sign of the man. He pushed open the slightly ajar stall door, and there was no one inside. Pushing open the next one, still empty. A slight rustling came from the neighboring stall. Suli reached to push it, but the door seemed to be locked. He nimbly climbed up to look over the top, but there was no man there, only an innocent and confused face looking up at him. Ignoring the customers' protests that followed, Suli quickly checked all the remaining stalls in the bathroom, frowning as he left. He had watched the man walk in, but now he was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Yenhua really turned him into a doll here in this bathroom? If that were true, the standard for turning someone into a doll would mean the guest had reached severe pollution, at least that is one of the criteria. So where did the doll go afterward? Although the gap in the bathroom window was enough for a doll to pass through, Yenhua wouldn't just throw the doll away. Since it's not in the bathroom, there's only one possibility left, it's with Yenhua.
Suli didn't go directly to verify the idea but took a bottle of alcohol from the drink machine at the front desk, then watched Yanhua patiently waiting. It was the peak hour for customers in the evening, and even if Yanhua was lecherous, he couldn't possibly stay in the same place for too long. Soon, shouts from customers rang through the hall, and Yanhua reluctantly glanced at the woman before heading towards the calls. As Yanhua was almost in line with the covering cloth, Suli's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose, rushing towards Yanhua. "Make way, please make way." Suli kept his head down, weaving through the crowd, shouting as he ran. However, due to the sheer number of people and him running too fast, he accidentally bumped into someone, and both fell to the ground. Suli held the bottle of alcohol high in one hand while using the other to brace against the other person's body, struggling to get up, mumbling in dissatisfaction. "I said make way, can't you hear me? Are you deaf or what? Oh, it's Brother Yen. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect to bump into you, ouch." Suli seemed surprised to find that it was Yanhua beneath him. As he braced himself against him, his hand slipped, causing him to fall again. I'm sorry, Brother Yen, I didn't mean to." After finally getting back up, Suli reached out to help Yanhua up from the ground, but was directly brushed aside by him. Yanhua, lying on the ground, glanced at the few women nearby who were snickering at him, his face darkening as he got back up, ready to speak but was preempted by Suli. "Ah, Brother Yen, I'm so glad you weren't hurt. I really apologize for just now, I was too anxious." "What's so urgent?" Yanhua looked at the anxious Suli, a gloomy expression on his face. "Gong said he ran out of alcohol and asked me to bring a bottle back, but then you came to chat with me, and I accidentally forgot it. I just remembered this matter and thought it had been delayed for quite a while, so I..." As he looked at the alcohol bottle in Suli's other hand, Yanhua's expression became unpredictable, but after his mouth moved a bit, he still spoke. "Since it's what brother he wants, shouldn't you hurry over? But remember not to be so careless next time." "Okay, Brother Yen, I'll remember. I'm heading over now." Suli exhaled as if relieved, continuing to run toward the position obscured by the curtain ahead. "Gong, the drinks are here. I'm sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem, it's busy tonight with many guests, you must be very busy too." When the curtain was lifted, Shueming's hand reached out. "Guests are fine, but Brother Yen came to chat with me for a while, so I accidentally forgot." Suli shyly scratched his head. Shueming paused slightly when holding the bottle, then quickly withdrew his hand. "That Yanhua kid really has too much free time. I won't be polite and accept your drink, little Su." "Okay, Gong, I won't disturb your work any longer. I'll head back now." After Suli said this, he left, but as he turned, the previous apologetic expression vanished, and his eyes became deep. The situation unfolded as he expected. First, he pretended to accidentally bump into Yanhua, falling to the ground with him, then deliberately slipped again to fall, getting up with the excuse of being in a rush to deliver drinks to Shueming, blocking Yanhua's impending anger, and finally used Yanhua's chatting with him as a reason to explain why his drink delivery was so late. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and he achieved the result he wanted, but this result caused Suli's emotions to fluctuate. During the fall with Yanhua and while getting up, Suli quickly felt around Yanhua, but he didn't find the doll he guessed he would. Besides a lighter and cigarettes, he only found a piece of paper he didn't recognize and something like a small bottle. To confirm he hadn't missed anything, Suli purposely pretended to slip again, but the result remained the same. Then, when he delivered the drinks, as Shueming reached out for the bottle, the curtain was open slightly, but it was too dark inside for Suli to see anything. Even though the light from the hall shone in, it only allowed him to vaguely see the outline of the open machine casing in the toolbox placed aside. But then, Shueming's hand paused slightly, and it wasn't due to Suli talking about Yanhua. At that moment, Suli saw through the curtain's gap that Shueming's other hand suddenly grabbed something in the darkness. Although due to the angle and lighting issue, Suli couldn't see clearly what it was. Combined with the previous analysis, he vaguely thought of something in his heart. In the following time, Suli did not take any further actions, he just quietly stayed at the front desk. As night deepened, the noisy guests in the hall were fewer, and at 11:20 p.m., Gujiang, with a blank expression, closed the dining area door and walked toward the front desk. She seemed to sense something was wrong, and a trace of concern showed in her hollow eyes. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but when she saw Suli turn his head aside to avoid looking at her, Gujiang slightly froze and then quickened her pace to leave Yanhua. At 11:21 p.m., the little boy Gu Xianfeng slumped over to the front desk, whispering to Suli, "Remember to get me super game coins for tomorrow." After saying this, he also left. At 11:23 p.m., Yanhua walked over leisurely. Was there no anger from Gong earlier? "It's fine, Brother Yen. I really apologize for earlier. Here, take this pack of cigarettes as my apology." "This isn't right." "Ha ha ha. Alright. You really are my good brother. Then I'm off, little Su, see you tomorrow." At 11:25, Shueming arrived at the front desk and took a bottle of liquor from the vending machine, biting it open and taking a sip before walking towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he turned around and shouted at Charon, who was in the bathroom emptying the trash can. "Hey! You there! Leave the trash for tomorrow, I'm leaving. Otherwise, you'll hold up Xiaosu from closing up later." Charon seemed not to hear, still focused on his task. He Xueming raised his voice again.
Is your hearing bad because you're getting older? Do you want me to come over and say it to your face?
Charon paused his movements, then went back to change his clothes in the bathroom and walked out the door under He Xueming's gaze. Then He Xueming smiled at Suli. "Alright, Xiaosu, you rest well.
See you tomorrow."
After speaking, he tilted his head back and drank his liquor as he left.
Chapter 135. Everything goes smoothly.
The audience outside watched the two people disappear one after the other and couldn't help but murmur. Damn it, was this guy doing it on purpose? Yesterday he and Yanhua were the first to leave, like they would explode if they stayed even a second longer, and today he dragged it out to leave last. And when he left yesterday, he didn't even care about the cleaner. Today he actually told the old man to leave and come back to clean tomorrow, and he yelled so loudly.
He must be doing it on purpose. Weren't we just saying that Yanhua found out about Su Li and the old man Sha?
This ED Jogwa definitely doesn't want to give them a chance to be alone. Opportunities aren't important now, the key point is that Brother Su said to have the cleaner use balloons to cover the cameras at night, and the other side agreed. He must still be here to prepare for this, but now the cleaner is sent away by He Xueming, who will put up the balloons. Then it must be Su Li doing it himself. But this balloon thing must have risks, otherwise, Su Li wouldn't have asked someone else to do it. Hey. What's happening? Isn't that the little girl from earlier? Why is she still here, and why is she running to the front desk? No. She's going to get balloons. The little girl, shielding her small head with a visitor guide, jogged to the prize redemption counter, placing balloons under all the cameras one by one. Soon, all the cameras on the ceiling were covered by balloons. She then ran back to the front desk, took the doll that had just been placed there from Su Li's hands, gently grasping his bandaged hand with concern. "Brother, does your hand still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, this kind of skin injury isn't a big deal for an adult." Hearing Su Li's words, the little girl's face broke into a smile. "That's good. I'm going home now." When she reached the door, she turned around, gripping the edge of the door, and shouted to Su Li, "Thank you," before quickly disappearing into the night.
I should be the one to thank you.
Su Li watched the direction the little girl left and muttered softly, then stood up and walked towards the door. Despite previously suspecting that Yanhua had eavesdropped on his conversation with Cha-Run next door, since he was an assimilator, he hadn't heard much of the actual content and wouldn't know about Su Li's plan for tonight. Yet, Su Li still felt uneasy. Yanhua might be a bit foolish, but He Xueming was still sharp. To prevent accidents, earlier while wandering in the lobby, Su Li found the little girl who was playing games among the crowd. He asked her to leave a bit later tonight, and if anything went wrong on Cha-Run's side, she should help put up the balloons. The little girl agreed without any hesitation, not even asking for a reason. Compared to Cha-Run, having the little girl do it actually minimized the potential risks. Although she was still just a child, He Xueming had suddenly changed his attitude because Su Li saved her before. And now the truth is the same, the little girl has already left safely. At 23:29, Su Li closed the door, took a stack of visitor guides from the nearby shelf, then went to the bathroom, entered the last stall, took out the folding ladder from under the clothes that Cha-Run had changed out of, and came to the front desk with a cloth to wipe the sink, retrieving the takeout box he had placed under the desk earlier. Hey! With these things in hand, Su Li was about to walk towards the west area when he suddenly heard a sigh not far behind him. Realizing something at once, Su Li put things down, followed the sound, and soon, a man sitting in front of the game console appeared in his sight. Sure enough, just like yesterday, there were customers still here after closing time. His gaze fell on the game console the man was operating. It was a Super Mario arcade machine. The character Mario on the screen looked normal, unlike the strange NPCs Su Li had seen before, and the game wasn't frozen, but the man sitting with his back to him was still sighing endlessly, seemingly murmuring something softly. As he slowly approached, Su Li gradually saw the man's face and heard the words he was murmuring. Hey! Why am I so unlucky? Others can win while playing games and exchange their winnings for things, but all I do is lose, and keep losing. Su Li recognized the man. He was the one who lost 100 game coins in 10 minutes while playing the big spinning wheel in the afternoon, and Su Li remembered he later bought some coins from the man in the yellow hat, but now it seemed he had lost them all again. Hey! Bad luck while playing games, bad luck with food too. Yesterday morning I found a hair in my bun, and this morning I found another one. Why do all the bad things happen to me? Just as Su Li reached the man's side, the man, who had been playing the game, suddenly turned his head sharply and stared at Su Li with his dark eyes. Tell me. Am I abandoned by the god of fate? Su Li thought the man was as dazed as the one from yesterday's basketball game, but unexpectedly, the man not only noticed his approach but also suddenly asked him a question. In a sudden rush of thought, Su Li placed a hand on the man's shoulder and spoke solemnly. It won't be like that, my friend.
So-called luck will turn around eventually. Being in a low point is not a bad thing. At least from now on, wherever you go, you will be on the uphill path. Really? But why do I feel surrounded not by an uphill path but by a sheer cliff I can't climb? Hey! Suli's pep talk didn't stir the man's spirit, but he also stopped looking at Suli and turned back to continue playing his game. Glancing at the time, it was already 23:33. Suli decided not to worry about the man for now, as he could still talk to him. There should be no immediate problem. Returning to his original spot, Suli tied the cloth around his face, then took the ladder and the items to the corner of the west area, setting up the ladder to climb up. He first opened the box, then put on the disposable gloves left over from dinner, tossed another cloth into the box containing squid ink, and after it was fully soaked black, he carefully applied it on the camera until it was completely covered. Next, Suli removed the balloons and placed them back at the points redemption table, then took the items to the next place. After repeating this several times, Suli folded the ladder back up, placed it and the cloth back into the bathroom, and threw the used squid ink box and sticky rice into the trash can. Suli originally planned to just use squid ink to cover the camera, but because he didn't know if there would be enough portions left in the end, he ordered some sticky rice, just in case there wasn't enough squid ink, and he could stick the tourist guide on top of it. But now that there was enough squid ink, the sticky rice was naturally unnecessary. After finishing all of this, the time had already reached 23:41. Looking at the surveillance cameras that had all been painted black on the ceiling, the audience outside breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth all the preparations made by Suli. Although the whole process took quite a bit of time, at least it went smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened. But Suli in the hall frowned. The process went smoothly, but the strangeness lay in this smoothness. Chapter 136, Plumber Mario. Covering the strange eyes was undoubtedly risky, which was why he had made so many preparations. During the painting process, he remained tense, guarding against any unexpected situations that might occur at any moment. Now that the cameras were completely blocked by the black squid ink, the surveillance screens must have been unable to see anything. But here, nothing was happening. Besides his own breathing, the entire arcade was silent as if submerged in cold, dark seawater. Was it due to strange arrogance? Even with its eyes covered, it was utterly unconcerned? Suli didn't know, but he didn't continue to wait for the unknown to happen. Instead, he walked towards the man. The night was already late. Originally, Suli intended to play the game he played last night, but now that the man had suddenly appeared and lingered in the hall, Suli's plans had changed. But he didn't complain. Plans can never keep up with changes. Since things had happened and couldn't be changed, he could only adapt to it. Since the man could talk to him, perhaps he could learn some information from him. "Why are you staying here?" Suli asked very directly. Because the cameras had been covered, the strange entity could not know what was happening in the arcade, so Suli naturally didn't need to hide his thoughts anymore. Seeing that the man didn't respond and was just playing the game, Suli simply moved a chair over and sat next to him. "Did you find anything unusual here?" Seeing that the man still didn't answer, Suli frowned. Could it be that the man had been contaminated, and his hearing was affected, so he didn't hear what he said? So Suli leaned closer to the man's ear and shouted louder, "If you have any concerns, you can say them. Maybe I can help you solve them." The man, who had been silent, seemed to just realize something. He turned his head and pointed at the screen. "Solve it? Okay, then help me see how to get through here." On the screen, the game character Mario was standing on the edge of an upright pipe, and in front of it was a pot with a man-eating plant. No matter how the man operated, Mario wouldn't move, he just stayed in place. "Why not try stepping back a bit and then jumping back up?" Suli suggested. "It's useless," the man said as he followed Suli's advice. Mario did step back, but soon stopped at the man-eating plant again. "Maybe the machine is not responding well. Try using a little more force in your operation, just a little, so it doesn't break." Suli knew this shouldn't be the reason. The Mario in this machine might not be just a simple virtual character. But to get information from the man, he could only first close the distance between them. "It's useless, I've tried that too." As the man spoke, Mario on the screen moved, but he did not jump over the man-eating plant. There was no bullet fired to shoot it down, but it directly crashed into the flower pot. The game ended, and the man silently restarted the game. He stepped on the mushroom enemy, stepped on the green turtle, and got a mushroom from the brick to grow bigger. Mario moved forward, and everything seemed to return to normal, but soon he stopped again at the edge of the pipe with the man-eating plant. "This time, you try." Before Suli's words were finished, the man directly manipulated Mario to move forward, but the result was the same as last time, and the game ended once again. The man continued to insert coins, silently restarting the game. Seeing the man's increasingly intense movements, a bad premonition rose in Suli's heart. He seemed to be getting emotional. "Stop. You're going to have a problem doing this now."
The man did not respond to Su Li's stern shouts. Instead, the strength in his hands suddenly increased again. Snap! With a crisp sound of a bone cracking, the man's left index finger broke in response, but in his now completely blackened eyes, there was not a trace of pain, but rather a hint of joy. This is it, yes. Did you see? It just moved. You were right, as long as I add more strength, I can jump over it. I can jump over it now. Accompanied by his frenzied tone, there were continuous sounds of bones cracking. The left hand's fingers, pressing the buttons, were instantly all broken by his own force. You can't keep playing. You've already got a problem. Su Li frowned, stood up, and kicked the man to the ground, forcibly stopping his gaming behavior, then walked over to lift him up. But as soon as he reached out, the man on the ground suddenly pushed his body up and bit fiercely at Su Li's hand. Pulling back his body, Su Li avoided this sudden attack, then widened the distance, guarding against the man's next move. But the man did not attack again. Instead, taking advantage of Su Li's retreat, he suddenly leaped up from the ground. Then, excitedly, he struck his already broken, bone-exposed finger hard against the game machine's buttons. Not good. Su Li wanted to stop him, but the speed of the man, now contaminated, was beyond his imagination. Almost in an instant, those red and white bone spikes crashed down onto the buttons. Amid the extremely harsh and unpleasant sound, the metal button was directly pierced by the sharp bone spikes. Move. You better move for me. The man, with a crazed expression, gripped the joystick, pulled his bloody hand out of the button's hole, and was about to strike again when a great force from his waist sent him tumbling aside. Su Li glanced at the man lying on the ground, then looked at the camera above him. Although the machine was damaged, this man should temporarily be fine. The anomaly no longer had eyes and would not immediately realize this situation. He just didn't know what would happen when Ming and others came tomorrow and saw this machine. Perhaps he would know the result tonight. After all, the tester would come then. This thought was abruptly cut off when Su Li saw the man lying on the ground. His body suddenly stood up completely. It stood up as if it was a zombie from a movie he once watched, straightening up from the ground without bending its joints. Chapter 137, It can see, it has always been able to see. Did he stand up by himself? Or did the anomaly take action? It shouldn't be. Although the man damaged the machine like the two previous incidents, he did not display the extreme anger of those two just before they died, and he had also covered the camera. Is it because of the mutations caused by severe contamination? Su Li took a small step back. Beware of the man in front of you who is acting strangely. But when the man stood up, he made no attempt to attack, just quietly standing there, with only Su Li's heavy breathing and the sound of blood dripping from his fingertips onto the floor in the arcade. Has he also become like that? Suddenly, Su Li remembered the blank and numb expression on the face of the man who shot the basketball last night. Because he couldn't see the man's expression, Su Li prepared to slowly step closer, but just as he moved, the man's hands, which were hanging at his sides, suddenly lifted up and slowly turned to face Su Li. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he saw the man's intact right hand and the exposed bone spur of his left hand, both pulling up the corners of his mouth, paired with his ecstatic expression, as if he was laughing wildly at Su Li. But what shocked Su Li was not just this. He didn't see any joy in the man's eyes, only boundless panic. Suddenly realizing something, Su Li rushed toward the man who was not far away with the tip of his toes. The man did not leave or attack, just quietly maintaining that posture, watching Su Li run towards him. He was about to touch him. But just as Su Li's hand was about to reach the man suddenly moved. The hand that was pulling the corner of his mouth was yanked up violently. Rip! With great force, the man almost tore his entire face off. Blood splattered onto Su Li's outstretched hand, dyeing the bandage red once more. He halted, watching the man crash heavily to the ground, staring at his exposed, bony teeth, looking at his wide-open eyes. Unwillingness and fear coiled around Su Li's heart like a venomous snake, spitting out its cold tongue. This was not a transformation caused by pollution, like the previous two incidents. It had turned bizarre. No wonder the little girl could easily block the camera with a balloon, and no wonder nothing strange happened when he smeared squid ink. Because he hadn't covered its eyes at all. It could still see here, it had always been watching here. The way the man lifted the corner of his mouth with his finger and how he deliberately waited until Su Li was about to stop him before finally moving were all like silent mockery directed at Su Li. Look, no matter what you do, it's all just a useless effort. What arrogance this is. And what audacity. Where does it find the confidence? Su Li bit down hard on his teeth. Is there really no way to deal with it? No, there must be. For everything done, there must be traces. Since the camera is not its eyes, then it must have some way to see what's happening in the arcade. It's just that he hasn't figured it out yet. Is there anything that has already happened but was overlooked? Are its eyes those machines, those game NPCs, those dolls, or is there someone else here now? Bang, bang, bang. Just as this thought arose, a sudden knocking sound came from the bathroom behind him. Su Li did not hesitate, turning around and rushing towards it. But when he thoroughly searched the bathroom, he found no trace of anyone, as if what he had just heard was merely an illusion.
Bang! His fist smashed down on the sink, a sense of unwillingness in Su Li's eyes. On the way over, the knocking sound had clearly become more urgent, but when he reached the door, the sound inside abruptly stopped. Who was just here, and where did they go? Could it be really? Bang! At that moment, a faint sound suddenly came from the hall, like the noise of machines colliding. Not good. Su Li's heart tightened. But when he arrived at the man's previous location at the fastest speed, the corpse was already gone, and there were no extra bloodstains on the ground, only the pool of blood and the damaged machine nearby proving that something had just happened. The man had vanished into thin air. Looking at the empty hall, Su Li lowered his head, his body starting to tremble uncontrollably, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palm, causing the still unhealed wounds to bleed again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood dripped from Su Li's palm onto the ground, the sound making the audience outside shiver in their hearts. Brothers, that man just now didn't commit suicide, right? Probably. I noticed he seemed really scared earlier, kind of like the previous situation. So why did he suddenly disappear? I saw him lying motionless on the ground, and with that amount of blood, he should be dead. I don't know, I can't make sense of what happened in the bathroom, and that noise flustered me so much that in the middle of the night, I thought someone was knocking on my door. Could the owner of that sound be the strange eyes? It's possible. Su Li just blocked the camera, but the strange entity still killed the man right in front of him, which means its eyes aren't the camera. But how did the body disappear? I really have no idea. What if it was eaten by that machine? I noticed when Su Li ran back, the machine the man was playing with just stopped moving. Stop, stop, stop. Talking like that is really scary. I think the scariest thing right now isn't those things but Su Li. He put in so much effort to block the camera, and in the end, it didn't help at all. He was mocked, and then he found no one in the bathroom, and when he came back, the man's body also disappeared. It's like, the strange entity is toying with him. This is messing with his mind. I'm really worried about Su Li. This time, no one replied to the comment, and the livestream fell into deep silence. From Su Li's preparation beforehand, he should have had great confidence in blocking the strange eyes. But the facts proved that his thoughts were wrong, the carefully prepared plan had no effect at all, and he was mockingly ridiculed by others. This is something that would be hard for anyone to accept, especially since it wasn't an ordinary matter, it was crucial for survival, for passing the challenge. Chapter 138, Like Paper to Fire. The audience looked at Su Li on the screen, his head hanging low, with deep concern in their eyes, fearing that he would be crushed by this blow and unable to rise again. Soon, they saw Su Li lift his head again, but the darkness seeping from his eyes made their hearts leap to their throats before quickly sinking again. They saw the spreading darkness gradually fade away, revealing deep eyes that showed no panic or fear, even shining with a strange light under the illumination. Just as the audience thought, while these events unfolded, Su Li's emotions roiled within him, causing that dark aura to seep out. But when he calmed down, he realized a very critical issue. If it was meant to mock and play with him due to his overconfidence, then the man's death was already enough, there was no need for anything further. If it was to mock and toy with him, then the man's death had already fulfilled its purpose, no more was needed afterward. The sudden noises in the bathroom that appeared and disappeared seemed more like a strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain, trying to make Su Li leave the area, so he would not discover how the man disappeared. But this is like trying to put out a fire with paper, it will only make the flames burn even bigger. It wants to cover up the truth of a matter, but instead reveals a more deadly truth. The man's disappearance, no matter what he has turned into or where he has been taken, is something it does not want Su Li to know. And once Su Li knows about this matter, it could very well threaten it. It also means that such a proud being has flaws and fears. The unknown can indeed make people feel afraid, but as long as there is a crack, Su Li can tear it apart bit by bit. Even with these hands wrapped in bandages. With determined steps, Su Li now goes to verify a possibility. Earlier, when he came over, he saw the machine the man used to play shaking a bit, and then he had a thought, could the man have been turned into a doll and entered the machine directly? But after some observation, in the Super Mario machine screen, there was only Mario still standing next to the man eating flour, with no sign of any NPC resembling the man. He did not take long to run here after hearing the noise from the bathroom, so if the man had been locked directly into another machine, it wouldn't be too far away, likely limited to a dozen or so machines nearby. 3 minutes later, Su Li stopped. He had checked all those machines, and although he found no clues, it reminded him of a previous guess. But he did not continue to verify it, it was already 23:50, and the free time for tonight was running short. Since the man disappeared, he should also go do what he originally planned to do. He walked toward the old game machine he played last night, but after taking a few steps, Su Li turned back again, his gaze falling on a coin pusher next to him. As his gaze passed through the glass window into it, his pupils, along with everyone watching the live stream, all trembled. On the pusher's platform, beneath the layered game coins, there seemed to be a paper note with writing on it. However, because of the enormous number of coins piled on top,
he could not see the contents of the text clearly, only being able to vaguely make out a few words through the gaps between the coins: rabbit, eat meat, horse, crying. This strange vocabulary made Suli realize that what lay beneath the coins was likely a new rule, but this new rule had come too late. No, wait. Suli looked up at the top of the pusher. Do you want to escape from the sea of suffering? Do you want to gain eternal happiness? Come on, my friend. Please use everything you have to push it. This was the slogan he saw on the first day. At that time, he thought it was an odd advertisement designed to lure customers to play. But combined with the current situation and the third way to clear the game, it made sense. Spend all your game coins and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the fourth day. The paper note in front of the coin pusher must be a rule. This was a hint given to the chosen ones by the world of strange tales, allowing those who detected it to choose the coin pusher on the first night and obtain the rule hint within. The probability of a regular game coin pushing out a note is extremely low, so the world of strange tales provided the chosen ones with 3 special game coins that could be played infinitely, raising that originally low probability to one that is guaranteed. Of course, this hint is not that simple. It requires the chosen ones to endure for a sufficiently long time under highly risky emotional influences. And to obtain the note under such high risk, according to the past rules of the world of strange tales, it likely comes with extremely high rewards. This means that the rule buried beneath the game coins. The information above is essential for passing the levels. After deducing this, Suli had to cancel his plan to go to that old arcade machine again. Indeed, plans can't keep up with changes. Although it was a bit late to discover this, Suli still decided to give it a try, setting the alarm clock and placing his phone on the coin pusher before sitting down. However, unlike yesterday, this time he didn't immediately start the coin pusher. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to adjust his state. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream once again had their hearts in their throats. Is Suli about to play the coin pusher? Of course, can't you see? Are your eyes eaten by that strange thing, making your sight so good? You damn, forget it, I don't have time to argue with you. I'm a bit confused right now. Can someone analyze this? Yesterday, Suli almost collapsed playing that ordinary arcade machine and lay on the ground for half the night to recover. How could he dare to play such a more addictive game tonight? Didn't that guy called Kor from Chinhu Country die playing this? Plus, Suli just experienced so many emotional impacts, isn't it even easier for him to fail now? It should be about the time. I think the shorter the time you play this game, the less impact it has on emotions. Plus, Suli already played once yesterday and has some experience, so it should be a bit better, right? That's somewhat reasonable but not entirely. My cousin's uncle is in the combat analysis room. It is said that after analyzing the data from all the chosen ones who played yesterday, once you insert a coin, you have to play for at least 5 minutes, otherwise, the NPCs inside will start moving wildly, and then the player will be gone. Chapter 139, Hunger. I don't know if this news is from the officials, but I've watched other chosen ones live streams, and the minimum time really is about 5 minutes. Although it sounds short, in the real world, you might just get a single hit, but in this scenario, it's very dangerous. Just from what I've seen, there were chosen ones from Garden Country and Johor Country who got killed directly around 3 minutes in. Everyone, don't worry. Brother Su is so smart, he definitely won't have any problems. Everything is under his control. Look, he's already been playing for a while, and nothing weird has happened. I even think this camera blocking thing is just Suli's strategy to confuse the enemy. To make the strange thing think it made a mistake and then show a fatal flaw out of arrogance. I can't tell if you're a brainless fan or a fake critic. Suli is human, not a god. He will definitely make mistakes anyway. I think Suli is in danger. Earlier, when I looked at his eyes, he seemed to be polluted. I think in this situation, he should give up the game temporarily and go sleep. Coming back to play tomorrow night would be better. Maybe he wants that possibly crucial note inside, plus he was just stimulated by the strange thing, which is why he chooses such a risky action. That shouldn't be the case. Even though the note hasn't come out, Suli doesn't seem as angry as yesterday. I also think there shouldn't be a big problem. He has already played for 5 minutes and hasn't shown any strange behavior. The alarm clock rang. He should stop now. Hey, why is Suli still playing? The second alarm also went off. It's 11:58. It's almost time to head back to the restroom. Why hasn't Suli moved? Could it be that the previous events have stimulated him? Could it be that he's addicted to playing? The alarm keeps ringing, but he won't go turn it off. I feel like something bad is about to happen. Damn it! The note didn't come out, but a lot of game coins came out instead. Isn't it said that all game coins have to be consumed to clear the level? What should we do with these ordinary game coins we've won? Isn't that increasing the difficulty again? This note is so hard to get. 59 minutes. The alarm has gone off again. If Suli doesn't move now, it's over. Oh, he's moving. He stood up, and the alarm is off. Why did he just leave directly?
That note hasn't been pushed out yet. What a pity, it was so close. There's no choice, if we continue, we won't have time to get back to the staff lounge, although it's really a pity. Brothers. I suddenly have a bold idea. Could it be that Suli has found a way to break the game machine's emotional control? Look at him now, he's completely different from yesterday after playing the game, not angry at all, and I even saw him laughing just now. Wow, he even had the mood to go to the front desk to grab some chocolate. Haha, a bunch of ignorant mortals, what's all the fuss about? I told you, everything is under Su Ji's control. Alright, is that so? Then tell me, what was Suli like just now? Ahem. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry too, you all chat, I'll go get some fries. Suli, with a pocket full of game coins, came to the front desk, took a piece of chocolate from the chocolate jar, and just as he was about to leave, his stomach growled. He decided to grab a handful and put it in another pocket, but after taking a few steps, he turned back and picked up the whole jar. After all, these things are clean and sanitary, there's no pollution, and it's still the bazaar money that just mocked him. Taking a little off it is not too much, right? Suli was feeling very happy, he showed no sign of disappointment or anger from not being able to push out the rule note. Back in the staff lounge, the time was exactly 2400 hours. Lying in bed, he took out a piece of chocolate to chew. He hadn't eaten dinner, and the unique experience during the game had exhausted a lot of his energy, making Suli feel a bit hungry. But as he kept eating piece after piece of chocolate, Suli gradually noticed a problem. These portions were enough to fill him up, yet even though his hunger was somewhat relieved, it still existed. Was it because of excessive energy consumption, or had his appetite grown larger? He didn't dwell on it for long, Suli soon figured out the reason. When he first ate takeout yesterday, he was somewhat worried about the food being problematic, so he didn't eat much and ate slowly. But as time went by, Suli's appetite gradually increased, and his level of hunger kept rising. Eventually, he found himself unconsciously eating up 2 entire boxes of food while thinking about problems without even realizing it. Suli remembered at that time, Yanhuo was surprised and said, "Xiaosu, your appetite is increasing." That's when he snapped back to reality. He noticed this issue, but he hadn't thought it was unusual before, since 2 boxes of food isn't particularly much for an adult male. So he believed it was just because he had relaxed his guard against takeout and the energy expenditure caused it. But now, looking at the many chocolate wrappers piled up beside him, Suli connected some things that had happened before. Last night, to find that woman's missing corpse, Suli quickly ran a lap around the arcade, but when he returned, he was only slightly out of breath. He did similar things tonight, for example, moving a ladder to smear squid ink on the camera, and then later trying to intervene to stop a man playing Super Mario from acting strangely. He also ran from the lobby to the bathroom and back again. For ordinary people, these tasks, which should consume a lot of physical strength, did not make Suli feel breathless or fatigued. Because Suli had obtained an extra reward of +1 stamina after clearing the last instance, which means his stamina would not drain so quickly due to these actions or intense thinking. Moreover, He Shuiming and Yanhua had shown an enormous appetite from the very beginning, half a kilogram of noodles, and more than 10 buns bigger than fists. This was enough food for an ordinary person to eat several meals, yet He Shuiming finished it all at once, even drinking an entire bottle of wine in between. All these things indicated that hunger was not caused by the depletion of stamina. Then, this gradually abnormal physical change could only have one explanation. This was the 4th manifestation after the pollution. Chapter 140, Nails. However, even though this conclusion was drawn now, Suli was not too panicked, still nibbling on chocolate leisurely. Because the passive ability to foresee death had not been triggered, this meant that he was, for the time being, still safe, with enough time to deal with this new trouble. After eating more than 10 pieces of chocolate and drinking a large bottle of water, Suli stopped eating, not because he was full, but because he found that his state was the same as before. The hunger had eased but not disappeared. Looking at the jar beside him, could it be that this thing could only maintain basic life functions and could not completely eliminate this debuff? Did he have to wait until he got out of the polluted state to dispel this uncomfortable negative condition? No, the Strange Talk world would not set up such obstacles to the Chosen Ones for no reason, just like the initial lack of water in the last instance was meant to remind the Chosen One that the source of pollution was that river outside the dormitory. The body's condition in this instance was likewise. Among the 3 pollution representations deduced earlier, the quantity corresponded to the issue of game coins and time, hearing corresponded to yen was identity as an assimilator, and smell corresponded to takeout bringing pollution. So what did the current feeling of hunger correspond to? Was it a reminder that eating takeout would lead to pollution, or was it hinting that the food from the dining area was truly edible? Or could it be that the safe edible food did not come from the dining area, but from the bun shop across from the Firefly? A slight cramp in his abdomen arose, caused by hunger-induced stomach spasms. Suli stopped thinking too much was pointless. Everything would be revealed tomorrow. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This time, unlike last night, he was not disturbed by the game machine, he slept well and did not dream of childhood memories again. Bang, bang, bang.
When he was awakened by a slight sound, the time had already reached 4:34 a.m.
Suli quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to the door.
According to the rules and what He Xueming said, the testers who came to the hall in the early morning were debugging the game device's program issues.
But was it really like that? Could the disappearance of the replaced game characters be related to the testers?
Suli pressed close to the door, wanting to hear the sounds in the hall, but perhaps the degree of pollution now was heavier than last night. No matter how he concentrated, the sounds he heard were weaker than last night. The sound of things striking metal, the clinking of metal against metal, the sound of glass breaking.
Suli could only hear these and nothing more.
Suddenly, the sounds in the hall vanished, the light under the door was blocked, and Suli knew, just like last night, that thing had come to the outside of this door again.
Listening intently to the sounds on his side. Sure enough, the sound of swallowing saliva once again echoed, accompanied by the plopping noise of some liquid, whether saliva or something else, falling to the ground. Zila!
An extremely piercing and unpleasant sound suddenly exploded in Suli's ear, just like that thing outside the door, scratching against it with nails or some sharp object. Even under severe pollution, when hearing is interfered with, this sudden sound so close made Suli instinctively shudder.
Why is this happening? Wasn't the earlier noise just like last night? Is it because the camera was covered that the tester discovered it?
No, the camera is just a decoration, not a weird eye, and my previous actions couldn't have had any impact at all. It can't be because the tester found the broken game console, because the man is already dead.
Then why is there this unexpected change now? Does it want to come in, or?
The scratching sound just across the door grew louder, and the level of unpleasantness continued to rise until Suli's skin instinctively broke out in goosebumps. In the Great Xia country, a man was eating a late-night snack while watching a live stream. When the piercing sound rang out, he was startled, and with a shake of his hand, the skewers he hadn't yet brought to his mouth fell to the ground, but he didn't care, instead intensely focused on the screen of the live stream in front of him. The night was dark, and the man couldn't see Suli's eyes and expression, but he could see Suli tremble slightly and then go completely still, unlike last night when he covered his mouth trying hard not to make a sound. After a moment, the man noticed that Suli remained still, so he bent down to pick up the skewers that had just fallen, but after blowing on them a couple of times, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Suli, who had originally been pressing his ear against the door, suddenly change position, leaning back against the door and even making a moderate thud against it. This sound made the man's hand tremble again, tightly gripping the skewers in his hand, as a storm surged in his heart.
No, is Suli still not awake? How can he dare to make a sound in this situation? Is he not afraid of being heard by that thing outside the door? What if it finds out Suli is not asleep and comes in directly?
As if that thing heard the man's thoughts, the next moment, the sound of nails scraping the door suddenly intensified. Upon closer inspection, one could even see fine wood chips falling from the door through the cracks. It seemed that the thing really discovered Suli behind the door and was eager to come inside. But Suli still sat there, completely unaware of the danger he was in. Until 4:44, the sound outside abruptly vanished, but Suli remained sitting there without moving. After a while, he finally got up and returned to bed. At this moment, many people who had already fallen asleep were awakened, quickly discussing Suli's recent actions and the bullet comments. Some said Suli was scared, so he acted like that just now. Some said Suli was confident that the thing outside wouldn't come in, so he did this. Some said that as a tester of the weird camp, they discovered Suli's actions tonight and were intimidating him. Some said that tonight's change meant that the thing's aggressiveness was increasing, perhaps it would force its way into the staff lounge tomorrow night and kill the Chosen Ones inside, which is why the way to clear the game mentioned the need for the Chosen Ones to survive until 4:44 a.m. on the fourth day. There were various opinions, but the views never unified. Suli had already fallen asleep again, but the discussion continued. Even gradually starting to heat up, there was a hint of a trend heading towards ginseng and rooster, until a piece of bullet screen appeared.
Suli is awake. Chapter 141, Adults are really a kind of annoying creature.
Suli did not wake up naturally, but was awakened by the hunger in his belly.
Looking at the time, it was exactly 7:50.
He stretched lazily and got up slowly to wash up. After finishing, he did not go to the front desk to pretend to sleep like yesterday, but slowly strolled to the hall entrance. He stood in front of the guests who were constantly crowding and pressing their faces against the glass of the door, watching for a moment. Then he opened the door and began the last day of business for the Firefly Arcade.
Good morning, Engineer He.
Suli did not look at Gu Jingfeng and Zhao Run who walked by, but greeted the cheerful He Xueming who came in.
Morning. You're opening very early today. Isn't that because yesterday we opened too late, causing you guys to miss breakfast?
I definitely can't make the same mistake again.
That's good, admitting mistakes and correcting them is a good thing.
Seeing He Xueming leave, Suli returned to the front desk. But just as he sat down, Yan Huo also came over. Xiao Su, remember to order takeout early this time, or you won't be able to order like yesterday when the time is up.
Got it, Brother Yan.
Yanhua nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned around, saying, "By the way, Xiaosu, don't order anything dark again, that stuff is just too awful."
I won't, Brother Yin.
I didn't know you guys didn't like it yesterday, now that I know, I won't order it again,
Suli said, feeling a bit embarrassed while rubbing his stomach.
Besides, I drank too much of that stuff yesterday, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable this morning. Yanhua looked at Suli with a strange expression. Xiaosu, generally speaking, I shouldn't care about personal tastes, but as a good brother, I still have to say, some things shouldn't be eaten randomly.
I understand, thank you for your concern, Brother Yin. Alright, you go ahead and be busy, someone is calling me over there. Damn, why is it so busy early in the morning?
Yanhua muttered unhappily as he left, but Suli's eyebrows slightly curved down. From the other's attitude and words, he should not know that he didn't drink cuttlefish ink last night but used it to smear the camera, which means the strange eyes were not his.
That leaves very few possibilities. Knock, knock, knock. A small hand was pounding loudly on the counter. Game coins. Super game coins.
Gu Xianfeng was on tiptoes, sticking his head out to look at Suli.
You promised me yesterday that you would give it to me today.
You can't break your word. Or I'll have my sister stuff one of those moving things in your mouth. Suli was startled and quickly got up to cover the little boy's mouth. He then quickly scanned the surroundings and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yanhua and He Xueming were at a distance, and there was no one next to the front desk. No one could hear the little boy's earlier self-exposure.
What was Gu Jingfeng thinking? How could he not tell his brother that he couldn't speak of this? I can give you the game coin, but you can't say things like just now.
Before he could finish his warning, Suli interrupted himself. He helplessly pouted a bit, then forcefully pinched the little boy's cheek a few times because he saw the mischievous look in his eyes. Truly, all day shooting at wild geese, only to be pecked by wild geese in the end. He tricked this little kid so many times, yet today he was turned around and played a trick. It was clear that he was not unaware but was deliberately teasing him. Taking out his wallet, Suli took out a special game coin and handed it to the little boy. The boy's face was full of excitement, ready to reach out to take it, but Suli saw that and took the game coin back. He smiled and looked at him.
Hey, I gave you the game coins, but you also need to help me do something.
You didn't say before that I had to do something.
But you didn't say it was free for you, right?
Suli smiled brightly at the small boy with a sulking face, then sighed with some regret.
It's a very simple task, and it will benefit you too. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine too. However, in the future, you might have to eat that kind of hamburger all the time.
What a pity. The small boy's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't expect Suli to use his own words against him.
Adults are truly detestable beings.
I will never become an adult. But if I don't become an adult, it seems I won't have money to buy game coins. I can't eat whatever I want. The small boy pulled back his thoughts that had already run far away, raising his face and cautiously asking,
"What do you want me to do?"
Suli placed his hand on the small boy's head and gently turned his face.
Do you see those coin pushers in front of the points exchange table?
One of those machines has an advertisement on it, and there is a piece of paper in that machine. You just need to push that piece of paper out and give it to me.
What about the game coins one?
They belong to you, but you can't keep playing. You have to go help out in the dining area for a while.
Sure. No problem. Give it to me fast.
Hearing Suli's affirmative answer, the small boy's eyes suddenly lit up. At first, he didn't believe this detestable guy when he said it was simple and beneficial for him, but he didn't expect it to actually be true.
One super game coin can be played endlessly. Doesn't that mean he could win so many game coins later on?
The small boy, whose face was about to split with a smile, rushed to the coin pusher as if he would lose many game coins if he were even 1 second slower. The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost stunned, rubbing their eyes that were red from staying up late. We wasted half a day discussing here, only to find out that Suli had it all figured out from the start. I wondered why Suli played for so long yesterday without pulling out a paper and didn't look a bit disappointed. Turns out, he was waiting here. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for this child. First, he was taken to the front desk to eat takeout as a taste test, then sent to the dining area to trick Yanhua, and now he's going to play with the coin pusher to get the paper. Poor kid, so young and already reduced to being Suli's tool. Education should start from a young age. They need to learn how treacherous the adult world is.
Today is the morning of the third day. Do you think this this little boy will still be tricked by Suli into doing other things? I suddenly remembered something.
In the third way to clear the game, it only said use up all your game coins, but it didn't say who would use them.
Doesn't this count as using them up too? Who knows? I only know everything is under Su Ji's control. You and your brainless fandom.
I swear, I will give you a kick. Oh, that little boy is back.
Wow. He really got that piece of paper out. Chapter 142, I'm not a small-minded person. Smack.
The small boy slapped the paper on the counter, looking proudly at Suli.
Here. For you adults are really strange. Why do they want a white piece of paper?
Before Suli could answer, he quickly ran back. If he didn't hurry, someone might take his machine and take away the hard-won coins. What would he do? Suli withdrew his gaze with some confusion and looked at the counter. White paper.
Isn't it the one seen last night? Was it switched by the tester?
But when he picked it up to look, what can be seen on it is not a blank sheet, but indeed written with regular paper. 1. Game characters are not just cold rolls. While they bring you joy, you should also care for them more.
That is what makes a qualified player. 2. Rabbits don't eat meat, horses don't cry, and there are no animals in the arcade.
3. In any case, please make sure you do not develop an excessive feeling of hunger. 4. During the game, always remind yourself that you are in control of the game, not bound by it.
If the content corresponds to the words seen last night, it means it is the same note.
The little boy just said, "Oh, right," Suli remembered. In the rule note of the horror tale dungeon, some content is invisible to the people in the dungeon. In such cases, they would think the words have another meaning, or, like the little boy just now, simply can't see them. This is somewhat like how the chosen ones maintain their original names even after entering the dungeon. Perhaps it is a predetermined rule of the horror tale world?
Suli did not pay much attention to this question.
After memorizing the content on the note, he kept it safe from others' discovery and returned his thoughts to the new rules. The previous speculation was confirmed. This note was indeed the hint information provided to the chosen ones in this horror tale world. The first rule corresponds to the characters in the game machine. They are not merely virtual NPCs but transformed from people, so they naturally cannot be cold characters. The second rule is a supplement and extension of the first rule. Rabbits don't eat meat, horses don't cry, so the dolls shouldn't move either. However, the NPCs in dolls seen before exhibited bizarre behaviors inconsistent with their lifeless nature, like that yellow-black doll maintaining its pose with arms bent behind it as a reminder to itself.
This indicates that many humans are indeed imprisoned in the arcade.
The fourth rule reminds the chosen ones that while playing, they should not exhibit the same angry state they did on their first night. Maintaining a stable mood is necessary to clear the game. This information reveals many truths about the arcade and confirms Suli's thoughts. As long as a strong enough chosen one can perceive the location of the note through the advertisement on the coin pusher and successfully obtain it on the first night, the chances of clearing the game will greatly increase. To this end, the position of the coin pusher is placed right in the central area of the arcade, prominently visible from the front desk where the chosen ones are located. Although this late-coming note seems to provide no hints to Suli now, it is not without any use. Because, in a sense, it proves one thing: all the analysis and judgments Suli made earlier are correct. The end point of the direction he is heading is the final truth of the Firefly arcade. However, Suli did not fully relax, recalling the third rule just seen. In any case, please make sure you do not develop an excessive feeling of hunger. The other three have already been confirmed as correct, but what about this one? Suli felt a slight cramping pain in his stomach, a feeling that would make most people uncomfortable, but he had already become used to it.
Hunger, he indeed had some, but what exactly is excessive hunger? Moreover, if it really evolved into the situation described by the rule, what kind of things would happen?
This is still based on the assumption that it is a real and reliable guess. What if it is wrong?
Hello, your takeaway has arrived.
Suddenly interrupted by the voice beside her, Suli looked at the delivery guy's face, which had an OK sticker and a standard smile, and she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The delivery guy truly has a mysterious job. Every time she sees him, she gains new insights and thoughts. Getting up to take the food bag from the guy's hand, Suli smiled and said,
"You deliver so fast every time, aren't you afraid of getting fined for speeding on the road?"
"Not at all, I strictly follow the rules, and it's not good for the customers to wait too long." "That's true, if the food gets cold, it won't taste the same."
"Yeah, that's the point. By the way, I'm really sorry about last night, I dropped the food. I hope I didn't mess up that squid ink dish."
No, it's fine, it actually tasted pretty good."
"Is that so?
Then I can relax. I was worried something would go wrong since very few people order that kind of thing. Its taste is a bit."
"It's okay, as long as I like it."
Seeing the smile on Suli's face, the delivery guy was slightly taken aback, then he smiled back.
"Alright, enjoy your meal, I'll be leaving now."
Suli shifted her gaze and opened the food box, arranging everything neatly on the table, then walked towards the lobby. After a moment, seeing He Shuiming and Yan Hu arrive at the front desk, Suli grabbed a chair from the side.
"He Gong, please sit down. Yan Gu, you sit too."
After Yan Hu sat down, he glanced surprised at He Shuiming, then turned to Suli, who was smiling beside them.
"Xiao Su, why do I feel like you're acting a bit strange today, even moving chairs for us? This treatment is a bit much. Did you run into some trouble and need our help?"
Nodding in her heart, but her hands waved quickly, Suli said with an apologetic expression. No, it's just that I opened the door too late yesterday morning, and that I accidentally ordered something you guys don't like last night. I feel really bad that you didn't eat well, and I didn't know how to make it up to you, so I could only do what I can." Hearing Su Li's words, Yan-Hu immediately laughed. "Hey, it's not a big deal. Let's sit down and eat. I'm not a petty person, of course." He good doesn't need to say more. Chapter 143, Appetizing, Nourishing. He Xueming was unpacking the takeaway utensils while surveying the dishes on the table. "Xiao Su, you didn't order that squid ink dish today?" No, I actually don't like that stuff either. I just thought of it to whet your appetites yesterday, but I didn't expect you all didn't like squid ink, so today I changed it to beef brisket and persimmon soup. I heard it's also good for appetite." Great, I love eating meat." "Ha ha. Actually, it was Yengu who reminded me this morning. He specially came to tell me to order something with meat, saying he Gong would like it." As Yenhu was about to grab some food, he didn't expect Su Li to mention him suddenly, first stunned, then he coughed twice, showing an unhappy expression. "Xiao Su, you shouldn't say such things in front of He Gong, it makes me feel a bit embarrassed." Su Li chuckled inwardly, pretending to be serious. "How can I not see that you feel embarrassed at all? If it weren't for the fact that I would need you for the next thing, do you think I would say that?" He Xueming smiled and waved his chopsticks at Su Li. "Alright, stop standing, sit down and eat." Okay, He Gong. By the way, Xiao Su, I see you're in a good mood today, and you opened the door earlier than yesterday. Has it been easier for you to adapt to life here?" He Xueming picked up a piece of beef while eating, not looking at Su Li, as if he was casually asking. "Not fully adapted yet, but it's much better now. I slept well last night, and I didn't have that nightmare I told you about, He Gong." "Nightmare? What nightmare?" "Xiao Su, did you have a nightmare the night before yesterday? Why didn't you tell me?" Yenhu looked at Su Li with some suspicion and slightly frowned at Yi Xueming, who still did not raise his head and said flatly, "It's nothing, just a small matter, let's eat first." Seeing Yenhu's frown deepen, Su Li smiled and pointed to a box of food at the back of the table. "Right, it's nothing, brother Yen, let's eat first. You should try this fish-flavored shredded pork. The delivery guy just said it was his specialty and tasted really good." "Really? Then I must taste it." Yenhu wanted to reach for it, but the food box was at the back of the table and his position made it unreachable. He shuffled his feet and prepared to stand up to get it, but just as he reached out his hand, he hesitated and looked under the table with confusion. Then he exclaimed, "What's this doll doing here?" He bent down to pick up the doll from the ground and looked at it for a moment before glancing at Su Li in confusion. "Little Su, this seems to be the doll that kid gave you last night, right?" Seeing Su Li nodding in surprise, Yenhu also became astonished and handed the doll back to Su Li. "Then why did you throw it on the ground? I almost stepped on it just now." A bit embarrassed, Su Li took the doll and patted off the dust on it. "I might have been too busy earlier and didn't notice, but it's no big deal. To be honest, as a guy, I don't really like these little bear dolls, only girls would like them." Su Li shook the doll in his hand, murmuring softly, "I didn't notice it before, but now that I look at it, this little thing is actually quite cute." While speaking, Su Li looked nonchalant and was about to set it aside. "Wait." Yenhu suddenly spoke up, then snatched the doll from Su Li's hand and smiled as he leaned closer. "Little Su, since you don't like it, why not give it to me?" "Huh? Brother Yen, you like this kind of thing?" Su Li was taken aback and hesitated a bit before speaking. "If Brother Yen wants it, then I..." "No. What do I want this for?" Yenhu anxiously interrupted Su Li's words, then his eyes flickered and he seriously patted Su Li's shoulder. "Little Su, no, Su Li. My good brother, I need you to do me a favor. About what I mentioned yesterday, can you help me give this doll to Xiaowen? You know if I go, she definitely won't want it." He glanced toward the dining area. "And then help me say some good words, who knows, it might just work." Su Li first looked at the dishes on the table with some difficulty, then turned his gaze away. It wasn't that he was pretending, he was really hungry. Seeing the full table of food and He Xueming eating beside him made his hunger feel even stronger, but his reason was desperately stopping him. "Okay, time is of the essence. Since Brother Yen has asked, I will go now." Su Li took the doll, but just as he stood up, he heard He Xueming's flat voice. "Eat first, it's not too late to go after we finish eating." "It's okay, He Gong, Brother Yen's matter is more important than my meal. Just save some for me after you finish." Yenhu immediately laughed, giving Su Li a thumbs up. "That's what my good brother is like." He Xueming slowed down his eating and looked at Yenhu. "Stop thinking about unnecessary things all the time, I see that your face has turned a bit pale lately. If you keep this up, you will end up suffering from women." Su Li looked at Yenhu in confusion. "Really? I think Brother Yen looks fine." Then, as if he remembered something, his expression brightened.
Right, Brother Yen.
You should eat more of this beef brisket and persimmon soup. I specially ordered it for you and Higong.
More importantly, I've heard it can also replenish the void.
Oh?
Really? Then
At this moment, He Xueming's voice rang out again, although still not loud. Everyone could hear the undeniable intention within. Let's eat first and go later, there's no rush.
This. Su Li looked somewhat awkwardly at Yan Hua, who hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have made a determination, biting his teeth and waving at Su Li. It's fine, you go ahead, I'll save you some food later.
Okay. Su Li immediately responded, directly leaving the front desk, but just as he turned, a hint of difference flashed in his eyes. This takeout is definitely not to be eaten, so Su Li made this plan. First, he placed the food in the right position, then after calling the two, he used the excuse of apologizing for yesterday to voluntarily help them move the chairs, letting them sit in the pre-calculated spots. Next, he guided Yan Hua to pick the dish he had placed at the innermost part of the table, and because of Su Li's prior seating arrangement, Yan Hua would have to move positions to reach that dish, which would lead him to bump into the doll Su Li had placed under the table.
Chapter 144, Brightness, Decay.
Then, as long as Su Li showed an attitude of not liking the doll and guided Yan Hua to recall what he said yesterday about girls liking dolls after asking the guests. Additionally, since there had not been much progress on Gu Jingfeng's side, according to Yan Hua's character, he would likely take it upon himself to give the doll to Gu Jingfeng to gain her favor, and Su Li could use this opportunity to leave, avoiding a meal that would definitely lead to increased pollution and possible death. But there was one difficult point in this plan, He Xueming. If Yan Hua was meant to lower the difficulty of the scenario, then He Xueming's existence would bring the scenario back to its intended difficulty level. He was very likely to interfere with the normal execution of the plan. And the fact was just as Su Li had anticipated, He Xueming not only stopped it, but did so twice. But since Su Li could predict this in advance, he naturally made corresponding arrangements. He first flattered Yan Hua, saying he ordered that soup because Yan Hua reminded him, thus increasing Yan Hua's favor towards him. Then when He Xueming tested him about his state yesterday, he mentioned the nightmare from the day before. Because he had previously guessed that He Xueming did not tell Yan Hua about this matter, as long as he mentioned it in front of both of them, based on He Xueming's character, he would naturally disdain explaining it to Yan Hua, especially since he was slightly tipsy and revealed what seemed to be his own past. This concealment would definitely make Yan Hua feel a bit displeased towards He Xueming. The moment I noticed Su Li's abnormality, I immediately came to tell you, yet you have news but don't tell me? What do you take me for? Then Su Li mentioned that beef brisket and persimmon soup again, indicating that not only did he order it for He Xueming, but also for Yan Hua, further increasing Yan Hua's favor towards him, and cleverly implying a meaning that he was putting Yan Hua on the same level as He Xueming. Even higher. From the moment Yan Hua's palm was pierced by He Xueming's chopsticks, his visible resentment was already apparent, but it had not erupted. But it was like a dark spot on fruit, seemingly just a little on the surface, yet once cut open, the deep, dark essence could be seen. And Su Li's actions, along with He Xueming's two interruptions, were just like a knife, cutting through that surface brightness, exposing the decay within. The subtle relationship between the two of them was like an already unstable scale. Su Li just added a bit of weight to one side, and that was enough to make it instantly tilt and become unbalanced. Therefore, under Su Li's constant guidance, Yan Hua ultimately did something he had always thought about but never dared to do: openly defy He Xueming. By the time things developed to this stage, He Xueming wouldn't ask Su Li to eat first anymore, because this strange attitude might lead Su Li to suspect there was something wrong with the food. Thus, Su Li successfully avoided the crisis of eating with the two. However, at the beginning, Su Li's plan was not like this. He had intended to use his stomachache from drinking too much cuttlefish juice yesterday as an excuse, but when he saw that doll at the front desk this morning, he felt the urge to change his plan. Su Li remembered that the little girl had given him the doll last night, and he had placed it at the back of the table. Later, when he returned from the staff lounge to get chocolate at the front desk, he found the doll had crawled to the edge of the table. When he looked at it again in the morning, the doll was already on the floor. At that moment, he recalled what Yan Hua had said yesterday about wanting to give Gu Jingfeng a doll, and thus constructed the plan he just executed, moving the doll to the right position. In this way, he could avoid the meal and take the opportunity to verify a guess about Gu Jingfeng. Su Li had now walked to the coin-operated game machine. He stopped as if in surprise, deliberately speaking in a very loud voice. How did you end up here? If you don't stay over there, Shaoan will get angry. After saying that, he grabbed the little boy's arm. The latter was having a great time playing, but suddenly being interrupted made him a little angry. However, when he turned around and saw it was Su Li, his face changed, and he hurriedly took the game coins from the coin slot and stuffed them into his own pocket, then left with Su Li, looking pitiful. No matter which game you are playing, please do not exceed 14 minutes. Although the time in this rule has been proven to be inaccurate, out of caution, Su Li certainly would not let the little boy continue playing games there indefinitely. Arriving near the electric sofa in the dining area, Su Li confirmed that this angle could not be seen from the front desk before finally stopping, crouching down to look at the unhappy little boy. Okay, don't frown.
If your sister sees you like this, she'll think I did something to you. Although the super game coins are gone, you still have at least dozens of game coins in your pocket, enough for you to play for a long time, right? The little boy thought seriously for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. He turned his face back from the side and happily nodded at Su Li. Su Li sighed. The joy of children is truly simple. He then took the little boy past customers who were receiving massages and arrived at the dining area counter. Gu Jingfeng, who was lowering her head to cut vegetables, looked up without expression and stared at Su Li. The latter then gently placed the teddy bear doll he was holding on the table with a smile. I heard that girls love these cute dolls, so I brought one for you. Seeing that Gu Jingfeng still remained silent and just quietly looked at him, Su Li continued. It's okay, they know I came over, but they can't hear what we're saying. Besides, my back is blocking them. As long as your expression doesn't change too much, it's fine. Upon hearing this, the emptiness in Gu Jingfeng's eyes turned into confusion. Why did you bring another doll? Did that guy make you bring it? Not knowing if it was due to special intuition, Gu Jingfeng's sharp sensitivity to this matter surprised Su Li slightly. The latter glanced at the dining area counter, his eyes landing on a doll in the corner of the table, the one the little boy had grabbed from the claw machine earlier. Has it shown any abnormalities these days? Like blinking on its own or moving by itself? Gu Jingfeng trembled slightly at Su Li's words. It's not as scary as you say, I only mentioned that these dolls seem real, not that they actually come to life. Chapter 145, Employee Benefits. Really? Definitely. It looked the same the day you brought it over, and it still looks the same now. See, just like what you see, it has been there the whole time. Gu Jingfeng placed the little bear doll that Su Li had brought into the corner as well, letting them sit side by side. You didn't come over just to deliver dolls, right? Do you need my help with something? Before Su Li could respond, Gu Jingfeng suddenly glanced at the little boy beside her and whispered sharply. Come in. The little boy flinched at the sudden cold tone and slowly crept toward the counter. I was wondering why you disappeared so early in the morning. Didn't I tell you not to run around? Thankfully, it was Su Li who brought you back. Now, tell me. Where did you just run off to? Gu Jingfeng looked at her timid brother with a mix of worry and anger, instinctively checking if he was hurt. Her expression suddenly changed. What's in your pocket that makes it bulge like that? Did you sneak another doll home? The little boy, seeing Gu Jingfeng reaching for him, quickly clasped his pocket tightly and retreated toward the corner. No. It's game tokens. Game tokens? You don't have any money. Where did you get game tokens? Gu Jingfeng's heart tightened. This child wouldn't have stolen them from someone else, would he? Seeing his sister frown, the little boy pointed at Su Li. No, it was that brother who won these super game tokens for me. He promised me that day. Gu Jingfeng was taken aback, then looked at Su Li, and when she saw him nod, she realized she had misunderstood. She shot a glare at the little boy, then turned to Su Li with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I really caused you trouble. I thought you were just joking when you said you would give him game tokens. I didn't expect you actually gave him some. She cast a glance at the little boy, then leaned closer to Su Li and lowered her voice a bit. Actually, I have those super game tokens too, but I just didn't want to give them to him. I always feel like playing too much on the machines here might cause some problems. I'm not blaming you for giving them to him, it's just... You have one too? That kind with the Firefly logo on the back? Su Li interrupted Gu Jingfeng's explanation directly, his gaze intense, which startled her with its sudden shift. Yes, what's wrong? Where did it come from? I told you before, I saw a note on the door saying I got the job, and that coin was stuck to that paper. Gu Jingfeng looked puzzled. Isn't this the kind of special game token every employee gets in the arcade? Sure enough. Gu Jingfeng really had that special game token. On the first day at noon, Su Li took the little boy to the dining area, and to keep him comfortable here, he brought out the special game token, promising to give it to him as long as he behaved. The little boy had been excited at the time, but Gu Jingfeng, who hadn't fully trusted Su Li yet, just stood by and did nothing to stop Su Li from giving game tokens to her brother, not even changing her expression. Su Li had that vague suspicion at the time, but it just flashed through his mind until last night when he suddenly recalled it again. After closing at 23:30, you can flip over the first box on the right side in the front desk drawer. There are 3 special employee-only game tokens that can be used on any game device in the arcade, but make sure to return to the staff lounge before 2400 hours. The rules mention that these are employee-only game tokens, not just for waitstaff, which means that besides yourself, other employees might have them as well. Su Li stared seriously at Gu Jingfeng. Does everyone have you seen other people with this game token? The answer to this question was extremely important to him. The latter felt a bit unsure under his gaze. Maybe. I've seen some? I don't really know. Then her tone became a bit cautious. Is this matter very important to you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I saw that you have one, so I thought I had one too, and it's just a game token. I thought it was a staff benefit from the arcade. It's okay. Suli felt a bit disappointed, but he did not blame Gu Jingfeng for it. The truth of the matter might be different for everyone, and Gu Jingfeng thought that special game tokens were something every employee had, so she naturally wouldn't have specifically mentioned it before. But if every employee really has them, then one of the guesses made last night might just hold true. From 2400 hours to 750, leaving the staff lounge is not allowed. If you hear any noise outside the door, don't worry, it's just our tester debugging the game devices. During closed hours, no employees other than waitstaff are allowed to stay in the arcade, unless they have a special game token marked with a Firefly logo. These two rules appearing on the same piece of paper, combined with the one just mentioned, gives rise to an instinctive thought. During closed hours, there are no other employees in the arcade besides waitstaff, because they don't have special game tokens, so the noises heard at night could only come from that unknown fifth employee, the tester. But what if every employee in the arcade is strangely issued these special game tokens? That would represent a new possibility. There is no so-called tester at all. The sounds heard in the early morning come from Yishueming and Yanhua. Previously, when the little girl had a problem while playing Bomberman, Yanhua had given her a game token as compensation. Yesterday, when the player who was playing the rabbit shooting game wanted compensation in anger, Yanhua also tried to give him a game token. But these were just ordinary game tokens, and although yesterday Suli accidentally brushed against something coin-shaped on Yanhua when he bumped into him, he couldn't confirm whether it was a special game token. Still stuck here. It seems he really needs to find a chance to ask Xiaorun if he also has this special game token. Suli was very cautious about this matter because the different answers to the question would lead to different paths for his next plans. Go. Accompanying the sound of his stomach growling was a wave of increasingly intense stomach cramps. Suli frowned slightly, not because of the discomfort of his body, but because he abruptly found a surge of irritability rising in his heart. Suppressing the agitation, he asked Gu Jingfeng a question he particularly cared about. Have you tried going to the Baozi shop across the street to buy something to eat? Yes, but I wasn't successful. Why? At first, I found the food here very strange, and I was a bit afraid to eat it. Then I couldn't eat takeout at the front desk. You know the reason. I thought I couldn't keep starving like this, so I planned to buy a bit in the morning and save it for later. But that boss won't sell it to me. Su Li's eyes flickered. Is it because you didn't pay enough? Gu Jingfeng tilted her head and thought for a moment. No, I don't know the reason, he just ignores me. Have you seen anyone else buy things from him? I didn't pay attention. Once I couldn't buy anything, I shifted my focus back to my brother, afraid that something might go wrong if I wasn't careful. Gu Jingfeng suddenly realized something and looked at Su Li apologetically. Is this matter also very important? I'm sorry, I haven't been helpful. Su Li smiled faintly. It's not that. In a way, this is also helpful. This wasn't just politeness, because according to the rules on the note, no matter what, please ensure you don't feel excessive hunger. Currently, there are only 4 known kinds of food: takeout, chocolate, food from the dining area, and buns from across the street. Takeout is contaminated. Chocolate can relieve hunger but doesn't fill you up, so that leaves only 2 kinds of food. However, Gu Jingfeng said she couldn't buy buns, and although the reason was unknown, it also indicated something from another perspective. The only food that can be eaten and can fill you up in this scenario is the food from the dining area. But why do they keep twisting in such a strange way? Huh? Do we have to eat again? Can't we avoid this kind of food? It's so disgusting when it keeps moving. I want to eat those delicious things my brother took me to last time. Be good, just close your eyes and eat it. Listen to me, don't make me force it into your mouth, Gu Xianfeng. The bickering between the siblings brought Su Li back to reality. He looked at the terrified Gu Xianfeng and glanced at the hamburger in Gu Jingfeng's hand. His hungry stomach growled again, making him uncomfortable, but more than that, he felt confused. Why does that thing look almost normal now, just like an ordinary hamburger? No, Gu Xianfeng just said that it was moving. Why? A thought suddenly flashed through, causing the surrounding sounds to vanish. Su Li sank into a mind built from fragmented information. The first time he saw this kind of food was the morning of the day before yesterday. He remembered thinking there were worms moving on it, but later he was horrified to realize it wasn't worms. The food itself was writhing incessantly, even splattering its juices onto the plate. So at that time, he accepted the hamburger that Gu Jingfeng had sent but chose not to eat it, and instead handed it to Xiaorun, who came to collect the trash. After that, Xiaorun didn't eat the hamburger he handed over, but picked up what customers had thrown away on the ground. Su Li clearly remembered seeing that the meat patty continued to bounce after entering Xiaorun's mouth. Both of them showed signs of being contaminated, so Su Li became even more convinced that there was a problem with this food. But when noon came, Su Li wanted to connect with Gu Jingfeng to gain her trust, and the situation he saw changed. The meat patty, which had originally moved like a fish on a cutting board, began to move less vigorously.
Then, Suli noticed that the hat-wearing man who privately sold game coins approached the dining area to ask Gu Jingfeng if she recognized the investigator she had seen before, and the situation changed again. The food's movements ceased to be as pronounced, only occasionally stirring slightly. And now, in the little boy's eyes, the hamburger still seemed to be moving, but to him, it had become almost like a normal hamburger. The reason for this, probably could only be one. As the degree of contamination increased, the appearance of the food scene in the dining area would also change. Besides quantity, sound, smell, and feelings of hunger, there is a fifth manifestation of contamination in this scenario: vision. However, unlike the first four, the manifestation of visual contamination is not singular. When Gu Jingfeng went to deliver the food at the beginning, the guest directly knocked over the plate, because at that time, his level of contamination was very light, so seeing that wriggling food, he instinctively chose to resist. But the little boy was different. At first, he was forcibly fed the food by Gu Jingfeng, and he only resisted at that time, but now, on the third day, his attitude towards the food had turned into a more severe fear. He even used this frightening thing to scare Suli before. This means that as the contamination worsened, the cognitive judgments regarding other indicators increasingly deviated from reality, but the food in the dining area became closer to its true nature. Yesterday morning, when he first saw it, the hamburger wiggled so much that it even squirted juice out. But there is a very easily overlooked problem at that time. Suli, whose hearing had not been too disturbed by contamination, did not hear the sound of the food hitting the plate at all. Because it simply did not move, the so-called juice, the so-called wriggling, did not actually exist, it was just the visual perception affected by contamination. Just like what is seen now, the hamburger does not wiggle, it has always just been an ordinary piece of food. No, perhaps saying it like this is not accurate. Because these are not just ordinary foods. Regarding the matter of the coins, Gu Jingfeng did not mention it before because she thought everyone would have them. In her perception, it was a natural thing. But if the appearance of the food had changed in her perception as well, then she definitely would have mentioned it because the degree of wriggling would change, and the food wriggling itself was equally bizarre. But Gu Jingfeng never talked about this matter, so it can only mean, in her view, the food had always maintained that appearance without any changes. Why? Because since entering the arcade, the food she has eaten has always been this kind, and not just her, but Cha Run was the same. Though polluted, it was not serious. Moreover, the customers with heightened contamination in the arcade are only a part, so the answer becomes clear: the food in the dining area must be able to suppress or alleviate contamination. Just like the purified water and those powders in the first subinstance. Yes, it must be so. I should have confirmed this matter long ago. In Cha Run's past narration, he mentioned that the investigators had provided him with some liquid food like porridge, which saved him when he was on the brink of death. Those foods not only appeared normal but could also save lives. So these foods that were also delivered by the investigators must have similar powerful effects. It's just that because I was contaminated from the start, I have never seen the true nature of this food. Chapter 147, Left Small, Right Big. The feeling of hunger in his stomach grew stronger, prompting Suli, who had completed the final confirmation, to quietly speak to Gu Jingfeng. Do you have any extra hamburgers? Give me. But before he could finish, he saw Gu Jingfeng stand up, her expression returning to the previous indifference, and then he heard a very familiar voice behind him. Little Su, are you hungry? Turning around, he saw Yan was smiling as he walked toward him. I just heard your stomach seems to be growling. Is it? I was so focused on Yan Ji's matters that I didn't even notice. Suli displayed a flawless fake smile, his gaze subtly retracting from Yan Hua's palm, where the bandage had already been replaced with a new one. Did Yan Hua get injured again because he disobeyed his shueming right after I left? As he pondered, Yan Hua had already walked next to Suli. First, he smiled and greeted Gu Jingfeng. Shaoan, good morning. He glanced at the little bear doll on the counter, then patted Suli's shoulder and said quietly with a satisfied smile. You've worked hard, Xiao Su. Hurry back to eat, I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry. I won't waste your efforts. Although he felt 100 unwillingness in his heart, under the current circumstances, Suli could only nod and turn to leave. Back at the front desk, He Xueming had already left. Suli pretended to eat the leftovers on the table while observing the situation in the dining area. He saw Yan Hua leaning with one hand on the dining area counter, holding a cigarette in the other hand, talking to Gu Jingfeng about something. The distance was too far, so Suli couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could see Yan Hua talking for a long time, while Gu Jingfeng kept her head down and did not respond. After a moment, a shout from the east area came. Yan Hua yelled, coming right away. Then he reluctantly glanced at Gu Jingfeng, took a heavy drag from his cigarette, tossed the stub on the ground, and walked toward the east area. But after just a couple of steps, Gu Jingfeng seemed to call out to Yan Hua, and the latter turned back in confusion, only to see Gu Jingfeng pointing at the little bear doll on the counter, showing him a faint smile. Although the smile lasted only a brief moment before disappearing, and Gu Jingfeng lowered her head again, Yan Hua lost his focus instantly. In a moment of distraction, he almost tripped over a customer lying on the electric sofa, almost falling flat on his face. But after stabilizing himself, Yanhua did not get angry at the customer. Instead, he stood there blankly for a moment before turning back to Gu Jingfeng and giving her a toothy grin. Then, looking excited, he turned to Su Li and gave him a thumbs up and continued to walk cheerfully toward the east area. Su Li raised his eyebrows, a bit surprised by the recent events. Because time was tight, he hadn't told Gu Jingfeng to change her attitude towards Yanhua, thinking her indifferent manner would make Yanhua lose confidence, affecting his future interactions with her. But unexpectedly, Gu Jingfeng seemed to understand emotions well enough to even engage with Yanhua. Speaking of which, it was similar to last time when he went to find the hat guy and was discovered by Yanhua. In a panic, he relied on Gu Jingfeng to divert Yanhua's attention. Just like this time, Gu Jingfeng cooperated without any prior communication. Could it be that she was a genius in emotional matters? The surprise on Su Li's face rose only to vanish instantly as he saw Cha Ran walking from the restroom towards the front desk. As his mood shifted, he cleaned up the food waste on the table, put it into a bag, and handed it to the outstretched hand of Cha Ran, while silently saying a few words. Left small, right big. Restroom cubicle. Su Li paused slightly, not expecting the other person to speak at the same time. He saw Cha Ran's hand in midair also hesitate, seeming to have the same thought. However, they both concealed their change in expression well, and then the two of them responded softly at the same time. Cha Ran took the bag and threw it into the trash can, leaving the front desk as if nothing had happened. A low murmur escaped from Su Li's lips. It really is like this. When he was talking to Cha Ran earlier, he was interrupted by a customer coming into the restroom, so the last few words of Cha Ran were covered and he couldn't hear them clearly. Later, he learned that the meeting had been exposed, and Yanhua and their group had raised their vigilance against him, leaving him without a suitable opportunity to ask again. But later on, Su Li felt he might actually know what those last few words were. His head twisted almost 360 degrees like an NPC. A headless rabbit, its arms bent behind its back like a yellow and black doll. Those who had changed in body shape almost all retained some characteristics from their past lives. The people who disappeared in the arcade had transformed into another form, and Little Cha was most likely one of them. Moreover, as the reason for Gu Jingfeng and Cha Ran coming to the arcade, Little Cha was an extremely important and special existence. The ghost story side quest would definitely provide clues for the chosen one to discover where he currently was. What could it be? Su Li looked down with lowered eyes towards the direction of that old arcade machine. On the first night, when he played the game, he controlled the protagonist to search for a little black cat that had been taken by a black hand, and along the way, he was deceived by a person blocking his path, losing his gun in the process, and the reason given by the other person made Su Li, who was already emotionally disturbed, believe it wholeheartedly. You lost a little black cat, it was sick in childhood, so its left foot is a bit smaller than the right one. Previously, Su Li thought this was just an ordinary line from a typical role-playing game, but after finding that note in the coin pusher yesterday, he realized something. The coin pusher was special, containing hints from the ghost story world for the chosen ones. Did other special arcade machines exist as well? The answer was yes, it was that old arcade machine which Su Li had noticed and played with from the very beginning. Not just its old appearance, which was different from other machines in the arcade, but even the content of the game inside now seemed to suggest it was more than just an ordinary game. The man blocking the way clearly knew about the protagonist's lost little cat, otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned those subtle characteristics. But he did not tell the protagonist, instead using the knowledge to deceive him and steal his gun, and when the protagonist tried to stab him with a knife, the man shot and ended the protagonist's life. In Cha Ran's account, after Little Cha went missing, he came to the arcade with a knife. Yanhua's reaction showed he also knew about Little Cha's whereabouts, but he did not reveal it. Instead, he deceived Cha Ran into going to the restroom, and when Cha Ran threatened him with a small knife, he seized the knife and stabbed it into Cha Ran's thigh, even blinding him with a cigarette butt. Then the protagonist revived in the game and started the journey to find the little cat again, while Cha Ran, after being treated by investigators, returned to the arcade again, beginning to search for Little Cha with a new identity. What Su Li was playing might not even be an ordinary role-playing game, he was truly playing as Cha Ran, who had been searching for his grandson for days without success. If that was the case, could the words of the man blocking the way in the game correspond to Little Cha's characteristics as well? Chapter 148, Inside the Booth. This was very likely, because Su Li had indeed seen an image similar to the little cat, the only difference being that the unusual part was not the foot, but the eye. At that time, the little girl was playing a Bomberman machine, where the protagonist had a strange smile after dying multiple times, and then after Yi Shueming came to repair it, the protagonist's appearance changed to have one eye smaller than the other. And that slightly smaller eye happened to be the left eye. Although he looked quite ordinary, due to being sick in childhood. You lost a little black cat, it was sick in childhood, so its left foot is a bit smaller than the right one. The same description combined with extremely similar characteristics undoubtedly indicated to the chosen one the same thing. The NPC from the Bomberman game that he had seen was indeed the little Cha they were desperately searching for. Su Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was not a qualified game player at all. Game characters are not just cold figures, but while bringing you joy, you should also care more about them. This is a qualified game player. If on the first night, I hadn't kept thinking about clearing the game, hadn't paid so much attention to my emotions, but had focused more on the details of the game, perhaps I would have discovered this problem earlier. Now, although I have figured out the truth of this matter and gotten verification from Cha-Run, new problems come one after another. First, in the Bomberman game, the main character is changed 3 times. Now the character in the game console has normal eyes and a mouth that droops as if crying, and Xiao Cha is not in there, so where has he gone? Was he replaced by He Xueming, or does Xiao Cha still have self-awareness and has run off somewhere? But if I want to find the missing him among these hundreds of game consoles, the amount of work is certainly not small. Secondly, even if Suli really finds Xiao Cha in a certain game console, how would he rescue him? Moreover, even if he is rescued, can these already transformed lives return to being human? Thinking about this question in his heart, but Suli's expression showed no signs, nor did he go to the restroom that Cha-Run mentioned earlier. He doesn't know what Cha-Run wants to convey, but it is certainly not a good idea to go right now. This morning was unusually busy, but unlike before, Yan Huo and He Xueming did not stay in the same place for too long. They basically changed positions every once in a while, and during this process, their gazes often glanced towards the front desk, both intentionally and unintentionally. Is it because the guests' pollution today has become more serious, leading to frequent issues? Or did new problems arise with the game consoles? Suli was unclear and could only continue to wait quietly at the front desk. He needed a suitable opportunity. Around 10:30, a growing hunger made Suli increasingly restless. He knew this was the discomfort of his body projecting onto his mind, but what he didn't know was that from the audience's perspective in the live broadcast room, they could clearly see in his eyes a darkness spreading like ink drops in clear water. While thinking about whether to risk it and go straight to the dining area for a hamburger, a noisy sound of footsteps came from the hall entrance. A large wave of customers entered through the front door. However, they seemed to be regulars, heading straight for the hall instead of coming to the front desk. Their arrival made the already busy hall seem a bit crowded, also blocking Yan Huo and the others' line of sight towards the front desk. Time waits for no one. Suli stood up directly, not heading to the dining area, but quickly entered the restroom under the cover of the crowd. The current irritation was not yet severe. He could hold on for a while longer, but when Cha-Run came over earlier, it was just as Yan Huo turned his back to the front desk. He deliberately chose this timing, so what he wanted to tell me must be very helpful. There was no one in the restroom at this moment. After quickly checking the front stalls and finding no abnormalities, Suli came to the last stall. The door was locked, but for Suli now, it was not a big problem. With a light leap, he climbed over the stall's top and flipped inside, rummaging through the items within. Was it a note with information, or something else? Suli's thoughts stopped, and he squinted his eyes at what was under Cha-Run's tattered clothes. There was a hamburger carefully wrapped in a plastic bag. Looking at the food quietly placed there, without any stains, Suli was somewhat surprised and delighted. The things in the compartment were just the same as when I came over last night. The only difference was the hamburger. Does that mean what Cha-Run said earlier was really about wanting to give me a hamburger? But why does he know I need this food that can suppress pollution? Oh no, he probably doesn't know it can suppress pollution. Maybe he just sensed that I was hungry. After all, during our first conversation in the bathroom, he mentioned that he had been observing me since I arrived at Firefly, so he must have noticed that I hadn't eaten since last night. This old man. At that moment, Suli almost felt like he was a child who had been left food by an elder at home after playing too much and forgetting to eat. He picked up the hamburger, opened the plastic bag, and took a bite. In the next moment, Suli almost couldn't help but spit it all out. The taste of the food was completely different from how it looked, like a plate of twice-cooked pork that had been sitting on the table for days in the scorching summer, thick and sticky, with a hint of sour smell. No wonder when I tried to get closer to Gujiang by saying the food he made was delicious, he asked me why I thought it was good. When I later said it was fresh, Gujiang also had an uninterested look, just giving a casual "oh." No wonder that little brat Gu Xianfeng always resisted eating this stuff. He practically had to be force-fed by Gujiang. Turns out this stuff is really disgusting. Damn it! It's terrible tasting. Chapter 149, Encounter. Old Man Char is impressive. Every time I see him eat, he looks so calm, with no change in expression. Suli bit into the hamburger with a strange look. Speaking of this, did he intentionally leave this in the bathroom? The excuse I used to take the broom from the old man in the bathroom was to let him eat something there. So he was holding a grudge and really made me eat in the bathroom? Shaking his head and chuckling, he brushed off the somewhat joking thought. Suli knew that even if the old man had given him the hamburger at the front desk, he would still find a chance to bring it to the bathroom to eat. After all, this place wouldn't be discovered by the strict fire brigade. It was the safest spot. Although it had a bit of a taste, but detoxing, right? Not shabby. He swallowed the last bit of food, feeling the hunger within him fade away. The earlier irritation had vanished, replaced by a rising pleasure that made Suli want to complain a little. Last time, the food that suppressed pollution made my stomach hurt, and this time, the food that can suppress pollution is particularly inedible. This scary world really doesn't want those polluted to return to normal, does it? If it weren't for the fact that my condition had indeed improved, Suli would really suspect whether he had eaten some kind of high-tech poison. The restlessness faded, and his thoughts returned to calmness. Suli basically confirmed the meaning of that rule.
No matter what, please make sure you do not feel excessive hunger.
Hunger arises after being polluted, and at first, when the hunger wasn't serious, Suli wasn't too affected, he just felt uncomfortable in his body. But with 2 meals missed in a row, the gradually worsening hunger began to change his mental state, such as the obvious irritation he felt at that time. He was sure that in that state, he could last until noon at most, and then the hunger would peak, which is what the rule referred to as excessive hunger. By then, he would probably become a complete slave to his emotions. What he would become or what he would do wouldn't be something he could control anymore.
And the only way to eliminate the feeling of hunger would be to eat.
In the arcade, the only 2 things that can truly fill a person's stomach are the takeout and the food in the dining area. The latter has now been proven to have a suppressive effect on pollution, while the pollution brought by the former should be related to portion size, not just frequency. In other words, if the chosen one chooses to eat takeout food, as long as they control their portion and don't indulge just because they foresee death, they can safely survive until the early morning of the 4th day, because although it is polluted, their physical state does not reach the lethal threshold. In this scenario, maintaining emotional stability is more important than avoiding pollution, which reflects the meaning of the phrase by all means. Among the employees in the arcade, almost everyone is helping with something strange. Even Suli's work is like this, but Gujiang is not. The rules on her side clearly state: please provide a free, delicious meal for every person in the arcade during meal times. These meals are meant to help the chosen ones and the guests suppress their physical pollution state.
There are even corresponding hints in the visitor guide.
If you get tired of playing, you can head to the recreational dining area in the Northern District, where there is free food and drinks available. As long as these hints are noted and strictly followed, one can safely avoid pollution. But the strange thing is that the first set of rules received by the chosen ones has altered one rule. No matter how hungry you are, do not eat food from the recreational dining area. This leads those who see it, even if they are initially unsure if this information is correct, to develop a seed of doubt, and immediately after reading the rules, the chosen ones would see that bizarre, shaking arcade machine. The arcade machines in the arcade are just machines, they have no life and will not move on their own.
How could a machine possibly move by itself? It is obvious there is an issue. This is a judgment any reasonable person would make instantly, and once this idea arises, when the chosen ones see the food in the dining area that also moves on its own, they instinctively make the same judgment. The food in the dining area is also problematic. Thus, suspicion turns into firm belief. Because at that time, it was almost impossible for anyone to realize that the pollution would affect vision in a singular way. That is to say, all chosen ones, including Suli, fell into a strange trap the moment they entered the arcade and received the server's rules. What should have been a rule for the redemption of the chosen one, under its arrangement, became a means to keep the chosen ones here forever. A chill flickered in Suli's eyes: arrogance, cunning, greed. She has seen too many chilling traits in this strange being. No wonder even the investigator who can save people from the brink of death is deeply trapped. Collecting her thoughts, she confirmed there was no noise coming from outside the compartment, and with a leap, Suli jumped out of the compartment, only to accidentally bump into a man who rushed in hastily. The latter seemed to be in a hurry to use the restroom, and when delayed by Suli, he instantly burst into a fit of rage, shouting, "Don't you have eyes? You shot out like a ghost, scaring the hell out of me. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." At this moment, Suli did not want to create more trouble, and as soon as she realized she had bumped into someone, she quickly apologized. However, as her gaze lifted and met the man's eyes, both of their words stopped simultaneously. Because the person she bumped into was not an ordinary guest, but that hat-wearing, hawk-nosed yellow cow. The corners of Suli's mouth slowly curved up, and the anger of the hat-wearing man had vanished without a trace. He awkwardly smiled. "Sorry, it's my fault, I didn't see properly, I disturbed you." Someone is calling me outside, so I'll leave now." As he said this, he bowed to Suli and was about to leave, but just as he turned, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and then Suli's soft voice sounded. "Aren't you going to the bathroom? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" He suddenly realized something, his eyes widened, and he shouted hoarsely, "Help!" But just as the sound started to leave his mouth, an icy hand tightly covered his mouth, and then a powerful force dragged him into the cubicle. Chapter 150, Bumping into Mystery. Bang! A new customer was startled by the loud noise. Seeing the suddenly closed cubicle door, he walked over with some annoyance and shouted inside, "Hey! Don't close the door so hard next time. This isn't your home, what if you break it?" When there was no response from inside, the man kicked the door again. "Did you hear me?" When he finally heard a response, the man walked away satisfied and moved to another cubicle. Inside the cubicle, the man with the hat looked terrified. His mouth was tightly covered by Suli's hand. Although he could still make muffled sounds to call for help, he didn't dare. Because Suli's knee was pressed firmly against his chest, he could feel the sudden increased force in his heart when the sound from outside the door came. After a while, the sound of flushing was heard, followed by footsteps walking away. Suli listened carefully for a moment, confirming that the man had left. He was a bit concerned about the earlier shouting. It sounded strange, but now there was no one else in the bathroom except for them. Suli didn't want to waste any more time, so he released his control over the hat man and smiled mischievously. I didn't expect our second meeting to be in a place like this. The man with the hat panted heavily, forcing an awkward smile, but didn't respond. Suli didn't care. He directly asked. Last time I saw you, why did you look so scared of me and ran away? Really? I don't remember that happening. Big brother, did you make a mistake? The hat man furrowed his brows, seeming confused, then his expression changed as if he realized something. He adjusted the hat on his head. Oh, I get it. It must be because of this hat. Big brother, you must be too tired and mixed me up with someone else wearing a hat. It's okay, after all, you deal with so many customers at the front desk every day. It's normal to make a mistake sometimes. Saying that, he was about to stand up and reach for the cubicle door. We can say we became acquainted through a little misunderstanding. I'll leave now, I don't want to disturb your fine time in the bathroom. Seeing the hat man still playing dumb, Suli smiled lightly, then suddenly pressed his elbow hard against the hat man's throat, slamming him into the cubicle wall. Next, his left hand brushed over his leg. Zheng. A cold gleam flashed as a small knife was forcefully stabbed into the gap between the hat man's legs and the ceramic tiles. Looking at the still vibrating sharp blade, the hat man's expression froze instantly, then panic rose again. Damn it! Is this young man even human? This is cement, not soft mud. How did he stab the knife indirectly? If this knife had gone a bit further, wouldn't I have been caught at the wrong moment, and end up not just in trouble, but in the palace? The intense fear caused by this realization made his already unbearable urge to pee uncontrollable. His pants got wet, and the sharp, unpleasant smell gradually spread. Suli slightly frowned but didn't pay much attention. He stared at the hat man with a threatening look. I hope you think carefully before speaking next time. My patience is limited. I don't know anything. As the hat man struggled to finish his words, he saw Suli directly reach out and cover his mouth, while simultaneously withdrawing the knife with lightning speed to stab down again. With a slight tearing sound, the hat man's thigh skin was sliced open along with his pants by the sharp blade. Although the wound was not deep, the pain still stimulated his nerves, making him instinctively want to yell out, but his mouth was tightly covered by Suli, preventing any loud sound from escaping. This madman. This bastard is definitely a madman. Unable to break free, the hat man could only scream wildly in his heart, watching helplessly as bright red blood slowly flowed from his body. He had originally thought the young man in front of him was just strong and wouldn't dare to lay hands on him. He had observed earlier, finding that the newcomer was polite with everyone, even respectfully answering Yanhua and he Shui Ming, so he thought he could just fool him easily, but he didn't expect him to be serious. Last time he almost stabbed his precious part, this time he nearly cut his femoral artery. It couldn't possibly be that both times were just that close. This bastard must be doing it on purpose. What about next time? Where will he stab then? At this moment, in a panic, the hat man saw Suli suddenly retract the coldness in his eyes, then released the hand covering his mouth, placing a finger to his lips and giving a soft shush, followed by pulling out a large handful of game coins from his pocket and stuffing them into the hat man's pants pocket. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'm just a bit pressed for time. As long as you answer my questions honestly, we can have a peaceful resolution. Suli patted his pocket, and the sound of coins clinking followed. Aren't you selling game coins to the players? If you cooperate with me, all the coins in my pocket will be yours. Won't kill me? The hat man felt a bit skeptical. The decisiveness of the other party's recent actions clearly didn't seem like that of someone who had never killed before. But there was no other choice now, so he had to take a gamble. He looked at Suli's somewhat bulging pants pocket. Judging from its shape and the noise it made, there should be quite a few game coins inside. If they were all his, he swallowed hard and averted his gaze. What do you want to ask? Oh, you just asked me why I ran when I saw you, right? Seeing Suli nod, the hat man hesitated for a moment and said, I was indeed a bit scared at that time, but it wasn't you I was afraid of, it was your profession. Afraid of the profession? I've been doing this job for a few days, and before you came, I saw several waiters here, but they didn't last long before leaving, and then new employees would come in. I think the longest one stayed at most 3 days, and the shortest, the one who started when you did, quit after only 1 day. What's so scary about that? Young man, big brother, you don't know this, but being a waiter in an arcade is such a good job. You can see beautiful girls every day, free accommodation and meals, after work you can play games, and you can freely eat the front desk snacks. If you're tired, you can take a nap, and the boss doesn't care about you. Tell me, where can you find such good benefits? If it were me, I could work until the arcade closes. But in the end, not a single waiter made it to the 4th day. Can you guess why? Why?
I think it must be some kind of taboo, they must have offended something they shouldn't have. The Hat Man became more animated as he spoke, and the initial fear seemed to have completely vanished. You've been here for 2 or 3 days, surely you've noticed some strange things here, like those customers who have been playing games for too long, turning into completely different people, easily getting angry, making me, who already sells them coins for a low price, hear them insist that I'm trying to scam them. He suddenly stopped talking, looked around, and then lowered his voice.
Do you think this looks like a collision of mystery? Chapter 151, Moon Wan's Dream. Seeing Su Li's surprised expression, the hat-wearing man seemed a bit proud.
So I think those waiters, ignoring such good treatment, must have been entangled by that kind of thing. They might not have resigned, but were. The hat-wearing man seemed hesitant to say the last few words, only mouthing the word killed.
Think about it, that thing basically has no awareness.
Since it can entangle the waiters, it might just as well latch onto me since I have more contact with them. I don't want to die, of course, I'd be scared. Seeing Su Li's expression growing stranger, the hat-wearing man seemed to remember Su Li's identity and made an effort to step back a little away from him, then explained.
Of course, big brother, you don't have to worry. I see you look so strong and imposing, you definitely haven't been found by that thing yet.
But then again, I still advise you to leave here early and not stay too long.
After all, in such a high-risk job, no one can say if there will still be a tomorrow, right? Then why are you still here? Moreover, what you do every day is very similar to the waiters you talked about who are entangled by things. You are also selling coins to customers.
The hat-wearing man bashfully scratched his nose.
Well, it's not like I have money. My company went bankrupt a while back, and I became unemployed.
I couldn't find a job after searching for a while, so I ended up at this arcade one day. I originally just thought about playing some games to make a little money to get by, but maybe because I've always been lucky since I was a kid, I won more than 100 coins right away on my first try. Then I sold them to other players at a low price.
When I got those few bucks, I thought, isn't this better than working? It takes less time and I make money faster.
So during that time, I didn't look for a job and just hung out here playing coin games. But I also knew my limits and never dared to win too much. I generally stopped after winning enough coins to sell for around 100 bucks. The early days were indeed quite good, but later, I don't know if it was because my operation got noticed by another colleague. One day while I was playing, someone suddenly tapped me and told me to go to the restroom and open the cabinet under the sink.
Colleague? Did you see what that person looked like?
No, I couldn't pay attention to who was speaking because at that time, I had just hit a jackpot and was too busy counting coins. Besides, there were many people in the arcade. Even if I turned around, I probably wouldn't have been able to see that person's face clearly.
Why, big brother, are you saying there's something wrong with that person?
It's nothing, you continue.
What happened later?
Oh, okay.
At that moment, I didn't pay him any mind. After I sold the coins I won, I thought I had nothing to lose and wanted to see what that person was talking about. Hey! I didn't expect that going there would mean I could never come back. Get to the point.
Okay.
Big brother, keep the knife away, be careful not to cut yourself.
When I got here and opened that cabinet, it was pitch dark, and I couldn't see. I fumbled around for a while, and finally touched 3 large boxes in the back. When I pulled them out, wow, they were all filled with game coins.
I was stunned.
I thought all of them were for me, but later, I took a closer look and found there was a note on top.
What did it say?
I don't remember the exact content, but it roughly meant that these game coins weren't gifts for me, but that I had to take them to sell to customers.
The prices didn't matter, anyway, I just had to sell them.
Then, I could keep half of the money from the sales, and at night, I would put the other half back into this box. Don't worry about it, nor do I need to worry about being discovered by the arcade people.
If it's all sold out, they'll give me that many game coins again the next day.
The hat-wearing man said this, his eyes shining a bit. Su Li looked at the small bag hanging by his side with a strange expression.
With so many game coins in there, doesn't this guy feel heavy?
At that moment, I cancelled my plan to go out for barbecue and went back to sell those game coins. That day, I sold for 600, kept 300 for myself, and put 300 in that box at night. As a result, the next day that box was indeed full again, just as the note said.
So many game coins, and they come every day.
That's why I said the person who talked to me at that time must be a big shot, even higher level than me. Otherwise, if it was the boss, he wouldn't be so foolish as to sell at a low price instead of the original price.
Big brother, don't you think that makes sense?
The hat-wearing man chuckled, but seeing Su Li remain silent, frowning slightly as if deep in thought, he sighed to himself. Although this work is tiring, it pays well.
Plus, I don't have to think too hard, and I don't have to be as alarmed as before.
I thought from then on I could live an ideal life making over 10,000 a month, but soon, I discovered the strange events I mentioned earlier.
At that time, it was too late for me to get out. Did you try? Yeah, after I discovered the abnormality here, I tried to quit.
But when I went back to sleep that night, I heard someone calling my name, and it felt like someone was touching my face. I thought I was dreaming, and when I opened my eyes, oh my! There was a crying doll lying on my face. There wasn't a single person in the room. How scary is that? At this moment, the two suddenly heard what seemed like someone entering the bathroom. This time, the hat-wearing man closed his mouth without Su Li's warning. Once the footsteps faded, he continued. But the scariest part wasn't just that. It was that I recognized that doll. It's from this arcade. Plus, it had a note on its back saying I couldn't tell anyone about this and I had to keep doing this, otherwise I would die. The arcade is not far from the house I rent, so I knew for sure that thing possessed this doll to come scare me. If I stopped, something bad would definitely happen. The hat-wearing man had a sorrowful expression on his face. So, big brother, I'm selling game coins on the side, and even my earlier tough talk, I really can't be blamed. I was forced. In the middle of the night, a doll runs into your house and cries on your face, who wouldn't be scared? I heard you say that it was after you became a scalper that those customers started getting angry often, right? The hat-wearing man was taken aback for a moment, feeling some internal complaints. You want me to get to the point, but shouldn't the main point be that weird-appearing doll? Why are you concerned about whether customers are angry or not? Wasn't what I just said scary enough? Then he realized, it wasn't that it wasn't scary, but young people definitely wouldn't believe in such bizarre things. Chapter 152, The Silent Person. Being young is great, if you don't believe it, it's not there. After sighing inwardly, the hat-wearing man recalled and then uncertainly nodded. It should be, but I'm not very sure. I used to spend less time selling game coins and didn't interact much with other customers. So in all these days, you haven't seen anyone putting game coins in the sink cabinet, or tried to see who it is? The hat man shook his head repeatedly. No, even if he shows it to me, I would definitely pretend not to know. It's obvious that he doesn't want me to know who put it there, so naturally, I won't ask. The less I know, the safer I am. I understand this principle. Su Li thought for a moment and looked at the hat man. You stay here and don't move around, I'll step out for a bit. Okay, big brother. Stepping out of the booth, Su Li opened the cabinet under the sink. It was dark and hard to see, but after feeling around for a while, Su Li finally touched 3 boxes at the back. He took them out and observed that they were indeed the right size to hold so many game coins. He then carefully examined the edges and the bottom of the boxes. Soon, he found a thin strand of smoke in the bottom of the 3rd box. He smelled each of the 3 boxes before putting them back in their original spots. Returning to the booth, the hat man looked at Su Li with a flattering smile. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Is there anything else you need to ask? No, here, this is the game coin we agreed on earlier. Hey, thank you, big brother. The hat man smiled as he accepted Su Li's game coins, stuffing them into his bulging bag. Then I'll take my leave now, big brother. Don't worry, my lips are sealed, I won't tell anyone about today. Seeing Su Li nod smilingly, the hat man's mood relaxed. Being young is wonderful, keeping promises. He didn't pay attention to the bleeding wound on his leg. Gripping the handle, he was about to push open the booth door when suddenly he felt a strong blow to the back of his neck, and a sharp pain came and went in an instant. Su Li reached out to support the hat man, who had lost consciousness, and slowly lowered him to the ground. He first searched the hat man carefully, finding nothing unusual, he then rolled over to the last booth. Footsteps sounded in the bathroom. Su Li stopped moving and waited quietly. Once the footsteps faded away, he picked up the rope and cloth and returned to the earlier spot to tie up the hat man. Next, he tore off a section of the hat man's pants, wiped the blood off his leg and the floor, and quickly bandaged his wound, ensuring he wouldn't die from blood loss and that the smell of blood wouldn't spread further. He then pried open the hat man's mouth and stuffed the cloth inside. Pushing open the booth door, Su Li walked again to the last booth and tore down the sign that said, "Out of order, please do not use," and stuck it on the door of the booth he had just been in. After confirming it wouldn't fall off, he left the bathroom. Although under Su Li's threat and temptation, the hat man revealed the information he wanted to know and promised not to tell anyone outside. Who could guarantee he would keep that promise? If the matter got exposed, what would happen, and what kind of chain reaction would it trigger? Just thinking about it gave Su Li a headache. Unlike Hatman and Gujiang, who had ties to the arcade, the Hatman was solely here for the money initially, and later out of fear. Such people are the most likely to cause problems when they encounter something that scares them even more. So when Su Li knocked the Hatman out with his hand, he applied a little more force to ensure he would remain unconscious until nightfall. On this crucial day in the copy, Su Li didn't want to take the risk of being exposed. Although this would mean the Hatman could not sell coins at a low price to customers for a while, based on his description of the paper's content, it was not an employee recruitment notice, which meant he wasn't a formal employee of the arcade. Thus, his actions didn't violate the rules against interfering with other employees' work. The possibility of discovering the disappearance of Hatman.
The arcade, unusually busy today, should keep Yan Hua and He Shueming from paying much attention to such matters. The viewers in the live room looked at the tied-up hat man, resembling a Zhongzi, and then at Suli who was walking out, their expressions somewhat dazed. Didn't you say that as long as we answer the questions, everything would be fine? The person isn't dead, he just fainted, and Suli even thoughtfully bandaged his wounds. How is that not fine? What you said makes so much sense that I can't even argue. Hey, did you see how cool Suli looked when he wielded that knife just now? Pretty awesome. Of course, after all, Brother Su is so tough that even after coming out of the last dungeon, he didn't rest at all and directly started high-intensity training with the instructor. But speaking of which, I was still thinking about how to handle those ordinary game coins Suli won. I originally thought it would go to that little boy, but unexpectedly, it went to this coin dealer. This is good, this is stable. That's right, last night when I saw Suli's expression, I just knew this matter was definitely secure. Wait. It seems like it's not stable anymore, brothers. At this moment, Suli, who was walking towards the front desk, also slightly changed his expression. He Shueming, who should have been busy in the hall, was now sitting in a chair at the front desk, looking at Suli, his face calm yet serious. Suli had never seen such an obvious change in He Shueming's expression. Even when the matter of meeting Cha Run was exposed, there was never such dissatisfaction, and now this dissatisfaction was clearly directed towards him. Could it be because of what happened at breakfast when he spurred Yan Hua? Or was it his not eating takeout food that was noticed? Or was it that he had stayed too long in the bathroom, causing He Shueming to notice the matter of Hatman? Several thoughts flashed in Suli's mind, along with corresponding countermeasures, but his face showed no panic. He just walked into the front desk with the right amount of smile and surprise. Engineer He, what brings you here? He Shueming did not respond, merely took a sip of drink and continued to gaze at Suli with a serious face. Suli felt a bit puzzled. Engineer He, did I do something wrong? If so, please tell me, I'm listening. Seeing He Shueming still remain silent, Suli simply chose not to ask further and maintained his silence. Fine, you want to play the silent game? You want to put pressure on me, huh? Then wait until I inadvertently spill what should and shouldn't be said, right? I want to see how long you can hold out in this bustling hall now. Chapter 153, you're staring at me, aren't you? The tense atmosphere didn't last long before it was broken by the shout of a customer. Boss, is this place even functioning? Why is this machine also having problems? He Shueming didn't turn around, but Suli looked over and saw the man standing up from a gaming machine in the eastern area, his face displeased as he looked around as if searching for someone. He quickly spotted Suli watching him, making his displeasure even more obvious. What are you staring at? Hurry up and come take a look. That machine had the same problem just now, and now it's happening again. I put in coins and can't play. Are you guys trying to scam me? Suli didn't answer directly but cautiously glanced at He Shueming. Engineer He, how about we first resolve the customer's issue? Only then did He Shueming turn to look at the customer, but his discontented gaze towards Suli made the customer explode in anger. The latter kicked the stool and angrily marched directly toward the front desk. What, didn't I say something wrong? You're staring at me, aren't you? I spent money to buy your coins, and... But unable to play the game, I tell you, even if the King of Heaven came, I would still be in the right. He Shueming furrowed his brows, just about to speak, when Yanhua walked over from the side, holding the guest and blocking his way, then smiled and lit a cigarette to hand it over. Brother, have a smoke, don't be mad. Come on, let me light it for you. Let's go back together to see what's wrong with the machine. Don't worry, we'll definitely solve it for you. Don't try to fool me. I'm telling you, otherwise, I will expose this place online. Don't worry, we will definitely resolve it. The rushed Yanhua successfully calmed the customer down, and the two walked back together. After a few steps, Yanhua turned around and smiled, nodding at He Shueming at the front desk. Suli sighed inwardly, this guy Yanhua really is a hopeless loser. At first, he thought to use the meal from the morning to break the subtle balance between him and He Shueming, to escalate their conflict a bit, which would also help his own work go smoothly. But unexpectedly, Yanhua did act tough for a moment, but it didn't last long. Before the morning had even passed, Yanhua had once again submitted. When Suli returned earlier, he saw that the bandage on Yanhua's hand had been replaced with a new one, likely during the time he was away delivering dolls to Gujiang High. He Shueming had already laid hands on Yanhua's previously injured hand again. And now, just when he was preparing to watch the drama unfold, Yanhua took the initiative to handle this mess before He Shueming even opened his mouth, even turning around to assure that the latter didn't need to worry about this matter. Merely giving into violence, truly a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. However, after the interruption from this customer, Suli also roughly guessed why He Shueming had come to find him, and understood why he had remained silent all along. As if to verify Suli's guess, He Shueming's lips moved a few times before he finally spoke up. Xiao Su, what you did is not wrong. You are responsible and diligent at work, but there is one thing I still need to remind you about. He glanced at the box of chocolates under the counter. You can eat a bit of this yourself, but don't keep giving it to the customers, especially not so much. It really is like that. Shueming came to find him, not for any other purpose, but because the earlier issue of mixing chocolates in the game tokens for the customers had been discovered. At first, Suli's act of mixing chocolates in the game tokens was quite minor, only targeting those customers who obviously received the correct amount of tokens but still argued otherwise. But later, he realized that it would be strange to make customers play more games, so he intensified it. Not only did the target customer group expand, but the ratio of chocolates mixed in also increased. He was still puzzled why Shueming and the others hadn't come to find him about this issue until now. He finally understood, as the customers already had some tokens in hand. Initially, they wouldn't encounter any problems using normal game tokens, and Shueming and the others also wouldn't notice. But today was the third day, the previous tokens had been used up, and what remained in their hands were those chocolates. And once that kind of thing was inserted, it was easy to guess what would happen. Either the game wouldn't start properly at all, or the game machine would jam directly due to foreign objects being inserted. All of Suli's hard work accumulated over the past few days finally exploded today, so since the morning, Yanhua and Shueming had been extremely busy. Not only did Yanhua have to calm down customers who knew nothing but only felt they were being cheated, just like before, but Shueming also had to keep drifting between the malfunctioning game machines. Open the lid to take out the chocolate that is stuck inside, so that the machine can return to normal operation. Although this workload is not too much, the frequency is high. After all, Suli can't even remember how much chocolate he has given out, so the two have been busy since morning, and occasionally they would glance at each other with an unpleasant look. Because if only one or two customers did this, it could be explained as a coincidence, but so many customers did the same thing, there can only be one explanation: the chocolates in their hands were all given by Suli. However, even so, Suli was not too panicked. He asked curiously, "Why, Engineer He? I remember you said before that our Firefly Game Center is all about being carefree, prioritizing customer happiness. I thought if I gave the customers some food, wouldn't they be happier and more willing to continue playing here?" Shueming was stunned, not expecting Suli to use his own words from before to counter him. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words at first. Seeing his hesitation, Suli showed an understanding expression. "It's okay, Engineer He. Since you said not to give them food, then let's not give it. I'll listen to you." Shueming was once again taken aback, seeming not to expect that Suli would agree so readily. He looked at Suli deeply, then nodded, picked up the box of chocolates at his feet, and stood up. "Well, then I'll take this box away first. After all, you can't eat too much by yourself. Besides, young people should eat more meat and less chocolate, too much is not good for your health." "Okay, got it, Engineer He." Chapter 154, Bowing. Suli smiled as he watched Shueming carry the box back to the warehouse, then came out from the dim room to the hall to fix the machine. "Each position cannot interfere with others' work, and my job as a front desk attendant is to exchange game coins, so even though the chocolate issue has surfaced, Shueming and the others still cannot directly act against me, because my intention was just to give something to the customers for the betterment of the game center. So, what Shueming can do now is just to take away those chocolates, but..." Suli had brought a jar of chocolate back to the staff lounge last night. Therefore, Shueming's presence did not affect Suli in any way, instead, it confirmed Suli's previous suspicion. In the following time, Suli did not go to the lounge to get the chocolate out. First, even though Shueming couldn't directly interfere, it was clearly unwise to touch this taboo now. Second, because the players actually had no game coins, and the hat guy was now passed out in the bathroom, more customers began to come to Suli to buy coins, making it difficult for him to break away. It wasn't until noon that this busy period calmed down a bit, and Yanhua took the opportunity to come to the front desk to let Suli order takeout quickly, to which Suli agreed. Before long, the delivery guy arrived at the front desk with several large bags as usual. When Suli was about to reach out to receive it, he saw Shueming and Yanhua walking over. "Little Su, quickly set up the food, eat fast, after eating, we need to get back to work." The delivery guy was a bit surprised. "Is business this good today?" Suli smiled as he took the bags. "Yeah, wasn't it busy on your side too?" "That's true, then you guys eat slowly, I'll head back first." The delivery guy left, and Suli opened the bag in his hand, setting the meal boxes neatly, then took out 2 pairs of gloves and handed them to Shueming and Yanhua, and pulled out 2 roasted chickens. "Here, Engineer He, Brother Yan. We have been busy all morning, let's eat something good today." "That makes sense. Little Su, don't just freeze, sit down and eat." "Okay." Suli first leisurely took out an empty box and placed it down, then also took a pair of gloves to wear, followed by picking up a roast chicken and placing it on the table, slowly tearing the meat off and putting it into the box. While Yanhua was munching on his chicken, he lifted his greasy face and looked at Suli in surprise. "Little Su, aren't you hungry yet? At this pace, how long will it take you to tear it apart?" A little hungry, but I have a habit of eating chicken like this, it's more flavorful. Then why don't you let the delivery guy tear it for you and deliver it?
Brother Yen, you don't know this, but what others tear lacks soul, it must be done by myself.
Wow, didn't expect little Sue to have such standards. No, it's just a habit.
While Suli skillfully acted, he also gradually delayed time, avoiding this meal by intensifying the conflict between the two. It didn't seem very realistic now, as Yenhua had already been drawn in again. But seeing them eat so decisively, who knows, by the time I finish tearing this whole chicken, they might be done and leave. But just then, Suli suddenly felt a faint tremor from deep within his heart, while a faint sense of irritability surged up.
Is this symptom reappearing? Suli couldn't think about why, quickly lowering his head to hide his actions.
If it was really so, perhaps the darkness in his eyes would seep out again. He didn't want He Xueming and the others to discover it and use it to determine the extent of his contamination, although it was only a possibility. But as he lowered his head, Suli caught a glimpse of He Xueming and Yen Huo in his peripheral vision. The hand holding the roast chicken trembled slightly and then stopped moving.
Did they notice or are they? Oh. Damn.
A man's voice suddenly shouted from the center of the hall.
Did you leave your eyes at home?
Why are you so careless when walking? With the discomfort feeling suppressed, Suli first raised his head to see that both men beside him had stopped eating but weren't paying attention to him. Instead, they were looking toward the center of the hall.
Suli followed their gaze.
He saw a tall man, looking painfully at the big spinning wheel game machine in front of him.
Unlike usual, the lights on the big wheel had now gone out.
I finally placed a bet, but now it's all gone, all gone. He turned and glared fiercely at a small man beside him.
Tell me, did you do this on purpose? Seeing me lose all morning, you waited until I finally won once to walk over and kick out the power cord?
No, big brother, maybe I was lying down too long earlier, got up and felt a bit dizzy, didn't see the path clearly, and accidentally kicked it. The small man looked very scared. While speaking he took out a wallet from his pocket. Big brother, you have to believe me, I really didn't mean to. How about this? I'll compensate you.
Big brother, how much did you just lose? I'll pay you back.
The tall man was stunned for a moment, then laughed brightly.
Okay, let's do it your way. Let me calculate. This morning I lost about 1,300.
Since you seem so cooperative, let's drop a zero, just give me 1,000.
Wow, he's really bold.
Suli was a bit dumbfounded in his heart. He had never sold so many coins in one go. Even when he sold all his coins to Hatman, it didn't reach this amount.
Other customers sitting beside the big spinning wheel were also somewhat dissatisfied. Aren't you bullying honest people?
That big brother, don't believe him, I've been playing here all morning too. This guy can lose at most $300 or $400, it's not as much as he claims.
And the prize you just won can at most get you 200 coins.
Asking for 1,000 is pure nonsense. Once his thoughts were exposed by those around him, the smile on the tall man's face instantly vanished, and his ears turned red. But maybe it was because the man was so tall. Suli always felt his ears were longer than others.
I said 1,000 is 1,000.
The man spat these words through clenched teeth, glancing at the other chatting guests around him.
Since you like sticking your neck out so much, why don't you help him pay?
Perhaps because the man's fierce appearance matched with his gaze too well, the guests he stared at immediately fell silent, either lowering their heads or turning away, avoiding eye contact. The man snorted in satisfaction, snatching the wallet from the small man's hand, pulling out a few bills, and tossing the wallet aside in displeasure.
Only 500, then this matter will be very difficult. He walked towards the shrinking small man, grabbing him by the collar. For the remaining 500, you can kneel and bow to me 5 times, and we'll let this matter go. Chapter 155, Bloodstained Red Lotus.
The small man tried to pry open the other's hand, but against the disparity in their sizes, his efforts only made the tall man more proud. At that moment, the small man realized this, yet he still refused to agree, gritting his teeth and saying, I can give you the money, but kneeling is absolutely impossible.
Oh? Is that so?
Before he finished speaking, Suli noticed a slight change in expression, for he could see the intense dark aura emerging in both men's eyes during their argument.
In an instant, the whites of their eyes vanished completely. Both were at least heavily polluted.
At the same time, He Xueming's deep voice sounded beside him.
Yenhua, go take a look. Okay, damn it. Of all times, even eating is not peaceful.
Yenhua muttered, somewhat displeased, setting down the roast chicken in his hands before getting up, taking off his gloves, and walking towards them.
At this time, the tall man had already lifted the small man up, smiling as he gently patted the other's face with his left hand, then suddenly raised his left hand high, intending to slap the small man. But the expected crisp sound of the slap did not occur. Instead, the small man moved faster, opening his mouth and sinking his teeth into the hand that was gripping his collar. This bite seemed to use all his strength, and instantly bright red blood began to seep from the tall man's right arm. He screamed in pain, immediately letting go, clutching his head in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Wait, he bit the hand. Why is he now in so much pain, holding his head?
Just as Su Li's confusion began to rise, something else changed abruptly. As the man fell to the ground, the previously dim large spinning game machine suddenly glowed with a faint red light, accompanied by continuous strange sounds. It sounded like stickers being slowly torn off a wall. Su Li suddenly remembered he had seen, at the edge of the large spinning wheel, engravings of 12 animals, which displayed a faint red glow in their eyes, and he had felt those patterns look less like engravings and more like cartoon stickers. Moreover, despite the distance, such sounds should have been drowned out in this clamorous hall, but Su Li felt as if they rang directly in his ears, extremely eerie. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out, and Su Li turned his head to see He Xueming's fist smashing onto the table with the roast chicken. The latter instantly exploded into fragments. The force did not wane and even smashed a pit into the tabletop. At this moment, he was completely unconcerned, accidentally revealing his formidable strength in front of Su Li, his face extremely ugly as he suddenly stood up and softly shouted at Yanhua ahead. Hurry! At the same time that the strange sound arose, it seemed Yanhua also realized something. Before He Xueming could speak, he pushed away the curious guest in front of him and instantly accelerated toward the big roulette, as if trying to stop something from happening. But even though their reaction was quick enough, it was still too late. Just as Yanhua's hand was about to touch the big roulette, the tearing sound from the game machine suddenly intensified, and the red glow surged dramatically, blooming like a blood-stained red lotus in the cold deep sea. The red light instantly engulfed the entire hall, so dazzling and piercing that Su Li had to raise his arm to shield his eyes, but just as he covered them, the red glow vanished in an instant. When Su Li looked up again, his heart sank. Unlike when the previous suicide incident occurred, this time everyone in the hall had stopped their games and tasks. They stared blankly at the big roulette, no one spoke or moved, like a movie scene paused at the moment of foreseeing death. But the reality was clearly different. In this frozen world, a fist-sized rabbit abruptly appeared on the big roulette. With blood-red eyes, it glanced at the equally dazed Yanhua, quickly twitched its three-part lips, then kicked its legs and bounded toward a guest sitting next to the big roulette, who had earlier spoken for the skinny man. Sizzle! With a terrifying skin-tearing sound, even more piercing blood than the previous red light spurted out from the man's neck in an instant. A piercing scream suddenly rose, and this abrupt sound seemed to press an invisible play button, bringing everything around back to life. The screams of the crowd, the sound of chairs being knocked over, bodies crashing against machines, and the angry curses caused by the crowding all instantly filled the space with a chaotic noise. The injured man suddenly stood up, eager to reach out and pull the rabbit off his neck, but just as he stretched out his hand, the rabbit kicked again, leaving deep claw marks on him as it leaped onto another fleeing guest's head, bringing a splash of blood. Su Li's pupils trembled continuously because the appearance of this rabbit was exactly the same as what he had seen before, which meant it was one of the 12 animals stuck to the big roulette. Even its fist-sized body was completely identical. If the previous red light brought it to life, then did this mean that? Another scream rang out as a guest in the East District was now sitting on the ground, howling in extreme pain, blood seeping through the gaps in his fingers covering his eyes. And hovering in the air in front of him was a bird resembling a hummingbird, also fist-sized and with blood-red eyes, its beak dripping fresh blood. It seemed to have noticed Su Li's gaze and, with its wings flapping rapidly, flew towards the front desk. But just then, a bloated, misshapen hand suddenly grabbed it. The hummingbird struggled desperately, but its small size prevented it from escaping. It could only use its sharp beak to peck continuously at the hand holding it. Blood suddenly splashed. But this seemed to anger the owner of that hand. In the next moment, with a terrifying sound of muscles and bones squeezing, the strange hummingbird that had pecked out the guest's eyes was directly crushed into a grotesque shape. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, its turned-out entrails soaked in the blood flowing from its own body. With the strange bird killed in hand, the owner of that hand seemed to find it a bit boring and was preparing to leave, when suddenly another man charged out from the crowd and knocked him down to the ground. Following that, amidst inhuman roars, the two began a brutal fistfight. Chapter 156 Real Hell. On the other side, a woman was screaming as she ran past the front desk, her footsteps frantic as she tried to make her way to the hall's entrance. But just as she was about to step out the door, a black shadow suddenly lunged at her with great speed, blocking her way. It then forcefully knocked her back into the hall. When the black shadow stopped, Su Li could clearly see its appearance, or rather, it might be more accurate to call it it. Its body still maintained human form, but the exposed skin had turned yellow, covered in black spots, resembling the pattern of a cheetah. It leaped from its spot, landing a foot on the woman's chest in midair, causing her to spit out blood immediately. Its expression clearly became excited, claws prepared to grab the woman. But at that moment, the woman suddenly screamed in extreme fear, instinctively reaching for the leg that was stepping on her. In that instant, the darkness overflowed and wrapped around her eyes, and with that one grab, it left deep bloody marks on the cheetah person's leg. Su Li turned back to look at the central area of the hall. Yanhua was still standing there, but with his back turned, Su Li couldn't see his expression, only his trembling body and lowered head. Then, a roar burst from his mouth, and with a movement of his feet, he was about to chase after the rabbit a short distance away.
Goo goo.
A sudden sound of a rabbit from the front of the big carousel interrupted Yan Hua's movement. In the next moment, an extremely bizarre figure reflected in Su Li's pupils. It was a very tall person, a person with a rabbit head. Standing there with slightly bent legs, it was nearly as tall as Yan Hua. Its two arms dangled in front like a rabbit's, and as its nostrils flared, those long ears quivered, making a guttural sound. Su Li's gaze suddenly froze on its right hand, which had a clear bloody bite mark. Was this the man who had been bitten before and had fallen down holding his head? Suddenly, the rabbit-headed man's dark eyes noticed Yan Hua charging toward it. Its nostrils quivered slightly, as if it had caught a whiff of something terrifying, and it started to back away. Then, with a forceful leap, it jumped onto a nearby machine.
Sizzle!
With sparks flying, the game machine that no one was playing suddenly caved in at the top, the screen plunging into darkness.
You damn it, stay right there.
The machine's damage made Yan Hua roar in anger, his pace quickening further.
Su Li!
A gritted voice came from the side, and He Xueming's face had turned extremely ugly, dark as if it could drip water. Su Li seemed stunned, first pausing for a moment before cautiously asking.
What's going on, He? What should we do now? What to do?
He Xueming looked at Su Li with a grim expression. Then, with a flip, he leaped out from behind the counter.
Put down that broken roast chicken in your hand. Then catch those animals for me.
Oh, okay.
I will go right away.
Su Li's voice trembled a bit, and he was about to turn and leap out too, but it was as if he forgot he was still holding a roast chicken. At the moment he pushed against the counter, his hand slipped and the chicken fell to the ground, flying off to the side. He Xueming heard the movement behind him, turned around, and was ready to yell, but he saw a rabbit the size of a fist. He didn't know if it was provoked by the prior attempts of Yan Hua to chase it, but it suddenly changed direction from heading towards the northern area, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Su Li. Su Li, who was about to dodge, suddenly stopped in fear, frozen in place, because he realized the rabbit wasn't charging at the ground where the chicken had fallen, but rather at the roast chicken that was not far from his feet. In the next moment, the white figure flashed before Su Li's eyes, and alongside it disappeared the roast chicken. Su Li looked at the empty space by his feet, and then turned to look at He Xueming, who was turning back, swallowing hard as he said, He gone, I feel like I might not be able to handle this thing. How could I catch a rabbit? This is the rabbit that helped me carry away the takeout food that was giving me trouble. He Xueming did not know what Su Li was thinking, snorted angrily, suddenly stepped back, and knocked out a customer who had just tried to sneak attack him from behind. He immediately threw down his sentence and changed direction again. Forget it, I will go catch those things, you help the customers, and keep an eye on the machines. His figure disappeared, and the panic in Su Li's eyes faded away. He got up and looked at the hall that had now turned into a mess. The events he witnessed happened almost simultaneously, to the point that even though barely a minute had passed, it felt like a century. It was a very sudden and rapid turn of events, so sudden that Su Li was momentarily stunned before he could react. The 12 animal patterns on the big wheel had all turned into bizarre creatures with glowing red eyes. Although only the size of fists, their attacking power was not to be underestimated, and they were now indiscriminately attacking the guests in the hall. The guests seemed to show different physical mutation characteristics based on the level of contamination, battling with the animals, the contaminators, and each other. A remaining group of guests, perhaps because they were only lightly contaminated, had not exhibited any mutation symptoms. Instead, they were behaving like ordinary people, either screaming in panic or hiding in corners shivering. Yan Hua was quickly chasing after the rabbit-headed person bouncing around the hall, while He Xueming was rushing towards a pig that had bitten someone. Confused crowds, glaring blood, chaotic sounds, and foul smells filled everyone's senses, turning this hall into chaos.
The Firefly Arcade seemed to have plummeted from a false paradise into a real hell in an instant.
Everyone was crowded in this space, and even if someone wanted to escape, they would be blocked by the mutated beings or those bizarre animals. All of this was not only unexpected for Su Li, it seemed to be out of He Xueming and Yan Hua's expectations as well. Otherwise, they would not be so flustered, and for the first time in front of Su Li, reveal their extraordinary powers. Chapter 157, When in Trouble, Use Your Head. Why did the situation suddenly turn into this? Su Li didn't know. And machines in the field had already been damaged. Why didn't the bizarre things intervene to stop it? Is this upheaval something it intentionally initiated? Is it because it also fell into a brief loss of control? Or is it because there are too many people involved, and it doesn't have the ability to stop it, or is it because of some other reason? Su Li still cannot be sure. But he knows one thing, this chaos definitely will not last long, and he must act quickly. As his thoughts flowed, he had already arrived at the center of the hall. First, he looked towards the dining area, where Gujiang was holding a knife, standing behind the counter. Her fair knuckles trembled slightly from excessive force, her expression grave and tense as she stared at the crowd ahead, dark emotions swirling in her eyes, and black veins showing on her neck. The little boy Gu Xianfeng was not beside her, but the closed back kitchen door behind her was subtly shaking, as if someone inside was hammering non-stop. Su Li instantly understood that both of them had shown signs of contamination. Gu Jingfeng had locked her brother, who couldn't control his powers well, in the back kitchen. This could protect him and also protect her. It seemed Gu Jingfeng noticed Su Li's gaze and looked over, then nodded slightly, signaling to Su Li that everything was fine on her side for now. With a little relief, Su Li turned and rushed towards the southwestern area. Just after pushing through the crowded people in front of him, he slightly frowned, and then quickened his pace again. In front of the restroom, Xiaorun was struggling to hold a broom in front of his chest, blocking the bite of a mutated man. The trash can by his side had been kicked over, dented significantly, and his originally white work uniform was now stained with blood. Even though the two were in a deadlock, the broom was made of wood, and soon a crack appeared on it. Then with a snap, the broom broke, and the man's sharp teeth lunged towards Xiaorun's neck. Bang! A strong wind suddenly blew from behind, and the man was blasted away like he was hit by a cannonball, crashing against the wall and falling unconscious. After resolving the crisis, Su Li had yet to act when he suddenly saw Xiaorun, turning his back to him, grip the broken broom tightly and slash at his throat. Dodging this unexpected attack, Su Li grasped the broom. Just as he was about to speak, his brow furrowed. Xiaorun's expression was extremely dazed, that one eye hidden beneath his disheveled white hair had filled completely with darkness. This is trouble. The contamination has disturbed his mind. Su Li came to find Xiaorun amidst the chaos. This was the best time to approach him without being noticed. However, seeing his current state, trying to have a normal conversation had turned into a very troublesome matter. But Su Li did not give up. Xiaorun had been eating food from the dining area, so the level of contamination shouldn't be too severe. Additionally, he was already firm-minded, so perhaps there was still a way. Su Li instantly made a judgment, suddenly exerting more force to snatch the broom away and throw it aside. Then he pulled Xiaorun's head close to himself and shouted fiercely, "Old Xia, wake up! Don't let your emotions take control, stay calm." His voice was loud, but Xiaorun's demeanor showed no change. Instead, a strange sound emerged from his throat, like a beast preparing to attack with a low growl. Then his hands, which had been hanging by his side, suddenly lifted, striking towards Su Li's temple. The spectators outside shivered. There were some things Su Li did not know, but they were very clear. Now Xiaorun's state was almost identical to that of Park Sung-woo from the Cosmic Nation before. Consumed by his own emotions, a person would only act according to their nature. Even if they heard reminders, even if they were strongly disturbed from the outside, they still could not break free. Su Li's expression also changed. But maybe because of that same restless feeling inside, there was no disappointment or frustration in his eyes. Instead, a deep and fierce look appeared. He lifted his elbow to block Xiaorun's attack, threw his head back, then slammed it hard into Xiaorun's forehead. Blood immediately flowed down from both of their foreheads, and at the same time, an angry roar exploded from Su Li's mouth. "Xiaorun! If you freaking don't wake up, I'm gonna die here. You'll die here. And your grandson Jalakon will die here too." Maybe it was the headbutt, or maybe it was Su Li's roar, but just as he finished speaking, he felt the force on his elbows weaken, and Xiaorun's dull expression turned to struggle. Severe sickness needs fierce medicine. And now it seemed, the dose he gave was working. Su Li seized the moment, grabbed Xiaorun's shoulders and started shaking him hard again and again. The crack in his spirit had already appeared, and now he had to push it open from the body too. And it was clearly working too. Xiaorun's dark eyes started to clear, like the darkness was being shaken loose and scattered away. Then a weak voice followed. "Su Li, why are you here? Stop shaking, stop it, shake anymore and someone's gonna die." Su Li stopped right away. He looked happy but still stayed on guard. "Why are you shaking me like that, man? I'm not young like you guys, these old bones can't take it. Hiss, why does my forehead hurt?" Xiaorun looked confused, moving his body without thinking, then suddenly gasped and reached for his forehead. "Why is my forehead bleeding?" Floor was slippery. "You slipped just now. Then why is your forehead bleeding too?" "Also slipped. And my roast chicken got stolen." "Really?" Su Li looked at the suspicious face of Xiaorun and felt relieved inside. Seems like he really did come out of that twisted state. Even if he didn't remember what just happened, at least Su Li didn't have to explain it. More importantly, it wouldn't get in the way of talking normally now. "Su Li, why did this place suddenly become like this?" Xiaorun, now back to normal, looked around the chaotic arcade hall with a serious and frightened face. He reached out and gently pulled Su Li forward, standing in front of him. "Where did those animals come from and those things? What are they? They look like people but also like animals." Seeing Yanhua and Hishu Eming didn't notice them, Su Li grabbed Xiaorun's thin, trembling hands and gently patted to calm him down. "Old Jia, it's alright, don't worry. I've got something I need to ask you now. You must think carefully before you answer me. You can say you don't know, but you can't be wrong. Right now, can you do that?" Chapter 158, Urgent Questions in Chaos, Just Small Matters. "Huh?
Oh, okay, no problem, ask away. Ja Run turned back with a blank look. Do you have a special game token, the kind with a firefly symbol printed on the back? Firefly? I've heard of it, but I don't have one. Ja Run shook his head, then added quickly like he was scared he missed something. Not just the one with the firefly, I don't even have any normal ones. Don't have any? Su Li's brows furrowed slightly. If Ja Run didn't have one, that meant the special game token might not be something every worker had.
Maybe it was just coincidence that Gujiang High had one.
Not some employee benefit.
That meant, the earlier guess that he Xueming and Yanhua might also have one because of that reason might not be true.
No, maybe it wasn't coincidence.
A thought suddenly came to mind, linking a few pieces of broken info together.
But Su Li didn't stop to think it through now. He kept using the time to ask more questions. There's another question. You told me before that after your injury healed, you came to the Firefly place because you saw a notice hiring a cleaner at the door, and that's why you asked He Xueming if he needed a cleaner. So you didn't originally know that the original cleaner was missing, right?
Ja Run was startled. Although he didn't know what exactly was happening in the arcade now, anyone could see that they were in a very dangerous situation. He thought Su Li would ask something very important regarding the current danger, but unexpectedly, both questions were just small matters that seemed unimportant to him. However, since Su Li chose to ask these questions at this moment, the answers must be very important to him. Ja Run did not hesitate and immediately answered without asking for the reason.
Yes. So what were you planning to do when you first came here?
I didn't originally plan to come in as a cleaner, and I didn't see that notice. I actually came to sweep the street in front of the arcade so I wouldn't expose my identity, and I could keep observing the people coming in and out of the arcade to see if I could find any clues. After all, I've been a sanitation worker for decades, and this is all I know how to do.
How did you see the notice later? I just looked up and saw it.
Su Li suddenly interrupted Ja Run, holding his shoulder with a serious expression.
Old Ja, think carefully, did anything happen before you saw the notice?
Whether strange or something you thought was normal, just tell me everything from when you came out of the bridge hole to when you saw the notice.
Let me think. I came out of the bridge hole and kept walking this way. It wasn't long before I reached the Firefly place. And then. Yes.
There was indeed something a bit different that happened. Upon this reminder, Ja Run paused briefly and suddenly brightened his eyes. When I got to the door, a young man came out of the arcade and bumped into me. Maybe it was because I was dressed in rags and I looked old, he cursed at me a few times. At that time, I wasn't focused on that, and I've encountered such things many times over the years, so I didn't pay attention. But then I subconsciously looked up, and that's when I saw the notice.
Did you see what the person looked like? Any characteristics?
No, by the time I looked up, he was already past me.
I only knew he was smoking.
But it wasn't that punk Yanhua, the voice wasn't his.
If you had to listen to the voice now, could you recognize it?
Maybe, not really. I only remember this incident, but if you ask me to identify someone based on that, it's unreliable. After saying these things, Ja Run finally voiced his doubt.
Su Li, are these two matters very important?
Seeing Su Li didn't speak, his brows and eyes lowered as if he was thinking about something, Ja Run suddenly remembered something else and looked up at the pitch-black camera above his head. Su Li, I'm really sorry about the balloon incident you asked me to do last night.
It's okay.
I know He Xueming deliberately let you leave first, and I've already dealt with that.
Alright.
Su Li shifted his body to dodge a customer who charged at them yelling and knocked him out with a punch before continuing. Earlier, what we discussed in the bathroom is already known to Yanhua and them, so we need to be extra cautious in our next actions.
Ja Run's face changed in an instant.
Will they do something to Xiao Xia?
Don't worry, old Ja.
They should only know about this matter, but they don't know the content of our conversation.
Su Li glanced around the hall and then picked up the broken broom on the floor, handing it back to the nervous Ja Run, speaking rapidly.
Next, there may be even weirder things happening, but old Ja, you mustn't panic. At that time, whatever others do, you just follow, I still have other things to handle. You need to be careful on your own from now on. If you encounter something you can't fight, just run. If you feel very anxious inside, think more about Xiao Xia, be sure to stay calm at all times.
Okay, you go take care of your business, don't worry about me. Although I am older, I am not someone who can be easily hurt.
Ja Run gripped the broom tightly, feeling a deep unease about the unknown changes, but he didn't show it, he just smiled in response.
Su Li said nothing more, just nodded and turned to leave.
About 2 minutes had passed since the incident began. Although many people and animals had been subdued after Yanhua and He Xueming took action, the chaos in the venue had been somewhat suppressed, but given the numbers, it would likely take a while for just the two of them to completely control the situation. The mutated guests and animals were not too problematic, they were just attacking each other continuously, causing little damage to the arcade machines. Moreover, after He Shuiming entered the scene, he almost knocked out one with every punch. The biggest problem now lay with the constantly jumping rabbit-headed man. Yanhua was very quick and had chased down the rabbit-headed man multiple times, each time leaving a splash of blood on the ladder, but the mutated rabbit-headed man would only let out a pained whimper after getting hurt, increasing its speed even more thereafter. It was as if the injuries caused by Yanhua had no impact on it. Instead, it seemed to stir up more of its fear and anger. Although its speed in damaging the arcade machines had slowed down significantly under Yanhua's relentless pursuit, if they were to wait until Yanhua captured it, it was likely that by then, most of the arcade machines would be destroyed.
Chapter 159, The Butcher with the Knife.
The importance of arcade machines to the arcade was unquestionable. The oddities clearly wouldn't allow this to happen, and though the situation had been somewhat controlled, there had been no other unexpected incidents. Thus, the oddities did not act immediately when the accident first occurred. Waiting for something could now be ruled out. So next, the entity that had been watching this place was very likely to make a move at any moment. As a result, Suli, who had now obtained the desired information, needed to do what an innocent front desk clerk should do. Yanhua was currently in the northern district, but he had no time to pay attention to himself. All his focus was on the rapidly jumping bald-headed man. He Shuiming was in the eastern district, where several corpses of animals had piled up around him, along with a bunch of guests who had lost consciousness and did not know their fate, creating a large open area there. He was now frowning, searching for his next target. The direction Suli needed to head towards must be near him, keeping himself within his line of sight, so that what he was about to do could be noticed and reflect that he was truly making an effort to accomplish what He Shuiming had instructed before. First, he arrived in the southeastern district. At that moment, by an arcade machine ahead, a small snake was hissing at an altered person. It wasn't large, and it didn't seem too dangerous. It should be manageable. Just as Suli was about to take action, he saw the altered person punch towards the small snake. In a panic response, the latter suddenly spat out a black liquid, and the next moment, the sound of flesh being corroded accompanied an unpleasant smell. Watching the altered person rolling on the ground in pain, Suli turned and left without hesitation. This little creature was too dangerous. If he really wanted to subdue it, he would likely expose quite a bit of his strength, which wasn't worth it. Using his enhanced body strength, Suli forced his way through the crowd on the way. Once again evading the attacks of the other, Suli arrived at the basketball machine in the southern area, where a fist-sized black rooster was riding on a man's shoulder, relentlessly pecking at his head with its sharp beak. The man cried out in pain, blood streaming from his forehead, but he didn't seem to be seriously harmed, even having enough strength to use the basketball in his hand to hit it. Suli's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the suitable target he was looking for? Weak attack power, should be easily subdued, won't expose much of his strength, can protect the customer, and guard that basketball machine from being damaged, achieving 4 goals with 1 shot. With this thought in mind, Suli gradually circled behind the man, then suddenly pounced, catching the unsuspecting man off guard and bringing him down to the ground, while also tightly grabbing the rooster on his head. The latter struggled desperately, but besides covering Suli in feathers, it had no effect at all.
He gone, look. I caught one.
Suli immediately shouted towards the eastern area, both claiming credit and struggling to stand up, while He Shuiming turned around with a frown upon hearing the shout. At that moment, a rooster crowed loudly, and Suli felt a surge of power increase in his hand. Although he could still forcefully suppress it, he didn't do so, instead letting the black rooster break free and then awkwardly recapturing it, while through the feathers flying in the air, he grinned cheekily at He Shuiming. One of the rules for fighting in the workplace: how much you do doesn't matter, how hard it is doesn't matter, but you need to let people know how hard you are trying. He Shuiming looked at Suli's awkward appearance, his tightly furrowed brows finally slightly relaxed, and he nodded gently, seemingly satisfied with what Suli was doing now. But just as he was halfway through his gesture, he suddenly froze, a hint of panic and fear flashing in his eyes that Suli had never seen before. Then he slowly turned his head back, and Suli couldn't see what happened next, but he knew it all too well. Because now his situation was identical to He Shuiming's. No, all the people in the hall were behaving the same way. Just a moment ago, Suli suddenly realized that the rooster in his hand had stopped struggling. Before he had time to lower his head and look, he felt his body stiffening suddenly. An extremely strange sensation spread throughout his body, and the next moment, he began to uncontrollably and slowly turn toward the central area.
The bizarre influence has begun.
Though it was his first encounter, Suli was now incredibly certain of this judgment. Though there was a touch of frustration in his consciousness, overall he remained clear-headed, but no matter how crazily his brain sent commands to his body, it had no effect at all. He felt like a puppet on a string, powerless to resist the invisible hand controlling his body. Not to mention moving a finger. At this moment, Suli couldn't even manage to control his facial expressions. An extreme sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Suli finally understood how much fear and helplessness the previous 3 who committed suicide must have felt before they died. Some experiences can only be truly understood through personal experience. One can never empathize with the parties involved without having lived through that complete despair.
In this extremely bizarre feeling, Suli and everyone in the hall were forcibly turned around together, and then their heads were slowly raised, letting countless gazes settle on the same place above the huge spinning wheel. At this moment, within Suli's view, Yanhuo also stopped, looking up indignantly at the rabbit-headed man he had been chasing, who was just then leaping into the air, but unlike before, it did not land on the ground, instead it abruptly stopped in mid-air. Immediately, its hands that were suspended in front of its chest fell down, dangling at the sides of its scarred body, its legs stretched straight, and that rabbit head tilted back high, revealing the neck that still had a human appearance. The whole process was extraordinarily slow, and during this time, no sound was made. A strange feeling suddenly rose in Suli's heart, as if the scene before him was like a butcher about to slaughter an animal, lifting it by the neck to show the customers the quality of its meat. But now there were no customers wanting to buy meat, only players forced to watch. There was no butcher with a knife, only those invisible hands. At this moment, Suli's pupils suddenly trembled. He saw that the strange, suspended rabbit-headed body was slowly rising. No! It was its exposed neck that was slowly elongating. It was as if someone was gripping its head and pulling hard. Puff! The flesh separated, the head fell off, and blood surged out like a spring. The customers near the big roulette instantly felt like they were caught in the rain, the thick and foul-smelling blood staining their bodies, making them feel extremely uncomfortable and uneasy. But their unresponsive bodies forced them to stay in place, wide-eyed, watching everything happen, panic evident in their eyes. Chapter 160, Dealing with the Aftermath. Suli's pupils shook violently. It was as if the strange scene was killing the chicken to warn the monkey, declaring its authority to everyone present. And the chaos would follow. This was a blatant, unmasked demonstration. However, the death of the rabbit-headed creature did not signify the end of the demonstration. Blood had not yet flowed out completely, and several chilling sounds of bones breaking echoed throughout the hall. Although Suli could not control his body to seek the source of the sounds, he knew exactly who was dead this time. Because one of those sounds came from his own hands. Even though his body was restrained, Suli's peripheral vision still caught sight of blood splattering out from his palms, accompanied by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. He was certain that at that moment, between his palms was the rooster originally meant to take credit from Yi Shuiming, along with several other animals that had not yet been killed, all had their heads grotesquely torn off. Because everyone was held in place, the game arcade was frighteningly silent at this moment. Thus, the sound made when the head was pulled off, and when they hit the ground, was particularly piercing. Aside from that, there was no other sound except for the thumping of Suli's own heart beating violently in his chest. A thick liquid feeling came from his hands, and the stench of blood invaded Suli's nostrils, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. His body instinctively wanted to move, but still, nothing happened, as if the commands from his brain were intercepted. His gaze, along with the gaze of everyone in the room, remained forcibly fixated on the big roulette, on that headless corpse. Now, that deformed rabbit head was pulled off, the body looked no different from an ordinary person, further intensifying the fear in everyone's hearts. Thump 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 thump, the long panic stretched slowly with the violent heartbeat. When the heartbeat reached the 34th time, Suli saw a man ahead suddenly soften and fell to the ground with a thud, but did not get up again. Then, more and more people began to fall to the ground unconscious, and at that moment, Suli also suddenly felt his body loosen. The control vanished? Was this demonstration over? Jarun looked at the guests who had all collapsed on the ground, tightly closed their eyes, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. His heart was filled with shock. Everything that had just happened was beyond his expectations. Suli had said that even stranger things would occur afterwards. He really guessed it right. Immediately, he pretended to fall to the ground and acted as if he were unconscious, because Suli had said that if it really happened, he should not panic and follow others to act. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced towards Suli, only to unexpectedly see that the latter was also looking at him and slightly shaking his head. What does this mean? Is it telling me not to pretend to be faint? Charan had no doubts about it, and immediately forced himself to stop his actions, unsteadily stabilizing his footing, then bracing himself to wait quietly. Suli withdrew his gaze from Charan and glanced again at the small, thin man in the eastern area who had fallen into a coma. His eyes were still trembling uncontrollably, filled with fear, but not panic. He simply did not hide this fearful expression, he let it show, as Yi Shuiming was now walking towards him. The chaos had stopped, and all the guests had fallen into a coma. The only 5 people still standing and awake in the hall were Suli, Charan, Gujiang, Yanhua, and Yi Shuiming. The situation was clear, the previous speculations had all been eliminated. This sudden change was not intentionally caused by a bizarre force because the current outcome brought no benefit to it. It was not in a momentary loss of composure either, because if it were, it would lead to subsequent actions becoming chaotic, but it did not. It even had the mind to kill the rabbit-head man in an extremely cruel way to showcase power, then killed other animals that had escaped from the big wheel and that Yi Shuiming hadn't had the chance to kill. Moreover, during this process, it harmed none of the guests, not even those contaminants who had previously attacked others indiscriminately after their mutation.
The fact that hundreds of people and animals were controlled simultaneously for about a minute also indicated that the Bazaar force wasn't unable to control the situation due to the sheer number of people and events involved. As for now, with everyone fainted except for the 5, this behavior was clearly intentional, because these 5, including Su Li, were all employees of the arcade, which clearly indicated it needed them to handle this aftermath. The reason Su Li felt no panic was because this meant he was still useful to the Bazaar force, that he wouldn't be killed, at least not now. And the fear he didn't mask was exactly the expression that a naive and ignorant front desk clerk should show after witnessing everything that just happened. If he were completely calm, that would appear abnormal. Furthermore, after eliminating the previous speculations, the only possible reason the Bazaar didn't act promptly at the start of the chaos became evident. He hadn't covered its eyes, it had been watching here, but it hadn't been watching here all the time. At that moment, He Xueming had walked up to Su Li, looking at his trembling body from fear with a gloomy face, tightly clenching his still dripping blood fist at his side, as if he would strike at any moment. Su Li anxiously glanced at the chaos in the hall, then quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to meet He Xueming's eyes, lowering his head and swallowing hard. What do you need me to do now? His voice was low, revealing a deep unease, his teeth chattering from fear. He Xueming remained silent, while Yanhua did not look this way and was leaning against the big wheel, smoking one puff after another, his expression uncertain. After a long silence, He Xueming finally spoke up, "Aren't you going to ask why it turned out like this?" Seeing Su Li shake his head frantically, He Xueming was slightly silent for a moment, reaching out to touch Su Li's shoulder. In that instant of contact, Su Li's body involuntarily trembled, like a frightened rabbit, shrinking back suddenly. He Xueming did not expect Su Li to be so scared. The gloom in his expression lightened a bit, and for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. "It's okay, little Su, it's all over. We will still be colleagues in the future." Seeing Su Li still with his head down, he continued. "All right, young people should have the courage to face things bravely. What's with this fear?" As the words fell, Su Li finally lifted his head, looking at He Xueming's face that was pretending to be angry, and forced a smile in reply. "Then, what can I do, Engineer He? Go clean up the bloodstains on the ground." "Okay, Engineer He, no problem." Chapter 161 The Source. Hearing this unwavering response, He Xueming's eyes slightly widened as he looked Su Li up and down. "Don't you think this isn't your job? Really? I'm just a brick of the Firefly, just move me where I'm needed." He Xueming chuckled again. "Forget it, I was just joking. You don't need to do that old man will handle cleaning. You have your own things to do." He patted Su Li's shoulder. "First, go take care of yourself, then go back to the front desk and adjust your mindset. Otherwise, when the customers come to buy tokens later, and you still have that bitter face." In the pause of his words, he suddenly applied force with his hand, making Su Li instinctively crouch due to the pain. "It will affect the customer's gaming experience, and then we might not be able to be colleagues anymore." Su Li seemed to hear the obvious threat in He Xueming's words, the muscles in his face twisted slightly due to the pain, but he immediately agreed. "Rest assured, Engineer He. I will definitely give the customers a perfect token buying experience." Very good." Seeing He Xueming turn and leave, Su Li rubbed his shoulder and then walked toward the bathroom. At this moment, the fear in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a hint of seriousness. As expected, his identity as a front desk staff member was still useful. The strange entity would not attack him for now. The reason was also mentioned by He Xueming: the customers who had fallen unconscious would soon wake up again. As for why they would still stay in the arcade after this chaos and come to buy tokens to play games, it was probably similar to what happened with Xiaorun earlier. After awakening from that chaotic state, they would completely forget what had just happened. In an emotional state, Su Li had also experienced this on the first night of playing games. At that time, when he finally came to, he felt as if his body had been drained, and his brain was extremely tired, taking a long time to recover. But he still clearly remembered the things that happened during that process. However, according to what He Xueming said and what he witnessed with Xiaorun, this time the situation was clearly different. It was just unclear whether the reason was due to this chaos or because the strange entity made a personal move. Looking back now at this sudden change, it actually wasn't without warning. Before the mutation occurred, Su Li had noticed that the tall man's ears were a bit unusually long, like those of an animal, and later, he did indeed transform into a strange long-eared rabbit-headed person. Further back, when Su Li pulled the hat man into the bathroom stall, a customer had angrily scolded them for the loud sound of the door closing. At that time, Su Li felt that the man's roar was a bit strange, but because time was pressing, he shifted his attention to asking the hat man about things and did not continue to ponder. Now that he thought about it, the strange part at that time was that the man's roar indeed did not sound much like a normal person, but rather more like the growl of an angry animal. No matter what, please ensure that you do not feel excessive hunger. Considering what just happened, it's obvious what will occur when hunger reaches an unbearable level. In this scenario, when the contaminator's internal pollution peaks, the body will undergo a transformation, and some parts of the body will morph with animal characteristics.
Even last night, the sudden, sharp scratching sound at the door from outside the employee lounge must have been caused by razor-like claws after transforming into an animal. In other words, what was standing outside Su Li's door at that time was likely a creature that had already transformed into an animal. A faint sense of fear rose in his heart, although that inexplicable restlessness has now disappeared. If he hadn't eaten the hamburger in the dining area earlier, allowing his hunger to evolve into an extreme state, he probably would have also shown animal traits in that chaos, just like others. Turning on the faucet, Su Li wiped the blood splattered on him with a cloth. This transformation indeed filled Su Li with a powerless sense of fear, but he also learned some extremely important things from it. The fact that the bunny-headed person destroyed many machines was as solid as iron. It's no wonder that it was killed in such a bizarre manner. But if you trace back to the root of all this chaos, the bunny-headed person is not the source. Rather, the little man who kicked out the power cable and caused the tall man to fail at winning game coins is the root of everything. If there needs to be a demonstration, that little man should face a fate similar to the bunny-headed person's, but he is currently unharmed, just in a coma. The strange power is strong enough to control everyone to perform the same action, and so precise that it could tear off the head of the black rooster in Su Li's hand without hurting him at all. But why did it specifically overlook that little man? Was it a kindness from it, unwilling to make a move, or did the little man have something special about him? No, neither. The former is utterly impossible, and Su Li has not discovered anything special about the latter. So there is only one explanation for everything. The strange force does not know the little man's actions. It ignored him. Its attention had a brief gap. As emotions stirred wildly with thoughts, the darkness in Su Li's eyes once again seeped out, staining his gaze like ink, but he did not care. Up until now, he had only eaten one hamburger, and the heavy pollution accumulating inside him had only been suppressed, not completely eliminated. He simply wiped the blood off his body and threw away the thoroughly red bandage from his hand, preparing to switch to the new bandage brought from the front desk when he slightly frowned. His palm, which had been scraped while saving the little girl last night, had bled again due to his earlier actions in the chaos, but oddly, the wound had healed quite a bit. Such a recovery speed would be unlikely for a normal person. When he applied iodine on the wound, white bubbles appeared instantly, accompanied by a hissing sound. Su Li felt the real pain from his palm, and his expression shifted slightly. Is this the inherent manifestation after being contaminated? It speeds up the healing process but cannot completely eliminate pain? Su Li remembered that in the first copy, the contaminated people he saw had similar characteristics, but at that time, the traits they exhibited were more pronounced. Moreover, it seems that it could also enhance physical strength. When he previously intimidated the Hat Man, Su Li had inserted the dining knife given by Gujiang High into the gap of the tiles. Although he had experienced a boost in strength, under normal circumstances, he should not have easily reached that level. Additionally, when the chaos erupted, he had also forcibly smashed through the contaminators. At that time, he did not feel overly fatigued. Now that he looks at it, it seems that the contamination in this copy really can grant a sickly enhancement to the body's strength. It is uncertain whether this is how it should be, or if it is a subtle hint given by the world of strange tales. Perhaps the chosen one will need to rely on this contaminated power to do something, or to fight against something. Chapter 162, Staring Blankly. After disinfecting the wound and wrapping a new clean bandage around it, Su Li turned and entered the cubicle where the hat-wearing man was located. The latter was still unconscious with no signs of waking up. His body posture was the same as when Su Li left, looking as if he had maintained this state throughout the earlier chaos. Lifting the previous bandage he had applied, Su Li noticed that the shallow wound he had inflicted on the man's thigh was now almost healed, and judging by the degree of dried blood on his pant leg, the bleeding had likely stopped for a while. Having confirmed this, Su Li turned back and exited the bathroom, returning to the front desk. He saw Shu Eming carrying a machine that had earlier been destroyed by the rabbit-headed man back to the warehouse, while Jia Run was bent over cleaning the bloodstains in the hall, his expression unclear, only his thin, frail hands trembling slightly. Gujiang High was still behind the counter in the dining area. Her expression had returned to the previous indifference. The dark veins on her neck had faded away. The door to the kitchen behind her was open, yet the little boy was missing, while beside her electric massage sofa lay several transformed beings with knife wounds, surrounded by a clear trail of blood leading from the counter to the center area. At the end of the trail, Yanhua leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, having already discarded several butts on the ground. The large turntable he was leaning against had restarted, shimmering with bright colors, uncertain if it was a new machine. Looking at the evenly spaced blood footprints, they did not seem like those left by customers fleeing in chaos. Instead, they resembled those left by someone heading in the direction of the dining area while Su Li was in the bathroom. At that moment, Gujiang High noticed Su Li's gaze. She paused for a moment, as if contemplating something, then glanced at the blood footprints, looked at Yanhua, shook her head slightly, tilted her head back a little, and finally nodded gently. Su Li pondered for a moment, then placed the bandage back on the table. He roughly understood the message Gujiang High wanted to convey. The blood footprints were left by Yanhua, not to act rashly, or she was unaware of what had happened. Gujiang High was temporarily safe behind the door, so he could relax. Glancing at the time, he then looked back at the now chaotic hall. Only 5 minutes had passed since the mutation began, and the Firefly had already fallen from the lively and prosperous human realm into a bloody and bizarre hell.
The rich smell of blood in the air, even with Su Li's now dulled sense of smell, still poured into his nostrils unabashedly, making him feel somewhat nauseous and slightly disoriented. This sudden change made him understand many things. He had almost touched the truth of this arcade, and was completely certain of the strange identity, but precisely because of this, a sense of confusion and puzzlement arose in his heart, as he sensed an extremely odd sense of division in the strange entity's personality, like a split personality.
Were there two strange entities? Shaking his head, it couldn't be.
Su Li found no relevant information in the fragments he had gathered that could support this thought. Crack! A sound similar to bones breaking echoed in the hall, but it was not due to another mutation, but rather caused by Yan Hua. He took his last puff of smoke, exhaled the smoke, and threw the butt on the ground, crushing it heavily with his toes. Then he leaned down beside it. One by one, the unconscious guests were flipped over, and after checking them, he forcefully twisted their broken and distorted parts. The disturbing sound of dislocated bones instantly rang out, but before it could settle, Yan Hua rose and walked to another area, repeating this process. Su Li was very clear that this was not normal orthopedic rehabilitation, because before being called the Chosen One, he was a frequent visitor to the hospital. What Yan Hua was doing now seemed more like brutally forcing dislocated bones back into place. If this kind of operation were applied to a normal person, it would surely worsen their injuries. But after discovering what had happened in the bathroom earlier, Su Li thought perhaps this would actually speed up the guests' recovery. After all, no one in this arcade was free from contamination. He was just about to continue looking when he suddenly turned his head to another spot, and his eyes flickered slightly. Not far ahead, the fingers of an unconscious guest were twitching unconsciously, and with the appearance of this sign, the animal characteristics on their surface were slowly disappearing, as if the leaked contamination was returning to their body. Taking a deep breath, Su Li set aside the confusion in his heart, moved his facial muscles a bit, and displayed a very natural smile. He needed to be ready to welcome the guests who would soon awaken. During this time, he would review all the information he had gathered over the past 3 days to determine the next action plan. Take care. I hope you have fun at Firefly. Su Li smiled as he handed game tokens to the guests in front of him, quietly watching them leave. Then he slowly sat back down, his smile disappearing, and his eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. At that moment, the bullet chat in the live streaming room had exploded. It's almost 6 o'clock, how is Su Li still like this? Is he completely stunned by what happened at noon? That shouldn't be the case. He was just a little dazed when he almost died playing the game before, and he recovered quickly. That's true, but Su Li has been like this since he came out of the bathroom at noon. When guests arrive, he smiles to greet them, but when they leave, he just sits there in a daze, either staring blankly at the dining area or the hall full of guests. Just now, the new guests had already walked to the front desk, and he still kept staring outside. It took them several calls before he responded. Could it be that Su Li's contamination has worsened? I saw him lingering by the sink for a long time when he went to handle the bloodstains on his body at noon. His eyes were so dark, and even though you all say the food in the dining area can suppress contamination, Su Li only ate a small piece. What if it didn't completely hold back? Could that be why he's like this now? That seems possible. What happened at noon was really bloody. This ghost story livestream doesn't know what's wrong. They didn't even bother to blur anything out, and it made me feel nauseous. The impact of those scenes was just too overwhelming. Speaking of which, it was shocking. So many people were lying on the ground at noon. Besides those who had turned into animals and those killed by animals, oh right. And that rabbit-headed man, surprisingly, not a single guest died. Isn't that strange? How can that killer rabbit be so kind? You're not lying, not only did they not die, they were lively. I saw a few who twisted their ankles in the chaos, just watching made me hurt. But after being twisted around a few times by Yan Hua, hey, they woke up and walked better than me. Look, they're still having a great time playing horse racing over there. I feel like once they wake up, it's as if they completely forget what happened before. And those guys who had turned into animals before, now they have surprisingly turned back to normal. Can't understand, how can such a thing shrink back again? Sai, hearing you say this, I really start to believe that Su Li got scared. Look, the cleaner is struggling to sweep the floor, and from the live stream's angle, I can't see clearly what Sister Fong is doing, but I feel her chopping vegetables has also become a bit stiff. Damn it, what a strange thing. If you want to erase memories, just erase them all. Why leave a few to remember those cruel and terrifying things? I don't feel that way, though. Sugo came out of the bathroom at noon, and he Xueming came to look for him. Sugo was apologizing, saying that he couldn't clean the bloodstains on him no matter how hard he tried, and could only get it to this level. While some of you said Su Li got scared and became very humble, I still think he was acting. And when Xueming came to find him, the first thing Sugo asked was what he could do, not what happened, which shows he was definitely pretending. So he must not have been scared. Ha ha ha. The brother upstairs, you speak to my heart. Sugo is a god in the horror story, everything is under his control. I think this day's look is just for show, he is just thinking. No, why are you back again?
We have seen Suli think before, but not like this. And you say he was acting before, fine, but what's the point of pretending to be dazed? Is he pretending for us or for the strange? Didn't you see how from noon until now, he has caused He Xueming and Yanhua to look over several times? Pretending for half a day just to increase the difficulty for himself? Ha, mortal. Su Gu does this for his own reasons. What reason? Tell me. Look. Yanhua doesn't care about the customers beside him anymore, he is unhappy and is heading towards Suli. It's over. Sigh, I'm tired, let it all end. Suli. Why aren't you properly attending to the customers, just dazing off here? Can't you see we're all busy? Yanhua stood at the counter with a serious face, while Suli still looked dazed, slightly opening his mouth, gazing blankly towards the north. There are no customers here, and I'm so hungry. As this weak statement came out, Yanhua's face became even worse, slapping the counter. Who the hell isn't hungry? But look at who has been dazing here all afternoon like you. Suli seemed not to have heard what Yanhua said, still staring ahead, murmuring to himself. After that incident at noon, I thought a lot and for a long time, and finally figured out some previously conflicting and unclear matters. In an instant, both those watching the livestream and Yanhua beside him fell into silence. That brain-dead fan was right, Suli was indeed thinking before. But another irritable brother was also right. Suli is really dazing now, and once he says this, never mind, let it all end. Yanhua's expression changed repeatedly, finally fixing a cold glare on Suli, about to speak when he saw Suli stand up and place a hand on his shoulder, his gaze still fixed to the north. I finally figured out why my previous efforts didn't have much of an effect, because I overlooked something. Yanhua's hand was slowly reaching towards Suli's neck from behind, while the latter seemed completely unaware, still self-absorbed in speaking. I forgot to say you're great. Everyone was taken aback by this statement. Yanhua's hand froze in midair, caught off guard by Suli's sudden conclusion, and instinctively asked, "What's great?" Suli turned around and grasped Yanhua's shoulder. The gaze is no longer dull, but instead shines with light inside. It's all thanks to you, brother Yan. When I went to find in Ruoyu before, I was always talking about how much you like her and how important she is to you, but I forgot to mention all the good things about you. He seemed increasingly excited as he spoke, with no disguise in his expression. The way you were before didn't spark much interest in her because the only message she received was that you liked her, but she knows nothing about you at all. Although brother Yan, you are quite broad-minded. You are very friendly to the guests, even when they get angry, you don't lose your temper, you softly advise them and even offer them cigarettes. Moreover, you understand a lot and are quite capable. I think, if I tell her these things, and Ruoyu will definitely see you in a new light, completely different from before. Yanhua stood there, mouth agape, looking at Suli as if he had discovered a new world. What you just said you figured out, is this? Have you been thinking about this all afternoon? Yeah. Otherwise, brother Yan, what do you think I'm talking about? Nothing. Yanhua quietly lowered his hand, which was almost touching Suli's head, and asked with some confusion. Little Su, how certain are you about this new idea? 10 out of 10. Are you sure? Sure. Suli understood why Yanhua's attitude was so poor when he came over earlier, although part of the reason was his displeasure at seeing him dazed, more likely it stemmed from his strange dissatisfaction. From Yanhua's previous behaviors, his attitude towards that strange figure seemed complex, not merely fear or obedience, but more like a forced submission due to strength. Therefore, when He Xueming called him to take a look during the chaotic noon, he had some dissatisfied mumblings, and later, when his body was restrained, his expression showed discontent. After the chaos ended, he did not talk to He Xueming but leaned against the big wheel, smoking one cigarette after another alone. This pent-up resentment had nowhere to release, so he put aside his work of assisting guests with games, coming directly to find the dazed Suli, simply looking for a punching bag. But as Suli prepared to speak, Yen was addressed to and reverted to Little Su, which meant that from this moment on, everything would follow Suli's established trajectory. Chapter 164, Chit-Chat. Yenhua seemed a bit flustered from Suli's praise, his face slightly flushed. He rubbed his hands impatiently. So, Little Su, when are you planning to go find Little An and tell her about my goodness? We can go now. Wait a minute, Brother Yen, I need to go to the restroom first. I can't hold it after sitting for an afternoon. Sure, no problem. We're not in a hurry. Suli hurriedly left as if he really could not hold it anymore. He entered the restroom and glanced at Chaoran, who hurriedly put away the eraser he was holding when someone suddenly came in. He didn't say anything to him and walked straight to the stall where the hat-wearing man was, who was still in the same posture as before. Then he entered the last stall, which, like before, did not contain those corpses that Chaoran had brought in after the earlier chaos. Then, he yanked Chaoran, who looked confused standing by the door, inside. Suli, what are you? Suli took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a special game coin, and pressed it into the disoriented Chaoran's hand. Firefly. Isn't this the coin you asked me about before? Why are you suddenly giving me this, Suli? Old Cha, time is very tight.
I'm about to go find Gu Jingfeng, and Yanhuo is waiting for me outside, but he only knows I came in. I didn't see you come in earlier, so after I finish what I need to say, you'll need to wait a bit before leaving.
Okay.
Jarun had never seen Suli's expression so serious before. He faintly sensed that Suli would tell him something extremely important next, making him a bit anxious. Suli gently patted his back.
Old Ja, relax. When I am speaking, don't interrupt, and don't ask anything. Just listen and do as I say.
Seeing Jarun nod, Suli continued to speak quickly. First, you must keep this game coin close to you. Only with it can you stay in the arcade after 11:30 tonight. Before that, you need to hide somewhere. It can be in a corner of the lobby or in a bathroom stall, but you must not let anyone see that you haven't left. Second, after midnight, strange things might happen at Firefly, perhaps even more chaotic than what happened at noon.
You might hear sounds of me fighting with someone.
Old Ja, don't panic, I'm just saying maybe.
In any case, no matter what happens, just keep hiding until I come to call you.
Third, if everything goes smoothly, then after tonight, you and Xiaojia will be able to leave here together. But there is one thing I need to clarify with you in advance. Xiaojia may change into a form you are not familiar with. Suli glanced at Jarun, whose anxiety had turned into excitement and then silence, but he had no time to explain or comfort him. He could only sigh inwardly and continue. Lastly, there's one more thing. If between 10 and 11 tonight, you see me putting the chocolate jar on the front desk, then follow everything I just said.
If you don't see it, then just pretend I said nothing and leave as you usually do. Do you remember, old Ja?
Yes, I remember. Jarun whispered in response, then suddenly reached out to grab Suli, who was about to leave, his expression a bit hesitant, but he still said,
Kid, I can't help you with anything.
If you find it very hard, then you can ignore me and Xiaojia, really. Suli looked at Jarun, whose face showed worry, and a strange, unfamiliar feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He smiled and patted the wrinkled hand.
It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Then he added with a smile. I'm really strong. You see that man in the next stall wearing a hat? I knocked him out.
Old Ja, you must keep an eye on him and make sure no one else discovers him. Jarun watched Suli leave the stall, took out the eraser he had in his hand, and was silent for a long time, as if he had returned to the day he sat idly at home. Yanhuo looked curiously at Suli, who came out of the bathroom with a smile.
Xiaosu, why were you gone so long? I thought you fell in. Cough, Brother Yan, actually I was thinking of having that beef brisket and tomato soup for myself. Have what? Oh.
Yanhuo's expression turned teasing, giving Suli a nudge. Didn't expect you, Xiaosu, so young, also need to replenish this.
But, I understand.
Let's not talk about this, Brother Yan, it's almost mealtime.
I'll head over now, wait for my good news.
Alright.
Good luck, bro.
Suli strode towards the northern area, passing by a claw machine, where he grabbed the serious-looking Gu Xianfeng, who was intently controlling the joystick.
Who are you? I'm about to catch my second one, ah. Why is it you again? Kids shouldn't play games all the time, Xiaoan doesn't like this.
Suli didn't stop, dragging the struggling little boy toward the dining area.
Hey, I've brought your brother back. The little boy, who had been very dissatisfied just now, immediately closed his mouth when he saw Gu Jingfeng's hollow eyes looking at him, hid the doll he had just grabbed behind him, and then hid in the corner of the counter to play. Gu Jingfeng withdrew his gaze, looking at Suli with some concern. I saw he Shueming looking for you at noon. Did he say anything? He didn't threaten you, right?
It's nothing, just some casual chit-chat.
What about you?
I saw bloody footprints in front of your counter. It should be Yanhuo who came looking for you too, right?
I'm fine too, just some casual chit-chat.
Suli was slightly taken aback, then smiled, and seeing Gu Jingfeng glance at the boy behind him, continued to ask.
What did you come to find me for this time? Is it to continue tricking that guy, or is there something I can help with?
Suli repeated what he had previously told Cha Run to Gu Jingfeng, but did not give her any game coins, as she already had one. After reminding her to always keep the game coin on her, he looked at the little boy playing with the doll in the corner. This time, I do need some help, but not from you.
It's from your brother.
The amount of information in what Suli had just said was too overwhelming, leaving Gu Jingfeng slightly dazed.
Can they really leave this place?
They had stayed in this haunted place for so long and had never found little Cha.
Her brother had been wanting to come every day, unable to be stopped. After tonight, they could truly leave this place forever, never to return? Can this man really do it? Chapter 165, Hook and Pull. Gu Jingfeng found it hard to believe.
At noon, Yanhua had come to threaten her, and Suli had been sitting there in a daze for the entire afternoon, seemingly frightened out of his wits. She understood this well. After all, what happened at noon was too terrifying and bizarre. Yanhua and his Shueming had shown inhuman strength at that time. She had previously thought that if she teamed up with Su Li, perhaps they might actually have some chance. But everything that unfolded today made her realize the huge gap in strength and understanding, plunging her into complete despair. Should she just give up? Even if they couldn't leave, her brother seemed safe here. Thinking this, Gu Jingfeng was hesitating whether to refuse when suddenly her expression froze. She saw the man in front of her, his eyes, calm as water with a hint of gentle laughter. Gu Jingfeng suddenly recalled the emergency plan that Su Li had told her about when they first met in the staff lounge the day before. She had marveled at the thoroughness of that plan, which not only kept her brother safe by her side but also ensured Su Li's safety, all done in less than half a day. And now it was already the third day. With such abundant time, the plan Su Li would come up with. Though Su Li had not yet explained the reason for tonight's action, a surge of strong confidence suddenly blossomed in Gu Jingfeng's heart, instantly shattering the despair that had weighed on her. He can do it, he must be able to do it. Even if it's just a glimmer of hope, for her who was about to be dragged down into the sea, it was also a lifeline. What do you want Gu Xianfeng to help you with? It's just a small matter, and it's not really about him, but another person. This won't cause them any harm. Okay, I have no problem with that, but you still have to convince him. No problem, it's very simple. The little boy, who had been having fun playing with the doll in the corner, suddenly noticed that the conversation around him had stopped. He instinctively raised his head and saw his sister and Su Li both turning their heads to look at him. Especially the familiar smile at the corner of Su Li's mouth made his body shiver, and he couldn't help but sneeze. What are you going to do? The little boy looked at Su Li walking into the counter and immediately warily hid the doll behind him. He still remembered how he had finally managed to catch one, but before he could warm it up, it was snatched away by Su Li. Don't worry, I won't take your doll this time, and I will give you a little reward, as a treat for being so obedient these past few days. What? Wow! Super game coins. 2 of them. Hey, don't rush. I will need your help with something later. Help with what? Did you see that little girl playing games over there in the East District? Yeah, the little girl in the red dress. After you find her, give her 1 coin, keep 1 for yourself, and then you too. Su Li leaned close to the little boy's ear and whispered something. His voice was so low that not only the audience outside couldn't hear it, but even Gu Jingfeng beside him couldn't hear it. They could only see the little boy's expression suddenly become surprised. Is it that simple? Yep, just that simple. As long as you do it this way later, then this game coin is yours. Okay. Let's make a pinky promise. Gu Xianfeng. Big brother has a wound on his hand. It's fine. Su Li smiled and reached out his hand, gently linking his pinky with the little boy's. Pinky promise, if you break it, you'll be a puppy. Then, the big thumb and the little thumb tightly pressed together. Gu Jingfeng didn't know what Su Li had said to her brother, but she didn't ask. She was not someone who made decisions lightly, but once made, she would see it through to the end, just like how she had bravely jumped into danger for her brother despite knowing the risks before. Before Su Li could reach the front desk, Yanhua eagerly came up to him. How is it, Xiao Su? Did it work? Brother Yan, I see there are customers, so maybe I should. Don't mind them for now, they won't disappear. You tell me if it worked. No. Hey. But she asked me to bring you this. Su Li smiled and took out the item he had been hiding behind him. Tata and Ruayu's special love hamburger. Looking at the hamburger in Su Li's hand, Yanhua froze in place. Su Li pointed to the green heart shape drawn with salad dressing on it, which was crooked and messy. How about it, Brother Yan? This is made especially for you. Although it's not perfect, it's already a big leap compared to before, right? Yanhua finally came back to his senses, first giving Su Li an awkward smile, then staring complexly at the hamburger for a long time, uncertainly asking. Xiao Su, did Xiaoan really make this for me? Of course. Look, she's still smiling at you, hoping to see you eat it. Hearing this, Yanhua looked over to the dining area and indeed saw Gu Jingfeng smiling at him, but as soon as he noticed, he immediately lowered his head. Seeing this scene, Yanhua was stunned again. His expression changed for a long while, then he glanced at the curtain location in the hall, and then made a firm decision, taking a big bite out of the hamburger in Su Li's hand. Ugh. As the retching sounds continued, Yanhua swallowed the hamburger like a whirlwind, and Su Li didn't even see how he chewed. Meanwhile, a bullet comment drifted across the livestream chat. I knew it, Brother Su must have figured this out long ago. I think Yanhua is probably already contaminated, and to a great extent. Brother Su's previous actions were to make Yanhua eat this hamburger, thus weakening his strength. At this moment, Su Li was a bit surprised. He had temporarily asked Gu Jingfeng to make such a hamburger for Yanhua simply to cover up this visit to find Gu Jingfeng, but he only lied to Yanhua, not really having much hope that Yanhua would eat him, and it didn't matter too much, because after all, this thing tasted really bad. He glanced at the direction of the door, then looked concerned at Yanhua, who had turned pale after eating the hamburger.
Brother Yen, is this thing really that bad? You seem to be feeling very uncomfortable? How can it be bad? It tastes very good.
That's great, then Brother Yen, I'll entertain the guests first.
Oh, right. Look at my brain, it's already 6:04.
I need to order takeout first, I'm starving. Suli apologized, looking at the somewhat impatient guests in front of him.
Sorry, everyone, just wait a moment, I'll make a call right away.
He picked up the red telephone on the table, pressed the redial button, and a clear voice came from the other end.
Hello, what would you like to order?
Little brother, this is the Firefly Arcade, I want to order.
Little Sue, aren't you going to ask brother he what he wants to eat tonight? Otherwise, he might not be happy.
No need, He Gong told me before not to ask him every time, otherwise, he would get unhappy. Suli covered the mouthpiece, explained, and then added with a smile.
And Brother Yen, you're here, so you can decide too, right? What do you want to eat tonight? Whatever is fine.
Suli smiled and nodded, then spoke to the person on the other end of the phone. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you just now, I was talking to Brother Yen in the shop, the one you know, right, the one who likes to smoke. He just said he really likes the fish-flavored shredded pork you made for lunch. Yanhua was dumbfounded when he heard Su Li's words.
When did he ever say that?
But before he could open his mouth, he saw Su Li hang up the phone and then take a bottle of drink from the beverage machine and hand it to him.
Brother Yen, are you choking? Here, have a bottle of water. By the way, after the meal is ready, I'll take care of the guests.
Seeing Yanhua leave with a smile, Su Li turned to the guests in front of him.
Sorry, everyone, thank you for your patience. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Still so fast. Not bad.
I heard you say you didn't eat well for lunch and were starving, so I won't hold you up from eating, I'm leaving.
Wait a minute.
Su Li placed the takeout bag on the table and took a bottle of sparkling water from the beverage machine as he walked out from behind the counter, noticing the OK bandage on the delivery guy's face and smiling a little shyly.
Sorry, last night there was a little accident in the store that caused you to get hurt. Are you feeling better now? It's fine, just a little injury. I'm not good with words, I don't know how to say it well.
Here, take this bottle of water. You must be a bit tired from rushing over.
No need, really it's fine. Plus, I don't like drinking this. Don't like sparkling water? What do you like?
Su Li was a bit puzzled, then his expression brightened as if he suddenly remembered something.
Oh, I remember. Little brother, you like playing games, right?
I remember you were always watching the guests playing games in the hall.
So I'll give you some game coins. Your memory is really good. You serve so many guests every day and still remember these little things. It's not that great, some things I remember and some things I forget.
Su Li suddenly stopped rummaging in his pocket, chuckled shyly.
I forgot I don't have any game coins on me. Wait, I'll go back to the counter to get some. Forget it, you guys eat first, I have to go back to work. All right.
Su Li didn't continue back to the counter but walked towards the hall. Then take care, I'll go call them to come eat. After walking a few steps, when Su Li reached the side of the horse racing game machine, he suddenly turned back, shouting at the delivery guy who was almost at the door. Little brother, your cooking is really delicious.
See you tomorrow.
The delivery guy paused his steps,
turning around with a smile. Thank you.
Seeing the young man leave, Su Li also turned around. Not looking at the two children running past her, but standing in place, deeply exhaling.
Then continuing towards the machine covered by a tarp. He gone, the takeout is here.
Seeing He Xueming responding as he walked out, Su Li followed with a smile.
He gone, you must be hungry. Today I asked the young man to make some extra dishes, we can have a nice meal later.
Noticing He Xueming's slightly sullen face, Su Li looked at the two children who were chasing and playing in front. Kids are great, always happy every day, not causing us any trouble, and adding a lively atmosphere to our place, it makes.
Xiao Su, if you want to say something, just say it directly.
Listening to He Xueming's somewhat dissatisfied tone, Su Li felt a bit awkward, then hesitated and spoke up. You're still impressive, He Gong.
I actually feel a bit guilty.
I saw you and Yengo were busy all afternoon, teaching customers to play games and fixing machines, while it seemed like I was the only one with nothing to do. I thought all afternoon and finally came up with something I could help with, but I'm not very sure, so I wanted to check with He Gong.
What is it? I noticed, are we being too nice to the customers?
Sometimes they get too excited and might accidentally hurt the machines, which adds to your workload.
I was thinking if I could step in and maybe stop them a little during those times?
He Xueming stopped in his tracks, as if thinking of something, a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes, then he glanced at Su Li with some disdain.
Humph.
With your tiny bit of courage, just forget it.
Hee hee, although I'm not strong, there are different people, right? I might not beat the strong ones, but I can give the smaller ones a try. If it really doesn't work, at least I can stand up and shout, and you and Yen Go are here to support me. If shouting worked, that'd be great, but if it gets to that kind of situation. He Xueming narrowed his eyes slightly. Then we can only deal with it. Deal with it, understood. As soon as the words fell, both heard a little boy playing nearby suddenly scream while covering his arm. You hurt me. So annoying. I don't want to play with you anymore. Saying this, he directly pushed the little girl in red in front of him hard. She seemed unprepared for his sudden move, her body losing balance and staggering backward towards the nearby horse racing game. She tried hard to stabilize herself but accidentally tripped over a bench on the ground, losing her center of gravity and falling to the floor. However, her hands waved wildly in the air, seemingly trying to grab onto something instinctively. She caught hold of the tail of the prop horse, but because it was just attached, it couldn't stabilize her fall. Instead, it came loose under her weight. Crack! Both fell to the ground. He Xueming immediately frowned, and Su Li's expression changed as well. She quickly stepped forward. You again! You broke a machine last night, and I haven't settled that with you yet, and now you're back. Before He Xueming could say anything, Su Li, full of anger, grabbed the bench. Today, I'll let you know what happens to a bratty kid. As she spoke, she raised the bench high, then swung it down fiercely towards the front, the force even creating a whooshing sound. The little boy behind stood frozen in place, while Gu Jingfeng, who was secretly watching from the dining area, widened her eyes in shock. He Xueming's steps halted, his brows furrowed even deeper. The audience outside was filled with confusion. How could Su Li possibly act against the little girl? And looking at his momentum, he seemed ready to strike with deadly force. Everyone who saw the scene was extremely tense, but no one knew that at this moment, the angry Su Li was even more anxious than they were. Because he truly intended to use deadly force, but his target was not the shocked little girl on the ground, but the prop horse above her head. Chapter 167, Opening the Door. Even after a whole afternoon of constant organizing and reviewing, he had deduced almost everything, but there was one thing he had to verify, because if this point went wrong, he would lose everything. This was a hurdle he could not avoid, even if it meant consuming foresee death once more. And to actively trigger foresee death, the necessary condition was that Su Li had to suggest to himself in his heart that he truly intended to do so. To completely deceive the enemy, he must first deceive himself. In the next moment, Su Li felt as if his heart was suddenly gripped by someone and then abruptly stopped beating. Everything around became quiet, and only the scene before him continued to flow. Death was approaching. In the image, at the moment the bench in Su Li's hand came crashing down, the prop horse was smashed into a large pit, and the bench instantly fell apart. His body's movements froze, and then, uncontrollably, he tore the horse's tail from the little girl on the ground, driving it deep into his own chest. Blood splattered, and the image disappeared. The moment he regained consciousness, Su Li immediately summoned all his strength to gather in his hands, his muscles swelling as he forcibly redirected the bench's path. Bang! The bench fell sharply beside the little girl's head, causing the wind to swirl through her hair, and the next moment, the bench immediately shattered. The little boy, Gu Shenfeng, was the first to react. He crawled over quickly, not daring to look at Su Li even once, only casting a fearful glance at the small pit on the ground created by the impact. Then he grabbed the stunned little girl and ran towards the northern area. Su Li stood in place, panting heavily, when suddenly he felt a hand pat his shoulder. Turning around, he saw He Xueming looking at him expressionlessly. Su Li managed a forced smile. He gone, I did pretty well just now, right? You saw how scared those two kids were. Hee Xiao Su, don't pretend anymore. A hint of mockery appeared in He Xueming's expression. Although there are many customers every day, I still know these two kids. You know them too, right? A faint smell of alcohol hit him as Su Li looked at He Xueming's smirk. His heart tightened, but he didn't show it, still maintaining a forced smile and saying nothing as planned. After a long silence, He Xueming suddenly burst into laughter. Alright, I know Xiao Su you mean well for Ingwa, but you are still young. Facing two kids, especially kids you know, it's normal not to be able to act. Don't force it to seem brave. He patted Su Li's still trembling shoulder. No matter how you pretend, the feelings deep inside cannot be concealed. Look at you, you scared yourself into a sweat. Go wash your face, and then go have dinner. He Gong is right. Su Li watched He Xueming's departing figure, his heart letting out a long sigh of relief. Just as he said, Su Li had indeed felt fear in his heart just now, but it was not the kind He Xueming described. It was that immense fear of life and death when foreseeing death's arrival. The intense dread that if he made even the slightest mistake or delayed, he would truly face death, clung to him tightly. The emotions that Su Li cannot control right now have become a part of his plan. After the incident at noon, their vigilance towards Su Li will surely increase again, so Su Li chose to do this verification in front of He Xueming, because that tremor is not a disguise, but real fear, so even if He Xueming is sharp and smart, he cannot see through this reality.
Picking up the ponytail that the little girl had pulled off the ground, Suli examined the prop horse in front of him. Perhaps because it also imprisoned a certain soul within it, the horse blinked when Suli looked at it, and a drop of water flowed from the corner of its eye. Suli was taken aback, and immediately a trace of an almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
What's wrong, did I hurt you?
Putting the ponytail back, Suli turned and walked toward the restroom, his steps steady.
Rabbits don't eat meat, horses don't cry, and there are no animals in the arcade.
The animals in the arcade should not have life, so the firefly rabbit should not eat meat, nor should the horse cry. But the truth is, Suli saw a rabbit that eats meat and a horse that cries. This is a hint given by the world of strange tales, and through this verification, Suli has thoroughly confirmed its true meaning. And now, all that is needed is to wait for the arrival of dawn. At that time, everything will come to an end. Little Sue, come quick, tonight's dinner is more sumptuous than the past 2 days.
Really? Let me taste it. Ouch. What happened, little Sue? My stomach suddenly hurts a lot. How could your stomach hurt out of nowhere? I don't know. I remembered.
I heard a customer say that beef brisket, tomato soup and cuttlefishing shouldn't be eaten together, or else it will cause stomach pain. You, sigh. I told you not to order those random things to eat.
I didn't know before. I can't take it anymore.
Brother I need to go to the restroom again.
Sigh, go ahead, we'll save you some food.
Sorry. Suli's face twisted in pain as he returned to the restroom, groaning weakly, and sticking the damaged, please do not use, note back onto the last stall door. He did not enter it, even though there might be a burger prepared for him by Uncle Cha inside, he chose not to eat it now. Turning around, he opened the previous stall door and glanced at the still sleeping Hat Man. Suli settled his expression and quietly sat on the toilet seat, listening intently to the sounds at the restroom door. Using a stomachache as an excuse to temporarily avoid eating takeout together, if this had been before noon today, it might not have caused any problems, but now it could raise their alertness, because this is not the first time Suli has not eaten together with Shui Ming and the others. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps at the restroom door. Almost the moment he heard it, Suli immediately started to groan softly, making a sound of unbearable stomach pain. Because the footsteps were not normal, but seemed intentionally light, as if the owner of that sound wanted to conceal their arrival. And just as Suli began to groan, the footsteps abruptly stopped, then returned to normal as they approached the stall, followed by the familiar voice of Yan Hua.
Little Sue, how come you're still not better? Does it hurt that much? Do you want me to get you some medicine?
Hearing those concerned words, Suli felt a bittersweet laugh in his heart.
He responded with a groan, struggling to reply, it's Brother Yan. I'm fine, I should be okay after sitting a bit longer. You go back first, it smells too strong in here. Okay, then hurry up. The voice outside became deep and echoing.
It was as if Yan Hua had covered his nose, and then the footsteps gradually faded away. The viewers in the live streaming room were amazed by Suli's quick reaction speed. Some complained about Yan Hua's rush, but at this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, puzzled by why Suli still hadn't stopped acting, still puffing away, when suddenly their hearts jolted. Because, without hearing any footsteps, they suddenly saw the doorknob of the booth in front of Suli start to turn.
This is someone outside, wanting to open the door. Chapter 168, Maintain Pollution. Click.
The doorknob turned halfway only to be stuck by the door latch, making a faint noise, but the person outside seemed determined to enter the booth. Hearing the sound, they didn't stop, but instead increased their force on the doorknob. Amid the unpleasant, screeching sound, the thin metal plate of the latch began to deform, looking like it could collapse under the immense force at any moment.
Who is it outside?
The audience was terrified, but they no longer had the mind to ponder this question, as whoever entered next, be it Yan Hua, Shui Ming, or a contaminated guest, would see Suli, who was not using the restroom, and the unconscious Hat Man lying on the floor. At that time, things would become very troublesome. And what made them anxious wasn't just the soon-to-be damaged latch, it was more importantly that Suli seemed completely unaware of the movement in front of him, still lowering his head and puffing away. Suddenly, there seemed to be some commotion in the hall, as it was hard to make out from a distance. It sounded like someone was shouting loudly, and the doorknob's movement came to a halt, followed by hurried footsteps heading away from the door toward the hall. In the next moment, Suli finally stopped making noise. He lifted his head and blankly looked at the latch that was almost crushed, then rolled over and jumped into the last booth. Inside, there indeed was a carefully packed hamburger, but Suli still didn't eat it. Instead, he took a thin iron wire from the broom beside him and put it in his pocket, then left the bathroom.
Boss, what's wrong with your broken game? I put in coins and it doesn't work?
Small problem, let me switch you to another machine, okay? Yan Hua was smilingly comforting an angry customer, while the customer frowned, waving away the smoke that accompanied Yan Hua's words, and followed him to another machine. Suli sat at the front desk, calmly observing Yan Hua rushing to another area and the black curtain not far away. This familiar scene was part of his plan. Suli knew that a stomachache was not a good excuse at this time, so naturally, he had prepared a backup plan. When Yanhua had come to check on him earlier, Suli pretended to be going to the bathroom, and even after Yanhua left, he didn't stop, as he knew the other party was likely to come back again, and in a surprising manner, otherwise, their probing wouldn't have any effect. As he expected, without hearing any footsteps, someone outside forcibly tried to come in. Suli knew it was definitely Yanhua, because at that time, apart from the sound of the door lock being pressed, there were no other noises, no growls, anger, or inquiries. And at this point, Suli's backup plan began to take effect. The noise attracting Yanhua came from the angry and dissatisfied sounds of the customers in the hall, and there were quite a few of them. The reason for the situation where the machine wouldn't start after inserting coins was naturally because they hadn't inserted coins at all. But it was chocolate. At that moment, the curtain in front was lifted, and He Shueming walked over with dissatisfaction on his face, striding forward. "Xiaosu, didn't I tell you before that you could just eat the chocolate yourself?" "Yes, I didn't give any to the guests." "Then what's going on now?" He Shueming opened his palm, revealing a misshaped piece of chocolate that had been squished. "I don't know. Mr. He, after you said that, I really haven't given any to the guests. You saw it this afternoon, I really just gave the guests game coins, and I have been at the front desk the whole time. Could it be that it was left over from before?" "You." He Shueming pointed at Suli, looking at the latter's expression of doubt mixed with a hint of fear. His lips moved for a long time but ultimately could not refute, only angrily waved his hand and hurried away. He still had to deal with other machines stuck with chocolate. Suli spoke the truth, he really hadn't done that since noon and had been at the front desk, without going back to the staff lounge to get the jar of chocolate he brought back last night, giving guests only real game coins, without any deceit. During the afternoon, He Shueming and others occasionally observed Suli, knowing that what Suli said was true, so they naturally could not use that to stir things up, and could only assume that it was really leftover from previous guests who hadn't used it all. This situation indeed could exist, but the timing of the problem could not be controlled, it could not be Suli's fallback. Therefore, when Suli went to the dining area earlier, besides giving the little boy a super game coin, he also gave all the chocolate from his pocket to Gujiang, which he had first grabbed a handful of before taking the entire jar of chocolate last night. Suli instructed Gujiang to give the guests a piece of chocolate along with food during mealtimes and remind them that it was game coin, so even if only 2 or 3 out of 10 guests accepted and used it, the ensuing chaos could keep Yanhua and the others busy for a while. "Finally, there's nothing in my pocket, I feel like I've become much lighter." Suli smiled and patted his pocket, which now only held his wallet and pencil, and then sniffed the extravagant food on the table. The taste may not be strong, but it still smells good, it's just a pity that I can't eat it right now." After packing the leftover food, he handed it to Cha Run, who had come from the restroom to collect trash. The latter paused slightly when receiving the bag, letting out a very light cough. Did the old man notice that the burger hadn't been touched, worried about his current situation? Suli thought to himself and smiled faintly to reassure him. The latter nodded slightly upon seeing this and then turned to leave. The feeling after contamination was not pleasant. Putting everything aside, that sense of hunger often made Suli feel uncomfortable, but he needed to keep himself at this level of contamination for now. As night deepened, the crowd surged. Yanhua, who earlier had a moment to rest, became extremely busy now, as the number of angry guests in the hall kept increasing, and some guests even began to grow thick and strange hair on their bodies, seemingly about to show signs of mutation like at noon. Now, Yanhua did not simply comfort the guests as before, he occasionally took angry guests to the restroom, coming out alone afterward, and would even glance at the front desk before leaving with a smile. After Chiron left, Suli did not take any action. Besides greeting the occasional guests coming to buy coins, he just sat there, silently and calmly watching the chaotic hall and the passers-by outside in the night. Chapter 169 Signal. The audience in the live broadcast room was now anxious. Tonight is the last night of the instance. From the guest's state in Yanhua's behavior, the mutation caused by pollution seems to have become increasingly serious. Although it had been strangely suppressed before, now the situation has turned grim again. But the time has passed 10 o'clock, and Suli seems to have no intention of taking action. Is he planning to finish everything after closing the door tonight? But there are only half an hour left, that is too short of time. Or does Suli not intend to achieve the first 2 clearing methods, but instead wants to stay in the staff lounge until 4:44 a.m.? After all, Suli has used up all his special game tokens, and has given away his regular tokens to the Hat Man, fulfilling the prerequisite of using all your game tokens. This should be something to celebrate, as there are now fewer than 20 chosen ones still alive. If Suli can successfully clear the game using the third method, that is already a great relief. But they still feel a strange unwillingness. After all, Suli's performance in the first instance was too impressive, and all the crises encountered in this instance were resolved without danger, making their expectations for Suli very high. Thus, discovering that Suli seems to only want to clear the game using the third method inevitably brings a strange sense of disappointment. Humans are such strange creatures. However, some keen observers are exceptions, like Jiebe. He is currently sitting surrounded by sheets of paper filled with notes, his eyes wide open, staring at the screen where Suli has lowered his brows. Jiebe is very nervous, so nervous that he can't speak. He clearly remembers that in the last instance, when the pollution began to spread, Suli checked the entire dormitory slowly and calmly, gaining the most crucial clue to clear the game. And now, Suli's expression is exactly the same as it was then. Suli definitely will not only clear the game using the third method, he must have confidence in destroying that pollutant, or even cracking the truth of the instance along with it. He is incredibly convinced of this, not only because of his admiration for Suli, but more importantly, he has analyzed what the pollutant is and who the strange being is. Although some important parts are still blocked, he knows that surely Suli will not be stuck. Because among all the remaining chosen ones, only Suli's complexion is calm as water. Suli can only explore alone in the world of ghost stories, while he can watch other chosen ones' live streams for clues, but even so, he still hasn't figured everything out. What is it? What have I overlooked? Jiebe hurriedly searched through the scattered notes around, wanting to see where he missed something, but as soon as he began, he suddenly stopped, his pupils trembling violently as they reflected the screen. On the screen, a breeze seemed to blow, making a piece of paper on the counter fly away. Yanhua, who had just walked out of the bathroom, looked over. Suli got up and pressed down the paper, then picked up an empty chocolate can at his feet and gently placed it on the counter to weigh down the paper. He then smiled faintly at Yanhua, who, seeing nothing happening, walked back into the hall. Everything looks very natural, like a small act done casually. But Jiebe knows that this is absolutely not a coincidence. Because the time displayed on the screen has just reached 11 o'clock at night. This is the signal Suli once told Cha-Run about, to continue with the plan. Sure enough, Suli will not clear the game using the third method, this time he might complete the instance again at the highest difficulty. Some audience members also seem to realize this, their previous anxiety and unwillingness transformed into tension and anticipation. They focused intently on the screen, watching as the guests in the hall grew fewer and fewer, watching He Xueming walk out of the warehouse, brushing past Yanhua, who had just calmly emerged from the bathroom, and entered the bathroom himself. They felt a jolt in their hearts, because not long before, the cleaner had also entered the bathroom and hadn't come out. Were Yanhua and He Xueming going in again, trying to forcibly take the cleaner away like last night? And that man in the hat was still in the stall. Would He Xueming discover him? Soon, they relaxed. They saw Yanhua walking towards the main entrance with a cigarette in his mouth, just smiling and greeting Suli at the front desk before leaving. Then, before long, He Xueming also came out of the bathroom alone, brushing off his clothes as he left Firefly. At this moment, the time was 23:27. Suli on the screen still had not moved, quietly watching the already empty hall. 2 minutes later, he stood up and walked to the door to close it. After that, he did not linger in the hall but went straight into the staff lounge, took a few pieces from the jar of chocolate, and then lay down on the bed, closing his eyes. Soon everyone saw Suli's chest rise and fall steadily. No way. At this stage, Suli can still sleep? Even if the game coins in hand are all used up, at least he should look to see if there are any strange guests lingering in the hall like the last 2 nights. He actually just went back to sleep. I'm stunned. Is Suli planning to stay until 4 a.m. to clear the game, or does he have some other action later? I'm a bit confused. I think he intends to clear it in the first way. After all, he put the chocolate jar up, and just now, I didn't see the cleaner or Gujiang phone leave the arcade. Now that He Xueming and the others have left, shouldn't Suli go talk to Old Cha and the others? Just leaving them hanging like that? Jiebe frowned, ready to send a comment in rebuttal, but saw a comment appeared first. Ha, mere mortals. Su God already said before that the cleaners just need to hide quietly. Unless he personally calls them, they shouldn't come out, and Su God definitely doesn't want them to get involved in the trouble that follows. So how long will Suli sleep? He can't really wait until 4 a.m. to start acting, right? Of course not. I think Su God is not really asleep, but just waiting. Waiting for what? The rules say you can't go out after 12. Is there some secret in this staff lounge? Young man, broaden your horizons. What do you mean? Why did you stop talking? Have you turned from brainless fan to riddle master? No matter how the comments questioned, that person made no further response, causing some viewers to frantically send comments attacking him. But Jiebe's gaze showed some surprise at that moment. Although he also admired Suli greatly, the admiration the person expressed earlier still made Jiebe feel too embarrassed to speak. He thought that person was just a keyboard warrior, but unexpectedly, he seemed to have some insight. Because Jiebe also believed that Suli was not really sleeping right now, but waiting for the safest moment after midnight. Chapter 170, The Eyes in the Warehouse. During the period of 2400 hours to 750, you are not allowed to leave the staff lounge. If you hear noises outside the door, do not worry, that is our tester debugging the game equipment. This rule clearly states, after 12 o'clock, one cannot leave. Moreover, judging from the situation over the past 2 nights, staying in the room is indeed safe, and that so-called tester is strongly aggressive towards the chosen ones.
No matter how you look at it, this rule seems to be absolutely correct. But there is a problem here.
If the chosen one only wants to clear the game in the third way, which is to consume all your game coins and survive safely until 4:44 a.m. on the fourth day,
then obviously this rule can be ignored. But what if they want to clear it in the other two ways? Whether it's finding the source of pollution and completely destroying it,
or deciphering the hidden truth of the instance and helping the investigator complete the recovery work.
There seems to be a serious problem hidden within, which is that the chosen ones do not have enough time to act.
Although the chosen ones have a full 3 days in this instance, which seems like a lot, in reality, the time left for them to act alone is only from 11:30 p.m., when the front desk closes, to 12 a.m., a mere half hour. During this time, they not only have to deal with guests stuck in the lobby but also play games to gain information. So even if the chosen ones find out where the pollution is, or who the investigator is, when will they have time to destroy or save?
In that brief half hour?
No, the time will definitely not be enough.
Then in that long day?
Also no, from Suli and the other chosen ones probing over these 3 days, it seems that during the day, once they leave the front desk, they will attract the attention of He Shueming or Yanhua. Even if it's just for a moment, Suli almost got caught when he went to the staff lounge to meet Gujiang, let alone having enough time to meet the conditions for those 2 ways of clearing. But, since the world of strange tales has provided these 2 ways to clear, there must be achievable time conditions.
Therefore, there is only one possibility left after midnight: the chosen ones can leave the staff lounge.
The reason is that although there may be risks of encountering testers, during that time, the strange will most likely not pay attention to the arcade anymore. Although Jiebe has not fully understood the principle of the strange Solseeing gaze having flaws, and what Suli and those 2 kids were acting for that afternoon, he is certain of this. After 11:30 p.m., you can flip over the first box on the right in the front desk drawer. There are 3 special employee-only game coins that can be used on any game device in the arcade, but you must return to the staff lounge before 12 a.m. The arcade's opening hours are from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. It can open later, but the arcade must be closed by 11:30 p.m., and it must be confirmed that at 12 a.m., there are no other people in the arcade besides you. All these rules mention the key time note of 12 a.m., all urging the chosen ones to return to the staff lounge at the designated time. He had always thought this was to protect the chosen ones, because after 12 a.m., there would be malicious testers entering, and going out would carry great risk. But it wasn't until today that he realized, if this isn't the world of strange tales hinting at danger, but hinting at the time period of the strange gaze? Because if the strange is always watching, combined with its terrifying and bizarre power, the chosen ones have no chance at all to destroy the source of pollution or save the investigator. So, this possibility must hold. And Suli is now waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive, waiting for those invisible eyes to disappear.
Ding dong.
The chime of midnight rang out from the base outside. Jiebe's expression suddenly became extremely tense. He heard the chime fall, and at that moment, a slow and long breath emerged from the screen. A slender and tall figure rolled out of bed, twisted the door of the employee lounge, and then stepped into the empty yet brilliantly lit hall. Suli glanced around the hall and then walked straight toward the dining area, pushed open the slightly ajar door to the kitchen, turned on the lights inside, quickly searched for a moment, then turned off the lights and left, and then strolled toward the southern area. The whole process took about 5 minutes. During this time, Jiebe did not see anything unusual happen, such as lingering guests, dancing machines, or dolls that moved by themselves, and from Suli's fluid movements and calm expression, it appeared his body and mind had not undergone any changes.
As expected.
Jiebe tightened his fists, his face a little flushed. He did not pay attention to the chaotic bullet comments or the foreign observers hidden among them, who might be rapidly relaying the shocking news, as Jiebe's heartbeat was racing quickly.
Suli was indeed Suli, although he had already analyzed that the rule was wrong and that violating it would not trigger instant death. It was still just analysis without verification, yet he did not see a hint of panic or tension on Suli's face. But, where is he going now? Shouldn't he be going to destroy the source of pollution?
Oh, it turns out he wants to check here, but this door is locked. How will he get in? Watching Suli standing in front of the warehouse door, Jiebe was a bit puzzled but then quickly realized that Suli would definitely use the power he had shown before to forcefully break open this door. Although it would make some noise, at this moment, besides Mr. Cha and his crew, there was no one else in the arcade, so there would not be any danger, huh? The thought just emerged and then dissipated. Jiebe only saw Suli first lean against the door to listen, then took out a piece of wire from his pocket, casually bent it and inserted it into the warehouse door lock. Click! With a slight sound, the door opened in response, and Suli quickly put the wire back in his pocket, then his figure instantly disappeared into the dark warehouse. Wait, why is his action of picking the lock so skilled? You can't reach that level without decades of practice. He's even faster than the locksmith downstairs. Have we filed a report? This situation definitely needs to be reported. Exactly, otherwise I wouldn't feel safe at home alone. I actually hope Suli can come to my house every day to pick the lock. Incredible! Jiebe finally snapped back to reality from Suli's incredibly skilled action and glanced at the crowded bullet comments, self-soothing in his heart. Picking someone else's lock is definitely not something Sully learned on his own. It must have been taught by that group of people in the tactical analysis room. It's just that Sully is a genius, which is why he appears so skilled. Yes, it must be so. In the tactical analysis room, a middle-aged man awkwardly rubbed his hands and looked at Zhao Lao in front of him. Leader, this matter. No worries, just watch. Zhao Lao gently waved his hand, stopping the explanation from those behind him, but his gaze never left the screen in front of him. Using a wire to unlock the door was indeed taught to Sully during previous special training, and it was initiated by him, because in the world of strange tales, besides certain doors that must be opened with specific keys, there are also various doors that can be opened in other ways. Although Sully did not use brute force to break the door, which was somewhat unexpected for him, at this moment, Zhao Lao and the people in the tactical room had extremely serious expressions, because although the audience did not know Sully's purpose for acting, they did know Sully's actions were not only in line with the plan they had previously discussed, but even some small details were improved. For example, this time the door was opened not with violence but with a quieter wire. This not only represented that Sully's current actions were precise and safe, but also meant that soon, they would witness the huge secret of this arcade. Click. A sound of lights turning on came from the screen, and in the next moment, the dark image suddenly became bright, causing everyone to instinctively squint their eyes, and then as they saw the content within, their breath suddenly stopped. In the center of the warehouse room, broken and damaged game machines were stacked messily, forming a small metallic mountain piled together. On the left side, there were dozens of tall shelves, on which various dolls and figures were placed, each looking lifelike, but their lifelessness made them feel somewhat creepy at that moment. On the right side, there were no shelves, only a wall, but it was covered with a dense array of stickers and drawings, the largest no bigger than a fist, yet the number was so great that it covered the entire wall. Although everyone had been prepared in their hearts, they still felt a shiver down their spines at that moment, because when the lights turned on, everyone saw that the hundreds and thousands of dolls and stickers all suddenly looked towards them. At that moment, it seemed that an invisible chill was wafting out from the screen, making the hairs on their bodies stand on end. No, that's not right. What those things were looking at was not them, but Sully, who was standing at the door. Chapter 171, The Red Doll and Chibi Figures. Suddenly being stared at unnaturally by so many dolls and stickers, even though they made no sound or movement, this silent and overwhelming pressure made Sully's back turn cold. All his muscles immediately tensed. Sully slightly stepped back and pressed against the wall where the fire axe was hanging, while forcing down the heartbeat in his chest, his expression serious as he locked eyes with those gazes, on guard for any sudden change. Sully knew very well that the hundreds and thousands of dolls before him were not stuffed with ordinary cotton, but rather filled with living souls. Even the seemingly fragile stickers on the right wall could suddenly turn into creatures with red glowing eyes and break free, like the animals that had escaped from the big spinning wheel during that hellish chaos. Fortunately, this tense atmosphere did not last long. Those silent gazes suddenly disappeared, the eyes of the dolls and stickers lost their luster, returning to a lifeless appearance, as if everything that had just happened was merely a disturbing illusion. With a sigh of relief in his heart, Sully did not immediately take action but quietly observed for a moment, confirming that they wouldn't change again for now. Then he raised his foot and walked towards the left shelf. Tonight, he had 3 important goals for daring to enter the warehouse. One was to verify some small details, which was a necessary condition for achieving, uncovering the hidden truth of the instance, and another purpose was to see if he could find Xiao Cha. When Xiao Cha's form appeared in that malfunctioning Bomberman arcade machine, Sully hadn't noticed anything wrong, but later, Xiao Cha strangely disappeared. Moreover, after that, Sully had not seen Xiao Cha's trace in any other arcade machine screens, so it was very possible that he was here in this warehouse. Looking at the various shaped dolls before him, even though they now seemed like true dead things, Sully still felt a shiver run down his spine. After trying hard to adjust his breathing, his gaze quickly scanned the dolls, searching for those special eyes, one large and one small. No. Not on the second shelf, nor on the third. In the quiet warehouse, only faint footsteps occasionally echoed, and when the footsteps reached between the 13th and 14th shelves, they suddenly stopped, causing Sully's gaze to flicker. There were dozens of seemingly brand new game consoles and several large black boxes, whose contents were unknown, but by sight alone, they seemed large enough to fit an adult inside. Had he missed them before because they were blocked by the broken game consoles? Sully thought for a moment, then walked forward, wanting to validate his theory. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind him. A faint sound came from behind, and Sully quickly turned around, only to see a doll in red clothing that had suddenly appeared on the previously empty ground, now lying quietly without moving. Sully looked up, noticing a spot had opened up on the 4th level of the 14th shelf. Did it accidentally fall from above? The audience trembled from this sudden change, continuously urging Sully in the comments to be careful and stay away from the eerie doll, but to their surprise, Sully did not back away. Instead, he took a few steps forward and picked up the doll in red. Then, as they followed Sully's gaze and saw the front of the doll in his hands, the horror escalated once again, causing many to cover their mouths and gasp. The doll in red appeared lifelike, with an extremely beautiful face, almost like a real person, but now its slightly open mouth looked extremely hollow, as there was no tongue inside. What?
How could Suli dare to hold this thing directly? It scared me to death. Wait. Brothers, why does this doll look so familiar to me? Have you seen it in some strange place? Nonsense. How could I? Damn. I remembered. This doll looks just like the red-dressed woman from before. Damn. I remembered too. But why does it not have a tongue? Could it have been pulled out by someone?
Suli looked at the red doll in his hand, fell silent for a moment, then gently stroked the tear-like water stain at its eye corner, letting out a small sigh.
Is it that you don't like looking this way?
The red doll gave no response, only looking at Suli with its pitch-black eyes.
Oh, I didn't realize this new guy was so handsome. If I had known sooner, we would have come earlier.
Suli remembered her. She was the red-dressed woman who liked playing the dance machine and had come to buy coins from him before, along with a woman in yellow, who had also been the first to try using chocolate as a substitute for game coins. Suli recalled how the red-dressed woman had rested her hand on the counter, propped up her head, and smiled at him, but he hadn't seen her since the next day. Now, seeing her again, the woman's smile was gone, replaced by tear lines at the corners of her eyes and her tongueless mouth, and her companion, the woman in yellow, had long since transformed into a doll just like her. A chill flashed in Suli's eyes, and he knew why they had turned into this.
If Brother Yin hears you say that, you won't end well. What are you afraid of? It's just the two of us here, how would he know?
Perhaps they never imagined that the casual jokes back then would turn into reality, and the consequences would be much more severe than they thought. Though the doll in his hand could not possibly speak, Suli knew that she was not merely an inanimate object. The recent fall was a cry for help from the soul within her. Suli wanted to say something, but in the end, he made no promises. He gently placed the red-dressed doll back on the shelf and continued to observe the remaining dolls on the shelf. Soon, his gaze landed on the bottom layer, where a Q-version male figurine stood. It wore glasses, and its coat had a cute rabbit drawn on it. Of course, if it had a head, it might be even cuter. Suli recognized its identity at a glance, the man from the couple who had come to buy coins on the first day, intentionally making things difficult for him under someone else's instigation. In the later night, the man had repeatedly shot hoops at the basketball machine while holding his girlfriend's head, his expression stiff and unlike a normal person. He mysteriously disappeared while Suli was in the employee break room. And now, it reappeared here, but the eyes behind the lenses still seemed lifeless. Even when meeting Suli's gaze, there was no change in expression, as if it was truly just an ordinary doll, or perhaps, the soul inside had long since faded away.
Chapter 172, Defective Products and Items in Bottles.
With a slight pause in his gaze, Suli stepped forward. He didn't check those big boxes first but looked upward at the right wall. They looked thin, as if a heavier breath from Suli could blow them away, seemingly no different from ordinary pictures. Their shapes were all kinds of strange and did not appear as finely crafted as the figurines on the previous shelf, but Suli did not relax completely. He had personally witnessed how these paper cutouts had peeled themselves off the big turntable at noon, causing extreme chaos. However, he was not overly vigilant, as the stickers in front of him did not show the same crimson look that the animal stickers had during that time. This meant that, at least for now, these stickers would quietly stay on the wall.
Suli checked quickly.
He didn't need to examine all the features of the stickers, he only needed to pay attention to the size of their eyes. However, even this took considerable time because there were simply too many stickers on the wall, which made Suli feel a bit of strain on his eyes and also dampened his spirits. If every doll and sticker represented a human being once, then the number of souls imprisoned here would already be in the thousands. And this was just what remained in this warehouse, not representing everything. So far, although Suli had seen many familiar faces of the missing people, including the doll of the man who had been kicked in the knee by Yenhua after knocking down Gujiang, some familiar figures were still not seen, such as the bizarre Smirker from the Bomberman arcade game or the scarred Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms game. Suddenly, Suli's gaze flickered. At this moment, he saw the last corner of the sticker wall, which was still covered in stickers, but distinctly special. Because there was a space separating it from other areas, as if a dividing line had marked it out on its own. The number of stickers here was also much fewer compared to the previous areas. Above this wall, a crooked sign hung, with red liquid written on it, Defective Products. When Suli saw these words, his heart skipped a beat. Although this was his first time entering the warehouse, he roughly understood what it represented. In the days with the Fireflies, there had been many instances where the arcade machines were not damaged, but still had issues. No matter whether it was the bomb game machine, the Three Kingdoms game machine, or the animal shooting game. The characters inside, although different in shape, all share a common point: they do not obey commands, and their actions do not match those of a normal NPC. When this situation occurs, it causes customers to be unable to play normally, and then the manager would come to soothe the angry customers, while Li Xueming would soon follow up to repair these machines. Then, when the black cover was lifted and the screen of the game machine lit up again, the game characters would change their appearance.
At first, Suli thought there was indeed an issue with the program or the display of the screen, but later he learned that was not the case. The issue lay with the characters themselves, and he Schwemming was not repairing them, but replacing them. So where did the original characters that were replaced go? Suli stared closely at the big words defective products, and then quickly checked the 10 or so stickers in this area. A paper figure with sharp teeth stained red, Guan Yu with a scarred eye, a headless rabbit. Suli did not see Xiao Cha's image among them, nor did he see that guy who had been holding back laughter before. With a slight furrow in his brow, he walked over to the dozen or so brand new game machines behind him, but since they were not powered on, he could not check their screens. Using a wire to open the locked cover beneath the machine, after checking, he still did not find any abnormalities inside, so after restoring it, Suli stood still for a while, lost in thought. Having not found Xiao Cha in these places, there were now only two possibilities, but Suli could not be entirely sure, as his special game tokens had been completely used up. Otherwise, he could confirm this matter through the follow-up game content from the old game machine on the first night. Looking back at the tightly closed warehouse door, Suli walked to the 4 black large boxes, which could fit an adult size, but they were not locked. Without hesitation, Suli lifted the lid. As the contents inside were revealed under the light, the viewer's hearts shook. Wow! So many tokens? I thought it was something scary inside. Turns out it's all just game tokens. Suli did not know that at this moment the comments had become extraordinarily heated as he entered the warehouse. He reached in, feeling through the neatly arranged game tokens, and after checking them all, he opened the second large box, repeating the same action. A vast number of game tokens piled together. Even though Suli was checking quickly, it still took quite some time. In the quiet warehouse, the only sound to be heard was the clinking and clattering of the coins being moved around. Watching Suli's slightly furrowed brow on the screen, the viewers felt a sense of growing tension. Everyone knew that sneaking into a locked warehouse with many dark secrets about the arcade brought increasing danger the longer one stayed, yet they did not worry too much. In the previous 2 nights, Suli would go to sleep early to ensure he was refreshed for the next day, but many night owls stayed up watching the live stream. Thus, many people knew that although Suli was awakened during his sleep after 4 in the morning, the sound outside the door began around 1:30. In other words, if he really left the staff lounge after midnight without triggering any events, then during the period until 1:30, he would be safe. Suli checked the 3 boxes, recalling that they contained the same number and type of game coins, his brows furrowing even tighter. The previous inferences were being constantly validated, which only meant the danger he faced would grow more solid. Standing in front of the last box, Suli gently exhaled, then lifted the lid, and his pupils suddenly contracted. There were no game coins inside. Instead, the large box contained a piece of black sponge that fit snugly against the walls, with 4 depressions each holding a bottle of potion, 2 red and 2 black. There were no labels on the bottles, only the liquid inside, which swirled like black mist resembling blood, gently moving as if it were alive. At the same time, the previously vanished gazes reappeared, suddenly all looking in Suli's direction. But this time, along with those eerie looks, there were also sudden faint sounds. It was the sound of something lightly falling from the shelves, and the sound of paper slowly peeling from the walls, quiet yet continuous. Chapter 173, Hidden Bottles and Torn Cloth. But Suli seemed too focused to notice the noise around him. He picked up a bottle filled with red liquid, pinching it with his thumb and index finger and raising it above his head to observe. The warehouse lights illuminated it, casting the bottle's contents onto the wall, the red light rippling, looking like a vast crimson sea of blood, while Suli's shadow was submerged beneath it, only his raised right hand breaking the surface. Behind him, countless paper drawings and dolls had fallen, covering all the empty spaces in the warehouse. They were now crawling towards Suli in a very strange posture, and when they lifted their heads, everyone could see their faces full of resentful and grotesque expressions. Turn around and look, Suli. Forget about that cursed bottle. No matter how weird the stuff inside is, it's not as deadly as those things behind you. There shouldn't be a big problem. After all, they're just dolls and stickers. No matter how many there are, they shouldn't be too aggressive. You idiot. They're alive. They're crawling on the ground. Do you think those are the realistic dolls you bought? Hey, don't spread rumors. I'll sue you for defamation. Unlike the noisy banter, Jiebe was extremely tense and serious at this moment. Those dolls made his heart race, but he knew Suli must have realized that the soft crawling sounds, though not loud, pierced through the quiet space directly into his ears, making it impossible to ignore. But since Suli wasn't paying attention now, it indicated that those things might really not pose a threat to him, or perhaps the thing in his hand was more important. If that was the case, then what was the purpose of these potions? A locked warehouse, the last box, the self-moving potion, the sudden restlessness of dolls and paper drawings. As his eyes flickered, Jiebe suddenly thought of something. I got it. He slammed the table, causing the papers on it to flutter. Ha 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 ha. I know what this potion is for. Those dolls don't want to attack Suli. Their goal is the bottle in his hand. His excited shout suddenly stopped, as he saw Suli's previously furrowed brow suddenly relax. He discreetly tucked the bottle away, then turned around and smiled lightly, saying, "Good evening." Jiabei's heart skipped a beat. Who was he talking to? Was it those dolls and paper drawings on the ground? Why had those things stopped moving? When did they stop moving forward? Was it when they just looked down to think? Wait, Suli seems to be looking not at the ground, but at that pile of broken machines. What is behind that? Oh no! When did the warehouse door open? I remember Suli looked back before opening the box, and at that time the warehouse door was locked, which means something secretly opened the warehouse door and snuck in during this time. What could it be? Jiebei's confusion quickly got an answer, because as soon as Suli's voice fell, footsteps echoed from behind that pile of broken machines, followed by a figure stepping out, and the moment Jiebei saw that person's face, his expression turned pale. How could it be him? The Longdan Yanhua has silently appeared in the warehouse at this moment, using that pile of machines to conceal his form, sneaking to a spot just 3 meters away from Suli. Jiebei's heart surged with waves. His previous focus was all on the unraveling mystery, and he didn't hear any movement from the screen. If it hadn't been for Suli turning around and speaking up, in just a few more seconds, he might have been directly approached by Yanhua. Suli must have been more nervous than Jiebei outside the screen, yet he still noticed the unnoticed movement. Truly impressive. No. It's only 0:43, far from the time when noises first appeared in the hall on the past 2 nights. And shouldn't nighttime be the phase of the horror world, leaving time for the chosen ones to act? Why is Yanhua appearing here now? But at this moment, the most shocked were not Jiebei, but the expert teams from other countries. Some faces looked extremely bad. Damn! Why did Yanhua go and come back? The rules state that one cannot leave the employee lounge at night, so encountering Yanhua here now could mean direct disaster? Before they could still pretend to know nothing, casually say something to cover it, but now it's impossible because their chosen one has seen too much that shouldn't be seen. However, even though they saw it, they still have no idea what these things have to do with clearing the level. Moreover, the most important thing is that they decided to use their last communication chance because they saw Suli enter. In other words, there is no way to convey messages now. Watching their chosen one tremble before Yanhua on the screen, they couldn't help but turn their gazes back to the screen of Great Xia, filled with confusion and despair. That guy, why is he still so calm? Does he want to drag a few chosen ones down with him before he dies? Yet some are secretly delighted. The other expert teams from different countries, after a moment of fear, breathed a sigh of relief. They also still had one communication chance left, they just hadn't used it before, letting their chosen one stay in the employee lounge. Breaking the rules to venture into the unknown warehouse might yield substantial rewards, but the corresponding risks would also become extremely great. Even though they knew Suli's actions might be the only way to explore the truth of all the side stories, not all chosen ones are named Suli, he is unique. In the warehouse, Yanhua examined Suli, who had a smile on his face, and suddenly let out a sneer. I said I wanted to give my little brother a surprise, but unfortunately, I can't do that now. He sighed, then casually kicked a doll at his feet. The movement looked as if a child was kicking a ball, but the moment his toe touched the doll, a ripping sound echoed, and the doll's fabric belly burst open. What spilled out was not soft cotton, but bright red blood. Yanhua watched the doll get kicked away, crashing against the blank wall and leaving a large pool of blood, then turned back, seemingly satisfied, licking the bright red splatter off his lips before looking at Suli and smiling. You don't seem surprised by my return? Yes. Why? You left the night before yesterday at 23:18, taking a pack of cigarettes. Last night, you left at 23:23, also taking a pack of cigarettes, but tonight, when you left at 23:27, you didn't come to the front desk for cigarettes. Suli's expression didn't change, just glancing at the motionless sticker dolls on the ground again. For a heavy smoker, not having cigarettes at night is quite uncomfortable. Moreover, when you left, you didn't seem hurried at all, you even had the mood to greet me with a smile. This doesn't imply you forgot because you were in a rush, it only means one thing: you were psychologically prepared, you knew you would come back soon. Yanhua's smile instantly vanished. That's not called taking. Suli interrupted Yanhua, who was about to explain something. You should have noticed the cameras too, right? Yanhua paused, his expression turning cold. Xiaosu, if you know all this, then you should also be very clear what the current situation implies, right? Yes, I know, one of us should die next. Yanhua frowned at Suli, who nodded seriously. Do you think you can win against me? Suli shook his head. No, I don't think so. The odds are quite low. This left Yanhua a bit surprised. Then how can you still smile? I don't know. Suli thought for a moment before continuing. To be honest, I was indeed quite nervous and even a little afraid before you came in, but now that you're really standing in front of me, my mood suddenly becomes very calm. Yanhua didn't reply this time. He stood in silence for a moment, as if seriously contemplating Suli's words. Then he pulled out a pack of white cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and lit it. The sharp sound of the lighter in the quiet warehouse seemed exceptionally loud.
Yanhua took a deep drag and slowly exhaled, his hoarse voice stretching long amidst the dense smoke. Xiaosu, actually, I really admire you, but it seems you know much more than I had imagined.
It's okay, just a little. So you also know my identity?
Yes, you are the game counselor of the Firefly Arcade and also a tester.
Chapter 174, Words of Wisdom Discouraged by the World. It's him, how could it be?
I thought testers had an important job, definitely that big drunkard he. But Yanhua was played around by Suli before, how could he be that tester, did he pretend all along? The barrage of comments surged like a storm and then gradually calmed down, as they realized one issue by looking at the screen. Although Yanhua remained silent, he was implicitly confirming Suli's words. As Suli stood quietly in place, he looked over Yanhua's shoulder at the brilliantly lit hall and continued calmly. At first, I thought the tester was the fifth employee of Firefly, or even the boss, but later I realized that the tester's identity might overlap with others. This was not to speak to Yanhua, nor for the viewers in the livestream, but to address the will of the world of eerie tales. This was part of the truth of the instance, only by articulating it could the condition of uncovering the truth be fulfilled.
The attendant will always be in the arcade, you can find him for any needs.
Every day, the arcade consumes a significant amount of game coins, but Suli, who always stays in the arcade, has not seen anyone come to refill the game coins until he returns to the employee lounge every night. In the morning, however, he unexpectedly finds the drawer has been refilled. This indicates that the time for refilling game coins can only be between midnight and 7:50 a.m. During this period, there are no other employees in the arcade, only the testers who come every night. This means that the one refilling the game coins must be the tester, as it is one of their job duties. From 2400 hours to 7:50, no one is allowed to leave the employee lounge. If you hear sounds outside the door, do not worry, that is our tester adjusting the game equipment. Since testers must exist, there is a question. During the closing period, no employees other than waitstaff are allowed to stay in the arcade unless they have special game coins with a Firefly logo on the back. Every night before the arcade closes at 11:30 p.m., all employees follow the rules and leave the arcade. This means the rule is correct. Therefore, that tester, no matter what their real job is, belongs to Firefly, which means they must also have special game coins to safely stay in the arcade at night. However, there is another possibility, the tester is not an employee but the boss, so they naturally do not need to carry special game coins, or could it be that there is someone who is both an employee and a boss? This was also a link that troubled Suli for a long time, unable to piece the complete puzzle together. Even today during the chaotic time, when that enigmatic force immobilized He Shuiming and Yanhua, Suli dared not fully believe that the boss was not among them. Because in that atmosphere of chaos and fear, performing such a state was extremely simple, even some actors in Daxia country could do it. Due to the uncertainty, Suli spent the entire afternoon and night breaking down and reviewing all past events until he completed the puzzle, confirming that Yanhua was the tester, was an employee, and was not the boss. Otherwise, some incidents would seem very out of place, and certain words would not have been spoken. Returning to the previous line of reasoning, the tester must have a large number of ordinary game coins and at least one special game coin. Therefore, the man in the hat who holds a large number of game coins is very suspicious, which is why Suli approached him twice before. Although after friendly communication, it was learned that the man in the hat was just a scalper, that his game coins were given by someone else, and that they had never met. The clue seemed to end there, but Suli still found the coin box under the sink and discovered a small strand of tobacco inside, which seems to faintly point to that person being Yanhua. But this cannot draw a conclusion because many people smoke in the arcade, so more evidence is needed. In recent days, Suli has seen Yanhua several times calming down agitated customers by pulling out ordinary game coins from his pocket and giving them to them, as the special nature of the Firefly games attracts many restless customers, so Yanhua naturally gives out many coins. However, Suli has never seen him take coins from the front desk. This means that Yanhua must possess some method to obtain a large number of ordinary game coins, but he is just a game counselor, and employees cannot interfere with each other's work. Therefore, it can only be stated that Yanhua holds two identities, game counselor and tester. At this point, there is still a question. The tester must possess special game coins, so Suli must determine that Yanhua indeed has special game coins on him, and where they come from. Only then can this chain of reasoning form a complete loop.
This needs to be done? Staff are not allowed to play any gaming machines during work hours.
After closing at 23:30, you can flip over the first box on the right in the front desk drawer. There are 3 special employee-only game coins that can be used on any game device in the venue, but they must be returned to the staff lounge by 2400 hours. These 2 rules exist in a note that Suli found in the staff lounge, which means that only the front desk staff who stayed overnight would be given 3 special game coins by the boss, allowing unlimited play on any machine. This is compensation for the staff not being able to play during the day and needing to stay in the arcade for 24 hours, while other employees should not have such special game coins. As a game instructor, Yanhua should not reasonably have been given special game coins, so his identity as a tester cannot be firmly established. This was the part that had previously stumped Suli's thinking. But then Suli suddenly realized one thing: the rules never mentioned that having could only mean being given, it could also be obtained through other means or taken. just as Suli could give the special game coins he owned to others. At this point, Suli traced back to the unreasonable source of those special game coins, the former staff member who mysteriously disappeared after appearing for just one day, whose name is still unknown. He had spent the day drinking cheerfully with He Shui-ming on July 5, and when he left work that night, he was still around, but he disappeared the next day. The unnamed former staff member only appeared for one day on July 5, where everything was calm, and he was drinking with He Shui-ming. He was still there until leaving that night, but did not appear again the following day. As a staff member, he should have had 3 special game coins, but he only stayed at the arcade for one day. Thus, even if he used 1 coin after finishing work that night, he should still have 2 left. However, whether in the front desk area, the restroom, or the staff lounge, and even after searching the big box filled with game coins in the warehouse, Suli didn't find those 2 coins he left behind. This special item does not just disappear into thin air, since there are no corresponding rules. It indicates that this thing must currently be in someone's possession, in the hands of the person who killed him. Suli's gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing through the smoke in front of him, landing on Yanhua.
Chapter 175, Can You Turn Into a Duck? And I think this isn't the first special game coin you've received.
In this arcade, there have been many staff members, but no one could stay until the 4th day and then just disappeared. Their coins are all in your hands, right? Yanhua did not answer. Instead, he frowned and questioned loudly. Not only the former staff member, but you also know about the previous staff.
Who told you this?
Because Suli had omitted some names during his narration, he didn't know the source of Suli's information. His eyes darting back and forth, Yanhua suddenly let out an excited shriek.
Aha! It's that old man, right?
His gaze towards Suli seemed somewhat feral and triumphant, as if he had finally turned the tables.
You didn't know, did you? I found out about your secret meeting with that old man last time. How surprising, isn't it? Ha 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 ha.
As the excited laughter gradually faded, only the feral look on Yanhua's face remained, looking increasingly ugly.
Why is Suli's expression still so calm, showing no surprise at all? Shouldn't he feel shocked and astonished instead? Is he pretending to be calm, or does he already know about this matter? Impossible.
At that time, no matter the angle or the timing, he should not have detected my presence. Before Yanhua could figure this out, he suddenly realized another key issue, his face changing drastically.
No, that old man shouldn't know about those people only.
He murmured as if to himself, his voice getting lower, making it impossible for Suli to hear the rest, but Suli understood very well that Yanhua's emotions were extremely unstable now. Opposite him, the face that seemed to have suddenly elongated, the faint black mist gradually spreading around him, and the paper dolls at his feet, pretending to be dead but trembling under the pressure, all indicated that this matter had affected Yanhua's emotions even more severely than Suli learning his identity. After approximately half a cigarette's worth of time, the black mist that had hovered in midair finally retracted, and Yanhua raised his head, grinning without sincerity as he looked at Suli. Even so, according to what you said, there exists a possibility that the so-called tester might not even be me, because I could give the game coins in my hand to someone else, or perhaps those coins were given to me by others.
Can I ask you a question first? What? Can you turn into a duck?
Huh?
What duck?
Oh,
seems not.
These past few days, I found that the hardest part of your whole body is that mouth of yours.
I thought.
You. On the first night after I arrived here, I was shocked awake by noises outside the door. Suli ruthlessly interrupted the anxious Yanhua, starting a new explanation. Just as Yanhua mentioned, the possibility of game coin transfer indeed existed, and he naturally could not ignore it. Otherwise, a mistake due to oversight could lead to unexpected issues, which would not just be as simple as failing the game. Hence, he needed to find an angle to verify that the being appearing at night was Yanhua, and fortunately, he indeed found it. At that time, he was pressed against the door, listening closely when the sound that had originally been in the hall suddenly disappeared and almost instantly transferred positions, coming right alongside Suli on the other side of the same door. The being's body blocked the light seeping through the gap under the door and made a sound of drool dripping, which filled Suli with real terror. Although at that moment, Suli did not know what was outside the door nor the being's intentions, he could confirm 2 points. First, it must be a polluter, otherwise, it wouldn't be drooling. Second, it must be incredibly fast and agile because Suli had not heard any noise like stepping on something for leverage before the sound reached the door. Then, the same thing happened again the next night, except this time there were sounds like nails frantically scratching at the door, and the piercing scratching noises intensified, making it seem like that thing couldn't wait to get inside. This overwhelming feeling of unknown fear in the dead of night made Suli's heart chill uncontrollably, but the prevailing rationality led him to notice a key point moments later. The thing outside the door could not enter the employee break room at that time. The noise it created was enough to wake those inside the room, and with the strength it displayed, it could force its way in, but it did not do so.
Was it unwilling?
No, it was because it couldn't. From 2400 hours to 750, do not leave the employee break room. If you hear noises outside the door, do not worry, it's our tester adjusting the game equipment. This rule contains an immense amount of important information, one of which is do not worry, a key point that is easily overlooked. There are terrifying things lurking outside, but still, do not worry, just keep your emotions steady, because no matter how strong that thing is, as long as certain conditions are not triggered, it cannot come in. Even the powerful and strange Xu Feiyu in the last scenario had to follow the rules and could not enter the laundry room, only able to rely on talking to Suli at the door. At this moment, how could that thing outside dare to break the rules? After reaching this conclusion, Suli immediately changed his posture, leaning against the door and sitting down, even deliberately bumping his back against the door to make a loud noise. And indeed, as he inferred, the sound from outside suddenly grew louder, crazily as if it would burst through the door and tear Suli to pieces, but it only stopped at as if, not turning into reality. Until that thing outside suddenly disappeared at 4:44, the night returned to quiet safety, but Suli still sat there silently, because he was thinking about another question.
Since it is known that it cannot enter, why does that thing still exert all efforts to do so?
After thinking for a long time, he made a hypothesis: it is to intimidate the people inside the door. In life, whether for wealth, power, or love, hundreds of purposes and thousands of desires ultimately exist to take care of one's own emotions and feelings. The chosen ones in the world of horror stories are also like this, only they encounter more bizarre events than ordinary people, causing their emotions to fluctuate violently amid joy, anger, sorrow, fear, with so many chaotic feelings that many people unintentionally lose themselves, no longer paying attention to maintaining their emotional experiences, thus becoming polluted, eroded, and reduced to monsters devoured by emotions. The purpose of the thing outside to intimidate is to accelerate this process, to lure the panic and fear deeply buried in the chosen one's hearts, letting it occupy and fill their minds, gradually extinguishing their inner calm until their emotions completely collapse. The first night's saliva dripped, the second night's nails scratched, and as for tonight, the last night, assuming that Suli has used up all his game tokens, he chose a third way to clear the game, staying in the employee lounge, waiting for 4:44 a.m. to arrive. As expected, that thing would appear again and bring certain upgraded unknown panic, such as an unexpectedly changed appearance time tonight, and once he does not realize the prompt of do not worry, and his emotions are led to panic. When the last trace of stability in his heart disappears, he is very likely to see that thing break in through the door with its fierce claws. Suli let out a long breath. Because at that point, it is not you who breaks the rules, but the one inside the door. Chapter 176, The Sun in the Clouds. Did he really analyze this thing all by himself? A young man in the Daxia Kingdom's operations analysis room looked incredulously at the screen. Otherwise why do you think the team leader agreed to his proposal of choosing the timing of the hint? A middle-aged man beside him said with a smile. The young man stared blankly ahead. Professor Dong, we took a full day and night to arrive at this conclusion. You mean he did it all by himself, and should not be faster than us?
Definitely.
But when Suli had Yanhua eat that hamburger, we were still discussing and hadn't finalized it yet. It seems he was already certain at that time.
This, you little brat, why are you paying attention to this? Professor Dong was momentarily speechless, then huffed unkindly. Besides, if you ask me, who should I ask?
The young man did not continue the topic, but suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned resentful. But, if we reveal the key to passing, isn't that letting some other countries take advantage for free?
Sigh, there's nothing we can do about that.
But... The young man strained his neck, wanting to say more, when suddenly he heard an elderly laugh ahead. He was startled, and immediately became respectful. Leader, I'm sorry, my voice was too loud and disturbed you.
It's fine, it's fine.
Old Zhao turned around with a smile. You're Xiao Zhou, right?
Leader, you know me?
The young man felt a strange excitement. Xiao Zhou, you must know that the leaking or exchanging of intelligence is unavoidable, and it might even be something this strange world does on purpose.
On purpose? Are you saying that we can not only see our own chosen ones but also the actions of chosen ones from other countries, and that the truth of the copy must be spoken out loud? You're correct in your understanding. Haven't we also obtained quite a bit of information by observing other chosen ones in the past? But this information is too important.
Xiao Zhou. Pay attention to your attitude when speaking to the leader.
Professor Dong, seeing the situation going wrong, quickly interjected sternly. I'm sorry, leader, I understand. It's okay. It's good for a young man to speak directly. It allows us to see different perspectives on a matter, and that's one of the reasons I invited you to join the operations analysis room. Old Zhao seemed a bit tired, his voice lacking strength, and he gently waved off Assistant Xiao Sun who had come forward, took a brief rest, and then smiled at the worried Xiao Zhou. You see, young people have more energy than us old folks.
Leader. Xiao Zhou, you need to understand one thing, some things cannot be directly used just because you tell others.
Xiao Zhou's pupil shrank, and he instinctively opened his mouth. Are you saying there's a problem with this intelligence?
Old Zhao did not answer, turning his head and gently closing his eyes, leaving behind the confused Xiao Zhou to ponder alone. It shouldn't be. What Suli just said is quite similar to our analyzed conclusions.
In the Yan'an country, in the operations analysis room. The experts initially felt somewhat relieved, glad that Suli did not use that last hint when entering the warehouse for their own chosen one, otherwise, they would be in a dire confrontation against the fierce fire like Suli and other chosen ones. But now it seemed that staying in the staff lounge was not absolutely safe. However, as long as they conveyed this newly obtained important intelligence to their own chosen one, they could resolve this predicament. Although this wouldn't achieve the highest difficulty clearing conditions, as long as they remained stable until 4:44 a.m., they could escape this damned copy, save a life, and give the country a brief respite. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from a live screen on the right side in front, causing everyone's bodies to shudder instinctively, and they turned to look. In the live room of the Carl country, their chosen one, Ludwig, was covering his eyes with both hands, crying out in pain, rolling on the warehouse floor in agony, while the fierce fire squatted beside him, looking at him with a mocking smile. Team leader Wu Yun's pupils trembled, fear on his face as he looked at the monitoring personnel beside him. What's going on? Report, leader, just now Ludwig tried to negotiate with the fierce fire. He was very friendly, saying he was just wandering around because he couldn't sleep, didn't see, or know anything, and now wanted to return to the staff lounge to sleep. The fierce fire showed no signs of aggression or anything unusual. After nodding, he cleared the way, and as Ludwig passed, he patted his back and reminded him to have a good rest, as there was still much work to do tomorrow. The reporter swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he continued. But just as Ludwig reached the warehouse door and touched the doorknob, Yanhua, who was originally standing behind him, suddenly rushed to his back at lightning speed, grabbing his shoulder and throwing him back, then crouched down to restrain Ludwig's wildly resisting hands with one hand, while with the other he took the bright red cigarette from his mouth, slowly pressing it towards his eyes. Was Yanhua's sudden action caused by another incident happening during this time? Report, group leader, I kept watching the screen and didn't notice anything. Report, group leader, I didn't notice anything either. Rewind this segment of the video. Yes. As the progress bar moved, Wu Yun felt his body grow colder, because the observer's report was accurate. What is the most painful thing for a person in a desperate situation? Is it despair? No, it is first giving him enough hope and then cruelly shattering that hope. This bastard seems to really enjoy seeing others in pain. Yen Ho on the screen of the Carl country was now taking occasional puffs of a dim cigarette, and when the tip turned red, he randomly jabbed it at a part of Ludwig who lay on the ground, followed by the sound of pained howls and delighted laughter ringing out simultaneously. Wu Yun's eyelids twitched. Although Ludwig still had the strength to howl, Wu Yun knew he had no hope of survival left, because he noticed the twisted, ecstatic smile on Yenhua's face showed no signs of stopping. Is he planning to torture a person to death? The world of bizarre rules and strange tales had descended many times, and countless chosen ones had been killed by its weirdness, yet Wu Yun had hardly ever seen such a terrifying kind of twisted hobby. What a freak! Wu Yun couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. Report, group leader, the information from Suli of the Daxia country regarding his conversation with Yanhua has been summarized and simplified, and we can use the last hint opportunity of this quest at any time. Should we relay it immediately? A weary voice from a member of the expert group sounded beside him, and Wu Yun frowned. The speed of processing information was a bit slow, but he didn't say anything, as 20 hours of high-intensity analysis had made him feel a bit drained too. Now relaying the message is a good decision, as it allows the chosen one to prepare psychologically in advance. However, he did not answer immediately. Although Suli's analysis just now gave him a sense of clarity, Wu Yun still felt that beneath that sun, there seemed to be a small cloud hiding. Is it an illusion caused by fatigue or is it really the case? Wu Yun rubbed his slightly throbbing temples and stared at the largest screen in front of him, which showed his own chosen one, Ruan Cheng's livestream. The latter was currently lying on a hospital bed in the employee break room, looking peacefully asleep, but everyone could clearly see the large patch of crimson soaking the bedsheets, knowing Ruan Cheng was definitely not asleep. He was injured. Chapter 177, The Door Has Been Broken Open? Not long ago, Ruan Cheng successfully exhausted the last special game coin, but the cost was that he added a 4 or 5 centimeter deep wound to his thigh. It was a wound he cut himself with a stolen knife from the dining area to escape the terrifying emotional pull from the game machine. At this moment, he could even faintly see the blood trail extending to the edge of the bed under the light seeping through the door crack. And his injuries didn't stop there. In the 2 previous games, his left and right pinky fingers were broken. He had once used the information given by the combat analysis room to imitate the method of Suli from the Xia dynasty, attempting to wake himself, who was deeply trapped in the game, with sharp and continuous ringing. But unfortunately, it had little effect. Wu Yun sighed and looked at another screen where the expert group had edited information, which had no unnecessary content and repeatedly emphasized the key message, "Do not worry, otherwise it will disrupt the rules, causing chaos to break in." It seemed that there were no problems there. Although Ruan Cheng's injuries were not particularly severe and did not threaten his life, in such a high-pressure environment, any physical pain could easily affect emotions, making his mindset unstable. Moreover, now that Yanhua had appeared prematurely in front of the chosen one who selected enter warehouse, the chosen ones in the employee lounge still had a safe period.
If the information was sent now, it would allow Ruan Chang to digest and understand in advance, eliminating the emotional fluctuations caused by his injuries. This seemed to be a very appropriate time, but Wu Yun always felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This awkward feeling was like someone who usually eats rice bowls suddenly tasting Michelin food. He found the taste strange, but he didn't know what was strange about it.
Sending it could clear the level? Was it really that simple?
He couldn't help but want to take another look at Su Li from the Xia dynasty, hoping to find the source of that strange feeling or gain more information. But on the screen, Su Li, who looked a bit pale, did not speak again. The silent Yanhua opposite him kept smoking one cigarette after another.
Captain, there's a situation. A panicked shout suddenly rang out. Ruan Chang seems a bit off.
Wu Yun quickly focused his attention back on his own livestream room. Although the employee lounge in the world of bizarre tales was dim, making it hard to see what was happening, the expert team adjusted the brightness of their own recorded screen through synchronous high-definition recording. In this way, they could barely see the scene in the dark room. At that moment, Ruan Chang was stiff and upright. Although his eyes were closed, Wu Yun could vaguely see through the brightened screen that Ruan Chang's eyelids were trembling, and his expression was somewhat strange.
It seemed he was afraid?
What's going on? Wu Yun hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly heard an extremely faint but sharp squeak from the screen. As the sound of nails scraping against the door echoed, Ruan Chang, lying on the bed, jumped up like a startled mouse, squatting into the corner and pulling the blanket to wrap himself completely. At that time, Wu Yun noticed that the light at the bottom of the lounge door had somehow disappeared. Ruan Chang's earlier abnormal behavior was likely due to this. Yanhua was coming.
No, wait.
Wu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Everyone previously thought that Yanhua's premature appearance was triggered by Su Li and others leaving the employee lounge for the warehouse, but now Ruan Chang had clearly been staying in the lounge without going out, which meant that Yanhua's premature appearance was not triggered. It was definitely going to happen.
But why? Squeak. Captain. Should we send the final hint now? Wait a moment, let's see the situation first. Squeak.
The situation the other night was similar. Ruan Chang got through it. Tonight should be.
Squeak. 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 Captain.
The strange sound suddenly grew louder, and the frequency increased.
I heard it.
Wu Yun frowned, turning back to shout, "Why is Yanhua coming at this time?" Team leader, the reasons are still being discussed. There is no final conclusion yet.
Team leader.
The situation is urgent. Ruan Chang's condition is not optimistic.
I suggest we send out the information soon. Gee. What the heck?
That thing is just making some noise outside the door. We should take this time to discuss why Yanhua has appeared early and report to the team leader.
Who knows what unexpected events might happen?
If Ruan Chang dies, how can you crawl in to find a way out for me? I suggest we discuss the reasons later. The information should be sent out now. Why has the strange noise stopped?
That guy left?
Wu Yun was somewhat irritated by the noise from the experts. Although it suddenly became quiet both inside and outside the screen, his irritation did not lessen. Instead, he felt a hint of unease.
Looking at the light seeping through the door crack, he solemnly said, "Don't you think something is off?"
The experts exchanged glances with troubled expressions, and then one cautiously spoke up, "Team leader, most of us believe it's meaningless to dwell on why Yanhua came early. Why not?"
He stopped as soon as he spoke, realizing Wu Yun's face looked even worse than his. The middle-aged expert quickly understood the problem and hurriedly changed his answer. "Are you referring to Ruan Chang?"
He was a bit off earlier, but now that the strange noise has disappeared, he is starting to relax. Wu Yun sighed in disappointment. "I meant that piece of prompt information."
You mean there's something wrong with the content of the information?
But team leader, according to our psychological expert's analysis, Su Li from the Great Xia Kingdom was very calm in his demeanor and tone during the explanation, and after finishing, Yanhua did not deny it. Besides, Yanhua has been silent and looks very grim even now. This suggests a high level of truth in that content. Yes, team leader, after our urgent discussion and simple simulation inference, we also believe that the analysis from the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom has no issues and there should be no possibility of intentional deception to harm other countries.
I'm not referring to that. Then you mean?
I cannot explain specifically. I just feel that once we send it out, it may not only fail to have an effect but could even lead to adverse effects. This team leader, the middle-aged expert's face became a bit complicated.
Speak up.
This time, there was no argument among the experts as before. They just looked at each other for a moment, then it was still the previous middle-aged expert who stood up, organized his words carefully, and spoke cautiously. "Team leader, have you been working too long and your mind is a bit stressed?" Wu Yun was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Do you really not feel there's anything wrong with that information?" The response he received was silence and tired looks filled with concern. This left Wu Yun feeling a bit unsure. Perhaps he was really overthinking it, as so many experts had not sensed anything, and he hadn't found any evidence. Maybe he was just too tired. But it's almost over, just a few more hours, and they would clear this instance. Wu Yun no longer troubled himself with that strange feeling.
Wearily, he raised his hand and waved, immediately. Click.
Suddenly, a sound like something breaking burst forth from the quiet screen, startling everyone in the room. They quickly looked up and saw that the light from the break room door crack was once again blocked, followed by a scratching sound as it withdrew, illuminating the room again, but not through the door crack, rather, it was through a small hole that had broken open at the top.
The door has been broken open? What is that thing? Crack.
With a strange sound, another beam of light shot in from the door panel.
Another small hole appeared.
This time, everyone saw clearly that what penetrated the door wasn't a weapon, but a slender black nail, like a shrunken sharp ivory. Panic erupted suddenly. This unprecedented scene rendered Yuan Chang, completely unprepared, momentarily frozen. Then, just as a scream burst forth, he desperately covered his mouth.
But that fleeting sense of panic still provoked the thing outside the door. The sound of penetration and the ear-piercing scrape of the nail against the door suddenly rang out simultaneously. Captain! If you don't send it now, it will be too late. Captain! Just send it. Captain!
Cries of alarm rose, and Wu Yun forcibly suppressed his trembling heart. The strange occurrence had already confirmed that Su Li's previous statement was correct.
As for the rest, there was no time to think about it now.
His eyes grew fierce, and then he gritted his teeth and spoke the earlier words.
Send it. Yes.
The ready operators immediately pressed the button hard, consuming the last hint opportunity for this side quest of the Yan'an Kingdom.
Chapter 178, Trash Talk. In the Daxia live room, Yen Hua's cigarette was burnt down to the filter. He wanted to take another one out to continue, but found that this was the last one. Annoyed, he crumpled the white cigarette box in his hand and tossed it away. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, took a hard puff from the nearly finished cigarette, and then spat it on the ground, crushing it with force, just like crushing an ant. Then he raised his head with a forced smile and looked at Su Li, starting to clap. You spoke very well, but you still haven't addressed the most critical question.
What?
How did you judge that person was mine?
Whom?
I thought you already knew the answer to such a simple question.
The applause stopped abruptly, and Yen Hua's tone turned somewhat stiff. Of course.
Oh? Then tell me where you exposed yourself? I'm very curious which is harder, your mouth or the door, cough cough.
Su Li coughed a little uncomfortably, furrowing his brow slightly before quickly regaining his calm, then looking at Yen Hua's bandaged left hand.
Just take it off, the blood looks too fake.
As he spoke, he raised his own similarly bandaged hand and chuckled, especially in this comparison. Yen Hua looked at the bloodstains on Su Li's bandage, his mouth twitching a little, then lowered his head to remove the pristine bandage from his left hand. The wound that had been pierced by chopsticks had already healed. Yen Hua unapologetically waved his left hand in front of him, slightly regretful, he said. What a shame, I was going to give you a surprise, little Su, but I didn't expect you to know already. He pulled his hand back in front of his eyes, rubbing it with his right hand and sighing. I used to think that if Little An saw me hurt, she would come to care about me. So even though the injury has healed, I haven't dared to take it off, but unfortunately, she has never asked about me. While speaking, his expression suddenly brightened. Yes, yes. Little An must be like you, having discovered that my injury has long healed, so she didn't come to ask. Oh my Little An, what a smart woman, I really like her. Yen Hua's delight reached a somewhat perverse level, making Su Li unable to suppress the urge to curse. He held it back for a long time before managing to hold it in, and then began to explain his reasoning according to the rules. That wound was from our first meal together. I remember when you saw my frightened expression, you laughed very happily. Later, in the hall, you suddenly appeared and questioned what I was investigating. I was indeed startled at the time, but quickly I realized. You are just trying to intimidate, and that prank last time did not succeed. The thing outside the door at night also likes to intimidate and play tricks to create psychological pressure on the person inside, which fits your personality perfectly. Secondly, that thing is very fast, otherwise, it wouldn't have made it to the door from the hall in an instant, and when I went out the next day, I didn't see any obvious footprints, indicating that it wouldn't be very heavy. And when you chased the rabbit-headed man at noon, you moved quickly, leaving no traces behind, which also fits. One point might be a coincidence, but so many things converging at the same time, the firefly can only be you, cough cough. Su Li frowned and touched his throat. Also, when I went to the bathroom at night, the person who suddenly returned to the stall door and tried to force the lock was you, right? Seeing that Yen Hua seemed not to hear, just lowering his head to admire his own left hand, Su Li continued, ignoring him. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you, what you did counts as destroying public property. When your boss finds out the lock is broken and has to pay to fix it, he will definitely come to you for trouble. Staring at me won't help, I didn't break it. Oh, right, there's something else I forgot to tell you. Go ahead. Yen Hua looked at Su Li with unfriendly eyes. Su Li's lips slightly curled up. Give it up, you can't hold on to Shaoan, she doesn't like you at all. Impossible. Yen Hua furiously yelled, she smiled at me so many times before, and even specially made hamburgers for me.
They looked better than the ones for others. Hee hee, let me clear this up for you. Su Li chuckled lightly. Just as he was about to continue, his expression suddenly changed. Ugh. Bending sideways, he retched for a while before straightening up, still wearing a smile on his face. It seemed nothing was wrong. But the audience outside felt a pang in their hearts because they noticed that Su Li's already pale face had become even whiter, and the ink-like darkness that spread in his eyes was more pronounced. Su Li self-deprecatingly smiled, wiped the corner of his mouth, and then raised a finger mockingly at Yanhua, retracting one by one. Yanhua, a little punk from the arcade, polluted, enjoys intimidating and playing tricks on others for fun, not very strong in physique, yet very fast. Which girl likes someone like you? Enough. Su Li seemed to be getting carried away, disdainfully glancing at the cigarette box that Yanhua had just thrown on the ground, and continued to ramble on. This cigarette box you lifted from that man who died in the VR game area, right? I remember he had a box of this in his pocket, and it even had the blood from his neck on it. TSK, Yanhua, I'm not saying you, but stealing your boss's cigarettes is one thing, but stealing from a dead man? So poor? What do you want love for if you have no money? I damn said enough. Can't you understand human words? Are you even human? Su Li curled his lip. Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to say. Su Li. Before, when Xiaoan smiled at you, it wasn't actually for you, but at me. I just happened to stand next to you. And that hamburger was made because I asked her to make it for you. I remember she seemed very unwilling when I asked her to make that design. Say another word, and do you believe I'll kill you right now? Yanhua's teeth clicked together. Ha 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 ha. Su Li seemed to remember something funny, unable to hold back his laughter. Also, actually, her name isn't Xiaoan, Xiaoan is just her pseudonym. You like her so much, yet you don't even know her real name. If others find out, it would definitely. Ha 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 ha, cough 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 cough. Su Li was laughing happily when he suddenly started coughing again. But this time the symptoms seemed to come even more violently, to the point that he suffered so much he fell to his knees in dry heat, his hands bracing the ground kept trembling slightly, as if he was already so drained that even supporting his own body was barely possible, looking extremely miserable. In front of him, black gas once again surged out of Yanhua's body, he was shaking all over with rage at Su Li's words. Impossible. Everything you said is lying to me. He walked toward the endlessly retching Su Li, and with every step he took, a black footprint appeared on the ground, the dolls and paper paintings on the road nearby stopped pretending to be dead, and all scattered like birds and beasts. I will kill you right now, and then tomorrow I will go ask Xiaoan myself, her smile is so beautiful, how could it possibly be fake? And I have stayed here for so long, you have only been here for a few days, how could you possibly be with her? Yanhua walked up to Su Li, looked down at the kneeling Su Li from above, the anger on his face disappeared, and his tone suddenly shifted, it feels awful, right? Before Su Li could speak, Yanhua suddenly burst into loud laughter, feeling awful is right. Suddenly, he stomped Su Li down tight against the ground, then leaned forward, grinning to reveal that mouthful of yellow teeth. I have been waiting for this very moment, waiting for the toxins in your body to erupt. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 179 Barrier, Breach. Pain. Too painful. Yanhua dramatically clutched his chest, making an expression of extreme agony, then looked at Su Li, who was desperately scratching his throat with his fingers, as if wanting to force out the food he had eaten before, and shook his head with a sneer. Useless little Su, I know very clearly what you are feeling right now. I remember when the toxins in my body, that so-called pollution you mentioned, when it erupted, it felt like dying, my brain was dizzy and heavy, even to the point I could hardly remember my own name clearly, just like you are now. Speaking of this, Yanhua's tone suddenly rose. But just when I was completely in despair, thinking I was really about to die, I suddenly felt so unwilling. Damn it, I had lived for more than 20 years, hadn't even touched a girl's hand, only dared to do it myself in the dead of night, but some people could in a year no, in a month change one after another. I refused to accept it. Why could those people get so many women, while I could only wait here to die because I accidentally ate that poisonous food? If this time I could survive, I damn well would completely change, take 10, take 100. Yanhua's face flushed red, as if lost in some emotion, his body subconsciously pressed harder, making Su Li's spinal bones crack with crisp popping sounds. In this intense thought, I lost consciousness, but I didn't expect I woke up later. Not only did that awful feeling suddenly disappear, but I seemed to have gained some inhuman strong power. He increased the force of stomping Su Li again, making the latter immediately spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, but Yanhua seemed to notice nothing at all, his expression was extremely excited. At that moment I suddenly understood, this was heaven pitying me, gifting me a brand new chance of rebirth. The viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned. The expert groups of various countries were also stunned at the same time. Whether they came to watch Su Li make a fool of himself, or hoped he could clear the level, the experts' faces all became extremely solemn at the same time.
In the world of Rule Strange Tales, humans polluted would turn into polluters, classified into mild, medium, and severe polluters depending on the degree of pollution, and these types had one common point, which was that the stronger the power, the weaker the clarity of consciousness.
Only the alienated ones were exceptions.
They, while having inhuman power, also often had extremely clear consciousness, so in past Strange Tales there were often people who misjudged them as eerie beings, which led to serious consequences. If you want to accurately explore the truth of the copies, it might take deep interaction between the chosen ones and them, and the difficulty cannot be underestimated. All the expert groups from various countries in the world share a consensus, believing that once the reason for this exception is known, perhaps some secrets of the Rule Strange Talk world can be glimpsed, thereby helping the chosen ones to clear the level, or even finding a way to break the arrival of the Strange Talk world. The research has never stopped, but due to the lack of available data, progress in various countries has always stalled, as if a solid barrier is blocking the way. For months, countless chosen ones have died, but the barrier remained unmoved, until the appearance of Suli finally broke a hole in this solid wall. In the dormitory building number 4 copy, Suli from the Great Xiao Nation, through deep contact with Zhou Gaofan and Xiong Ida, learned 3 key pieces of information about the aberrants. First, aberrants and aberrants do not necessarily stand on the same side, and may even be in opposition due to their own purposes. Second, the things aberrants do not necessarily threaten ordinary humans in the copy, and in fact, if handled properly, they can become helpers for the chosen ones to some extent. Third, although it is currently unknown whether the strange beings can be killed by the chosen ones, the aberrants can definitely do it. Regardless of which piece of information it is extremely important for humanity, breaking the long-held belief that aberrants pose an absolute threat to the chosen ones, giving the chosen ones a new option for clearing the copy. Some countries, after determining that Yan Huo is an aberrant, directly instructed their chosen ones to maintain a good relationship with him.
Although, from subsequent events, they still failed to clear the level, they still made great progress compared to previous attempts.
This has left experts from various countries thirsty for this special level intelligence, but unfortunately, it has not appeared again, being something that can be encountered but not sought after. Now, in an emotional state, Yan Huo actively spoke of the process of his transformation into an aberrant. Although he did not elaborate on some key details, he still gave the experts a huge shock. In a state of severe pollution and nearing death, Yan Huo lost consciousness, and upon awakening became an aberrant, and even in a conscious state, he did not know that it was pollution and not toxicity. The leaders of the expert groups from Beautiful Country, Thousand Lakes Country, and Sunset Country all looked at the struggling Suli on the screen, deeply furrowing their brows. Once again it was him. The mechanism information of the Strange Talk world is, in the long run, far more important than the information of any copy clearance.
So this time Yan Huo's voluntary disclosure, is it Suli's good luck, or is it a result of his deliberate guidance? If it is the latter, then one can't help but suspect that Suli is setting a trap, luring the enemy into the game. This kind of mentality and the ruthlessness towards himself is truly terrifying. But if so, what can he rely on to turn the tide? Little Sue. Yan Huo's voice once again pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. You say, what's the use of all your effort before? Aren't you still like a dead dog, trampled under my foot? What's that saying?
Yan Huo hugged his head in a pose of deep thought, then exaggeratedly shouted.
That's right. I'm waiting for the poison's cooldown. What are you wasting so much time waiting for? Ha 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 ha.
A madman's laughter echoed, but Suli no longer tried to clear his throat. Instead, he strained to support himself, trying to stand up. Yan Huo disdainfully curled his lips.
Don't waste your efforts. Just because I survived after being poisoned doesn't mean you can too. Bang.
Without warning, a kick hit Suli's belly, sending him sliding to the ground, dust and gravel flying up, until another dull sound echoed, and only then did Suli's body stop upon hitting the wall. Yan Huo swayed slowly over, looking at Suli, whose chest heaved violently from coughing up blood, and he smiled with delight.
Oh, I really want to give you a mirror, so you can see this ugly state of yours now.
Suddenly, Yan Huo grabbed Suli's hair and forcefully twisted his head to face him.
You only have 2 choices now, to die quickly, or to die painfully, huh?
He stared closely at Suli's eyes, which had been completely stained black with ink, then let out a sneaky laugh.
I didn't notice before, but this color of your eyeballs is quite pretty. How about I dig them out and give them to Shaoan? Chapter 180, Your Nose is Gone.
As he spoke, he reached out 2 fingers to dig at Suli's eye sockets but stopped before making contact. Yan Huo watched as Suli frantically blocked his fingers while struggling to pry his hand off his hair. The weak and powerless strength made him laugh again.
Yes, yes, yes. Exactly like that. The expression of a person struggling desperately on the brink of death, trying to escape fate, is truly delightful to see.
Yan Huo's smile stretched almost to his ears as he continued to poke at Suli's eyes.
But everything is just in vain. In your current weak state, you probably can't catch even a little chick. Pa!
A spittle mixed with blood suddenly flew onto Yan Huo's face, freezing his expression in place.
He. Giving someone eyeballs, plus this weird preference, then even more, no one will like it.
Suli's voice was very weak at this moment, making one feel that if it weren't caught, it would fall to the ground in the next moment, but the content of his words was like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely into Yanhua's heart. Okay. Veins bulged on Yanhua's forehead as he lost the mood to play, pressing Suli's head down and slamming it into the ground.
Still being stubborn, huh?
A dull thud quickly drew out bright red blood, but Yanhua was still not satisfied, grabbing Suli's hair again to lift him up, then slammed him down once more. I love to play with tough ones like you the most.
Bang, 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 bang.
The dull sounds of the head hitting the ground rang out continuously, like a countdown announcing the end of life.
Captain, if this continues, Suli will be tortured to death by Yanhua.
In the operations analysis room, Zhou broke the silence and couldn't help but speak anxiously.
He will be fine.
Old Zhao didn't turn back, his voice sounding very tired.
But... Xiao Zhou. Don't pull me, Professor Dong.
Zhou shook off Professor Dong's hand that grabbed his arm and quickly walked towards old Zhao, only to be stopped by a middle-aged man with sharp eyes, forcing him to halt.
Captain, we can't just stand by and watch, can we?
He suddenly pointed his hand at two screens that had turned black beside him, the live broadcasts of two foreign chosen ones who had also entered the warehouse like Suli.
Then what do you think we can do? A hint opportunity. Captain, didn't we have a hint opportunity in this instance that we could use? We can. Then what can we do?
We. Hearing this repeated question, Zhou suddenly became speechless, the light in his eyes dimming.
Yes, that was meant to provide hints and avoid danger. What use is it at times like this?
He turned back in confusion to seek help, but everyone quickly averted their gaze the moment they made eye contact with him. The sound from the screens behind him continued, like a heavy hammer constantly striking a worn-out drumhead.
Would the drumhead be broken in the next second? Pa.
Zhou quickly waved his hands, trying to dispel this ominous thought.
Right. Didn't Suli undergo intensive fighting training before?
And according to the intel analysis from Yanhua, he hasn't grasped any combat skills, so... Zhou abruptly turned to look at a tall middle-aged officer standing in front of the screen, the man with the best combat skills in the country, Instructor Sure. Sure turned his head at the call, his jaw slightly bulging from clenching his teeth, and seeing Zhou's almost pleading eyes, he wanted to say something comforting, but the words got stuck in his throat hesitantly. Xiao Zhou, although Suli has a high talent for combat, under normal circumstances, he would defeat someone like Yanhua, but...
I understand, Instructor Sure.
Zhou dejectedly interrupted Sure. The last bit of hope faded away. He understood what the other meant, even he, who knew nothing about combat, understood the saying one can defeat 10 by sheer strength. He shuffled back, but accidentally bumped into the corner of the table, nearly falling over.
He won't be in trouble. Won't be in trouble again with this phrase.
Zhou subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he looked up and met Professor Dong's eyes, he saw a complex meaning reflected in them. He stopped speaking, thanked him, and silently stood up to sit back in his place, staring ahead at the big screen, clenching his fists tightly, just like the elderly man in front of him. In the warehouse, the blood on the floor had spread to Yanhua's feet, and he could hardly feel any resistance in his hands, so Yanhua finally let go. He wiped the splatter of blood off his face, glancing at it with disgust, then squatted down to look at Suli, who lay motionless in the pool of blood.
Yanhua has had many front desk staff, but you are the one who annoys me the most. Do you know why? Weren't you chatty just now? Why can't you speak now? But don't worry, I can tell you.
Among all the new staff, no one has ever tasted the burgers made by Shaoan, except for you. From the first day you came, you took that damn burger.
Since then, the way Shaoan looked at you has been different.
Yanhua suddenly grabbed Suli's hair and turned his head to face him again.
Tell me, why did you take that job? Why did you come to Yanhua?
Seeing that originally delicate face now obscured by blood and bruises, for some reason, Yanhua suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, his furious emotions gradually calming down. But now it's alright, you will soon vanish from this place, and she will no longer see your face.
Cough.
Seeing Suli's lips tremble as if wanting to say something, but as he opened his mouth, the blood and foam made him cough uncontrollably, Yanhua laughed mockingly.
Isn't it painful, wishing to die immediately? I know everything. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. By the way, you said Shaoan isn't her real name, right?
I'm in a good mood today, considering we used to be brothers. I've decided to give you a chance. If you tell me her real name now, I'll just snap your neck and let you die comfortably.
Xiao Su, make sure to seize this rare opportunity. Cough, I will say. Suli raised his hand as if trying to grab something. What?
I can't hear you, almost forgot, you don't have the strength to speak now. Yanhua said as he leaned his ear closer to Suli's mouth.
I said you seem to be a clown.
As Suli, struggling to speak, clutched Yanhua's collar and shakily picked up a small stone stained red with blood from the ground, he raised it in front of Yanhua's eyes with great effort. With a grin that split his face, he joyfully laughed.
Hey, where did your nose go? Put it back. Ha 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 ha, cough cough. Chapter 181, The Bottomless Well. The audience was taken aback. The experts were also stunned. Even Suli was like this, still provoking Yanhua?
Some covered their eyes, while others simply turned away, not daring to look any longer. The dolls on the nearby shelf seemed to sense something, also revealing their fear, and with a plop, they jumped down, then swayed and scattered, afraid that if they delayed a second, they would suffer too. Yanhua stared at the slightly swaying, bright red little stone in front of him, dazed for quite a while before realizing. He slapped the stone away, and his entire aura surged. Boom! Debris flew, the wall cracked, and on the wall right above Suli's head, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in an instant. Yanhua slowly retracted his fist, his voice barely a whisper.
Say that again?
Suli extended his hand to support the wall, struggling to stand up to take a look at the collapsed part.
Sorry, cough cough.
He chuckled awkwardly and turned his head to look at Yanhua, whose expression had slightly softened, and sincerely said. Just to correct you, you are very strong, little ugly.
Ha 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 ha, hiss.
It seemed that laughing had pulled at his wounds, making him suddenly gasp for breath. Yanhua was first taken aback, then immediately lost his composure. The number of people who had been tortured to death in his hands was not small, and at the moment of death, many of them had begged for mercy, but this newcomer was tough all the way through. Even every word spoken during that time was a stab at himself.
Good.
Very good. Before his words faded, a powerful whip kick suddenly shot out.
Puff.
With blood mixing with stomach acid spewing out, Suli, who had barely managed to stand, fell again, but because the wall absorbed part of the force, he did not land flat on the ground. Kneeling on the ground, one hand trembling to support his knee, Suli struggled to lift his head, grinning at Yanhua, but perhaps due to this action being too demanding for him now, he could only glance once before weakly letting his head droop. Yanhua was not pleased, but grew even more enraged. This silent mockery was even harder to endure than his previous laughter.
Like to laugh?
Furious, he no longer had the patience to play cat and mouse with Suli. The moment his leg started to return and he had not stabilized, he couldn't wait to kick out his other leg, but this time, it was not towards Suli's abdomen, but his head. This time the force was even greater, faintly whistling as it cut through the air. When the first kick was thrown, some in front of the screen screamed, others sighed sadly, but Joyu did not. His tightly clenched lips had already let out traces of blood.
Bang!
Creak! Suddenly, a sound of slamming on the table and chairs moving resonated in front, and Joyu looked over in surprise to see the usually upright instructor Sure now leaning over the table with both hands, as if he wished to dive into the enormous screen, while the old man beside him had also stood up, staring intently at the screen. Joyu was both shocked and confused. The eyes of the two had suddenly changed, becoming sharp and fierce, entirely different from before. However, he had no time to think about it now, instinctively directing his gaze back to the screen. Yanhua's eyes revealed a cruel smile. No matter how tough a person was, at the moment their body was struck by overwhelming force, they would instinctively show uncontrollable pain. That was the most beautiful expression in the world. But when Yanhua's gaze fell on Suli's pallid, drooping profile, wanting to savor that final moment, an unexpected shock coursed through his heart. The Suli, who had been gasping for breath due to his severe injuries, suddenly stopped trembling. And the mouth, which had fallen due to pain, suddenly tightened. What on earth is happening with this guy? A vague, chaotic feeling intertwined into heavy unease, making Yanhua subconsciously want to withdraw his force. But thoughts are always faster than the body, and with such a short distance and time, he could not keep up. Moreover, this kick was delivered in a rush. All he could see was Suli, half kneeling in front of him, suddenly lower his head, and then lunge forward awkwardly in a half squat. The next second, his right leg was grabbed and pulled up forcefully, while his standing left ankle was struck by a sweeping kick. His center of gravity was lost in an instant, and Yanhua fell backward in a panic, unable to think about why this was happening. He only knew that he must stabilize himself now. But just as Yanhua was about to make a move, no. Almost in the moment this thought just surfaced. He saw Suli slightly bend his body on his left leg, and then a cold light suddenly flashed before his eyes. The chill sliced through the air, rushing towards Yanhua's neck at a sharp angle. Suli's movements were too fast for Yanhua to react. He could only desperately twist his body while slapping at the cold air. Clang! Bang! The sound of a weapon dropping and flesh hitting the ground echoed at the same time, and a stabbing pain shot through Yanhua's left eye. He instinctively turned his remaining right eye towards the side, wanting to know what that was. It turned out to be a dinner knife. It seemed like the one Shaoan often used. How did it end up in Suli's hands? Pop! The sound of a bottle cork being pulled out suddenly rang out in front of him, and as Yanhua turned his head, his face changed dramatically. He saw Suli bite off the cork with his mouth and spit it aside, then made a move to pour the blood-red liquid from the bottle onto himself. Not good. He had just been focused on guarding against the guy's left hand, neglecting his right hand. Yanhua hurriedly reached out with his left hand to grab Suli's right wrist, trying to stop the other's next move, but soon he was horrified to find that the other's strength was much greater than he had imagined. His lifted hand was slowly being pushed down by Suli's force.
Moreover, that hand was as steady as a rock, showing no sign of trembling at all. Why is his strength greater than mine? Could it be that he also gained the side effects of that toxin? Impossible. He had been completely awake just now, not falling into a coma. In a rush of thoughts, he saw Su Li's bottle gradually tilt, causing the blood-red liquid to approach the bottle's mouth. No! That thing must not drop onto him. Having been cut on the cheek by that dinner knife and blinded in one eye, Yanhua had not panicked too much, only the anger from the pain remained. He knew these were not lethal wounds for him, and with time, he could slowly recover. But now he began to panic. He was very clear about what was in that bottle and the terrifying consequences it would bring upon contact with the human body. Ah! Yanhua roared, extending another hand to grab Su Li's wrist. The fierce strength brought on by the toxin gradually drained the color from the hand holding the medicine bottle. His arm slowly rose, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Yanhua's mouth. Your killing move can't kill me. Having regained the upper hand, he now had the chance to look at Su Li's face, but just one glance made his heart sink. What kind of face was that? Hair disheveled, covered in dust, and full of scrapes, a large wound on his forehead from the earlier collision, with blood now seeping out, even dropping onto Yanhua's face as he looked up. This made Su Li appear painfully unwatchable. Yet in contrast, there was not a trace of expression on his face now, the earlier pain and smiles had completely vanished. He raised his right hand holding the medicine bottle, and all that could be seen were his ink-black eyes, like a bottomless well. This strange yet familiar chill suddenly made Yanhua tremble. Had he just been pretending? It wasn't me playing tricks on him, but him playing tricks on me? But his eyes? Suddenly, he realized a chilling question he had overlooked: where was Su Li's left hand now? Just as this thought arose, a plain black pencil rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Chapter 182, 9 times out of 10, there's eye rolling. A pencil? Yanhua's anxious heart calmed down. He had seen the pencil in Su Li's hand. It was just an ordinary 2B pencil used by high school students for filling in answer sheets. A sharp dining knife can't kill me, is this it? He couldn't understand but knew that by toppling Su Li's bottle with all his might, he could. But just as the pencil touched his left chest, a wave of inexplicable fear suddenly surged in Yanhua's heart. It can't stab in, otherwise, I will definitely die. This intense instinct arose out of nowhere, and dark energy surged along with it. Su Li felt the other party's power suddenly increase, and a tremendous force from his right hand made the bottle of crimson liquid fly out directly. His heart sank, but he didn't look at where the bottle fell. Instead, he seized the pencil, which had been lifted slightly by the dark energy, with his free right hand and pressed it down with all his strength. Puff! The pencil pierced flesh, a red arrow shot forth, but as Yanhua's sharp scream of pain resounded, the dark energy rushed toward Su Li's face like a fierce wind. Su Li immediately raised his arms to block in front of him, but he was still pushed backward by that wave of energy, his feet carving long marks on the ground until his back slammed against the wall and partially absorbed the force. He let go of his arm, which was cut by the sharp energy, and looked up to see that the eerie black energy had dissipated. Yanhua lay quietly on the ground, the glass bottle shattered not far away, and the crimson liquid was slowly flowing out. His head tilted to one side without any movement, and the pencil, stained red at its end, was stuck in the center of his still chest. Good. Zhou Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, but before he could speak, he saw Shi excitedly waving his fists in the air, breaking the silence in the battle analysis room. I knew it. I knew this kid wouldn't miss this opportunity. Ha ha ha. He looked at Shi, who was even prouder than the person involved, with some surprise. Are you sure you really know? Wasn't he just worried a moment ago? Right, that gaze. Zhou Yu suddenly recalled Shi's strangely sharp and fierce eyes earlier and quickly organized his emotions, stepping forward to ask his question. Instructor Shi, I just noticed your attitude suddenly changed. Did you foresee that Su Li would definitely strike at that moment? Of course. This kind of thing is obvious at a glance. Shi smiled broadly, but soon realized something and began to explain. By the way, little Zhou, you don't understand combat skills. How can I say it? Generally speaking, when ordinary people attack, changes in their stance and the size of their force can lead to certain flaws that are hard for them to notice and guard against. But those who master combat skills can. This is also the reason why we can easily subdue ordinary people. However, these flaws vary in size. Although Yanhua revealed many flaws while attacking Su Li earlier, they were not suitable for counterattack. Because if he didn't achieve a one-hit kill, Yanhua's power would be enough to erase any gap created by technique. Shi, with narrowed eyes, exuded a faint aura of intimidation, making Zhou Yu instinctively feel a little fear and unconsciously take a half-step back. However, he knew this was not directed at him, but rather an instinctive force arising from discussing such topics. But when Yanhua got furious just now because of Su Li's little stone and kicked out the first blow, he created a huge flaw due to his excessive force. That was a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. If it were me, I would have chosen to act at that moment because I didn't know if I could withstand that kick. Yet Suli endured it with blood spilling from his mouth and continued to provoke the opponent. Shiryush rested his hands on the table, looking at Suli on the screen, who was checking his injuries, his eyes shining. Such spirit indeed has some resemblance to my youth. Back in those days. Cough, cough. A few soft coughs from the elder next to him made Joyu turn his head aside, afraid he might burst out laughing, but soon he heard Shiryush's unchanged tone continuing. Back in those days. I saw Yenhua's desire to kill Suli peak, as he just retracted the first kick, still not steady, and hurriedly kicked out the second kick, even concentrating all his strength on his leg. The target changed from the abdomen to the head, shifting his center of gravity and losing balance created an even bigger flaw, a deadly flaw, his lower body. It's a pity the action was just a bit too slow. If it were me, the action would definitely be faster, right? Zhao Lao laughed and took over Shiryush's words, seemingly not wanting him to continue. Yes. Shiryush nodded without changing his expression. Don't forget, Suli was just an ordinary person before. Joyu rubbed his face, relaxing his facial muscles that were tense from holding back laughter, and looked curiously and confusedly at Zhao Lao in front of him. Team leader, do you understand fighting too? Joyu. Professor Dong, who was also smiling, immediately became frightened and sternly interrupted. This is not something you should know. Joyu was stunned and quickly realized the gravity of the situation, lowering his head apologetically. I'm sorry, team leader, I overstepped. For someone like Zhao Lao, whether he knew how to fight or not, and to what extent, was no longer just his own matter. It belonged to a national-level secret because it involved his personal safety, and his safety had a huge impact on the Great Xiao nation. It's alright, it's not a big deal. Zhao Lao smiled slightly but did not directly answer the question. I'm not as powerful as Instructor Sure. I thought Suli would act based on the timing. As long as Yenhua's kick landed, he would definitely die. But he obviously wouldn't want to die, and he has been acting for long enough. Acting? Joyu frowned. This was indeed a huge confusion in his mind. From Suli's timing in taking action and the power he displayed, he really looked like he was fine. But I saw his eyes go dark, obviously showing symptoms of pollution. Isn't mental state affected by pollution? Plus, he was also beaten to the point of spitting blood. He couldn't be acting that, could he? Joyu was somewhat puzzled. His tone made Dong Professor anxious, clenching his teeth from behind. Zhao Lao smilingly asked another question. Based on your previous analysis, what are Yenhua's characteristics? Likes to smoke, likes women, likes to show off, likes to tease people, likes to watch others beg for mercy before dying. He likes to smoke, and Suli said he smokes the ashes of the dead. He likes women. Suli said that no one would like him. He likes to show off, and Suli said his show off was useless, not even knowing Gu Jingfeng's real name. He likes to tease people, and Suli used small stones as a clown's red nose to mock him. He likes to conquer others, and Suli stubbornly refused to bow his head. Joyu was momentarily speechless. In such a situation, being so purposefully targeted meant Suli's emotions were likely not to be affected much. He also understood why Yenhua became so angry. It wasn't a bad mindset but because he was targeted too harshly. During the day, Suli still called him Brother Yen, but at night, he joked that his nose had fallen to the ground. Most of it was worth rolling one's eyes at, and the clown was completely useless. What he cared about most was being mocked as worthless. This really made it hard for anyone not to break down. Joyu shuddered, suddenly having a strange thought. If he cut Suli open, would he be entirely black inside? Chapter 183, Young people should not be too impatient. You saying that, I roughly understand. So when you said he's definitely fine, you already noticed it earlier. Joyu sincerely praised, but still had some confusion. However, I just saw that Suli seems very strong. Why didn't he just act right away instead of pretending to be weak? Old Zhao shook his head. We have specific data from the power rewards obtained in the last instance, but this time, the power boost from contaminated food can only be judged by the naked eye. There are no direct and accurate data. But I believe that even after 2 power boosts, Suli's strength is still not enough to surpass Yenhua, or even if he did, not by much. But he clearly just restrained Yenhua? That was just a momentary explosion, and it happened when Yenhua fell to the ground and panicked. It does seem that way. Under those circumstances, it would indeed be hard to exert much strength. Suli is very cautious. Since he could make this plan, he should be clear about his own state, feeling that he might not have a good grasp. In any case, the current result is good, resolving Yenhua before he could undergo mutation. Are you sure? Otherwise, Yenhua could still mutate? He is a mutator. Professor Dong expressed his displeasure at the right moment, trying to pull Joyu back. Whoever heard of a mutator who couldn't mutate? Are you sure? Our sample data is not enough to draw such a definite conclusion. Dong's outstretched hand was stopped midair by Joyu's words, but looking at Joyu's serious expression, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Old Zhao suddenly asked, Xiaozhou, did you eat noodles today? I didn't eat. Why do you suddenly? Joyu felt puzzled by the old man's question, instinctively replied, but as soon as he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, that question Suli asked before. Old Zhao nodded gently. Can you turn into a duck?
That was Su Li's question. Such a pointed question usually focuses on the can you turn into part, like my earlier question did you eat, but Yanhua's answer was,
What duck? His focus was on the second part.
Plus, with the guests who mutated into animals during the chaos at noon, Yanhua is indeed very likely to be able to mutate.
Zhou Yu took over the conversation, his expression incredulous. Was this a test? I thought it was just ordinary trash talk. Professor Dong grumbled behind. Do you think everyone is like you, speaking and having words run out from your belly? Zhou Yu smiled awkwardly.
The old man in front smiled. It's fine, if you have ideas, you must say them.
Otherwise, this operations analysis room would just leave me, an old man, alone. The problem needs to be stated.
Only by stating it can everyone see it, and when it is seen, it can be solved.
Yes, team leader. Actually, what I just said is all just speculation.
I am not Su Li himself. I can't be 100% sure whether the pollution accumulated from the food he ate before is truly delayed and deadly.
So you earlier. When I said that, did I look tense? This kid really acts the part, even I was fooled at the time.
Old Zhao smiled calmly, glanced at the screen, then turned around. Alright, all the questions that needed to be asked have been asked.
Su Li has started to move again, let's head back.
His tone sounded relaxed, but no one could see the serious expression that had returned to his face. Zhou Yu retracted the question that was on the tip of his tongue, responded, and then followed Professor Dong back to his seat, adjusting his thoughts and calming his mindset before joining the expert group's discussion and analysis of the new situation. The troubles Su Li needed to deal with were not just Yanhua. Although he had not started to ask for help yet, we also could not relax. We must always be in a state of readiness, prepared for anything, so that once he speaks, we can immediately respond with the best answer.
This is what we can do, and what we must do.
Su Li slightly moved his arms and found that he had only cut through the skin and flesh, without injuring the tendons or bones. He did not immediately treat the wound but walked towards Yanhua, his expression serious. After waiting for a moment, there was still no movement from the other side. His chest did not rise and fall, and bright red blood, just like an ordinary human, was gushing out from where the pencil had been inserted deeply, making him seem like he was completely dead. The strange black mist from earlier had also dissipated, but Yanhua's head was turned to the side, making his face invisible. Su Li crouched down, cautiously grasping the pencil and twisting it forcefully, enough to make anyone playing dead cry out in pain, yet Yanhua remained motionless. His brows slightly furrowed, and there was no trace of joy from winning a battle on Su Li's face, only carefulness. He pulled out the pencil and held it in his hand. The tip was still sharp, and the blood-stained body of the pencil showed no signs of damage, indicating it could still be used. Shifting his gaze, he raised the pencil toward the side of Yanhua's temple and without any hesitation, stabbed down again. Whoosh! A blur suddenly flew past Su Li's cheek and instantly struck his right hand that was holding the pencil. Bang! Amid the sound of shattering glass, Su Li swiftly stepped back. Leaning against the wall, he quickly glanced at the pencil that had fallen into the pile of broken game machines and the shards of the smashed wine bottle in the corner, then turned his gaze to the other side. A middle-aged man stood in front of the open warehouse door. He rubbed his messy stubble, placed his fingers, which were slightly stained with wine, to his mouth, and savored it for a moment before glancing at Su Li's slightly red right hand, letting out a sigh. Little Su, I remember I told you not to be too impatient when you're young. Have you forgotten? Look, you almost didn't dodge the empty bottle I casually tossed. Damn! How did this old drunkard show up? The audience immediately exploded with comments because they could tell from Yi Xueming's attitude upon entering that he was not here with good intentions. Su Li did not reply, and Yi Xueming did not care much. He didn't even look at Yanhua lying on the ground but instead stared seriously into Su Li's dark eyes. It is indeed contaminated. He carefully observed the battle scars on Su Li's body, pondering slightly. Actively stirring up emotions, triggering the pollution within the body while gaining strength. He also accelerated the recovery from his injuries, so he looked severely hurt, but in reality, it was merely a flesh wound that didn't affect his combat power too much. Su Li's heart suddenly felt alert, and he listened as Yi Xueming continued. If it were just this, it wouldn't be a big deal. Not many can do it, but not too few either. What surprised me the most is that you managed to suppress the emotional turmoil caused by the pain while being beaten, preventing the effects of the pollution from escalating. Yi Xueming looked at Su Li with genuine admiration in his eyes. You even took showing weakness to an extreme. At the moment Yanhua fell, you didn't immediately use your strongest move, but instead deliberately used an ordinary dinner knife first, letting Yanhua lower his guard, and then you brought out that vial of potion. Only when all his attention was on that did you finally use that pencil. Although I don't know what is so special about that pencil, I am clear about one thing, that was your biggest support for daring to step into this warehouse tonight. So, I hope it doesn't remain in your hands. He took off the glove from his other hand that was stained with red liquid and bent down to place it on the trembling toolbox at his feet. To be honest, Xiaosu, in my decades of life, you are the first young person I've seen who can use pollution to such an extent, harnessing its power without letting it burst forth. This kind of delicate balance cannot be achieved with absolute rationality alone, it also requires strong emotional control. I remember you had nightmares on your first night due to emotional issues, but now you seem like a different person. If you weren't lying to me back then, this rate of growth is a bit frightening. He gazed seriously at the silent Su Li and earnestly asked. Are you really from the same world as me? Chapter 184, He came in. Experts from all countries were suddenly alert. They noticed He Xueming's choice of words was not toxin, but pollution, indicating that he knew far more than Yan Hua. Moreover, according to his explanation, the reason Su Li turned the tables had been revealed. If that were the case, could it be that the pollution that the chosen ones once avoided might be something they could try to engage with in future copies? Additionally, was his last question a compliment to Su Li or did it hold deeper meaning? They focused intently on the screen, not caring why He Xueming appeared here. They only hoped to gather more valuable intelligence since their own chosen one had already perished. But seeing Su Li remain silent, He Xueming did not continue on that topic. Instead, he sighed heavily and said regretfully. Alas, Xiaosu, if you had just stayed honestly in the lounge, perhaps we could continue to be friends tomorrow, but why did you have to come here tonight? Su Li did not answer this question Yan Hua had previously asked. Instead, he coughed a few times and spat out a long repressed purplish-black blood clot. As his chest felt slightly relieved, he snickered and countered. Are you sure we will really see each other again tomorrow? He Xueming's gaze subtly shifted. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Li tearing off his sleeves and starting to perform a simple bandaging of his wounds. I thought you would show up to stop me as soon as I made my move, so I was prepared. I didn't expect you had been here all along, waiting until now. So, you were hiding in. Su Li's gaze swept across the room before finally resting on the chandelier on the ceiling that was still slightly swaying. He Xueming's words clearly indicated he had witnessed the entire process, but in his line of sight, he had never seen him, so the only possibility was that he had been hiding there, in that sole blind spot in vision. Yes. He Xueming did not deny it. Is he really so insignificant to you? Yes. According to what you said earlier, if I cannot control the pollution inside me, what will be the consequences once it erupts? Su Li bit the cloth and tied a knot. Although he had guessed in his heart, he still wanted to get confirmation from He Xueming. Very simple, the chances are high that you will become a mindless monster. He Xueming said this without hiding anything, his gaze looking forward again. Or you could end up like him. As the words fell, Su Li felt the temperature in the warehouse suddenly drop, and he saw faint wisps of black gas appearing on Yan Hua, lying on the ground, rapidly swirling around his limbs. Where the black gas passed, his muscles quickly swelled, and from where he stood, Su Li could clearly see Yan Hua's face, which was grotesquely bulging outward. Rip. The cloth tore, and Yan Hua stood up again as if nothing had happened. No, that was not right, he no longer had a human shape. His body shrank, and his bare skin was covered with a layer of gray-black coarse fur, long black nails, a sharply protruding mouth and nose, and a bald, curved tail hanging down behind him, like a rat crawling out of a sewer, emitting a rotten, foul smell that even with Su Li's sense of smell affected, still entered his nostrils. Yan Hua reached out a claw and touched the bleeding wound on his chest, looking at the blood on his nails with his small, red-black glowing eyes, then grinned at Su Li and said, My good brother, we meet again. Amid the foul stench, there was nothing but resentment and hatred. In the live broadcast room of the Yan'an Kingdom, the chosen one, Ruan Chang, shrank in the corner, trembling as he looked at the hole in the door. Just when he felt a strange frustration in his heart, suddenly a piece of text appeared in his mind, first making him stunned and then overjoyed. The national prompt message. There is hope. The tester is Yanhua, an aberrant, loves to torture but will not kill immediately. Do not worry, or it will break the rules, leading to a bizarre invasion. Just hold on until 4:44 to clear the level. As long as you do not violate the rules, nothing will happen. Do not overworry, do not have major emotional fluctuations. So it turns out that Yanhua is outside the door. No wonder I've been feeling he is not a good thing these past few days. Do not worry, so that's what the rule means, damn it. This broken instance hides its rules so deeply. Crack. The sound from the door made Ruan Chang shiver, then he hurriedly kept silently repeating in his heart. Do not worry, do not be afraid, at most he just breaks the door. Crack. More small holes appeared on the door, and the light from the hall shone in, adding more rays of light to the dim room. He can't come in, he can't come in, at most he is just going to scare me. Ruan Chang kept taking deep breaths, and the frustration in his heart seemed to lessen slightly. Bang! This time, it was not just a few more holes in the door, but something from the outside directly smashed a large hole. Ruan Chang was so frightened that he dared not look, so he simply covered his head with the quilt, tightly wrapping himself up, continuously muttering. It's okay, even if he breaks the door, he is just scaring him. He won't really come in, he can't kill me, as long as I hold on long enough, I can survive. But somehow, Ruan Chang felt that his self-taught voice was loud enough, and with the quilt barrier, still, the sound of the door being destroyed slithered into his ears like a poisonous snake.
Do not worry, this way I will definitely be okay, hey? Why did the noise stop? Should I take a look? No, absolutely not.
Ruan Chang felt a bit curious, but just thinking that opening the quilt might lead to seeing a terrifying face. He trembled in fear and dared not think any further, but after a moment, the world outside the quilt remained silent, sweat trickling from his forehead down his cheek and dripping onto the sheets. The uncomfortable feeling of being stifled made him feel the urge to breathe freely.
Could it be that bastard Yanhua thought he hadn't been scared, so he just left? And besides, I didn't hear any footsteps coming and he shouldn't be outside my quilt, right?
He first groped forward through the quilt but didn't touch the expected face. So he leaned against the wall, straining his head back, his hands moving forward, slowly pulling open a small gap in the quilt. The light that entered was a bit blinding, he could see the glaring lights in the hall through the gap. Good. It seems he really left. After waiting a moment, nothing unusual happened, and Ruan Changkai slowly pulled the quilt open completely, letting his head peek out.
Ha! Damn it! Almost suffocated.
As he breathed in the fresh air, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure if it was from being stifled or frightened.
Little Ruan, why aren't you sleeping so late?
A familiar, gentle voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, shocking Ruan Chang to immediately pull the quilt over his head.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
He chanted anxiously, but at that moment, his thoughts couldn't help but drift away. The voice just now was definitely Yanhua's, but that face.
Ruan Chang couldn't help but recall the image he saw.
Although it was just a hurried glimpse, he felt that the face that suddenly appeared from the doorframe seemed not to be a normal human face. The nose and mouth were very sharp, like the face of some kind of animal.
Damn!
Ruan Chang's heart jolted suddenly, and in a panic, he simply recited the message the country sent him as if it were a spell.
Don't worry, otherwise it will break the rules,
leading to strange things breaking in. As long as you don't violate the rules, nothing will happen.
Strange? That face did not look like a human face.
Only something strange could look like that.
And it told me not to violate. What if I accidentally violated? What will happen?
Clatter. Footsteps came from outside the door, heading straight for him, followed by that familiar and gentle voice.
Little Ruan, why are you hiding under the quilt?
Ruan Chang felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar.
He came in. Damn. Why the hell is this method not working? Chapter 185 Late Night Program, Xiaoye. Little Ruan, why do I see you shaking constantly? Did you have a nightmare?
The soft voice came closer.
It's okay.
The country won't hurt me. What they said must be useful. I must believe them.
Don't worry. Little Ruan, why aren't you speaking? Why is your door broken? Is something wrong? The voice came even closer.
He didn't know if it was because this quilt was too thick and heavy, but Ruan Chang felt his heart was blocked and he also felt a bit itchy on his body.
Could it be that there is a problem with this quilt? I remember that many people seem to have slept in this bed before. Could it be that it hasn't been washed in a long time and is dirty?
Thinking of this possibility made him even more restless. Suddenly, he felt that the quilt wrapped around his head was gently bumped by something.
Get away! Don't come near me! Ruan Chang was startled and instinctively shouted loudly, then wrapped the quilt even tighter. Don't worry. Don't think about other things, don't have emotional fluctuations, breathe deeply. Little Ruan, what's wrong? It's me, Yanhua.
If you don't believe me, you can touch my hand or pull open the quilt to take a look.
His hand again touched the quilt. The quilt was actually pushed in.
Wait a minute, I remember what poked through the door earlier was something thin and sharp, like a nail, but looking at this shape seems a bit different. Could it be that Yanhua is really a person?
The face I just saw was just an illusion? Or, should I take a look?
If what I saw was really Yanhua, not that sharp-toothed monster, then they are not the same thing.
Moreover, Yanhua has already come in. Doesn't this mean that the hint is not very accurate? That weird thing is the tester. Yanhua is actually here to help me?
After all, I have been obedient to him these past few days. He has no reason to kill me. Just take a look. Anyway, he is already standing outside my blanket. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it by now. A glance won't hurt.
You, stand a little farther away.
Okay. The footsteps moved back and then stopped.
Is it all right now?
Ruan Chang slowly pulled back the blanket and peeked outside. It really was Yanhua, grinning at him, bared teeth. Ruan Chang breathed a sigh of relief and returned a stiff smile.
Fortunately, it wasn't that monster's face, so it seems I really was mistaken just now. Damn.
Ruan Chang suddenly pulled the blanket tightly again, feeling his whole body tremble. At that moment, he saw an extremely terrifying sight. Yanhua's nails rapidly elongated, and his mouth and nose protruded. In an instant, he transformed into a strange giant rat.
A standing rat, as tall as a human, with a bald tail. Damn, damn, damn. I just doubted if the country's intelligence was wrong. What an idiot. Take a deep breath. Don't have emotional fluctuations. Don't worry. As long as you don't break the rules, nothing will happen. He slapped himself hard, then frantically chanted like he was grasping a lifeline, but strangely, the louder his voice became, the more bizarre and crazy images appeared in his mind. The ugly rat face close to his eyes, filthy and smelly gray-black fur, a heart pulled out and held in a palm, a neck bitten and blood-sucked. Various bloody and horrifying delusional scenes uncontrollably filled Ruan Chang's brain. Don't think about it. Ruan Chang banged his head like he was going crazy, yet he still couldn't control those haunting images from appearing. The blanket was suddenly yanked open, and the sudden brightness made Ruan Chang squint, but the next moment, he smelled a foul odor rushing towards him. Although the smell was not strong, it still made him almost vomit. The annoying feeling in his heart suddenly surged, so strongly that it dulled the pain in his thigh and pinky finger, but before he could feel it, he felt his eyelids forcibly pulled open, sharp nails pierced his skin and embedded into the flesh, Yen was moist, slender nose pressed against his face, and his small eyes were filled with mocking smiles. I've been listening to you recite Don't Worry for a while now, little Ruan, tell brother Yen, what shouldn't you worry about? As he spoke, Yen Hua slightly pressed his nails, and Ruan Chang let out a miserable scream, his left eye was pierced. Amidst the intense pain, his head felt unusually heavy. This contradictory feeling made Ruan Chang extremely uncomfortable, as if he was trying to struggle and swim in the cold sea while countless cold hands were pulling his ankles down into the depths. At the same time, he felt some kind of unprecedented powerful force suddenly surge from deep within his body, as if it wanted to break through the skin. Ruan Chang instinctively slammed forward, wanting to vent this strength and smash Yen Hua's hideous head into pieces. Bang! The bed collapsed in response, and Ruan Chang lost his balance and fell. Just as he wanted to get up, he felt an incredible itch all over his body. He reached out and scratched hard, but not only did it not ease the itch, there seemed to be an extremely strange sensation. 2 or 3 fish scale-like objects were scratched off, turning the white sheets red. He trembled in disbelief and raised his hand to look, his arm. On the back of his hand, a patch of gray-black fish scale-like hard pieces was piercing through the skin and continually growing out. No, no, no. I clearly followed the instructions, how could this happen? His dull senses made him realize it too late, and he let out a terrible scream, then frantically started scratching at the scales with his hands, but every time he scratched one off, it came with the most excruciating pain of flesh tearing away. Yen Hua had retreated to the side, looking at him with slight surprise for a while, unable to help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Little Ruan, you truly are my good buddy, not only obedient, but also hiding such a late-night show, very nice. I really like it. He paused, then continued to laugh. How about I let Xiao Yu play with you tomorrow night? The one in the red dress, the girl who likes to dance, I know you secretly watched her. Ruan Chang's scratching movement halted. So her name is Xiao Yu. A bright-eyed smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind. Ruan Chang remembered she often came to play the dance machine with a girl in yellow clothes, and he had indeed secretly watched that girl in red when he was bored. Tsk, Yen Hua's mouse-like face revealed a reminiscing expression, the pleasant smile making his long mouse whiskers tremble. I remember her taste was quite good. How about it, brother Yen is generous. Ah. As soon as Yen Hua said this, the image of the girl in red in Ruan Chang's mind shattered like glass, and that extreme annoyance and strange itch filled his body again. He let out a painful roar, then suddenly raised his head and glared at Yen Hua with that eye that no longer had any white left in it. You know what this is about, right? You did this, didn't you? Without waiting for Yen Hua to answer, he lunged forward directly. Kill him. Killing him would end everything. The inexplicable power in his body caused Ruan Chang to explode with great strength. He kicked off the bed, which immediately collapsed, but Yen Hua did not move his feet, and he still showed that strange guffaw on his face. Just as Ruan Chang jumped in front of him, a gray-black shadow hit Ruan Chang first. Bang! Ruan Chang slammed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to get up, but felt a heavy pressure filling his brain, making his body somewhat unresponsive. TCH. Yen Hua retracted his bare tail, spitting in disdain. What a waste, I was going to watch a little longer, after all, such a performance is rare. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something amusing, laughing to reveal 2 large mouse-like front teeth. He walked towards the fallen Ruan Chang, but just as he reached out his claw, a low voice came from behind. Alright, he already has no self-awareness, will soon sink, don't waste time, just kill him. Remember to search for things. Understood. Yen Hua's smile disappeared. He responded without turning back, looking a bit reluctant at the scales still emerging from Ruan Chang's body. You said you wanted to see how many scales would be pulled off before you died from the pain. I've never seen this before, what a pity. While speaking, he lifted his foot to stomp on Ruan Chang's head, a red and white substance splattering out. Yen Hua crouched down to search on him but did not find any special game coins. Looks like tomorrow I'll have to recruit new people again, so boring, why haven't I encountered someone who can excite me for a while?
Yanhua muttered, and then his small red-black eyes flickered slightly, and his voice became extremely low. One day, I will also slaughter you. Standing up again, he lit a cigarette and turned to walk towards the hall. Under the blinding lights, he gradually resumed his human form, leaving behind only the drifting white smoke and the sporadically twitching pieces of flesh among the shattered bedding. Chapter 186, Pink Elephant. What's going on? Why has Ruan Cheng suddenly become like this? The leader of the expert team from the Yan'an country, Wu Yun, roared in anger, facing countless experts who buried their heads and dared not speak. Weren't you all quite talkative just now? Why is everyone suddenly acting like ostriches? Wu Yun was furious inside. Although Yanhua had just broken the door, he was merely standing at the door talking and hadn't come in. This indicated that their analysis was correct. But when he felt relieved, he suddenly saw Ruan Cheng, hiding under the blanket, shuddering and then yelling, "Get away! Stand back!" This strange behavior made Wu Yun feel a horrible premonition rise in his heart. Soon after, he saw Yanhua smiling as he walked into the lounge on the screen. Just like Ruan Cheng's two shouts, it was an invitation for Yanhua to take a seat. The content of the message was clearly very simple: just do as told. So why did things go wrong? Wu Yun felt frustrated and angry. Seeing the people in front of him still not speaking made him even more furious. Speak up. There are so many people standing here, and not a single one can even let out a whisper? The experts all lowered their heads and peeked at each other. Everyone's faces looked awful, and no one dared to provoke the leader's bad mood. Wu Yun glanced around and marched in front of the middle-aged expert from earlier. Lift your head and look at me. Answer my question. The middle-aged expert knew he could not escape, so he raised his head to glance at the darkened screen and forced out a smile. Leader, perhaps it's because Shu Eming came along with Yanhua, and also because Yanhua can mutate. I think these unexpected factors led to this. We didn't know about these things beforehand. Moreover, that Suli from the Daxia country didn't mention it either. Suli, all you know is Suli? Wu Yun slapped hard, and with a crisp sound, the middle-aged man's facial muscles trembled like waves. If our conclusions depend entirely on Suli, what use do I have for you? Ha! He was so angry that he put his hands on his hips and paced back and forth, suddenly turning around to shout. Before sending the alert, I kept saying I felt something was off, but none of you knew. You only urged me to order the alert to be sent. Now that something's gone wrong, everyone is silent. Can you do this or not? If not, I'll replace you. Wu Yun was extremely unwilling. This was the closest they had ever been to success in many attempts. If they could hold on for a few more hours, they would pass the test. This would allow many to survive, even if it was the lowest level. Now their country's remaining population was dwindling, and if they failed a few more times, perhaps the entire nation would be erased from the map. Leader, we really have done our best. The middle-aged expert didn't even dare to glance at his glasses that had been knocked off. He tried to adopt a humble and wronged posture to calm Wu Yun's anger. This heavy responsibility was something he could not bear alone. We really didn't know such important information. Suli had actually hidden it from us. The reason? Wu Yun's face grew darker. What I need to know now is the reason. Leader. Someone in the back of the crowd raised their hand to speak. Speak. Wu Yun was somewhat impatient. I might know what the problem is. As the voice fell, many people in the room slightly raised their heads, looking back in surprise and confusion. When they saw the speaker was a young female expert wearing glasses, their astonishment deepened. Wu Yun narrowed his eyes. Step forward and say it. The young female expert gently brushed away the hand that had grabbed her sleeve. A determined face slowly walked step by step to Wu Yun's front. Team leader, I believe that Ruan Cheng's sudden change is due to the food he consumed, and the contamination within it may cause problems with a person's mentality, so just now he might have experienced confusion in his cognition. I know this. Wu Yun looked at the young female expert who stepped forward and felt slightly calmer, as she did not shift the blame elsewhere. What I need to know is not the fundamental reason, but the direct reason, which is what exactly triggered the contamination in his body. I hope you can give me an accurate answer and take responsibility for what you say next. The young female expert fell into a brief silence, then took a deep breath and stared at Wu Yun. I believe that the direct reason for the contamination in the chosen one Ruan Cheng, which led to his mental confusion and subsequent rule violation, is not due to the information we did not know in advance, but rather that hint we sent over. The air in the room suddenly froze, and Wu Yun looked at her slightly trembling eyelids. Are you saying that the information was not only incomplete but also that the understanding of the rules was incorrect? No, I think it was perfectly fine. It was correct, and it was the necessary and only way for the chosen one to pass through in a third method. However, it also put immense psychological pressure on the chosen one. Continue. I study psychology, and there has been a very famous experiment in our field. The experiment required participants to be alone in an empty room for 1 hour, and before the experiment started, the researchers repeatedly told them, do not imagine a pink elephant. The instruction was extremely clear, and the participants readily agreed, but when the experiment ended and the results were counted, she paused and continued. All the participants reported that during that hour, a pink elephant appeared in that room, and not just once.
Whispers immediately broke out. Is there really such a strange pink elephant in the world? Isn't the team leader asking about Yuan Chang? Why is she talking about some irrelevant experiment?
But the whispers quickly faded as many began to understand, their expressions becoming less than favorable, and Wu Yun's gaze grew complicated.
Are you referring to the bizarre entities unique to this world of Yanhua, just like the pink elephant that cannot exist in reality?
Yes. The more you tell Yuan Chang not to worry, the more he will worry about the consequences of violating the rules. Coupled with Yanhua's malicious intimidation, Yuan Chang's emotions, already affected by contamination, became even more unstable, which led to the incident just now. Furthermore, with Yuan Chang's body in a compromised state and a poor mindset, and tonight's anomaly being something he had never encountered before, all of this combined began pushing the situation towards disaster. And the information previously sent was the fuse of this disaster. It caused the pink elephant to appear in the room. Wu Yun murmured in a daze. Suddenly his tone became fierce. Since you know this so clearly, why didn't you say it earlier? The hint of threat in his gaze made the young female expert instinctively avert her eyes, but she quickly met his gaze again. There is only one way to crack this psychological phenomenon, which is for the person receiving the information to have very strong emotional management skills, not to deliberately imagine that pink elephant, nor to intentionally avoid thinking about it. She looked to the other side. That was the live broadcast room of the Great Xiao Nation. Very few people can achieve this, and we cannot interfere from the outside. Moreover, Yuan Chang was randomly selected from the Anan Kingdom. We do not know his mental endurance limit, so I believe sending that warning message was the best choice we could make at that time, even if it seemed like a gamble. Indeed, team leader, it's not that we don't want to, but there's just no way. Team leader, with this experience, we will certainly do better next time. We will strengthen the psychological training of our citizens. Next time, the country of Anan won't repeat the mistake. Other voices began to emerge in the room. Wu Yun looked at them as they finally started to speak, looking at the middle-aged expert who previously shirked responsibility, and the middle-aged professor who had stopped the young female expert earlier. His gaze returned to her, and he noticed her eyelashes tremble, as if she was ready for the punishment that might come from not informing in advance. His heart was filled with desolation, and after a long silence, he did not blame anyone anymore. He silently walked in front of the middle-aged expert, bent down to pick up the glasses that had fallen to the ground, and then pushed open the door of the command analysis room and walked out.
Chapter 187, You are the same kind of person as me. My good brother, we meet again. The poisonous words hadn't even landed when the stench filled the air. The sharp claws of Yanhua cut through the air heading towards Su Li's face, a strike filled with anger and disgust. Su Li did not dodge as before, but crouched slightly, guarding his cheek with his left wrist and flicking it upwards while tightly clenching his right hand, delivering a powerful uppercut. Thud! Yanhua's stomach was hit hard, and the intense pain caused him to bend over and vomit instantly. But before he had time to be horrified, he suddenly felt a rush of wind above his head and quickly retreated. Bang! Su Li's downward kick missed, but he did not pursue, just standing amidst the dust that had risen from the ground. Yanhua clumsily got up from the ground, his pupils trembling slightly. He couldn't understand how Su Li could easily crumble his attack with just a flick, and that subsequent uppercut even made his stomach churn with pain. How is this possible? You are just an ordinary human, lacking the powerful strength of toxins. Yanhua bared his sharp teeth, roaring in disbelief. He could not believe that with his enhanced strength and physical ability after mutation, he still could not win against Su Li in direct confrontation. And if it weren't for his speed, he would have been left lying there from that kick. A low growl of unwillingness came from his throat, and just as Yanhua was about to charge again, a deep voice came from ahead. Enough! These simple 2 words instantly forced Yanhua to suppress his inner killing intent. He Shueming glanced at the bandage on Su Li's arm, then looked at Yanhua, who was lowering his head, lost in thought. Those who possess pollution powers are not just you, there's also him. Pollution. Yanhua raised his head, his eyes showing clear confusion. But, brother, Su Li clearly hasn't passed out, how can? He won't be able to leave this room today. He Shueming interrupted Yanhua but seemed unwilling to explain anymore. So there's no need to rush, the most important thing for us now is to listen to him, to see how much he knows about the fireflies. You go find that pencil, break it, and without it, little Su will have no way out. Then quietly listen to what little Su has to say about these interesting matters. It's also the perfect time to wait for your wounds to heal. Seeing that Yanhua hadn't moved and remained standing there with his head down, he Shueming chuckled softly. Aren't you always shouting about not meeting interesting people? Now that you've finally met one, you're trying to kill him? That wouldn't be good. Only then did Yanhua grunt in response, turning to walk towards the pencil that had been knocked down by the bottle earlier.
He Shueming turned to look at Suli, a satisfied expression on his face, as if he was waiting to enjoy a delicious meal.
Are you sure I will definitely say it? Has your need for control made you so arrogant that you don't even ask beforehand? Suli's expression was full of sarcasm, but He Shueming just smiled and asked back. Don't you want to live a little longer?
Suli fell silent, his face showing some struggle, but his heart felt much more relaxed than before. He calmed his emotions, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. The power of pollution was indeed strong, but its constant psychological impact was also hard for Suli to bear. He needed time to breathe. He Shueming was a very assertive person, liking everything to be under his control, and he did not have patience for useless people. Therefore, when Yanhua attacked after being revived, he did not dodge but faced it head-on. Because Yanhua's attack this time was not authorized by He Shueming, but the latter did not stop it either, indicating he wanted to test himself using the altered Yanhua. If he lost, he would be useless, just kill him directly, not worth wasting too much time. If he won, then the situation might change after that. The analysis and conclusion came in an instant, and Suli chose without hesitation to take the hit and push Yanhua back. Although it didn't seem as easy as it looked, that hateful blow caused a shock that almost made Suli unable to keep his heart guarded, but fortunately, there was no major issue, and this choice indeed brought him great benefits. He Shueming fully recognized him and gave him time to speak. Even if the pollution had not been triggered, it could still gradually heal his injuries. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The key was that he could take this opportunity to reveal the truth of the instance, and... He seemed a bit worried and anxiously looked back. Yanhua was reluctantly rummaging through the broken game machine. Behind him, a long, dotted trail of blood extended on the ground, coming from the strange wound on Yanhua's chest, which was unable to heal and would lead to massive blood loss over time. If he could delay long enough, perhaps what he would face next would change from two powerful anomalies to one strong and one weak, or possibly, only He Shueming. As for whether that pencil would break, Suli was not worried about it at all. In the instance in dormitory number 4, the power that Xiong unleashed before his death had not even damaged that pencil in the slightest. He had secretly tried to apply more force in the dark employee lounge to test the pencil's limits, but there was no answer. Suli was shocked by this, but he did not try to understand. As long as this strange thing was useful, that was enough. Suli turned back, as if he had made up his mind, and looked at He Shueming. I can speak, but I want to ask a question first. He Shueming frowned slightly. Go ahead and ask. Did you already know I would come to the warehouse at this time tonight? Suli knew they would return early tonight, but under normal circumstances, they should not know he would arrive at the warehouse. The other party's demeanor when facing Yanhua had proven this, but He Shueming's expression seemed to reveal previous knowledge. As soon as the question left Suli's mouth, He Shueming's brow relaxed. Little Su, you say I have a strong desire for control, but that means you want to know everything too. You and I are the same kind of person. He Shueming chuckled, glancing at Yanhua, who still hadn't found the pencil, and continued, all right, then let me explain. He stepped on the toolbox at his feet, and the box that had been trembling just now fell silent immediately. Fireflies are very lively, welcoming many guests, and I've seen quite a few different front desk staff. So on your first day, I didn't pay much attention, but you actually solved that little boy's problem all by yourself, without bothering me or Yanhua, which surprised me a bit. The audience outside was taken aback. Wait, does this old man mean that if the little boy's request for coins wasn't met at that time, the chosen one wouldn't trigger an instant death outcome, but would instead have to solve it himself or with Yanhua? It sounds like that's what he's saying. Can this old guy really be so nice? Have you forgotten about Owen from Sunset Country? He was bitten directly by Gu Xianfeng at that time and is now a corrupted meat chunk. Friends, don't fall into the enemy's language trap. Chapter 188, Beyond Expectations. His situation is different from Suli's. Owen directly engaged in a fight. A rabbit that gets cornered will bite, let alone a human. If you get hit, shouldn't you fight back? Jiabei was a bit dissatisfied as he hit the keyboard, but there was another unspoken thought in his mind. Perhaps He Shueming actually hoped Suli had really been bitten by Gu Xianfeng and became corrupted. Suli was also stunned. So, did he really waste a lot of effort back then? He felt a bit of toothache, but the experts from the other countries outside felt even worse. If they had known it would turn out this way, they wouldn't have wasted a precious hint opportunity making their chosen one mimic Suli. He Shueming's voice continued. So back then, I went to the front desk to greet you, wanting to see up close whether you had a little cleverness or true wisdom. And the conclusion? There are many types of performance when a newcomer meets me for the first time: dull, arrogant, humble, complacent, or flustered. But what I saw in your eyes was humility, with compliments and small talk that were just right. Smart, humble, excellent adaptability, and the ability to quickly handle unusual problems. This is different from the waiters I've seen before. I became a bit interested, but it still felt like something was lacking, so I conducted a little test on you. Suli's eyes flashed, and he blurted out, the gloves? That's right. At that time, I deliberately tossed them in a way that you could see, wanting to see if you could discover it, guess what it was, and how you would respond afterwards. He Xueming was satisfied with Su Li's quick response. As I expected, your observation was sharp, and you quickly noticed the anomaly, but your gaze barely lingered before swiftly moving away. Your facial expression seemed perfectly normal at first glance. If I hadn't intentionally been observing you, I might not have noticed the fleeting terror in your eyes. I think you probably guessed what it was, but you didn't proactively ask and just treated it as if nothing had happened.
Should I have asked or not? Su Li continued. What should be asked can be asked, and what shouldn't be asked should not be. Su Li mentally questioned that. Truly, as expected of you, those words have the right tone. But he also understood why he Xueming threw that glove. It wasn't what he thought was an accident, but rather intentional. If he had really asked at that time, perhaps he would have been directly deemed impatient and killed. And then Yan Hua suddenly came up to scare me. A slight tingling sensation came from his arm and forehead. Su Li knew it was the wound slowly healing. Tisk. He Xueming's expression suddenly darkened. That was not in my expectations. You should know that I dislike deliberately intimidating others. This is not something a young person should do, so I slightly punished him at that time. Don't like to intimidate others? In front of an ordinary person, poking a hole in another person's hand with chopsticks. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to eat the noodles, slurping them loudly. Wasn't that even more frightening? So young people can't do it, only you can, right? Su Li silently mocked in his heart, but on his face, he still looked like a supportive fool. So what happens after this test? I've been at Firefly for many years, every day is pretty much the same. I never thought there was a problem, but after eating that bowl of noodles, I suddenly had a thought I had never had before. If you could stay at Firefly and be my colleague, perhaps life would become a bit more interesting. The positions at Firefly are fixed. If I stay, naturally, someone will leave. He Xueming replied naturally, but he was so focused on Su Li that he didn't notice that Yan Hua, who was bending over, suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, he flicked his fingers discreetly without making a sound, shooting the pencil in front of him deep into the gap of the machine. Then, he continued to search as if nothing had happened, only the distance between him and the red liquid bottle that had fallen to the ground had gotten a bit closer. He Xueming saw a hint of inkiness appear in Su Li's eyes, which quickly vanished. He smiled slightly. No need to be surprised. This world has never shown mercy to anyone. The strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. If your performance doesn't satisfy me, then you wouldn't be seeing me right now. Su Li's surprise was genuine. He had never liked putting all his eggs in one basket, so besides buying time to let Yan Hua bleed more, he had also been trying to guide and provoke the conflict between He Xueming and Yan Hua. The former was indifferent to the latter, and the latter did not acknowledge the former, but Su Li did not expect the other party would directly and openly express his attitude in front of Yan Hua. This kind of confidence can only be shown by someone who believes they have absolute control over the entire situation. Of course, all of this is just personal ability. To be a good arcade employee, you also need to get along well with colleagues, and on this point, Xiaosu, you haven't let me down. I might even say it's a bit of a surprise. Not only do you have a good relationship with Xiaoan from the catering department and got a knife from her, but you've also gained the favor of that peculiar old man. What was his name again? He Xueming lowered his head, as if deep in thought. Cha Ping. Cha Chao or Cha Jian. His brows furrowed tighter, as if this unknown matter troubled him a lot, but soon he convinced himself. Forget it, that's not important. Tomorrow, just kill him and recruit another. He looked at Su Li. Women are quite easy to deceive, but that old man is not so easy. Even after Yan Hua blinded him, he didn't yield. Xiaosu, you must have put in a lot of effort, right? Let me think. If it were me, I would probably start with what he cares about the most, like, promise to help him find his missing grandson? Cough cough. Su Li suddenly started to cough and didn't stop for several seconds. He Xueming noticed and laughed heartily. Looks like I guessed right. Xiaosu, I said we are indeed the same kind of person. The inkiness faded from Su Li's eyes. For the pollution in his body, this mental impact was far greater than the physical one. During his earlier confrontation with Yan Hua, Su Li was able to control the pollution well because his heart was as still as water. But now, in his conversation with He Xueming, the pollution that had been forcefully suppressed inside him had already stirred twice. He Xueming's grasp of the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, it seemed that he was very clear on how to easily provoke the pollution. Su Li became more vigilant towards He Xueming while sneering inwardly, since he wanted to play dirty. Then you must be prepared for backlash. He turned his head to look at Yan Hua, who was still searching, and then looked at He Xueming with an expression of surprise. These should be what Yan Hua overheard last time, right? I thought you knew all along. Why pretend like you figured it out yourself? Him? He Xueming showed blatant disdain again. He only told me that you and the old man were secretly meeting, but as for what you said, that kid was too busy having fun with a woman to hear anything. Very good, keep going. Suli did not stand in the middle of He Shuiming and Yan Hua. Instead, he had adjusted to a triangular stance, making it easy for him to observe that, as soon as this sentence was spoken, although Yan Hua appeared unresponsive, the sound of rummaging through the machine clearly grew louder. But He Shuiming did not continue speaking, as if mentioning Yan Hua would affect his mood. You must have put in a lot of effort to find that child, even risking it to cautiously approach my box. Young people shouldn't be so impatient. Suli suddenly recalled when he had pretended to want to help He Shuiming get the box, and how the other had naturally avoided him and handed him an empty wine bottle while saying those words. So he really had sensed it back then. Little Su, you have tried to get close to me for this box multiple times. He Shuiming moved his foot away from the box, which once again quivered slightly, causing the lock that had somehow been opened to make a faint clinking sound. Could it be that you think there is something you want inside? Like that child? Before Suli could answer, he suddenly kicked over the box at his feet, the lock opened, and the items inside immediately scattered out. Amidst the faint smell of blood, Suli heard the sound of clinking and faint cries. Well then, you can take a look yourself. Chapter 189 Blood Odd Liquid. He. A sharp, bizarre sound emerged in the room, as if crying yet also laughing, but the sound was extremely weak. If it weren't for the unusual silence in the room right now, one might not even have heard this odd noise. That was not a sound made by a human, at least, it could not be called human now. A humanoid paper figure was struggling to crawl on the ground, its left leg was mutilated, the gap incomplete, as if it had been forcefully torn off by some external force. A small amount of bright red blood was slowly flowing from its thin gap, trailing behind it in an extremely discordant manner. It was that guy from the bomb game machine, the one who laughed like a madman. Suli recognized the paper figure, even though its body was now broken, and its paper arms were trembling. The eerie smile on its face showed no signs of fading, but only grew stronger. A clattering sound came from his side, and Suli glanced at Yan Hua, who had turned to continue searching. His gaze shifted behind the laughing paper figure. Bloodied screwdrivers, slightly rusted pliers, and a red-stained hammer were mixed among several thin humanoid paper figures. They all looked different, men and women with pixelated realistic images, but they shared one common point: their paper bodies were all incomplete, with parts forcibly ripped away. They struggled to control their limp bodies, continually twitching and squirming away from He Shuiming's direction. Even though their facial expressions were nearly frozen, one could still see their desperate desire to escape. Even though he had suspected this early on, a chill still rose uncontrollably in Suli's heart. He had seen these paper figures before, on the game machine screen in the hall, but after He Shuiming had repaired it, they had vanished without a trace. Changed into other game images. They are not lifeless virtual data, they were once flesh and blood humans. They are living people who can cry, laugh, feel pain, and bleed. Yet now, they are crippled with broken legs and arms, bleeding like useless dogs, crawling in pain on the ground. A surge of agitation instantly rose, causing a heaviness in his chest. Looking at He Shuiming's smirk, Suli understood that the other party was deliberately trying to provoke the pollution within him. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Is this the new defective product? He Shuiming raised an eyebrow. You know this too? Previously, Suli had checked the area marked defective products. The bloodstains on the wall were dry, indicating that the stickers there hadn't been touched for several days. However, with only about a dozen of them, it didn't match the number of malfunctioning machines in recent days, meaning that defective products replaced from the faulty machines could only be in that toolbox that He Shuiming never wanted to give him. As for Xiao Cha, he showed no signs of abnormality before disappearing from the machine and was unlikely to be classified as a defective product, hence wouldn't appear in that box. He Shuiming studied Suli for a while, then looked at the slowly crawling paper figures on the ground. He glanced at the dolls pretending to be dead in the corner and, after a moment of silence, spoke up. It seems that the little guy you're looking for isn't in this box, nor in this room. If that's the case, then it must be in some machine outside. Looks like I haven't checked carefully enough these past few days. Suddenly, he laughed. But it's okay, there should still be plenty of time tonight. I will take my time and search carefully later. He Shuiming suddenly sighed. Xiao Su, you should know that I really valued you at first. But why do you have to do things that make me unhappy? You should know, the thing I dislike the most is disobedient young people. At that time, I already wanted to give up on you, but I didn't expect you to tell me you were an orphan, which softened my heart a bit, wanting to give you another chance. However, you deceived me once again. He then stepped forward slowly, and the crawling paper figures made sharper cries. Deceive you? He. Disappointment sparkled in He Shuiming's eyes. Someone who has lived through days of starvation isn't going to develop the patience to tear chicken into such fine pieces before eating. So, either you're trying to gain my sympathy through this, or you're hiding something from me. Suli slightly frowned. The excuse he made up in desperation indeed got exposed. No matter which one it is, for me.
He Shueming stepped on the smirking paper figure, lifted it into his hand, and the figure stopped making any sound in fear, its smile becoming more intense. He watched it tremble as it tried to crawl out. Just as its soft, drooping arm touched the edge of his palm, he suddenly closed his 5 fingers. It's all betrayal. Bright red liquid seeped through his fingers, and as he released his grip, the paper ball, now entirely stained red, fell to the ground, no longer moving. Only a trace of its smiling mouth could be vaguely seen from the twisted gap.
Yanhua.
He suddenly called out to Yanhua, who had already reached the edge of the machine pile.
Haven't you found the pencil yet?
I've seen it, I'll get it soon. Yanhua's body stiffened for a moment.
Idiot. Forget it.
Just pick up that blood doll liquid bottle next to you and store it.
Okay,
Yanhua replied, walking to the corner, grabbing a trembling doll in his hand, then using 2 fingernails to pick up the bottle still dripping with blood-red liquid on the ground. Suddenly, he carefully wiped the liquid stained on the bottle with the struggling doll, treating it like a rag.
Finally, it's still somewhat useful.
He Shueming looked back at Suli. I think you should have guessed the effect of the liquid in the bottle, so you wanted to use it against Yanhua earlier. It can change a person's life form and greatly impact their consciousness and perception, so they can only stay in the game console to be controlled or displayed for selection, until they can no longer bear it.
Good.
He Shueming's gaze was full of admiration. You guessed correctly, blood puppet liquid can turn people into dolls, while shadow liquid can turn people into paper figures. But you surely don't know what this magical liquid really is.
Pollution.
Suli suddenly interrupted He Shueming's words, his tone very rude. These things are essentially pollution, and it doesn't come from you, but from your master. Although you seem like the boss who controls everything here, in fact, you and Yanhua are not so different.
Bang!
Suli extended his right palm to block the punch from He Shueming.
Weren't you wanting me to talk? What's wrong, can't you hold on after just a short start?
His expression showed impatience and a hint of disdain.
Clearly just a dog kept by it, yet pretending to be some big shot here? Is this a child's playhouse?
I feel embarrassed for you at your age.
Roar!
With a roar, Suli was immediately blasted away by the force that suddenly increased in He Shueming's palm.
Chapter 190, Useless.
Ink intention gradually emerged, and Suli stealthily glanced at Yanhua, who was not taking the opportunity to sneak attack from afar. He then calmly turned his gaze forward, where there was a creepy and eerie figure with a human body and an alligator head. Suli was prepared, based on his performance during the chaotic noon and his battle experiences with Yanhua. The aberrated entities in this instance would have certain enhancements after their transformation. Yanhua's speed had become faster, and He Shueming's strength had greatly increased, which matched their animal shapes after aberration. Looking at the gnarled giant mouth wide open in anger opposite him, Suli felt no fear, as this was exactly what he wanted. He aimed straight for the most sensitive spots. Those who enjoy being masters wouldn't want to turn into dogs. The original plan was to continue dragging things out with He Shueming, but Suli felt something was off in his heart. A long time had passed, and Yanhua still showed no signs of excessive blood loss. After ruling out other factors, Suli quickly pinpointed the reason. When he had stabbed Yanhua with the pencil, an unexpected black gas abruptly appeared from Yanhua's body, not only repelling him but also preventing the pencil from injuring the vital heart. Based on the feedback, the depth of the stab was insufficient, which was why Yanhua was still perfectly fine now. He realized that he might not be able to drag things out until Yanhua lost his ability to act due to blood loss. This was Suli's judgment, and after a brief moment of panic, he suddenly recalled some key things. There wasn't much liquid on the bottle, so why did Yanhua wipe it for so long? The pencil had been knocked away and fallen among the machines. Even if Yanhua hadn't seen it at that moment, he shouldn't be looking for it for so long. In that brief moment of stillness when He Shueming called out to him, along with that expression constantly low enough to be unclear and coupled with what he had said earlier.
This coward is about to lose control.
After realizing this point, Suli decisively changed his plan. He needed to provoke He Shueming's anger with sharp words, because when angry, his heart would be disturbed, and when disturbed, everything would be in chaos.
Chaos. That would bring an opportunity. An opportunity to work together with Yanhua. You're full of it. In the glow of fire. Who dares not to listen to me? This is not some nonsense child's game you speak of, this is real.
That crocodile mouth, filled with fangs, open wide, roaring with great indignation. Suli. Brother I have cleaned the bottle. Yanhua's calm voice suddenly interrupted He Shueming's unfinished words. I found that pencil too.
I will bring it to you now.
Before He Shueming could speak, Yanhua walked straight towards him. Suli could not see any emotion on his face, but the former's steps began to quicken as the distance narrowed.
He.
He Shueming suddenly laughed, turning to look seriously at Yanhua for the first time. Yanhua, have you noticed a problem?
Brother you say. Yanhua's pace quickened even more.
That wound on your chest has been bleeding non-stop. He Shueming's voice was slow, and Yanhua's speed also slowed down. The injury on your eye has started to scab, but the blood hole on your chest is still the same as it was at the beginning. He Xueming laughed, and Yanhua also stopped, halting 1 meter away from He Xueming. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and that small red-black eye glanced at Suli before turning back to the trembling pencil clutched in his claw. Suli's heart sank, feeling a bad premonition arise, but he did not directly persuade Yanhua. Instead, he coldly snorted at He Xueming and spoke. You've never looked at him properly, treating him like a dog to command around.
Yet you actually care about such things? What, still playing the role of a kind-hearted master?
Yanhua's claws trembled even more violently, to the point where his whole body started to noticeably shake, but soon this tremor disappeared.
He tightened his grip on the pencil and looked back up at He Xueming.
But just then, a sudden sound of bones cracking echoed sharply.
Looks like you're really good at controlling emotions, and it's not just directed at yourself. Even my emotions just now were unwittingly drawn in by you. He Xueming moved his neck, looking at Suli and shaking his head. I don't really want to hear how much you understand about this world anymore. I admit, you've slipped a bit out of my control.
Dark energy appeared from nowhere, bringing along a chilling air. Before, your strength barely surpassed Yanhua's, but just now being pushed back by my punch without injury indicates your power can indeed grow. This means that your suppression of physical pollution is nowhere near as strenuous as you pretend. He Xueming was shrouded in darkness, his form unclear, but muffled sounds still came through.
Are you waiting for some opportunity just like that fatal blow to Yanhua before?
In the combat analysis room, Zhou Yu's heart jumped. He previously thought the power Suli had unleashed was all of it, even feeling it was somewhat like a desperate last stand, but because this thought was too pessimistic, he never voiced it. Only now, hearing He Xueming's words, did he suddenly feel a slight release in his heart, yet looking at the screen before him, he still couldn't feel happy. The dark energy continued to churn around He Xueming's body, like waves or countless unseen little bugs writhing in motion, the temperature in the room constantly dropping, while his stature was increasing continuously. The paper figure that had escaped from the toolbox had stopped its distorted crawling, lying quietly on the ground, not knowing whether it was feigning death or had completely given up struggling. Suddenly, that mass of dark energy tightened and then violently trembled outward. The fierce wind ruffled Suli's hair, revealing his already scabbed forehead. The arms that shielded him did not suffer harm like last time, but Suli did not feel any better. He Xueming's body had finally revealed itself. The muscular body was covered in a layer of dark green scales, with a wide head that had 2 deep-set, blood-red vertical pupils. The chilling crocodile jaws were slightly open, revealing rows of long, sharp teeth, and combined with its height of about 2 meters, the sense of oppression felt stifling. I don't know how long you plan to hide your weakness, and I don't care, because you no longer have a chance. He turned his massive body, and the strong crocodile tail swept behind him, shaking the wall that hung with a fire axe, sending white dust whirling. He looked down at Yanhua, whose head was tilted aside, and his short, stout forearms suddenly jabbed forward, plunging directly into the still bleeding wound on Yanhua's chest. You agree, right? In the calm voice, his finger turned back and forth. The sudden yet intense pain made Yanhua instinctively cry out, his small eyes instantly filled with a brutal red light, but just for a moment, that red light faded away. He struggled to control his twisted expression due to fear and pain, looking at the cold, emotionless crocodile pupils above him. Yes, yes. Brother you are always right. He crazily nodded, trying to squeeze out a smile as he trembled, offering the blood puppet liquid bottle and pencil to He Xueming. I'm so sorry for being so useless, it took me so long to find it, please forgive me.
Chapter 191, Be Yourself?
You have to live first. He Xueming said nothing and did not take the items, causing Yanhua to grow even more panicked, his body trembling. Brother this thing is really hard to find. I'm sorry, brother I forgot you said to break the pencil once I found it. Puff along with Yanhua's suppressed groan, He Xueming withdrew his finger, casually shaking off the bloodstains.
There's still a little left.
He only glanced at the blood puppet liquid before tossing it to the hall behind him, followed by the sound of something hitting a machine.
It only sounded like the bottle itself didn't break. He picked up the black pencil as if it were a fragile chocolate bar. He turned towards Suli, grinning widely. It seems to be a magical little gadget, but as long as you break it, With a puzzled tone, He Xueming's arm muscles suddenly bulged, possessing enough strength to bend steel bars, yet he had no power over that delicate pencil. His pupils trembled, and he threw the pencil directly to the ground. Bang, 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 one step after another, until dust filled the air, the floor cracked open, and even the paper figure lying on the ground was shaken slightly off the ground. He Xueming finally stopped stomping and looked down.
In the next moment, he fell into silence, and then, as if to vent his anger, he suddenly kicked out.
Suli could only see a slender but complete black shadow flying into the hall.
Slowly exhaling, Suli felt a mix of joy and worry in his heart. Worrying that Yanhua was still a hopeless coward, he had already shown he could take the other's punch, but this bastard still flinched at the crucial moment, still intimidated by He Xueming's tyranny. Joyful that the odd object brought out from dormitory 4 seemed even sturdier than he had expected.
He Xueming looked at Su Li as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered on a cutting board. Little. His pupils shrank suddenly. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw a cloud of dust rising suddenly beneath Su Li's feet, charging towards him like an arrow released from a bow. The attack was too sudden, making He Xueming instinctively tilt aside to avoid it, but just as he moved, his face suddenly changed. Su Li was not aiming at him, his target was the hall. Quickly turning around. Yet, Yanhua had already appeared in front of Su Li, blocking him. Little Su, I won't. What responded to Yanhua was a straight punch thrown by Su Li. Bang. With a dull sound, blood splattered from the opponent's chest onto Su Li's face. A faint smell of blood entered his nose, but Su Li didn't care at all, he only wanted to rush out. But just as he moved, a huge sense of crisis suddenly surged from behind. Su Li didn't even have time to turn around, he could only lower his body. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept overhead, followed by a dull sound. A corner of the wall disappeared, and cracks spread along the wall like threads. A massive crocodile tail slowly lowered from the dent, accompanied by some falling debris. Su Li looked at He Xueming, who had approached, and saw a fleeting hint of caution in the depths of his dark eyes. Although He Xueming had indeed increased his power after the mutation, his speed had correspondingly suffered. That's why he unexpectedly dashed forward while the other hadn't finished speaking, trying to take advantage of the other's instinctive dodge to enter the hall. Buying time and luring betrayal's plan had failed. Now, he just wanted to find that pencil, which was his only way to clear the level in the first method. But Yanhua's determination to redeem himself by showing off was somewhat beyond his expectations. Even though he had reacted the quickest to repel the opponent, he still delayed for a second or two. And that second or two was extremely deadly now. The big door behind him was blocked by Yanhua, and in front stood He Xueming, who was struggling to confront him. Su Li wanted to change to a position where he could see both of them clearly, but with every step he took, Yanhua followed him like a leech, forcing him into a dangerous position of being surrounded by both. Little Su, give up, don't struggle in vain. He Xueming walked forward, wearing a confident smile. Yanhua! Su Li suddenly shouted, startling He Xueming. It was the first time he had spoken so fiercely tonight. The emotions suppressed inside him surged, making him cough a few times. Think about it, in the Firefly for so long, when did you ever eat your first bite of food? No one besides me has ever asked you what you like to eat? Every time someone causes trouble, it's you who goes to soothe them, doing the hardest and most exhausting work, but still getting kicked away like a dog, and that too in front of a little girl. Su Li adjusted his position to catch a glimpse of Yanhua's body. He noticed Yanhua's steps had slowed. The little boy dares to spit at you. The woman in red is not truly sincere to you. Why? Is it because your character is poor, your ability is lacking? Su Li suddenly turned around, seemingly ignoring the blazing red-black glow in Yanhua's eyes, shouting in outrage. No. It's because you've always acted like a dog wagging its tail for food, being called and scolded by others. Anyone can bully you, simply because you never thought of being yourself. The black light in Yanhua's eyes suddenly intensified, momentarily overshadowing the remaining red. He lowered his head, his body trembling nonstop, as if some acute illness within him had suddenly erupted. Be yourself? A sudden sneer arose beside him. That's surely good, but you must first live to have the qualification, don't you think? The last few words were directed at Yanhua by He Xueming, and this sentence acted like a powerful sedative. Yanhua's body gradually stopped shaking. When he raised his head again, the small light in his eyes turned back to a mix of red and black, and he silently took a few steps back, closing the warehouse door. Little Su is really good at tugging at people's hearts. There is only one way to shut him up. Before the words fell, Yanhua silently charged towards Su Li. He Xueming revealed a satisfied smile, and then also threw a punch. That is to make him never speak again. Crack! Wood chips flew. The warehouse door was suddenly smashed open by a black shadow. The black shadow crashed into the brightly lit hall, knocking several game machines and tables over onto him. Hiss, that really hurts. In the last stall of the bathroom, a man woke up groggily. He gnashed his teeth and touched the back of his head. Fortunately, there's no bleeding. He looked at the rag he had just spit out, his mouth still filled with that strange taste he would never forget in his life. Tooey, tooey, tooey. How could they stuff this thing in my mouth? That's really damn wicked. That little bastard who just came here, I don't want to see you again. Chapter 192, This is the Standard. The man with an extremely ugly face was spitting frantically. Hey, why is one part of my pants missing? He looked confused at his pant leg that seemed to be half torn and leaking air. I remember that mad lad cut me on my leg, how come it's gone now? He stubbornly pulled at his thigh. There was no pain nor wound. He strained to recall for a moment. Did I remember it wrong? Picking up the hat off the ground and putting it on, he walked out of the stall, seeing a crooked note stuck on the door that read, "Damaged, please do not use." He instantly felt anger rising up, yanking it off and throwing it away. Damn it! I said I was knocked out by that mad lad for so long without anyone coming to save me, and it turns out they even put up a note. Crack! Clang! Suddenly, there came strange and intense noises from the hall. At this late hour, is someone still fixing something?
The Hat Man was somewhat puzzled, suddenly recalling his earlier bizarre collision incident. He couldn't help but shiver.
If it really is strange, how do I get home?
He leaned against the wall, hunched over, cautiously moving outside, then laid down at the door, adjusting the brim of his hat to reveal only half an eye to look into the hall. He saw several machines and tables piled up near the front desk, the heap of machines surrounded by scattered drinks and cigarettes, along with many dolls, seemingly knocked down by something.
Wait a minute, dolls.
The Hat Man suddenly remembered the terrifying dolls that had bizarrely appeared in his home. A chill ran through him again.
Clang.
The fallen machines suddenly shifted, as if something underneath was about to come out. He quickly shrank back, but soon couldn't help but poke his head out again. The pile of machines showed no reaction at that moment, but just as his emotions began to settle, a bandaged arm suddenly stretched straight out from beneath the machines.
Holy crap!
The Hat Man was so scared he sat down on the ground, his hands clasped together, mumbling indistinct prayers.
Buddha bless. God bless. Queen Mother bless. Galileo bless. Hey, why does that face look somewhat familiar?
His squinting eyes gradually widened, then suddenly bulged.
Damn! This is that new guy from the front desk. Did he get hurt while fixing the machines? So that means he's not in a good state right now.
The Hat Man's eyes turned, suddenly feeling a surge of indescribable anger rising through him.
Taking advantage of being young and not believing in ghosts and gods, right? Not sleeping well at night, messing around here.
He jumped up from the ground, straightened his hat, rolled up his sleeves and walked outside. Though the wound on his thigh had healed, he felt that his internal wounds still remained. I'll let this little bastard know right now what it means to have respect. The right foot stepped out fiercely, but the next moment it strangely paused in midair. The anger in his eyes instantly vanished, leaving only endless confusion and bewilderment.
What is this weird thing?
A rat, walking upright like a human, emerged from the warehouse, its neck leaning forward, head bowed, the lower half dressed in a pair of human pants, while its bare upper body was covered in a layer of grayish-black fur, emanating a disgusting smell that could still be smelled from a distance. The man in the hat doubted whether he had been knocked out before and hit his head, causing problems in his brain. Before he could figure it out, he saw a 2-meter-tall crocodile walk out of the warehouse. With its fierce fangs, indifferent vertical pupils, and that thick swaying tail, each step it took caused slight tremors in the ground, just like a monster he had seen in a horror movie. He was now certain that this was not any kind of illusion at all. If that's the case, could that little punk, that crazy kid, not be fixing a machine, but instead have encountered these monsters? I freaking knew this broken place wasn't normal. Confusion vanished, replaced by terror. The man in the hat struggled to control his already chaotic breathing, gently lowered his leg back to retreat, wanting to return to the compartment he had just escaped from, to stuff his mouth again and pretend to be dead, and it would be best to reattach that piece of paper. But as he took a step back, his legs, trembling from extreme fear, suddenly felt a sharp pain.
Damn it! Just when I need it, I cramp up.
Falling to the ground, the man in the hat frantically tried to crawl backward. Suddenly he realized something and awkwardly turned his head to look into the hall, just in time to meet a pair of emotionless blood-red eyes. He forced his head to turn back at the fastest speed of his life, planning to crawl further inside, but suddenly saw a doll lying sideways beneath the sink not far in front of him. At the moment of making eye contact, the doll's face suddenly emerged from the shadows, its fabric mouth abruptly curling up. His heart stopped, fear and panic disappeared in that instant, leaving only a blank void. In the second before losing consciousness, he felt a hallucination, hearing the doll seem to let out a soft sigh. Being young is wonderful, you can just sleep. But that voice sounded old and hoarse, as if it had been burnt by boiling water.
Brother, he?
Yanhua noticed the footsteps behind him had stopped.
It's nothing. He Xuemeng looked back at Su Li, who leaned against the pile of machines with a pale face, the ferocious crocodile face revealing a human-like mockery. That coward, you don't want to rely on outside help, do you? Su Li looked toward the direction of the bathroom, seeing the man missing a pant leg standing with his legs together. He was first taken aback, then fell silent. A moment later he suddenly began to laugh softly, the laughter growing louder, even as fresh blood seeped from newly added wounds. He seemed utterly unaware. His vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Why could this kid still laugh despite being gravely injured? He Xueming couldn't understand, but it was this indescribable feeling that bred a sense of unease within him. Kill him. He ordered Yanhua coldly, walking toward the western area, remembering that the strange pencil that couldn't be broken was thrown in that direction. Yanhua stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice, "You are going to die." The laughter continued, revealing a trace of irritation and confusion in Yanhua's blood-red eyes. "Aren't you afraid?" The response to him continued to be the never-ending laughter, as if the person before him had suddenly gone mad. Was that really so funny? Suddenly, Yanhua thought of something, a surge of shame and anger rising within him, sharp nails digging into Su Li's already injured left shoulder. Just like what Xu Eming did to him before. "Do you dare to mock me?" The mad laughter gradually faded, and Su Li did not resist, only letting out a soft sigh, as if speaking to others, yet also as if whispering to himself. "Thinking you know everything, but not knowing it's just a part.
Yanhua looked at the young man with blood-stained face, his unclear words sounded like those of a delirious patient. It seems the poison has already damaged your brain, so... The sharp, black right claw suddenly lunged toward Su Li's heart. Because the woman in red contacted me, you turned her into a doll. The fingertip stopped just 1 centimeter from the heart. Yanhua looked surprised as Su Li suddenly spoke, looking somewhat normal. The woman in yellow became emotionally unstable because of this. The next day, although she habitually went to dance, her movements appeared extremely bizarre. Before long, she was also turned into a toy, placed on display for others to choose and play with. There is a clear time gap between the two incidents. I think according to your intention, you must not be able to endure this waiting. It's not that you don't want to, but that you can't, which means that making a living person turn into inanimate matter requires a certain necessary condition. The fingertip trembled slightly. Yanhua did not know how Su Li deduced this and glanced at the fierce giant crocodile still facing away in the front, retracting his claws. Perhaps it was not too late to listen before killing. Ordinary people cannot be transformed immediately, but you fear the blood of the doll dripping onto you. The difference lies in, the pollution within you exceeds a certain standard. The degree of pollution is not visible and cannot be easily judged, thus you need a visible criterion. As he said this, he suddenly paused, picked up a fallen cigarette from the ground, and put it in his mouth, his words slightly muffled. Excuse me, may I borrow a light? A strange light flickered in Yanhua's eyes, but he did not refuse, silently taking out a lighter from his pants to light Su Li's cigarette. A thick, rich white mist exhaled out. The nicotine brought a bit of pain relief into his body, and Yanhua, who had been choked by the smoke, showed no reaction at this moment. Su Li's lips curled slightly. This is the standard. Chapter 193, Beware of what's behind you. Yanhua was taken aback, his pupils suddenly constricting. Although Su Li did not explicitly say it, how could he not understand what it meant? The poison affects a person's sense of smell. When a person faces a large amount of smoke without any reaction, it means the G poison inside them has accumulated to an appropriate level. This is also why he often faced angry customers. He would exhale smoke at them. But how could Su Li know about this? Do you think they lose their self-awareness just because their life forms have changed? Su Li extinguished the cigarette and spoke softly. When paper and paintings enter a game, dolls are placed on display. They can either be manipulated by others or cannot speak, but do you really think they are willing to stay like this forever? What if they are unwilling? They have no choice, they can only remain like this for a lifetime. Yanhua immediately retorted. Then why did that riot happen at noon, turning the entire Firefly place into a living hell? That was... Just as he was about to explain, Yanhua immediately realized something and shut his mouth, not continuing. Where there is life, there is consciousness. Even if out of control, it still exists. When emotions accumulate to a critical point, it will inevitably manifest. So sometimes characters in the game become uncontrollable, and paper drawings autonomously escape from the screen, even if ultimately, they cannot avoid the fate of becoming flawed products. Yanhua felt that Su Li's voice was like some kind of devil's whisper incessantly drilling into his ears, causing him to feel increasingly restless. They, who cannot speak, still possess human emotions. They can feel fear, they can feel anger, and, of course, they will remember who turned them into this. If there is a chance. Su Li paused, but Yanhua's heart suddenly felt cold. He then saw Su Li suddenly look behind him. That person in the yellow clothes behind you, she remembers too. That doll was taken away by someone, wasn't it? A chilling sensation crept over him. Yanhua immediately turned around and, sure enough, saw the doll that the woman had become lying on the ground. His breathing accelerated. After he kicked it away, Yanhua realized the problem. He glared fiercely at Su Li. She didn't move just now, you are lying to me. Are you scared? Yanhua froze, just as he was about to speak when Shuiming's dissatisfied voice came from ahead. Haven't you killed it yet? A greater chill surged into his heart, but looking at Su Li's ambiguous smile, Yanhua suddenly felt, in a way, he was even more frightening than Shuiming. This was also the reason he had been wavering between the two, not knowing whom to choose. You might have forgotten one thing: before they became dolls, they were not only human, more importantly, they were guests. The owner of the Firefly opens the door not to make money, and when they lose certain value, only then will they be allowed to become dolls. Shuiming, who had been slightly irritated, turned suddenly upon hearing Su Li's words, holding the black pencil tightly, and hurried toward the pile of scattered machines on the ground. Yanhua felt a tremor in his brain. He had only paused for a moment, and that damn demon's whispers had once again snuck into his mind. You are now employees, able to help with some tasks. But what if one day you are no longer useful? Will you also be? Crash. A chair scraped past Su Li's face and crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Impossible. The black pencil made a terrible sound as it was gripped by Shuiming, whose vertical pupils emitted a dangerous aura. Yanhua. Yanhua controlled the trembling of his body. It was the first time he saw Shuiming so furious. He knew that if he hesitated any longer, his fate might end up like that broken chair. Kill, no more hesitation, kill right now. But just as he was about to strike, he saw Su Li's eyes once again looking past him to behind. Yanhua felt an unexplainable worry, but immediately anger surged within him.
Are you trying to deceive me again?
His claws struck out, yet Su Li's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he heard He Xueming's harsh whisper.
Idiot, watch out behind you. His heart sank heavily. Behind him? Was there really something there? Was it that woman in yellow?
At that moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left hand. Looking down, he saw a small boy had appeared at his feet, crouched on the ground, biting down on his left hand that was hanging by his side, bloody teeth sinking in. This was the kid Su Li had brought over for dinner earlier. Agonizing pain surged as two of his fingers were bitten off. Yet the child, after spitting out what was in his mouth, showed no sign of stopping, not even wiping the blood from his lips, and bit down again.
This damn.
No, Yan was suddenly realized something. The danger He Xueming had seen was not the little boy beside him. In the blink of an eye, he retracted his outstretched right hand and turned around with an elbow strike, looking back at the same time. But in the next moment, his actions became slightly stiff. What appeared before him was a face he had imagined countless times.
Shaoan.
He spoke in a daze, and his right arm was pierced by a sharp dining knife. Why? Yanhua looked confusedly at the eyes that had turned a dark color. At the same time, another dining knife stabbed into his chest. Why? Why do I like you so much? Now you want to kill me. The voice suddenly became frantic, as he swung his left hand forcefully, throwing the little boy hanging from him away. Along with him was the third finger that had been torn off. The ripping pain made him let out an extremely painful roar, as the rat tail behind him struck Gujiang abdomen like a grey whip, sending the girl flying back into the warehouse.
Want to kill me, want to kill me.
Yanhua's mustache trembled with extreme anger.
It's because of Su Li, right?
I treated you so well, always worshipping you like a goddess, but in the end, I'm not even as good as a new man.
Yanhua.
Hurry. Kill Su Li. The appearance of the little boy didn't matter much to He Xueming, but in this moment, the dining area manager Gu Jingfeng appearing here far exceeded his expectation. The previous unease gradually intensified. He didn't even have time to look for the pencil that had been knocked away by the little boy, and he didn't want to know how much Su Li actually knew. He only wanted to quickly eliminate this variable, Su Li. Yanhua didn't look back. He raised his left hand, gazing at the lightly blackened wound that was slowly recovering, his facial muscles twitching to reveal his sharp teeth. He pulled out the dining knife from his body and suddenly threw it towards the young man behind him. Then, without caring about his own bleeding injuries, he moved step by step toward the warehouse.
You all see me as a tool, right? Su Li is gone. Next, it's my turn to deal with you.
He Xueming furrowed his brows. Indeed, the direction Yanhua threw the knife was aimed at Su Li, but his view was blocked by the machines, and he couldn't see whether Su Li was really dead. I need to check for myself. As soon as he moved, a sudden, rapid footstep approached from behind.
There's someone else? How is that possible?
Just as He Xueming turned around, a sharp stick pierced through his abdomen.
The unexpected force made him stagger back uncontrollably,
until his whole body was pinned against the wall by a machine. An old man with white hair spat on the ground, tightly gripping the other end of the stick, and shouted in a hoarse voice.
Young man, don't be too hasty in what you do.
Also, remember.
Your grandfather's name is Cha Run. Chapter 194, Imprinted Taming in the Subconscious.
He Xueming's expression was filled with astonishment. Before closing the door, he had gone to the bathroom and found the man who had been knocked out in the stall. He didn't pay it any mind, just an ordinary person who had been slightly contaminated, not a Firefly employee, couldn't cause too much trouble. Later, as he expected, after Su Li was severely injured, that man appeared, trying to attract his attention so that Su Li could escape, but he had scared the other party into fainting with just one glance. Simply useless. But the subsequent developments gradually started to slip out of his control. First, the little boy appeared, being thrown away by that idiot Yanhua, knocking over the pencil. Next, the girl from the dining area appeared. Even that dirty old man was here. They were all employees who shouldn't be here and couldn't possibly appear. Su Li was here for the first time. There should only be 3 special game coins. So when he discovered the scalper, he didn't check carefully, because they didn't qualify to appear in the Firefly at night. But now, why was the situation different from what he thought? What made He Xueming even angrier was that what pierced through his abdomen was not some sharp weapon but just a mop used for cleaning. Even now, the broken stick carried unclean dirt marks. The vertical pupils lifted, and just as he wanted to speak, he found that Jarun, after having scolded, had not looked at him at all, but instead was gazing at the collapsed machines. Xiaosu, are you okay? The machine blocking the view was pushed over, and a bloody arm wrapped in crimson bandages waved at him. Although he had already guessed, seeing it with his own eyes made Jarun's eyelids jump slightly. Su Li's face was completely covered in bloodstains, with a wound as thick as a finger on his shoulder. Although it had stopped bleeding, it was still hard to look at. The young man's body had hardly a single uninjured spot, with some areas even showing wounds through the torn clothing.
Was this still the handsome boy who had given him food before? But thankfully, he was still alive.
Jia Run let out a sigh of relief and gently called out, Xiaosu, I heard your conversation with those two beasts. Although I didn't quite understand, I know you did your best. He felt a bit guilty. If only he had come out earlier, perhaps Suli wouldn't have been hurt so badly. He was about to be buried himself, yet he let a stranger young man take such a huge risk for him.
You just said I am.
He Xueming's anger burst out from between his teeth.
Beasts? Jia Run stared back fearlessly. Stop pretending here. I already saw that you're not human.
He looked back at Suli, worry clearly on his face.
Kid, can you still move? You must have the key to the main door.
You go first, then lock the door from the outside and throw the key far away.
I'll try to hold them off a bit.
Jia Run was self-aware. He wasn't as strong as Suli. If those two monsters could injure Suli like this, he definitely wouldn't win. But if he gave away his life, he might still be able to delay for a few minutes. He just hoped Suli could run a little farther and not get caught. Suli glanced at Jia Run's trembling, emaciated hand, slightly shook his head.
I can't leave.
Leaving was certain, but not now, and exiting through the main door wouldn't help. That wasn't the way out. Jia Run was taken aback, completely not expecting Suli to refuse. Feeling moved while also growing anxious, because he didn't know how long he could delay, he said, Kid. Boon Zhao Jingfeng climbed up from beside the shaken machine, casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand holding a dinner knife, and the neck, showing dark veins, had obvious bruises around it. Yen was staggered out of the warehouse, with several new knife wounds on his arms and body, black smoke swirling around him, causing the dolls on the ground to tremble uncontrollably. His expression no longer held the previous anger and frustration. His slightly pale face showed an abnormal sense of satisfaction. The girl didn't speak, merely glanced at Jia Run with her entirely black eyes, nodding imperceptibly, and then silently stood between Suli and Yen Hua.
You don't need to care about us anymore, just go.
Jia Run was somewhat anxious, and soon his eyelids drooped, appearing somewhat dispirited. I've already heard, Xiao Cha has become different from before, probably can't escape anymore, so the thing you promised me before is now void. Saying this made Jia Run's mood become irritable. It was a difficult decision, but given the situation, he dared not fantasize anymore.
A faint black mist appeared, swirling around his blind eye.
But before Suli could respond, he felt the pole in his hand tremble slightly. He Xueming was pulling the pole. After snapping out of his daze, thinking the machine was stuck and wouldn't budge, he waited for a while without any movement, realizing he might have been mistaken. Jia Run was even more anxious. Xiaosu seemed to be hurt to the point where she could not leave on her own, and now he could only try to hold on for a bit longer. While he desperately resisted his Xueming's strength, he shouted to the dolls crawling away on the ground. I heard Xiaosu say that before you became like this, you were all human. I'm sorry, I only just realized why some of the bodies we dealt with earlier disappeared. I don't know if you still have awareness after becoming like this, but if you do, I'm here begging you, help us. Let's kill these two beasts together. Jia Run knew these dolls were aggressive. The wound on the man's neck in the VR game zone had been caused by a paper figure biting him. He had thought he was mistaken until he heard Su Li's explanation, and then he came to understand. The dolls did not turn back, but it was clear they heard Jia Run's words, and their escape speed slowed a bit. Bang! The stick was pulled out and thrown to the ground. Jia Run looked at He Xueming, whose eyes were filled with a bloody ferocity, and stepped back a few paces to shout again. Attacking may lead to complete death, but at least it's better than being in this half-human, half-ghost state.
A doll stopped moving, trembling as it raised its head.
Several stickers quietly floated up on the warehouse doorframe, beneath which was a red-dressed doll staring wide-eyed into the harsh flame ahead, its mouth gaping with no tongue.
Do you dislike the defective product being too empty over there?
He Xueming punched Jia Run away, his eyes scanning around him with fierce intent, causing the dolls to instinctively lower their heads again. This was countless days and months, imprinted in their subconsciousness as taming.
Chapter 195, Half a Rat Tail. Haven't you had enough?
Jia Run struggled to get up, revealing blood-stained teeth as he shouted angrily. I don't know how long you've been in this ghostly state, but if you want to become human again, it's only tonight, it's only now.
Look up. That bastard you think you can't fight against?
His chest has already been pierced by someone. This is the best opportunity so far. If you don't fight for your own fate and want to rely on a stranger you just met, what do you expect? Seeing that apart from the red-dressed doll slowly moving towards Yanhua, the other dolls still trembled on the ground, Jia Run angrily pointed at the little boy and gritted his teeth. Even a small child can bite off 3 of his fingers. You'd better stay down like this. Never raise your heads for your whole lives. With that, Jia Run picked up the broken mop from the ground, pointing it forward, and charged at He Xueming again. Su Li, just go. Don't mind these cowards. After swatting Zhao Run away, he Shuiming, with a dark face, looked towards Su Li, intending to step forward but felt someone lightly tugging at his leg. Looking down, it was a doll with tears still in the corners of its eyes.
Letting you out is to help me do things.
He recognized it. It was the doll placed in the bathroom last night to make noise to attract Su Li's attention.
You should feel honored, not think that this can sway my will.
Indifferently stomping it down, he Shuiming prepared to end this farce but suddenly noticed the scattered dolls in the hall had all huddled together, blocking his path. He was startled, as if he realized something, and suddenly looked up. From the direction of the warehouse, countless paper people crawled up against the wall, and by the entrance, many dolls had quietly appeared. Without exception, their eyes gleamed with a strange reddish light as they approached him and Yanhua. Sighing, he Shuiming scratched his head in annoyance. He didn't understand why an old man dared to confront someone clearly stronger than him, while Yanhua, who had always been his lackey, wanted to betray him. Even the toys he had never looked at directly, trembling in fear, dared to block his path now. Clearly just a new waiter, at most a little smarter. Why would this lead to such a huge change?
You dare to act against me?
He Shuiming shouted in anger. Dark energy surged out, causing the dolls to instinctively retreat. With a disdainful snort, he looked at Su Li with mockery, but his mouth opened without saying a word, as he was shocked to see the other make a gesture he utterly did not understand. He raised his arms and covered his ears. Before he Shuiming could figure out what was happening, an extremely sharp female voice suddenly exploded in the Firefly Hall. Silver needles. It was like countless silver needles piercing into his exposed brain. He Shuiming felt a headache splitting him apart, instinctively looking towards Yanhua, only to find the latter writhing in agony on the ground. The girl in the dining area in front of him was no longer ordinary. The black veins on her neck had burst, staining her pale skin dark. Her mouth was wide open, blood tears flowing from the corners of her eyes as if she were accusing something.
It's her. How could it be?
That soft, sweet voice he even found a bit touching. Why could it make such a sharp, strange sound? The intense pain robbed he Shuiming of his ability to think. He couldn't even close his eardrums voluntarily, and he squatted down, clutching his head, the dark energy dissipating along with it. The toys that had just been forced back only paused slightly, then their eyes flashed red, rushing forward like a black tide.
Get away!
Yanhua struggled on the ground, swatting away a doll, desperately wanting to cover his ears, but his hands were simultaneously climbed upon by several dolls. The skin tore, blood splattered, the intense pain left him no time to stop that strange sound from entering his brain. He wanted to shake off the toys crawling all over him, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't summon the dark energy within him at all. It was wildly running rampant inside of him, making it impossible to use smoothly. The viewers in the live stream outside either had serious expressions or looked shocked, watching as more and more dolls were flung away by the two on the ground. Soft bodies shattered, but what fell was not pure white cotton, but bright red blood. Yet at the same time, countless dolls and paper drawings surged from all directions, filling the gaps that were opened, until they completely covered the two layers upon layers. From the quiet screen came faint, eerie gnawing sounds, mixed with painful wailing. Before long, something, along with blood, was disdainfully thrown out. It was a half-chewed rat tail and several hard crocodile scales. Gujiang Hig's revealed abilities surprised Su Li. He hadn't known beforehand. But while he was keeping an eye on the situation, he discovered the little guy who had been knocked away by Yanhua was sneaking behind him, signaling that he wanted to cover his ears.
He didn't understand, but still followed suit as Gujiang Hig opened his mouth.
In the next moment, he heard a faint, sharp whistle piercing into his ears, and that was still under the circumstances of his hearing being affected, struggling to block his ears. Seeing the little boy at his feet grimacing, Su Li instantly understood. This might be a scheme these few had already agreed upon before showing up. Seeing both altered beings on the ground, temporarily unable to care for themselves, Su Li intended to return to the warehouse, to complete the necessary steps to pass, but suddenly felt a sharp pang in his eyebrows. The pollution that had been forcibly suppressed within him now surged uncontrollably. He attempted to adjust it the same way as before. Useless. Restlessness rampaged within like a frenzied elephant, and Su Li could even feel his facial muscles trembling uncontrollably. Anger, sorrow, despair, and fear mixed together, growing more intense. It was as if invisible hands were tugging at his ankles, trying to drag him into the sea of consciousness sinking into darkness. The little boy looked at Su Li with a face full of terror, not understanding why the other's reaction was so extreme. Even the usually calm face was twisted in pain. However, just as Su Li was struggling against these negative emotions and feeling exhausted, those feelings suddenly quieted down. His body and mind felt empty, as if everything before was merely an illusion. But Su Li understood that it had all truly happened, for he distinctly saw a faint shadow of black mist quietly oozing out from under his skin as those restless emotions returned to silence, swirling around on his skin. The injuries healed quickly under the gentle caress of the black mist, bringing an unending, slight itching sensation, making Su Li frown. He had seen such a thing before, but it had never appeared on a chosen one. Only those bizarre and most terrifying anomalies would have such occurrences. Why did this strange change appear? Su Li raised his gaze towards the girl, whose piercing scream made her whole body tremble. Bright red flowed from her 7 orifices, dripping onto the already bloodstained floor with a plop. At that moment, the sharp scream that filled the entire space suddenly paused briefly, and after a few instances, it completely ceased.
Chapter 196, Close the door, beat the dog. Sister. The little boy Gu Xuanfeng's expression suddenly changed. He was completely unable to care about his sister's previous warning not to expose his identity and stumbled towards the direction of the girl who had fallen. Sister, what happened to you? The little boy knelt on the ground, his voice choked with cries, looking helplessly at Gu Jingfeng, who lay in a pool of blood. Although his sister usually yelled at him loudly, she had never scared him like she did today. He trembled as he reached out his hand, wanting to wipe away the filthy blood on the girl's face. Sister, I was wrong, please don't scare me. Ah. Sister, you're okay? Gu Jingfeng held her brother's hand, her weak expression mixed with a hint of a smile, despite her entire body feeling as if it would tear apart. Seeing the genuine concern in his eyes still warmed her heart. This little rascal finally understood a bit. Wow. Sister, you just scared me to death. Suddenly, the pain magnified, and the smile on Gu Jingfeng's face instantly froze as she tried to push away her little brother, who had suddenly pounced and held her tightly. Doesn't this child know how strong he is? I'm just exhausted, I'm not dead. Boom. A sudden explosion echoed in the hall. The little boy instinctively loosened his hands in fear, tightly gripping the dropped dinner knife on the floor, shielding his sister in front of him, and then he turned around in terror. He saw the pile of toys that had previously formed a small mountain being blown away by a surge of black mist, and blood fell from the air like rain, dripping onto the already blood-soaked floor. He Xueming held a struggling gray doll in his hand, with a fury in his pupils like never before. These had been treated like useless trash, obediently used for so many years, their consciousness almost entirely absorbed, yet today they dared to gather together and bite back at their owner. If it weren't for the intense pain I felt in my head earlier and the fear of damaging the machines nearby, he definitely wouldn't have been suppressed for so long. Even more infuriating was that during this time, the scales on his body were actually being gnawed away by these worthless things. Almost 30% was violently torn away. Flesh and blood were exposed all over his body. Although black mist was healing it now, it looked like some kind of skin disease. Where was his dignity? It was simply a great humiliation. The only thing that made him feel a bit better was that Yan Hua not far away was in worse shape than him. His already ugly tail was bitten off halfway, and the eye that had just healed was completely gone, leaving only a pitch-black blood hole. Without scale armor to protect him, his whole body was covered in wounds, and he looked like a blood-soaked rat that had been skinned. He Xueming scoffed, such a fragile waste actually dared to betray him just moments ago? His palms tightened, blood arrows shot out, casually tossing aside the completely dead grey doll. He Xueming strode towards the retreating Cha Run. Now the piercing scream had stopped, and no one in the arena could stop him. He was going to take back his control over the fireflies, and there was only one way to do it: slaughter, a ruthless slaughter without leaving any survivors. Yenhua bent down to pick up the red-clothed doll at his feet. Its abdomen had a large gash, revealing a bright red just like its clothes. I was so good to you, even when you hid from me to flirt with that pretty boy at the front desk, I couldn't bear to kill you. I only turned you into a mute toy so you wouldn't flirt with other men again. I was so good to you. He gently stroked the doll's face, his voice soft. However, in the next second, his expression twisted grotesquely. But why do you dare to resent me? Even going so far as to want to eat me repeatedly? Huh? Speak. Yenhua tightly gripped the doll's neck. Its previously empty mouth was now holding an eyeball, with bloodstains indicating it had just been torn out not long ago. Right, I forgot you can't talk right now. His expression twisted in a rather disturbing way. Then let this be your burial companion. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the doll's head, ready to tear it off. But at that moment, Yenhua suddenly heard a rapid footstep approaching him quickly. He barely had time to turn around before he saw a thin figure leaping into the air, with a right leg leaving remnants behind. Boom! Yenhua was instantly hit as if by a cannon, flying backward into the warehouse. Suli landed lightly on the ground, picked up the fallen doll, and placed it in the hands of the bewildered young boy. Gu Jingfeng's eyes widened, but she quickly recovered from her shock. She wanted to say something, but the earlier scream had made her lose her voice, and she could only struggle to push her brother forward, hoping the man in front could take him out at this opportunity. However, Suli simply rubbed the young boy's head, then half-squatted down to gently pat her tender wrist, his tone soft. You've worked hard, just leave the rest to me. After saying that, he calmly stood up and walked towards the warehouse. As for the other mutant in the arena, he didn't care, because he knew the guy would follow him in. Beast! Were you just giving your Cha Run grandpa a scratch? Cha Run's face was already twisted to one side, with several bloody teeth falling beside him, but he still wore an undisguised mocking smile. He Xueming's expression turned a bit ugly. This old man had already taken several punches from him, and even a strong young man would have been killed. How did this guy still have the strength to curse so loudly? He grabbed Sha Run's hair, lifting the frail body completely off the ground, and was about to throw one last punch at that disgusting face when a sudden booming sound came from behind him. Turning back, he saw Suli walking towards the warehouse. And that useless dead mouse had already vanished without a trace. Change people. After tonight, we must definitely change people. What do I need this trash underling for? Do I have to do everything myself? He Xueming spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling, murky air, released Sha Run, and headed toward the warehouse. Lying on the ground pretending to be dead and waiting for an opportunity to escape isn't good enough for you? You have to rush to find death? Then I'll fulfill that for you first. Sha Run climbed up from the ground, picked up a nearby chair, and stumbled toward the main entrance of the hall, using all his strength to smash the door lock. Then he gripped the earlier stick tightly again and ran toward Gujiang High. Child, are you okay? I'm fine, Grandpa. Your sister is seriously injured right now. Can you promise Grandpa to carry her and quickly leave here, without looking back? The further you run, the better. Okay. Gujiang High had completely lost the rebellious look from 2 days ago. He obediently carried Gujiang High on his back. The latter seemed to want to resist, but in her exhausted state, she couldn't match her brother's strength at all. The little boy took 2 steps, then turned around with concern and asked, "What about you and Big Brother, Grandpa?" Sha Run looked back at the hall. Tattered dolls and paper drawings were strewn everywhere. The bloody scene was even more chilling than the chaos at noon. Is it because he has lost all hope that this child, Suli, is fighting so desperately? He turned back, forced a faint smile, and touched Gu Xianfeng's cheek, a hint of nostalgia and determination flashing in his gaze. You go first, we will be quick on our feet and catch up to you soon. All right. Gu Xianfeng nodded vigorously. You can't lie to me. Sha Run smiled but said nothing, tightening the grip on his stick as he walked toward the warehouse. Little Sue, I will definitely save you. Bang. 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 The continuous dull thud stopped Sha Run in his tracks. He stared in disbelief at the warehouse door, blocked tightly by several broken machines. Grandpa, it seems you can't get in. Gu Xianfeng reached out a hand to tug at Sha Run's sleeve. By the way, Grandpa, do you know where Big Brother got that pencil? Pencil? Sha Run paused. Yeah, that scary black pencil. Every time I see it, I feel so afraid. He swallowed hard, secretly glancing back at the puzzled Gujiang High on his back. It's even more frightening than when my sister yells at me. I want to get one to scare the people who bully me and my sister. Sha Run and Gujiang High both froze. They had seen that pencil, but didn't feel at all like what Gu Xianfeng described. Isn't it just an ordinary pencil? Grandpa, you don't know? Gu Xianfeng looked at Sha Run in confusion, then spoke with lingering fear. When I held it just now, it felt like some terrifying monster was staring at me. Luckily, when I gave it back to Big Brother, that feeling disappeared, otherwise, I thought I was going to die. Gujiang High angrily patted her brother's head. Understood, sister, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Gu Xianfeng felt a bit wronged. Although his sister didn't speak, years of experience made him understand why he got hit, but he dared not retort. Gujiang High looked at her brother with a mix of anger and amusement. When they were hiding, the information they heard was not much. Although she knew the pencil was special, its use shouldn't be great, otherwise, He Xueming wouldn't have thrown it away, and Suli wouldn't have been seriously injured. What concerned her more was that the dining knife her brother had before was missing. Could it also be with Suli? Crash. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the warehouse, making both of them look up in unison toward the warehouse. In the next moment, a sharp scream suddenly rang out from within, followed by a low, muffled roar. Gu Xianfeng looked up at the shocked Sha Run, his eyes full of disbelief. Hee, with a smile, one hand supporting my sister and the other on my waist, I said a little smugly, that pencil is really scary, right? Chapter 197, The Wrong Posture for Fainting. Yanhua pushed himself up from the ground with one hand, shaking his head, but the dizziness in his brain didn't fade, instead, it worsened. The black energy's healing seemed to do little good. It was this dizziness that made him slow to react, causing him to be unable to dodge Suli's flying kick. He had never imagined he would become so weak, especially after gaining the power of toxin. Was it because of that sharp scream just now, or was it due to excessive blood loss? Yanhua was confused, his head felt heavy, and he couldn't think clearly. With his remaining single eye, he looked at Suli, who was slowly walking up to him, and He Xueming, who was blocking the warehouse door with his sturdy body. Yanhua bared his teeth and smiled. Since he couldn't solve his own problem right now, he decided to deal with the person in front of him first. It was just a moment of advantage because he was in a bad state, and he had the audacity to walk up alone. Had he forgotten that he had been badly beaten last time in a situation like this, surrounded by himself and the old drunkard? And his injuries were not necessarily better than his own. Yanhua suddenly froze, looking at Suli's shoulder with puzzlement. He remembered that there had been a bloody hole there, which he had poked out himself. But why had the wound shrunk now, and there seemed to be something on it? Was that black energy? Has your head been kicked silly? What are you still waiting for? He Xueming's furious shout shocked Yanhua awake, but he stared at the two people seemingly engaged in a struggle with their palms together, feeling a bit dazed. When did they start fighting? But he soon realized that now was not the time to think about these things. With his legs slightly bent, he pushed off with force, and his body turned into a shadow of blood rushing towards Su Li. Bang! He Xueming's eyelids twitched as he glanced at Yanhua, who had been kicked into the corner. Just now, Su Li hadn't broken free, he had only twisted his body to exert force as he pounced on Yanhua. Although he hadn't used all his strength, keeping an eye on the woman outside and the unkillable old man, given Su Li's previous severe injuries, he had no way to still possess such strength. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply. Between those deep brows and eyes close at hand, a wisp of black energy flickered. Though it was very faint and passed very quickly, He Xueming was sure he had never seen this black energy on Su Li before. A hint of dread rose in his heart as he knew how strange and powerful this energy was for healing wounds. He no longer guarded against the few people outside, instead, his thick crocodile tail swept towards Su Li's waist like a storm. That was the most vulnerable part of the human body. Su Li's hands were held by him, and he couldn't break free purely by strength. As long as he eliminated this greatest hidden danger, the others would be easy to deal with. But Su Li's movement was faster than his. Just as the crocodile tail moved, a powerful knee struck He Xueming's abdomen. It crashed into the wound previously opened by Jia Run. As he stooped in pain, a sharp wind sounded from the side. With a sense of crisis rising in his heart, He Xueming had to reluctantly let go of his grip on Su Li's hands, raising his arm to block this kick, even releasing some of the force of the crocodile tail in the process. Bang! Bang! In the continuous thuds, both Su Li and He Xueming were sent flying back by each other's strength. The muscles in He Xueming's face couldn't help but twitch as he glanced at his arm. The scale armor on it had been torn off in the previous bite. Now, after enduring Su Li's attack, the flesh had completely caved in. Tears streamed down in bright red. He cast a furious glance at Yanhua, who had just shakily gotten up, and his wariness towards Su Li grew. At this moment, Su Li's thigh trembled slightly. Even though the crocodile's tail had finally lessened its force, its attack location had changed from the lethal waist to the thigh, but a single blow still triggered an instinctive reaction in his muscles. But now, he felt no panic, only complex emotions. When Yanhua first appeared in the warehouse, he acted like an ordinary person, wanting to deceive the other party and strike with a lethal blow. But unexpectedly, Yanhua did not die, and after He Xueming directly mutated, Su Li realized a very desperate fact. Even if he went all out, the best result might only be to mutually perish with these two mutants. If he was lucky, he might fulfill the second mission condition, find the source of contamination and destroy it completely. As for the first mission condition, unravel the hidden truth of the instance and help the investigator complete the recovery work. Su Li felt that by then, he would definitely not be able to last until that moment. So he staged what he thought was his final act, pretending to be severely injured and unable to get up. He knew that He Xueming would not personally do the dirty work of killing, he would definitely let Yanhua take action. And as long as he could prod Yanhua when the two were apart, in that fleeting moment when Yanhua was distracted and already wavering, he could unleash all the power of the contamination and surely take care of Yanhua. After that, as long as he managed to stay somewhat conscious and entered the warehouse to obtain the items to completely destroy the source of contamination, then he would clear the level. As for what would happen next, he might be consumed by the contamination or be killed by the enraged He Xueming. Who knows? He didn't dwell on it, there was no point in thinking too much. But just as he was preparing to find an opportunity, the hat-wearing man fainting out of fright and He Xueming's disdainful ridicule occurred. Su Li was truly stunned at that moment. It was not because of the unexpected appearance of the man in the hat, but because he noticed a detail that He Xueming had not discovered. The man in the hat was not fainted by the terrifying crocodile look, but rather fainted while falling and turning to crawl in. This meant he had seen some strange thing, which he could not bear after being continuously stimulated, leading to his fainting. What kind of strangeness could there be in the bathroom? Su Li remembered that on the night of the following day, he had been attracted by a knocking sound in the bathroom, which made him miss the process of the man's body disappearing. But upon checking at that time, he found no abnormalities. Something that could make a sound would align with the strange, able to evade his detection. At that time, Su Li was unaware, but now the answer was clear, it was the doll that was frightened by He Xueming's power and had to obey. Moreover, the posture of the fainting man in the hat coincidentally allowed him to see the blind spot he had not checked at that time, under the sink cabinet. So its sudden appearance, with no follow-up actions, was just to scare the man in the hat? Su Li didn't think so. From He Xueming's attitude, it was clear that he was unaware of the doll's actions. He was even unaware that the fireflies still harbored others that no one else knew about. That left only one explanation. Someone was in the bathroom, he or they came out from a hiding stall and had some contact with the doll, and the man in the hat simply happened to see the doll, thus falling unconscious again in panic. Chapter 198, Common Sense. Suli had once told Cha-Run and the others that no matter what sounds they heard in the deep of night, they should not come out. So when he realized they had not followed his instructions, he paused for a moment and then couldn't help but laugh. Game characters are not just cold figures. While bringing you joy, you should also care about them more. This is what a qualified gamer does. Although Suli deduced the true identity of those game characters, in his view, the entire world of ghost stories is actually a giant copy, and Cha-Run, Gujiang, and others are just game characters within it. Suli always believed that helping them was simply due to the rules required in the ghost stories. He needed to obtain information from them, deduce the truth, and find the way to pass the level. That's all. So he never expected them to help him. But Suli overlooked that, in the eyes of a true qualified gamer, game characters are never cold data but friends who fight alongside you. Even though what Suli did was purposeful, it genuinely showed them hope, the hope that could lead them out of suffering. Perhaps this is the true meaning of this rule. So at that time, Suli said, thinking they know everything, yet they only know a part. Presumptuous. He made the same mistake as He Xueming. The smile he had was indeed a mockery, but it was not mocking Yanhua, it was mocking himself. Then, Cha-Run pierced He Xueming's abdomen, the young boy bit off 3 of Yanhua's fingers, and Gu Jingfeng shrieked, causing both to fall in pain. Later, hundreds and thousands of dolls seriously harmed the two aberrants. The enemy continued to be injured, while he kept recovering. In this back and forth, the huge gap between the two sides kept shrinking. Until this moment, Suli finally understood that leveraging all possible advantages is the only rule to pass the level. Humph. He Xueming grunted heavily, feeling very displeased. Not only because he slightly lost in the previous fight but also because of the expression on Suli's face now. Calm, confident. He liked this demeanor, but did not like it appearing on someone else's face. The only one who could control everything, besides that one, could only be himself. No one else should possess such poise. This is overstepping. Damn it! With a slightly threatening glance at Yanhua, the two advanced towards Suli. Watching the youth gradually retreat, a smile finally appeared in He Xueming's eyes. At this moment, being scared was too late. They blocked the exit of the warehouse, and there were no windows. No matter how he retreated, he would simply be a turtle in a jar. Suddenly, Suli's steps halted, his right leg pulled back and then kicked out sharply. A broken machine whizzed past He Xueming's head. Then came the second and third machines. He Xueming easily dodged the machines flying toward him, a smirk appearing on his face. It seems the previous fight has exhausted you, not only is your aim off. He swiped his crocodile tail, casually batting a machine flying at him aside. Even your strength is so weak. Do you still expect to crush me with this? Suli did not respond, he continued to kick those broken game machines. With the last crash landing, He Xueming turned to look. Behind him lay several machines, some that he had swatted away and dodged, and about a dozen game machines were piled together, effectively blocking the door of the warehouse completely. He paused slightly, then shook his head with a sneer. Do you think this can keep out the? He Xueming's words suddenly stilled. He saw Suli's toe touch the ground, and the sharp kitchen knife that had fallen earlier flew into his hand. Then without looking back, he forcefully tossed the blade upward behind him. Clang! With the grating sound of metal colliding, the light and shadow in the warehouse began to shake violently. He Xueming's face suddenly changed drastically, but before he could react, the chandelier hanging from the ceiling suddenly fell. In almost an instant, the slightly upturned corners of the young man's lips in front of him were completely swallowed by darkness. Brother he! A low voice filled with panic rang out, but only Yanhua's voice could be heard. There was no sound from He Xueming, as if he had completely vanished. Suli picked up a stone and cautiously moved backwards. Under normal circumstances, with their transformed animal forms, they should have the ability to see in the dark. But this was the sub-realm of a horror story, and normal rules did not apply. The entire Firefly was divided into 5 sections: lobby, bathroom, kitchen area, warehouse, and employee lounge. The lobby had a main entrance, and the bathroom and kitchen area had windows, but all were nailed shut. Only the warehouse and employee lounge were sealed rooms, with the latter being the only room in the entire Firefly that had no lights. In other words, after the doors were locked at midnight, the lounge became a black box with absolutely no light. When the tester was debugging the equipment in the middle of the night, the lights in the lobby stayed on. The previous waiter died because he opened the door himself, and when he saw the scene outside, the lounge was no longer dark. When Yanhua entered the warehouse, as a transformed rat, he did not turn off the lights first before making his move in his panic and inability to see in the dark. There was pollution within him, and he couldn't see clearly in the darkness over the past 2 nights. All these pieces put together represented one thing: in this subrealm, even if they were rats or crocodiles, although they gained corresponding speed and strength, in the deep darkness, they were still restricted in some way, either unable to see in the dark or having their strength weakened. And the chaotic behavior of the 2 transformed beings after the lights went out proved that Suli's hypothesis was correct.
Taking a deep breath, Suli released the suppression on the pollution within him. The feeling of hunger surged instantly, twisting his facial muscles somewhat, but at the same time, an unprecedented torrent of power surged within him. Xiueming's expression changed rapidly. He finally realized that Suli's earlier kick at the game machine was not meant to hurt them or to block the door to protect the people outside. Everything was to shatter the chandelier so that the light could not shine in. To turn them into turtles trapped inside a black box. The machine blocking the entrance allowed only tiny stars of light to seep through the gaps, which was not enough to see anything clearly, but he couldn't forcefully open the passage. The noise would expose his position. He couldn't understand how Suli knew this, but he didn't have time to think about it. They could not see, and Suli could not see either. The relationship between hunter and prey had undergone a subtle shift, and Yenhua's foolish shout had revealed their position, which was extremely deadly at that moment. Xiueming gritted his teeth. Now, he could only take the offensive first. Chapter 199, So Fragrant. He pulled Yenhua, who was already standing beside him, over and covered his mouth, whispering a few words very softly. Yenhua seemed a bit hesitated for a moment, but soon his figure disappeared from the spot. Xiueming revealed a silent smile and quietly headed toward the position Suli had previously been in his memory. In the silence, suddenly a muffled sound of fist meeting flesh echoed, followed quickly by a sharp, piercing scream. Xiueming's expression brightened. He no longer tiptoed but lunged forward, aiming a punch at the source of the sound. He knew Yenhua was in poor condition, and the broken rat tail made it even harder for him to maintain balance while moving at high speed. Xiueming did not expect Yenhua to cause Suli any harm. What he needed was simply to learn through Yenhua that Suli might change positions. The real aggression could only come from himself. It had to be him alone. You can't hide. Bang! Xiueming was knocked back, crashing against the wall with such force that he instinctively let out a muffled groan of a shout. But at the moment he made a sound, he realized something, and despite the pain, he rolled to the side. Almost as soon as he moved, a gust of wind swept in from behind. Clang! With a sound of collision, a small but sharp object flew by quickly, cutting a scar across his face. Blood flowed out, yet Xiueming's expression remained dazed there. He had deliberately let Yenhua attack first, claiming they were surrounding Suli, but in reality, it was a matter of timing. He even intentionally punched in the same direction as Yenhua. In the dark environment, facing two unknown opponents, no one would think that the enemy would attack from the same direction, one after the other. But now the situation was completely different from what he expected. Ah! Once again, Yenhua's horrific scream echoed ahead, but there was no sound from Suli at all. Xiueming's face turned very ugly. The opponent's precise counterattack and decisive moves gave him an incredible suspicion. Suli could see. This was more shocking to him than Suli's suddenly unleashed powerful force. In the pitch blackness, Xiueming's chest heaved violently. After a moment, he lowered his hand from the bloodstained chest and abdomen, quietly rising to sneak toward the place where the sound came from. The earlier counterattack might have been just a lucky hit for Suli, or perhaps he had gained some ability to sense threats from the pollution. In any case, Suli could not possibly be able to see. Otherwise, why would he always attack the incapacitated Yenhua instead of chasing after him when he was knocked away? The fierce light in his pupils completely retracted. Xiueming moved his feet very lightly, as if merging with the darkness. Yenhua's miserable screams still echoed in the warehouse, but that wailing was gradually weakening, making another faint sound stand out even more chillingly. The audience was anxious, wanting to edge closer to see, to figure out what that strange sound was, but they were scared off by the pale face reflected in the dark screen. The sharp knife easily sliced through the skin of the person in front. Suli was straddling over Yenhua, his bulging left hand clamping down on Yenhua's writing wrists. He held the knife in his mouth, and without hesitation, pushed his right hand into the open chest cavity. Because he couldn't see anything, he could only keep groping inside. Suddenly, he paused. A hint of confusion appeared on his indifferent face, and then it twisted into a struggle. Suli bit down hard on the knife, desperately enduring the gnawing hunger like a twisted pain. The stirring of the pollution within severely affected his consciousness. He even forgot why he was cutting open Yenhua's chest and abdomen. He only remembered that he needed to take out something extremely important, but what it was, Suli could not recall. Forget it, just take things one by one. The space is so small, I'll surely find what I want. In the thick, viscous sounds, Suli suddenly felt something the size of a fist, constantly pulsating. His thoughts paused again, and he tilted his head. This seems like what I need to take out. It smells so good. At that moment, an urgent text message suddenly appeared in Suli's gooey brain. 3 meters behind you, above your head. Crocodile's mouth is open. As soon as the text appeared, Suli instinctively sprang into action, just as he had done during the last 2 messages. He forcefully tore the object in his hand from the raging fire, suppressing his urge to devour it, and suddenly hurled it upwards. A faint sound of collision instantly echoed in the darkness, and Suli seized this opportunity to swiftly dodge to the side. In the next moment, a sudden sound of teeth clashing, like gold and iron striking against each other, rang out from his original position. If not for the extremely timely hint that appeared, Suli would have either been torn apart or at least had several huge bloody holes.
Empty?
He Xueming was very sure that he had not made a sound throughout the entire process, and the eerie rustling noise had not stopped. This meant that Suli definitely did not see him approaching. This should have been an attack that could never be dodged. Yet, he had missed completely. Such bizarre events that were completely beyond his understanding filled He Xueming with a strange sense of fear. Knowing he had been exposed, he could care less about making any noise, turning around and fleeing towards the warehouse door that emitted a faint light. But just as he turned, someone suddenly kicked him hard in the back. With a loud crash, He Xueming fell to the ground. As he tried to get up, he was brutally pressed down with added weight. In his fright, his head twisted awkwardly backward, and he opened his alligator-like mouth wide, attempting to bite at Suli, who was pinning him down. Punches and kicks were not his strongest power, this was. But in the next moment, he fearfully discovered two cold arms stretched out from behind him, locking around his neck and forcing his alligator mouth shut.
Damn it!
He Xueming felt both angry and flustered inside. The strength of his alligator mouth was indeed immense, able to bite through solid metal. Yet, the force with which he tried to open and close it was pitifully weak. An ordinary man's strength could hold it shut with one hand, let alone the weight of Suli on his back. Roar! He Xueming let out a furious roar, his body suddenly rolling violently, trying to shake off the person on his back.
But until he was completely exhausted, the hands wrapped tightly around his neck showed no sign of weakening.
Little Su. With his alligator mouth pressed shut, he could only open a small gap, making it difficult for him to speak.
We don't need to do this. You have wisdom, I have strength. How about we rule the fireflies together in the future?
There was no response from behind. Instead, the hands tightened further, causing He Xueming to become even more panicked.
Let's talk it out. If worst comes to worst, I will listen to you from now on.
It seemed he had made a great resolution to say such words, but there was still no response, which was completely different from Su Li's behavior he remembered before. This extremely strange abnormality made He Xueming inexplicably feel a sense of unease and fear.
Chapter 200, The Starving Ghost That Plucks Hearts. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The machine blocking the warehouse door was knocked open. The sudden light pouring in made He Xueming feel somewhat blinded, and he instinctively closed his eyes.
Little Su, I'm here to save.
An old and sorrowful voice abruptly stopped, and He Xueming opened his eyes to see the seemingly indestructible Cha Kong standing at the door with a look of fear on his face, holding onto a stick. The child and woman beside him trembled uncontrollably at their legs. The air suddenly became extremely silent, and He Xueming felt confused, turning his head with great difficulty to follow their gaze. In a dark red pool of blood, the raging fire lay motionless. A large gash had been cut across its chest and abdomen, and inside, red and white things were scattered everywhere.
Some even bore marks of being bitten.
His gaze suddenly shook and then froze, with a beating dark red heart reflected in his pupils. He abruptly recalled the sticky sensation when that object had been thrown at his face earlier.
Is it all that kid's doing? If it weren't for my sneak attack just now, does he want to eat me? Plop.
Suddenly, a liquid dripped onto my head.
Is the roof leaking? No. That's not it. Plop. Plop.
The continuing drip of liquid fell down, accompanied by the heavy, disturbing gasps that grew louder in the silence. He Xueming's pupils suddenly dilated. The few people at the door were not afraid of him, but of the person clinging to his back. No, perhaps that is not a person, but a hungry ghost that once tried to devour a heart. A surge of unprecedented panic flooded his heart. Even when he was knotted by those toys, he had only felt anger. What he had lost before were only scales and flesh, but if his heart were to be ripped out and eaten like Yen was, could he still heal under the black gas?
He didn't know. SSS.
A sharp pain struck. He Xueming instinctively wanted to scream and struggle, but he was tightly bound, unable to move a muscle. He could only watch helplessly as a blood-dyed scale fell before his eyes, followed by the second, the third. Jiarun finally broke free from his earlier days. After hearing Yan Hua and He Xueming's wails, he hadn't heard any sound from Suli.
Suli severely injured the enemy, but was he also seriously wounded?
He forced open the blocked door, but what he saw was completely unexpected. Yan Hua's chest and abdomen were ripped open, a heart casually discarded, He Xueming's eye sockets red and wet, and Suli was tearing apart scales.
Everything seemed to declare that Suli was the most terrifying existence. No.
Jiarun quickly threw this thought aside, turned his head to the side, not wanting to meet He Xueming's pleading gaze. No matter what Suli did or what he became, he trusted him unconditionally. Beside them, Gu Jingfeng lowered her head. This sight was too impactful for her, and she covered her little brother's eyes, not wanting Suli to leave a bad impression in his heart. But her brother seemed unable to bear it. He twisted his body and ran outside. Gu Jingfeng did not chase after him, nor did she have the strength to do so. She had only just regained a little mobility, but fortunately, there was no more danger outside. However, soon, her expression turned to confusion.
She saw Gu Xianfeng running back even faster than he had left, seemingly holding something in his hand. Before she could see clearly, Gu Xianfeng dashed past her side. Oh no! Gu Jingfeng's heart raced. Although she knew that usually, Suli would definitely not harm her brother, right now, Suli's condition was clearly off, especially the drool unconsciously spilling from the corner of his mouth, looking like a bloodthirsty ghost. She frantically wanted to bring her brother back, but her arm was held back by Zhao Run. It's okay, he won't be in danger. Gu Jingfeng couldn't break free, only following his gaze. In the next moment, she was stunned. Gu Xianfeng seemed a bit worried that the fierce and terrifying crocodile mouth would bite him, moving left and right for a while but couldn't find a suitable place, so he simply stepped directly onto the elongated crocodile mouth and climbed up. Roar! A muffled roar immediately sounded, not knowing if it came from humiliation or pain. The little boy paid no attention to it. Instead, he carefully opened the packaging, trembling as he handed the item in his hand to Suli. Big brother, are you hungry? Seeing Suli raise his head, looking at him with indifferent eyes, the little boy shivered but did not retreat. Instead, he pushed forward even harder. Then eat this. It's good if you eat this. Suli looked at the hamburger in front of him. The indifferent expression became confused, and then a look of struggle appeared, followed by a sudden bite. Thank you. Seeing the ink-like essence in the other's eyes gradually fade away, the little boy's eyebrows revealed a hint of joy. Previously, he discovered that Suli had also looked this way, suddenly turning terrifying, just like his sister used to say about the granny bear who loved to eat fingers when he was young, but later for some reason, that feeling suddenly disappeared. He had no game tokens to play with, so he decided to secretly investigate and play detective games, and discovered that Suli seemed to have lost that horrifying presence after eating that disgusting hamburger. So when he saw Suli in this situation again, he hurriedly ran to the bathroom to get the hamburger he found while hiding. To his surprise, it really was just as he imagined. Hey! He really is a genius. He returned to Gu Jingfeng with his head held high, just ready to brag, but his ear was pinched by a delicate hand, and his smiling mouth immediately fell. Ow, ouch, ouch, ouch. He Xueming felt he had never been so humiliated in his life. If it weren't for the concern that moving even slightly might provoke Suli to do something even more terrifying, he definitely would have tossed the damn little brat off just now. But at this moment, he suddenly felt much more relaxed in his heart because he noticed that the eerie aura on his back had disappeared, and the suffocating grip around his neck had also loosened. Little Sue, what I just said is all true. He quickly proposed his earlier suggestion again, but he didn't dare to turn back. Think about it seriously, you have the ability to see in the dark, it must be a gift from the master. Are you trying to pressure me with it? No, that's not what I mean. The calm voice he had previously hated now brought He Xueming joy. As long as they could communicate, it meant. Ah! A sharp pain shot through his leg, and before He Xueming could turn around to look, a cold light flashed before his eyes. Suli stood up from where He Xueming had his limbs severed, carelessly shaking the blood off the knife, and with a flick of his fingers, the black pencil appeared in his hand. Chapter 201, More Beef and More Green Onions. After eating that hamburger, the pollution inside Suli was once again weakened. Although this spared him from about to fall into the sea of unconsciousness, it also significantly reduced his strength. Looking around the warehouse, the horrific scene reminded him of some earlier events. After deducing that the aberrants would be affected by darkness, he immediately inquired with the operations analysis room. If there is only a glimmer of light, can you see the enemy's actions in the dark and communicate them to me in time? If you can, no need to answer. After that, he received no answer, but he already knew the answer. And during the recent battle, the analysis room had also timely transmitted information to Suli's mind, with 3 prompts that resolved 3 crises without wasting a second. This was the second imprint he made in his heart before activating the pollution, aside from wanting to remove the heart of severe fire. He must believe in the sudden words that appeared in his mind. They believed in themselves. Since they didn't use those opportunities beforehand, Suli would naturally believe in them too. Squatting down, Suli looked at the pair of originally indifferent but now extremely anxious vertical pupils before him. Are you really from the same world as me? He initially wanted to ask He Xueming why he said that back then, but now it seemed unnecessary. He did not know of the existence of the analysis room. The pencil spun on his fingertips, like a black flower blooming. In the next moment, slender fingers gripped a pencil and fiercely stabbed towards the exposed flesh of that bloody head. Why did a pencil become Suli's final trump card? He Xueming finally understood now. That strange hardness, compared to now, could only be considered insignificant. The moment the pencil tip touched the bloody flesh at the top of his skull, he felt an extremely cold chill invade his brain, like an icy torrent beneath a glacier, instantly sweeping through his whole body. His body trembled, and the crocodile mouth suddenly opened wide, ready to swallow the nearby Suli whole. This was the last power he had hidden until now. Even when his limbs were severed just moments ago, he got through it. Just for this moment. Slap. His resentful strike was knocked aside by Suli's palm.
The fury of facing death turned into confusion, then shifted into anger brought by panic. Just now, that pencil suddenly sank deeper by an inch, causing his strength to leak away considerably. He Xueming glared angrily at the young man in front of him. If I die, you won't live either. This place will imprison you forever, until you become like me. He knew very well that he was truly going to die. That unstoppable dark energy was continuously repairing his body's injuries, but before that piercing chill, it acted like a small cat showing its teeth upon seeing a fierce tiger in the forest, daring not to approach even a bit. That man who died last night was taken away by Yanhua, right? Su Li's tone carried a hint of mockery, causing He Xueming to freeze suddenly. That place is the real way to leave here, isn't it? He Xueming trembled violently, looking at Su Li in disbelief. Su Li smiled slightly, suddenly leaning close to He Xueming's ear. By the way, there's something you might not know. He spoke in a whisper, like a demon, with only the two of them able to hear. The one you have always respected and imitated seems to not take you seriously at all. In fact, in his eyes, you are even less worthy than Yanhua. You're talking nonsense. At noon, it had gripped everyone's neck, including yours. That's because. Right, when Yanhua was about to die, it made a move to save him, but now with your current situation, it has shown no reaction at all. You. He Xueming suddenly didn't know what to say. In the next moment, his eyes, filled with complex emotions, suddenly shrunk, then gradually expanded. The pencil had completely penetrated his brain from the flesh torn open earlier. As the chilling cold eroded his consciousness, the scene in front of him slowly faded and dimmed. The young man with a smile at the corner of his mouth became blurred, and behind him seemed to appear a shadow. He Xueming instinctively reached out to touch it. But soon, his claw fell weakly because, in a daze, he saw that the shadow's face was not that of the person he revered immensely, but rather a boy resembling Su Li somewhat. Seeing Su Li stand up and walk outside, Cha-Run wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly followed. Although he didn't hear what Su Li whispered at the end, he was all too familiar with He Xueming's final reactions. That was a look when the faith in one's heart collapses all at once. This is killing a person and breaking their spirit. However, Cha-Run felt no pity in his heart, he even thought this was refreshing. But soon, his brows furrowed again. Little Su. He won't wake up again like Yanhua, will he? No. Seeing Su Li looking at him with a calm smile, Cha-Run was momentarily bewildered. It was hard for him to connect the current Su Li with the creepy appearance he had not long ago. So what do we do now? Leave. Right. We need to hurry and leave. Cha-Run was taken aback, then quickly nodded. The excitement brought by the continuous fighting faded. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which pierced into his nostrils, making him realize that the place they were in was like a hell. Is your key still here? Did you lose it? Seeing Su Li shake his head slightly, Cha-Run's expression turned a bit lost, but the next moment he ran outside, grabbing a stool from the ground to smash the lock on the door. You can't go back from there. Hearing Su Li's words, Cha-Run turned back in confusion, still holding the stool up in the air. What does that mean? Cha-Run didn't understand, and before he could ask, the look of confusion on his face deepened. Su Li walked to the front desk, picked up the red phone, and pressed the redial button. Beep. Beep. The phone did not get answered quickly like before, the ringing echoed, as if the person on the other end was already asleep. Ah. Gu Jingfeng knew that was the ordering phone, and she eagerly wanted to say something, but her throat hadn't recovered yet, so she could only gesture awkwardly. My sister seems to say, are you still hungry? If so, she will help you make some more burgers. Gu Xianfeng relied on years of familiarity to roughly translate what his sister wanted to express. It will be quick, just a few minutes. Su Li shook his head slightly, but said nothing more, focusing on holding the phone. After a short while, the ringing stopped, and someone picked up the phone. Hello, Su Li said. The person on the other end did not respond, there wasn't even a breath sound, until after a while, someone answered. Sorry, we are already closed. I want 2 bowls of beef noodles, add more beef and more green onions, Su Li calmly interrupted. Once again, the caller on the other end fell into silence, and after a long while, a dull response came through. Okay, it will be right there. Chapter 202, The Opening. After the call ended, Su Li looked at the puzzled few and casually said. There was too much consumption tonight, I'm a bit hungry and want to eat something warm. Then we. Cha-Run looked dazed. If they were to leave, it seemed like there was no way back through the door. If they stayed, then Xiao Su would have 1 bowl, and he would have 1 bowl, but Gu Jingfeng and her brother wouldn't even have anything to eat. And he didn't eat green onions either. You guys go ahead and leave, Su Li said. Before Cha-Run could ask, he saw Su Li step out from the front desk, walk past the broken dolls on the ground, past the pile-up machines, and stand in front of the coin pusher in the center of the hall. What? Winning some coins before leaving? Charon's confusion suddenly froze on his face, only his pupils were shaking violently.
Sully did not sit down but placed both hands on the coin pusher in the middle, and with a low shout, he pushed it hard forward. In the next moment, a black opening appeared suddenly in his view. As the machine moved, the loosely affixed advertisements on it also fell into the blood-soaked ground, gradually getting soaked. Do you want to escape from the sea of suffering? Do you want to gain eternal happiness? Come on, my friend. Use everything you have to push it. An opening. There is actually such a big hole here? In such a prominent position in the entire Firefly?
Charon's eyes twitched, and he instinctively glanced at Gujiang beside him, seeing she had the same expression, feeling a bit melancholy in his heart for a moment. He didn't know if they were too foolish or if Sully was too wise. A kid who had only been here for 3 days discovered a secret they hadn't noticed for many days. Suddenly, he realized something, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out from excessive shock. This, you said leaving, can really leave. Sully gently patted Charon's back, who was so excited he was somewhat incoherent, nodding slightly. If you enter from here, you will be able to leave here and return to your true home.
Gujiang's eyes flashed.
Charon, after calming down, took 2 steps forward and leaned forward to take a look inside.
The hole was completely dark.
It was impossible to tell how deep it was. He frowned slightly and turned to walk toward the bathroom.
Grandpa, where are you going?
The little boy tugged at Charon's clothes in confusion.
Good child, I'm going to get a rope.
Charon patted Gu Xuanfeng's small hand.
It's very high up, it's not bright yet, and it's easy to fall. Don't worry, Cha Lao.
Sully looked at the game machines around them that were still glowing.
People come in and out of this place every day, but I've never seen anyone get injured. People come in and out. I know. It's those 2 big bad guys, right?
Gu Xuanfeng spoke first, a visible smug expression on his face. Sully responded with a smile, seeing that Charon still seemed confused and that it would be some time before the delivery arrived. He started to explain. This has to start from my work duties. You must close the arcade door before 23:30 and confirm that at 2400 hours, there is no one else in the arcade except you. This is the first rule for staff. But on the first night, Sully discovered a man still lingering in the Firefly after closing. However, before he could act, the man and his girlfriend's heads disappeared just a wall away. Before 2400 hours arrived. You are just a front desk attendant, you cannot expel customers from the arcade. Other matters have dedicated personnel responsible. Who is this dedicated personnel? The confusion at the time had a result later on. In the second rule, the person responsible for expelling customers from the arcade is Yanhua. In Charon's recollection, the person who drove him out of the Firefly was also him. Could it be that Yanhua had another key to the door? And if so, what is the meaning of the first rule? At that time, Sully did not see the process of the man's disappearance. He was in the staff break room reading that newly discovered rule note. After Yanhua had transformed, his manifestation was a rat. His speed was enough to take the dazed man out the door during this time. But there was a problem here. Sully noticed the sudden silence of the basketball hoop, but did not hear the sound of the door opening in the distance. At that time, Sully was already contaminated, and his hearing was weakened. If it was indeed the reason he did not hear the sound, then it could explain it. The confusion continued into the second night, showing some signs of lifting. A man playing games broke the machine and then made an extremely mocking laugh at himself, only to be killed in a strange and cruel manner. Then Sully was drawn away by a strange sound from the bathroom. When he returned, the man had vanished, leaving only blood on the floor and the slightly shaking Mario machine. If the first night was due to being too far away, which prevented Sully from hearing the sound of the door. Then on the second night, Sully could firmly conclude that Yanhua could not have entered or exited through the door, because the bathroom was right next to the door. No matter how fast Yanhua acted, Sully would not have failed to notice. Additionally, during that accidental fall, Sully did not touch anything resembling a key on Yanhua's person. Thus, the guess that Yanhua enters and exits the Firefly through the door was ruled out. But Sully still had not touched the truth until that early morning when he once again heard the tester's movements, hearing the sound of glass breaking mixed within. Machines cannot be damaged. So, the only glass product in the Firefly besides the game machine screens was the wine bottle. This also meant that besides Yanhua, there was also Yi Shuiming among the testers. But the man's disappearance could not have been caused by him, for his movements would certainly have been noticed by Sully. Therefore, the guess that the way to enter and exit the Firefly is through the door was also ruled out. You must close the arcade door before 23:30 and confirm that at 2400 hours, there is no one else in the arcade except you. Every rule corresponds to a certain hint. This rule, which had never been understood before, Sully finally realized its meaning. It represents that after the door closes, the entire Firefly becomes a closed space, with no hidden outsiders. In other words, there must be some secret passage inside the Firefly, allowing them to enter and exit freely without relying on the main door. So where could it be? The disappearance of the tourists over the past 2 nights had left Su Li's sight.
This means that the passage must be in the hall.
After the man disappeared on the second night, there were no traces of dragging or flowing blood on the ground, and Yanhua also made movements with the Mario machine, trying to confuse Su Li's judgment. This means that this passage must be near the man. Only in this way could it be so quick, allowing enough time for him to finish all these things. Ding ding dang dang. The sounds created by the tester echoed in Su Li's mind. That was the sound of things hitting metal, the sound of whispers, the sound of machines moving, and the sound of metal colliding. The sound of things hitting metal, the sound of metal colliding, maybe He Xueming was repairing the machine. The sound of whispers and the sound of glass breaking might be He Xueming repairing Yanhua. And that sound of the machine moving did not belong to any category of repairs. Combining the previous inferences and the note on the coin pusher, I have come to the only and final conclusion. After pushing the coin pusher, I will see the real passage and completely escape from this sea of suffering. After revealing this part of the truth, Su Li ignored the dazed Cha Run and stepped towards the warehouse. Before sending them away, he still had one extremely important thing to do.
Find the source of contamination and destroy it completely. Chapter 203, Flicker.
It took Cha Run a while to regain his senses, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Gu Jingfeng. Seeing the thoughtful expression on the other's face, he was slightly stunned. Then, he caught sight of the little boy squatting at the hole, curiously looking inside, and his heart skipped a beat.
What? Am I the only one who didn't understand?
Footsteps came from behind, and Cha Run quickly hid the confusion on his face.
Little Su, I understand now.
But just as he opened his mouth, the confusion in his eyes reappeared. He saw Su Li walking toward him with a blood-red axe in his hand. Cha Run recognized this axe. He had seen it when they entered the warehouse. It was the fire axe hanging on the wall near the door.
But now, what was he doing with that thing?
Could it be? As this thought flashed through his mind, Cha Run grabbed Gu Xianfeng and pulled him up, fearing that something terrifying might suddenly burst out from the darkness to harm them.
Cha Lao, I want to give it one last try. Try what? Cha Run instinctively asked.
To let you take little Cha away together. His heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, Cha Run felt a sharp pain in his throat. He had come in to find his little grandson. Even if his eyes went blind, his throat went hoarse, acting crazy and foolish in front of those 2 thugs, day and night accompanying those bizarre things. He had never thought of giving up.
But there was none. Really can't find him.
Not a single machine screen showed his little grandson's shadow, and among those paper dolls on the ground, he did not see him. With no hope, naturally, one would not fear death. He understood what Su Li explained, but he did not want to think anymore.
With the little grandson gone, what was the point of thinking about anything else?
But now, it seemed he saw a faint light from that youth.
Grandpa, you're pulling me too hard.
Cha Run snapped back to reality and quickly let go, wiping the corner of his eyes that had unknowingly become wet with the back of his hand, feeling at a loss as he apologized to Gu Xianfeng, who was pouting.
Sorry, Grandpa got lost in thought just now.
Humph. Gu Xianfeng rubbed his red arms that had been pinched and turned away, wanting to seek comfort from his sister. But Gu Jingfeng seemed to have no notice of him at all, only staring in the direction of Su Li, his expression complex. The little boy pouted and ran over to Su Li, curiously asking. Brother, you just said you wanted to take Xiao Cha away.
Have you already found out where he's hiding?
No. Su Li shook his head slightly, but I will know soon.
Step back. Oh. What does Su Li want to do? Why is he standing there with an axe in front of the sofa in the dining area?
No way, he just said he was going to try to take Xiao Cha away.
Could Xiao Cha be weirdly hidden inside that sofa?
Damn. Don't say that, it's really possible. Su Li's expression became serious, and he tightened his grip on the axe. After all, it was the first time he faced a source of pollution other than the weirdness itself. In the next moment, the fierce axe was raised high above his head and suddenly struck down. Boom! A huge gash instantly appeared on the red sofa, revealing broken wood pieces and electronic components sparking with blue-white fire inside. However, nothing unusual emerged beyond that. But Su Li did not stop, continuing to chop down with several more strokes. Soon, the red sofa was completely smashed. His gaze lingered for just a moment before shifting to the nearby yellow sofa. Before long, a pile of rough wood pieces and parts appeared on the floor again.
He isn't going to chop up all 3 sofas, is he?
There's nothing hidden inside anyway, and using so much strength, isn't he afraid that if Xiao Cha is really inside, he would end up chopping him to pieces?
You guys don't understand anything.
Su God definitely has his own plan. The barrage of comments suddenly stopped, as all the viewers of the livestream painfully covered their ears. A shriek. An extremely piercing scream abruptly broke the silence in the Firefly Hall, but it didn't come from Gu Jingfeng this time, rather from the last blue sofa in front of Su Li. The sound heard from outside had already been weakened, and they felt so uncomfortable. How much worse was it for Su Li, who was at ground zero? At the moment the axe chopped through the sofa, a sharp wail suddenly emerged, accompanied by an utterly thick surge of black mist rushing towards him. Blood immediately seeped from his ears, and even the already lifted axe was blown backwards. But there was not a trace of retreat in his eyes, instead, a flash of brilliance passed through. Sure enough, it was it. When he chopped up the red and yellow sofas earlier, he hadn't used any of the powers of pollution. But now, the ink-like energy instantly enveloped his eyes, and a surging power immediately appeared, then gathered in his arms.
A howling sound arose. The fierce axe came crashing down. Crack!
A larger gash immediately appeared on the sofa, and a thicker black mist and sharper wail burst forth from the damaged sofa. Gujiang squatted behind Suli, holding his head, his body trembling like a sieve. He was very afraid, not only of the black mist and wail but because the strange phenomenon didn't end there. The electronic components inside the sofa, now damaged, were constantly emitting sparks, but this time they were not the previous blue-white, rather a bizarre red glow. What flickered was not just the narrow darkness, but the entire hall. All the lights, all the machine screens, were flickering continuously, causing the shock on Sha-Run and others' faces to flash along with it. It was as if Suli's one chop had severed the lifeline of the fireflies. Crack! Another chop came down. Gujiang hurriedly retreated 2 steps, as the screen of a nearby gaming machine suddenly began to shake violently, as if it could not receive a signal. And this shaking appeared on another machine in the next moment. In just a breath, all the gaming machine screens in the hall began to flicker violently. Crack! Suli remained indifferent. Another heavy axe strike. The monitor overhead, painted black before, suddenly shattered, making a crisp sound as it fell down. The sofa was now almost in ruins, but the black mist inside surged suddenly. In an instant, it filled the entire hall space. Sha-Run and Gujiang immediately knelt on the ground, as if an invisible giant hand was pushing them down forcibly. At this moment, Suli also felt unsteady. A wave of uncontrollable irritation began to well up in his heart, and his movements became strangely sluggish, like he was sinking into a swamp. What he firmly held in his hand was the axe, yet it felt as heavy as carrying an elephant. His legs began to tremble, a sign of imminent exhaustion, but a flash of madness crossed his face. As long as my heart hasn't stopped, and death hasn't arrived, my axe can still swing down. With a roar, fresh red suddenly burst from Suli's eyes and nose, and his axe struck down fiercely again. Crack! The already damaged blue sofa completely collapsed under this axe. The strange flickering red light inside, after a few sizzling sounds, finally dimmed. Chapter 204, So It Is. The eerie shriek in the hall suddenly became extremely piercing before it abruptly stopped, just like its last wail before dying. The flickering lights ceased, and the game machine's screen turned black. The viewers in the live broadcast room put down their hands that were covering their ears, staring blankly at Suli on the screen, looking at the blood flowing from his 7 orifices yet still supporting his swaying body with an axe. Suddenly, a deep shock appeared on their faces again. At this moment, at the top of the screen, a line of text suddenly appeared. Congratulations to contestant Suli from the Great Xia Nation for completing the level in the second way. As soon as the invisible pressure disappeared, Sha-Run immediately got up from the ground and stumbled over to support Suli. Little Su, are you okay? Can you still go on? I'm fine, just take it slow. Knock knock knock. A sudden metallic collision sound came from behind, as if someone was knocking on the door. Sha-Run froze, immediately turning around to protect Suli and Gujiang behind him, warily searching for the source of the sound. Suli was also startled, not because of the knocking sound or the prompt, but because below that line of text, another message appeared. Due to the contestant still being within the instance/not yet at the instance closing time, please choose to leave immediately or continue exploring. If no choice is made before the timer runs out, it will default to continue exploring. Time remaining, 60s. Knock knock knock. The sound appeared again, and Sha-Run saw clearly this time. Not far ahead, beneath a game machine, something seemed to be knocking on the lid continuously. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Sha-Run stared at that spot, slightly leaning forward to pick up a piece of wood from the ground, which was what Suli had just chopped off the sofa, sharp at the front, perfect for use as a temporary weapon. Knock knock knock. Sha-Run swallowed hard. Everyone was injured to varying degrees, but judging by the sound, that thing didn't seem very powerful. Maybe they could handle it. But at that moment, the machine beside them made the same sound again. Knock knock knock. As if responding to some call, all the machines in the hall started to make the same strange noise. Sha-Run's palms began to sweat. Clang! The lid of the first machine suddenly collapsed, and although it hit the ground, Sha-Run felt it was like it struck his throat. Inside the pitch-black game machine, something walked out from within. It was a paper figure standing crookedly. Immediately after, the lids of the continuously knocking machines fell open, and countless paper figures began to emerge from them. Sha-Run gripped the piece of wood even tighter. Although these little guys had fought alongside him before, the situation now was slightly different. Fierce, twitching, fear, anger, sorrow. Various different expressions floated across their faces, then suddenly changed, as if they themselves did not know what kind of expression would appear next. And now, they all tilted their bodies, like puppets on strings, rigidly approaching their direction. Jiarun gritted his teeth. He had witnessed their aggressive rush before. Even Yi Xueming's tough scales had been bitten through by them, let alone his own flesh and blood. The paper figures were getting closer, and Jiarun's grip on the wooden stick tightened. Suddenly, he saw that these paper figures had stopped in their tracks a little distance away. Immediately after, their bodies leaned forward. Jiarun was stunned. What are they doing? It looks like they are bowing? A hand suddenly patted Jiarun's shoulder, startling him to instinctively swing the stick, but then he heard a familiar voice say, "It's okay, it's all over." Suli gripped the stick, while his other hand wiped the blood from his face. "They won't harm us. Is that true?" "Yes." Suli nodded. He had observed that the eyes of those paper figures did not show that eerie red glow. Also, the earlier attempt seems to have been successful. Good, good. Jiarun was still subconsciously responding, and only realized what Suli had just said after the words left his mouth. His pupils widened in shock as he followed Suli's gaze to look not far away. The paper figures had straightened up, and among them was a small paper figure that looked extremely ordinary, with no special features and not much expression on its face. But at the moment Jiarun saw it, the wooden stick in his hand clattered to the ground. Even though its size had completely changed, the iconic mismatched eyes still allowed him to recognize that it was his beloved little grandson. In a flash, Jiarun rushed forward, taking 2 steps instead of 3, not even glancing at those bizarre paper figures that had once terrified him like a tiger. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to see his grandson. He had thought of many, many words of apology. "I'm sorry. It's Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa who was late. I'm so sorry." But now he realized that his throat was so dry and painful, he couldn't utter a single word. He wanted to reach out to hug, but he was afraid of hurting that small paper figure's body. His outstretched hands hovered awkwardly in the air. With a hoarse roar, he plopped down on his knees, burying his head in the blood pool, repeatedly pounding his head. Suddenly, he felt something touching his hair. He lifted his head, and what came into view was the small palm of the paper figure, while its other hand was gently pulling at the corner of his mouth. Jiarun nodded heavily, struggling to show a smile. "Okay, don't cry, smile." He said this in his heart. Carefully placing the now paper-like little Jia in his chest pocket, Jiarun turned his body and knelt in front of Suli. "Don't do this, old man." Suli quickly supported Jiarun, helping him up. "No need to thank me. In a way, this result is also due to your own efforts." Suli looked seriously at Jiarun and Gujiang, and he was completely sincere. If it weren't for their sacrifice, he might really have been forever defeated here. He then looked around at those strangely expressioned paper figures, his expression complex. He knew very well that this bizarre expression did not come from their true wishes. "Hurry up, there isn't much time left. Go in from there, and you can truly leave this place." The hall was filled with soft rustling noises, the sound of paper and cloth rubbing against the ground. Those paper dolls that still had a trace of life in them struggled to get up from the ground, either helping each other or stumbling toward the dark entrance. Watching one paper doll after another enter the black hole, Jiarun finally relaxed and said, "Let's go too." "Okay." Suli replied with a smile, as the virtual countdown finally reached zeros, then silently disappeared. "Big brother, if you have time in the future, come to my house for dinner." The little boy, holding the red-dressed doll, looked seriously at Suli. "Even though my sister's hamburgers taste awful, her other dishes are very delicious." Before he finished speaking, Gujiang impatiently pushed him into the hole. "Are you not going to leave?" Gujiang's voice had regained some strength, but it was still a bit forced. Suli was not surprised that the girl could guess. He simply smiled and shook his head. "It's dangerous." "What did you come here for?" "For my brother." Seeing that Suli did not reply, Gujiang was taken aback, then deeply looked at the young man in front of her. She could probably guess why Suli stayed here. What he had said about being hungry for hot food was just an excuse. The horrors that would follow might be more terrifying than everything today. But she felt powerless. She wanted to stay and help, but what could she do by staying? Having almost lost all her fighting strength, she would only become a burden, perhaps less helpful than a bowl of hot beef noodles for Suli's energy. "Then, you want to." Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the hall, as if a glass door was being pushed open, sounding particularly abrupt in the dead of night. "The timing is just right." Suli pushed the wide-eyed Gujiang into the hole, pulled over a stool, and sat down beside the now empty display rack. "Finally here, just put it here." No response, no footsteps. Suli then slightly raised his eyes to look at the silent man standing at the door, whose gaze was fixed on the disarrayed hall, showing no signs of anger or happiness. Suli moved another stool, smiling as he placed it beside him and patted it. "Stop staring, it's done, let's eat first."
Come, sit. I even ordered a portion for you. Chapter 205, I don't eat beef.
The man shifted his gaze from the messy hall to Su Li's face.
So, this is your purpose for calling it this time?
Su Li looked at the familiar face he had seen at every mealtime in the past few days, and at that moment, the other had no expression.
What else? When a person is hungry, they need to eat something, right? Isn't it mentioned in the server rules, you can always eat?
He paused, as if remembering something, he added.
Fewer people eating tonight, you can pay a little less. Don't worry about meals, you can use the red phone at the front desk to order takeout anytime from 8 to 8:30 in the morning, 12 to 12:30 at noon, and 18 to 18:30 in the evening, and you won't have to pay for any portion, the boss will handle the total settlement.
The delivery guy looked at Su Li's slightly mischievous smile, paused for a moment, then walked to Su Li with the bag. From where he stood, he could see the two mutated corpses in the warehouse just by turning around, but he didn't, just placed the bag on the empty display rack.
Time to eat.
He saw a flash of hunger for food in Su Li's eyes, then skillfully opened the bag, took out a bowl of beef noodles, lifted the lid to blow away the steam rising, and then cupped it with both hands to take a sip of the soup. The satisfaction that showed on his face was completely unlike the blood and debris surrounding him. It felt as easy as watching TV and eating late-night snacks at home. This strange sense of contrast made the delivery guy suppress his anger and instead feel a hint of curiosity about the person in front of him. He took out a pair of chopsticks from the bag and handed them to Su Li.
You knew back then, didn't you? Thanks.
Su Li casually took the chopsticks, broke them apart, and started rummaging through the noodles for something.
Yeah, but it seemed like you didn't think we would meet again.
He picked up a piece of beef soaked in rich broth, blew on it slightly, and then put it in his mouth, continuing muffled, and you even specially delivered such a lavish meal at night.
Why, is it that every time the deadline approaches, you're so kind to bring a meal like a Last Supper? Isn't that too extravagant?
The audience outside, who had no idea what they were talking about, suddenly froze, remembering a scene they had seen before. Su Li shouted at the delivery guy after he finished delivering the meal, "Hey, your food is delicious.
See you tomorrow."
The guy paused for a moment, "Thank you," but he did not respond to Su Li's "see you tomorrow." Some faces showed astonishment. It turned out Su Li had already guessed they would meet again at that time. It was clear that the delivery guy had no idea Su Li already knew, but why did Su Li say that back then?
Didn't exposing the information early increase the risk? The delivery guy shook his head. Not every front desk person gets this treatment.
Oh, then tell me. Su Li picked up another piece of tender beef and chewed it.
Performance fee.
You can think of it as the hard work fee for covering up those black cameras the night before. Su Li seemed to ignore the sneer on the man's face, lifted the bowl of noodles, drank a sip of soup, and swallowed the beef that almost made him choke, then casually said, "This beef really tastes good, do you want to try some?"
I don't eat beef.
Suddenly, the stool next to Su Li moved unexplainably on its own to behind the delivery guy without anyone touching it. The man sat down, watching Su Li, who seemed to be unbothered and was somewhat dissatisfied, grumbling, "You put too little meat, I ate it all in a few bites," and his tone suddenly became serious. "Why? Will you die if I say a few more words?" Su Li started to bury his head in eating noodles.
Who knows what you are asking?
The delivery guy did not get angry. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the open covers of the game machines. Many things, like, why leave the room, why not follow, and why know that little guy hid in the other game machines?
You mean, Little Cha. Eating did not delay Su Li's reply.
Many who entered the Fireflies had their life forms changed due to pollution. They might have turned into scraps of paper, placed inside game machines for people to manipulate for entertainment, or perhaps turned into dolls, treated as collectibles for people to play with. It seemed they had no way to break free from this bondage. Even the paper figure that had been holding back laughter and the headless rabbit were in an extremely abnormal mental state, unable to escape the screens of the game machines.
However, Su Li had seen it.
He had once approached Shueming, who was repairing something, pretending to order food and deliver wine. Under that black cover, he had seen Shueming grab something alive from inside the open cover of the machine. At that time, Su Li did not know, but later he understood that what he saw then was a paper figure that had already escaped from the screen.
The more crazy, the more unescapable. Xiao Cha's current mental state has not yet been polluted to the point of no return.
But Su Li still cannot confirm where Xiao Cha really is. Until he entered the warehouse, saw that wall, and saw what was in Shueming's box, he finally confirmed that Xiao Cha was definitely hiding inside some machine. Logically, the paper figure on the screen mysteriously disappeared, and just opening the machine cover for a thorough inspection would reveal it. But Shueming did not care, nor was he in a hurry. He considered himself the master of the Fireflies. How could he care about the disappearance of a mere paper figure? As long as he ensured someone was inside the game machine, finding those fleeing paper figures was just a matter of time.
Unfortunately, he wouldn't have that time anymore. This kind of arrogance, I wonder who taught it.
Su Li cast a glance at the man in front of him and continued eating noodles. The delivery person did not pick up the conversation, he only had a flicker in his eyes.
So, you entered the warehouse just for that little creature? Sully leisurely swallowed the noodles in his mouth.
No, that's just one of the reasons, and also for that axe. The delivery person glanced at the axe casually tossed near the electric sofa. He really wanted to ask Sully why he didn't take it to use as a weapon, but the words turned into another question he cared about.
How did you know there would be an axe inside if you've never been to the warehouse before?
A hint of danger flickered in his gaze.
Did someone tell you? To his surprise, Sully shook his head, looking quite sincere. I also didn't know at first.
I never thought it would be an axe inside. I originally thought it would be something sharper like a knife or sword.
Find the source of pollution and destroy it completely. In the second way to clear the level, the most important part is not destroy, but completely.
From this wording, Sully could make three possible inferences. A high quantity, ability to regenerate, and capable of resistance. He could not confirm which one it was, or if it was a combination of multiple factors. But in any case, relying solely on his physical strength would be difficult, even after consuming takeout that contained pollution and gained some enhancement. But since it exists, there must be a way to crack it by using external force. This external force could either be human or object. The claws of Yanhua might be able to achieve this, but Sully could not think of any reason to make him help with this. After all, the other party was not foolish enough to that extent. As for Cha Lao and Gu Jingfeng's siblings, the weapons and strength in their hands Sully had seen before, and the possibility of them being able to do this was very slim. So the method must be object. There is no such thing in the Firefly Hall, so its location must be in the warehouse I have never been to. His fingers tapped on the table, and the delivery person showed a hint of surprise.
With just this guess, you dare to leave the rest area after midnight? Sully looked up at him. Aren't you also guessing that I would enter the warehouse at night, which is why you let He Xueming and them come to the Fireflies in advance through the channel?
I don't believe they had the guts to violate the previously consistent arrival time without any directions. Sully took a sip of the noodle soup to moisten his throat. Of course, it might also be because I said see you tomorrow, making you feel your authority was challenged, therefore you eagerly want to kill me. Which reason it is, I don't know. The delivery person's expression changed slightly, a hint of anger appearing in his eyes, which was the fury of having his thoughts pierced.
Then, what about those things?
He glanced at the broken-down sofas in the dining area. They have all been split like that, and nothing else has been damaged.
That is? I remind you, don't tell me that you guessed it too.
His anger had vanished, replaced by an undisguised, condescending attitude, as if he were listening to a subordinate's work report. If this attitude were directed at someone else, it might have caused some resentment. But Sully did not care, he was focused on three things.
Eating noodles, telling the truth, and delaying time.
When the tourists enter Firefly, although they are already contaminated and have some cognitive errors, it doesn't seem particularly serious. But as time goes on, their contamination begins to worsen. Notably, not everyone shows the same trend of worsening, only some people do. This means they must have come into contact with something that only some people would encounter during this time. In previous deductions, Sully had ruled out other possible contact options. Gaming machines, customer play guides, game coins, drinks at the service desk, chocolate, food from the dining area, cigarettes, and beer, etc. So, the only thing left is the electric sofa in the dining area. The experience using them is very pleasant, it makes people feel very comfortable and unable to resist sitting for a long time, which Sully had experienced. However, because of the tourists' obsession with the games and the limited number of sofas, not every tourist has sat on them for a long time. This meets the condition of only some tourists may come into contact. In the dining area work rules, the first rule states: please provide a free, delicious meal for everyone in the game center during meal times.
This is to provide food that can remove contamination for the customers in the game center.
But unfortunately, due to the specific effects of contamination on vision, not every customer chooses to eat that seemingly strange, pulsating burger.
And the second rule states:
if someone finishes their meal here, be sure to let them move around a little so they have more energy to continue playing. The key point lies in the term here regarding the scope of this wording. Other places do not require deliberate movement, but only here. So what is it here that causes customers to not move, resulting in them lacking energy to continue playing?
The answer can only be one: an electric sofa.
This means that this rule indicates that the electric sofas must have a problem. Each employee of Firefly has their corresponding duties, and Gu Jingfeng's duty is to save. Just as she intended to step into this place. At this point, it is certain that the electric sofa has a problem. However, the assumption that the electric sofa is the source of contamination has not yet been proven. Sully does not know if its contamination method is merely through contact, nor if it has enough energy to contaminate everyone. Fortunately, it was still early. Sully had enough time to gather information for verification. During this time, Firefly experienced two special machine malfunctions, once with the bomb game and once with the chain doll machine. The paper figures in the game machine are alive, but Sully clearly remembers that when he Schwemming handled it, he did not first resolve the people inside but rather first pulled the power plug. This means that in his understanding, if this is not done, it cannot be stopped. Is there a problem with the power source? Or is there something wrong with something in the power connection line? Sully did not find anything like a power source in Firefly. So this represents that it can only be the latter. Then, something Sully had not anticipated happened. That was the afternoon incident of the big carousel game's paper animal escape. Even the originally normal guests in the venue experienced different cognitive confusions, and many showed signs of distortion. Nothing ever happens for no reason. The direct cause of this chaos was a seemingly insignificant act by the small thin man who had narrowly escaped disaster. He had kicked the power cable of the game machine. At that moment, Sully, who was tearing apart chicken, keenly sensed that, although nothing had happened yet, the animals had not escaped, and the crowd had not rioted, the expressions of Yanhuo and his Schwemming beside her had already changed. They knew that problems were about to arise. But clearly, they anticipated some issues, yet not all, otherwise, the bloodstained hall would not have occurred later. When the small man was being intimidated by the tall man, he had fearfully said that he kicked the power cable by accident because he had been lying down for too long and felt a bit dizzy. In the entire Firefly, the only place where one could lie down was on the electric sofa in the dining area. So, the unease and restlessness I felt at that moment were because the power cable was kicked loose, and the pollution leaked out for some special reason, leading to these results. Because this kind of thing had never happened before, Schwemming and the others did not reconnect the power in time. Under the continuous leakage of pollution, everyone in the venue was severely affected. It was the source of all pollution, and apart from direct contact, the pollution also spread and controlled itself through the circuits. Thus, even those paper figures in the machine would continue to be polluted and could not easily escape. Only by leaving the screen and hiding in the casing could they barely maintain some consciousness. So, the entire Firefly never turns off its lights. Even in the deep night when there is no one around, it still shines brightly. Chapter 207. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? Sully looked up at the lights above. Each instance of pollution has different manifestations. Being employees of Firefly, Schwemming and the others had been exposed to this illuminating light for a long time. That's why they exhibited signs of not being able to move freely in darkness. The delivery worker's expression showed some signs of emotion, but he quickly masked it. It's indeed not a guess, but according to what you just said, what about those guests? They were already somewhat abnormal when they first arrived. They hadn't entered Firefly yet, and had no chance to contact the sofas. How were they polluted? Now that we're at this point, why not drop the act? Weren't they polluted by you? Sully looked at the man's ambiguous smile opposite her, and she slowly revealed a smile as well. Your identity: delivery worker, Firefly boss, and strange. Yanhuo was supposed to have died immediately, but I was suddenly knocked away by a surge of black energy, leading to what happened afterward that has to do with you, right? Why can't it be Yanhuo himself? At that time, he couldn't have had that reaction speed, and this kind of thing hasn't happened again since. You saw all this, right? I'm curious, when you saw them die, didn't you feel even a hint of displeasure or regret? The delivery worker did not respond, his smile instead growing more pronounced. What I want to know more is how you guessed I was the strange one. Did you also arrive at this by exclusion? Yes and no. Sully continued to eat her noodles. There's something off about the smell on you. The delivery worker was startled and immediately leaned down to smell his clothes. I don't smell anything. Sully nodded. That's exactly what's wrong. She looked at the puzzled delivery worker. When you go out to eat, you'll always pick up some smells, let alone a chef cooking. But you said before. You are the only one in your shop, yet the business is very good. The delivery person was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. I never thought this place would reveal a flaw, so is this your reason for making a judgment? This is the beginning, making me start to doubt. Sully turned to look at the two corpses in the warehouse. The real reason I confirmed your identity is actually the two employees you haven't even glanced at since you entered. Oh, where does this come from? Yanhua and the others are really scared of you. At first, Sully thought Yanhua only feared Schwemming. Later, to get closer to Gujiang, Sully invited the little boy to eat at the front desk. At that time, the little boy made faces and spat at Yanhua, causing the latter to become furious and want to kill the little boy. Sully almost couldn't stop him, but luckily he calmed down later. Then, Schwemming also came to eat and noticed the unexpected guest, the little boy. When he ate noodles, he always started eating first before calling others. How could he tolerate Sully bringing someone without his permission? He was very angry, almost ready to confront Sully. Fortunately, Yanhua persuaded him, which calmed Schwemming down, and the four sat together to eat. Even afterwards, Schwemming specially poured wine to apologize to Sully. At first glance, Yanhua's unusual behavior seemed to be the result of Sully persuading Yanhua to change in order to gain Gujiang's favor. Until later, he remembered a question he had overlooked: the little boy's change in attitude. Originally making faces and looking unhappy, the little boy suddenly became quiet when the delivery person sweetly patted his head. At the same time, the almost uncontrollable Yanhua also calmed down, and even before he Shueming's later apology, Yanhua had mentioned in persuasion, that delivery guy who has been bringing us takeout also said this kid is very well behaved. The attitude changes of the three people all shared a common anchor point. That was the appearance and attitude of the delivery person at that time. And the little boy had an unusual instinct to sense danger. Just like the black pencil that he Shueming and the others couldn't perceive as dangerous, the little boy was terrified just from a glance. Anyone who touched his head would make him show dissatisfaction, even his sister. But when the delivery person patted his head, he behaved unusually well behaved. This represented that the delivery person not only had a questionable identity but must also possess a power that made even he Shueming and others terribly fearful. Later, during the incident of the man's death in the VR game area, Yanhua also showed fear of the thing that caused the death when the man broke the helmet equipment. Yanhua has always been like this towards those stronger than him. Didn't he also show this fear towards you before? The delivery person interrupted. This only represents that I am stronger than him, it doesn't indicate my identity. Indeed. Suli said. But the other person does not have simple fear of you, more so, it's respect, a crazy extreme respect that has led him to imitate you to the point of mistakenly believing he is the master of fireflies. He even has the same habit of interrupting others when they speak as you do, but there was one exception. Little Sue, you are not having an easy time, but once you come to me, you are mine. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Alright, everyone is big men, so I won't say much. Yanhua, get over here for dinner. He Shueming was interrupted while speaking but did not get angry. This was the first time Suli had seen this, with not a hint of dissatisfaction. This was not just fear of power, but a long-cultivated habit of respect for low-status individuals in front of higher ones. And after that, he Shueming's extreme respect was still evident. Because Suli used chocolate as game currency to deceive customers, the frequency of problems with the game machine suddenly increased, and he Shueming was extremely dissatisfied with this. Just when the situation was heading towards trouble, the chain dolls suddenly went crazy and attempted to attack a little girl, causing Suli to injure his palm. After the event ended, he Shueming's attitude suddenly changed. Not only did he pick up the takeaway that had fallen on the ground, saying it was fine and could still be eaten, but he even brought bandages and iodine for treating the wound. Suli once guessed it was because the girl was extremely important to He Shueming, which was why he acted this way. But later he found out that it was not at all. It was still the delivery man. Because Suli saved the little girl, the delivery man showed him kindness, and that was why He Shueming changed his attitude again and removed his malice towards Suli. Even the bandages and iodine, Suli believed there was a great possibility that they were not for himself but rather for the similarly injured delivery man, even if the latter only had a small bruise on his face. He always thought you were good, even when I didn't open the door in time, he comforted me by saying it was fine, saying the boss was a nice person and wouldn't blame me. Suli picked up some noodles and brought them to his mouth. Even after that chaotic scene at noon, Yanhua showed extreme resentment and dissatisfaction, but He Shueming did not. He just came to tell me to do my job well. You saved Yanhua, saved the little girl, but you didn't save him, he never blamed you until the day he died. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? The man who had been quietly listening in front of him suddenly spoke, and everyone outside instantly became very tense. Suli's hand, which was holding the noodles, abruptly paused in midair, and his entire body became motionless, just like every deceased player before him, as if bound by some invisible force. In the next moment, the pair of chopsticks suddenly moved, but the trajectory was not towards Suli's slightly parted mouth, but directly aimed at his eyes. Chapter 208, Dog on the Table. The chopsticks stopped just shy of stabbing Suli's eyes, but ultimately did not go any further. A trace of surprise flashed across the man's indifferent gaze. He did not see any fear of death in Suli's eyes, the only place where emotions could show at this moment. He knew that the last time Suli almost broke the horse racing prop, the other party had shown fear. But now, truly facing death, there was no panic? The indifference in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced with some confusion. After a moment of silence, he crossed his left leg over his right and slowly began to speak. Have you ever raised a dog? The man seemed to be asking Suli, but after a brief pause, he continued speaking to himself. Dogs fear their owners and obey their commands. Watching them bounce around in front of you, panting and trying their best to bring joy to their owners, that's why many people raise dogs, and they think that's the most important thing. But they are all wrong. The most important thing about raising a dog is to let it realize that it is just a dog. There are some things the owner can do, but it cannot. I picked them up at that time, just as a casual act, not expecting them to be grateful to me. Fear me, loathe me, revere me, these feelings are all the same to me. I will not produce any pointless emotions because of that. As he said this, he suddenly let out a laugh through his lips. But if one day, you find that the dog you raised suddenly dressed up in its owner's clothes and sat at the dining table where the owner eats, how would you feel? As his words fell, Suli suddenly felt that the invisible force binding him dissipated abruptly, and he moved his slightly stiff facial muscles. He did not answer right away but finished eating the noodles before saying, "So, you mean you don't like beef, but you like dog meat?" After glancing at the empty bowl of noodles in front of him, he took another bowl, opened it, and although the noodles had clumped together a bit, losing some texture, it still served its purpose of providing sustenance. He picked up a piece of beef from the noodles and put it in his mouth, chewing carefully before revealing his white teeth. "I still prefer beef a bit more." The delivery man frowned, not because Suli did not answer his question directly, but because he suddenly realized that he was actually explaining this issue to someone he had known for only a few days. He looked deeply at Suli, who was eating his noodles leisurely, and after a long silence, he finally frowned and asked, "You still seem quite happy. So that night when you were playing games, you weren't affected, not relying on luck, but you really sensed it?" Suli looked up at the delivery man. "Are you talking about the game machine devouring emotions?" The audience outside was slightly taken aback. Didn't they say game machines made people emotional? Why is Suli now saying devouring? Seeing that the man did not respond, but his eyebrows moved slightly, Suli took a sip of thick soup to moisten his throat. "On my first day here, Yanhua kicked a customer's knee in front of me. The cries of agony made me feel pain just listening, but none of the other players shifted their focus. Later, that customer disappeared for a while, and Suli thought he was missing, but it turned out he was just playing games elsewhere, dragging that leg bent at an odd angle, yet his eyes were filled with games, showing no resentment at all. After that, to test things, Suli deliberately opened late in the morning, but the customers didn't trouble him, at most shooting him a glare, then eagerly rushing to the game machines. Furthermore, the rules mentioned, please do not damage the gaming equipment, regardless of the reason. And service staff are not allowed to play any game machines during working hours. This all indicated that the game machines at Firefly had an unhealthily strong attraction to people, even allowing them to ignore their own pain. Abnormal meant deliberate. And deliberate must stem from some kind of driving force. In other words, the owner of this arcade went to great lengths to obtain something. The source was the customers, the medium was the game machines. This thing could not be obtained forcefully, otherwise, it could be acquired through that strange controlling power. Moreover, it did not exist permanently, customers could be turned into puppets or paper figures if they lost this thing. Even the service staff possessed this thing, which is why they were not allowed to play any game machines while working. Was it soul or emotion? The man who was shooting hoops on the first night looked like a walking corpse as if he had lost his soul, but during his later gaming experiences, Suli noticed abnormalities in his emotions. Rage nearly drove him to smash a game machine. But his soul was not lacking because of this, and those customers who had transformed in life forms also showed signs that they still held a certain self-awareness. So the issue must lie with emotions. It was just that at the time, Suli thought that this emotion was the extreme feeling after being emotional, that even the slightest dissatisfaction could evolve into a furious rage. Because countless signs supported his hypothesis. Many customers, after playing games for a while, would display unreasonable irritability and even damage game machines or angrily curse Yanhua. He Shueming once said, "Our Firefly Game Center is all about going with the flow. Trash clearly can be thrown in the bin, but it has to be thrown on the floor, affecting the guest's mood." And the target of this emotional influence includes the characters in the game machines. Previously, when the Bomberman game machine crashed, he Shueming angrily kicked and scolded Yanhua, saying he had done something foolish. Suli guessed that the so-called foolish thing referred to Yanhua constantly manipulating the main character to die. Through repeated deaths and resurrections, their mentality would gradually change, filled with dark thoughts. This would lead to the situation of the crash. The soul hasn't been lost, but the amplified emotions are not just from the guests playing games, but also from the guests within the game machines. This was Suli's initial deduction. Everything seemed reasonable, but there was one question that couldn't be explained. What does it gain from this? If it simply wanted those amplified extreme emotions, then even the very angry guests could provide that. Why turn them into paper dolls at that time? When the delivery man first came to Firefly to deliver food, he let out a sound from hunger. His explanation at that moment was, "I was too busy to eat." This reason has been proven to be a lie. His hunger wouldn't be directed by the guests' bodies and souls, it must point to emotions. But Suli clearly remembers that when the delivery man came, there was no conflict in Firefly, everyone's emotions were very stable. This means what it expected was not amplified extreme emotions, but some type or several types of special emotions. It anticipated, coveted, and desperately wanted to devour them. But what emotions exactly is still unknown to Suli at that time. This made him a bit anxious and confused because if he couldn't figure this out, the games played that night would still pose a life crisis due to emotions. But this confusion did not last long, only until the appearance of that little girl and the death of the lingering guest that night. Chapter 209, The Firefly Game Center offers up. The calm voice suddenly stopped, and a surge of restlessness welled up in Suli's heart. His expression didn't change. He was well aware that this was the disturbance brought by pollution, but compared to the previous sinking consciousness, this level was still within a controllable range. The man opposite him didn't urge, just quietly looked at him. Soon, his mood restored.
The first time I saw the little girl was at the Bomberman machine.
Yanhua had rudely shoved the little girl aside, and if it were another guest, he would have inevitably gotten angry or cursed, but the little girl showed pure joy when she saw Yanhua help her clear the level. Immediately after, when there was a problem with the game machine, the little girl kicked He Shueming, who was there, seeking justice, just to get another game coin.
During dinner time, the little girl, under her persuasion, went to catch dolls.
Just as she turned and relaxed, she heard the little girl's cheerful laughter.
She got one. Anger, dissatisfaction, irritability, cursing.
He remembered very clearly.
These emotions that often appeared in other guests had never surfaced in the little girl.
The only emotion he could clearly sense from her was one joy. The joy of finally clearing a level after being stuck for a long time. The joy of regaining a lost game coin. The joy of catching her favorite doll.
So, was this the emotion that it needed? That night,
in the hall, there was another lingering guest. Because his attention was almost entirely focused on smearing the camera, he did not immediately notice him. What attracted him was a sound of sorrowful sigh from that guest. He complained about his bad luck in eating, bad luck in games. No matter what he did, the Mario in front of him couldn't jump over that Venus flytrap. Even with himself beside him cheering him up and giving him encouragement, he still couldn't stop sighing. But soon, this emotion changed. Because his casual remark allowed him to see a glimmer of hope for passing the level.
Sorrow turned into ecstasy.
So even if his fingertips broke through and bones were exposed, he still wanted to jump over that Venus flytrap. But in the end, he had his own skin torn off by some arrogant guy. At this point, Sully glanced at the man in front of him, who squinted his eyes slightly, then continued. The man seemed very happy in the end, surprisingly no different from a little girl's. But just like the forced smile he wore at the moment of his death, it was not a true happiness from the heart. The ecstasy and madness, when the curtain falls, leaves no joy behind, only an emptiness like a mirage.
Ecstasy, fury, lament.
These are common signs of troubled guests. Even the little boy Gu Xianfeng, at the beginning, showed some of this emotional state due to desperately wanting that doll from the machine. But after that, he never showed the same frenzy that he had at first. Even later, when he gave him a super game coin, he still didn't fall into madness. He had the same pure happiness as that little girl. Actually, all the truths were hinted at from the very beginning. He Shueming had said a sentence that had a second half. Our Firefly Game Center is all about being free to play, it's all about making customers happy. An advertisement posted on the coin pusher. Do you want to obtain eternal happiness? The opening of the customer guide was not the rules. 1. The waiter will be in the game center 24 hours a day, you can find him anytime you need. Above it, there was another hint. Moderate play benefits the mind, but addiction harms the body. At the end, it also hinted at some kind of truth. May you truly feel real happiness. From Firefly Game Center. Ha! Sully chuckled in self-mockery. It's also my fault for being too stupid. I didn't think about what it means when the same word appears multiple times in different places. But luckily, it's not too late now. He looked towards the delivery guy across the table. Speaking of this, I have a question I'm still unsure about. At that time, when the chain claw machine went crazy and attacked as the little girl turned, it wasn't attacking her, was it? It was going for you, right? Then. No need to answer. At that moment the game machine, the little girl, I, and you were all in a straight line, not far apart. Its berserk timing was right when you entered. What it really wanted to kill was actually you, the one who imprisoned its soul. It's just that its consciousness was almost gone, and the extreme chaos made it mistakenly stab towards the little girl instead. What I want to ask is, when you went to save the little girl, was it because you couldn't bear the endless happiness she had, or did you want to eat her at some point? Sully looked at the delivery guy, a smile at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were incredibly serious and solemn. This answer was extremely important to him. The man snorted lightly. Are you so sure that I really went to save her, and wasn't just acting? No. Sully answered straightforwardly, but the man suddenly fell into silence, and after a while, his voice finally spoke. Before asking others, you should first answer the question posed earlier, it's polite. His tone carried a hint of arrogance, which didn't disgust Sully, but rather made his clenched fists under the table relax. Only by confronting the strange can certain inferences be made, and from this point, it became a bit clearer. He took 2 more bites of noodles and continued to speak. At that time, there was actually another question. If the owner of the Firefly wanted happiness, then simply absorbing emotions would suffice. Why amplify the guest's other emotions to the point where I initially misunderstood the function of the game machine is making people emotional? I wanted to clarify, but there wasn't much time left.
I couldn't completely piece together this puzzle and then take action. I rarely play games and couldn't feel the joy like the little girl and the others. So I could only make a bold attempt, while playing the game, to recall some things that once made me very happy. Fortunately, I succeeded. A hint of sincere curiosity and doubt appeared on the man's face. Someone with a complicated mind and difficult background like you actually has so many things that make you truly happy? Suli. You should have seen what I said to He Shuiming. I have been alone since I can remember, not having enough to eat or wear. Later, I entered the orphanage and finally could wear clothes that didn't let in the wind, drink a bowl of hot thin porridge, although it was really thin. But I have to say, those days were really happy, until a certain event happened. If it weren't for a little girl saving me, I might have died long ago. Later I asked her, "What's your name?" She raised her small face stained with blood and crisply answered, "My name is Xiao Qian, I don't have a surname." "Then you can share my surname, Su." What happened at that time? Hearing the man's voice, the confusion that had unknowingly risen in Su Li's eyes faded like thin mist, and his gaze gradually became clear again. I told you, there are some things I really don't remember. For some reason, whenever he thought of these fragmented pasts, his consciousness would tend to act uncontrollably. He was also like this when recalling happiness that night. So by the time he finished playing the game and went to grab the chocolate, the smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. I've answered your question, now it's your turn. And now, a smile appeared again on Su Li's face as he looked ahead. Why did you save that little girl at that time? Chapter 210, People Have Limits. Hearing Su Li mention this again, the delivery worker's expression didn't change. You guessed half right, I was somewhat reluctant, but I just wanted to see how she would be in the future. Su Li's brows furrowed slightly. This was an unexpected answer, but he didn't doubt it was deception. Because he noticed the delivery worker's breathing became slightly hurried, and even a faint black aura emerged on the surface of his body. Is she that important to you? You should know that the extraordinary reaction and speed you displayed when saving a person at that time would raise my suspicions. Suspicion? So what? The delivery worker smiled lightly, and those subtle abnormalities began to gradually dissipate. As for why, that's another question. He slightly curled his fingers, and a bottle of water flew out from the drink machine behind him, landing in his hand after opening the cap. If you want to know, we can exchange. What do you want to know? You just said you don't know why you should be emotional, but you started deliberately using chocolate as game currency quite early. Isn't that to stop it? Stop? Su Li sneered. You and He Shuiming both have a bad habit. You always believe you have everything under control. To the point where you think my actions were because I deduced everything. But unfortunately, I am just a mortal, not an all-knowing god. At that time, I used a lot of chocolate simply because I knew that it would definitely trouble you. That's all. The delivery person's hand holding the bottle trembled slightly, and then he heard Su Li continue. But coincidentally, it was precisely because of this that I finally realized the key, after that chaos. The sofa was the source of contamination, causing the paper figures connected to its screen to become confused. However, this process of confusion was slow, which is why a small escape like Xiaojia could happen, while their consciousness still retained a degree of clarity. So how could they prevent the paper figures from having the thought of escaping? At first, I thought it was forced control or increased contamination. If it was the former, it could be a mistake on its part. If it was the latter, it might mean Xiaojia and the others were not contaminated enough. But both of these guesses were completely overturned at the end of that chaos. At that time, all hundreds of people in the scene were precisely controlled at the same moment, indicating that if it wanted to, there was simply no possibility of oversight. The animals in the big carousel were extremely contaminated, yet they still displayed escape behavior. This was because the connection line to the contamination source was yanked out, cutting it off. There was no doubt about that. But besides this, there must be another factor. Because before that, there had been another incident where a paper figure escaped and harmed someone, the man who was bitten on the neck in the VR game area on the first day. At that time, the power for that game machine was not cut off by anyone. But before the paper figure escaped, that man did something very similar to what the players on the chaotic big carousel did. He stopped playing. However, I had seen He Shuiming deal with problem game machines many times, and the first thing he did was cut the power. At that time, there were no guests playing, yet no escape incident occurred. These things seem somewhat contradictory. But if viewed from another angle, everything seems extremely reasonable. If we truly treat those paper figures as humans, to ensure that the characters in the game do not escape, we need to meet not one condition, but three conditions. The chaotic disturbance from the contamination source, the guests' continuous gameplay, and the amplified, forcibly injected negative emotions. When a person's consciousness becomes confused and sinks, as long as they do not completely fall, they will occasionally regain clarity. As long as they are clear-headed, they will inevitably want to escape the cage that confines them. And the best way to solve this problem is to fill the gaps in their moments of clarity with another kind of emotion. Anger, hatred, resentment, sorrow, ecstasy, these emotions, aside from happiness, are amplified from the guests' bodies through their contact with the game machine and transmitted to the screens, entering the consciousness of those paper figures. Their behavior and thoughts would therefore gradually become extremely irritable. And this state made the gaming experience appear even more violent and bloody, further catalyzing and amplifying the guests' emotions. Thus, it formed a cycle. Game characters are not just cold roles, while they bring you joy, you should also care for them more. That is what makes a qualified player. Rabbits do not eat meat, horses do not cry, and there are no animals in the arcade. These two rules indicate that there are no animals in the arcade, no virtual character data. They are all humans. And human beings have limits to their endurance. When too much negative emotion accumulates, those paper figures can no longer bear it and will directly collapse. So, the more emotional the guests are, the easier it is for the characters they controlled to malfunction or become completely uncontrollable. So at that time, when Yanhua operated that bomber game character and achieved completion by continuously dying, a crash occurred. They could no longer bear it. Be more careful from now on. Don't keep doing such stupid things. He Xueming arrived and, without asking for details, kicked Yanhua and scolded him directly. It was clear they knew the truth. This was the experience they had from working a long time. So before the chaos later, when they found someone had kicked off the power, their faces changed, wanting to check. However, their actions were not too quick, because experience told them that even if they lost power and fun, the negative emotions stored in the animal paper figures had not yet reached the standard. But experience made them overlook an extremely critical variable themselves. To be precise, it was the several cans of chocolate they used to disguise as game coins. Getting stuck in the game was something every player hated and was dissatisfied with. Their chocolates unknowingly became another emotion amplifier. So at that moment, the animal paper figures had long since accumulated far more negative emotions than He Xueming and the others had imagined. Thus, chaos beyond their experience happened. Afterward, He Xueming had warned Su Li not to affect the guest's game experience, showing that he understood the reason behind it. And when the chaos ended, it had killed all the animals but spared all guests except for the rabbit-headed person. Not because of its kindness or oversight, but because it wanted those guests to continue providing emotions unceasingly for it. Chapter 211, Perfect Loop. So once the game machine is damaged, there will be a punishment because that is extremely important for constructing the emotional loop of this Firefly arcade. And those guests who are severely polluted, occupied by chaos in most consciousness, unable to provide enough emotional value, will be dealt with by Yanhua, transforming their forms to provide value to you from another perspective. And those paper figures that collapse under pressure will be placed in the warehouse's defective area. Su Li lowered his head slightly, the light of the hall illuminating half of his face, while the other side remained unclear. Where did those who completely lost value end up? Ha ha ha. The delivery worker suddenly shook his head and laughed, taking a long time to reply. An excellent hypothesis. But why do you think they have completely lost value? Haven't you already seen it? Seeing Su Li's changing expression and gaze, he tapped the table with satisfaction. That's right, it's the liquid in those bottles inside the warehouse boxes. Joy gradually magnified on his face. People affect toys, toys affect people, people can become toys, toys can become liquids, and liquids can turn people into toys. Ha 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 ha. A perfect loop. Truly a genius, right? So they are called toys by you. Su Li whispered, then looked at the delivery worker and shook his head slightly. I have never seen you act in such a way. Yanhua and the others only turn people into toys, so only you can turn them into liquids, and not here. He raised his head, looking expressionlessly at the delivery worker. But in another place, to be precise, in another world. Bang! The delivery worker slammed both hands on the table. The bottle was knocked over and fell to the ground, spinning in a circle. The joy on his face had disappeared, leaving only a mouth that twitched slightly from shock. How do you know? Su Li's previous hypothesis was already incredible. None of the many waiters in Firefly had lasted to the fourth day, let alone deduced so many accurate details. So he generously told him about those liquids, But he did not expect that the young man in front of him actually knew about this matter. He suddenly turned around and looked toward the two corpses in the warehouse. Could it be that, during that brief time he was absent, those two dogs told him about this? Only now do you think about them? Su Li looked at the delivery person's changing expression and sneered. What made me realize this wasn't them, it was the report that Cha Run made earlier. Wasn't there no abnormality discovered at that time? The delivery person turned back, his brows furrowed, recalling the commotion caused by the old man over his missing grandson. There was no abnormality at all, but that itself is the biggest abnormality.
When the police came to investigate, they found no trace of the missing little Cha, which can be explained since ordinary people wouldn't think that a person could turn into a toy. But they found no blood traces at all.
This seemed extremely abnormal.
Even if those guests had their lives changed, according to the probability of the Firefly incident, there definitely wouldn't be a lack of bloodstains in the entire hall. Moreover, during these few days, I have never seen anyone make any detailed cleaning of bloodstains. Even Cha Run, who was responsible for cleaning, only swept some garbage and mopped the floor.
So, why couldn't the police detect anything that day? Did Yen Hua and the others conduct a second cleaning while I was resting in the lounge, using the time to debug equipment? This was my initial guess at the time.
But later, after realizing that the contamination interfered with my judgment of the numbers, I became aware of another extremely unusual thing. The content that Cha Run and Gu Jingfeng spoke of was contradictory. On July 2nd, Cha Run met the former cleaner and the girl in the dining area, but did not meet the waiter. The police found no blood traces. On July 3rd, Cha Run sat at home, while Gu Jingfeng found his brother in the Firefly and, after bringing him home, discovered the door wouldn't open. On July 4th, Cha Run did not see the girl in the dining area. The cleaner was still there, and the former waiter was also present. He did not see Gu Jingfeng, and Gu Jingfeng did not see him. But that day, Gu Jingfeng had already arrived, successfully applied for the position of dining area manager, and met the investigator around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, who even warned Gu Jingfeng. On July 5th, Cha Run met the investigator at noon, fainted for the whole afternoon, and when he woke up that night, he saw the investigator again. The next day, the investigator disappeared. On July 9th, Cha Run noticed that the cleaner was also missing, successfully applied for the new cleaner position, and he and Gu Jingfeng met for the first time. The biggest conflict point among these was on the 4th, when Cha Run and Gu Jingfeng were both in the Firefly arcade, where they both saw Yen Hua and He Shu Eming, but they did not see each other.
Why? Was it memory confusion caused by contamination?
No, contamination can indeed cause memory issues. Cha Run did forget what had happened previously after the chaos.
But that was temporary forgetfulness, not confusion. Was it because they were subjected to some kind of interference, causing them to not see each other on the 4th, or perhaps a short-term memory deletion?
But this simply does not explain why the police could not detect blood traces.
Furthermore, if that was the case, what would be the reason for it?
I used to be very troubled by this, completely unable to grasp any clues.
Until I later encountered that scalper selling game tokens, wearing a hat.
Under my persuasion, he shared his experience, allowing me to catch a glimpse of some threads in the fog. That scalper played gambling tokens every day, and after being nudged by a peer, he went to the sink cabinet and discovered a huge basket of game tokens. From then on, he often resided in the Fireflies, and he witnessed some things that he called strange encounters. So he later asked Gu Jingfeng and Cha Run about some small details that might have been overlooked at the time. Before entering the Fireflies, Gu Jingfeng first saw and took a note and a coin wedged on the doorknob. Before entering the Fireflies, Cha Run first saw a posted sign notice, and before seeing the notice, he was bumped by a young man. One thing might be a coincidence, but several people experiencing similar events is inevitable. In their eyes, before coming into direct or indirect contact with something, the Fireflies were normal, but afterward, they found that strange things emerged one after another. It was as if at that moment, they unknowingly stepped into another space. So on the day of Cha Run number 4, there was no possibility of meeting Gu Jingfeng, even though one sat before the door and the other stood behind the dining table. Because at that time, they were fundamentally in two completely different worlds. Chapter 212, They Are Dogs, and You Are Not Much Different. Since they were two different worlds, how could the police detect blood traces in a world where death had never occurred? And the reason why Cha Run and the others never discovered any clues was probably because they had previously interacted with He Shu Eming and Yen Hua in that originally normal world, so they subconsciously overlooked this point. I had once fallen into this cognitive trap until I discovered that a certain soul could traverse between different toys while maintaining its own clear consciousness. At that moment, I suddenly thought, could He Shu Eming and the others also travel back and forth between the two worlds? This is why He Shu Eming instinctively said those strange words, "Do you really think you and I are from the same world?" Thinking of this, some previous matters began to make sense. He Shu Eming said that the debugging at night did not belong to his work scope. That was just a deception. They were there to repair things. But they had been busy all day long. Why continue deep into the night? Because they were responsible for not one world, but two worlds. And the chaos that occurred at noon greatly increased the already complicated workload. This was the real reason why the two of them arrived early that night, not the nonsense reason He Shu Eming mentioned. After squeezing the emotional value out of the customers, they also squeezed the physical value out of the employees. Su Li revealed a hint of mockery. You previously said they are your dogs. I think you are not much different. Crunch. With a crisp sound, the table corner shattered into powder without any contact. Su Li immediately jumped in before the delivery person spoke, showing an apologetic expression. Yes, I forgot.
As the boss, you are indeed very busy. Besides those few people, that day it was also you who brought me here, right? When I first arrived in this world, I appeared next to a bun shop, surrounded by hurried passersby, and while I was adapting, I was suddenly bumped by a young man rushing to work. Damn, I'm going to be late for work. The next moment, I heard the bun shop owners shouting behind me turn into an inquiry. Young man, would you like 2 buns? Everything connected seemed extremely natural, so natural that I even overlooked some small details. Clearly, I was very close to the shop, even feeling the scorching steam when the steamer opened, but the aroma that entered my nose was not strong but just a bit. Clearly, I had just finished breakfast, but at that moment, I suddenly felt hunger, even making my mouth water. As soon as he looked up, he saw the brightly lit Firefly arcade with its vivid red sign. These subtle sensory differences all indicate one thing. From the moment he arrived here, he had already been tainted, but the pollution was so faint that he didn't notice it at all at the time. The second manifestation of pollution, hunger, and weakened sense of smell, had already appeared at that time, rather than when Gujiang brought food. After realizing this, another question fell into place. When he first saw the customers at Firefly, he noticed that each one of them had symptoms of contamination to some extent. At first, I didn't understand why they had been polluted even though they clearly hadn't entered Firefly yet and had no chance to encounter anything abnormal. But now I understand. The abnormality they encountered wasn't some strange thing. It was you. I can see you're angry, I understand. As the boss, you must be busy. Sully revealed his white teeth and smiled at the delivery man whose face had turned dark and unpredictable. After all, every day you pretend to be a passerby about to be late for work, bumping into people on the street. It's like you're a madam running a brothel. Sorry, that metaphor isn't very appropriate. After all, a madam's job involves a mutual willingness, unlike you. Every person you pull in didn't agree to it. The delivery man finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily. Nonsense. This is all just your assumption? Sully cut him off curtly, staring straight at those anger-filled eyes. In the past, when I mentioned those things, you only asked where my evidence was and never denied so desperately. So can I understand that the previous matters were just trivial little pleasures for you, but now this issue has touched upon the core of your power? Customer Play Guide. 1. The staff will be present at the arcade 24 hours a day. You can find them if you need anything. All employees and customers can leave after work, but why can't the staff? Even late at night, when there's nothing for the staff to do, they must stay here? Why does it prohibit the staff from going out? 2. You are just a front desk staff member, responsible for receiving customers, exchanging game coins, and providing card services. You cannot expel customers from the arcade. Inside Firefly, there are staff, game guides, food area managers, cleaning staff, and technical maintenance staff, and each person cannot interfere with another's work. Expulsion should naturally be the job of security. If there's no security, then anyone should be allowed to do it without breaking the rules. But only the staff are forbidden from doing this. Because the key isn't the expulsion, but rather the going out of the arcade behind it. Staff Code of Conduct. 6. Don't worry about meals. Between 8 to 8:30 a.m., 12 to 12:30 p.m., and 6 to 6:30 p.m., you can use the red phone at the front desk to order takeout, no matter how many portions, and you won't pay. The boss covers all costs. Clearly, there's a breakfast shop right across from Firefly, just a matter of crossing the road, and it can be solved in 5 minutes. But staff can only choose between eating takeout and food from the dining area. It's also to prevent them from going outside. 5. There is only one trash can in the arcade. If a customer or staff member throws trash on the ground, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they don't need to care. A dedicated cleaner will come to clean it up. If crossing the road is considered far, this rule makes it so that even the act of a staff member stepping outside to throw away trash is potentially prohibited. It thought things through very carefully. It even chose to have the cleaner place the body in the last stall of the restroom and then wait for He Shuiming or Yanhua to come with the drugs to handle it, rather than choosing to have the cleaner take the body out first and then deal with it. Clearly, the latter would seem more appropriate and reasonable when it comes to keeping secrets. Going to such lengths was only for one reason: to prevent the waiter from pretending to be a corpse and leaving with the cleaner. Why do you have to go to such extremes? Is it because you are worried that if the waiter goes out, they will discover this is another world? Sully casually shook the chopsticks in his hand. No, that's not it. Even if it were discovered, it wouldn't affect you at all. In other words, whether it's your strong denial just now or the rules you've set up, they all show one thing: you are afraid. He put down the chopsticks and smiled, pinching his thumb and index finger together. Afraid that once I go out, I will discover that this is not just another world, but a tiny world. Chapter 213, The Hair in the Bun. So small that those you dragged in are only those near the Firefly. I hurried out to search, and at the intersection not far from home, I found my brother, only to discover there was a place called Firefly Arcade across the street. I thought, after coming out from the bridge, I kept walking this way, and after just a few minutes, I arrived at Firefly. The arcade isn't far from the house I rented. Gujiang, Jarun, and the hat-wearing scalper all live not far from Firefly, and all three of them like this, isn't that too coincidental? Suli seemed to have thought of something and suddenly couldn't help but laugh, causing the chair he was leaning on to shake, creaking loudly. I remember Gujiang once said, the strange thing is, no matter what, I can't open the door to my house. I can only find a cheap hotel to stay. Do you think she is a silly girl? She can't open the door to her house, how could she expect to get in? This world isn't just small, it's also fake. Boom. Boom. Almost the instant Suli finished his sentence, the delivery man suddenly slammed the table and got up. The chair under him and the table between the two of them were both blasted into countless fragments by an invisible force at that same moment. Wood chips flew out, grazing past Suli's face, instantly creating a very shallow wound, from which blood slowly oozed. Suli remained seated, casually wiping it away with his thumb, and let out a laugh from deep within his throat. Do you remember the question I asked you the first night when you delivered takeout to me? It's okay, I remember. Wasn't it less busy at night? How could it be? It's precisely at night that more people come, just like here, isn't it the case that it's busier at night? His own words were not asked randomly, but because during the night he noticed something unusual while ordering food. In the morning and afternoon, the noise on the other end was noisy, as if there were many people and business was good, but during that night's call, the background noise had decreased significantly, as if the person on the other end had come from a noisy place to a quiet room. So he continued the test. He wanted to use a method of delivering coins to make the delivery man stay and play games, but his response was, forget it, I have to go back to cook for other customers. He still said there are many people there, so why the change in noise? The doubt continued, until one time when ordering, he Xueming scolded him. Have you finished ordering? Just sitting here in a daze, it's almost 6:20. This conflict made him realize the interference of pollution in his body on the numbers. Because at first I thought it was a meal at 6:24. But besides that, there was another piece of information hidden within. 6:24, this is not an easy time to remember, but I was able to remember it because something happened that deepened the memory. The owner of the bun shop across the street closed the shop at that time, walked to a pink electric vehicle, wiped the seat with a cloth, and then drove away. This series of actions seemed ordinary, but with one more premise, it became somewhat interesting. The same wiping action as yesterday, and the same closing time, 6:04. But if it was just that, it wouldn't explain too much. The chain of information continued back to that night when I discovered that customer lingering in the arcade after closing. Sigh, bad luck in games, bad luck in food. I found a hair in my bun yesterday morning, and today I found another one. Why does bad luck always find me? At the beginning, I had stood next to that bun shop. Although I didn't stay long, just a quick glance was enough to see that the hygiene in the shop wasn't terrible enough to leave a deep impression. Moreover, the owner should have some cleanliness issues, otherwise, they wouldn't have wiped down an electric vehicle that didn't seem dirty at all. In this case, finding a hair in a bun might happen, but the frequency would definitely not be very high. But that man found hairs in his buns 2 days in a row, both times in the morning, and both times it was just one hair, and both times it was him. Everything seemed a little too deliberate. So deliberate that it was hard not to question its authenticity. Thus, under the situation that I had already caught the attention of the Firefly, I took a risk and sought out Gujiang again. Have you tried going across the street to buy something to eat at that bun shop? Because the other person was someone who could enter the Firefly every day, perhaps I could get some important information that I didn't know. I have, but I wasn't successful. I thought about going in the morning to buy some to save and eat slowly, but that owner wouldn't sell to me. I don't know why, they just ignored me. She looked very apologetic because she felt that her answer didn't help. But she didn't know that this piece of information, when pieced together with others, formed an unbelievable truth puzzle. The initially enthusiastic owner, the beautiful girl ignored in questioning, the customer who continuously found a hair, the completely identical clocking out time every day, the same wiping action after work, and the strange, diminishing noise during phone calls on consecutive evenings. This means that the customer would die that day, and it wasn't an accident. Everything was planned. The owner would definitely ask me and would definitely sell buns to him in the morning. He would continue to find just one hair and linger in the arcade, then die from losing control of his emotions that night. So the waitstaff at Firefly are frequently replaced, the most won't exceed 4 days, because once the time stretches, even an ordinary person would realize this truth. This strange world is not a real existing world. Su Li's eyes shimmered with a bright light. But a small, false, continuously looping world. Whoosh! A tremendous pressure suddenly arose, crushing all the chairs in the room into dust, and the wood shavings scattered on the ground suddenly rose into the air, continuously swirling and surging. Like an inverted whirlpool, it wrapped the delivery man and Su Li within. The delivery man's face was unusually cold, as if in the next moment, he would unleash everything towards the young man he was staring at. However, there was no panic in Su Li's eyes, instead, a hint of pity emerged. Are you still showing off your power, showing that fake and limited power of yours?
Chapter 214, Canteen, Factory, Eyes. The delivery man took a step forward, and the wood chip whirlpool shrank a little, spinning more rapidly, as things on the ground were drawn into it, colliding with each other and producing a painful roar after being squeezed. But all this did not drown out Su Li's voice. The first rule of the waiter: the arcade opens at 8 to 23:30, it can open later, but the arcade doors must close by 23:30, and confirm that by 2400 hours, there are no other people in the arcade besides you. How can Firefly, which needs tourists' emotions so badly, not operate for long hours? As an arcade, the business at night would clearly be better. Why close before midnight? In the dead of night, when people are lonely, human emotions are easier to guide and amplify, so why does the operating time mostly fall during the day? When Gu Xianfeng was found and taken back by his sister, he showed no signs of resistance. Why did he suddenly shout to come back to Firefly the next morning? Su Li raised his head and looked at the delivery man standing in front of him, with an exceptionally cold expression. Is it that you don't want to? No, you cannot. To maintain the operation of a world, even a small, false one, requires immense power, right? You are not a god, you cannot sustain it infinitely. So the time during which the doors are closed is when you regain this power, isn't it, correct? Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind. A shadow pierced through the barrier of the whirlpool and suddenly struck the chair under Su Li. With a crack, wood chips flew everywhere. Su Li had already dodged to the side, looking at the object that attacked suddenly. It was the axe that had damaged the sofa's source of pollution. What's wrong? Is your mindset starting to have problems? In his eyes appeared a darkness as deep as night, only to gradually disappear, and a normal game coin appeared between his fingers. You are the boss of Firefly, how can you have emotional issues like those customers? He suddenly switched topics and spoke of something else. After dinner tonight, I did nothing but sit there and watch the customers of Firefly and the passers-by outside. As I watched, I noticed something very special. The people inside were real, but their extreme emotions gave me an unreal feeling, not like themselves. The people outside were fake, but their actions and expressions felt very real, just like scenes anyone would see on the street. Then I suddenly thought of a very strange image, me sitting at the front desk watching those customers and pedestrians. Would you also be watching me and them from somewhere, like next to the bun shop across the road? The premise for customers to enter this world is that they are polluted, but most of the time when ordinary people get polluted, there will be confusion in cognition and consciousness, making it very likely for them not to enter Firefly. This would waste its power. Although special game coins can also bring people into this world, solving this problem and not being easily discovered, viewing from its extremely rare quantity, obtaining or making one of these game coins is quite difficult. Therefore, the best way to bring people into the world is still through direct contact, and it must be near Firefly, so as to ensure that customers experience it like their former selves. At a glance, I saw that bright red sign. So where would it be near the Firefly? The answer is hidden in the strange noise that gets smaller every evening call. And to verify this, I unusually made the already somewhat impatient customers wait for a moment tonight and first dialed the food ordering number. As expected, this call was just like the previous two. The noise from the delivery person was smaller again compared to during the day. The reason is simple, it was the time I deliberately chose, 6 o'clock and 4 minutes, the time when the bun shop owner gets off work. The shops around me had all closed, so the noise naturally decreased. It has always been there, just across the street from the Firefly. This is why it always arrives so quickly, never taking more than 20 minutes. So I never smelled any sweat from running on him, nor did I notice any sound of driving or parking. But why does it stay there? Is it to conveniently observe the Firefly from a close distance? And where do the dishes I ordered come from? For the past 3 days, since I first noticed this problem, I started deliberately conducting a test. Each time I order food, I try to choose different types and quantities. But interestingly, not once was there a delay. Not even that last incredibly lavish meal. Prepared in advance? Impossible, because every time I opened the food box, it was steaming hot, and it couldn't possibly predict what I would order. Even at midnight tonight, it managed to bring 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles. This means that the food is indeed freshly made after I ordered it. But ordinary shops couldn't serve food this fast. When considering the round-trip time, the cooking time left for the person is minimal, let alone I have ordered squid ink, a rare dish. Things that ordinary people cannot accomplish represent a supernatural and strange ability. Those dishes were made by it. With this thought in mind, suddenly a question arose. Is this ability really its own? If it is its own, then why does it not let the delivery person leave? Even if the delivery person finds out this is an unreal small world, what would happen? If it is indeed its own, there is no need to stay in the same place. Even if observing the Firefly, it could move around in a small range, yet it has instead allowed me to discover hints through the noise. There is only one possibility: this ability does not belong to the strange, but to a peculiar foreign object, just like that sofa which can provide immense comfort yet also cause pollution. That object is fixed next to the bun shop, thus the strange has to stay there all the time. That thing can create contaminated food and can make potions that change the forms of life. The first item in the clearance condition states, crack the hidden truth of the dungeon and help the investigator complete the recovery work, and the items that need to be recovered are it. It is a kitchen that contains pollution, and also a factory that makes toys. It sounds powerful, but it has a disadvantage. These functions conflict and cannot do two things at the same time. Sully casually flicked the coin in his hand. For example, when you observe the firefly through it, you cannot do anything else. Conversely, when you use it to make food, you cannot peek at the firefly.
Chapter 215, I am a part of your play, thanks to 0131 for the big health of blue and white porcelain. The coin landed in the bloodstain, splattering a few drops of blood onto a broken toy's face. It rolled upright. A long red trail was marked on the ground, finally crashing into a broken wooden block and toppling over.
Only then did someone in the audience come back to their senses, letting out a soft gasp of disbelief. This thing surprisingly wasn't the power of the weird itself, but through a bizarre external object? Could it be that this instance says the weird itself has no power, but no, then what is that vortex around? Everyone stared seriously at the screen, so tense that they didn't even realize their faces were almost pressed against it. Could it be that Sully made a mistake in reasoning? Oh no, we've already come this far. Sully pulled his gaze away from that pool of blood. You used your power for the first time, killing the customer who broke their helmet while playing VR games. This made me realize you can see what happens here, and can immediately implement your punishment as the gaming machine is damaged. But then I realized another question: can you really see, or can you just sense the person who was damaging the gaming machine? This is a key question, but I cannot be sure. But I didn't have to think for long before you provided me with an answer yourself. After I covered the camera, you killed a customer again, that one who broke the gaming machine with a finger while playing Mario. If this time it was just a simple suicide, then like before, it wouldn't explain anything. But perhaps my action of covering the camera, trying to save that customer, made it find it somewhat ridiculous, and in the end, the man tore the corner of his mouth, giving an extremely mocking smile. Arrogant behavior, filled with deep sarcasm, also brought the answer to that question. It was not merely sensing, but truly capable of seeing, day or night. However, this answer conflicted with something that happened later. During the chaos at noon on the third day, everyone was controlled, the worthless animals were killed, the rabbit-headed beings that destroyed machines had their necks snapped, and everyone was forced to look up at that cruel scene. That was the weirdness warning and threatening. But it chose the wrong target for the warning. The root cause of the chaos was the accumulation of emotions, the indirect cause was Sully's chocolates, but the direct cause was not the mutated rabbit-headed being, but that short man whose consciousness was disturbed after sitting on the sofa, inadvertently kicking out the power line. But after the chaos, I intentionally observed that man. He was fine, with only some minor injuries from the chaos, no different from the other guests. Even if that man didn't directly damage the gaming machine, as the source of the chaos, he couldn't and shouldn't just escape unscathed. Mercy? Negligence? No, neither. It lost vision during that time, failing to discover the source of the chaos. And from the beginning to the end of the chaos, while the duration wasn't too long, it still lasted for several minutes. Why did that brief gap in vision occur, and why did the gaze reappear a few minutes later? Because the timing of the events was extremely coincidental, right at the moment when the delivery person had just finished delivering the food and was leaving. This is the core of the conflict. If that was its inherent power, capable of seeing all changes in the fireflies, then it would definitely be able to see that overlooked man, and at the moment chaos erupted, could have intervened as the first machine was destroyed. Then, it could also have intervened when that chain claw machine attacked the little girl due to the chaos. Using that kind of power, suppressing through absolute strength, to avoid that crisis. After all, that power is invisible. Even if used in front of everyone, no one can see it, and it will even, to some extent, eliminate the strange suspicion of it. Instead of choosing to save people personally, it exposed its extraordinary skills, thus raising doubts about itself. But this is just a beautiful assumption, not reality. That power does not belong to you. After leaving the door, you still need a few minutes to reach the other side of another world, and then you can spy on here through that thing, just like a mouse hiding in the dark. Sully showed a displeased expression. This kind of spying is completely different from being watched live. It is pure and filled with a great sense of oppression. So much so that to verify these suspicions, Sully had to use a chance of foreseeing death, smashing a horse to see death after the delivery man left during dinner, to grasp the timing after the delivery man's return. Now that I think about it, most of what you said is false, but one thing is true. You said you were the only one in your shop, a small business, without hiring anyone. This didn't deceive me. Your actual business is indeed just you alone. You trust no one but yourself. But I am curious. Sully showed a thoughtful expression, as if talking to himself. What exactly is that thing? At the end of the customer play guide, it states, "May you truly feel real joy." From Firefly Arcade. Why add the word truly and real? When I almost died while playing the game before, wasn't it already truly?
Wasn't it already real? On the paper in the coin pusher.
During gameplay, please remind yourself that you are in control of the game, not bound by it.
In control of the game is clear, but why is the later term bound?
Clearly, the entire gaming experience has almost no rules. The strict fire wouldn't actively dictate how you should play, it only goes over when a guest needs it. The emotions while playing do not feel bound at all, but rather extremely free, so free that any emotion is allowed to be greatly amplified. As long as the player does not break the game machine, they will not face death.
In other words, this binding refers to something else. Simply considering these things yields no results.
But if linked to other fragments, the results become clear.
A false, tiny, endlessly looping world. Every death feels like a marionette's body, uncontrollable by oneself.
Similar to those out-of-control toys and game screens that have to be manipulated.
Things capable of changing a person's life form.
Everything points to the same truth: this world is a game world, so it is false, repetitive, bound, and cannot truly feel real. Almost as Sully spoke these words, a long-lost message appeared simultaneously in his mind, and in the screens of all the live broadcasts. Congratulations to the chosen one of the great Xia country, Sully, for uncovering all hidden truths of the Firefly arcade instance. Sully was slightly taken aback, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. The matter was not yet finished, and the world of strange tales began to eagerly prompt the completion, even adding a lol, which was not their last time. Was this to cover something, or was it that my previous guesses were correct? It seems this time, I really might become a part of the play among certain unknown existences.
Chapter 216, Children and Monsters.
In the expert group from other countries watching the live broadcast, they stared blankly at the screen's images for a while. Once again, he blankly cast his gaze toward his family's blackened screen. The time in the operations room showed 4:03, and there was still some time left until the deadline of 4:44, but what did that matter? They intentionally left the last hint opportunity to imitate other countries, especially the passage of the Daxia country's competitors. But in the end, either their chosen one was the first to have their mind polluted, or they were killed by the fierce fire entering the room. Now only a few chosen ones were left alive, but they could only hide in the room, desperately resisting the confusion and despair brought about by the pollution. In such a situation, even if the information was sent to them, it would have no effect. Not to mention that the content of this truth could not possibly be conveyed in just one short message. Some waited silently for death to arrive, while others cursed viciously at the unexpected appearance. The audience from Daxia suddenly erupted into massive cheers after a brief silence. This was their pent-up emotion. Yet a small portion of people struggled to suppress their inner excitement, nervously staring at the screen.
Sully was still in danger, still together with it.
But at that moment, the live broadcast suddenly flickered, then abruptly went black. They immediately asked familiar people in confusion but were stunned to find that all the screens had lost the live broadcast from Daxia. Sully did not know what was happening outside. After a brief silence, he spoke again.
The reason you don't let anyone discover that strange object outside is that you're worried it will be stolen, right?
Shut up. A gust of wind suddenly blew toward Sully, the stinging sensation forcing him to close his eyes. Sully knew he was right, but felt a bit helpless inside. The remaining things he could choose not to say, but he had already delayed for so long and had not received any information regarding whether any recovery work had been completed. Clearly, he had seen that guy leave, yet there was not the slightest response. Could he really do this? But regardless, asking others is not as good as asking oneself. Anyway, he still had one more unused foresee death passive ability, so he might as well continue. Sully sighed inwardly. Let me guess, that thing can build a game world and also make the fireflies feel the urge to grab it upon seeing it. I told you to shut up. The delivery boy's voice suddenly reached a shrill pitch, rushing to Sully's side and violently knocking him to the ground. He desperately strangled Sully's neck, but his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Cough, cough. The immense force that rendered a normal person unable to breathe made ink-like dark chaos instantly appear in Sully's gaze. He struggled to cough a few times, yet a smile appeared on his face. So, that strange thing is a game console, right? And we are currently in its... The force around his neck suddenly increased, and Sully could even clearly hear the sound of his windpipe rupturing, while the bloodshot veins in the delivery boy's eyes gradually turned into a haunting black. Do you know that leaving the employee lounge is a violation of the rules? I can kill you at any time. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ha 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 ha. The power of pollution continuously repaired Sully's damaged organs, but still affected his voice, making it sound like a worn-out old man's hoarse cries. Go ahead and kill me, after all, you've already killed so many people. The smile on Sully's face suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression that was even more ferocious than the delivery boy's anger. Games are originally the most legitimate behavior of children, toys are also the angels of children, but you've stained them with blood. He suddenly raised his head, roaring and shouting. You tell me, who should die? Unexpectedly, this roar did not make the delivery guy's anger rise further. Instead, his hand suddenly shook, and the muscles on his face twitched unconsciously.
He slowly released his hold on Suli, stood up from the ground, and asked in a trembling voice. Do you really think so?
Suli had been prepared to completely explode the pollution, but he did not expect the delivery guy to suddenly lose his killing intent. He felt a bit confused, but the situation was favorable for him now. After a slight thought, Suli understood that the delivery guy was mostly asking about the first half of what he said, so he nodded. But this was not what I said.
Who said it? Lu Sun. Lu Sun?
The delivery guy had never heard of this name. After a moment of silence, he said in a barely noticeable voice.
Your friend must be quite an impressive person. Ah. It's nothing.
Seeing Suli had already stood up, the black mist was swirling around Suli's neck, continuously repairing him. He sighed and gently waved his hand, and 2 damaged game consoles flew to the ground by his and Suli's feet. Then, as he moved his fingers slightly, 2 bottles of water flew towards them. The cap of his bottle opened automatically, and clear water poured into his mouth.
Earlier, you asked me why I left that little girl, do you want to hear it? Suli pulled at the corners of his mouth and then nodded. The seats and water were ready, so could I say no to listening?
The delivery guy casually sat on the machine, looking up at the bloodstained ceiling. You were almost right about everything, but about the little girl, you were wrong. I never thought about eating her, I just wanted her to live, to keep living. I wanted to see how truly happy she could be and how long that joy would last.
He smiled as if mocking himself, eyes filled with nostalgia.
Don't look at me like this now. When I was a kid, I could be someone who loved playing games very much. Broadly speaking, any game, playing in the mud, fighting crickets, tossing sandbags, playing marbles, and so on. At that time, I had a group of friends to play with. We would get all dirty playing every day and would cry about being scolded by our moms when we got home.
Sorry, maybe you don't understand that feeling.
But the next day, we would still gather again to discuss what to play because we were really happy. But gradually, the friends I played with became fewer, some started school, and others were pulled back home by their parents.
In the end, I was left alone.
Later on, my family also started not to let me play anymore, since I was old enough to go to school. They said students should act like students, listening attentively in class and studying hard. As for playing games, after hard work for a few years, once I got into middle school, I would be a little adult and could play well. I didn't quite understand. They told me about some child in the neighborhood whose life was ruined because of games, growing up poor and unable even to afford food. I noticed their expressions seemed to tell of some terrible monster. I still didn't understand, and I was very reluctant, but I suddenly became very scared that I would also become like that, a terrible monster in others' mouths. So, I immediately really gave up games, but later,
I found out they seemed to have lied to me. Chapter 217, My name is Chu Xian. You know, when I found out I got into the best middle school in the area, I was extremely excited. I almost bounced home to tell my family to fulfill their promise and let me play some games. They laughed and agreed, saying they would take me right now. However, when I got there, I looked at the piano in the room and confusedly asked them what it was. They replied that it was also a game, an elegant game, and had hired a teacher to teach me how to play. At first, I did find it novel and interesting. But later, I found out it was not fun at all. They are different from games, all have indicators, you must achieve a certain goal within a certain period. I started to feel somewhat annoyed. I told them my feelings, but they just laughed and said I was still young and would understand when I grew up, that it would be fine once these 3 years were over. Really? I didn't know, but I knew they had always treated me well. So I chose to trust them again. After 3 years, unsurprisingly, I got into the best high school in the area, a historic school that had nurtured countless heroes. I had completed the tasks assigned to me, so I found them and asked if I could finally play the real games now. This time they didn't laugh but seriously told me that high school is the 3 most important years of life, and I must work hard, harder, and then even harder. Once I entered university and became an adult, they wouldn't care about me anymore, and then I could play freely. I turned around, picked up my backpack, took out the test paper, and became a machine. Attending classes, finishing classes, doing homework, going to interest classes, attending tutoring sessions, taking exams, receiving certificates, being praised, day after day, this went on and on. Later, I discovered that a handheld gaming device began to trend in our school. Many people in class were playing, even the student who studied better than me was playing. He was laughing happily, but I only dared to sneak a look. Once, he caught me peeking, thinking I would be mocked. He generously asked if I wanted to borrow it to play for a while, but I hurriedly declined, as such things were not allowed. But perhaps I had held it in for too long. Eventually, I couldn't help but borrow it home and gifted my cherished gaming coins to that student. At the moment I controlled the little character's movements, I suddenly realized I seemed to have learned to smile again. But the good times didn't last long. My family unexpectedly discovered the game console I had hidden, and I desperately pleaded, but they ruthlessly smashed it and asked for a leave of absence to lock me in my room. I was at a loss. I didn't understand why things became like this. Clearly, my grades had not dropped at all, and every day I only secretly played a little to avoid making them angry.
Yet, the way they looked at the broken game console was terrifying, as if looking at some monster that would pull a person into the abyss. Entering high school would be fine, going to university would be fine, entering society would be fine. I leaned against the door, the sounds of shouting outside and the past warnings echoed continuously in my ears, making me feel extremely agitated. Then I suddenly understood something: some things cannot get better. I raised my hand, looking blankly upward, as if I saw many fine threads falling down from the ceiling, spreading out from the papers on the table, and seeping in from the gap in the door behind me, wrapping around my body. I numbly apologized to them, apologized to my classmates, and then attended class as usual, returning to my previous life. The only difference was that later during the college entrance examination, I filled in all the answers randomly, and drew a little character from the game on each paper. I was very satisfied, they looked better than the letters. Unsurprisingly, I didn't get into even the worst university. When the results came out, everyone who knew me was shocked, and my family angrily questioned whether I had been secretly playing games at school again. But I smiled happily, it was the first time in these years I had cut those threads. That night, I left a letter and left that home. To make a living, I chose to deliver food. I loved the feeling of the wind blowing on my face, just like someone was caressing me. I thought it would be hard, but during that time, I was very happy. Until later, while delivering food, I was hit by a car that ran a red light. After a brief loss of consciousness, I woke up again. It was already late at night, and that car had disappeared. Only a man dressed in black remained, sitting in front of a game machine playing a game.
Do you want to feel more happiness?
He seemed to have some special ability, able to see me without turning around. I felt a bit confused, but still nodded.
What if it comes at the cost of your own being consumed?
I hesitated for a long time, then turned to leave, but after a few steps, I turned back. But the man was already gone, leaving only the game machine, the screen still showing an unfinished game.
I couldn't help but approach it, sit down, and touch it.
The next moment, a black liquid overflowed from the joystick, and I was extremely scared, wanting to shake it off, but it felt like some living thing seeping into my fingers and the back of my hand. It was a very strange feeling, like someone was whispering in your ear and touching your skin, yet you couldn't see anyone or touch anything. I felt like I had gained some special ability, a power I had never imagined before. I opened an arcade, and seeing the smiles on the faces of customers made me happy too. Many times I would play with them, thinking I had found friends again. But later, I realized something was wrong. They were different from my childhood playmates, playing games with some purpose, becoming extremely angry if they didn't achieve it. I felt strange and a bit fearful. It reminded me of my old days in interest classes and tutoring sessions, exactly the same.
When I kindly reminded them, I was met with pushing and insults.
I suddenly realized they were not the friends I thought they were. They didn't love games at all, simply using it as a way to vent their hidden emotions.
And that method was gaming.
Watching their somewhat crazy expressions, I began to understand in a daze.
Since that's the case, let them vent completely.
At that moment, it felt like I heard those voices again when I snapped back to reality. Those few people were already dead, but their expressions were frozen in extreme madness and satisfaction. I panicked, I was afraid, wanting to escape.
But when I turned my head, I saw my eyes in a mirror.
That gaze was very familiar to me, the same as what my family wore when they looked at that broken game machine.
I wouldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
I kept bringing people into the arcade, trying to find someone like I was back then, but after bringing in many people, I found no one. I started to feel a bit tired, so I got someone to help, granting them a bit of my power as a reward.
But after a long time, I still hadn't found anyone.
I began to grow weary, the idea of giving up crept in. Perhaps my family was right back then until I found that little girl. Seeing her was like seeing my old self, crouching there playing in the mud, the ordinary version of me. So when the game machine went wild, my first reaction was to save her, to not let her die, so much so that I forgot to use my power. I had never thought of what I would do to her. I just wanted her to live, to see if she would become like the others, like me, to see who was truly wrong. Suli quietly listened to these words, looking at the man already trapped in the dent of the broken game machine, pausing for a moment, then spoke.
Can you tell me your name?
A soft sigh came, like a murmuring of a person just waking up.
No one has asked that question in a long time. My name is Chu Xian. So have you found the answer now?
Suli asked, and after a while, he saw Chu Xian's hand casually wave from behind the machine. Let's go, I don't want to kill you or her. While I haven't changed my mind yet.
I still want to ask something.
Sure.
Did you see what that man looked like? Did he really say corrode?
I didn't see clearly, but I'm sure of the word because it was a very strange usage. Suli's expression slightly changed. Pollution is a very common word, but corrode he had only heard from Zhu Feiyu in the last instance.
You might be misunderstanding something.
A person who is corroded, as long as they don't completely merge with it, their consciousness and perception will be severely confused.
The liquid that Chu Xian mentioned just now. Could it be the same thing Zhu Feiyu talked about?
He pondered slightly and then turned towards the exit.
Everything that should be done has been done, and if I can't win the fight, then I can only leave. As for the investigator. Su Li's footsteps paused, he turned around and frowned. Can I ask another question? You're a bit annoying, you know. Chu Xian's voice came from behind the machine, sounding more forceful than before. The game coins you gave away in high school, did they have fireflies engraved on them? That is, the special game coins of Firefly? Yes, they were beautiful, right? Like little lights in the dark. Chu Xian seemed tired of lying down, he supported himself on the machine to stand up. How many did you give away? Do you remember your classmate's name? Su Li took 2 steps forward, he had never wanted to know the answer so urgently. What's the rush? Let me think. I think it was. Perhaps he had been lying down for too long. Chu Xian unconsciously rubbed the back of his neck while turning his head, but Su Li's expression suddenly changed. Chu Xian no longer looked like he did just before. 2 streams of pitch-black liquid seeped from the corners of his eyes, and a shadowy darkness emerged beneath his face. Even more eerie was that the dark essence was not still, it swayed and deepened with his movements, as if the black stuff was about to burst out. Chu Xian! Answer me! Su Li yelled softly and slowly began to back away. Chu Xian did not respond. After those few words, he became silent. The ink in Su Li's eyes began to swirl, he did not want his guess to become reality. But just as he was about to retreat to the exit, he suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body, and then he was thrown heavily back in front of Chu Xian. The bright red in the pool of blood splashed into Chu Xian's eyes, he had no reaction. Chu Xian lifted his pant leg and squatted down with an expressionless face. He did not look at the motionless Su Li but dipped his finger into the pool of blood in front of him, lightly coating it, then placed the finger into his extended tongue and chewed carefully. A few seconds later, he slowly bent down, twisting his head into a strange arc to get close to Su Li, asking each word clearly, "Who let you go?" Su Li could not make any movement now, even though he had used pollution to the brink of explosion, he still could not speak, and even the eye movements he could do before could not change now. He could only see the increasingly deep black beneath Chu Xian's skin. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force forcibly pried open his mouth, and he then realized that his tongue and vocal cords were moving without receiving his consciousness, stiffly uttering 2 words. It's you! Chu Xian fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into a strange, bizarre laugh. He. You're right. It's me. The laughter suddenly stopped, leaving only an exaggeratedly high grin. But now I suddenly don't want to let you go. He suddenly straightened up, raised his head and scanned around in a circle. After all, this is my place, I have the final say, right? He sat down, settling in the empty air without anything around. With his right leg resting on his left leg, his left hand was placed in the air as if it was resting on the table. Answer me. At the same time, Su Li's whole body stood up straight like a fallen tree stump, his legs straight, head low, arms spread wide, and his forearms dropped down, resembling a sinner nailed to a cross. Answer me. Answer me. Chu Xian frantically beat the air, yet it strangely made sounds like real objects. But Su Li knew that it wasn't real, it was only the noise of air being rapidly crushed and then exploding. Yet he couldn't speak, and he even felt a hand gently yet slowly caressing his neck, but beneath that gentleness was an increasing force. This guy. Su Li couldn't do anything right now, even his remaining breath felt like a gap deliberately left by Chu Xian. Looking at his reflection in the pool of blood, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. This is erosion? The pollution inside him began to surge incessantly, piling up to an uncontrollable level after repeated feedings. He didn't want this, he just wanted to leave. As he said himself, he was a human, and humans have limits. The previous multiple uses had already caused serious damage to his body and mind, the last explosion nearly took him down. Su Li didn't know what would happen if he triggered the pollution again. But one thing was certain, he would definitely not be the same as before. Yet at this moment, there was no other way. Answer me. Answer me. Chu Xian seemed to be going insane, striking wildly, but suddenly, he stopped. He saw the pool of blood beneath him shake, with drops of blood rising and falling like some powerful force was trampling the ground. But there were only the 2 of them. In the next moment, surprise and confusion appeared on his face. As he saw Su Li, who had been suppressed by his power, slowly lifting his low-hanging head. His eyes were completely filled with darkness like a deep night, but unlike before, there were intersecting black lines around his eye sockets, resembling a pitch-black well overgrown with weeds, with no bottom in sight. Yet when he locked eyes with him, an inexplicable desire to see what was inside arose. Drops of blood rose one by one from the ground, slowly drifting towards Su Li's eyes, while the bar behind him began to shake. Those drinks, broken machines, and paper figures on the ground seemed to be attracted by some force, floating towards Su Li. Chu Xian leaned forward, the smile on his face froze as he watched several drops of blood vanish into Su Li's gaze, and he felt like he had lost his soul. Only a black liquid from the corner of his eyes dripped down, also floating towards the deep well with the other blood. The black liquid touched Su Li's eyes, slowly merging inside without a sound,
as if being silently devoured by some beast. But just as the black liquid was about to completely disappear, a suppressed roar suddenly exploded from Chu Xian's mouth.
Ah ah ah. In the next moment, an invisible force erupted, forcibly pulling the black liquid out. What kind of power is this?
Chu Xian looked at Su Li in confusion, instinctively stepping back in panic. In that instant, he felt as if he was about to lose his soul. Even now, he could still feel a pulling force trying to drag his body towards those eyes. But Su Li remained in that pose, showing no reaction.
Answer me. Answer me. No reaction, not even when he angrily cut Su Li's face.
Still no response, as if Su Li's own soul had been swallowed by that deep well, just quietly looking at him.
Good, good, good.
Chu Xian suddenly raised his hand, and Su Li's neck abruptly bent.
Then you can go die.
But just as he heard the first crisp sound, his pupils widened suddenly. Before he had time to move, the dark liquid instantaneously exploded his body. They floated in the air like living things, first being pulled towards where Su Li was, then struggling to break free and scattering in several directions to escape. But the next moment, it was as if something was pulling them back, constantly shrinking and then rushing out. Suddenly, the movements of those black liquids halted, quivering violently for 2 seconds, then with a bang, they all exploded.
Splashing.
They fell like raindrops into the blood pool on the ground, and there was no more movement, only the pungent black smoke wafting up from above. But Su Li didn't smell it. At the moment of the black liquid's explosion, he fell from the sky, landing in the blood pool, staring blankly at the departing tunnel, completely unresponsive. The entire Firefly Hall fell into silence again, only the broken lights flickering endlessly. After a moment, a figure appeared in Su Li's tilted view, one hand holding a burning cigarette, the other adjusting the hat on his head, striding toward this way.
Chapter 219, The Still Countdown.
In the pitch darkness where 5 fingers could not be seen, silence swallowed everything. A 7 or 8-year-old boy was panicking, running forward, but after just 2 steps, he bumped into a hard wall and fell heavily to the ground. Tears immediately swirled in his eyes, but he still tried his best to hold them back. He stretched out his small hand to support himself and shakily stood up, wiping his eyes. The boy began to feel around in the darkness shrouding him. Wall, here is also a wall. He felt like he was trapped in a narrow circular room, yet he had not found any trace of a door.
Is it on the top?
The boy lifted his head to look up, but the scene in his view, like the surroundings, was still an unfathomable pitch black. Suddenly, whispers came drifting in, gradually growing louder, more numerous, and chaotic, as if countless invisible people were constantly murmuring in his ears. He panically waved his hand to try to drive away those sources of the noises. But his fingers touched nothing. Instead, he accidentally brushed against the wall, scraping his delicate little hand. Leaning against the wall, he slowly sat down, covering his ears with his hands, but he could not block out those quiet whispers. Something touched his face, cold and chilling, making the boy shiver, and then he buried his head down hard. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto his head. The boy instinctively reached up to wipe away the droplet that had fallen on him, then quickly put it in his mouth to suck on. He was simply too thirsty. But the next moment, he spat it out with a poo. It was not water, it was blood. Plop. 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 The sound of blood rain dropping grew larger, like a real rain, constantly falling from the pitch-black ceiling. In this narrow room, there was no place to escape the rain. The boy could only hold his head with one hand, hug his knees with the other, tucking himself in tightly as much as possible. His eye sockets turned red, his lips began to turn white from biting, and he started shaking uncontrollably.
Where is this? Is there anyone to save me? I am really so hungry and thirsty.
He did not dare to make a sound, nor did anyone respond. The only change was the gradually growing whispers and the increasing cold sensations. His eyelids began to grow heavy, slowly shutting down one after another. Maybe I should take a nap after all. Closing my eyes is the same as opening them. The darkness shows no light. Su Li! A young man's shout suddenly rang in his ears. Startled like a drowning person, he suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view were flickering electric sparks and dimming lights, along with a line of small words appearing above them. Congratulations, Su Li of the Great Xia Kingdom, on achieving the perfect clearance conditions. Help the investigator complete the recovery task. As the contestant is still within the instance/the instance closure time has not yet arrived.
Please choose to leave immediately or continue exploring.
If no choice is made before the timer ends, it will default to continue exploring.
Remaining time, 60s.
He closed his eyes, deeply exhaling as if to forget everything that just happened. When he opened them again, there was a slight glimmer in Su Li's eyes. He glanced at the countdown that hadn't changed at all, stood up, and lazily leaned against a nearby broken machine. Suddenly, something flew over from the side. Without even looking, Su Li caught it with one hand. Ignoring his suddenly sharp perception and agility, he extracted a cigarette from it, tossed it into his mouth, and took out the lighter to press down. The weak flame reflected in his deep eyes before extinguishing again. Ha! He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, looking ahead. That was where Chu Xian had been, but now there was no trace of him. A large circle of blood on the ground seemed to have evaporated into thin air. He just stared quietly, so still that he could hear the slight sounds of the cigarette burning. Until Suli carelessly flicked away the cigarette butt and reached for a second one, a man's slightly bewildered voice sounded beside him.
You don't have anything you want to say?
Again, the flames appeared in Suli's eyes and then extinguished. Only then did he lazily turn his head to look. He saw a man sitting on a game machine, his body bent forward, hands crossed under his chin, wearing a hat with a white flower printed on it, looking quite ordinary. His eyes had no terrifying scars, but thick stubble graced his mouth. If he weren't here at this moment, anyone would think he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. What do you mean? Suli spoke calmly, not knowing if it was because his throat had once been shattered. Now his voice carried a hint of hoarseness.
Should I thank you for saving my life, or complain about your late arrival?
The man was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked.
You know it was me who saved you? Even an old man about to die can be brought back to life, and within a few hours made full of vigor. If I said you couldn't save him, would you believe it yourself? The man's hands that rested under his chin loosened. During Suli's unconscious time, he had imagined many kinds of reactions from Suli upon waking. Shock, joy, gratitude, astonishment, anger, questioning. But never did he expect it to be like this, so calm that it even made him want to speak, which made him feel a bit scared. This young man seemed a bit different from the descriptions he had received. Thinking about Suli's mention of his late arrival, the man's eyes flickered, and then he spoke with an apologetic tone. It is indeed a bit late, but it took me some time to regain my strength. I apologize. Is that so?
Suli's face was shrouded in white smoke, and he let out a soft huff. Besides Chu Xian, you are the only one who can bypass that passageway. Freely shuttling between two different worlds. Only you can exchange your soul between them after being turned into a toy. The man changed his posture again, suddenly feeling the machine beneath him a bit uncomfortable, a bit uneasy, that is. When Gu Xianfeng wanted to grab the claw machine, you deliberately moved it to make it easier for him, and then you winked at me. Suli calmly interrupted the man's words. Then you ran into the Mario game machine, dying repeatedly in front of that carnivorous plant in the flower pot, winking again. After that, you entered that prop wooden horse, but that thing couldn't wink, so it shed a tear. Finally, you returned to that original doll's body and left here with those toys when the passage was opened. You hinted at your identity through that flower pot, because the only one related to the firefly in the flower pot is the one hiding the clearance rules note underneath it, which means you know of its existence and came from the outside. Those whose body states have changed, their consciousness has become chaotic, but only you have a clear consciousness to act with control. Their souls are imprisoned, and only you can freely switch vessels. And now, with such powerful strength, you, who have entered here beforehand and know the situation with the fireflies, say recovery takes time. The smoke from his mouth reflected a faint light in Suli's gaze, flickering like a breath.
Even the seemingly ordinary cigarette has the effect of healing wounds and waking the mind. So be sincere, tell me what you really want to do, Mr. Investigator? Chapter 220, Recovery?
The man was stunned for a while, then helplessly stroked his stubble.
Sorry, I did hide some things just now.
I really don't need time to recover, but you know that Chu Xian's power is a bit strange, so I had to wait for him.
Sigh. Suli sighed. I've been so direct, and you're still being perfunctory. Just say it, I know you deliberately came in and let yourself be caught by Chu Xian. Halfway through, he suddenly changed his tone, his calm voice becoming urgent. You like Aunt Hua, right? The administrator of building number 4 of Gujiang High School, Hua Yubi. The man's lips were moving as if he wanted to explain something, but at that moment, his face suddenly changed, and he stood up. Don't talk nonsense. Suli glanced at the man's hat. What kind of man wears a hat adorned with flowers, especially chrysanthemums?
The man was momentarily speechless, the waves in his heart turning into raging tides. He had just met the young man in front of him, but the other revealed something through these small details, as if seeing through him completely. Little did he know, Suli was also struggling with his own emotions. He originally just wanted to bluff the man, but the other's attitude made him realize he had guessed some things right. The man remained silent for a moment, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Well, let me reintroduce myself.
My name is Huan. Your earlier conclusion is correct, except for the part about liking flowers.
At this moment, Huan had already realized that Suli was bluffing him.
Chu Xian's power is divided into two parts, his own and that which he obtained from the game machine.
The latter is the main and the most troublesome because it is an erosive power. Even he needs to wait for the right moment. Suli obviously knew this, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept trying to provoke the other during the explanation of the truth, attempting to make that erosive power detach from the item, causing a temporary gap in power to allow him to strike at the enemy. So he didn't completely lie before, he did need to wait, just a bit longer than usual. He wanted to see how Suli would respond when faced with the corruption. Xiaohua had previously told him that an exceptionally outstanding person would come to the Firefly, perhaps someone they would want to choose, and Huan was a bit surprised by this because Xiaohua had never said such a thing before. Originally, the instance mechanism was that he would enter Firefly in the role of delivering supplies to the dining area, allowing for direct contact with the chosen ones, so they could uncover the truth and complete the instance. However, some matters were very important, and he needed to assess them personally, so he used some connections to secretly modify the game's mechanism, turning himself into a toy and entering the game without affecting the truth of the instance. Losing the help he was supposed to provide made the difficulty of the instance increase a bit, and he originally thought this would lead to no survivors, making Xiaohua give up that notion. But he realized he was wrong. There would really be such a person appearing, and they were even more astonishing than he had heard. Faced with the power that even he had to avoid, the other party showed no fear or plea for mercy. They even completely integrated the corruption into their body, touching the source of the filth, almost eliminating Chu Xian, who was on the verge of being corrupted. He looked at Su Li, his deep-set eyes shining with brilliance. I thought it would be a waste of effort, but I didn't expect a suitable person would really appear. Please don't get it wrong, Su Li directly interrupted him, his eyes showing indifference. I don't know what you all are planning, or even how you can deceive the true ruler of this strange world, but you need to understand, this has nothing to do with me. I have no obligation or interest in joining you. Also, you need to tell me one thing, don't refuse, it's what I deserve. Huan was stunned. Both Su Li's current attitude and the mention of the ruler were unexpected for him. He had wanted to say something, but there was no time left. Sure, go ahead and ask. Is Su Feng still alive? Su Li's tone was calm, but he turned his face away, hiding the tension in his gaze. That was his first time entering the perilous Strange Tale instance, but that frail boy had saved him twice because of his casual help. Although he had not received a clear answer when he asked Chu Xian before, Huan had not said anything either, but this had already expressed a lot. If it was as he expected, then these so-called Strange Tale instances, which seemed to be individual closed-game instances, were actually interconnected, only this connection did not conform to universal theories, but felt more like a mix in chaotic time and space. The dormitory building number 4 was a looped closed world, and so was the Firefly arcade. Su Feng, a high school student, had excellent grades, but in his wallet were 3 Firefly game tokens gifted by the adult Chu Xian. Huan paused for a moment, then spoke helplessly, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Seeing Su Li turn back and look at him with an examining gaze, he had to continue, Su Feng Su Li saw his lips moving and heard his voice rising, but at that crucial moment, his vision and hearing became blurred, preventing him from understanding what came next. You see, this is the rule of this world, some things I cannot reveal. These words Su Li could hear clearly again. He thought for a moment and believed this situation was similar to when the Chosen Ones participated in the game. Once they spoke about things beyond the world, the content would be processed into something else, much like what happened to Huan, only the subject and method had changed. But this did not leave him empty-handed, at least it allowed him to know one piece of information. Su Feng was definitely not an ordinary student from Gujiang High School, otherwise, such a special situation would not have been triggered. Tightening the wallet in his pocket, which also contained a hospital slip, perhaps that could be a clue. If he could make it there alive, he should be able to learn something. For example, Su Feng might have been to that hospital before due to some illness, or perhaps someone he knew was inside. Huan's mood was somewhat complicated. Being able to modify the game mechanism of the creepy tale, even if just partially, was an enormous boost for any chosen one, to the point that it was a necessity to curry favor. Regardless of whether Su Li would refuse, he had to continue with the next scenario. Besides, without their help, the risk of death would only increase. No matter how one looked at it, choosing to join was undoubtedly the wisest decision. But now, seeing that the other party was silent, he suddenly felt a bit anxious, sensing that it might really be like this. He suddenly felt powerless. He was older than Su Li by several years, but in terms of reasoning and logic, he was not as good as the other. He could guess his own thoughts, but could not fathom those of the other party, making persuasion through words impossible. As for the death threat, the other was someone recommended by Aunt Hua, so Huan did not think along those lines. Even if he really did something, just based on that earlier fearless attitude of risking life and death, he did not have the confidence to compel Su Li to compromise. After all, the other was one who dared to activate an explosion within the pollution in his body. If you have any other questions, you can also ask. Or if there is anything you need help with, feel free to say. If you can help me restore my previous memories, I might consider it. Huan was stunned for a moment, then he let out a sigh of relief. That is not a problem. He had intended to take a softer approach to gain some favor, but unexpectedly, Su Li agreed again. This young man truly was difficult to see through. He stepped forward, his fingertips touching Su Li's forehead. In the next moment, at the point of their contact, the space instantly changed, like the static on an old television, flickering constantly. Chapter 221, Firefly Flame. Soon, Huan retracted his hand, but his expression turned ugly. Once humans experience something, they will never truly forget. Even in cases of memory loss, it is merely due to physical damage, such as brain tissue injury leading to functional impairment, or dissociative amnesia caused by significant psychological trauma. Such problems are usually unsolvable for ordinary people, but for him, they were very simple. Memory loss will certainly create gaps in the memory chain. He just needed to find that chain, then use the information properties from both ends of the gap to search for the corresponding memory fragments, locate them, and reconnect them. Even if the fragments were damaged, he could repair them easily. After all, this was a world full of data, and memory was also a type of data. However, just now, he did not find any gaps in Su Li's mind. All of the other parties' memory chains were complete, with no missing pieces, so there was no searching or repairing to mention. In this situation, there was absolutely no such thing as memory loss, but Su Li had no reason to deceive himself about this matter. Huan had never encountered this situation before and was momentarily at a loss. Then let's change the question, can Xiao Cha still turn back? Upon seeing the other party's expression, Su Li immediately knew the answer. Though somewhat disappointed, he didn't mind too much. After all, so many years had already passed. When he had just fallen into that strange space, he felt that the voice that awakened him was very familiar, almost as if he had heard it back in his childhood, which was why he asked this question. Besides, since you were able to eliminate that thing, can the pollution within Gu Jingfeng and the others be cleared? Huan's expression finally returned to normal. From the moment he met Su Li, he had been in a passive state and could do nothing. Only at this moment did he finally feel a bit worthy of the title of investigator. As soon as he opened his mouth, his expression changed drastically, and Su Li also slightly frowned. Detected abnormal data. Starting correction process. Detected that the instance has been completed, the chosen one will be forcibly sent away from the instance within 10 seconds. 10, 9. Huan at this moment had no time to say anything. He hurried to the relatively intact front desk and yanked down the red telephone from it. 8. 7. 6. He returned to his original position and stuffed it into Su Li's arms. 5. 4. Then he grabbed Su Li's hand and took the cigarette out of his mouth, then surprisingly pressed the burning hot cigarette butt onto the back of Su Li's hand. 3. 2. Su Li was a bit surprised, he didn't feel any pain. That red glow, upon touching his skin, transformed into glowing flames and spread across the back of his hand. 1. Teleportation begins. The colors before him began to blur, and he faintly heard Huan's voice. Stay alive. The person in front of him turned into data and then vanished. This scene had occurred countless times before, but this time Huan felt a strange sensation in his heart. He sighed and, with his figure also turning into data, vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was on the opposite side of the road. Uncle, did the big brother not come out with you? A little boy asked cheerfully, looking up, while the old man with white hair holding his hand also looked at him, his expression tense. Seeing Huan's dazed expression, a girl stepped forward, her voice soft and worried. He didn't run into any trouble, right? Sister, you are just overthinking. I made a pinky promise with him, he will definitely be fine. The other little boy held by the girl immediately shouted. If it were usually, he would not dare to speak so loudly with the girl. Huan came back to his senses and smiled, bending down to pat the little boy's head. You are right, he is fine now. P.S. Because I need to test some things, I am updating today, the next will be chapters 3 and 6, and then it will be completed. A new book will follow, there are drafts already, and I am in the process of editing. You can wait to read everything together on November 6th, which is next Wednesday. Please understand, everyone. Chapter 222, Black Coal Ball. Hearing this, the four people finally let out a long sigh of relief. The old man bowed to Huan and then turned to leave, holding the little boy's hand. However, his steps were slow, and his one remaining eye occasionally glanced towards the empty arcade, his expression complex. If you can't find a good place for now, you can continue to stay in Firefly for a bit. Huan's voice made the girl still lingering in place look at him in surprise, but then her expression dimmed again. But Firefly. Huan stood in front of the locked dumpling shop. Don't worry, Firefly will become a new Firefly. As for the boss, perhaps someone will come back in the future. The girl was still frowning, but the old man seemed to recall something and returned excitedly with the little boy. Come back, you mean he will return? Huan smiled, not confirming or denying. Waving his hand, he walked toward the end of the street, his figure gradually becoming illusory with his steps, then completely vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Huan found himself before an ancient building shrouded in shadows, and he exhaled a deep cloud of smoke, his expression solemn. The earlier data anomaly was different from what was promised, which caused the instance to close 10 minutes early. He had to figure out the reason. But fortunately, he had given that power to Su Li. Although many things were not clearly stated, considering the other party's intelligence, it should not be too difficult to understand. Just now, the complete memory chain in Su Li's mind. He felt some bad thoughts arise in his heart, as if someone had cut away the original and discarded it, then added a new blank memory chain in between. If this is really the case, then this hard-to-come-by perfect candidate may have hidden things far beyond what he and Xiaohua had imagined, and it could greatly change things in the future. After dealing with the data anomaly, Huan planned to find a way to uncover Su Li's memory. This could be extremely dangerous, because when reorganizing the memory chain, even Su Li did not notice any abnormalities. During the exploration just now, he also found no signs of stitching.
This indicates that the person's technique is extraordinarily superb, far exceeding his own.
Taking a deep drag, Huan finished the remaining tobacco, flicked away the cigarette but carelessly, and strode towards the building in front of him. But this flickering spark that was hard to ignite in the darkness must not be allowed to extinguish. In a fishing village, Zhu Feiyu stood by the sea. The slightly damp sea breeze blew towards him, carrying a strong smell of blood that stirred his hair. At this moment, his expression seemed somewhat ferocious, and there was a dark color subtly rising and falling beneath his cheeks, as if something like tidal changes was occurring within him. In a short while, that dark color finally sank beneath his skin, and Zhu Feiyu also regained his calm. He opened his eyes, and a small black fish swam out from the corner of his eye, its incomplete body swaying a few circles in the white of his eye before disappearing into his pupil. He looked at the black cat squatting beside him, which was now gobbling something with its head down, seemingly completely unconcerned about its young master's abnormality. "You little coal ball, all you know is eating every day. Be careful not to turn into a fat ball," Zhu Feiyu mumbled, while squatting down to hold the black cat's head, shaking it constantly. But after only a few shakes, the black cat suddenly started flickering, as if digitized, flickering in and out. Soon, Zhu Feiyu stood up, gazing towards the end of the sea, whispering, "Has it started over there?" His clothes flapped with the sea breeze, ragged and worn, as if bitten by some creature, making it appear as if it was clawing at the wind. After gazing for a while, he finally retracted his gaze and turned to leave without any hesitation. Behind him, the black cat had already vanished, leaving only a half-eaten strange fish, its teeth dense and sharp. Although it had a fish's body, where its fish fins should have been, several thin human hands had grown, resembling the strange fish on Xiao Chao's eraser. Beside the incomplete body, similar strange fish were densely packed all over the beach, staring with bulging white eyes, motionless, as the light blue tide washed over their bodies and turned deep red upon retreat. Chapter 223, The Doctor in White, End. In the pitch-black space, Suli recalled Chu Xian's earlier madness, still feeling fearful. In recent days, the feeling Chu Xian gave when delivering meals was calm, even somewhat warm, but the waiter's code of conduct displayed madness, not to mention the undeniable wildness when tearing at the man's mouth. This gave Suli a sense of being torn apart, similar to a split personality. So when facing Chu Xian directly in the end, he was telling the truth while trying to explore the secrets within. He understood that calmness was the other party's arrogant exterior, but until the very end, the other state never appeared. With no choice, he could only choose to ask his questions and then leave. But unexpectedly, he eventually saw the mad truth, in a way he had never imagined. The darkness in front of him gradually faded away, and Suli collected his thoughts. Next, he should choose his reward, just like last time, and then he could return to reality. This time, he planned to ask Su Qian about the voice calling out to him as soon as he got back. Welcome to the world of rule-based horror. Please maintain a good mental state and find a way to clear the level. Otherwise, you will lose not only yourself but also your country. The familiar cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Su Li's pupils instantly contracted. Could it be? The mechanical voice ended, and the surrounding scenery began to shift from blurry to clear. Opening his eyes, Su Li found himself lying on a hospital bed, wearing a patient gown. Not only had the reward selection been removed, but even the part where he would return to the real world had been taken away. Su Li squinted slightly. Was it because of that strange data, or did that person called Huan do something? He quickly calmed his mind and began to check his condition. Since it had come to this, he needed to get into the right state as soon as possible. Su Feng's wallet was still there, and the cigarettes from Huan were still there, but the red landline phone was gone. The injuries caused in the Firefly arcade had completely healed, and the pollution that had been absorbed into his body was also completely cleared. It was just. Su Li trembled as he lifted his hand. At this moment, the skin on the back of his hand looked very loose, covered with wrinkles and brown spots. Even the simple act of raising his hand made him feel a little weak. A red ring was on his thin left little finger. It was made of two red thin loops wrapped together, looking like a smaller version of the red landline phone's cord. On the back of his right hand, where Huan had burned him with a cigarette, there were no traces of burns. Instead, there was a faint glowing symbol, like the mark of a beast's sharp claw. Clink. A sudden sound of a cup shattering came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a fat cat squatting on the cabinet next to the bed. It was completely black, like a lump of coal. As soon as it saw Su Li, it immediately turned its head away. Su Li was slightly stunned. Was it mocking him or was it showing disdain? He was sure that he wasn't seeing things because of mental exhaustion or physical changes. The black cat had indeed made an extremely human-like expression, which felt a bit strange, but also strangely familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? While he was thinking, a doctor in a white coat entered, followed by a nurse. Both of them were wearing masks, so their faces were unrecognizable. Old man, how did a cat end up in your room? The nurse muttered as she walked over, trying to grab the cat, but it nimbly jumped aside to avoid her. The doctor walked up to Su Li, bent down to check on his condition, and then smiled.
Patient 404, you've recovered very well. I am your attending doctor, Su Feng. The end. Outline, simple version.
1. The voice Suli heard in the deep well was his own, but from his middle-aged self. The one who had saved him in the orphanage was also his middle-aged self, so it felt both strange and familiar. 2. Zhu Feiyu is now cleaning up the remaining corrosion from each world. For some special reason, his combat power in the horror world is at T0 level. He will meet Suli later and help him clear a side quest. 3. Later, Suli will enter a side quest where all the chosen ones are chasing him. He will have 2 steadfast allies, one is Su Qian, and the other is Cornell from the Pigeon Kingdom. This person may be remembered by some, as he was the one who tied his hand with iron wire on the balcony of Dormitory 4 to forcefully suppress the pollution. The one who cleared the level also cleared this instance in the same way, hiding in the staff lounge. Originally, it was expected to be 8 instances. The first was Building 4 of Gujiang High School, the second was the Firefly Arcade, the third was the hospital, the fourth was that village where Zhu Feiyu killed monster fish in Luocha Haisher, the fifth was on a ship at sea, the sixth was the real world in the dream, the seventh was the old orphanage, the eighth was returning to Gujiang High School as the principal. In fact, there should be only 7 real instances. The first instance was a small world set up by Aunt Hua for testing, separated just like Chu Xian, to select suitable collaborators. No one had ever passed perfectly until Su Li. Each instance contains elements of time and space, aimed at helping Su Li gradually understand the truth of this eerie world and separate the corruption. The existence of Su Feng is very special. Besides the hospital instance, he also appears when returning to Gujiang High School at the end. Su Qian is also special. In the later instance where Su Li is hunted by the Chosen One, she nearly kills Su Li. There is more than one master of the eerie world. They know what Huan and the others are doing, but they want to observe and gamble. Simple version of the message. First of all, I apologize to the readers following this book. Not only has this instance just reached completion, but the entire book is also somewhat unfinished, and I am very sorry. Then I bow in gratitude to everyone. Thank you so much for your support, really, thank you. I will try my best to adjust my state for the next book. Next are some scattered thoughts that might be a bit long and rambling. I suggest ignoring them directly. But if any readers want to be exposed, they can choose to watch selectively. Creeping in the Darkness. About my writing experience. I am a person who leans toward perfectionism and loves words. I love them so much that when I dozed off in class during high school, my homeroom teacher asked me to write an 800-word reflection, and I wrote 3,000 words. I was then called to the office and was told privately that if it weren't for the fact that this was a reflection, I would be asked to copy it for the whole class to learn from. Oh no, I'm already off topic. Alright, pulling it back, let's talk about the process. I was writing on a furnace before. I prepared my first book for a month and a half, published 8,000 words, and then quit because the data was bad. The main reason was that I didn't know what to write next. It was like I started with excitement and then became confused. A year later, I started writing my second book, which was 12,000 words on the shelf and ended up at 18,000 words. Now, 3 years later, I can't even cash out a single penny of my royalties. Bitter laugh. At that time, I didn't understand why no one was reading it. Recently, I look back and I didn't even click on the content. Just seeing the title made me cringe. What a load of garbage. It made me vomit blood. After crawling in a dark cave for a year, my mental state underwent a slight mutation, giving birth to a strange idea. I skimmed through a few books at lightning speed and then wrote an original work with fan elements, mimicking the titles of big names and imitating their pacing. I started with things like School Beauties and just went for it. That book, due to my slightly deranged state, didn't consider logic at all, featuring blue-eyed, white-haired characters that looked stunning from the start, writing 10,000 words from morning to night. Unexpectedly, the results were quite good for me at the time. I even received 500 on the highest day, although it only lasted a day, but it made my heart race with joy because that was my first real book, the kind that could bring in money. However, since I hadn't placed too much hope in it from the start, combined with the constant decline in royalties and my forced writing speed, I eventually grew weary of it. 620,000 words, complete. I lay in the cave for another year, and I heard about tomatoes. It was said there were many readers who were very tolerant. Even the overbearing son-in-law had people watching it. So I slapped the table in excitement, my mind racing, wanting to try writing something different and interesting. I started to secretly investigate and found out from other authors that if there wasn't that kind of subject matter, writing like that would directly fail. I hesitated for a few days and then decided to go for it boldly. I had only heard about the rules and strange stories before. I had never seen them. I began to catch up, watching the rules and strange stories of the zoo, reading 3 of the hottest rule-breaking stories at that time, but I only read the first 10 chapters or so, then slammed the laptop shut and opened Orange Melon to dive right in. So, before, when I saw some book friends saying my work didn't seem like a rule-breaking story, yes, you were absolutely right, because I really didn't know what this thing was all about.
Later, this book debuted unexpectedly well. I thought it would either explode and take off or flop to the extent that I couldn't make any money, but unexpectedly, it got stuck in the middle, making about $1,000 a month. This was a bit awkward, but I thought at least it was my first book on tomatoes, and the second one could also make money, and I received a number of comments I had never seen before, most of which were positive, so I decided to keep writing. But surprises always come unexpectedly. I wrote about Su Qian, inspired early on by a foreign news story about a car accident explosion. The sister thought her brother was dead and cried on the ground, but then the brother was rescued and wasn't dead. So she rushed up to hug him and cried without letting go. I included this in the story, thinking it could add some realism, but unexpectedly, I received a lot of negative reviews saying it was very abstract. Then, I became abstract. Dumbfounded. I really didn't understand. Initially, I wanted to change it, but I stubbornly insisted on not changing it. After all, this wasn't something I made up. Of course, I also experienced the consequences of my stubbornness. The breaking point wasn't mainly because someone criticized the work itself, but because, without any performance, negative evaluations would make me seriously doubt the direction of the upcoming plot, like a drooling foolish dog suffering from gains and losses. After the suspension, I took a break for a while. Later, when I opened the author back in to write something casually, I unexpectedly found many lovely book friends leaving messages, moved, so I decided to finish this copy. At that time, I told everyone that I would be starting a book in October, and I really intended to do so. But life is always full of surprises. Subsequently, a series of things happened: work failures, the passing of relatives, a brother getting married, jealous to the point of being unrecognizable, heartbreak, failed blind dates, and parents urging marriage. My already big head felt even bigger, and I ended up updating less and less, apologizing respectfully. Over the past year, my mindset has been extremely restless, feeling as if it were polluted. I suspected my takeout was poisonous. By the way, I didn't have this idea about poison takeout at the beginning of this copy, it came to me due to that psychological state at the time. Therefore, I wanted to find something that could calm my heart, tried a lot of things, but in the end, I still wanted to return to writing. I started trying to read novels on the rankings. By the way, when I was writing these two books, I hadn't seriously read novels for a long time, almost 10 years. Even when I looked, it was like glancing at the book, scoffing, what trash this is. But when I took the time to read seriously, I found that although there was indeed a big difference compared to when I read before, even some books I didn't particularly like, it was undeniable that they had qualities I could not reach now. So I read while analyzing. Just like when I was reading in school, doing reading comprehension, extracting summaries, seeing what emotions were in each section, and so on. I didn't expect that just by looking at it for a year, I would record hundreds of thousands of words in archives, which taught me some things and calmed my heart, so I prepared to write a book again. This time, I prepared for a long time. I wrote different settings and stories, about 7 or 8 of them, which was an experience I had never had before. I even prepared a detailed outline, something I had never done before. After all, when I wrote The Strange Tales last time, I didn't write an outline at all. If I had to say, it was similar to the simple version above. In the past 2 books, I suffered from painful writer's block after starting, so I wanted to prepare more thoroughly this time. I prepared for nearly 3 months, and my confidence was through the roof, not due to results, but because I felt I definitely wouldn't get stuck this time. But when I started writing, I realized that everything was a disaster. What I wrote was completely different from my prepared outline. It hurt, and I was confused but still stubborn, so I started writing like crazy. However, I found that when my hands were on the keyboard, they just separated from my head, and they did not strike the keys according to my planned outline. Then I quietly looked at those versions of the story, which added up to 200,000 to 300,000 words, all completely different, and I remained silent for a long time before throwing them all in the trash and deleting them completely. Until last month, I finally realized one thing: I am just not the kind of genius who can write according to a fixed outline. Having writer's block is the fate I, as a weakling, should bear. I roar at the sky. Forcing me to write according to an outline only makes me crawl on the ground in pain and distortion. So, I completely gave up on the outline method and conceived a rough idea, then just listened to my hands. Whatever they wanted to write, I would let them write. Although writing this way is slow, less than 1,000 words in an hour, not counting planning the plot and editing, tragic, I think I may never return to the days when I could write 10,000 words a day, and the results probably won't be too good. It is more comfortable when I write. I want to try to accept these things. After all, in life, the most important thing is to be happy, and accepting these aspects of myself will bring me peace. In fact, after the recent book testing, my daily sales started to rise, but because this book is the first experiment at the Tomato platform and has been delayed for a long time, even if the daily earnings reached 500, after thinking for a long time, I still decided to finish this side copy and then wrap it up, continuing to write as being irresponsible to many readers. Although from any perspective, it is very hard to let go, this time the book testing also helped me regain confidence that I had lost for many years. I have always believed that the heart is more important than money. Okay, the emotional pollution is about done, next is a serious thank you. Although during my poor updates, I was afraid to look at comments due to my fragile heart, I still know that many adorable readers have been following and regularly sending gifts. I won't name who specifically to praise. Honestly, this is a situation I never imagined, writing such a bad book, updating so slowly, yet there are still people who have followed it for so long. After nearly 30 years, I've never felt so much kindness from strangers. Beyond gratitude, I have nothing else to say. Very, super serious. As for the new book, it's another genre I've never touched before, so there are many things I can't really comment on. What's confirmed is, 1. My mentality. To prevent my fragile heart from breaking again, I probably won't look at comments anymore, but I will look at gift messages, even for 1 cent, since no one would spend money to insult me. If they really give a gift to insult me, Then, I also acknowledge it. As for the results, my current requirement is very low. As long as I can earn a full attendance after the first show, which is $7 a day, I will continue to update. If the results drop to the floor, then I will cut it off. Regarding the update situation, although there are already stored drafts, a no-outline newbie can easily get stuck. If such a situation arises, I will update poorly, but it definitely won't be like this book. It should be around 2,000 words a day, at most 1 chapter every 3 days, and I will see the specific situation later. Once again, I sincerely thank you and apologize. This rambling ends here. See you in the new book. The style of the new book will be very different. Many readers of this book may not find it to their taste, but that's okay. Life is a wilderness, and we will meet if it's meant to be. Wishing you all the best. That's all.